Introduction asterisk. The world is vast, and it is bound to give rise to some outliers. The loving family of red dragons, the free-spirited silver dragon, the ambitious blue dragon, the gentle and kind black dragon, the naive and honest green dragon, the composed and wise white dragon, a pseudo D&D of the impressive kind. Chapter 1. Rebirth as a Dragon. Huh, where's this place? I recall that I was dead, didn't I? Ding, he extended his hand to explore the surrounding darkness. A very narrow space, filled with an unknown viscous substance, yet I felt no discomfort. This space is temporarily safe. Ding, he sighed in relief, then began to examine his body. Strange, why are my nails so long? Have I grown? Wings? And is that a tail? What is happening? At that moment, the mysterious space began to change. A multitude of red runes suddenly appeared around him. Ding, he attempted to touch them, but could only make contact with the smooth barrier of this space. Unable to touch? Is it like the stars? Seemingly within reach, yet in reality utterly distant. The fiery red runes began to flicker, and as time progressed, the frequency of their flickering increased until they fell like raindrops from the sky. As the runes descended, Ding, he discovered unfamiliar knowledge flooding his mind. Dragons, magic, deities, inheritance. The torrent of alien knowledge nearly overwhelmed Ding Yi's brain. So, I've been reborn as a dragon. A red dragon, the foremost among the chromatic dragons. This dark and narrow space is a dragon egg. Those red runes are the legacy of the great dragon. When a female dragon mates with a male dragon and lays eggs, the female inscribes a magical array with her own blood on the dragon egg to impart the dragon's legacy. When a hatchling is about to be born, knowledge is infused into its mind. This magic must be performed solely by the female dragon, and she cannot leave a certain range from the egg during the incubation period. Otherwise, the magic will fail. Ding, he thrust upward with all his might, and with a crack, a fissure appeared in the eggshell. With another push, he successfully broke free. Seldar Jobus Budar Ajax. Bryn, the first thing he did upon hatching was to call out his true dragon name. A dragon's true name is bestowed by its mother, witnessed by the mother of evil dragons, Tiamat, and the father of good dragons, Bahamut, and holds special significance for the dragon. The hatchling learns its true name through inheritance. It must call out its true name upon birth, so that the dragon mother knows the legacy magic she left behind has taken effect. Upon hatching, Seldar saw a young female red dragon staring intently at him. Beside him was a sleeping male hatchling, as well as a dragon egg emanating a faint red glow. This young red dragon should be my mother. Without my permission, you're not to leave the dragon's lair, the dragon mother commanded in an authoritative tone. Yes, mother, Seldar lowered his head in submission. It is known that the familial bonds of chromatic dragons are quite tenuous. Only the ancient dragons exhibit a slight affection for their last brood. Were it not for Tiamat's insistence that dragon mothers raise their offspring until they can fend for themselves, these chromatic dragons might abandon their eggs without a second thought. Generally, chromatic dragon mothers view their offspring as a nuisance, a potential thief of their treasures, and a possible rival for territory. Thus, when a hatchling is born, it must exhibit harmlessness and submissiveness to elicit a little more care from the mother. Seeing Seldar bow his head, the dragon mother let out a soft humph, gesturing with her tail toward a cave behind Seldar, saying, "That cave stores my hunted food. Eat if you are hungry, and do not disturb me with anything else." With that, the dragon mother strode toward the cave opposite the storeroom. After she left, Seldar began his first meal as a dragon, which was, naturally, the eggshell. Crunch, crunch. It has a spicy flavor. As Seldar gnawed on the eggshell, the nearby hatchling opened its eyes. Kexela, Seldar's nominal brother, had been awakened by the dragon mother's words, but remained unmoving in his sleeping posture until she departed. Kexela glanced at Seldar before closing his eyes again, as if everything in the outside world were of no concern to him. The newly born Seldar would not provoke Kexela, whose size was double his own. Challenging him would surely lead to a disastrous defeat. Eating when hungry and sleeping when tired. That was the rhythm of Seldar's life. Until one day, the last dragon egg hatched. The dragon egg began to change. The magical array inscribed with the dragon mother's blood began to glow, and fiery red runes emerged upon the eggshell. Soon, these runes began to flicker, indicating that the egg was about to hatch. The activation of the inheritance magic awakened the dragon mother, who calmly left the treasure hoard and approached the dragon egg. Kexela, seemingly reluctant to face their mother, pretended to sleep once more. Crunch, crunch. The eggshell cracked, and a small head emerged. Wow, it's a cute little sister. Confused face? The dragon's sister looked bewildered, as if she were not yet ready to greet the world. After a moment of waiting with no utterance of the true name from the dragon's sister, the dragon mother grew impatient. Once a dragon hatches, it is a true dragon. The legacy of the dragon is imparted through magic by the dragon mother. As for those so-called dragon beasts, they're derived from the transformation of unviable eggs through Tiamat's ritual. Those dragon beasts lack souls and wisdom, and are scorned by true dragons. How strange! All three magical arrays are identical. Kexela and Seldar successfully received their inheritance, so there is no way Naliada's inheritance magic could have failed. The dragon mother gently tapped the little sister's head with her claw. Ah, your name. Tell me your name. This sister seems rather dim-witted. Naliada Kalia Raphael Kawai. Bren. The dragon mother sighed in relief. There is food in that cave. Do not wander off. She gestured toward the storeroom with her tail. With that, the dragon mother departed, returning to the treasure hoard for a nap, leaving 3 hatchlings behind. By the way, do the eggshells of other dragons taste different? Seldar grew curious about Naliada's eggshell and immediately took action. Seldar reached out a paw toward Naliada's eggshell, prying off a large piece in her puzzled gaze. What are you doing? Naliada asked. I'm helping you get out of your eggshell, Seldar rambled, stuffing the shell into his mouth. It tastes like vanilla ice cream. Oh, thanks, Naliada surprisingly believed him. Thus, Naliada quietly watched as Seldar devoured her entire eggshell. Her brother is quite strange. Why does he eat the eggshell? Isn't there food prepared by mother already? How could the nutrition of the eggshell compare to that of flesh and blood? After finishing the eggshell, Seldar glanced at Naliada, who was still covered in egg fluid. After pondering for a moment, he extended his tongue and licked the egg fluid off her. Her egg fluid has a cola flavor. Seldar could not resist licking Narita from head to toe. My brother is actually helping me clean the egg liquid. He is so kind to me. Before long, Narita, now clean from Seldar's attentive grooming, was cast aside. As Narita rose to head to the storage room for sustenance, her gaze suddenly fell upon the opening across the way. That must be Mother's treasure trove. How I longed to sneak a glance. Yes, just a peek. With Seldar watching in astonishment, Narita ventured inside. Gold coins glimmering in the light. Narita gazed in shock at the mound of coins before her and then flapped her wings in excitement, darting forward. Oh, she chirped joyfully, gathering the coins in her claws and tossing them high into the air, relishing the sensation of them raining down upon her. In that moment, she felt she had reached the pinnacle of dragon existence, until Mother Dragon delivered a sharp rap on her head. Narita, what are you doing? Gold coins, shiny gold coins, hee hee hee. Narita. Another rap followed. Ugh, I just came to take a look. Narita covered her head. Isn't it to steal my treasure? No. Stealing treasure. Why had I not thought of that? Narita lay on the pile of coins, one claw stealthily grasping a coin. Her small antics did not escape the notice of Mother Dragon, who, in a fit of rage, seized Narita in her claws and gave a gentle squeeze. Narita yelped in pain, releasing the coin, which slipped from her grasp. Do you know what happens to a hatchling that tries to steal its mother's treasure? Mother Dragon roared at Narita. Narita began to peruse the knowledge contained within the dragon legacy. Dragons value their treasures above all else. If a hatchling is caught attempting to pilfer its mother's hoard, even the gentlest of metallic dragons will fly into a rage, meting out severe punishment. As for the chromatic dragons, they would disregard Tiamat's commands and expel the hatchlings to fend for themselves. In rare cases, the exceptionally irritable chromatic mothers might even slay their young. Thus, Mother Dragon held Narita tightly, her eyes glazed as if lost in thought. Narita, gripped in her claws, was terrified and began to regret her actions. Mother, I was wrong. I've only just been born. I'm still a child. I don't understand. Just when Narita thought Mother Dragon might crush her, she made a move. With a firm grip, Mother Dragon twisted Narita's wing. Crack! Ow! Your wing shall be broken as punishment for attempting to steal my treasure. Let this be a lesson. Mother Dragon coiled her tail around Narita and departed the treasure hoard. She tossed the wing-broken Narita before Seldar and Kasera, unfurling her wings to ascend into the skies for a hunt. Gazing at Narita, whose wings were now broken, Seldar inquired curiously, Narita, what did you do? I tried to steal coins, but Mother caught me. Wow, you really did it. Seldar marveled at his dim-witted sister. Did Mother not expel you? No, but she broke my wings. Did she not expel me? Perhaps I could try as well? No, what am I thinking? Such dangerous thoughts must not cross my mind. This red dragon, unlike other chromatic dragons, exhibited an unusually gentle demeanor towards the hatchlings, having prepared food well in advance and never allowing them to go hungry, even tolerating a hatchling that attempted to pilfer her treasure in her lair. If another dragon were to inform Seldar that this red dragon was actually a silver dragon in disguise, he would likely not doubt it. Chapter 2. Mother Dragon. Mother Dragon Graham flew through the skies, lost in contemplation. She sensed that she had become somewhat peculiar. She had allowed a hatchling attempting to steal her treasure to remain in her lair. This was not normal, very far from normal. As a red dragon, known for her fiery temperament, she should have been furious upon discovering a hatchling pilfering her hoard, ready to sever their heads or snap their limbs and cast them out. No, that was not right. She had undoubtedly been enraged at the time, yet why had she permitted them to stay in her nest? Merely breaking their wings? Just as that silver dragon had done long ago. Graham felt a surge of frustration. Soon, she spotted a herd of flame bulls. She reined in her draconic aura and dove down, swiping at a lone bull. With a swift strike, her claws pierced the bull's brain, killing it instantly. The other bulls, startled, turned to attack Graham. These beasts, comparable in size to young dragons, were immensely strong and bore sharp horns that could injure even a dragon with a single charge. Hundreds of flame bulls charged at Graham, their ferocity palpable. Graham did not dare to confront them directly. Instead, she stored the fallen bull in the storage ring beneath her tongue and took to the skies to unleash her draconic presence. The dim-witted flame bulls lost their wits, rampaging and trampling over one another. Graham zeroed in on a severely injured bull and dove once more. One bull would not suffice to feed my 3 hatchlings. I shall prepare at least 3? No, 5. On her way back to the nest, Graham spotted a massive gust-wind eagle. Let's give the hatchlings a change of taste. Eating flame bulls continuously might become tiresome. Caw! A corpse appeared in Graham's storage ring. Tiamat above, 5 bulls and a gust-wind eagle. Mother is quite impressive. Gazing at the mountain of corpses, Seldar marveled. The hatchlings soon filled their bellies. Narita was the first to depart, and Seldar wished to follow, but Caregiver tugged at his tail. Hey, what are you doing? Seldar glanced warily at Caregiver. Don't you find something strange about your body? This was Caregiver's first conversation with Seldar since their birth. Strange? What's strange? Have you not noticed that your size is smaller than that of a typical hatchling? What? Seldar gasped, immediately inspecting his form. He compared his current size to that of a normal red dragon, hatchling from the Dragon Legacy, and was horrified to discover he was indeed a head shorter. What is your purpose? Why inform me? As a red dragon, I am constantly driven to battle, yet your strength is insufficient to match me, and I disdain preying on the weak. I intended to wait until you turned 1 year old to spar with you, but I discovered something amiss with your physique. Defeating a dragon with a flawed body would bring me no joy, which is why I chose to inform you. Do not mistake this for a desire to befriend you. With that, Caregiver departed, leaving Seldar alone, bewildered in the wind. Seldar was perplexed as to why his body had undergone such a transformation, and worse still, the nature of this change was decidedly unfavorable. I do not know why this is happening. Perhaps it is related to my identity as a transmigrated, yet I know I must find a remedy. Perusing the Dragon Legacy, Seldar discovered a possible solution: excessive consumption of food. By devouring more sustenance, he could promote his growth as a dragon. However, for dragons, the consumption of excessive food is a profoundly painful experience. The dragon's stomach resembles a magical furnace, capable of effortlessly digesting food that weighs several times its body weight. Yet, this stomach has its limits. Once overwhelmed by an excess of food, it can lead to an imbalance of magical energy within, resulting in excruciating agony throughout the body. Though it poses no threat to life, the pain, akin to an explosion within, can render a dragon's existence agonizing. This is precisely why, despite the understanding that overeating could promote physical growth, few dragons indulge in such behavior. For the sake of my future, I shall persevere. Seldar gritted his teeth and resumed his feast. Soon, a wave of intense pain engulfed him. Seldar howled in agony, yet he did not cease his consumption. He understood that in this merciless world, falling behind equated to death. Nalita stood hesitantly at the entrance of the treasure cave, summoning her courage to step inside. Mother should still be awake. If I wait until she falls asleep to wake her, she will surely be displeased and deny my request. Nalita boldly approached her dragon mother. The dragon matriarch, still awake, was taken aback upon seeing Nalita seek her out. Nalita, what brings you here? Mother, I wish to make a request, Nalita murmured, lowering her head and pawing at the ground. Speak quickly while my mood remains favorable, but I do not wish to hear words like give me a gold coin. I wish to sleep upon the pile of gold. The dragon matriarch immediately rose, her formidable presence filling the treasury. Do you comprehend what you are suggesting? Are you attempting to stealthily abscond with a few coins while my attention wavers? It appears I've been far too lenient. The dragon matriarch bellowed. No, 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 mother. I assure you, I have no intention of pilfering your treasures. I would swear it upon Tiamat. You know, the allure of gold is simply irresistible to dragons. Ever since I last rolled upon your treasure, I have been unable to forget that sensation. The shimmering golden light flooded my vision. The round coins brushed against my scales. The sound of coins clinking together brought sheer delight to my soul. The scent of gold filled my nostrils, beckoning me to hold it in my mouth. With each slumber, I yearned to dream of frolicking in an ocean of gold. Therefore, Mother, could you fulfill this bold request of mine? Your words sound somewhat familiar. Mother, it is from the 114th volume, Chapter 51, Paragraph 4 of the Dragon Lore. The dragon matriarch pondered for a moment before making a decision that would astonish all dragons. I can grant your request, but the matriarch lowered her head to regard Nalita. You must swear an oath. Very well, Mother, I shall swear to Tiamat at once. Hope surged within her. Wait, not to Tiamat, but to me. Mother, I do not wish for a deity to bear witness to your oath. That would reflect poorly on me. Graham is utterly incompetent, relying on divine power for such trivial matters. I do not wish to hear such words. Thus, my child, swear to me, for I shall witness your resolve and courage. I understand, Mother. Nalita inhaled deeply. I, Nalita Korea Raphael Kawai, Blen, swear by the true name of the dragon that I shall never steal any treasure belonging to my mother. The dragon matriarch nodded. I, Graham Cassius Brookleon, Blen, hereby witness your oath. Should you break it, I shall begin devouring you starting from your tail. I hope you do not disappoint me. Roar. 3. Having received her mother's permission, Nalita emitted an adorable sound and leapt onto the pile of gold, rolling joyfully, burying her head amidst the coins, and then suddenly tossing them into the air. Well then, are you not supposed to be sleeping? The tone of the dragon matriarch had softened unexpectedly. I shall sleep. I shall sleep. He. PWQ. Nalita chuckled foolishly, snuggling up beside her mother, curling up, and biting her tail as she drifted into slumber. The dragon matriarch gazed at the peacefully sleeping Nalita, lost in thought. After a long while, she shook her head and lay down. What has come over me? Why have I allowed another dragon to touch my treasures? With this question lingering in her mind, the dragon matriarch succumbed to sleep. Chapter 3. The evil dragon's nest gurgle. Hunger roused Narita from her slumber. The sensation of gold coins rubbing against dragon scales captivated her. Were it not for the gnawing hunger in her belly, she might have wished to bask upon the coins for eternity. Meanwhile, the dragon mother also stirred. Narita shook her body, peeling back her scales one by one, meticulously inspecting every nook and cranny of her form. Narita, what are you doing? Mother, I am checking to see if any coins are wedged between my scales, inadvertently taken away by me. I certainly do not wish to be devoured by you. The dragon mother nodded. If you are hungry, then go and eat. Can I come back after I finish my meal? Narita looked at her mother with eager anticipation. No, this time is an exception. Oh, Narita drooped her head. Then, I shall take my leave. Very well. Narita cast one last glance at the coins and her mother before turning away. Are you truly leaving? Are you? Huh. The dragon mother chuckled lightly. Just as Narita was about to lift her leg, a gold coin struck her on the head. This is a reward for your courage and honesty. Do not speak of this to your two brothers. Keep the coin safe. If it is stolen, do not come to me in tears. Oh, Mother, you are so kind. Narita hurriedly tucked the coin into the crevice of her scales that grew down her neck, fearful that her mother might change her mind. Goodbye, Mother. Narita, what were you up to in your mother's treasure hoard? Seeing Narita return unscathed, Kasira and Seldar both breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, that is a secret. Time flew by, and the monotonous years passed in the blink of an eye. Seldar, Narita, let us have a match before we sleep. After this slumber, the three hatchlings would emerge as fledglings. As red dragons, both Seldar and Narita were undaunted by Kasira's challenge, and soon the trio engaged in a spirited tussle. This was destined to be a formidable showdown. 5 years had sufficed to negate the disparity caused by hatching a few months early. The only one at a slight disadvantage was Seldar, who for reasons unknown, was smaller than the average red dragon. Overeating merely alleviated the issue, but did not resolve it. Currently, Seldar stood a head shorter than his brother and sister. What a splendid opportunity. My sluggish sister, take this claw. You, my frail brother, are not permitted to mimic my speech, nor to bully Narita. Hey, I dodged. Narita swiftly lowered her head, evading Seldar's claw strike, but not his sweeping tail, which caught her off guard. Before the watchful eyes of all, Narita released a shower of gold coins. The three dragons exchanged glances, then simultaneously extended their claws towards the coins suspended in midair. For the red dragons, in the presence of gold, all notions of love, kinship, and friendship, if they existed, became trivial. They would envy dragons wealthier than themselves and strive to claim their treasures as their own. Seldar winked at Kasira and then discreetly gestured towards Narita. Kasira reciprocated with a wink at Seldar. Suddenly, Seldar lunged at Nalita, while Kosira held her head down. Poor Nalita was pressed to the ground. Seldar and Kosira trampled over her body, poised to seize the gold coins. In a moment of desperation, Nalita extended her claws and grasped the tails of Seldar and Kosira. Taken by surprise, the two dragons tumbled clumsily. Seldar and Kosira, flustered, opened their mouths wide to bite at Nalita. Nalita quickly flapped her wings and retreated. Consequently, Seldar and Kosira ended up gnawing at one another. Ugh, the two dragons, having tasted each other's flavors, missed their chance and could only watch helplessly as Nalita clutched the gold coins in her claws. All your fault. Humph. My dear sister, to prevent Seldar from stealing your gold, I strongly advise you to entrust it to me for safekeeping. Once we leave the nest, I shall return it to you. Really? Nalita felt a flicker of temptation. She believed that she alone could not adequately safeguard her gold. Do not believe Kosira's deceitful words. He will certainly not return it to you. Nalita's gaze sharpened instantly. Seldar, what are you doing? Ugh. If I cannot have it, neither shall you. Misery loves company. After all, hee. Seldar turned to Nalita. My dear sister, could you share how you acquired this gold coin? Nalita hesitated for a moment. It was given to me by mother. WOC. How did she manage that? I cannot say. I promised mother. Upon hearing this, Seldar and Kosira abandoned the idea of using force to seize the gold. After all, this coin was a gift from the dragon mother. An outright theft might incur her displeasure. However, if direct means were futile, they could resort to subtler tactics. It would not be unusual for a young dragon without storage abilities to inadvertently misplace a gold coin, would it? Nalita, we are about to fall asleep. I suggest you hide the coin well. Kosira might take the opportunity to steal it. That makes sense. Nalita tilted her head thoughtfully. She scampered alone to the storage room, and a moment later returned, the coin no longer in her claws. I have hidden the coin well. You will never find it. Hee. My dear siblings, let us begin our slumber. Seldar and Nalita nodded in agreement. Seldar and Kosira opened their eyes, exchanging glances that seemed to spark with electricity. Whoever finds it keeps it, Seldar declared. Absolutely, Kosira responded. In truth, both dragons were contemplating how to seize the coin if the other found it. If they couldn't overpower one another, they would seek an opportunity to steal it. The two dragons stealthily approached the storage room to begin their search. Nalita slightly parted her lips, her half-closed eyes brimming with mischief. My dear brothers, you will never guess that I have hidden the gold coin within my stomach. Narita attempted to expel the coins. Yet alas, I neglected to cast the protective spell that would prevent their digestion. With a heavy heart, Narita succumbed to slumber. Roar. The thunderous bellow of a dragon roused the hatchlings, a formidable aura cascading over them without restraint. What is happening? The young dragons were thrown into a state of panic. Roar. From the treasure hoard came the furious roar of the dragon mother, followed by a blazing red silhouette soaring from the lair. This is my domain, Graham. You shall pay dearly for your actions. A mere young red dragon. How audacious. Now, grovel before me, and I shall allow you to retain a single copper coin. It was evident that the intruder meant no good. The chromatic dragons were notoriously malevolent, reveling in plunder. They not only seized human riches, but also preyed upon their kin. The attacker was an adult black dragon. True to its cunning nature, the black dragon had preemptively cast numerous enhancement spells upon itself. The dragon mother gazed at the black dragon, enveloped in a shimmering aura of magic, her expression grave. Dragons, being the apex of magical beings, possess not only formidable physical prowess, but also exceptional spellcasting abilities. Most chromatic dragons do not intentionally study magic, not due to inability, but rather due to a lack of inclination. After all, upon reaching adulthood, dragons awaken innate arcane abilities. Who would bother to learn magic when they can comfortably slumber? This black dragon was evidently no ordinary chromatic dragon. It had mastered an array of spells and had begun buffing itself en route to confront Graham. Might, agility, stone skin. Armor break, fire resistance. The black dragon lacked the robust physique of the red dragon. An adult black dragon, if unprepared, could not hope to defeat a young red dragon. Graham did not engage in idle chatter with the black dragon and unleashed a breath of fire. The black dragon deftly evaded with a powerful flap of its wings. In retaliation, it spat a stream of acid towards Graham. Graham darted past the acid and lunged toward the black dragon, seeking to engage in close combat. Ice. Heed my call and annihilate my foes from the frozen abyss. He invoked a high-level spell, Ice Spear. A torrent of magical energy coalesced around the black dragon, forming deadly icy spears that hurtled towards Graham. Caught off guard, Graham hastily exhaled fire to counter the black dragon's magical assault. Ice met flame, producing a cloud of white steam. Huh, is that all? The young red dragon's breath was enough to rival a high-level offensive spell. This was another reason chromatic dragons shunned the study of magic. The black dragon, however, did not place all its hopes upon a singular high-level spell and began to chant once more. Ice, heed my call. Another ice spear? Graham used, then retaliated with a fiery breath. Flames engulfed the black dragon. A direct hit. An adult black dragon is not so formidable. The scales of a dragon possess exceptional magical resistance. Even high-level spells inflict but limited damage upon these majestic creatures. In truth, to vanquish an adult dragon yet to attain legendary status, one requires a well-equipped team of high-level adventurers. Graham understood that her mere breath of dragon fire would not suffice to incapacitate the black dragon. Her current objective was to capitalize on her momentary advantage. At that juncture, a chain forged from pure magical energy materialized out of thin air, ensnaring Graham. Damn it, she had been outmaneuvered by the black dragon. He had not been casting ice magic moments ago, but rather invoking a silent spell of magical chains. While these chains could not bind a dragon, they could indeed cause a significant disruption, and any disturbance on the ever-shifting battlefield could prove fatal. Conversely, the black dragon had previously cast a fire-resistant spell, sustaining only minor injuries. With the enhancement of agility magic, the black dragon's speed reached astonishing heights. It bit down on Graham's wing, tearing it off at the root, and unleashed a torrent of acidic saliva. The searing blood of the red dragon splattered through the air as Graham emitted a piercing wail of agony. Dragons rely on their innate flying magic for flight. Their wings serve primarily as aids to maintain balance, allowing for greater maneuverability and speed adjustments. Just as Graham freed herself from the magical chains, the black dragon seized her, clamping its claw over her mouth to prevent her from unleashing her breath. Dark embodiment. Tremble before me and grant me the power to curse my enemies with weakness. Despite a dragon's inherent resistance to curses, it does not equate to immunity. Graham felt her strength wane significantly. O sovereign of the skies, heed my plea. Strip the dragon of its magic. Enforce the flight ban. The surrounding magical energies became chaotic, rendering both Graham and the black dragon incapable of flight. Yet, the black dragon remained unfazed, pinning Graham beneath itself, intent on using her as a mere cushion. Graham struggled against the weight, but the black dragon had already cast a spell of immense strength upon itself. While she was hindered by the curse of weakness and had lost one wing, leaving her unable to escape her predicament. O great earth, your children plead for your aid. Bestow upon me the power of the earth. Cast the spell of supergravity. Instantly, the rate of descent for both dragons increased dramatically. Thud. They crashed to the ground, producing a resounding thump. Chapter 4. A new home. Graham's appearance was utterly pitiful. She had lost one wing, the other twisted into a Z shape. Her back pitted and corroded by acid, her body drenched in blood, and her chest severely deformed. Yet, the resilience of dragons is formidable, and Graham still clung to life. Tiamat and Bahamut had strictly prohibited unnecessary bloodshed among dragons. Thus the black dragon would not slay Graham. This rule had not always existed. In ancient times, dragons ruled the world, their numbers, blood purity, behavior, and temperament vastly different from the dragons of today. Dragons were the undisputed sovereigns of the realm, subjugating other races. However, a sudden decline befell the dragons, allowing other races to ascend, with humans and high elves reaping the greatest rewards. The reasons behind the legacy of dragons remain shrouded in obscurity. Even the ancient texts have been deliberately blurred. It was only after the decline of the dragons that Bahamut and Tiamat decreed that unless there existed deep-seated enmity, dragons were forbidden from slaying one another. Red dragon, your lair and treasures now belong to me. Depart. Graham's teeth clattered in fury, her eyes, filled with resentment, fixed intently on the smug black dragon. She slowly rose from the ground, the bones of her upper body cracking, while her remaining wings drooped at her sides. Roar! Cough! Cough! Kosira, settle, Nalita, come forth. As a vanquished foe, Graham had little choice. The malevolent dragons showed no mercy and would not spare the fledglings for their sake. Graham could have abandoned her offspring and fled. Being ousted from her nest was simply one of the special circumstances dictated by Tiamat. After all, a dragon that fails to defend its lair often bears grievous wounds, struggling for survival. Upon hearing Graham's summons, the 3 young dragons emerged from the nest. Mother? Settle could hardly believe that this bloodied red dragon was indeed his formidable mother. Mom. Nalita's face mirrored shock, but it was overshadowed by concern and heartache. Kosira remained silent, quietly standing behind Nalita and Settle. Nalita bared her teeth at the black dragon, producing a low growl from her throat. How dare this mere fledgling snarl at me? The black dragon flicked a claw at Nalita's head, effortlessly rendering her unconscious. Graham's pupils constricted in an instant, her claws scraping the ground, leaving a trace of blood. Settle. Kosira, we must depart. Graham grasped Settle with her left claw and Kosira with her right, lowering her head to gently hold Nalita in her mouth. Floating into the air and heading northward. Their new home lay on an island, surrounded by water, with humid air and a cooler temperature, ill-suited for a red dragon. Yet, there was no alternative. Graham was too exhausted to fly any further. The black dragon had merely coveted Graham's treasures, and it was inconceivable for him to inhabit a dry and warm dragon's lair. So why did he still seize Graham's nest? The answer was simple. It was to ensure Graham's suffering. The more wretched Graham's existence became, the more delighted the black dragon was. Despite the absence of animosity between Graham and the black dragon, they were meeting for the first time. This is the typical mindset of a malevolent dragon. Cursed black dragon. In that accursed magical lair, the 3 fledglings huddled in a corner while their mother muttered to herself. The trio leaned against one another, their heads pressed closely together. Wings unfurled to shield their heads as they conversed in hushed tones. Mother is grievously injured. She may not have the spirit to hunt for us. What shall we do for food? Kosira broached the topic. Shall we eat dirt? Nalita scratched her jaw with her claws. Dragons can survive on soil, albeit it lacks nourishment, which would inevitably affect the fledglings' development. I believe we should petition Mother for permission to hunt for ourselves. We are fledglings now, with some capacity for self-preservation. Nalita and Kexala exchanged a glance and nodded. However, the pressing issue at hand was who would approach the dragon mother to request permission for an outing. Her mood was undoubtedly foul at the moment. Whoever the pointed stone indicated would have to inquire. As Seldar spoke, he tossed the stone aloft. Thud. Seidel's expression darkened. Very well, I shall go. Mother, we wish to venture out and hunt for ourselves, he said cautiously, gazing at the dragon mother. Thump. The dragon mother's massive claw suddenly slammed down beside Seldar, the forceful gust of wind sending his wings askew. Not allowed. She bellowed at Seldar. Go eat dirt. Go consume stone. Until I awaken from my slumber. Mother, we are no longer hatchlings, Seldar protested. How dare you speak back? The dragon mother seized Seidel's wings and lifted him aloft. Just as he feared she would crush his wings, she relaxed her grip and set him down. I permit you to lick my blood, she declared, rising to reveal the blood-soaked ground beneath her. The sight of the blood was daunting, but for a young giant dragon towering 6 meters, it was merely a minor inconvenience. The blood of a dragon is rich in magical power, embodying the dragon's will. Without the owner's consent, consuming unprocessed blood could lead to dire consequences. With the dragon mother's approval, the will contained in the blood would not trouble the younglings. As direct descendants of Graham, consuming this blood posed no issues for them. The dragon mother retreated to the far side of the nest and fell into slumber. The 3 young dragons were filled with mixed emotions as they gazed at the blood-stained earth. The vitality of a dragon is formidable after merely a week of sleep. The dragon mother awoke. Though not fully healed, her condition no longer impeded her daily activities. The torn wings had yet to regrow, and the sight of her diminutive, tender wings appeared rather comical. Upon awakening, the first task of the dragon mother was to seek food and a more suitable habitat for the red dragons. Unfortunately, she found no better locations nearby. Once again, she cursed the black dragon in her heart. Damn that black dragon, curse that magic. Perhaps I need to learn magic. Though I loathe to admit it, I presently lack the strength to protect my treasures and my young. With 20 years remaining until her maturity, that was when she would awaken her magical abilities. However, by then, it would be too late. The distinction between magic circles and magic itself is considerable. With the right materials, even ordinary people can draw magic circles, while true magic involves controlling the flow of magical power through mental strength to create wondrous phenomena. The higher the magic level, the greater the control required over magical energy, and most mages lack such prowess, needing incantations to harness the power of the magic web to cast high-level spells. Low-level and mid-level magic are of little use to me. Upon returning today, I shall commence meditative practices to strengthen my mental power, striving to gain the ability to unleash high-level magic as swiftly as possible. The island, encircled by water, posed a significant challenge for the Red Dragon. However, Daenerys found herself unable to locate another sustenance-rich and less perilous locale nearby. To complicate matters further, rain began to fall. Fortunately, Daenerys had chosen to establish her lair within a higher cave, successfully averting the accumulation of water. It is noteworthy that the original site of the dragon's nest had never experienced rainfall, which meant they had previously resided in a semi-exposed den. Although the lair spared the 4 dragons from the torment of being drenched, the chill brought about by the rain was quite discomforting. This was especially true for the 3 young dragons, who, being more sensitive to temperature than their adult mother, huddled together, spreading their wings over one another for warmth. If only there were a magma pool nearby, how delightful that would be, thought Nalita. She glanced up at her massive mother, then at her 2 siblings, a look of disdain crossing her face. Surely, it would be warmer beside mother. After a moment's hesitation, Nalita folded her wings and approached Daenerys. The mother dragon radiated warmth, akin to a great furnace, and merely standing beside her enveloped Nalita in a comforting heat. Exhaling softly, she nestled down, ready to drift into slumber. Suddenly, Nalita found herself lifted by her mother, placed snugly against her belly. Blinking in surprise, she leaned gently against Daenerys' warm form, who remained unresponsive. Blissfully. Nalita slipped into a deep sleep. However, a chill abruptly swept over her. Where did Nalita go? Seldar awoke, startled by the cold. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted Nalita snuggled against their mother. Casting a glance at Cassira, he promptly tucked his wings away and turned towards Daenerys. Nalita shifted towards the tail of their mother, making space for Seldar, though it still felt a bit cramped. Daenerys adjusted her position slightly, nudging Seldar closer to her chest, wrapping her forelimb around him. How delightful. Seldar gently rubbed against his mother's claw and soon succumbed to the embrace of sleep. That night, Cassira faced the cold alone. Ever since their arrival at this new home, life had grown monotonous. With Daenerys meditating nearby, Cassira had little desire to engage in sparring with Nalita and Seldar. How dreadfully boring. While Nalita remained in slumber, Cassira ignored her, and Seldar, utterly disinterested, occupied himself by fiddling with his claws. Suddenly, Seidel's attention was drawn to a multitude of dried blood clots on Daenerys' scales, igniting an irresistible urge to pick at them. No one could resist cleaning the grains of rice off their phone. Seldar reached out a claw to scrape off the blood clots, cleaning one scale before moving on to the next. Just as he was nearing the completion of one side, Daenerys rolled over, playfully tapping Seldar on the head with her claw and gesturing towards her body. It seems she expects me to be her back scrubber. Oh well, who can resist when she is my beloved mother? Daenerys' movement inadvertently roused Nalita from her slumber. Thus, Narita joined the task of massaging her mother's back. After a prolonged effort, they finally succeeded in cleaning it entirely. Seldar and Narita both sighed in relief, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. Mother Dragon lowered her head and affectionately licked Narita, then turned to Seldar. The dragon's tongue was both large and warm, its barbs grazing against their scales, producing a delightful sound. The gentle pressure enveloped them, causing Seldar to emit a contented hum. The scent of the red dragon's saliva was rich with the essence of sulfur, a fragrance the red dragon favored. In Seldal's eyes, the saliva of Mother Dragon was as delightful as a natural red dragon perfume. Such days were not unpleasant at all. One could only hope they would last indefinitely. Chapter 5. Unexpected events. Mother Dragon began inscribing magical circles around the dragon's lair, concealment wards, illusionary wards, soundproof wards, and alarm wards. I will venture a bit further to seek a suitable dwelling, likely for 2 or 3 days. Do not stray from the lair. If any unforeseen events occur, trigger the alarm, and I shall return immediately. Mother Dragon opted not to bring the 3 young dragons along, as the journey harbored substantial risks. If anything were to befall her offspring, she would have no time to grieve. Understood. This time, Mother Dragon's absence unleashed Cassira's combative nature, prompting her to engage in a fierce tussle with the other 2 dragons. After a lengthy bout, Cassira and Narita suddenly halted, taking a defensive stance toward the cave entrance. What is happening? Seldar glanced back, startled. A colossal dragon emerged silently at the cave's mouth. This dragon appeared to be a young green dragon, Yet its scales bore an array of colorful spots: red, blue, white, black, gold, and silver, each representing different dragon breeds. Among them, the white, black, and red spots were most abundant, while gold and silver were lamentably scarce. The green dragon exhaled a pale blue gas, rendering the magical circle near the cave entrance devoid of its luminescent aura. This visitor did not come with good intentions. Seldar promptly activated the alarm left by Mother Dragon. The green dragon unleashed a breath of dragon fire directed at the three young dragons, a paralyzing breath characteristic of silver dragons. Instantly, the young dragons found themselves incapable of resistance, unable to utter a word under the breath's influence. The green dragon grasped Kasira in its mouth while clutching Narita and Seldar in its claws, soaring into the sky. As the green dragon's claws grazed Seldar, an inexplicable wave of emotions surged within him: fear, pain, despair, and unwillingness. Each spot upon the green dragon's scales seemed to transform into a dragon's head, gnawing at his body, intent on consuming him whole. What was its purpose? Where was it taking them? Would their mother arrive in time to save them? I should never have left them alone in the lair, Seldar thought, desperately racing back toward the dragon's nest. A young green dragon? Capturing my children. What luck! Today, you shall pay for your actions. Roar. Mother Dragon charged toward the green dragon. The green dragon narrowed its eyes slightly, taken aback by the unexpected pursuit of the red dragon matriarch. Was it not said that the bonds of the chromatic dragons were quite tenuous? This could spell trouble. Without hesitation, he expelled the Corsaira he had been clutching in his jaws and unleashed a breath of lightning toward the dragon mother. How infuriating! How could a green dragon exhale lightning? Wasn't that solely the domain of the blue dragons? The speed of the lightning breath was astonishing, and the unprepared dragon mother had no time to evade it. The side of her body was singed, charred scales mingling with blood as they fell from the air, the immense current momentarily paralyzing her. Roar! The dragon matriarch swiftly regained her composure and resumed her pursuit. With their thick, resilient hides, such a fall would not be fatal. In contrast to the discarded Corsaira, the captured Narita and Seldar evidently required more urgent assistance. The green dragon unleashed another breath of lightning, but the dragon mother, now wary, deftly dodged the attack. Suddenly, the green dragon hurled Narita towards the dragon mother, opening his maw in her direction. What was the green dragon scheming? Did he intend to slay Narita? The dragon mother, heedless of the danger, charged forward, cradling Narita in her embrace, using her body to shield her from the lightning breath. Oh, what a surprising turn of events. Observing the dragon mother's response, the green dragon felt a sense of unease. This indicated that the red dragon would not relinquish the chase as easily as the chromatic dragons he had previously encountered. Continuing down this path was not sustainable. It would be prudent to minimize his time exposed until he matured, in order to avoid drawing the attention of Tiamat and Bahamut. A more cautious approach was warranted, perhaps utilizing a teleportation scroll. The green dragon expelled the scroll from his stomach and promptly shattered it. Farewell to your offspring. The green dragon laughed heartily, his form gradually distorting. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of both the dragon mother and the green dragon, the teleportation magic faltered. One should never trust that wretched goblin. The agony brought on by the spatial turbulence compelled the green dragon to release his grip, and Seldar was swept into an unknown realm. The perils of spatial turbulence were dire. Any creature ensnared within faced a harrowing existence. Even if one survived, locating one another would be an arduous task. Green dragon, roar! Graham emitted a cry of despair, sorrow welling within him, a sensation akin to having his most treasured possession snatched away and subsequently destroyed. His eyes grew misty as he blinked, a single precious tear of a dragon slipping from his eyelid. My Seldar, my dear Seldar. Splash. Seldar was transported by the spatial turbulence into a sea of gold coins. The potency of that green dragon's paralyzing breath appeared to be weaker than that of a silver dragon, for Seldar quickly regained his senses. Hiss, by Tiamat, am I dreaming? So much gold. As he surveyed his surroundings, the landscape was entirely filled with coins, stretching beyond sight. Probing downward with his tail, even as he plunged it entirely into the coins, he could not touch the ground. If anyone had informed him that this was the treasury of the goddess of wealth, he would not have been surprised. Suddenly, Seldar sensed a faint but growing aura of draconic might, intensifying with the passage of time. Could this possibly be the hoard of some colossal dragon? With such an abundance of wealth, the power of this dragon must be unfathomable. It seems a dragon is approaching. I should find a place to conceal myself. Seldar attempted to seek refuge, yet aside from the gold coins, there was nothing else in sight. It appears my only option is to hide amidst the coins for the time being and later find an opportunity to slip away. Saddle swiftly excavated a hole just large enough to accommodate his form, piling the displaced coins around the edges. He then settled into the pit, curling his 6 limbs beside him, his tail swaying side to side, causing the coins at the edge of the pit to cascade down, burying him securely. The sea of coins was uneven, so Saddle was not concerned about his hiding place being conspicuous. A minute passed, and the density of dragon might no longer increased. 10 minutes elapsed, yet there was still no change. 20 minutes. Perhaps I should venture out? Just as Saddle prepared to peek, he heard a rustling sound nearby. It was the noise of coins being disturbed. Goodness, that startled me. The dragon is right here. Thank heavens I did not venture out. The sound grew increasingly closer, causing Saddle to become more anxious. Suddenly, he felt a heavy weight upon his back, as though an immense mountain pressed down on him. The dragon had stepped on Saddle. He held his breath, tensing every muscle in his body to withstand the tremendous pressure. He felt his veins swelling, his head throbbing, the air in his lungs desperately wanting to escape, and every bone in his body seemed to lament. Soon the weight lifted, and Saddle quickly gasped for air. Just as he thought the dragon above had departed, the pressure returned, though this time it was significantly lighter. The dragon was now resting atop Saddle. Surely, this dragon does not intend to slumber here? Should I plead for mercy? If it were to rest upon me for an extended period, I would surely be crushed. Perhaps begging for mercy could provide a means of escape. I shall wait and see. Perhaps this dragon has merely taken a fancy to its treasure. As time passed, Saddle felt his 7 limbs growing numb, then painfully tingling, his chest tightening with each breath requiring immense effort, and his mind clouded, threatening to succumb to unconsciousness at any moment. Gradually, the flow of blood became sluggish, and Saddle felt a chill, as if his heart no longer belonged to him. This little dragon seemed on the verge of collapse. I shall wait until he is prepared to plead for mercy before I alter my approach. The dragon's gaze pierced through the coins, meticulously observing Saddle's every movement. Unbeknownst to Saddle, the dragon had already discovered him and was toying with him. He only realized that if he did not plead for mercy soon, he would faint, just as Saddle contemplated creating a commotion with his tail to draw the dragon's attention. The dragon spoke. "Oh, my dear Gold, should any other creature dare to lay a finger upon you, I swear by Tiamat, I shall rend their flesh piece by piece, imprison their soul, and torment it until it crumbles into oblivion." From the tone, one can discern that this is a female dragon. Her voice flows steadily, neither hurried nor heated, reminiscent of a robot's monotone. Saddle's face reflects despair. If one is to perish regardless, it is preferable to choose a less painful demise. Being buried under gold and then crushed to death by a female dragon seems, for a male dragon, a rather ignoble end. Ah no, I do not wish to die. Hold on. A miracle must happen. Regardless of how resolute one's will may be, it cannot alter the impending loss of consciousness. Saddle's vision gradually darkens. The dragon possesses dark vision, allowing it to see normally even while buried in gold. His breath slows, and with a final closing of his eyes, he slips into unconsciousness. Oh dear, he has fainted. This little dragon has persevered longer than I anticipated. The dragon rises, using its claws to excavate Saddle from the gold, and carries him away from the golden sea. Is this the divine realm of Tiamat? How exquisite! Saddle opens his eyes to behold the resplendent palace before him. His gaze is drawn to a nearby dragon statue. This statue, nearly the size of a young dragon, resembles a white dragon, yet it possesses horns and a pair of exceptionally robust wings. The wings are triangular, with 6 hollow wing bones of considerable girth, and the wing membranes are woefully scant. What astonishes Saddle most are its scales. The white scales are adorned with golden magical runes, which seem almost alive, swirling and flickering within the scales. Awakened? The dragon statue suddenly turns its gaze upon Saddle, its pale blue vertical pupils seemingly capable of penetrating his very soul. Goodness! Is that not the voice of the dragon that vowed to dismember me? Has she revived me merely to torment me slowly to death? Saddle turns to flee. Chains of magical energy surge from all directions, ensnaring his 7 limbs and suspending him in midair, resembling the Chinese character for wood. Saddle struggles to break free, yet his efforts only tighten the chains further. The dragon crouches before him, meeting his gaze levelly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Skyway. Would you care to become my pupil? What is happening? Chapter 6, The Dragon of Soul Sculpting. What? This sudden twist leaves Saddle bewildered. Would you care to become my pupil? Skyway repeats. This dragon seems not intent on killing him, yet her earlier oath does not appear to be a fabrication. What if I refuse? Saddle cautiously probes. Speak. How would you prefer to die? A pleasurable demise? Skyway falls silent. What in the world am I doing? Saddle feels a pang of regret. After a long pause, Sky Hwai replied earnestly, "You are but a young dragon. Your components have yet to fully develop. You may face demise, yet it is not certain that you will experience pleasure in the process." Upon concluding his statement, Sky Hwai attempted to probe into Saddle's cloaca. No. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Why am I such a fool with my words? Saddle thought, wishing he could slap himself. Now that the jest is over, can you answer my question? Sky Hwai ceased his actions, revealing a hint of regret. Why do you wish for me to be your student? Because your soul is extraordinary, gifted beyond compare. Among the dragons I have encountered, your soul's malleability is unparalleled. Soul malleability? What is that? Before addressing that, we must first discuss the relationship between the soul and the body. In essence, the body shapes the soul, while the soul influences the body. Upon the birth of each being, their souls are uniform, resembling luminous spheres. These spherical souls are gradually assimilated by the body. The human form will mold the soul into a human likeness, while the dragon's body will transform the soul into that of a dragon. The shape of the soul reflects the cognitive understanding of the creature. Not all beings begin with a blank spherical soul. At times, a human soul may find itself within a dragon's egg. This occurrence could be coincidental or intentional. I refer to them as soul transmuters. These alien souls will eventually be assimilated by the body. For instance, as I previously mentioned, when a human soul enters a dragon's body, over time, it will transform into a true dragon, rather than a dragon with a human soul. Naturally, the adaptability of different soul transmuters varies. Some transmuters vehemently resist the dragon's form, and their souls will never be assimilated. Others might not resist, yet their assimilation is notably slow. Conversely, some transmuters exhibit a remarkable ability to swiftly adapt. A quality I term soul malleability. The stronger the soul malleability, the more readily the soul is assimilated by the body. As he spoke, Sky Hwai conjured a magical projection of a half-dragon figure. Your soul currently resembles this. At merely 5 years of age, your degree of assimilation is exceptionally high, making you ideally suited for my legacy. Wow, she has discerned that I am indeed a transmigrator. Saddle gasped, feeling a disconcerting sensation at having such a secret uncovered. The soul also influences the body. For instance, a feeble soul inhabiting a dragon's form will affect its growth and development. Generally, the higher the soul malleability, the closer the connection between the soul and body, allowing the soul to exert greater influence over the body. You may have noticed that your physique is smaller than that of a typical dragon. This is a testament to the soul's effect on the body. My legacy is known as the Dragon of Sculpting Souls, employing unique methods to inscribe magic upon scales, thereby altering the soul through the body's influence, allowing the soul to also bear magical engravings. Compared to directly altering the soul, this method is significantly safer and allows for greater precision in transformation. While direct soul modification can at most inscribe intermediate-level spells, my legacy enables the engraving of forbidden incantations. During combat, one merely needs to infuse the scales with magical energy to wield spells directly, without the need for incantations. As long as you possess sufficient magical power, you can even cast multiple spells simultaneously, including forbidden ones. You shall embody a dragon-shaped mage tower, crushing your foes. You may wonder why one would need to alter the soul when inscribing spells directly onto the scales could achieve similar results. Allow me to elucidate. Injuries are an inevitable part of battle, and if the scales are shattered, the spells inscribed upon them will lose their efficacy. As I previously mentioned, the soul influences the physical form. Through the path of soul carving, you need only apply healing magic to your wounds, and the regrown scales will inherently possess magical properties. Merely carving the scales without altering the soul results in blank scales that require re-engraving, leading to poor combat endurance. Thus, do you now comprehend how perfectly suited you are for my legacy? Seldar felt this bore some resemblance to genetic engineering from his past life. I am eager to become your pupil. Excellent, you shall not regret it. Skyway liberated Seldar from the bonds of magical chains. By the way, teacher, are you not curious how I ended up in your treasury? Dragons are notoriously possessive of their treasures, and combined with Skyway's earlier vow, Seldar harbored concerns regarding his benefactor's true intentions. This is the interior of the artifact's prison, possessing an extraordinary power of a conceptual nature. Here, no spatial magic can be employed, not even by deities. There are only two methods to enter from the outside. One is through administrative privileges, and the other through spatial turbulence. Clearly, the administrative powers lie within the claws of myself and 3 other dragons. So your only means of arrival here is through the spatial turbulence. It is important to note that spatial turbulence is utterly unpredictable. It lacks a target and, therefore, cannot be anticipated, capable of transporting beings anywhere, be it the divine realm or this very place, while no magic can intercept it. An artifact, Seldar mused, realizing he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. I have another question regarding that vow. Did you not swear to? I was merely jesting with you. This is a prison, entirely isolated from the outside world. Even if you were to commit some impolite act before the statue of Tiamat, she would remain oblivious. Jesting with me? Was that intentional? Anger surged within Seldar, and without a moment's thought, he bit down on Skywaya's claw. A scale on Skywaya's body shimmered, and a magical aura instantly enveloped his form. Ouch! My tooth. High-level magic. Amplify and Rebound. Instantaneous version by Skyway. This spell is a premier physical defense incantation, capable of doubling and reflecting enemy physical attacks back at them. However, due to its challenging casting requirements and a mere half-second duration, it lacks practical value in combat, rendering it nearly obsolete in the eyes of most mages. However, under the enhancement of the magical scales of Sky, this enchantment no longer required incantation or the expenditure of mental energy to control the flow of magical power, allowing for instantaneous activation, thus possessing tremendous tactical significance. Sky smiled, cast a regeneration spell, and retrieved a scale, which she diminished in size and pressed against Seldar's forehead. A deep crimson gas erupted from the scale, firmly binding Seldar to it. As Seldar touched his head, he was astonished to discover that the scale had become part of his being. This is my reverse scale. It can protect and transport your soul, serving as an immense storage space. Moreover, and most importantly, it grants you partial permissions of a divine artifact, allowing you the liberty to escape this confinement and to teleport freely within this realm. Beyond that, it serves no other purpose. I am now off to activate the central control tower. We shall depart from here in 2 days, and you may entertain yourself during this time. We can only leave through the central control tower, and each activation consumes a vast amount of energy, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. It will be a long time before we return. Some humans have arrived here through spatial turbulence, but I have never intervened. If you are curious, you may explore. This space is quite expansive. Sky unfurled her wings, and intense flames erupted from the hollow tips of her wing bones, accompanied by a cacophony as she soared outward at remarkable speed. Wow, a jet-powered dragon. How cool. Seldar exclaimed. Let me see how this scale is utilized. He immersed his consciousness within the scale. Before him appeared a large disc divided into 4 sections, each containing a massive red light point, labeled as Sky, a spell, Minrider, and Blake. It was evident that these red light points represented the 4 great administrators of the divine artifacts. In addition to these 4 red points, a multitude of white light points were present. These points were minuscule, the majority of which were concentrated in Sky's area. Notably, a green light point represented Seldar. Seldar focused his attention on one of the white light points, activating the teleportation permission. A strong sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him, and he felt as though he were caught in a washing machine, spinning endlessly. No wonder the teacher refrained from using teleportation earlier. The sensation was truly disconcerting. Monster, what is happening? Seldar turned to see a man, bare-chested, with a wooden spear clattering to the ground as he trembled in fear. Monster? Are you referring to me, mortal? Those white points represent other intelligent beings. Seldar did not expect the man to respond to this inquiry. Tell me your name. Aye. The man stammered, unable to articulate his words. Seldar felt a surge of irritation, a desire for destruction rising within him. Dragons are proud creatures. They reserve their patience for the strong or those of comparable might. Seldar was no exception. Your name. Do not make me ask a 3rd time. My name is Benjamin. Very well, now share some information, beginning with your faction. I hail from the Larry tribe, which boasts many remarkable warriors like myself. Is that all? That is all I know. I am merely a warrior. Humph. Then enlighten me about your status within the tribe. I am one of the finest warriors in the tribe, and only those as exceptional as I am are permitted to venture out alone to hunt. As he spoke, Benjamin rose from the ground, puffing out his chest, seemingly filled with pride. Is that it? The finest warrior? With a spear made of wood? This is your weapon? Do you possess any iron tools? Iron tools. What are those? Seldar squinted slightly. Lead the way. I seek your leader. Under threat, Benjamin willingly took on the role of guide. Chapter 7. The High Elves upon Seldal's arrival at the Larry tribe, widespread panic ensued. A monster. Run. Curse you, Benjamin. Witnessing the fear he instilled in the humans brought Seldar a flicker of delight. I come for your leader. With stomps, flapping wings, and a roar, he exacerbated the terror surrounding him. Such singular straightforwardness was exhilarating. This was indeed the entrance befitting a dragon of his caliber. Naturally, not all had succumbed to despair. Over 100 warriors, armed with wooden shields and spears, quickly regrouped to shield their archers behind them, launching an assault against Seldar. Wooden weapons could hardly inflict any harm. The dragoness scales were no trifling matter. Soon enough, they grasped this truth. Aim for its eyes. The archers complied, targeting Seldal's orbs. The dragoness eyes were protected by a transparent layer of keratin, which, while inferior to his scales, was more than sufficient to withstand wooden arrows. Such a laughable attack. This feeble assault did not awaken any desire for combat within Seldar. In an instant, a searing breath of flame engulfed them. Magic. This monster wields magic. That blast of dragon fire shattered the warriors' resolve, causing them to abandon their arms and flee in disarray. Seldar did not pursue. He deemed it shameful to squander energy on the weak. Benjamin, take me to your leader. Where is he? Seldar turned to see a body riddled with spears and arrows lying on the ground. Useless. Now I must find another guide. The five-colored dragon had no regard for tools. And neither did Seldar. He soon located a thatched hut, unleashing a breath of fire that ignited it. The roaring flames forced those hiding within to emerge. Lead the way. I seek your leader. You mentioned a red, winged creature that breathes fire, a beast as tall as a man, attacked this place? A high elf clad in a resplendent emerald gown ceased her meditation, lifting her gaze towards the flustered guards. Milika, I have never heard of a crimson beast existing in this realm. Could it be a recent arrival? Inquired another high elf, casting a glance at her sister. It is possible, replied Mishira. What do you suppose this creature might be? I find it difficult to ascertain. There are numerous beings that fit the description. At worst, it may merely be a young red dragon. I shall go and confront it. Exercise caution. Are there many individuals with magical abilities in this tribe? Only the chieftain and her sister possess such skills. Is it truly challenging to learn magic in this world? Although the threshold for mastering magic is notably high, the fact that only 2 individuals in a human tribe wield such powers struck Seldar as peculiar. No. The chieftain asserts that we lesser beings are unworthy of being her pupils. Oh, is your chieftain not human? She claims to be a high elf. A wave of frustration washed over Seldar at the mention of high elves. It was not fear that plagued him. With teleportation privileges at his disposal, he did not foresee any mishap. Rather, he was troubled by the fact that the leader was indeed a high elf. High elves are a notoriously arrogant and elitist race, self-centered and believing themselves to be superior, often disregarding other beings. In the realm of arrogance, even dragons must address high elves with a measure of deference. While dragons' arrogance is primarily directed at those weaker than themselves, high elves exhibit disdain towards all creatures save their own kind. Yet, there exists one redeeming quality of high elves that surpasses that of dragons. They are capable of reason. Red dragon. Halt. Just as Seldar had mentioned the creature, a high elf appeared before him. Are you the chieftain of this tribe? No, my sister is the chieftain. Red dragon, state your intentions. I have come for leisure. Leisure? Red dragon, your attack has already resulted in over 100 fatalities. You would do well to concoct a more convincing excuse. The high elf maiden raised her voice, visibly irate. This matter vexes me greatly. I arrived with goodwill only to be met with hostility. They even sought to assault my eyes. Do you comprehend the psychological trauma this inflicts upon a young dragon? I demand compensation. Seldar spoke with feigned earnestness. Monster, you were the one who issued the threat first, protested the individual guiding Seldar. Mishira stared intently at Seldar. I was merely extending a greeting. This is a cultural norm among red dragons. In a certain sense, Seldar was not entirely wrong. Dragons do roar in greeting. Though high elves may be haughty, they are not foolish, and Mishira harbored no belief in Seldar's words. I do not believe a red dragon would approach us with benign intentions. If you plead for mercy, I may spare your life. Seldar was also aware that his pathetic lie would not deceive this high elf. However, attempting it bore no cost. One could never tell what might transpire. It appeared that a confrontation was inevitable, yet this suited him just fine. The combative nature of the red dragon is innate. When faced with insurmountable odds, retreat is a viable option. Seldar initiated the assault, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire. Mishira raised her wooden staff, instantly conjuring a mid-tier water-based defensive spell. A mage's staff enhances the efficiency of magical energy and amplifies the potency of spells. However, not all materials are suitable for crafting a staff. A staff composed entirely of wood lacks magical enhancement. Mishira was acutely aware of this limitation, yet she found herself unable to utilize spatial magic here, as her original staff was confined within her storage ring. As a mage, casting spells without a staff left her feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Mishira first cast a mid-tier enhancement spell upon herself, sharpening her mental acuity, and then invoked a magic missile. The difficulty of casting a magic missile is classified as mid-tier. While mid-tier spells do not demand the same level of magical control as high-tier spells, many advanced mages can release them without incantation. Although a magic missile is classified as mid-tier, its power is directly correlated to the total magical energy expended. In theory, by infusing sufficient magical energy, its might could rival that of top-tier spells. However, few mages employ magic missiles offensively due to their inefficient energy conversion. The energy consumed to cast a single magic missile could instead unleash 3 spells of equivalent power. As a young dragon, Seldal's scales were insufficient to withstand mid-tier magic. Mishira was well aware of this fact, yet she believed that using a cannon to swat a mosquito would yield better results. She resolved to expend considerable magical energy to cast a magic missile powerful enough to obliterate Seldar. Isolated from the outside world, this cage lacked a magic net, rendering high-tier spells unusable for the majority of mages. A vast reservoir of magical energy gathered at the tip of Mishira's staff, forming a magic missile that radiated a brilliant light, instilling a sense of dread in Seldar. A direct hit would be fatal. Seldar instantly took to the air, darting in erratic patterns at breakneck speed in a desperate attempt to evade the missile. However, Mishira had previously augmented her mental agility, allowing her to track Seldal's movements with precision. Realizing that conventional tactics would not suffice, Seldar decided to activate a spatial teleportation, seeking an unoccupied location. In an instant, Seldal's form twisted and vanished, leaving Mishira in stunned disbelief. Gone. A young dragon disappearing right before my eyes. How could this be? Illusion? Misdirection? How could a mere young dragon wield such magic? Moreover, she was certain she was not under the influence of an illusion or misdirection. Teleportation magic? Impossible. Spatial magic cannot be used in this realm. Invisibility magic? Perhaps. Mishira cast a detection spell, but to no avail. Damn it, what is happening? With no time for contemplation, Mishira dispelled the magic missile and immediately summoned a defensive spell. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Seldar found no sign of the anticipated assault. Had the dragon fled? Or was it lurking in the shadows, observing? Mishira dared not let her guard down. Seldar was not contemplating escape. He merely felt nauseous from the teleportation, biding his time until the discomfort subsided. In the heat of battle, even the slightest factor could spell death, and he feared that his physical malaise might hinder his next teleportation. The magical missile truly posed a lethal threat. While resting, Seldar focused intently on the scales, closely monitoring the luminous point that indicated Mishira's position. Wait, had that high elf retreated? Seldar meticulously noted her trajectory, for it could well lead to the lair of their leader. Sister, that red dragon is peculiar. It vanished right before my eyes. I employed every conceivable method and can ascertain it was neither an invisibility spell nor an illusion. Could it possibly be teleportation magic? Although its disappearance resembled a spatial spell, it's merely a whelp. Furthermore, spatial magic cannot be utilized here. Mishira, perhaps this is a manifestation of its innate abilities? Dragons possess strange powers, and legendary dragon breeds are not unheard of. We have toiled here for centuries, studying spatial magic in hopes of discovering a means of escape. Yet we cannot even cast the simplest random teleportation. This red dragon may indeed be our breakthrough. Regardless, we must capture this red dragon, setting aside the secrets it harbors. We cannot allow a hostile dragon to roam free. Milika nodded in agreement. We shall capture that red dragon, interrogate it, study it, and dissect it to uncover every potential avenue for our escape. Upon locating the red dragon, I will first employ a psychic blast to weaken its mental resistance. Seize the opportunity to cast a slumber spell, and once it slumbers, I shall implant a psychic seed. Moreover, exercise caution with binding spells such as magical chains to prevent its escape. If unforeseen circumstances arise, we may resort to slaying it, but we must not damage its brain. I can attempt to unveil its secrets using psychic magic. As a high-level psychic sorceress, Milika's prowess remained largely intact in this realm devoid of a magical network. For psychic energy does not rely on such forces. They were resolute in their determination to capture the red dragon. Chapter 8. The other artifact guardian, the High Elf, had indeed fled, and if all went according to plan, she would reunite with her sister. Confronting 2 mid-tier or higher mages would prove exceedingly daunting for Seldar at this moment. But so what? He would simply exercise greater caution. Timidity was not his style. One word, bold. He was a red dragon, not a green or black one. With teleportation privileges at his disposal, he felt confident in his chances. Saddle unfurled his wings and soared towards the location of the high elf, unreservedly revealing his intentions. Gasps followed him as he passed. Soon, Saddle spotted a wooden cabin. In a landscape littered with thatched huts, the wooden structure stood out conspicuously. With a breath of dragon fire, he effortlessly ignited the cabin. It bore no defensive magical array. Red Dragon, how dare you pursue me? Mishira's cheeks flushed crimson as she stormed out, infuriated. A barrage of mid-tier spells was hurled recklessly at Seldar: Aqua Bomb, Windblade, Ice Blast. Having heard of the reckless and uncalculating nature of the Red Dragon, she was prepared to make him pay. From behind came the voice of another high elf. When did she stealthily position herself behind me? Seldar could not remain focused solely on the shimmering scales, which granted Milica an opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Milica unleashed a mind burst upon Seldar, ensuring the Red Dragon could not escape, while also safeguarding her sister's spells from faltering. The white scales emitted a faint glow. Yet Seldar remained oblivious. Was this high elf behind me suffering from some affliction? Sneaking behind to deliver a menacing remark instead of launching a surprise attack? So be it. I prefer foes with impaired intellect. Seldar swiftly folded his wings and dove downwards, evading magical assaults while rapidly approaching Mishira. Milica, who had been sheltered behind Seldar, found herself exposed to the magical onslaught. Why did my mind burst fail? With no time for astonishment, Milica hastily conjured a mage shield around herself. She had no desire to be harmed by her own sister. Next, she cast an invisibility spell, concealing her presence as she floated beside Mishira and whispered, "The plan has changed. My mind burst was ineffective." Directly cast the sleep spell. However, the dragon possessed a high resistance to magic. If it escaped, it would be forewarned and harder to subdue next time. There were no better options available. Mishira furrowed her brow and unleashed the sleep spell towards Seldar. Milica employed a magic concealment technique to shroud the sleep missile from sight. This technique could obscure certain spells, achieving an element of surprise, but was limited to less formidable magic. Milica then unleashed a multitude of mid-tier offensive spells to provide cover for the sleep missile. In an instant, Mishira grasped her sister's intent. She simultaneously cast the sleep spell and the magic concealment. A flurry of mid-tier spells surged forth, interspersed with invisible sleep missiles. Seldar found herself beleaguered, darting haphazardly through the air. How could they possess such an abundance of magical energy? Suddenly, a magical shield materialized before Seldar, and with no time to halt, she collided with it, stars dancing before her eyes. Under Mishira's meticulous orchestration, the sleep missile struck successfully. Seldar felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over her, her gaze becoming glazed and her thoughts sluggish. So sleepy. I long to rest against my mother's belly for a nap, yet I am still in battle. Cursed be this sleep spell. Seldar recalled from her dragon heritage that to dispel the sleep spell, she must either cast purification or apply a strong stimulus to override it. I lack the purification spell. I can only counter this magic through intense stimulation. The quickest form of stimulus, of course, is pain. Targeting the area behind Mishira, Seldar activated her teleportation ability. A profound wave of nausea dispelled the drowsiness, and Seldar instantaneously awoke, snapping his jaws at the high elf before him. As Seldar vanished, Milica deftly cast a protective mage shield over herself and her sister. Crack! Seldar seized Mishira's head in his mouth and began to chew vigorously. Yet he was thwarted by the mage shield. Gazing into Seidel's deep throat and sensing the acrid scent of sulfur, Mishira turned pale with terror, unable to restrain herself as she lost control. Such a hard head. Then I shall unleash dragon breath. Seldar, clenching Mishira's head, released a torrent of fiery breath. Mishira was engulfed by the searing flames, desperately relying on the mage shield for survival. Milica, save me. The dread of death rendered Mishira incapable of focusing to cast any spells for her own rescue, leaving her to place her hopes on her sister. Upon witnessing this, Milica was alarmed and quickly reinforced her sister with another mage shield, then aimed a magical missile at Seidel's heart, a force comparable to high-level magic. Milica had abandoned the thought of capturing Seldar alive. Her sister's life was at stake. At such close range, evasion was impossible. She had to teleport immediately. Choosing a random location, she activated her teleportation rights. Just as Seldar thought he could effortlessly escape the battle as before, an unexpected occurrence arose. Apologies. The teleportation array you are using is recharging. Please try again in 3 seconds. What? Recharging? This is disastrous. The magical missile pierced Seidel's chest, and hot dragon blood spilled forth. Thanks to the dragon's resilient life force, Seldar did not perish immediately, but his life was undoubtedly on a countdown. Without timely treatment, he would surely meet his demise here. Mishira pulled her head from Seidel's mouth and kicked his head a few times in frustration. I believe I can still be saved. Once the teleportation recharges, I shall immediately transport myself to my master. With my master's profound magical prowess, I should be rescued. Apologies. That area is located in the central control zone. Your permissions are insufficient for teleportation. Please select another area. What? It seems I cannot rely on my master for the time being. Fortunately, there are 3 other powerful dragons in this world. They, like my master, are guardians of artifacts and must possess methods to heal me. I must tag Minrue and Black as sleeping, do not disturb, and choose the ice spell. Seldar selected the ice spell as his teleportation target and activated his teleportation rights, subsequently losing consciousness. Brr, it's so cold, as if I am frozen in a block of ice. Seldar awoke from his stupor, astonished to find himself indeed encased in ice, with only his head exposed. He found himself in a grand palace of ice, where the floors, columns, sculptures, and ceilings were all crafted from glacial ice, a breathtaking sight akin to a fairyland. How did you come to be in such a predicament? As Seldar awakened, a magnificent blue dragon, resembling the form of a youthful drake, gracefully approached. She possessed exceptionally petite claws and a slender, sharp tail akin to a dart. The light refracted upon her scales, revealing a kaleidoscope of colors. Her appearance starkly contrasted with the blue dragons of Seidel's lineage. Seldar recounted the events to Izru, detailing every nuance. May I emerge now? I feel as though I might freeze to death if this continues. Indeed, since you have awakened, it signifies the conclusion of your treatment. No sooner had Izru spoken than the icy encasement around Seldar began to melt away. The large wound on Seidel's chest had vanished, replaced by tender, nascent scales. Soon, he liberated himself from the icy prison, gradually rising to his feet, taking small, tentative steps to alleviate his stiffness. A spider-like ice elemental construct approached Seldar, holding a platter that bore an orange slime, roughly the size of his own head. What is this? Seldar inquired, gazing quizzically at Izru. It is a flame slime cultivated by Sky, exceedingly delectable, and a significant tonic for you, a patient of the red dragon. Seldar crouched down, clutching the flame slime with a claw, bringing it to his mouth, and taking a small bite. The slime emitted a gentle sound. It is truly delightful. The slime possessed an unexpected chewiness, while the fierce fire element scorched Seidel's mouth, imparting a piquant sensation. As he swallowed, a warm flow coursed through his being. Sky is quite the gourmet. Being her pupil certainly has its perks. Seldar smacked his lips, swallowing hard. May I wander nearby? At your leisure, was Izru's response. With permission granted, Seldar ventured outside the ice palace. It seemed that Sky was poised to initiate the next phase of her plan. The success or failure hinged upon this moment, and Seldar hoped that the collective efforts over the years would not be in vain. Izru observed Seidel's retreating form, lost in contemplation. By Tiamat, what a magnificent spectacle! Izru's ice palace crowned the summit of a colossal iceberg, a literal mountain of ice, entirely sculpted from frost. Countless ice sculptures adorned the mountaintop, depicting dragons, humans, elves, dwarves, war lizards, and goblins. All were rendered with astonishing realism. Kneeling before the ice palace in a display of reverence. The expanse of the iceberg was vast, stretching beyond the horizon. Are all these ice sculptures your creations? Seldar inquired upon returning to the palace. Indeed, every single one was painstakingly chiseled by my tail, Izru replied. Seldar expressed his admiration. I wish to visit the domain of Muir and the esteemed Elder Black. Is there anything I should be aware of? While the ice sculptures were breathtaking, he feared becoming desensitized to their beauty. No, their temperaments are generally amiable. However, both are in slumber, so it is best not to disturb them. Seldar nodded, bidding farewell to Izru as he activated his teleportation privileges. Blake possessed a physique akin to that of a young dragon, cloaked in an obsidian hue. He was significantly more robust than the ordinary black dragon, and the oppressive heat of this place was overwhelming, even for me, a red dragon. Seldar gazed into the distance at the colossal black dragon, when suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his eyes. In that moment, he envisioned a black dragon exhaling azure flames, mercilessly incinerating the world around it. The cerulean flames surged forth, devouring everything in their path, filling his heart with dread and despair. Just as the flames were about to engulf Seldar, the white scales atop his head emanated a faint luminescence, pulling him from the illusion. That was a close call. What was that illusion? It felt so tangible, as if being consumed in that vision would mean my demise in reality as well. Such a perilous dragon, Seldar reflected. The temperature here was intolerable, and the barren landscape offered no solace. He He had no desire to linger even a moment longer and promptly activated his teleportation privileges. The world was adorned with white crystals, through which an immense magical essence flowed, radiating a pristine, white luminescence. Resisting the urge to seize a fragment for himself, Seldar turned his gaze to the nearby red dragon. Mirren, with its exterior and stature resembling that of a mature red dragon, exuded a magical glow akin to that of the crystals. With every breath, magic surged from the earth into his being. With each exhale, his wings and chest shimmered with glimmers of light, releasing magic into the surroundings. The concentration of magic here was so intense that it made Seldar uncomfortable. Casually picking up a small crystal from the ground, he deposited it into the storage space of his white scales and activated his teleportation privileges once more. Next, it was time to settle accounts with those two insufferable high elves. Chapter 9. The Red Dragon's Path to Wealth. However, plans are often upended by unforeseen events. Seldar was abruptly teleported to the control tower by Sky. Without any explanation, Sky hastily initiated the teleportation, as if wasting even a second would result in a loss of countless gold coins. I haven't even confronted those high elves yet. Could it be that I was unconscious for 2 days? Did I coincide perfectly with my teacher successfully activating the control tower? This teleportation was 100 times more nauseating than before. Seldar felt as though he might vomit the fiery slime he had previously consumed. Perhaps due to frequent use of the artifact's teleportation privileges, his resistance was greater than Sky's. Sky lay on the ground, claws clutching his head, paws scraping the earth repeatedly, while his tail twitched uncontrollably, embodying a state of utter distress. Quite endearing, really. Are you all right, teacher? Seldar chuckled, relishing the moment. Taking delight in another's misfortune is indeed a trait of a wicked dragon, provided the calamity remains within acceptable limits. If a friend is playfully pranked, laughter is understandable. However, if a friend were to meet a tragic end, no one would find humor in that. Do I appear unscathed? Sky replied, contemplating before casting sensory sharing and perception enhancement spells upon Seldar. Misery loves company. At this point, Seldar could no longer muster a smile. Lying on the ground alongside Sky Hui, both in a fit of sobs. After a while, the two dragons regained their composure. Teacher, where are we? We are in a certain place of the world you once inhabited. The difficulty of reversing the chaotic currents of space is immense, but fortunately, the cage has a record. Otherwise, we would not be able to return. The original world? Does this not imply that my mother and the others are here too? Teacher, could you assist in reuniting me with my mother and the others? You are so powerful. Surely my request is but a trifling matter for you. You are correct. In this magical realm, I possess numerous methods to seek out your kin, yet I must decline. It is best for you to find your own mother. Very well. It seems returning to my mother's embrace in the near future is unattainable. What shall we do now? Let us find a place to nest, and then wait until you transform into a young dragon. By then, your soul should have fully adapted to your corporeal form, allowing you to accept my legacy. Why not remain in the cage until I grow into a young dragon, and then emerge? Logically and sentimentally, that choice seems superior. Sky Hui shook his head. The magical energy there is excessively potent. Growing in such an environment may lead to magical affliction. This affliction resembles the cancer Seldar experienced in his past life. In the magical realm, magical affliction arises from prolonged exposure to high concentrations of magical energy, resulting in uncontrolled magical power that causes organ mutations. It is commonly seen in those of insufficient magical rank or in races highly sensitive to magic. By the way, you will need to find your own food. I can assist with the cooking, but do not expect your mother to deliver it to your mouth as she did in your youth. You are no longer a fledgling dragon. The low-tier magical creature, the horned lizard, has tough meat, bitter and fishy. To be frank, it is not an excellent ingredient. Sky Hui pondered as he observed Seldar hunting the horned lizard. The sap of the world tree is cool and delectable, effectively counteracting the bitterness and fishiness of the horned lizard. It requires the use of the world tree's sap. And given the toughness of the meat, boiling would be more suitable than roasting. Employing the mage's hand, Sky Hui levitated the cut meat, rinsing it with water magic before embarking on more intricate preparations. He first baked it until semi-cooked, then, following the muscle grain, he meticulously pulled apart the muscle fibers, removing the odoriferous glands and blood vessels, and then submerged the fibers in the world tree's sap. With the primary ingredient prepared, Sky Hui began to concoct the broth. In addition to the more conventional ingredients like icefield lotus, passion herb, and tranquility fruit, he also utilized ingredients that only a great dragon could wield: the venom of a serpent demon, toxic mushrooms, a trace of black dragon acid, and powdered magical gemstones. He added these ingredients into a large pot to simmer, while he retrieved the muscle fibers from the world tree's sap, reassembling them as if knitting a sweater. With a splash and a plop, he drained the meat chunks, applying pressure to enhance their texture, then placed them into the broth to cook. Under the influence of magic, this pot of meat soup quickly reached perfection. Due to the addition of magical gemstone powder, a rich aura of magic enveloped the clear broth, emanating a faint, enchanting glow. Lacking grease and any intense aroma, its taste remained a mystery. Just as Seldar reached out with his claws to retrieve a piece of meat, he was swatted away by Skyway's tail. Do not use your filthy claws to fish it out. Either cleanse them before eating or endure hunger. Seldar chuckled awkwardly, dipping his claws into the purifying water sphere released by Skyway, then proceeded to scoop up the meat once more. This time, Skyway did not intervene. As the meat entered his mouth, a wave of delicate fragrance flooded his senses, and Seldar felt as though his very soul was transcending. Initially firm, the meat gradually softened with each chew, the flavor intensifying until, under the influence of the black dragon's acidic essence, it transformed into succulent juices, the aroma reaching its zenith. The gemstone powder not only bestowed a dazzling appearance upon the broth, but also imparted a velvety texture. The powder danced upon Seldar's palate, rendering him insatiable. As he consumed the broth, the venom and toxic mushrooms began to take effect, enveloping Seldar in warmth, his mind swirling as if under the influence of intoxication. Ah, how delectable! This pot of broth was enriched with a plethora of precious elixirs, containing energy far beyond that of the flame barbarian bull. After merely a quarter, Seldar felt satiated. He reached out once more, attempting to indulge further. I am not merely gluttonous. This is for my growth. Smack! Skyway swatted his claws away again. The remainder belongs to me. But I captured the prey. Seldar protested. These ingredients are my cherished treasures, worth 100,000 gold coins. You may partake if you provide the payment. 100,000. The thought of having consumed 25,000 gold coins stung Seldar's heart, as if the money were his own. Master, I assure you, my intentions are purely for growth. My soul influences my physical development, necessitating excess consumption to alleviate this impact. I have a solution for your soul's influence upon your body, so do not fret. What solution? Can you enlighten me? I would like to be informed. I shall return you to your dragon egg for a fresh hatching. Return to the dragon egg for a rehatch? You jest. I am not a commodity, incapable of being returned. How could I possibly fit back into my mother's cloaca for a reformation? It appeared that the master was not inclined to divulge further details. Thus, a simple and monotonous existence persisted for a year, until Seldar stumbled upon an unforeseen delight during a hunting expedition. The subpar wand, ordinary longsword, and damaged armor left no doubt that this was a low-tier adventurer squad. What transpires when a greedy red dragon encounters such a feeble group of adventurers? Naturally, it seizes the opportunity to extort tolls. Those who dared to resist would be incinerated, while those who understood their predicament would see their fates determined by the wealth they offered. It is not the nature of the red dragon to leave no room for maneuver. Rather, true dragons allow for a thread of escape, ensuring they may meet again in the future, or perhaps, to exact further tribute. Only the foolish white dragons would eradicate all in their path, leading adventurers to engage them with immediate hostility. This is largely tied to the white dragon's lackluster power, yet it is equally reflective of their rapacious disposition. Such is the lucrative philosophy of the red dragon. This mountain is mine. This tree I have planted. Should you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. Roar. The dread dragon bellows. Dragon, dragon, prepare yourselves. What does this red dragon intend? The warriors and mages of the adventurers' party whispered among themselves. Could it be an attempt at robbery? The mage felt uncertain, for this was his first encounter with a dragon. Indeed, this is a robbery, declared the leading mage. What shall we do? Pay or fight? It is a dragon, after all. I believe it would be wiser to simply hand over our gold. It is but a young dragon. We could defeat it. The leading mage initiated the assault. Foolish humans, you shall pay dearly for this. Do you dare to defy me? A mere low-tier adventurer? Who gave you the audacity? Seldar's temper flared instantly, unleashing a breath of fire. A mid-tier water spell intercepted Seldar's fiery breath. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Seldar realized he had underestimated them. There was a mid-tier mage among their ranks. Yet, it mattered little. He could handle one mid-tier mage. The remaining warriors, mages, and rogues surged forward to attack Seldar, employing only low-tier spells and techniques that barely tickled him. Seldar's confidence surged as he charged through the throng, sending humans flying, occasionally delivering a kick to those lying on the ground, leaving them gasping for breath. The leading mid-tier mage pondered for a moment, seemingly deciding that Seldar's arrogance could not be allowed to continue unchallenged, and resolved to reveal some genuine prowess. He unleashed mid-tier magic, the ice bolt, around Seldar. Recognizing the encirclement, Seldar instinctively took to the skies. He had no desire to endure mid-tier magic with his scales. A magical chain ensnared Seldar's tail, thwarting his ascent. Failing to take flight, he plummeted to the ground, and the mid-tier spells shattered numerous dragon scales upon impact. Enraged, Seldar opened his mouth, intent on reducing the nearby human to ashes with his fiery breath. Yet another magical chain pulled his head upward, transforming his breath into a mere display of sparks. Despicable humans, is this all you can do? Certainly not. The mage cast mud to stone beneath Seldar, subsequently ensnaring him in a multitude of magical chains that dragged him into the mire, then invoked stone to mud, successfully trapping Seldar, and summoned vines to bind his mouth to prevent him from unleashing his breath. Bolage, you have captured a dragon. The nearby warrior gazed at Bolage with admiration. He resolved that upon returning, he would study magic. This warrior could be whatever he desired. The heart of the dragon, the blood of the dragon. The scales of the dragon have emerged. I believe Borage has the right to claim 90%. Agreed. All right, we should continue our journey. Borage interrupted their discussion. What about this enormous dragon? Let it be. It will take at least half a day for it to free itself, and by then we would have long since departed. Why not slay it? By doing so, you would become a dragon-slaying hero and earn the respect of other adventurers, not to mention a significant reward for us. It is but a young dragon, which indicates that a mature dragon is lurking nearby. If we were to kill it, the mother dragon would not let this go easily. I can defeat the young dragon, but I certainly cannot contend with an adult red dragon, Borage patiently explained. The remaining adventurers exchanged glances, tacitly acknowledging Borage's reasoning. After all, it was Borage who captured this dragon, and he held the highest authority over its fate. The group quickly gathered their scattered equipment and departed. Fortunately, these humans possessed little knowledge of dragons, unaware that the familial bonds of chromatic dragons are rather weak. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to deceive them. I would never allow them to slay this young dragon, for I too am a dragon. Chapter 10. The visiting silver dragon. As night fell and his companions succumbed to slumber, Borage opened his eyes. To ensure these humans would not disrupt his plans in the dead of night, he cast a sleep spell on each of them. Even if someone felt the urge to rise, they would remain oblivious, unable to awaken, and would inevitably soil themselves. Borage stepped away slightly, and then dispelled his transformation spell, revealing a robust silver dragon upon the ground. Immediately, this silver dragon employed a true transformation spell, morphing into a red dragon. The young dragon was unequivocally a pure red dragon, and its mother was undoubtedly a red dragon as well. What does this signify? It signifies an increase in treasure and the presence of a mother dragon. Borage, a silver dragon on the cusp of legendary status, possessed a remarkably high level of magical prowess and was filled with confidence in his abilities. Perhaps it was Bahamut's favor. Since his birth, he had yet to taste the bitterness of defeat in battle. I am unlike other silver dragons. They are a bunch of antiquated beings, treating monogamy as an unassailable truth. How laughable. Dragons are continuously weakening. If reproductive matters are not managed properly, dragons will inevitably fade into legend. Such folly. They even expelled me from Dragon Island simply because my beliefs did not align with their traditions. Of course, I am not so easily deterred by the sight of a mother dragon. Only those who are powerful, beautiful, and uniquely exceptional are worthy of my union. Alas, such dragons are truly rare. I have searched far and wide and found only 13. I hope that the mother of the red dragon can surprise me. During battle, Borage had cast a locating spell on Seldar, and now he soared toward Seldar, following the spell's guidance. Sky did not set up any hidden magical circles around her lair. For her, no magic circle could rival her own capabilities. Is that a white dragon? A white dragon has adopted a red dragon. How intriguing. I would rate her personality an 8. This white dragon is unlike her kin. She possesses horns, successfully evading any deductions based on her appearance, though her skeletal protrusions are rather scarce. Additionally, her size is somewhat diminutive. I can grant her no more than a 6. However, her scales are exceptionally unique, a veritable treasure beyond compare. I shall add 3 points for that. Consequently, her total appearance score stands at 9. I am curious about her strength. The white dragon is known to be the weakest among the chromatic dragons. I hope this peculiar white dragon will surprise me. Has she noticed me? I employed a high-level invisibility spell. This is quite interesting. Polage dispelled the invisibility and boldly approached Skyway. Under the gaze of her blue vertical pupils, he felt as though he were stripped of his scales, standing bare before her. Do you require something, beautiful dragon? My name is Polage. May I have the honor of dancing with you? Polage believed that engaging in combat upon their first encounter would be exceedingly impolite, leaving a poor first impression. Moreover, a dragon's dance could showcase both their strengths. A magnificent aerial performance would test their stamina and agility, vital indicators of a dragon's prowess. My name is Skyway. I accept your request. Skyway emerged from her lair, stepping into Polage's presence under Seldal's expectant gaze. I wish to witness a clash between the male and female dragons. Seldar chuckled mischievously. I wonder if this red dragon can tame my master. Dragon, hold me tightly. Skyway stood upright, her claws gripping Polage's shoulder. Gazing at the petite white dragon before him, Polage felt a surge of affection. Very well. He gently grasped Skyway's shoulder, taking great care not to cause her any discomfort. Please do not let go. Skyway winked at Polage with a playful grin. Polage felt a flutter in his heart. Boom. Brilliant flames erupted from Skyway's wings, surrounded by various acceleration spells, creating a grand spectacle that was nothing short of earth-shattering, propelling Polage swiftly into the sky like a rocket. The immense lift left Polage astonished. He had never heard of a dragon able to carry another dragon upwards at such remarkable speed, and her method of flight was utterly extraordinary. Oh, my interest in you grows ever stronger. This power deserves at least a 9. How much longer will you fly? To enhance her speed, Skyway had already cast a wind barrier spell, allowing Polage to speak normally without being buffeted by the fierce winds. Skyway remained silent, her strong-willed nature, eager to demonstrate herself before other dragons, indicated a lack of foresight in conserving energy for the upcoming dragon dance, earning her a deduction of 1 point for her character. Time passed, yet Skyway continued her ascent. Such endurance. If she were a male dragon, her mate would undoubtedly be exceedingly fortunate, Polage mused. As time dragged on, Polage's composure began to wane. They have soared to great heights, on the verge of touching the dimensional barrier. This barrier serves as a protective shield for the realm, separating it from the starry ocean, akin to the atmosphere surrounding the blue planet. Its power is immensely formidable. Even deities cannot traverse it unscathed. The proper method to exit the realm is through teleportation, rather than confronting it physically. As the two dragons approach the dimensional barrier, the pressure exerted by it intensifies, chaotic magic surging through their bodies, while the will of the realm disrupts their souls. Bolage's consciousness begins to waver. However, Skyway remains entirely unaffected. Stop. Continuing like this poses a grave danger to our lives. Bolage anxiously shouts at Skyway. Correction, it is you who is in peril. This pressure is merely a drizzle to me. All right, you win. I concede. Please, halt. Not yet. We have yet to dance. The scales on Bolage's surface become pitted. An overwhelming magic invades his body, mercilessly ravaging his insides. Under the influence of the will of the realm, he feels his very soul being mercilessly tugged. Soon, Bolage succumbs to severe injuries and falls unconscious. Skyway's scales gleam, golden runes flickering rhythmically. After casting a glance at the disheveled Bolage, she ceases her ascent and begins to descend. Thud! Bolage is unceremoniously dropped to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, thanks to the dragon's robust vitality, Bolage awakens 3 days later, fully restored. Strength at maximum. However, her personality loses a point. No, 2 points. With a total score of 24, barely passing. Beautiful and powerful dragon, could you be my mate? Seldal's eyes glimmer as his gaze flits between Skyway and Bolage. Agree to him. Agree to him. I refuse. Seldar feels a twinge of disappointment. I sense you are contemplating something quite impolite. If you wish to avoid my wrath, it would be wise to rein in your thoughts. Skyway suddenly turns to Seldar, her icy gaze sending shivers down his spine. Seldar instinctively tightens his tail and covers his vent. What a terrifying gaze. Esteemed silver dragon. Now that you are awake, you may take your leave, Skyway states unequivocally. Silver dragon? Is this a silver dragon awakened to true polymorphism? Seldal's curiosity is piqued. What could possibly compel a silver dragon to seek a white dragon as a mate? Is this a distortion of draconic nature or a decline in morality? In truth, Skyway is not a white dragon, but both Seldar and Bolage perceive her as such. No, beautiful dragon, I still need to recover. Such injuries are no small discomfort for a dragon. Are you certain? Your human companions remain in slumber. If you do not dispel the sleep magic, they will perish from starvation in their dreams. Oh no, I almost forgot about them. Lady Skyway, I will certainly return. As you wish. Bolage nodded. Embarking on a quest to seek out those unfortunate human adventurers. The stench was unbearable, transforming into a human. Bolage pinched his nose as he gazed upon the humans whom he had ensnared in a slumbering enchantment. Due to the overwhelming potency of the spell, These individuals had been trapped in a deep sleep for 3 days, their bodies soiled and reeking. Bolage first cast a cleansing spell upon them before lifting the enchantment. Soon, the unfortunate souls began to awaken. My head aches terribly. It feels as though I've been asleep for an eternity, one remarked. Me too, my hands are numb. Ow. My leg. It's cramping. Another lamented. I'm so hungry. Bolage, feeling embarrassed, turned his face away, unable to meet their gazes. All right, everyone. I've just remembered that I have an exceedingly important matter to attend to. Thus, this mission must come to an end. He produced a large sack of herbs, sufficient for their quest completion. From this day forth, I shall no longer be your captain. I intend to bid farewell to the life of an adventurer. Bolage, why? They questioned, confusion evident in their eyes. Your strength is undeniable. Do you find us too weak? We shall work twice as hard. The only woman in the group appeared flustered, harboring a special affection for Bolage and reluctant to see him depart. It is because I have found my destined partner, he declared. Oh, these rugged fellows whistled and laughed. Wait a moment. Where would a woman come from in the wild? The girl grew even more anxious. A few men exchanged glances. One pulled her aside while the remaining ruffians teased Bolage, saying, You wouldn't be sneaking off to find that dragoness, would you? Oh, we wish you luck in becoming a dragon knight. Bolage's deception was painfully obvious, even to these burly men, yet they chose not to expose his lie. They trusted that Bolage had his reasons, and if he was unwilling to share, they would not press him. Bolage chuckled awkwardly, attempting to deflect. Nonsense. With the prowess of Sky's comet, she will undoubtedly become the dragon knight, not I. I am destined to be overshadowed by her. Brother, if you ever find yourself missing us, remember to return for a visit. You are our sole captain. Thank you, Bolage replied, gazing at the familiar yet unpretentious faces. His heart a tumult of emotions. Chapter 11. The Invitation of the Blue Dragon Master. Are you truly going to let him stay? He is a silver dragon. Why not? He can be responsible for hunting and procuring better ingredients for me. Sky looked at Seldar with disdain. You are far too weak. The prey you catch is utterly subpar. Then why don't you hunt yourself? Seldar retorted. I'm lazy. Nonsense. You clearly have your eyes set on this silver dragon. TSK. This is the classic tale of a domineering female executive falling for a down-on-his-luck worker. This dragon, confined to a cage for countless years, must surely be ravenous. The thought made Seldar chuckle uncontrollably. A scale on Sky's body shimmered. Master, I feel that. Why has my voice changed so drastically? My voice has transformed to resemble that of a mother dragon. Wait, could it be that Seldar is extending his claws towards my little brother? No. What am I to do without my dear sibling? Teacher, I beg your forgiveness. I was wrong and shall take better care of my mind. Please, return my little brother to me. Seldar, clinging to the thigh of Skywise, appeared pitiful. It is merely a transformation spell, which will revert after a day. For this day, you shall fully experience what it is like to be a mother dragon. Seldar sighed in relief. As long as it was not a permanent change, he was content. Oh, what an adorable little mother dragon. Come here, let uncle embrace you. Since the true transformation spell was unraveled, Bolage has reverted to his silver dragon form before Skywise and Seldar. Naturally, the young dragon Seldar could not escape Bolage's grasp. From head to tail and back again. He was thoroughly patted and caressed, enjoying every moment. Perhaps it was a mere illusion, but Seldar felt Bolage's claws brush against his cloaca several times, quite deliberately. He had truly transformed into a mother dragon. This lecherous fiend, how brazen. I am but a female young dragon. You vile lowly enthusiast. I shall bite you. Seldar gnawed at Bolage's claws, the sound of teeth scraping against scales producing a grating noise. Have you two made enough noise? It's unbearable. Skywise expressed his displeasure. If you continue, I shall turn you into a mother young dragon as well, and you shall entertain yourself. Upon hearing this, Bolage immediately released Seldar. Oh no, I have angered my future mate. I must devise a means of atonement. She previously mentioned I could assist in hunting, and if I were to bring back an impressive prey, surely she would regard me with newfound respect. After exchanging greetings with Skywise, Bolage departed the dragon's lair to embark on a hunt. How dreadfully boring. I longed to sleep, yet should I miss the delectable dishes prepared by my teacher, I would surely lament. It is not merely food, but a bounty of gleaming gold coins. Alas, since I have nothing else to occupy my time, I may as well meditate and study magic. It shall prove useful in due course. Thud. Bolage returned with a colossal high-tier magical beast, the giant elephant pig. I expended considerable effort to slay it. As he spoke, he displayed the scars adorning his body, almost begging for praise. Why do those wounds appear as though he inflicted them upon himself? Seldar regarded Bolage skeptically. Skywise, well aware of Polish's intentions, would not coddle him. What a waste. You sustain injuries even while taking down a pig. Such a large frame for such ineptitude. Crack. That was the sound of a dragon's heart shattering. Huh. What an ironic turn of events. Seldar wore a smirk of schadenfreude. The giant elephant pig, with its succulent flesh and balanced fat content, is perfect for roasting. Due to the quality of the ingredients, no elaborate preparation is required. Skyway cast a glance at Seldar. Seldar, unwilling to back down, glared in return. I am a young dragon, and I have my rights. After Skyway thoroughly cleaned the pork, she commenced the cooking process. In order to achieve a perfectly crispy exterior and tender interior for the meat, she employed flame magic to heat the chunks from within. The meat sizzled and oozed with juices, its rich aroma causing both Seldar and Polish to salivate profusely. To attain a literally explosive texture, Skyway utilized a volatile crystal known for its instability, which could detonate at the slightest impact. She meticulously ground the crystal into powder through magic and carefully infused it into the meat. Finally, she sprinkled a blend of spices reminiscent of pepper and cumin atop the roast. Did I see you add the volatile crystal? Won't it blow my head off? Polish gazed at the roast with hesitation. Eat it or don't. Such demands are unnecessary. All right, I shall partake. Not wanting to anger his future spouse, Polish swiftly seized a piece of the roast and took a bite. The perfectly crisp and tender meat, paired with just the right amount of spices, was undoubtedly a triumph in culinary art. However, Skyway's culinary prowess did not end there. The crunch of his teeth triggered the explosion of the volatile crystal. Akin to the delightful sensation of consuming popping candy, an exhilarating experience. The explosion induced a tingling sensation, stimulating an abundance of saliva, which in turn dissolved more spices, enhancing the aroma of the roast even further. Polish savored the dish, his mouth glistening with juices. Is Peora seeking me for something? Polish retrieved a glowing blue scale and infused it with magic. The scale vibrated momentarily before the voice of a female dragon emanated from it. Polish, I require your assistance. Seldar and Skyway set aside their roast, listening intently. Is it urgent? Indeed, I need your help in caring for a hatchling dragon. With your abilities, isn't it a piece of cake to care for a single hatchling? The number is a bit overwhelming. How many? 50. 50. I recall you were exiled from your family. Where did you acquire so many hatchlings? As you know, I am a devotee of Tiamat. During a prayer, I expressed my desire to establish a dragon empire, and to my surprise, Tiamat responded. She sent several dragons with over 50 hatchlings for me to nurture, assisting me in building the dragon empire. Could you not refuse? Tiamat permits me to decline, but I cannot turn her down. Establishing a dragon empire is my dream, and now that Tiamat has responded to my prayer, how could I abandon it? I need to ponder this. I shall provide you with an answer by tomorrow at the latest. Very well, I await your good news. As the call ended, the three dragons were each lost in their thoughts. Polish considered Peora to be his mate, yet she remained unaware that he was, in fact, a silver dragon, a scion of Bahamut. Assisting a follower of Tiamat in establishing an evil dragon empire seemed rather improper. However, he found it difficult to refuse. He had once vowed to help her realize her dreams, believing at the time that it was merely idle talk. Dragons are known to honor their promises, and he did not wish to break his word. Sky, has Tiamat begun to take action? I wonder if my assistance is required. If it does not conflict with my current plans, I would not mind offering my help. See, Peola, a mother dragon? Indeed, Polish is quite the fickle heart. Polish, what are your intentions? Peola is one of your consorts, is she not? Do you truly wish to leave her feeling desolate? Sky resolved to assist Tiamat in fulfilling her plans, as she harbored concerns about this rough-hewn dragon deity. Polish lowered his head, aware that declining would not only leave Peola disheartened, but also earn him Sky's disdain. He stood to lose a clearly defined consort and a potential mate. Are you troubled by matters of faith? Let me whisper a secret. If Bahamut were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly support your endeavor. If you doubt this, find a moment to inquire yourself. Sky spoke no falsehood. This was a momentous strategy for the future of the dragonkind, with both Bahamut and Tiamat as participants. After a fierce internal struggle, Polish acquiesced to Peola's request. Farewell, Sky and Seed. Although our time together was brief, it was indeed delightful. Wait. I am deeply intrigued by Peola's draconic empire. I wish to accompany you. Oh, very well. I shall inquire. My efforts in recent days have not been in vain. Sky truly holds an interest in me. Polish felt no trepidation about facing a love triangle. Peola is a blue dragon, and among the chromatic dragons, monogamy is not the norm. He produced a scale and infused it with magic once more, soon receiving a response from Peola. She consented. Seed observed them with a silly grin. pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. My dear teacher, how swiftly you have succumbed. Suddenly, Seed felt a drastic drop in temperature. A potent sense of crisis washing over him. Seed, since you are so preoccupied with the propagation of life, I believe it is necessary to impart a valuable lesson. Sky turned and fixed a steely gaze upon Seed. Goodness, I can be found even while hiding behind her. Does she possess eyes on the back of her head? A flash of white light enveloped Seed as Sky pulled him into an illusion. Advanced magic, a true illusion, where everything here closely resembles the real world. Once a sorcerer, burdened by a devastating failure, sought to escape reality by casting a true illusion upon himself, immersing in a beautiful dream until he perished from starvation. Within the illusion, Seed found himself transformed into a young female dragon. Feeling the immense power coursing within her youthful form, he could not help but unleash a mighty roar. Roar. Seed's roar altered the illusion. Roar, roar, roar. The air was filled with the sound of numerous dragon roars. In an instant, Seed's vision expanded, revealing hundreds of adult male dragons, their mouths agape in wild, thunderous roars. Chapter 12. Training the Malevolent Dragon. Time passed, though Seed could not discern how long, before he emerged from the illusion. Her gaze was vacant, her expression distant, resembling that of a plaything left in disarray. Borage, please provide me with Paola's spatial coordinates. I shall perform the teleportation spell. Very well, replied Skyhui, nodding and closing her eyes to commence her calculations. Moments later, a portal radiating a brilliant white light materialized before the trio of dragons. To think she could compute spatial magic solely through mental arithmetic. Is Skyhui truly that formidable? One must acknowledge that spatial teleportation is not akin to other forms of magic. Each spatial coordinate necessitates recalibration, and mere proficiency is insufficient. Borage humbly recognized that he could never master the teleportation spell with such ease. One by one, the dragons stepped through the portal, arriving in proximity to Paola's location. Alas, a deviation of 1 kilometer. It seems I have grown somewhat rusty at casting teleportation spells after such a long hiatus. Hey, what more do you desire? Teleporting over a considerable distance without a positioning beacon and merely veering off by 1 kilometer is nothing short of miraculous. Were it not for my limitations, I would be tempted to scold Skyhui directly. What are you pretending for? In the distance, an adult blue dragon soared through the skies, trailed by over 50 smaller dragons, of which more than 30 were hatchlings. Among these, the least numerous were the blue hatchlings, while the white ones prevailed. No resting until I say so. If anyone lags behind, forget about dinner today and prepare to face the elemental ring. The hatchlings exerted themselves fervently, flapping their wings with determination. Foregoing food was one thing. They could always resort to eating dirt, as it had been their norm before arriving here, going hungry one moment and feasting the next. However, the elemental ring was no trivial matter. The agony it inflicted upon both soul and flesh instilled a deep-seated fear in the hatchlings. Borage had long since transformed into a blue dragon, flapping his wings with a whooshing sound, a customary greeting among blue dragons. Upon spotting Borage, Paola descended with the hatchlings. Commence meditation now. No rest shall be permitted. You all know the consequences of disobedience. Paola first assigned tasks to the hatchlings before approaching Borage. She extended her tongue and delicately licked Borage's neck, who reciprocated the gesture. The neck is the most vulnerable part of a dragon's physique, and mutual licking of this region symbolizes trust and camaraderie among dragons, particularly among the metallic varieties. While metallic dragons often employ this action as a form of greeting, most chromatic dragons reserve such intimacy for mating rituals, aimed at enhancing allure. Clearly, Paola did not conform to the majority of chromatic dragons mentioned, having spent time with Borage. She had absorbed some of the courtesies typical of metallic dragons. Borage, it has been a while. Not too long, merely 5 years. For beings of such great longevity as dragons, 5 years is but a fleeting moment. Paola hesitated, realizing that was merely a courteous remark. Those must be the little dragons you mentioned, I presume? Indeed, as a solitary dragon, managing both hunting and supervising them has proven quite overwhelming, which is precisely why I sought your assistance. I recall that you had tamed a tribe of war lizard men as your vassals, did you not? To fulfill the demands for sustenance, extensive hunting has become imperative. Despite my assistance, the casualties have been nearly catastrophic, sighed Borage. Paola, the finest of the chromatic dragons he had ever encountered, now faced the grim reality of losing her subordinates. Indeed, the situation is dire. This is the white dragon I mentioned to you, whose formidable strength is matched only by her willingness to lend aid. Sky nodded at Paola, a gesture of greeting. Your maternal dragon is as amiable as ever, Paola replied, unperturbed. As a chromatic dragon, she was quite liberal in her choice of mates. Bolage felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had yet to tame Sky. Given the grim circumstances, it would be prudent for you to guide me through your domain, allowing me to familiarize myself with the territory, thus facilitating our future plans. Very well, I shall escort the younglings back. Paola initially intended to grant the young dragons a brief respite, but upon discovering that many had taken to slumber under the guise of meditation, her resolve hardened. I should never have trusted them. These incorrigible beings, once out of my sight, invariably find ways to shirk their duties, and they remain obstinate in their ways. Truly, as chromatic dragons, slothfulness appears to be ingrained in their very essence. I shall remember those who indulged in this laziness. They can expect their just deserts upon our return. Paola led her entire cadre of dragons toward the lair. With daylight still lingering, she opted to first address the audaciously indolent ones. There were 10 dragons caught in the act of slumber, and as Paola brought them forth, they protested vehemently that she must have mistaken them, insisting they were deeply engrossed in meditation. The duration of the elemental ring has doubled. How dare they argue? Do they take me for a fool? The remaining 40 young dragons rushed forward, lifting the 10 soon-to-be punished ones with a fervor that required no urging. Come on, I shall listen intently to your lamentations, laughed Paola. Wretched souls, enjoy your time. Upon your return, do share your reflections. Who would have thought you would face such a fate? The wicked dragons were positively exhilarated. The very thought of their kin soon to be weeping in the elemental ring stirred an uncontainable excitement within them. This time, I merely had bad luck. I shall ensure that old hag does not catch me next time. As malevolent beings, they did not perceive their actions as wrong, but rather as a matter of fortune. If one remains undetected, there are no consequences. The elemental ring subjects the offender to a cycle of elementalization and de-elementalization, inflicting both physical and spiritual anguish with each transformation. Unlike traditional corporal punishment, the elemental ring does not harm the body. It merely invokes suffering while enhancing the offender's elemental affinity, thus earning favor among many learned magicians. I was wrong. Spare me. The young dragons cried out in desperation, but Paola knew they would dare again. As the elemental ring concluded, the 10 young dragons lay prostrate on the ground, their cries echoing loudly. I hope you will be punished again next time. The duration of double punishment is still too brief. It leaves one craving for more. I shall take on the responsibility of preparing the food for the little dragons. You need only provide the meat. Sky volunteered to become the chef. Why bother with cooking? We are dragons. Our stomachs are not delicate. We can consume our meals raw. Paola was perplexed by Sky's self-nomination, as a mixture of meat and minerals constituted the daily diet of these young dragons. Paola, trust me, you will not regret this, pledged Bolage with assurance. Very well, but do not waste any food. I have heard that human chefs tend to discard parts they deem inedible. Dragons are not so spoiled. With Bolage's endorsement, Paola decided to trust Sky. I will now take you to the storage room, where both food and minerals are kept. Sky remained in the storage room to cook, while Paola intertwined her tail with Bolage's, guiding him near the dragon brood, pointing at the little dragons. Your magical prowess surpasses mine. You shall be responsible for teaching them magic from now on. I will go hunting. What should I do? Bolage inquired. I have devised a plan. You need only instruct them on what to learn and let them explore the heritage of dragons to study magic. Keep a close watch, ensuring they do not slack off. Conduct assessments periodically and inform me of those who do not meet the standards. I shall personally administer their punishments. Paola handed Bolage a thin stack of plans. Bolage skimmed through it briefly. Utterly chaotic, he exclaimed, unceremoniously tossing the plans to the ground. You dare to teach hatchlings and young dragons together? Setting aside the vast disparity in magical capacity and mental fortitude, hatchlings require significantly more sleep than young dragons. They cannot be taught together. Learning 2 low-level spells and 1 mid-level spell every 2 weeks is far too strenuous for hatchlings. The demands of mid-level magic are overwhelming given their mental and magical capacities. Conversely, this criterion is far too lenient for young dragons. They could easily double their learning load. You even attempted to teach the white dragon alongside the others? Young dragons should not be made to learn mid-level spells. 1 low-level spell every fortnight is already their limit. You ought to increase their physical training intensity. If they cannot aspire to be great mages, they can at least become formidable beasts, without rewards to accompany punishments. How can one inspire the little dragons to engage in their studies? I suggest offering a copper coin as a reward for those who complete their tasks on time. As a silver dragon, Bolage's insights into education far surpassed those of Paola. Bolage, you truly excel, she replied, unfazed by his reprimanding. Rather, she felt fortunate to have such an exceptional dragon as her partner. After 5 years apart, should we not indulge in a moment of intimacy tonight? Paola gently rubbed her tail against Bolidge's neck. Bolidge pondered for a moment. No, Sky and I have just arrived. We need some time to acclimate. Moreover, I fear that those little dragons might gossip behind our backs, dampening our spirits. Upon the mere thought of Seidel's gaze towards him and the scythe, Bolidge felt a chill run down his spine. A month from now, at the usual place, came the reply. Very well. Frogfish. Quite a commendable ingredient indeed. With minimal bones and abundant flesh, its tender scales are perfect for frying. When paired with crystallized essence, it offers a delightful crunch. Scythe retrieved a jar of whale oil, sourced from the abyssal leviathan, heating it to a boil before plunging the frogfish in, frying it to a golden hue, and retrieving it with care. He meticulously applied powdered crystallized essence into the crevices of the fish's scales, finishing with a sprinkle of rare spices and magical gemstone dust, giving birth to the unpretentious golden frogfish. As she gazed upon the heap of golden frogfish, Paola's expression soured. Is this truly all? It seems impossible to sate the appetites of all the dragons with such a meager portion. You shall see after a few bites, Bolidge retorted, promptly silencing Paola with food. Ah, delicious. I see now. There lies immense energy within. After consuming a single frogfish, Paola realized Scythe was indeed a spendthrift. Such precious potions used merely as seasoning was extravagance beyond measure. Scythe, employing his magical hand, arranged 40 golden frogfish onto 40 plates, presenting them before the young dragons. Is this all? The white dragon scoffed. Are you treating me like a beggar? The first to receive food was a red whelp, who showed no regard for Scythe's dignity, unleashing a tirade of insults. How dare a mere white dragon treat me with such disdain? Scythe remained unfazed, tossing a morsel of fish, no larger than a human fingernail, into the red dragon's mouth. Delightful, he exclaimed, as he nonchalantly took away the frogfish that should have been his. White dragon, return my fish. The red dragon, humiliated, attempted to snatch it back. Scythe unleashed a high-tier spell, the gravitational surge, instantaneous casting. A formidable weight instantly bore down upon the red dragon, pinning it to the ground. As the other whelps recognized Scythe's magic, gasps of astonishment filled the air. By Tiamat, he cast high-tier magic. This white dragon must be legendary. Only after Scythe had distributed all the frogfish did he lift the gravity spell. The red dragon, unwilling to relent, seized food from a newly matured female black dragon. The feeble black dragon stood no chance against the red dragon's might, helplessly watching as her meal was taken. Scythe did not intervene. In truth, he felt a flicker of satisfaction witnessing the red dragon resort to force over the food he had prepared. If need be, he could always prepare another meal for the black dragon. Here, you may have this, Seldar offered, sharing his food with the black dragon. I am quite full already. Seldar spoke the truth. They had feasted before arriving. Moreover, with Scythe's promise to alleviate the slow growth issue, Seldar no longer needed to overindulge to promote his physical development. The female black dragon, of course, remained oblivious to Saddle's true intentions, merely perceiving the red dragon as foolish for relinquishing such a delectable offering. A typical dragon of the 5 colors is unaware of the concept of gratitude. Thus, Saddle's goodwill was dismissed as mere refuse. Perhaps so. Chapter 13. An apology requires vulnerability. I am Saddle. And you? This black dragon is indeed striking, particularly her eyes, which brim with intelligence. Donaya cast a sidelong glance at Saddle, positioning herself between the food and him, fearful that he might change his mind. Observing this possessive little female dragon, Saddle found it somewhat amusing. Never mind her. He shook his head and laid down beside Sky Comet, surrendering to slumber in preparation for a new day. Saddle awakened. As dawn broke, Sky Comet roused the still slumbering Saddle. Before you become a young dragon, you must first learn magic alongside them. No, I wish to sleep. I am not consulting you. If you wish to avoid the trials of the elemental ring, you will comply. No, I refuse. My leisurely life. Reluctantly, under Sky Comet's threat, Saddle found himself without the means to resist and was compelled to attend class. From this day forth, I shall oversee your magical education. You may refer to me as Professor Bolidge. Over 50 young dragons whispered among themselves. I hope life will improve. Our previous existence was hardly fit for dragons. I wonder if this blue dragon is strict. Now, all white dragons, step forward. 20 or so white dragons exchanged glances, nudging one another as they scuttled to the front. Carl, you take the lead. I am frightened. No, let Beta go first. Oh dear, who is pushing me? Alpha, is that you? It wasn't me, it was Carl. Professor Bolidge observed the white dragons, a dull ache forming in his head, He truly did not desire to teach these imbeciles magic. From this day onward, the white dragon's learning tasks will be adjusted to one low-level spell every 2 weeks, with no requirement for intermediate spells. However, the physical and breath training will be doubled. Oh, splendid. Professor Polage is a wonderful dragon. I shall lay eggs for the teacher. Polage's declarations sent waves of excitement through the white dragons. The remaining dragons will be divided into hatchling and juvenile groups. Hatchlings will need to learn only one low-level spell weekly, with the intensity of physical and breath exercises remaining unchanged. Juveniles will learn 1 intermediate spell and 2 low-level spells weekly, with physical and breath training temporarily suspended. Upon hearing this, the remaining 30 young dragons exhibited various reactions. Some expressed envy towards the white dragons. Others muttered curses at Polage for his perceived inadequacies as a dragon. Some remained indifferent, while others seized the fleeting joy of their time as hatchlings. Hatchlings, stand to my left, juveniles, to my right. The young dragons exchanged glances. Apart from 3 that were on the cusp of adolescence and Saddle, who positioned himself to the right of Polage, the rest of the dragons scurried to Polage's left. Saddle yearned to masquerade as a hatchling, yet his long-standing acquaintance with Polage had already revealed his true age. If one could be idle, then let it be. The future could wait. This was the prevailing sentiment among the majority of the chromatic dragons. Polage seethed with frustration. How shameless could this bunch be? To resort to fabricating their ages simply to shirk responsibility. Had he known better, he would have divided them into groups before announcing the new regulations. Nevertheless, they should not blame him for being unyielding now. Henceforth, all dragons must submit to my scrutiny. I shall assess each of your ages individually. Open your mouths, so I may inspect every tooth, and lie on the ground to expose your cloaca. Naturally, hatchlings are exempt from this examination. Here lies your final opportunity. Those who deceive will face the punishment of the elemental ring. Foolish Polage, taking things so seriously, curse you for being incapable of creating hatchlings. Those whose physiques clearly did not belong to that of a hatchling grumbled as they shuffled to Polage's right. Yet a few of the newly transitioned younglings, clinging to their good fortune, remained on Polage's left. Fueled by indignation, Polage conducted a rough examination of the younglings, causing them to cry out in pain. There were 12 younglings in total, 5 of whom were exposed as impostors masquerading as hatchlings by Polage. It is worth mentioning that Donaya was among those revealed. Regrettably, we were compelled by Polage to meditate, thus unable to witness their punishment. The remaining younglings reluctantly entered meditation under Polage's piercing gaze. Dreadful. A scheme must be devised to evade labor. Yet Polage's watchful eye was relentless, and overtly attempting to slack off would lead to dire consequences, Saddle pondered. Polage, I have a question to ask. Ah, young Saddle, what is your query? Polage's spirits lifted upon seeing a dragon seeking his insight. Truly, the offspring of Skyway was remarkable, a cut above the rest. Allow me a reprieve, or I shall reveal to Piola that you are, in fact, a silver dragon. Then, oh dear, Saddle whispered conspiratorially in Polage's ear. You rascal. Polage glared at Saddle, teeth gritted, yet found himself compelled to acquiesce. Oh yes, the plan succeeds. Saddle contemplated finding a secluded grove to indulge in a delightful slumber, awakening just in time for a meal. Everything was falling into place. Ah, how blissful. Saddle stretched his forearms, lowered his chest, and raised his hindquarters like a cat, luxuriating in a grand yawn. How splendid it would be to have a glass of flame cabral at this moment. The flame cabral, a concoction crafted by Skyway, was a beloved treat of Saddle's. Here you go. A glass of flame cabral, shimmering with pale blue flames and bubbling with effervescence, appeared before Saddle. Thank you, Saddle exclaimed, springing to his feet to find Skyway squatting behind him. Bold indeed, a red youngling daringly threatening an adult silver dragon. Sky pressed down on Seidel's tail and poked his face, remarking on how effortlessly a full-grown silver dragon could subdue him. He refrained from mentioning the gentler forms of suggestion magic, but spoke of more aggressive triggering spells that could inflict unbearable pain upon uttering a specific word. It seemed he could no longer use his identity to intimidate Borage, much to his annoyance. Teacher, how did you know I threatened Borage? Did he report me? It has nothing to do with Borage. My methods are beyond your imagination. Sky was reluctant to elaborate, and Seldar did not dare to press further. He dismissed the flames of Cabral with a flourish and obediently retreated under Sky's menacing gaze. Ah, the agony of learning. As a fledgling dragon new to this realm, Seldar was destined to start with the most rudimentary of light magic, which could be classified as low-level sorcery. He resolved to master the simplest spells first, thinking that by the time he matured into a young dragon, he would no longer have to study alongside others. Seldar adopted a rather indifferent attitude towards his education. Today, in a fit of pique, Borage forbade the fledgling dragons from dining. As a colossal dragon, Borage possessed a remarkable memory and a penchant for holding grudges. He identified the young one who had attempted to masquerade as a hatchling that morning, binding him tightly with magical chains and leaving him among the others to witness the feast. Subsequently, Borage departed with the surplus food. This sudden decree to deny the fledglings their meal was an impromptu decision, unbeknownst to Sky, resulting in an excess of 5 portions. How cruel, cursed Borage. The punished fledglings seethed with resentment. Hand over your food. Naturally, the bound young dragons did not accept starvation quietly. They bared their teeth at the hatchlings, threatening them to relinquish their meals, warning of dire consequences should they refuse. Is there really food to be had? Queried the intimidated white dragon, naively believing in the promise of delicacies, compelling him to decline. How foolish of me to think I could intimidate an imbecile. Insulted by the white dragon's apparent lack of intelligence, a nearby fledgling turned away and shut his eyes. If I utter another word to that white dragon, I shall be a fool. Seldar, Sky is calling for you. All right. With a sense of curiosity, Seldar approached the kitchen. Teacher, do you require my assistance? Take this food back for the fledglings who missed their meal, Sky instructed, gesturing with his tail towards the provisions returned by Borage. Wasting food is the gravest insult to a chef of merit, and I refuse to accept leftovers, even with preservation magic. Why not allow Borage to take it back? He just declared that the fledglings should not eat. Wouldn't that be a contradiction? Fine, fine. Seldar stored the food within the white scales on his forehead, muttering softly. Why is it always me? How troublesome. You should care for your own mate. Are you not interested in that black dragon? Do not jest. I am still but a fledgling. That black dragon is rather special. Choosing her as your companion would not be a loss. Is there anything particularly special about me? The soul-transcending traveler? Perhaps not in your eyes, yet I assure you, it is undeniably intriguing. I shall not entertain such thoughts until I have fully matured into a youthful dragon. Cedric's disposition is resolute, and Sky does not impose any pressure. Carrying 5 portions of food, Cedric returned to the dragon hoard. Do you wish to partake? Cedric positioned himself before Donaya, one claw supporting his chin while the other waved the tail of a golden frogfish tantalizingly before her. This black dragon appeared unremarkable, save for her exquisite beauty and captivating eyes. Although Sky's matchmaking intentions fell short, she inadvertently sparked Cedric's curiosity toward Donaya. Give it to me. Donaya, bound like a dumpling, arched her body and forcefully propelled herself, akin to a spring, lunging for the food Cedric held. Faced with the option of receiving a dragon's charity or seizing it through her own efforts, Donaya opted for the latter, even at the risk of incurring punishment. Thud. The inertia propelled Donaya directly into Cedric. Ouch. What was that for? Anyone struck without cause would surely react unfavorably, let alone the irritable red dragon. Gulping and chewing, Donaya hastily swallowed the morsel she had seized. Cedric grasped Donaya's tail, rising to his full height, and swung her high before slamming her down onto the ground repeatedly. 5 times in total. To be candid, Cedric felt a tinge of disappointment. This black dragon seemed no different from the others, selfish and ungrateful. Was her only distinction her beauty? As a black dragon, Donaya, unlike the volatile red dragon, understood the importance of knowing when to retreat. I concede my previous actions were ill-advised. The frogfish was simply irresistible, and I could not restrain myself. An apology, however, required one to expose their belly. Cedric regarded Donaya coldly. For a dragon, being compelled to reveal one's belly is an unequivocal humiliation. Cedric intended to make Donaya squirm, anticipating she would not obediently comply, thus allowing him to continue his onslaught. With a disgruntled grumble, Donaya turned over, her teeth clenched. Is this sufficient for your satisfaction, Red Dragon? To his astonishment, she indeed bared her belly. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. As Cedric rubbed her belly, observing her expression that seemed to wish for self-consumption, a sense of satisfaction welled within him, and his anger swiftly dissipated. May I cease now? Red Dragon, surely your wrath has abated? You are not me. How could you possibly know if my anger has subsided? Oh, this sensation is rather pleasant. I could hardly bring myself to halt. Chapter 14. The Black Dragon. Donaya. I am Donaya, and I harbor a secret. I possess the ability to sense the emotions of surrounding creatures. This gift, for me, is utterly worthless. It has neither aided me nor alleviated my burdens. I cannot control this ability. It feels more like a curse. Due to this ability, I can distinctly perceive my mother's disdain for me. She regards me as a burden. The black dragons, born alongside me, harbor mutual animosity, perpetually scheming to monopolize the dragon's nest and seize all of our mother's hunted provisions. We, the black dragons, have a penchant for carrion, often burying our prey alive in the swamps, allowing them to perish in anguish and despair, believing that such suffering enhances the flavor of the sustenance. The torment and despair of the dying prey incessantly gnaw at my soul, rendering me restless and tormented, making sleep elusive. I have endured enough of this existence. Upon learning that my mother intended to relinquish us to a blue dragon, I felt a glimmer of joy, for at least the blue dragon would not torment its prey. However, my nightmare was only just beginning. Although the blue dragon refrained from inflicting pain upon its quarry, the sheer number of dragons here is overwhelming. With over 50 dragons, each harbors malevolent intent. They either contemplate beating me mercilessly, or pinning me down while they do so, or scheming to pilfer the food of others. To make matters worse, that blue dragon compels them to learn magic. Those who fail to meet her demands are subjected to the scourge of elemental whips. The resentment these dragons harbor towards the blue dragon is profound, and this collective animosity brings me no small amount of distress. Were it not for the coercion to sign a contract to endure education here until adulthood, after which I must serve that wretched blue dragon for 200 years, I suspect all the dragons would attempt to flee. Yet today, I sensed a different emotion. It emanated from a red dragon named Seldar, a curious sentiment. He regarded me with an appreciative yet unseemly gaze. Intrigued by my presence, I did not reject this emotion. Moreover, this dragon is rather foolish, offering me such delectable food. Initially, I thought he sought to curry favor with me, yet I felt no inclination of flattery. I imagined he might be sympathetic, but again, there was no trace of compassion. Of course, how could a dragon feel sympathy for another creature? Thus, I snatched the food from his claws. Only to my astonishment, he became irate. How perplexing. He willingly offered me the food. Then I sensed an entirely different emotion, disappointment. Why was this red dragon disappointed? I could not fathom it. I could comprehend his anger. The emotions stemming from loss of food, whether through charity or theft, are undoubtedly distinct. But what was this disappointment? Did he wish for me to humbly beseech him, imploring him to kindly bestow the food upon me? No, that could not be right, for I sensed no arrogance in him. This red dragon is indeed peculiar. Today, I am to undergo an assessment, lining up according to age, one by one. Bolage has summoned all the young dragons. This is Bolage's inaugural examination. And to ensure its smooth execution, Paola has decided to halt today's hunt to assist him. After all, with the wasteful scaly around, our current food reserves are more than sufficient. Seldar, you may come forth first. Seldar is undeniably proficient. He has completed his learning tasks. He mastered the basic spells of Flash and Mage Hand, as well as the intermediate spell of Healing. Having fulfilled the assigned tasks, he was rewarded with a copper coin. Borage took out a copper coin and handed it to Seldar. To think that there is monetary reward for completing tasks in Tiamat's name. When was such a regulation established? I deeply regret not having studied more diligently. I wonder if there will be similar rewards in the future. Paola observed the group of young dragons, contemplating silently. Borage remarked that as long as they complete the designated tasks, they would each receive a copper coin as a reward. Paola added that all acts of theft or the plundering of other dragons' wealth are strictly prohibited. Any offenders will have their possessions confiscated and will face the elemental ring. Does anyone have objections? The young dragons naturally had none. I have an objection. Skyhuey stepped forward to Seldar, declaring, I shall provide the rewards for my pupil. Skyhuey bent down to meet Seidel's gaze. A basic spell merits 1 gold coin. An intermediate spell warrants a magical gem. And a high-level spell earns a piece of mithril. Gulp. Skyhuey removed the copper coin from Seidel's claws and replaced it with 2 gleaming gold coins and a magical gem. Teacher, you are pushing me into the fiery pit. Skyhuey, do you still require students? You 2 adult dragons, do not meddle. A green dragon clung to Skyhuey's leg, pleading, let me be your student. I beseech you. Currently, I have no intention of accepting a second pupil. With that, Skyhuey detached the clingy dragon and soared into the sky, vanishing with a thunderous sound and leaving behind a sonic cloud. Seldar promptly stowed the gold coins and gem beneath his scales, successfully shielding his treasures from the covetous gazes of the other young dragons. Ahem, let us continue the assessment. Although a single copper coin pales in comparison to gold and magical gems, these young dragons would certainly not disdain it. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Narita, it is your turn. Narita, the red dragon, exerted all its strength, but a tiny flame flickered in the air before vanishing. It failed to cast even a semblance of a spell. Step outside the group and await the punishment of the elemental ring. No, wait. That was a mistake. I will not entertain any excuses. Do you require me to intervene personally? Narita, downcast, stepped outside the group. Borage had not wronged him. He had long noticed this red dragon's tendency to slack off. So far, this red dragon had only successfully cast 3 spells, and nearly every instance of punishment had involved him. Next, Donaya. Donaya successfully cast the intermediate spell of Airbolt and the basic spell of Cleanse, but faltered while attempting another basic spell. As for the elemental ring, that will suffice, but you will receive no reward. Bolage decided to slightly relax his requirements, reasoning that if the elemental rings were endured too frequently, resistance might develop, rendering them unafraid in the future. Besides, with copper coins as a reward, he was unconcerned about any potential laziness. Could we perhaps exchange? I'll accept the elemental ring in exchange for copper. This request was promptly denied. Donaya returned to the dragon hoard with a sullen expression. Hey, Seldar, could you spare me a gold coin? Donaya shamelessly solicited Seldar for gold. This foolish red dragon might just oblige her, much like he had previously offered her food. However, this was not food. Having recently enjoyed a small fortune, Seldar was in particularly good spirits, rendering Donaya's audacious plea incapable of rousing his ire. Please, I beg you. Through her unique abilities, Donaya sensed that Seldar was not angry. No means no. Seldar began to feel a tinge of annoyance. What a foolish black dragon. Time and again, she covets my treasure. Realizing Seidel's irritation, Donaya quickly apologized. She certainly did not wish to incur his wrath. Donaya lay belly up on the ground. What are you doing? Didn't you say that an apology requires exposing one's belly? Are you still angry? Dignity paled in comparison to gold. She could not afford to fall out of favor with Seldar. Seldar was amused by this black dragon's antics. Since you're not angry, perhaps Donaya could give her little paws a rub? Not a chance. Seidel's expression hardened again. He was eager to see what further mischief this black dragon might conjure. Very well. Donaya flipped herself over, curling up with a hint of regret as she drifted into slumber. It appeared today was a lost cause. Perhaps she would try again later. Who knows what might happen? Damn it. Having wealth is something special. With riches come the attention of mother dragons. A blue dragon, having failed an assessment and just concluded his trial with the elemental ring, cast a bitter glance at Seldar. In the blink of an eye, Seldar had already resided here for a month. For the next month, Sky will be your instructor. I have matters to attend to with Paola. Bolage announced to the young dragons, his face radiating joy. Donaya regarded Bolage with a look of disdain, her mind swirling with thoughts of that lustful old fellow. Are you suggesting that Bolage is aiming to mate with Paola to produce young dragons? Seidel's gaze sharpened instantly. Oh dear. If Paola were to give birth to a silver dragon, goodness gracious. As soon as Bolage finished speaking, he flapped his wings and took to the skies. Unwilling to linger even for a moment, he was eager not to keep Paola waiting. Oh ho ho, Paola, here I come. Without further ado, Sky dived straight into the lesson. This month, I will teach you but one thing, cooperation. You must endeavor to team up with other dragons to collectively vanquish formidable foes. As Sky's words echoed, the young dragons murmured among themselves. Narita expressed her dissatisfaction with Sky's directive. Cooperation? Why? Only the weak band together. We are dragons. Dragons do not require the warmth of camaraderie like those feeble humans. Indeed, this demand is exceedingly unreasonable. Silence. Skywise unleashed his dragon might, instilling fear in the young dragons. Strength is relative, and in my eyes, you all appear utterly feeble. In the future, you shall encounter foes whose power far surpasses yours. Without cooperation, death is your only fate. Is it not merely because you have lived longer? Grant us the same span of time, and we shall undoubtedly prove our mettle against you, the white dragon. Who then will stand against us? The divine, perhaps? Narita retorted immediately. Perhaps so. Narita felt a chill under Skywise's penetrating gaze. Dragons capable of completing tasks would be rewarded with 10 gold coins. Skywise, disinterested in debating with these ignorant young dragons, presented the dragon artifact, gold coins. After all, she was wealthy. What should we do? Narita's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. The course is divided into 2 phases, with each pair of dragons forming a team. In the first phase, partners must enhance their synergy and learn to unleash combination magic. Each successful duo will earn 3 gold coins per dragon. In the second phase, I will arrange opponents based on each group's strength. A solitary dragon will certainly not prevail against them. Only through collaboration can they emerge victorious. The reward for completing the task is 7 gold coins. Is that understood? Understood. Chapter 15. Partners now. Commence selecting your partners. Should any dragon fail to find a teammate, I shall impose a pairing. Treat your partners amicably, for your gold depends on it. With the stakes laid bare, the malevolent dragons had no choice but to temporarily set aside their prejudices and malevolence to form teams. It was all for the sake of gold. Seldar, let us team up, Donyaya proposed. Engaging with Seldar presented a greater opportunity to procure gold from his claws. All right, Seldar, having spent considerably less time learning magic than this cohort of dragons, felt insecure about his magical foundation. He worried that no dragon would willingly pair with him, fearing that any forced partner would be of dubious quality. Based on a month of observation, Donyaya demonstrated commendable learning abilities, and Seldar was quite eager to team with her. Feeling a flicker of joy within, choosing and being chosen are entirely different matters. As an arrogant giant dragon, Seldar preferred to be selected by other dragons rather than to choose them himself. So it is settled then. Donyaya looked at Seldar, feeling a twinge of confusion. What was this red dragon so pleased about? Did my invitation to team up truly elicit such joy? In contrast, the other young dragons encountered significant difficulties in forming teams, each craning their necks in anticipation of being chosen, much like chickens awaiting slaughter in a marketplace. Only the white dragon was willing to take the initiative to select a partner. Ankila, shall we team up? The foolish, feeble white dragon was met with disdain. You are unworthy to team with me. Get lost at once, or I shall obliterate you. The rejected white dragon recoiled, curling into a ball, retreating under Ankila's incredulous gaze. Blast it! I should never have engaged with a white dragon. It is a blatant affront to my intelligence. Excluding Donyaya and Seldar, only 10 dragons successfully formed teams, comprising 6 white dragons, 2 blue dragons, 1 black dragon, and 1 green dragon. Based on their abilities, Sky High grouped the remaining 38 dragons into pairs. Despite their immense dissatisfaction with this forced arrangement, the young dragons refrained from voicing their grievances, fearing that inciting Sky High's ire could jeopardize their chances of earning gold coins. They were given 10 days to complete the combination magic. Any form of magic was permissible. Combination magic is not merely a simple addition. The simultaneous casting of fireballs by 3 individuals does not equate to a triple fireball. It necessitates that the casters connect their magical energies to jointly unleash 2 spells, allowing for their fusion, thus achieving an effect where 11 surpasses 2. The threshold for casting combination magic is notably high, demanding a certain level of total magical energy and mental fortitude from the casters. Most human mages can only engage in it upon reaching an intermediate level. However, dragons are not bound by such limitations, being magical beings with an astonishing reservoir of power, with only laziness and arrogance to restrain them. You fool! Why expend so much magical energy? A red dragon bellowed at its companion after an unsuccessful attempt to cast combination magic. It was your insufficient magic that caused the connection failure. The other red dragon retorted, their tempers flaring, leading to an outright confrontation. This scenario was not an isolated incident. Nearly half of the teams were embroiled in internal conflicts. Seldar opted for a low-level spell, the Flame Spark, while Donyaya selected the Breeze spell, intending to release a combination magic of potency comparable to intermediate spells. They entwined their tails and attempted to channel their magical energies in unison. Their initial attempt predictably ended in failure, as Seldar's control over his magic was woefully inadequate. Once more, Seldar exclaimed, irked, yet relatively more reasonable compared to other red dragons. Again, continue. After numerous failures in the simplest steps, Seldar's frustration reached a boiling point. He feared that another failure would lead him to unleash his anger upon Donyaya. Sensing Seldar's fury, Donyaya was not like other dragons who would feel emboldened by his restraint. She understood that mocking Seldar could result in dire consequences for her. One last time, if we fail again, I shall take my frustrations out on Donyaya. Feeling the weight of Seldar's malicious thoughts, Donyaya momentarily lost her focus. This minor lapse led to yet another failure in their magical connection. Fortunately, it was not her fault that they faltered. Seldar's rage inexplicably diminished significantly. In a fit of irritation, he swatted Donyaya on the head as a form of punishment. Donyaya dared not retaliate, as a newly emerged black dragon in her juvenile phase. She was no match for the older red dragon, even if this particular red dragon was smaller than most. Curiously, how did Seldar's anger dissipate so swiftly? Could it be that my failure improved his mood? Donyaya rolled her eyes and urged, continue. What on earth is going on? Seldar exclaimed, lightly tapping Donyaya on the head, his force considerably gentler than before. Humph, it's no big deal if you've studied magic for a few more years than I have. Little did he know, this failure was a deliberate act by Donyaya. She blinked and said, once more, let us proceed. What is happening? Seldar began to grow impatient, realizing he could no longer afford to fail intentionally. This time, it was Seldar's mistake that led to their defeat. It's only natural. Donyaya has failed numerous times, so it's only fitting that I stumble once. Thus, as Seldar's frustration mounted from repeated failures, Donaya would intentionally falter a few times to balance his mindset. Conversely, whenever Seldar perceived that Donaya had faltered too often, she would take things seriously. A day passed, although they had yet to establish a stable magical connection. Their countless attempts had illuminated the path forward. The following day, an increasing number of dragons joined the fray, spewing a torrent of profanities. Skywhirl had anticipated this, casting a group calming spell toward the young dragons. The squabbling dragons ceased their brawls. You have 9 days remaining. If you do not approach this earnestly and cultivate mutual tolerance, those 10 gold coins will elude you. With that, Skywhirl produced a mountain of gold, grasped a handful of coins, and released them, allowing the coins to tumble back into the pile through her claw-as crevices. The clinking of the coins awakened the young dragon's avarice. Before any dragon could attempt to snatch them, Skywhirl retrieved all the coins. Once more, those coins must be mine. A black dragon declared to a nearby green dragon, who nodded in agreement. Stimulated by the prospect of gold, the remaining dragons resumed their attempts. Observing everything returning to order, Skywhirl lifted the group calming spell. However, it wasn't long before another quarrel erupted among the dragons, and as time progressed, more factions began to turn against each other. Just as Skywhirl prepared to cast her spell once more, Donaya and Seldar successfully established their magical connection. Seldar's group was the first to achieve this feat, earning each dragon an additional 3 gold coins. Skywhirl distributed 6 coins to Seldar and Donaya. Do you think the second place will receive any gold as a reward? 2 battling red dragons paused to inquire. It's possible. We must hurry. One red dragon suppressed its fury. The infighting among the factions gradually diminished. Next, we shall merge the 2 spells. Seldar unleashed a spark spell, and upon witnessing this, Donaya promptly cast a breeze spell. As the 2 spells collided, it was as though oil had been poured into water, remaining distinct and unperturbed. Did we fail? Let us try again. Motivated by the allure of gold, Seldar's spirit soared. Do not attempt to forcibly merge the 2 magics. What you must strive for is not mere fusion, but a reaction. Allowing 2 unrelated magics to interact is the essence of combinatory magic. Sky observed as Seldar and Donaya found themselves at an impasse and offered his insights. Seldar and Donaya exchanged glances and resumed their attempts. Donaya, what are you doing? Why are you channeling your magic towards me? You are disrupting my efforts. Seldar exclaimed in frustration as his own magic was interfered with. Are you doing this on purpose? Did you not hear what Sky said? For the magic to react, you must accept my magic. How can a reaction occur otherwise? The magical connection we established was meant for the transfer of energy. Donaya, possessing a higher understanding of magic than Seldar, swiftly identified the issue at hand. The dragon, disdainful of combinatory magic, had only imparted the broader principles of such magic in its teachings, neglecting crucial details entirely. Is that so? Seldar responded, somewhat skeptical. Let us try again. Following Donaya's guidance, Seldar endeavored to accept her magic while simultaneously channeling his own to her. Seldar's magic flared like a tempestuous flame, explosive at the slightest provocation, making it difficult for Donaya to manage. Conversely, Donaya's magic resembled a startled rabbit, overly sensitive to Seldar's control and darting erratically. I cannot possibly control your magic, she exclaimed. Truly, you are a red dragon. Even your magic is as tumultuous. Exhausted from their attempts to manage each other's magic, the 2 dragons decided to take a brief respite. Perhaps our approach is flawed. We should not attempt to control each other's magic, but rather allow it to aid in our own spellcasting. After a brief interlude, the 2 dragons resumed their efforts. Following numerous trials, a flame emerged that was significantly larger than the initial fire spell, albeit lasting only a fleeting second. This is so difficult. It seems utterly impossible to cast 2 spells simultaneously. Seldar lamented, pounding the earth in frustration. How infuriating. We were so close. Thus, the second day passed. On the 3rd day, 3 additional pairs of dragons completed their magical connections, with the second pair receiving an extra 2 gold coins for each dragon, and the 3rd pair receiving an additional coin each. They too began to explore combinatory magic, with Sky providing them guidance as well. On the 4th day, after countless attempts, Seldar and Donaya were utterly fatigued, their minds teetering on the brink of delirium. Once more, Seldar urged, Donaya, I am quite exhausted and unable to control my magic effectively. Perhaps we should continue tomorrow? Seldar raised a claw in concession. Very well, I understand. With the threat of punishment looming, Donaya forced herself to persevere alongside Seldar in their experiments. As their magical energies intertwined, Seldar suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness, a consequence of overexerting his mental faculties. In that fleeting moment of lax control, just as he feared yet another failure, something extraordinary transpired. In the fleeting moment of distraction, Seidel's magical essence was entwined with Donia's, continuing its course while faintly merging with her power. Donia, ease your control over the magic slightly. Sensing the surprise in Seidel's heart, Donia realized a turning point had arrived and promptly relaxed her grip. A dazzling pillar of fire erupted instantaneously, its power rivaling that of mid-tier magic. We did it. Ha! Seidel exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Donia on the back. Well done. These gold coins are yours. Skyhui distributed 12 coins between Seidel and Donia, encouraging them to prepare for the upcoming battle. A word of caution. A combination of 2 low-tier spells will not secure victory in the forthcoming encounter. The Dragon's Breath is, in essence, a form of magic and can also be combined. Enough for today. We are all quite exhausted. Even Seidel failed to notice that he had referred to them as we instead of I. Chapter 16. Combined Dragon Breath. As time progressed, an increasing number of teams completed their combination spells and received rewards. Skyhui soared to an open area, channeling a substantial amount of magic into the earth. A thunderous rumbling ensued, and a mound of earth ascended. Skyhui then cast spells to excavate multiple caverns within the mound, inscribing various enhancements to structural integrity with numerous magical gemstones, and marking each cavern with identity recognition spells and barriers. From this day forth, you shall dwell within these caverns. Each dragon assigned its own lair. Why must we reside in such cramped quarters? Each cavern is sufficiently spacious to accommodate a young dragon. They are ample enough to ensure your comfort. Moreover, many dragons possess a degree of wealth, and to prevent disputes over lost treasures, you require a lair capable of safeguarding your possessions. The dragon lairs I have constructed are equipped with identity recognition spells and barriers to protect your treasures. Upon hearing Skyhui's explanation, the young dragons found it reasonable, circling the mound to select their preferred lairs. Soon, a meticulous green dragon unearthed a problem. There are only 49 caverns. One is missing. Is that so? In that case, 2 dragons may share one cavern. The cavern at the summit is 4 times the size of a standard one and contains a separate compartment for storage. Skyhui gestured toward Seidel and Donia. Very well. It shall be the 2 of you. I have assisted you thus far. The remainder of your journey is yours to navigate. Why us? Seidel protested. Firstly, you are the only one among these young dragons with storage tools, so there is no concern about your treasures being stolen. Secondly, haven't you been getting along quite well these past few days? I refuse. I would rather sleep outside. I have storage tools and need not worry about my treasures. Seidel was well aware of Skyhui's intentions. A cavern is precisely what we lack, and fortuitously, there exists a luxurious cave spacious enough to accommodate 2 dragons. What an extraordinary coincidence. Will you consent or not? Sky walked up to Seldar. Of course, I cannot refuse. Seldar gazed at the mithril ingot in Sky's claws, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth. There was no denying it. The rewards she offered were simply too generous. Over the past few days spent with Donia, I have indeed found it quite pleasant. I rarely lose my temper, and she is obedient and pleasing to the eye. As a dragon, I cannot seek companionship with any other creature. They do not pique my interest. At present, Donia seems to be the best choice. Why ponder so much? I am still young. Seldar tucked the mithril ingot into her scales and, alongside Donia, soared to the highest peak of Dragon Nest Mountain, eager to behold her lair. The lair is broadly divided into 4 sections. To the far left lies a pool of magma, surrounded by an insulative barrier. To the far right is a swamp-like mire, inscribed with air purification spells, identity recognition, and barriers, while the 2 central areas are remarkably flat, covered with an unknown scaly material, reminiscent in texture to gold coins. Donia placed the treasures into the mire and, pulling Seldar along, departed, for they needed to continue experimenting with the combination of their breath attacks. Otherwise, the final trial might very well end in failure. If traditional combination magic comes with a manual inherited from the dragons, the merging of breath attacks is entirely a product devoid of guidance, unprecedented and unheard of. Seldar and Donia were utterly clueless as to how to amalgamate their breath. Is it not possible to combine them using intermediate magic? Seldar inquired of Sky. It certainly is, yet I do not believe you will succeed in the final 5 days. The fusion of breath is actually simpler than you might imagine. Seldar relayed Sky's exact words to Donia. In any case, let us attempt it. Seldar nodded. Establishing a magical connection, they channeled their power and then unleashed their breaths. Flames and acid mist erupted from the mouths of the 2 dragons. Their initial endeavor, without a doubt, ended in failure. Breath attacks differ fundamentally from traditional magic. The lungs of dragons contain vast reservoirs of elemental magic. Breath is the expulsion of these elements from their lungs, and upon contact with the external environment, They instantly transform into their respective properties. Red dragons breathe fire. Blue dragons emit lightning. Green dragons unleash poison. Black dragons expel acid. And white dragons exhale ice. Once these magical elements are released, they swiftly become breath. Leaving me no time to blend them with your magic, Seldar lamented to Danya. Breath attacks diverge greatly from traditional magic. They do not require mental control over the flow of magic. Perhaps what we must do is merely mix the elemental magic from our lungs. What then shall we do? Once these elemental magics leave my mouth, they rapidly transform into breath. Indeed, they do quickly become breath. But there is still a fleeting moment before that transformation occurs during which we can act. However, the time is too brief. There is not enough time to transfer the elemental magic to you. Seldal's words plunged Donaya into deep contemplation once more. I understand now. It is distance. The time taken for transmission is related to both the speed and the distance of the magical transfer. If we cannot enhance the speed of magical transmission, we must reduce the distance. That makes sense. Let us give it a try. The two dragons pressed their heads closely together. Donaya's golden slit-like pupils shimmered faintly with starlight, her profound gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the soul. What beautiful eyes, Seldar mused. Seldar? Seldar. He quickly cleared his mind of distractions and prepared to assist Donaya in their experiment. Inhale, exhale. The conical flames and acidic mist reemerged, but unlike before, the area of their convergence had indeed transformed. The once orange flames now exhibited a hint of verdigris, accompanied by a sour scent. This is promising. I believe it is a matter of angle. The two dragons aligned their snouts in a V shape and exhaled simultaneously. A pale green flame erupted forth, simultaneously embodying both high temperature and corrosive properties. Unlike the typical breath of a red dragon, this one did not extinguish upon contact with the ground. Instead, it corroded the surface, producing a flammable gas that continued to burn for a full half-minute. The intensity of the flame alone could rival that of a young red dragon's breath, and its expansive range, coupled with the acidic nature, leads me to believe it could be regarded as high-level magic. I never anticipated that combining breaths would be so straightforward. It took even less time than before when we learned to perform combined magic. Seldar reflected, unsure of the true significance of mastering combination magic. In terms of power, it did not surpass that of conventional mid-level spells, yet its casting conditions and complexities were far greater. I suspect that Sky is preparing us for the future to combine high-level spells. Our current combined magic is utterly inadequate to contend with the massive spells employed by human legions. Moreover, dragon breath itself does not require additional energy to control magic. The greatest challenge lies in discovering the fusion method. To be honest, I believe we were simply fortunate to succeed twice. Perhaps so, but luck is a part of strength as well. What shall we do next? Sleep. Soon. 10 days had passed since Sky began his substitute teaching, and the final trial was set to commence. A total of 12 groups of young dragons had completed the combined magic, yet only Seldar and Donaya had successfully fused their dragon breaths. Your opponent is this, one of my spirit crystal servants. Sky produced a scale, which then transformed into a miniature version of himself. A spirit crystal servant is a being created by a psionic sorcerer through psionic magic, imbuing a lifeless object with a fragment of their personality, akin to a clone. Which group shall go first? I will. A red dragon was the first to launch an attack against the spirit crystal servant, with his teammates following closely behind. Belial, do not hinder me. That is something I should say. Cairo. The two red dragons engaged in battle independently, lacking any semblance of cooperation, prompting Sky to shake his head in dismay. As Cairo soared through the air, he exhaled a breath towards the crystalline servant. This servant, imbued with a cautious disposition by Sky, first cast a mage's shield upon itself, followed by a mid-tier water protection spell. Naturally, Cairo's assault proved ineffective. Cairo, you worthless fool. Beryl jeered mercilessly, subsequently casting a mid-tier spell, Thunderstrike. The water shield of the crystalline servant was swiftly shattered, yet it was thwarted by the mage's shield. Beryl, you are no better, huh? Beryl, now scowling, charged at the crystalline servant. With magic proving futile, he opted for close combat, for he was a red dragon, possessing the most formidable physique among the chromatic dragons. The crystalline servant immediately retreated, increasing the distance between itself and Beryl. What are you waiting for, Cairo? Humph. Only then did Cairo cease to watch idly and join the fray. I am not doing this to assist him. I merely seek to succeed in the challenge and earn gold. The two dragons approached the crystalline servant from either side, intent on tearing it to shreds. Suddenly, the crystalline servant unfolded its wings, positioning its large, hollow wing bones towards the dragons, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Let us call this technique the magic energy cannon. Seeing the softly glowing wing bones, alarm bells rang in the minds of Beryl and Caro. If struck, this challenge would surely end in failure. They attempted to evade. Yet the crystalline servant had them firmly in its sights. As violent beings, the two red dragons had only learned offensive magic, neglecting defensive spells. Gazing at Caro, Beryl was struck by a bold idea. Isn't there a ready-made shield right here? He flew behind Caro, effectively using his ally as a shield. Beryl, what are you doing? Caro quickly comprehended Beryl's intent and shouted in protest, striving to break free from Beryl's grasp, only to be ensnared instead. Let me go, you scoundrel. Two beams of white magical light struck Caro with ferocity. His scales shattered, blood flowed freely, and he fell into unconsciousness from the impact. The crystalline servant, having expended a considerable amount of energy, momentarily fell into a state of rigidity, its mage's shield dissipating into starlight. What an opportunity! Beryl abandoned the unconscious Caro and flew towards the crystalline servant, striking with his claws. However, his talons passed through the image of the crystalline servant. This is bad. From the outset, this crystalline servant was not real. It employed an illusion spell. Those two beams of magical light were also manipulated by the illusion. Damn it! I've been deceived. This cautious crystalline servant had never intended to expose its fragile form to them. Suddenly, a magical chain materialized from thin air, ensnaring Beryl's left foot and yanking him forcefully. Beryl lost his balance and stumbled into a pitfall trap prepared by the crystalline servant. A flash of white light erupted from the pit, and Beryl followed in Caro's footsteps, severely injured and unconscious. Such disgraceful performance. Next group. Sky shook his head once more, casting a high-level healing spell, the rebirth incantation, upon the two dragons. Very well, however, your strength pales in comparison to the two dragons before. This reckless spirit crystal servant is far more suited to be your opponent. With a flick of his hand, Sky dismissed the cautious spirit crystal servant and unleashed the reckless one. The challenge begins. No sooner had the words left his lips than the reckless spirit crystal servant launched an immediate assault on Seldar and Donaya. With its jet-like wings, it exhibited remarkable agility and ferocity in its attacks. Its left claw swiped at Seldar, while its tail lashed out at Donaya, occasionally unleashing magical chains that left the two dragons in utter disarray. Seldar distanced himself, unleashing his breath upon the spirit crystal servant. The servant lowered its body, deftly gliding beneath Seidel's breath, and then crashing straight into his abdomen. Seldar extended his claw in an attempt to pin its head, but to his surprise, the spirit crystal servant twisted its wings 180 degrees, directing its fiery breath towards him, leaving him singed and disheveled. Seizing the opportunity, it swung its tail upward towards Seidel's head. Just as Seldar was recovering from the fiery onslaught, he was struck squarely by the tail. The spirit crystal servant was poised to continue its assault when, fortunately, Donaya arrived just in time. To avoid being rammed by Donaya, the spirit crystal servant had no choice but to veer left. Anticipating its trajectory, Donaya expelled a glob of acidic liquid. The spirit crystal servant immediately ascended, attempting to evade the attack. In response, Donaya unleashed magical projectiles at the acid. The projectiles struck the acidic liquid, causing it to splatter and hiss as it hit the spirit crystal servant, leaving it sizzling. Donaya swiftly pursued, but unexpectedly, the servant feigned a maneuver that halted her advance, accelerating forward to grasp one of her wings with a fierce tug. A cry escaped Donaya as her wing was torn away, a foul-smelling dragon's blood gushing from the base. With only one wing remaining, Donaya struggled to maintain her balance, losing her aerial combat capabilities. Seldar promptly took over the fight, releasing a breath that temporarily forced the spirit crystal servant back. Watching Donaya flail in the sky, Seldar frowned. What a disgrace. How could it let itself be so easily wounded? This is troublesome. If she sustains further injuries, our trial is surely doomed. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The spirit crystal servant aimed the jets on its wings at both Seldar and Donaya, intent on unleashing a magical cannon akin to the previous cautious spirit crystal servant. The bones of its wings began to glow as a surge of magical energy flowed towards the tips. Seldar promptly flew to Donaya's side, seizing her body. Seldar, what are you planning? Donaya assumed he intended to mimic Belial, using his comrade as a shield against the magical cannon. From the sidelines, Sky narrowed his eyes slightly. Fool, don't move. Seldar bellowed at her head. Before the arcane cannon is fired, there is a brief moment of rigidity. It cannot rotate its muzzle for realignment. Seizing this opportunity, I am confident I can evade its attack. I hope Donaya will comply. What should I do? Should I remain still as Seldar requests? Clearly, he intends to use me as a shield. Yet, I do not sense any malice from him. His heart is brimming with rage, yet intertwined with a hint of sincerity. Does he wish for me to obediently follow his commands? Gritting her teeth, Donaya made a startling decision that shocked the dragon. She chose to trust Seldar. Feeling Donaya cease her resistance, Seldar exhaled in relief. He adjusted their positions, exposing his side to the cannon's muzzle, while using his claws to press against Donaya's abdomen. The cannon's muzzle grew increasingly radiant until the bones of the spirit crystal servant's wings trembled slightly. Seldar knew the moment had arrived. He forcefully pushed off the ground, sending Donaya flying out of the arcane cannon's range, while he, propelled by the recoil, successfully evaded the cannon's lock. Seldar swiftly adjusted his stance and flew towards Donaya, grasping her shoulder blade and instructing her to use the combined breath attack. The spirit crystal servant experienced significant recoil from the arcane cannon, and they had to seize this opportunity to inflict serious damage. Their most potent attack at this moment was the combined breath. I've lost one wing. I cannot maintain balance in the air. I cannot do it. Fool, hold on to me tightly. I will aim. Seldar enveloped Donaya in a firm embrace, their bellies pressed together, chests aligned, jaws resting against each other. With Donaya suspended like a missile beneath Seldar, who resembled a bomber. Now, breathe. Under the full force of Seldar and Donaya's combined exhalation, a pale green flame erupted forth. Just as it seemed poised to engulf the observing dragon, a scale on Skyhui glimmered momentarily, and a barrier materialized out of thin air. A high-level defensive spell, the Arcane Shield, instant version. The breath's range was vast, and the spirit crystal servant, possessing only mid-level mage strength, had no means of defense and endured the entire blast. Its exterior darkened as it began to corrode, the gas produced by the acidic erosion sustaining the flame's fervor. Soon, the core of the spirit crystal servant sustained considerable damage and could no longer maintain its draconic form. Excellent, excellent battle. These coins belong to you, Skyhui declared, producing 20 gold coins and distributing them to Seldar and Donaya. He then cast a spell to heal Donaya's severed wing. Do you see? This is the power of collaboration. They had successfully vanquished a formidable opponent through their combined strength. You have 19 days left to challenge. Each group may attempt once per day. The other young dragons bowed their heads in silence. The truth was undeniable, and they had to acknowledge the significance of teamwork. The green flames had left a profound impact on them. A black dragon extended an invitation to his green dragon partner, hoping they could together explore the combined breath attack. The green dragon accepted with enthusiasm. Two white dragons exchanged glances, subsequently expressing their inability to replicate the feat. Cairo and Belial turned to look at one another, snorted softly, and offered no further comment. Although the combined breath of their powers was indeed astonishing, it could not immediately alter the minds of all dragons. The arrogance and malice of the chromatic dragons were deeply ingrained in their very souls. Skyhui harbored no illusions that a single attempt could transform the cooperative attitudes of all dragons. Such change could not be rushed, for time was plentiful. 10 days passed, and another group of dragons successfully completed the challenge. The combination of the black and green dragon's breath exhibited both poisonous and acidic properties. It could corrode exposed skin, allowing toxic mist to infiltrate the body through the wounds created by the corrosion, yielding swift and insidious effects. The spirit crystal servants were impervious to toxins. However, to better simulate real combat, Skyhui deliberately induced a state of poisoning. On the 15th day, a blue dragon and a red dragon also completed the challenge. Their combined breath was extraordinarily violent, resembling an explosive fireball. Upon impact, the sphere generated a massive explosion, unleashing torrents of lightning and flames. On the final day, a group of white dragons completed the challenge, unexpectedly not by vanquishing the spirit crystal servants with their combined breath, but through a magnificent display of trust and synergy. Orchestrating a dazzling dance of dual dragons, using their sharp fangs and claws to obliterate their foes. It is worth noting that when dragons of the same attribute combined their breaths, no wondrous transformations occurred. Rather, only the potency was enhanced. As the challenge concluded, the small dragons who received gold were elated, while those who did not engaged in quarrels with their partners, blaming each other for their failure to secure the coveted coins. Upon returning from their honeymoon, Borage and Peora were met with the imposing Dragon Nest Mountain, and in their astonishment, they sought out Skyhui for clarification. Upon learning that Skyhui had been instructing these unruly dragons in the art of cooperation and had achieved tangible results, they expressed genuine admiration for her prowess. The return of Borage and Peora signaled the end of the small dragon's opportunities for substantial gold earnings, plunging them back into a monotonous routine of study. Borage, I believe it is time to expand our territory, Peora proposed. Expand? Are we to engage in conquest? Borage, as a silver dragon, instinctively recoiled from notions of war and invasion. Indeed, to establish a dragon empire, bloodshed and sacrifice are inevitable, Peora replied, projecting a map through her magic. To the north lay a barren desert, unsuitable for immediate settlement. The western territory was oceanic, also unfeasible for expansion. The east was occupied by the domain of a legendary red dragon, and I cannot assure you that with your strength, mine, and the addition of a white dragon, we could prevail against him, even if this white dragon were also legendary. Our sole option is to the south, where a minor human kingdom resides, possessing the capability to defend against a full-grown dragon. However, with 3 dragons at our disposal, we could easily overpower it. Despite the fact that this human nation was not wealthy due to the proximity of the legendary red dragon, its agricultural output was commendable, making it an ideal source of sustenance. I do not concur. Human beings are exceedingly troublesome creatures. Their insatiable greed rivals that of the mightiest dragons, and they will not meekly submit to our dominion. Moreover, vanquishing the young will inevitably draw the ire of the old. Once we seize control, the Adrian Empire from across the sea may very well dispatch their armies to retaliate against us. Their army of golems could effortlessly trample several legendary dragons. When did a 5-colored dragon become so indecisive? I shall not relinquish this human realm merely because of the Adrian Empire. It is worth noting that there exists great merit in subjugating a human nation. The malevolent dragons thrive under such circumstances. Borage, you hardly embody the essence of a blue dragon. Your indecisiveness rivals that of those hypocritical silver dragons. Peora fixed her gaze upon Borage. At that moment, Borage found himself at a loss for words. He knew he could not dissuade Peora, nor could he reveal that he was, in fact, a silver dragon who abhors war and conquest. I can gradually alter the desert's environment with magic, rendering it suitable for dragon habitation. This would be a more secure approach. Borage proposed, believing he had found a compromise. More magic and security. Borage, I am increasingly convinced that you are indeed a silver dragon. If I truly were a silver dragon, what would you do? Borage suddenly raised his head, posing the question he had long contemplated. You know, I am unlike the other 5-colored dragons. I detest deceiving other beings, and I equally disdain being deceived and betrayed. Should you betray me, I would sever our ties and banish you from my domain, never to meet again. Peora gazed into her partner's eyes, a flicker of anticipation glimmering within. I concede that I was jesting, Borage said, lowering his head once more, retreating in fear of losing Peora. Peora's expression dimmed. Is that so? I can refrain from invading this human nation for the time being, but you must fulfill your promise to enhance the northern environment with your magic. Splendid. I shall not disappoint you. Borage initially believed Peora would steadfastly pursue her desire to invade the human realm, yet she surprisingly acquiesced to his suggestion. However, he could not shake the feeling that Peora had been somewhat distant moments ago. Chapter 18. Would you die for me? 8 years have passed, and Seldar is on the verge of becoming a young dragon, a colossal creature standing 2 meters tall. In another 20 years, I shall ascend to the status of a youthful dragon, at which point my mentor will permit me to seek out my mother. Time seems to crawl at an agonizing pace. Warriors from the Adrian Empire, welcome. The speaker was King Radadi of the Dalai Empire. My kingdom is currently besieged by a crisis, and my people require your assistance. Please, elaborate, replied a dark-skinned female leader clad in heavy armor. Her exposed skin marred with scars. Her name was Cattle. My subordinates have informed me of 2 blue dragons in the north, commanding numerous hatchlings. Once they mature, they will undoubtedly launch an assault on my kingdom. I implore you to vanquish these malevolent dragons. Is there further intelligence? I apologize for the necessity to avoid alarming the enemy. Thus, I have instructed my subordinates not to conduct a thorough investigation. It is a prudent decision. Henceforth, I shall delve into the dragon's lair alone, and I kindly request that you attend to my subordinates. This is my obligation. Is there anything else I can assist with? Should the situation prove accurate, I hope you can construct a teleportation magic circle leading to the Osli Empire, enabling the swift arrival of the army and weapons to vanquish the vile dragon, thereby safeguarding your realm and its citizens. Rather than drifting at sea for months as I have, I regret this oversight. I shall hasten to have the mages establish the teleportation array. Kadir nodded, bowed respectfully to the king, and then departed from the palace. Once Kadir had left, the king revealed a weary expression. He had expended considerable resources seeking aid from the Osli Empire. Fortunately, the legendary red dragon next door seemed to have succumbed to slumber in recent years. Otherwise, gathering enough gold beneath the dragon's watchful gaze would have posed a significant challenge. In his view, the threat posed by the two northern blue dragons far outweighed that of a single legendary red dragon. The red dragon sought only gold, but the two blue dragons would inevitably seek to conquer and expand their territory with their dragon kin. He must act swiftly to eliminate these young dragons before they mature. It was not that he lacked the desire to confront the red dragon. Indeed, he yearned for it. However, a legendary dragon proved far more formidable than several adult dragons, and he could not afford to offer sufficient rewards to entice anyone to confront the legendary beast. Ladadi summoned the Mage Legion to commence the construction of a portal to the Osli Empire. As the largest human empire, the Osli Empire had established numerous teleportation sigils throughout its domain, ensuring minimal risk of significant deviation during transit. Mosquitoes at this time of year? Away with you. Ladadi waved dismissively at the pesky insects. Invisibility, feather fall, lightning resistance. Let all the spells that might aid in concealing my presence and safeguarding me be employed. Infiltrating the domain of a dragon is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Kadir must be thoroughly prepared. He commanded the mages beside him to provide several teleportation scrolls and lightning resistance talismans without hesitation. The mages bore no complaints. They were counting on the warriors from the Osli Empire to eliminate the threat of the blue dragons, and they would not dare to inconvenience Kadir. Oh, and one more mosquito-repelling spell, for there are far too many of these pests. The mages exchanged glances. Mosquitoes? Where could they possibly come from at this season? Yet, they did not refuse, as the consumption of a low-level spell required minimal magical energy. Here, take these. I truly cannot fathom how you black dragons can enjoy such foul delicacies. Seldar produced a cup of pale yellow liquid, exuding a noxious odor. A special beverage for black dragons, along with a platter of half-rotten raw meat infested with maggots. The drink and food were supplied by Skyway, who periodically instructed Seldar to deliver these items to Donaya, claiming it was for the purpose of researching new dishes for the black dragons. Seldar reclined beside the magma, a cup of fiery cappuccino and a plate of flame slimes at his side. After 8 years of coexistence, he had gradually acclimatized to Donaya's presence, and their life together was relatively pleasant. Throughout these years, Seldar rarely lost his temper because of Donaya, even though she frequently solicited gold coins from him. She always managed to find ways to quell his anger. Seldar even harbored doubts that this cavern was ensorcelled by Sky with a mandatory calming magic array. How could this red dragon possibly comprehend the tastes of a black dragon? Donaya immersed herself in the swamp, her body caked with filth. There remained 21 years before she could depart in search of Kexra, Naliada, and my mother. You recite this nearly every day. Do you not find it tiresome? You would not understand. Seldar closed his eyes, perusing the ancestral tales within the legacy of the dragons, treating it as an engaging novel. Indeed, I shall never comprehend him. Both my mother and elder brother harbor malice toward me. What are these warm, happy, and nostalgic feelings within me? Are such emotions befitting of a wicked dragon? Alas, if I cannot fathom it, I shall not dwell on it any longer. Sleep, sleep. The situation in the dragon's lair had been ascertained. There were 2 adult blue dragons, 9 juvenile dragons, and at least 30 hatchlings. Upon hearing Kadir's report, Radadi inhaled sharply. General, the portal has been prepared, a nearby mage reminded, indicating it was time to summon reinforcements to confront the malevolent dragon. Kadir nodded, stepping onto the teleportation magic array under the mage's guidance. In a flash of white light, her figure vanished. The following day, Kadir emerged from the teleportation magic array, accompanied by over 100 well-equipped dragon-hunting troops from the Osli Empire. It was time to deliberate on the specific strategies for slaying the dragon. Within the blue dragon's territory lay a massive earth mound, entirely shaped by magic, indicating that at least one of these blue dragons was adept in sorcery, and it was improbable that defensive magic arrays were not established at the core of their domain. We cannot engage in battle on their home turf. We must lure the 2 blue dragons here. We shall preemptively set up a one-way anti-magic zone in the northern part of this realm, bordering the blue dragon's territory, where only those bearing tokens may freely cast spells without interference. To counter the blue dragon's electrical breath, our forces will carry advanced lightning resistance talismans. Our mages and warriors possess extensive experience in battling dragons. Failure is not an option. Kadir's words brimmed with confidence, for they had successfully vanquished dozens of dragons using this strategy. How do you intend to lure the dragons? Radadi inquired, frowning. Aren't there numerous hatchlings there? I shall infiltrate their ranks, slay a hatchling, and leave behind a broken sword beside its corpse. Thus, the two blue dragons will surely not rest until they pursue us. However, the chromatic dragons place little value on their kin. What if they do not take the bait? Killing a hatchling would undoubtedly enrage the blue dragons. And we must remember that the repercussions will fall upon the kingdom of Dala, which may one day face invasion by the blue dragons. The individuals hailing from the Osli Empire did not await the arrival of the blue dragons. They had already taken their leave. If slaying one is insufficient, then let us slay another. My assassination techniques have garnered the respect of legendary warriors within the Osli Empire. Two blue dragons shall undoubtedly not withstand my prowess. Those two blue dragons are aware of your strength. They will certainly surmise that external assistance is at hand. Therefore, should they retaliate, they will not hold back. And both will come. If only one arrives, we shall feign a struggle, claiming that we can barely repel a single blue dragon, thus allowing that dragon to flee and recuperate, calling upon its counterpart for vengeance against us. Once both blue dragons are lured here, you will dispatch troops to launch a surprise assault on their lair, annihilating all the young dragons and destroying every magical array. However, what if both blue dragons manage to escape? Would my soldiers not then face the wrath of two furious adult blue dragons? Would it not be wiser to eliminate the blue dragons before sending in the troops? We have 100% assurance that neither of the blue dragons will escape. We possess replica dragon madness chains that will surely drive them to madness, compelling them to fight to the death. My concern lies with the young dragons seizing the opportunity to flee in the absence of the blue dragons. Pursuing them later would prove exceedingly difficult. Since you have spoken so resolutely, I shall naturally cooperate fully. Radati rose and bowed to the dragon hunters, expressing gratitude for their efforts, brave warriors. They spent 3 days establishing a magical suppression zone, during which time Polage and Paolas were completely oblivious to the human conspiracy. Master, have you summoned me? Indeed. I have a task for you. Skewy patted the ground before him, indicating for Seldar to sit. Skewy produced a handful of magical gems and extended them towards Seldar. Whatever you require, just command me. I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation. Seldar joyfully accepted the gems. Excellent. Now let me disclose your mission. Our neighbor, the kingdom of Dara, has begun to stir. They have dispatched an assassin to lurk within Paolas' territory, and I need you. Skewy paused. What do you need me to do? Locate the assassin? Yes, locate the assassin and then allow her to kill you. Very well. I shall attend to it immediately. Allow her to kill you? Master, are you serious? Seldar, reluctant to lose both wealth and life, found the allure of the magical gems suddenly diminished. Serious indeed. Have I offended you in any way? Not at all. Then why? Do you recall what I previously mentioned? To resolve your abnormal size, you must be returned to a dragon egg and hatched anew. I was not jesting. I have long extracted some of your flesh and blood, cultivating a dragon egg through certain means. The scales I bestowed upon you not only serve to store items, but as I previously stated, they can also protect and transfer your soul. Originally, I intended to wait until you transformed into a youthful dragon before stealthily ending your life, subsequently confining your soul within this dragon egg to be reborn anew. However, fate intervened, and I find myself compelled to expedite this process by a year. I previously mentioned that your diminutive stature, in comparison to an ordinary red dragon, is a consequence of the influence of a human soul. Yet now, your essence has been assimilated into that of a colossal dragon, and a rebirth would restore your rightful form. Therefore, I shall inquire once more, my pupil, are you willing to embrace death for my sake? Seldar hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to place his trust in his mentor. I am willing. Chapter 19. Tiamat's blessing. Remember, you must perish naturally. Do not allow her to perceive your intentions. After a moment's contemplation, Sky added, should you succeed in your counterattack, I promise you will receive a substantial reward from me. Very well. How shall I locate her? A firefly, radiating with a green luminescence, appeared before Seldar. Follow this spirit crystal servant. It will guide you to your target. The spirit crystal servant soared ahead, and Seldar promptly followed suit, determined to resist in his final moments. Seldar resolved to attempt to eliminate this assassin and secure an additional reward. He understood the odds were slim, but how could one know without making an attempt? The spirit crystal servant began to flicker, signaling to Seldar that they were nearing their objective. Anxiety gripped Seldar, and his movements grew tense. Yet he endeavored to maintain an appearance of ignorance. When that assassin reveals herself, I shall strike with great force. She will surely be unprepared. The advantage lies with me. To ensure concealment, Kadir had long since shed her gleaming armor and donned a form-fitting black suit. Activating an invisibility spell, she minimized her presence, pressing against the great trees and boulders, shrouding herself in shadows. Attempting to assassinate a colossal dragon at night is an exceedingly foolish endeavor. Dragons possess dark vision. For them, day and night are indistinguishable. In contrast, humans must rely on night vision spells or potions to navigate the darkness, and the state of night vision often renders individuals uncomfortable, hindering their combat abilities. Moreover, dragon sleeping patterns are far more erratic than those of humans. They rest when they desire and awaken at will. Ugh, what is this? The mosquito repellent is ineffective? These mosquitoes are truly vicious. After a brief moment of complaint, Kadir refocused her attention on searching for a solitary young dragon. Soon, she spotted a red dragon, its size indicating it was on the cusp of maturing into a youthful dragon. The creature was digging a hole in the earth, presumably to bury its treasure to prevent it from being seized by other dragons. This is an opportune moment. I can eliminate it without a trace, thereby reducing the likelihood of detection by the blue dragon. Gripping her dragon-slaying dagger, Kadir held her breath and stealthily approached the red dragon from behind. Excellent. It remains oblivious to my presence. With a swift motion, she aimed the dagger at its heart, seeking to deliver a lethal blow in a single strike. Seldar rolled to the side, evading her assault, and subsequently cast the freshly dug dirt into her eyes. The dust was intercepted by Kadir's magical shield. What a treacherous red dragon. Cursed be this duplicitous human. Kadir swiftly checked her invisibility spell, suspecting that its failure had led to her exposure. Oddly, the spell remained intact. How had this red dragon discovered my presence? Unbeknownst to her, a shimmering crystal servant hovered above her head. Seldar refrained from unleashing his breath, fearing that his draconic flame might inadvertently destroy the crystal servant, thus compromising his position as an assassin. Suddenly, the crystal servant darted towards him in a zigzag pattern, its speed alarming. Seldar immediately comprehended that the assassin was launching another attack. He flapped his wings, ascending into the air. Rending. A scroll was torn asunder by Kadir, releasing the flight-blocking spell contained within. In an instant, Seldar lost his ability to fly and plummeted to the ground. This is dire. Seldar quickly swung his tail toward the air beneath the crystal servant. Observing this, Kadir halted, lowering her center of gravity and positioning her dagger in the path of the tail's assault. Ah, my tail. Human, I shall slay you. A portion of Seldar's tail was severed, dragon blood splattering onto Kadir, igniting his fury. Its blood cannot be concealed by my invisibility spell? Kadir hastily cast a cleansing spell upon herself. Indeed, this is the blood of a dragon, infused with the will of the dragon. Remarkably, this is my first assassination attempt against a dragon, and I had not anticipated discovering this issue. Enraged, Seldar disregarded the safety of the crystal servant and unleashed a torrent of flames. Kadir conjured a mid-tier water magic, a shield of water, to block Seldar's fiery breath. Seldar retaliated with a lightning spell, shattering the shield, but alas, it was thwarted by the magical barrier. A young dragon, employing a mid-tier spell? Kadir gasped in astonishment. Was it not said that dragons only awaken magical abilities upon reaching maturity? Could this red dragon still be a spellcaster? Kadir dared not underestimate this creature any longer. She abandoned any whimsical thoughts of slaying a dragon and began to invoke high-tier magic. Frost, heed my call from the realm of silence. High-tier magic, ice spear. Due to the flight-blocking spell, Seldar could only scuttle across the ground. Am I merely a young dragon, compelled to wield high-tier magic? Suddenly, the earth beneath his feet transformed into a quagmire, and he stepped into it. Turned stone to mud. Immediately, the mire solidified into hard ground once more. Turn mud to stone. With a cry, Seldar toppled to the ground, subsequently impaled by the ice spear, pinned to the earth. Witnessing her magic successfully strike the red dragon, Kadir exhaled with relief, dispelled her invisibility, approached Seldar, and raised her dagger. The red dragon. Remember this. It was the dragon extermination army from the Osli Empire that brought about your demise, commanded by Kadir Lari of the 2nd Brigade. Kadir, is it? Very well. I shall not forget you. Saddle's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the woman before him, etching her likeness into his memory. He vowed that once he grew powerful, he would seek her out and reduce her to ashes. The dragon-slaying dagger descended, piercing Saddle's skull, followed by a violent twist. His body convulsed reflexively before falling still. A solitary white scale, carrying Saddle's soul, vanished into thin air. It seemed to be the end. Skyway gazed at the scale that had materialized before her and retrieved a red dragon egg. Perhaps she should request a blessing for accelerated growth. Stowing away the white scale that contained Saddle's essence, she produced a multicolored dragon scale and began to chant the name of Tiamat, the mother of dragons. An unparalleled will transcended the void and manifested before Skyway. Tiamat, Grant my student a blessing of accelerated growth. Skyway, have you finally deigned to reveal yourself? The ethereal forms of the 5 dragon queens turned their attention to the dragon egg floating in the air. Is this your reliance? An aberrant dragon? With all due respect, powerful individuals cannot compel those cursed elven gods to activate the dragon frenzy lock. What they truly fear is the resurgence of the dragon lineage. Of that I am well aware, yet I believe Saddle possesses a unique strength. He emerged from the vast void to stand beside me, introducing me to Borage and Paola. Around him congregated an extraordinary assembly of dragons, whether it be Graham, Borage, Paola, or Donaya. Each is exceedingly rare. Every aberrant dragon wields the power to rewrite history. I firmly believe Saddle can achieve this and become the bridge uniting the dragon kin. Your thoughts are naive and quite unreliable. You should not place faith in such ephemeral matters. Tiamat shook her head. Since you are acquainted with Paola, you must also be aware of my plan, to establish a dragon empire that will compel the elven gods to activate the dragon frenzy lock. And then we will seal it within a cage. A sound plan, yet both the executors and participants are untrustworthy. The dragons of today are no longer the dragons of your Tiamat. Their temperaments will inevitably lead to the downfall of the dragon empire. If I do not intervene, soon Paola and Borage will face human extermination, and the 49 young dragons will perish. I shall bestow upon Paola sufficient power, she declared. Then, this dragon empire will become Paola's dominion, one that will scatter the moment she meets her end. Tiamat fell silent for a moment. But what of you? Assist me in looking after Paola and the others, and in return, I shall grant this young dragon the blessing of accelerated growth. Skyway nodded. Even if Tiamat did not speak, she would ensure the establishment of an immensely powerful dragon empire for Paola. Tiamat descended a surge of divine power, bestowing a blessing upon Saddle. As Tiamat departed, Skyhui retrieved a white scale and pressed it against the dragon egg, which swiftly dissolved into the egg's essence. With a series of crackling sounds, the egg, poised for hatching, shattered as the soul infused within it awakened. Cursed humans, Seldar seethed, still consumed by the fury of having been slain by Cadiel. Seldar, you have been reborn, Skyhui proclaimed, casting a calming spell upon the diminutive Seldar. You now possess Tiamat's blessing of accelerated growth, enabling you to develop at twice the pace of other dragons. Skyhui then presented a grand platter of meticulously prepared roasted meat. Naturally, your appetite will match that of 2 ordinary dragons. No sooner had the words left her lips than Seldar felt a sharp pang in his belly. Lunging hungrily towards the food, once satiated, he channeled his mental energy into the white scale atop his head, eager to ascertain the status of his treasure. In my current form, I should be able to frolic amidst my hoard. Wait, where are my gold coins? My gems? Seidel's expression turned to one of utter bewilderment. You didn't think resurrection came without a price, did you? Skyhui replied leisurely. Your treasure has naturally been appropriated by me. No. A surge of rage broke through the calming enchantment. Skyhui watched with amusement as Seldar lunged at her claw, only to shatter his delicate baby teeth upon impact. Rebound enhancement spell, my dear boy. All right, I was jesting. Your treasure is merely frozen temporarily due to your demise. It will be automatically released by tomorrow. Enjoying the playful banter, she felt a sense of delight. Really? Indeed. Following this comedic episode, Seidel's hatred towards Cadiel diminished significantly, at least for the moment, as vengeful thoughts no longer consumed him. What shall I do next? You will remain here for now, until Paola and the others venture to the kingdom of Dala to seek your vengeance. Very well. Chapter 20. Are you mourning for me? Skyhui, is Seldar still with you? Borage inquired, having not seen Seldar return and suspecting he was lazing about while seeking Skyhui's assistance in tasting food. No, he should have returned already. Haven't you seen him? No. I knew that rascal would run off somewhere else to slack off. Borage's frustration grew. Couldn't you have asked Paola or me about the food tasting instead? You aren't a red dragon, and the dishes I am currently researching are specifically tailored for red dragons. Would you care for charred meat steaks? Borage was momentarily at a loss for words. Never mind. I will ask Paola to find that troublesome little brat. Borage approached Paola to explain the situation. I understand. I will go find him. Paola readily agreed. Also, how is your desert transformation project progressing? Fairly well. Some vegetation has already begun to sprout. Paola nodded, bid farewell to Borage, and set off in search of Seldar. An hour later, Paola returned, her countenance darkened. Borage stared at the lifeless body of the red dragon clutched in Paola's claws, enveloped in silence. Paola was the first to shatter the stillness, asserting that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of the kingdom of Dara, a fact I uncovered at the scene. Paola handed Borage a charred silver medallion. Borage grasped it delicately with his claw, his eyes widening as he examined it closely. Indeed, it was a medal from the kingdom of Dara, seemingly blackened by the dragon's fiery breath during battle. In that case, I shall immediately initiate retribution against Dara. Bolage, will you accompany me? Do you not perceive this as a human conspiracy? This is indeed a conspiracy. They could have easily placed Seidel's body into a storage ring and taken it away. Paola exclaimed angrily. Bolage, are you afraid of conspiracies? If we encounter a conspiracy, let us dismantle it. Bolage hesitated before replying. Very well. But can you promise me that we will only slay the perpetrators and decision-makers, sparing the innocent civilians? Give me one reason. I am intent on annihilating a nation. Because the living hold greater value than the dead, do they not? Skyhui interjected. Skyhui, when did you arrive? Bolage trembled at the voice behind him, fearing that Skyhui would blame him and Paola for the death of her student, or worse, utter that Bolage, being a silver dragon, would never harm civilians. Skyhui arrived when I laid Seidel's body before you. Paola answered on Skyhui's behalf. It appeared that Skyhui bore no ill will towards us, nor sought to unveil my true identity. Bolage sighed in relief. Then let us embark on our revenge immediately, but we must leave a great dragon in the territory. I fear humans might strike at the young dragons in our absence. I shall remain, Skyhui declared. Do you not wish to avenge Seldar personally? Bolage secretly wished for Paola to stay, as she was the weakest among the 3 dragons, and he dreaded losing her. I would be unable to restrain myself from employing forbidden spells, exterminating all humans. Very well, Paola and I shall prepare for departure, Bolage said. Take this. Skyhui handed 2 scales to Bolage and Paola. Hey, did you know? Seldar is dead. What? Is that true? Indeed, I have seen his corpse. I have long been dissatisfied with him. I was the strongest among the young dragons, yet he possessed all the wealth. Exactly, it's better this way. I wonder where his body is. Otherwise, I could have tried to dig up his treasure. Such is the nature of wicked dragons. Yet, not all young dragons rejoiced at Seidel's demise. Seldar is dead? That red dragon is dead? Donaya felt the sudden emptiness within. This news might not be true. Perhaps it was merely a fabrication of those wicked dragons. I must find a way to verify this. Donaya resolved to seek out Skyhui. My esteemed Lord Sky, I wish to inquire. Donaya ventured into the kitchen, her urgency directed towards the majestic white dragon. Sky turned aside, granting Donaya a clear view of Seldal's lifeless form. Seldar lay undisturbed on the ground, his eyes firmly shut. A fleeting pang gripped Donaya's heart. Perhaps he is merely slumbering. There are no visible wounds upon his body. Slowly, she approached, extending her claw towards Seldar. Yet, the moment her claw made contact, she recoiled as if struck by lightning. Seldal's body felt so cold. Could it be that he truly has departed from this world? Deep down, you already possess the answer, do you not? Sky glided to Donaya's side, gently caressing her head with his tail. Donaya lowered her gaze. Seldar was gone. The only dragon who ever shared food with her had succumbed. A quiet sorrow washed over her, prompting her to take a step back, turning to leave. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her tail. Donaya halted, glancing back to find a small red dragon gnawing at her tail. How peculiar! What is a hatchling doing here? She regarded the red hatchling with curiosity. Wait, this little dragon bears a striking resemblance to Seldar. A closer inspection revealed it was indeed Seldar in his youthful days. Donaya, are you mourning for me? Seldar questioned, his emotions a tangled web as he gazed at the black dragon. He felt he had not treated Donaya well. Over the years, they had kept their distance. Their scant interactions limited to him, bringing her a special delicacy at Sky's behest and relaying her feedback to his mentor. Are you truly Seldar? Donaya countered. Indeed. Without a doubt. Splendid. You are alive. Joy radiated from Donaya's face. Apart from my kin, this dragon of my age is the first to genuinely care for me. A flicker of emotion stirred within Seldar as he reached out to gently touzle Donaya's tail. Perhaps my relationship with Donaya can deepen. Suddenly, Sky cast a concealment spell over the 2 dragons. Sky, we are prepared to depart. Borage and Paola entered, engaging in brief conversation before taking their leave once more. They are likely to ambush us on our journey to the kingdom of Dara. We must not let them succeed, Paola assessed calmly. She was undeterred by human schemes. Yet this did not equate to her recklessly charging in like the red dragon. Upon hearing this, Borage transformed into a small bird, followed closely by Paola. Their plan was to infiltrate the palace, seize the king, and then contemplate their next steps. After a protracted flight, they arrived at the site where the giants had meticulously set a trap for the dragons. Borage and Paola passed through the transparent magical barrier, a wave of invisible magical energy sweeping over them. This was a flight restriction spell specifically designed to thwart dragons. Fortunately, we transformed into birds beforehand. liberating ourselves from the dependence on magic for flight. Humanity, it seems, is not so complex. Their schemes have been effortlessly unveiled by me. Arrogance blinds them to the fact that they have long been discovered by hidden beings. This artifact remains as effective as ever. A human soldier clutched a magical device resembling a compass, with 5 pointers, 3 dim and lackluster, while the other 2 pointed directly at the transformed Paola and Polage. First, alert the Dragon Fury squad stationed at the Royal Palace and instruct them to hasten here. We shall momentarily delay them until the Dragon Fury squad arrives, at which point we will activate the anti-magic field to slay the vile dragon. As the 2 dragons entered the range of the sorcerers, the Mage Legion from the Ostley Empire commenced their incantations. O Tyrant of Flames, high-level magic, exploding fireball. Dozens of fireballs, each the size of a basin, materialized and hurtled toward the skybound dragons. The expressions of Paola and Polage shifted dramatically. Cursed humans, how did they uncover our presence? The frail bodies of the birds lacked the vigor for flight, and they could not match the speed of the colossal dragons. Reluctantly, they dispelled their transformation and dove downward. Damn it, the flight blockade spell. Which fool devised this? As the 2 dragons landed, the mages immediately cast stone to mud, anticipating their intent. Polage swiftly unleashed mud to stone. Paola, enveloped in crackling lightning, resembled a storm incarnate. This was not mere magic, it was the innate magical prowess of the dragons. The furious lightning scattered under Paola's command, racing toward the sorcerers. Simultaneously, Polage began to bestow enhancement spells upon himself and Paola, various resistance and supportive spells, casting as many as possible, for dragons are not lacking in magical power. The mages raised their wands, invoking a Legion-level combined spell. This is bad. We must halt them. Polage exclaimed in alarm. As a dragon on the verge of legend, he felt confident in evading the assault. However, Paola's fate was uncertain. Charging toward the mages, Paola unleashed a barrage of lightning with each thunderous step. Shield troops, Commander Cattle bellowed. Over 50 heavily armored soldiers, brandishing massive shields, dispelled their cloaking spell. Taking a half-step forward and crouching to lower their center of gravity, the shields clashed together with a resounding thud. As the shield-bearers channeled magic into their shields, these towering barriers began to glow. 50 shields linked together in the air, coalescing into a colossal magical shield. Combined fighting technique, divine protection. Thud. Paola crashed into the shield, rattling herself to the core. Meanwhile, Polage was not idle. He was constructing a short-range teleportation spell. The mages completed their incantation for the Legion-level magic, and a massive magical array appeared above the 2 dragons. A brilliant golden light burst forth from the array, aimed directly at them. Polage, not daring to be complacent, immediately activated the teleportation. The mages, seeing their attack miss, swiftly readied themselves for a second strike. Borage found himself devoid of better options and continued to prepare the teleportation magic. In the immediate term, he was unable to cast any defensive spells potent enough to withstand a Legion-level combined magic attack. Paola gathered the electric energy around her into her mouth, and as more lightning and magical energy converged within, the sphere of lightning grew ever brighter. When Paola sensed the power of the lightning sphere had reached its zenith, she launched it towards the mages. The lightning sphere, trailing a long tail, sped towards the mages at an astonishing velocity, crackling and booming through the sky. Yet, not a single mage halted their incantations. Transform, bellowed the leading shield bearer. With a mighty effort, the other shield bearers lifted their massive shields from the ground and brought them crashing down. An increased surge of magical energy infused the shields, causing the once silver shields to take on a grayish-yellow hue, transforming them into colossal earth shields with formidable resistance against lightning. The mages launched another assault as Borage initiated the teleportation once more. The mages remained undeterred, for their mission was to delay the 2 dragons while awaiting the Dragon Frenzy squad's arrival. Report, came the message from the teleportation squad. The Dragon Frenzy army is in position. Excellent. Activate the anti-magic zone and the counterfeit Dragon Frenzy binding. Slay the vile dragons. Chapter 21. The ferocious battle against the dragon slayers. The counterfeit Dragon Frenzy binding could never rival the genuine article. The true Dragon Frenzy binding could render a dragon completely devoid of reason, indiscriminately destroying everything within sight. In contrast, the imitation merely served as a potent intelligence-diminishing spell, reducing the dragon's cognitive capabilities and relegating it to a bestial state. Nevertheless, they still recognized their true enemies and refrained from turning on one another. Roaring with fury, Paola's eyes turned crimson as she attempted to envelop herself in lightning once more. However, within the anti-magic zone, her magical energy began to spiral out of control, disobeying her commands entirely. Under the influence of the counterfeit dragon frenzy binding, Paola did not even consider why this was happening, nor did she entertain the notion of retreat. Instead, she unleashed a bolt of lightning. Tigra deftly evaded the attack. Realizing the breath attack had failed, Paola lunged at the human before her. This human was the captain of the Dragon Frenzy army, named Tigra, soon to become a legendary warrior. Faced with the frenzied blue dragon, he felt no fear of defeat. He envisioned the blue dragon's head as a testament to his impending legend. Confronted by the massive claw, Tigra exhibited no signs of panic. He positioned himself in a stance with one foot forward and the other back, sheathing his long sword at his waist and channeling his magical energy. Just as the colossal claw was about to make contact, an immense surge of magical energy erupted from him. Quick draw in an instant, Tigra's form vanished, leaving behind a terrifying arc of sword light that effortlessly tore through dragon scales. A deep, bone-revealing gash appeared upon Paola's claw. Yet it was not over. Tigra pivoted his long sword, driving it into Paola's flesh, embedding it within her sinewy muscles. He leaped high, using the sword as leverage, then summoned it back to his hand with a magical chain, raising his sword to strike at her head. Paola hastily unleashed a bolt of lightning, forcing Tigra to retreat. However, due to the insufficient preparation time for the breath attack, its potency was diminished. Thanks to the protective amulet of lightning, Tigra was merely thrown back by the ferocious surge of electricity, sustaining no significant harm. Paola charged forward once more, striking with her claws. Tigra met the assault with her sword, the clash of the long sword against the sharp talons producing a resonant sound. Tigra, absorbing the force, executed a tactical withdrawal. Breaking slash, she shouted, then advanced, delivering a sweeping strike that left another mark upon Paola's talon. Spinning slash. Paola, gritting her teeth against the pain, continued her relentless assault, showing no signs of halting her claws. Tigra, unable to sheath her sword in time, was directly swatted away by Paola. The defensive magic inscribed upon her armor was triggered, mitigating a substantial amount of damage. Truly, the strength of a dragon is formidable, Tigra mused, as she engaged Paola once again. Polidge's white scales began to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. Due to his striking performance, the captain of the dragon-slaying squad deemed him a mage dragon, perceiving him as a far greater threat than Paola, and rallied a multitude of soldiers to attack. As a silver dragon on the brink of legendary status, Polidge's resilience eclipsed that of Paola. Ordinary high-tier magic merely left him with minor injuries, while the more potent spells were always detected well in advance. It is noteworthy that Polidge had lost some of his rationality and showed no concern for Paola's safety, allowing him to attack without hesitation. Yet, even in his frenzied state, he refrained from utilizing the frost breath of the silver dragon. Each of Polidge's charges posed significant trouble for the shield bearers. The magical shield began to crack, and the stamina of the shield bearers was nearing depletion. Dragon Frenzy Squad, advance, commanded Kadir. Shield bearers, immediately consume your recovery potions. The lurking Dragon Frenzy Squad, upon hearing Kadir's orders, launched their assault against Polidge. The vice captain of the squad, an archer on the verge of legendary prowess named Tyler, readied a massive arrow specifically designed to combat dragons. Kneeling, he drew the colossal arrow across the ground in a semicircle, activating the explosive magic through friction. Whoosh! The enormous arrow soared towards Polidge's chest. The dragon scales shattered, and the arrow embedded itself. Fortuitously, Polidge's formidable physique meant that only the arrowhead penetrated his body. As Polidge attempted to extract the arrow, his talon made contact, triggering a violent explosion from the arrow intended for dragons. Roar! The detonation, more powerful than a fireball, struck Polidge at close range, causing him considerable discomfort, though not enough to inflict severe injury. Fire at will, commanded Tigra. The other members of the Dragon Frenzy Squad received the order and immediately commenced their barrage. A rain of explosive arrows bombarded Polidge, leaving him disoriented. Not far off, the shield bearers rejoined the fray. The Mage Legion completed their incantation, and the Legion-level combination magic was poised to unleash its power. The white scales adorning Polidge began to radiate with light. Tigra sheathed his sword once more, as the blood-soaked Paola opened her jaws to bite at the human before her. Yes, precisely like that. If I succeed in executing the Iaedo strike this time, I shall surely sever your head. Her sharp teeth glistened with a chilling sheen, thick saliva connecting her upper and lower jaws. Closer, closer. I am nearly within the range for the Iaedo strike. The intricate maze of teeth approached, threatening to shatter him, prompting Tigra to immediately initiate the Iaedo strike. As he did, his figure vanished once more, Yet Paola emerged unscathed. The magical aura surrounding Tegra diminished significantly. What transpired? Why has this blue dragon halted? Just moments ago, I sensed a mental shock. Was it a psychic blast? Fortunately, I have been blessed by the god of war, granting me immunity to mental magic. The Iato strike must be executed at the precise moment of being attacked to be deemed successful. A successful release would negate the incoming attack while inflicting substantial damage on the foe, along with bestowing enhancements. Conversely, failure would result in no damage to the adversary and the removal of some beneficial magic from the caster. With the assistance of the sky scales, Paola shook off the effects of the counterfeit dragon's frenzy and regained her sanity. Just as she was about to snap her jaws around Tegra, she halted, successfully deceiving him into using his Iato strike. Blue electricity ignited within her mouth, and Paola unleashed a breath attack toward Tegra. Having lost a significant portion of his enhancement magic, Tegra was unable to evade, taking a solid hit from the lightning breath. The blue dragon's breath is the most potent among the chromatic dragons. Even with a lightning amulet, Tegra suffered severe damage. With a crackle, Tegra tore through 2 scrolls, releasing the sealed spells of regeneration and lightning resistance, followed by consuming a potion. His skin turned a shade of gray, and his size swelled considerably. This was the Berserker potion developed by the Osli Empire, which enhances the user's resistance to all elements and physical attacks, boosts elemental affinity, and increases physical strength. With the cost of a week spent bedridden, coupled with the lightning amulet and lightning resistance magic, he now possessed near immunity to Paola's breath. Dreadful human, truly affluent. The situation grew increasingly dire, and Paola felt a surge of irritation. An invisible psychic blast swept across the battlefield, causing Bolij's enemies to clutch their heads in agony. Simultaneously, the radiance of the white scales dimmed. Bolij also regained his sanity and would not squander this opportune moment, charging into the fray with reckless abandon. The earth rumbled beneath his weight, as one after another, humans were reduced to mere flesh and mud, merging with the ground. Some unfortunate souls found their corpses ensnared upon his claws, repeatedly trampled as he lifted and lowered his colossal appendages. The triggered mage shields worn by the soldiers were rendered insignificant before this near-legendary dragon. These humans could never have imagined that this azure dragon could shake off the influence of the dragon frenzy and unleash a mental explosion. Borij's battle progressed with remarkable ease. Victory was merely a matter of time. However, Paola found herself ensnared in a grueling struggle. Tigra's swift strikes and piercing cuts left her with no room to maneuver. After experiencing a prior defeat, Tigra was no longer deceived by her feints, consistently executing his strikes at the most opportune moments. Perhaps I shall perish here. As her blood flowed away, Paola felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping her, her thoughts becoming sluggish. It was time to deliver the final blow to this vile dragon. Great god of war, your warrior calls upon your strength. Bestow upon me the might to shatter all. Advanced magic, the body of the god of war. A tremendous surge of magical energy enveloped Tigra, coalescing into a resplendent golden armor. His stature surged to 3 meters, and the sword in his hand transformed into a colossal golden blade. Tigra raised the massive sword, striking down towards Paola's head. The intense magical reaction caught Borij's attention. Paola, no. As Paola faced imminent death, he could no longer conceal his identity. The temperature of the battlefield plummeted instantly, shards of ice materializing from thin air. As the chilling breath of the silver dragon engulfed Tigra's figure, Tigra had not been granted any spells to enhance his ice resistance, and the resistance provided by the berserk potion was insufficient to withstand the breath of a silver dragon on the verge of legend. Thus, the captain of the Dragon Frenzy squad, Tigra, fell. With the identity of the silver dragon now exposed, Borij felt no need to continue hiding. He unleashed a torrent of icy breath to cleanse the battlefield. These humans could never fathom that a silver dragon would ally with a blue dragon. They had prepared no countermeasures against the breath of a silver dragon, and within a minute, their entire force was annihilated. Borij, I am sorry, Paola. As you can see, I am not a blue dragon, but a silver dragon. Borij dispelled his true transformation, expressing his regret. I deceived you. I shall take my leave. Borij looked down at the bloodied blue dragon, his heart heavy with anguish and sorrow. Borij, do you truly intend to leave me? I do not wish to lose you. But I have deceived you, and I know you despise being misled. Did you ever claim to be a blue dragon? No, I suppose not. Upon careful reflection, Borij realized he had never stated he was a blue dragon. Paola, do you mean to say you have never deceived me, but merely hesitated to acknowledge your identity as a silver dragon? In truth, I have long known you were a silver dragon, yet I refrained from unveiling your true identity, as I hoped you would reveal it to me willingly. Paola, I am sorry. Paola gently grasped Borge's claw. I forgive you, but from now on, you must confront me with your true identity. Very well, I promise you. Borge hesitated for a moment before asking, can you share how you discovered it? Paola shot him a glare. I have engaged with other blue dragons before. From the moment you first bonded with me, I discerned that you were not a blue dragon. Your form is imbued with the essence of ice elements, and the silver dragon, akin to you, embodies the ice attribute and possesses true polymorphism, making it rather easy to infer. Are you truly willing to accept the silver dragon as your companion? I harbor no objections to you becoming my partner. Yet others of your kind are not permissible. Moreover, your prowess is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Paola averted her gaze, seemingly bashful. Paola accepted Borge's apology. And now Borge felt an immense sense of relief. Shall we return later for another encounter? With the body of a silver dragon, Borge's tail flickered restlessly. Certainly. But let us first resolve the matters concerning the kingdom of Dara. No problem. Chapter 22. The game of the malevolent dragon Donaya. Let me out. That is out of the question. Sky has instructed me to take good care of you. Is it merely for that single gold coin? Indeed. However, should you be inclined to offer me 2 gold coins, I could facilitate your release. Donaya bore a large basket around her neck, within which resided Seldar. This basket was custom-made by Sky, fortified with high-level defensive magical arrays. Seldar attempted to escape the confines of the basket, but was firmly restrained by Donaya. As a newly reborn whelp, Seldar was no match for Donaya. In a short while, he relinquished his struggle. It is utterly impossible for me to provide any payment. Not in this lifetime. He harbored grave suspicions that this was merely Sky's cruel amusement. All dragons assemble at once. Seldar could vaguely comprehend the unfolding events, while the other dragons appeared utterly bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Are we not allowed a moment's respite? Is this madness, summoning us at such a time? With the blue dragon absent, does this white dragon truly believe herself to be the leader? I have heard rumors of Seidel's demise. I suspect she seeks to vent her frustrations upon us. The young dragons grumbled as they soared towards the assembly point, eager to avoid penalties. In the clearing stood a colossal magical barrier, within which were imprisoned 500 human soldiers. These soldiers were mid-tier mages and warriors. And the absence of high-tier mages and warriors was easily explained. They had all fallen to Sky's hand. They could scarcely fathom that a formidable dragon lurked here. The dragon-hunting forces from the Osri Empire had evidently faltered. The young dragons exchanged puzzled glances. These soldiers hail from the kingdom of Dara. They orchestrated a conspiracy against us. They lured Borge and Paola away from their domain with the intent to slay dragons, and simultaneously dispatched their army to eliminate you. What do you intend to do with these humans? A green dragon inquired first. A pertinent question. I shall engage these humans in a game with you. A game that will allow you to earn silver coins. A game? How tedious. Only those loathsome metallic dragons delight in playing games with other beings. However, she mentioned the possibility of acquiring silver coins, so I shall entertain the notion. The rules of the game are quite simple. In each round, I shall bestow upon each dragon a silver coin, which shall not belong to you until the conclusion of the game. I will permit these humans to divide themselves into 49 groups, granting them the autonomy to determine the order of their challenges and select their opponents. The dragons chosen have 2 options. They may either forfeit the challenge, incurring a loss of 50 silver coins, or accept the challenge, retaining 90 silver coins upon victory. But losing all should they fail. Regardless of their decision or the outcome of the challenge, the selected dragons will forfeit their eligibility in the game. You may intimidate or threaten the humans as they select their challengers, yet you must not lay a finger upon them. Failure to adhere to this will result in the confiscation of all silver coins and disqualification from the game. Does anyone dissent? I do, protested the youngest dragon. By your logic, am I not destined to be the first eliminated? This is unjust. The strongest dragons are rewarded with the most silver coins, while I am left with nothing. Wherein lies the injustice? Retorted Skawi. Without strength, you shall acquire no silver coins, nor shall you safeguard your treasures. Is this not the essence of dragonkind? At this, the other dragons fell silent. Humans, have you comprehended the rules of the game just articulated? I grant you 10 minutes for discussion. Should you succeed in persuading these dragons to forego their challenges, or in defeating them, I shall allow you to return alive. Does anyone object? Monstrous dragon, we are not your playthings, exclaimed a valiant soldier, his voice stifled by Captain Brew's firm grip. In response, Brew executed a sweeping kick, sending him to the ground, followed by a swift elbow strike to the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Esteemed dragon, no one shall refuse your benevolence, Brew thought. astonished at the prospect of survival instead of impending slaughter. Skawi, pleased with the turn of events, extended the discussion time to 11 minutes. The humans contemplated employing a strategy akin to Tianji's horse racing. They would select 25 individuals, each forming a small team to challenge the malevolent dragon. Undoubtedly, those chosen would meet their demise at the hands of the dragon, yet this would greatly enhance the odds of the remaining individuals in overcoming the beast. Brew resolved to sacrifice the lives of 25 to increase the survival chances of the remaining 474. Had they chosen to challenge based on strength, they would have lost over half their number. This strategy garnered widespread acceptance. Who among you is willing to sacrifice themselves? Those willing to step forward, do so beside me. Your comrades shall care for your families. The first to volunteer was a noble seeking glory. I have but one request. Allow me to be the last to challenge. Ajax, I thank you for your sacrifice. Though surprised by the choice, the commander did not refuse. Soon after, another stepped forward. I have no family. The army is my only home, and death my sole destination. In total, 24 individuals chose to sacrifice themselves. Commander, we still need to select an individual. No need. I shall be the 25th. Soon, their discussions concluded, and they divided the participants into 24 groups based on their prowess, subsequently informing Sky about the results. An astute choice indeed. You have successfully averted a calamitous fate for the entire army. These dragons are far from ordinary. Nearly every one of them is a mid-level mage dragon, so you must exert yourselves diligently. Now let the games commence. The 25 warriors were arranged last, so as to allow their opponents the opportunity to earn more gold coins, striving to avoid being ruthlessly slain by dragons that might not yield even a single coin. The first team to take the stage chose the young dragon who had just protested to Sky, for he had proclaimed himself the first to be eliminated, indicating that he possessed the weakest abilities. It is wise to pick the soft fruit. Cursed humans. The chosen dragon seethed with indignation, unhesitatingly accepting the challenge. He yearned to impart a profound lesson to these ungrateful humans. You shall not take a single coin from me. With the spells fossil to mud, magic chain, and mud to stone, the mages endeavored to ensnare the young dragon. Had it been an ordinary young dragon, it would surely have succumbed to such tactics. However, these young dragons were adept in magic. The black dragon, Dalish, effortlessly extricated himself from the predicament with fossil to mud, then unleashed a stream of corrosive acid. The mages conjured a magical shield to block the assault and retaliated with fireballs. In fewer than 10 rounds, Dalish was vanquished. Sky confiscated his silver coin. The next 10 young dragons were unwilling to relinquish their challenges. Abandoning the contest would result in a loss of 50 silver coins, while victory would allow them to retain 90. Driven by greed, they all opted to take the gamble. They exerted every ounce of strength in an attempt to slay their foes. Yet these humans were elite warriors of the kingdom of Dala, not easily defeated. Among the 200 participants, the casualties were remarkably few. Observing the effectiveness of the strategy, Brew felt a sense of relief that most would survive, and thus far, none of the fallen heroes had suffered torment. The humans began to select their next challenger. Humans, you will regret this. I shall devour you all. The malevolent dragons sought to intimidate the humans, showcasing their might, unwilling to face early elimination. Donaya was chosen. She rose and strode to the combat zone. Ha! That black dragon is utterly foolish, wearing a basket around its neck. Indeed. Wait, is there a young dragon inside the basket? It truly seems so. This young dragon resembles Seldar. It's Seldar the fool. But isn't he dead? Hey, dragon in the basket, tell me who you are. A curious red dragon could no longer contain its inquisitiveness and asked directly. I am the indomitable dragon, Seldar. Tremble, foolish red dragon, for you shall pay for your previous words and actions. Seldar recognized that the crimson dragon before him was one of the younglings that had previously disseminated news of his demise. Now blessed with accelerated growth, he would surely exact a harrowing price from this band of dragons who reveled in his misfortune. Donaya, I permit you to team up with Seldar to face the challenge. Skyway said with a cheerful demeanor. I refuse. I am still but a hatchling. Moreover, I am not a participant in this game, lacking silver coins. If you triumph over them, each dragon shall receive an additional gold coin. The allure of free gold was too enticing to resist. Before Seldar could respond, Donaya had already agreed on his behalf. Why should they receive gold? The onlooking dragons expressed their envy, loudly voicing their discontent. The rules are dictated by the strong. Dissent? Come at me. Skyway waved his claw dismissively at the young dragons. No one dared to object any longer. Since there are no objections, let the challenge commence. Seldar and Donaya exchanged glances. Seldar, utilize your combined breath. I do not wish to linger with them. Donaya commanded with rare authority. All right, how should I assist you? Perhaps I should climb onto your head? Not a chance. Donaya swiftly declined Seldal's ill-conceived suggestion. Come into my mouth. Without waiting for Seldal's rebuttal, she engulfed him. Just do not let your breath touch me. The human challengers would not allow the two dragons to converse freely and immediately launched their assault. Donaya soared into the sky, narrowly evading a fireball. Relax. I will control it. With Seldar in her mouth, Donaya struggled to articulate her words. Stop talking. Your tongue is tickling me. And by the way, your breath stinks. Seldar clutched onto Donaya's lower jaw, securing himself. I am a black dragon. Isn't it normal? Donaya swatted away two hidden assailants in midair. Enough already. Your saliva is about to drip into my mouth. Hurry up and deal with these humans. A fireball struck Donaya's abdomen, and in her agony, she nearly bit Seldar in half. Taking a deep breath, Donaya prepared to unleash her breath attack, followed closely by Seldar. A torrent of pale green flames erupted, engulfing all the humans. Being still a hatchling, Seldal's combined breath lacked considerable potency. The mages, not daring to be careless, quickly cast water shields and protective spells. The green flames licked at the water shields, the acidic breath of the black dragon infiltrating the magical barrier, dismantling it. The water shield shattered, showering the humans with corrosive liquid. Sizzle. Crackle. The green flames eroded the mage's protective shields, transforming the arena into a sea of fire. The shields have broken. The ominous green flames ignited upon the humans, who writhed in agony on the ground, their desperate rolling only intensifying their suffering. The agony experienced is akin to being immersed in water at 60 degrees Celsius while being mercilessly whipped. Unless fate intervenes, these unfortunate souls will endure torment from flames and acid for a full 10 minutes before succumbing to death. Hatred, suffering, and despair permeate their very souls. Such intense negative emotions even affect Donaya. A torrent of these dark feelings penetrates her heart, and her uncontrollable abilities resonate with the plight of these humans. She feels as though she has become one of them, seared by the relentless green flames. Donaya unleashes magical missiles, shattering their skulls in sequence, thus ending their suffering, and consequently, her own torment induced by her extraordinary powers. Seldar is expelled from Donaya's mouth, his body coated in a viscous, foul-smelling saliva. He performs a cleansing ritual on himself and prepares to confront Donaya, only to notice that her complexion appears somewhat off. Could it be due to those 10 silver coins? Seldar is puzzled but refrains from voicing his question. Chapter 23, Ajax's Ambition. In 24 battles, the hatchlings have only emerged victorious in 6. Notably, none of the dragons opted to forfeit the challenge. This casualty rate is somewhat acceptable. One can only hope that the white dragon fulfills its promise. With unwavering resolve, Brew selects a dragon at random to challenge. Human, I shall slay you in the most brutal manner. The chosen red dragon seethes with rage. That accursed human. He has cost me 10 silver coins already, and now an additional 25. I will ensure he dies in anguish and despair. The red dragon pins Brew to the ground with a claw. Come on, foul dragon. I fear you not. When he arrived here with his team, he was prepared for death, ready to face the wrath of the great dragon. They have come to slaughter the hatchlings, not to befriend the malevolent dragon. Were he in the dragon's position, he would show no mercy to a human attempting to take his life. Only blood and fear can instill terror in one's enemies. The red dragon grips Brew's arm with 2 claws, slowly twisting it. Brew's face reddens, his teeth clattering, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. His arm is brutally wrenched. The red dragon rends Brew's armor, removing his arm, and with it, swings it toward Brew's face as one would a branch. Behold, what a splendid arm. Surely it must be delectable. The red dragon tosses the arm into its mouth, chewing thoughtfully before grimacing. Disgusting. It pales in comparison to the culinary delights of Scythe Comet. The red dragon proceeds to sever Brew's other arm and both of his legs, then stomps down forcefully on his body. The sight is profoundly tragic, prompting the surviving soldiers to weep uncontrollably. The next soldier, upon entering the fray, swiftly slits his own throat with a long sword, refusing to grant the malevolent dragon the pleasure of tormenting him. The third warrior stepped forth, attempting to take his own life, only to be thwarted by the green dragon's magical chains. How could I allow you to die so easily? The warrior was engulfed in profound despair. He harbored no fear of death, yet he dreaded the torment that the vile dragon would inflict upon him. The green dragon proceeded to dismember him in a manner most horrific, while the surrounding dragons watched with rapt attention, occasionally offering suggestions for further torment. The atmosphere was disturbingly harmonious. Donaya, what troubles you? Seldar observed Donaya attempting to slip away quietly, her countenance darkened and her body trembling intermittently. A flicker of concern blossoming within him. Could this black dragon be unwell? Seldar. Donaya halted her steps. What is happening? Seldar inquired softly. If you are ill, you must speak up. This is no trifling matter. Please, tell me. Seeing Donaya stammer and hesitate to articulate her thoughts, Seldar felt a surge of impatience. Unbeknownst to him, he had come to regard Donaya as family, eager to share his goodwill with her. After a moment's hesitation, Donaya resolved to reveal her secret to Seldar. Seldar, I possess a unique ability. I can sense the emotions of the creatures around me and, to a certain extent, resonate with them. Donaya perceived the worry and urgency in Seldar's heart. Is this what it feels like to be cared for? He truly cares for me. In that moment, Donaya felt a new emotion blossom within her, warmth. She decided to share her secret, recounting how this extraordinary ability impacted her and the anguish it had brought her. Seldar was taken aback. So this was the meaning of the special his mentor had spoken of. Donaya possessed such a remarkable ability. Surprised, are you? My power is indeed unfathomable, Donaya remarked with a wry smile. Perhaps Skyway might have a solution. Since your mentor discerned Donaya's uniqueness at a glance, surely she must possess a remedy. You have such faith in your mentor. Very well, I shall inquire. Donaya acquiesced to Seldar's suggestion. Meanwhile, the remaining 21 warriors, before even beginning their challenge, had taken their own lives, fearing the brutal fate that awaited them at the hands of the dragons. The last to step forward was named Ajax. His adversary was a red dragon, in evidently high spirits. Having been fortunate enough to remain until the end, this meant he would gather the most coins from this endeavor. Despite his cheerful demeanor, she would not let this human escape, for he had come with the intent to slay dragons. Before I commence your torment, I grant you the opportunity to utter your final words. 100 gold coins. What? The dragon exclaimed. I am willing to offer 100 gold coins for my life. The red dragon contemplated, finding 100 gold coins far more appealing than 45 silver pieces. However, she was indeed a greedy dragon. 100 coins? Insufficient. At least 1,000. Very well. Ajax readily acquiesced. The red dragon suddenly felt a twinge of regret, sensing that the price could have been even greater. Yet, she was not like those deceitful green dragons. She would honor her commitment. How can I ensure that you will dutifully hand over the gold coins? Ajax was well prepared. He immediately swore an oath to the god of justice. In that case, I concede the challenge. Thus, this red dragon became the sole dragon in the game to voluntarily forfeit. Is it truly possible? Ajax's maneuver astounded all the young dragons and humans present. The young dragons felt remorse for having missed an opportunity for wealth. The humans, too, regretted that those brave warriors who had willingly sacrificed themselves and their comrades who perished in the challenge could have continued to live. We should have realized that we could bribe these dragons with gold coins. The game has concluded. Now these silver coins belong to you, Sky said to the young dragons. She then turned her gaze to the victorious soldiers and Ajax. Humans, I shall fulfill my promise. You are now free. Thanks to Brew's strategy, over 400 out of 500 survived. These humans wished to linger no longer, hastily shoveling their comrades' bodies into bags before retracing their steps. Sky began to educate these avaricious dragons. When faced with a foe stronger than yourselves, you must learn to exercise temporary restraint and withdrawal, even if it means sacrificing wealth. Otherwise, what you stand to lose is not merely treasure, but your very lives. I understand that greed is inherent to dragons, yet you must learn to temper your avarice. Only through strength can you safeguard your treasures and existence. Take, for instance, the earlier game. Had you chosen to concede, you would have retained at least 50 silver coins. When confronting adversaries far weaker than yourselves, you should contemplate how to extract greater utility from them, rather than resorting to mindless vengeance and slaughter. As for the final 25, you could have easily demanded more wealth from them. What did you gain from their brutal slaughter, aside from fleeting satisfaction? If you must kill, then ensure you extract sufficient value first, and then discreetly resolve the matter, lest other beings discover your deeds. Otherwise, it will become increasingly difficult to extract the wealth of future vanquished foes. They will perceive you as untrustworthy and adopt an attitude of resistance. Through this game, Sky imparted a crucial lesson to the young dragons. To establish a long-lasting and stable dragon empire, one cannot permit the dragon's greed and cruelty to run rampant. She understood that reforming the nature of malevolent dragons was an arduous task and did not hope that a mere game could effect change in these young dragons. After educating the young dragons, Sky turned her attention to a human who had yet to depart. Human, I recall your name is Ajax. Why do you linger? Ajax performed a standard noble salute to Sky, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance. The great dragon, the realm of Dala, requires a new monarch. Oh, you aspire to be king? Sky narrowed his eyes and inquired, offering a rationale. We could easily subjugate humans and utilize them as slaves for our kin. So why grant them a modicum of freedom? A human nation could yield greater wealth. An established country possesses a complete production chain and consumption channels. Dismantling and reconstructing it would not only consume vast amounts of time, but also result in significant financial loss. Moreover, there is no assurance that a new industrial chain would surpass the original. We can also provide you with intelligence on other human nations. Should they contemplate an assault against you, you would be forewarned. Oh, I find myself slightly intrigued. But how can you assure me of your obedience to the commands of the great dragon? How can you guarantee that you will not betray us? Let us be clear. Swearing an oath before a deity is futile. The god of justice is a human deity, and such an oath is not a matter of life and death. I doubt he would accept such a vow. I am willing to undergo dragon blood transformation to become a dragonborn, thus alleviating your concerns regarding my potential treachery. A clever notion indeed, Sky smiled. Becoming dragonborn would grant you formidable powers and prolonged life. Moreover, once the transformation is successfully completed, we would not reject your claim to the throne of Dala. However, I cannot decide this matter alone. Once Peora returns, I will facilitate your introduction. You may depart now. We shall seek you out in a few days. Thank you. Great dragon. Sky handed a crystal servant to Ajax. Ajax bowed once more and exited the domain of the blue dragon. Seldar and Donaya, do you have matters to discuss? Observing Ajax's departure, Seldar prompted Donaya to inquire of Sky regarding her unique abilities. My lord Sky, may I ask your thoughts on my special abilities? Donaya described her unique powers to Sky, hoping for a resolution. This is a manifestation of uncontrolled spiritual energy. Donaya, you possess an extraordinary innate talent for spiritual energy. With an astonishing reservoir within you, you are unable to rein in such immense spiritual energy. It continuously radiates outward, peering into the hearts of other beings. This energy remains uncontained, hence it cannot achieve the effects of true mind reading. It merely allows you to sense the emotions of others. The solution to this dilemma is rather simple. You must learn to control your own spiritual energy. There are no other alternatives. In truth, Sky told a slight untruth. She possesses the means to seal Donaya's overwhelming spiritual energy, yet such an act would hinder her development. The power of spiritual energy emanates from the heart. The more profound and intense the emotions of the energy wielder, the greater their strength. Compared to other beings, the emotions of the five-colored dragons are notably deficient. They lack gratitude, do not empathize, are devoid of compassion, and their barren understanding of familial bonds ensures that their hearts cannot cultivate the strength of a spiritual energy wielder. The ability to perceive the emotions of other beings profoundly transformed Donaya, imbuing her with a deeper sense of empathy. I shall provide you with tomes on spiritual energy. First, study them independently, and when you encounter difficulties, seek my guidance, Skyhwai said as he handed a thick volume to Donaya. Once you master the art of shapeshifting, I recommend you explore the realm of humanity to immerse yourself in a spectrum of emotions. It will be immensely beneficial for you. Donaya accepted the book, embracing Skyhwai's counsel. Chapter 24. The initial trial of soul sculpting. Thank you for your scales, Skyhwai. You have been immensely helpful. Borage exclaimed, recalling the perils of the battlefield, his face betraying a flicker of fear. We nearly perished there. Skyhwai, did you foresee this? Paola pondered, recalling the effects of the faux dragon frenzy lock and connecting it to the scales Skyhwai had bestowed upon them, which perfectly countered it. Her heart brimmed with questions. Indeed, I was aware of humanity's scheming from the outset. Even Seidel's feigned demise was orchestrated by me, Skyhwai candidly acknowledged, showing no inclination to conceal the truth. In that moment, Paola felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and anxiety. Skyhwai possessed a power greater than hers, a mind more astute, and resources far more diverse. She and Borage were mere pawns in her intricate game. She feared that her years of toil might merely serve as a wedding garment for Skyhwai, that her aspirations could be snatched away, and that she might fail to meet Tiamat's expectations. Should Skyhwai desire to seize her draconic empire, she felt utterly incapable of thwarting her. But why should I resist? My ambition is to establish a draconic empire, not to ascend as its king. My strength is insufficient to command dragons, my treasures inadequate to sway them, and my cunning too feeble to unravel all plots against the draconic empire. Hence, I am unworthy of the title of Dragon King. There are more suitable candidates for that position. With this realization, Paola's feelings of powerlessness and worry dissipated. Skyhwai subsequently divulged information about Ajax. After some contemplation, Paola concluded that maintaining the status quo in the kingdom of Dara was a prudent choice. She resolved to convert Ajax into her dragonkin, manipulating this king to ensure Dara provided sustenance and wealth for her territory. Once she had conquered more lands and gathered additional vassals, she would consider further changes. You have faltered due to a lack of intelligence. You must establish your own network of information. You cannot wait until the enemy knocks at your door before you sharpen your claws to fight back. The kingdom of Dara presents an excellent entry point for acquiring substantial intelligence. How can a draconic empire thrive without its own network of information? Paola nodded in agreement, taking Borridge's hand as they hurried to address matters concerning the new king and the intelligence network. Thus, the affairs of the kingdom of Dara reached a temporary conclusion. Seldar, your soul has fully acclimatized to your body. From today onward, you shall receive my legacy. Oh, at long last, is it upon us? The path of soul sculpting. A deep crimson gas emanated from the body of Skyhue, swirling around her in a mesmerizing dance under her command. Approaching hesitantly, Seldar extended a claw and gently touched the mysterious gas. It adhered to his talon, burrowing into his body. As the gas infiltrated him, Seldar felt an unsettling weakness wash over him, his bodily functions diminishing significantly. Suddenly, he was astounded to discover that the magical energy within him had been disrupted. The force of his breath markedly diminished, and, more alarmingly, he found himself unable to cast spells. Master, what is this? Why is it so overpowering? Seldar searched through the legacy of dragons, but found no answers. This is my innate ability. The gas I produce, once it invades an enemy's body, can disrupt the flow of magical energy. Skyhue retracted the gas that had entered Seldar, noting its stubbornness in being expelled. But what does this have to do with the upcoming inheritance? This gas exerts a slight influence on the soul, an effect so minimal that most beings can easily overlook it. However, you are different. You possess an exceptionally high soul malleability, allowing you to embark on the path of soul sculpting through it. What must I do? I will suppress its aggressiveness. You merely need to use your magical energy as a brush, treating the gas as paint, to inscribe the traces of magical power upon your scales. Once the gas loses its aggression, it will remain docile, not spreading or interfering with your daily life. You will need to replenish the gas weekly. With your soul malleability, you should be able to complete an inscription within a month. You can inscribe up to 20 scales at once, so ensure their protection from damage. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is remarkably uncomplicated. Following Skyhue's guidance, Seldar began to extract the deep crimson gas with his magical energy, applying it to his scales. A thought suddenly struck him. What if I fill all my scales with intermediate magic? When I wish to inscribe advanced magic, won't there be no space left? Rest assured, the inscription process is reversible. I can employ soul spells to erase the magic inscribed upon your soul, allowing you to reinscribe as needed. With that assurance, he felt relieved. Master, do you have any recommendations for the magic I should inscribe? Firstly, defensive magic is essential. You must safeguard your scales to retain their integrity, enabling you to cast spells through them. Secondly, healing spells are indispensable. Injuries are inevitable in battle, and you will need healing magic to regrow your scales. As I previously mentioned, the magic inscribed through the path of soul sculpting is directly etched into the soul. Newly grown scales inherently possess magic and require no reinscription, allowing you to engage in battle immediately. Lastly, consider enhancement and offensive magic. Upon hearing this, Seldar promptly began inscribing magic upon his scales. He planned to inscribe 2 fire shields, 2 water shields, 2 lightning shields, 2 earth shields, 2 ice shields, 2 mage shields. For healing spells, 1 lightning bolt, 1 ice bolt, 1 water bolt, and 1 fireball. As for enhancement magic, he intended to wait until the next time to inscribe it. Under the careful guidance of Skew, Seldar successfully completed the initial inscriptions, leaving the remainder to time, allowing his soul to be transformed seamlessly. During the inscription process, Seldar experienced no discomfort, which led him to question whether he had made an error in his engraving. Skew reassured him that the path of soul engraving is inherently gradual. Its transformative process is progressive, unlike other soul modification techniques that tend to be direct and harsh. Although it requires a longer duration, it does not inflict pain upon the practitioner and boasts a precision far superior to other soul alteration methods. The magic within a single scale can be reused repeatedly within a short span, and with sufficient magical energy, one could even cast 10 mage shields within a second. The reason for inscribing the same magic on 2 scales was purely precautionary. Should one scale break, he would need a backup, lest he be compelled to manually cast spells. The speed of manual casting pales in comparison to that of releasing magic via scales. Before long, a month had elapsed, and the first round of inscriptions was completed splendidly. I can hardly wait to test their power, Seldar exclaimed, gazing at the 20 scales adorned with white runes. Skew constructed a magical barrier, allowing Seldar to test freely. He infused magical energy into the 12 scales inscribed with defensive magic. These scales shimmered momentarily, and 6 distinct magical shields manifested simultaneously, each enhanced 4 times. Seldar then continuously channeled his magical energy into the 4 scales inscribed with offensive spells. With the scales flickering incessantly, one attack spell after another was unleashed. A typical mage has a certain casting interval, akin to a revolver firing a single bullet per trigger pull. In contrast, Seldar's casting interval was remarkably brief, resembling a Gatling gun, capable of rapid fire as long as his magical energy flowed. Oh yes, I am invincible. Seldar's heart swelled with exhilaration, reveling in his newfound power. Skew chuckled, and a magical missile, imbued with immense magical energy, pierced through all of Seldar's shields, reverting the boastful little dragon to his original form. Do not grow too complacent. For now, you may only bully intermediate mages and warriors. When faced with higher-tier opponents, victory is far from guaranteed. And let us not forget the legends that lie beyond the high tier. After being thoroughly penetrated by the magical missile, Seldar unleashed a torrent of healing magic upon himself through the scales. Bathed in the luminous glow of magic, the gaping wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. Good heavens! The healing rate rivals that of regeneration. The path of soul engraving was indeed extraordinary. The only drawback was the exorbitant mana cost. Fortunately, as a dragon, he could endure the magical depletion. Otherwise, it would have been quite unbearable. Teacher, do you think, with my current abilities, I could defeat a juvenile dragon? It's hard to say. It could go either way. If the juvenile dragon recklessly withstands your attacks and fights back with all its might, the outcome remains uncertain. Remember, it typically requires a well-equipped and thoroughly prepared mid-tier adventurer team to tackle a juvenile dragon. A group whose strength would not pale in comparison to that of a high-tier mage. Seldar, who had been abruptly pulled down from his lofty aspirations by his mentor, felt somewhat disheartened. When will I be able to inscribe advanced magic? You may begin once you have mastered a significant number of advanced spells and possess a profound understanding of them. While I do not expect you to perform them without incantation, proficiency is essential. Very well. Advanced magic. I wonder when I will be able to learn it. As this thought crossed his mind, Seldar's enthusiasm waned momentarily, but he quickly regained his spirits. I'm only 14 after all. Donaya, come here. I wish to show you something remarkable. What is it? Why disturb the dragon's slumber at such an hour? Do not fuss. Just follow me, and you will see. Reluctantly, Donaya trailed behind Seldar to an open area. An ice shield materialized in the air, barely noticeable against the night sky. Subsequently, a fireball spell shattered the shield, scattering glimmering ice crystals illuminated by the flames. Is that all? The show has only just begun. The scales on Seldar's body began to shimmer. Over 20 ice shields appeared in the sky, and simultaneously, a multitude of fireballs, trailing long tails of flame, shattered them. Tiny ice crystals descended gently, resembling a sky filled with stars. Dozens of thunderballs joined the spectacle, exploding amidst the ice crystals, while dazzling bolts of lightning intertwined through them, weaving a magnificent tapestry of electricity across the heavens. In that instant, the sky shone as brightly as day. Donaya, is it beautiful? Seldar asked, his tail swaying with pride as he glanced at the black dragon beside him. It is indeed lovely, but now I must retire for the night. Surely this red dragon hasn't taken to learning soul carving from Sky Comet, only to ruin its own spirit, staying up late just to flaunt its newfound powers. What folly! Donaya was yet to grasp the essence of romance. Chapter 25, The Inspection Task. Do you wish for my demise? Are you eager to lay your hands on my corpse? If I do not beat you so soundly that even your mother wouldn't recognize you, I shall not be called Seldar. Although Sky Comet forbade Seldar from venturing out during his feigned death, she kindly employed projection magic to provide him with a live broadcast. Witnessing the malicious glee on the faces of the malevolent dragons filled him with resentment. Now endowed with sufficient power, he was ready to exact his revenge. Under the relentless bombardment from Seldar, the opposing white dragon could only cower in terror. How can this red dragon be so formidable? Does it not have a casting interval? Wah, please stop. My mother can no longer recognize me. The white dragon's wings had vanished. Not a single scale remained intact upon its battered body, drenched in blood. With a gaping wound in its abdomen, Seldar came to a halt, initiating a healing spell for the white dragon, as he certainly did not wish to slay it. Over 20 healing incantations were unleashed, and aside from its wings, most of its injuries had nearly mended. Thus, Seldar resumed his vigorous assault on the dragon. Wah! Even if you heal me, my mother won't recognize me. Please, stop. It lamented. Do you comprehend your mistake? Seldar inquired, pressing his foot upon the dragon's head while delivering kicks. He understood that a fledgling dragon, standing merely half a meter tall, could not inflict pain upon this majestic beast. However, it was undeniably exhilarating. I understand. Where did I err? I should not have spoken such words before confirming your demise. Ah, truly. You are a foolish white dragon, entirely missing the point. Soon, the white dragon found liberation as Seldar's magical energy was depleted. Although the saturation of his bombardment was exhilarating, the consumption of mana was quite absurd. The dragon's very saliva brimmed with magic, hinting at the immense power contained within its being. If you wish for me to cease my blows, swear before Tiamat that you shall never utter ill of me again, nor cast curses upon me. Under Seldar's threat, the white dragon, with a quivering voice, uttered the oath. Excellent. 1 down, 41 to go. Nearly all the young dragons had participated in discussions regarding Seldar's demise. Seldar spared the white dragon and began seeking his next target. With his magical energy exhausted, it seemed unlikely he could confront a second dragon today. However, he could certainly scout for tomorrow's prey. His gaze soon settled upon a rather endearing little green dragon. How delightful it would be to make such a cute little creature weep. Do not misconstrue Seldar's cruel intentions. This green dragon was also among those who maliciously spread rumors about his death, taking pleasure in the gossip. Suddenly, Seldar felt his tail grasped by a massive dragon, followed by a tumultuous upheaval. He was hoisted by Donaya, who then stuffed him into a basket slung around her neck. This basket surprisingly possessed spatial magic, automatically adjusting Seldar's form to fit snugly within. Donaya, what are you doing? I have already stated that Sky instructed me to look after you until you return to your juvenile form. I do not wish to have my wages docked. With no alternative, Seldar grumbled as he curled up, activating the soundproof barrier of the basket and donning a blindfold to enjoy a delightful slumber. After all, Donaya would awaken him when it was time to eat. Ah, how delightful it is to have a dragon to attend to one's needs. Donaya, Seldar, I have a task for you both. As long as there was coin to be earned, everything was negotiable. Seldar had a profound appreciation for his teacher's generosity. She would not shortchange him. You are to conduct an inspection in the kingdom of Dala, focusing on human attitudes towards us. Donaya, this should be quite simple for one attuned to emotions like yourself. No problem. Furthermore, you may accept gifts willingly offered by humans. However, it is strictly forbidden to seize, coerce them into surrendering their possessions, or cause them unwarranted harm. While you may request valuables, should they express any reluctance, you must acquiesce. All treasures bestowed by humanity shall be surrendered. I will bestow appropriate rewards based on your performance in fulfilling your tasks. 2 pairs of luminous eyes fixated intently on Sky Comet. When may we depart? Now is the moment. Donaya, accompanied by Seldar, soared towards the kingdom of Darla. The gold beckons to me. She hastily cast an acceleration spell upon herself, eager to reach her destination without delay. Esteemed dragons, we welcome your arrival. I have instructed the palace chefs to prepare a feast. Ajax, upon receiving the news of the dragon's approach, had long awaited them outside the palace. Ajax has now become the dragon-blooded scion of Paola. Being merely a mid-tier warrior, Ajax was insufficient to endure the baptism of dragon blood. Thus, Paola resorted to using her saliva. Fortunately, the dragons did not require Ajax to be a warrior. What they sought was a puppet king. Once one becomes a dragon-blooded, betrayal of one's bloodline master becomes impossible. We have traveled a great distance. Do you not wish to show your hospitality? Seldar inquired of Ajax, seeking treasures. I regret to inform you that the treasury is devoid of riches. The foolish Radati squandered vast resources in an attempt to vanquish you. Even before the arrival of the 2 dragons, Ajax had received word from Sky Comet. Sky Comet forbade him from providing any wealth to Seldar and Donaya, asserting that such funds would be better invested in production, thereby generating greater wealth for the dragons. Human, do you refuse? Donaya stated coldly. Indeed. Ajax replied with a dignified composure. Donaya's expression soured. How dare this mere human refuse us? Donaya seethed with anger. Just as she was about to impart a profound lesson to this ungrateful king, Seldar intervened to restrain her. Donaya, do not forget Sky Comet's admonition. The thought of Sky Comet's warning deflated Donaya's fury. Human, tell me where Kadir is. Beyond the pursuit of wealth, Seldar harbored another motive, to reduce the assassin who had once taken his life to ashes. Ajax seemed to anticipate this inquiry. Kadir is the sole survivor of the expeditionary force. She bears a sacred talisman that withstood a fatal blow. She is currently imprisoned in the dungeon, and I shall summon the guards to bring her forth. Upon hearing this, Seldar felt a twinge of doubt. How had they managed to capture an assassin of such high magical caliber? The guards were swift, and within 5 minutes, a woman bound securely was brought before Seldar by the soldiers. Kadir could have fled, yet she willingly offered her life to quell the dragon's wrath. I hope you might grant her a death free of suffering. Seldar regarded her as a warrior, effortlessly incinerating the utterly defenseless Kadir with a breath of dragon fire. With vengeance served, Seldar's previously sullen mood, stemming from an absence of gold, was now alleviated. It was time to pay a visit to the nobility. I am confident they would be more than willing to contribute their gold to us, having not acquired any coins. Seldar had no desire to linger in Ajax for even a moment longer. After conversing with the king for a while, he opted to approach the Dake family, who were engaged in the leather trade. Logically, they should be minimally affected and thus serve as suitable subjects for investigation. Welcome, great dragons. A portly gentleman approached, accompanied by several attendants, and knelt before Donaya. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and present the gifts. Bel admonished the paralyzed servants, nearly wishing to slay these foolish individuals to feed the dogs. At the mention of gifts, the eyes of the two dragons gleamed with anticipation. Gold, glimmering gold. A chest containing 5,000 coins was brought forth by two servants, and before it even touched the ground, Donaya summoned it before her with a mage's hand. Holding her breath, she cautiously opened the chest. Seldar, wagging his tail, leaned forward, peering at the treasure nestled within Donaya's claws. Humans, you have done well, Donaya remarked with satisfaction. The more treasure they acquired from humankind, the higher Skywakes' esteem for them would rise, leading to greater rewards. This creature was far more agreeable than Ajax. Is there more? Seldar inquired, unsatisfied. The value of that piece of mithril I possess far exceeds these coins. 2,500 coins is far too little. Greed. We beg your pardon, we cannot offer more. Providing additional funds would jeopardize the family's enterprise. Furthermore, should we relinquish more, the dragon's insatiable greed would only demand further tribute. Very well, Seldar, we have important matters to attend to. Donaya had not forgotten their mission. While accumulating gold, they also needed to investigate human attitudes toward dragons. Humans, tell me your thoughts on dragons becoming the new rulers of this land. Bel's heart tightened. Do not attempt to deceive us. The Dake family harbors no grievances against dragon rule. How could that be? Surely all the nobility now despises these vile dragons. Ever since that scoundrel Ajax ascended to the throne, he has begun to encroach upon our rights and redistribute our wealth to those wretched commoners. Yet, he dares not express any dissatisfaction in the presence of dragons. These are malevolent creatures. They do not engage in reasoned discourse with me. I wish a dragon slayer would come forth to slay them all. Sensing Bel's emotions and observing his obsequious demeanor, Donaya suddenly felt a wave of revulsion. I shall relay your sentiments to Lord Skywakes. I shall faithfully convey his enmity towards the dragons and the deceit directed at us. These nobles are rather tedious. They feign respect while harboring profound resentment. Engaging with them in the future will surely be a tiresome endeavor. Donaya has promised Sky that once she masters shape-shifting as a young dragon, she will reside in the kingdom of Dala for a time. Their thoughts are of little concern to us. Our only duty is to fulfill our mission. Saddle remains unfazed. Let us meander through the commoner's district before returning. Donaya feels a hint of exhaustion and begins to yearn for her murky swamp. Chapter 26. Selling oneself for profit. Donaya and Saddle alighted in the midst of the common residential area, naturally inciting both panic and curiosity. The common folk had never beheld a dragon. Their knowledge of these formidable creatures came solely from tales, instilling within them a mix of fear, awe, and intrigue. However, in the kingdom of Dala, there exists a peculiar sentiment of gratitude towards dragons. Ajax, having transformed into a dragonborn, has irrevocably intertwined his fate with that of the dragons. Sharing in their glory and misfortune, he strives to reshape the perception of dragons in the hearts of the people. He has deceived the populace, asserting that their former king, Radati, coveted the dragon's treasures and, in his quest to recruit dragon slayers, imposed heavy taxes upon the people. The foolish Radati underestimated the dragon's might, ultimately becoming a mere pulp beneath their claws. The benevolent dragons, far from exacting vengeance on the innocent populace, instead insisted that the new king of Dala, Ajax, seek the well-being of the people. Through tangible actions, Ajax has earned the trust of the citizens. He significantly reduced taxes, stabilized prices, enhanced public safety, and cracked down on crime. The better the people's lives, the more stable Ajax's reign becomes. As for the fiscal deficit, those nobles are exceedingly wealthy. Raising funds from them is straightforward. The previous king, Radati, sought resources from the nobles to amass funds, who then seized the opportunity to extort money from the commoners, contributing nothing while profiting in the process. Radati was certainly aware of the nobles' underhanded tactics, yet he endured, lacking the sufficient power to restrain these avaricious lords. Ajax, however, stands apart, supported by the dragons, enabling him to boldly demand resources from the nobles. What? A noble dares to refuse? Do you comprehend the purpose of this money? If you wish to avoid being devoured by a fearsome dragon, you shall comply. What? You intend to impose heavy taxes on the commoners? I, Ajax, shall be the first to oppose such an act. Whoever dares to do so shall lose their head. What? You harbor grievances against me? My throne is bestowed by the dragons. Take your disputes to them. The people of Dala lack widespread education to acquire knowledge of the outside world. They rely on oral tradition, bards, and the proclamations of their king. In other words, monopolizing information is not a challenge. As for the nobles, they are aware of the truth, yet they dare not voice it. Let us not dwell on whether the people believe. Should they dare to act upon such thoughts, they would find themselves accused of treason by Ajax and swiftly face the guillotine. The basket around Donia's neck significantly diminished the dragon's majesty, lessening the fear that resided within the hearts of the common folk. This black dragon, much like my unpleasant spouse, always ventures forth with a basket in tow. Seldar leaned out of the basket, propping his head with his claws, scrutinizing the villagers. Is that the offspring of the black dragon? How adorable, resembling our little cat. A red one? Could it be that it has found a red dragon for a companion? Donia was utterly perplexed as to why these peasants did not flee upon seeing her, instead harboring a hint of gratitude. This sentiment vexed her. A worthy villainous dragon ought to invoke terror and screams upon her arrival. Humans, why do you not flee? Seldar broke the silence. Why should we run? You have not harmed us, came the reply. Donia's gaze grew ever colder. Great dragon, may I touch you? A small boy, clad in tattered rags, gazed at Donia with eager anticipation. A symbol of irritation appeared above Donia's head. You insolent human, do you presume to speak to me? She roared, feeling her dignity challenged. She was no mere pet. 2 gold coins for a touch. Seldar suddenly recalled that some zoos in his previous life offered such services. After all, it wasn't him being touched, and there was profit to be made, so why not? Upon hearing Seidel's words, Donia was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps it is not entirely out of the question. Who would turn down gold? After all, it was merely a touch, not a ride upon her back. She turned her gaze to the boy. Can you produce 2 gold coins? I do not associate with the impoverished. The boy lowered his head. 2 gold coins were a fortune for someone of his meager means. His parents would never indulge his whims. Then 2 silver coins. Seldar acknowledged that his initial demand was excessive. The boy remained silent. After a moment of deliberation, Seldar thought it prudent to lower the price further. 2 copper coins. That is my final offer. Really? Great dragon, I shall fetch the money at once. Wait for me. Soon, the boy returned, bouncing with excitement. Donia gleefully accepted the copper coins, reluctantly extending her claw towards the boy. Her scales were smooth and cool to the touch, reminiscent of a cheap leather basketball. Both sleek and somewhat uneven. Touch to your heart's content, and then be gone. Donia would not bestow a pleasant demeanor upon the boy. The boy departed, elated, eager to boast to his friends. Under Seidel's persuasion, Donia decided to linger a while longer, anticipating the arrival of more riches. With the boy's enthusiastic bragging, more children joined in the venture to pay for a touch of the dragon. Donia extended her claws, and coins tumbled into her grasp, producing a melodious chime. Grasping the coins, she inverted her claws, allowing the children a brief touch before reclaiming them. These coins were not freely bestowed by humanity. They were earned through trade and need not be surrendered. Seldar whispered in Donia's ear, suggesting a 50-50 split. Not a chance. They touched me. I shall not part with a single coin. However, the idea was indeed hers. Contemplating for a moment, Donia gritted her teeth and declared, 70-30. You take 3. I take 7. That is my final offer. Agreed. The peculiar antics of the 2 dragons attracted more attention. A grown man approached them, anxiety evident in his demeanor. 1 silver coin, please. Why? He queried, noting that the children were charged only 2 copper coins. That is the children's rate, he protested, feeling it rather steep and contemplating a withdrawal. Once you leave this village, you shall find no such opportunity again. For a mere silver coin, you may personally touch the legendary dragon. Not every dragon is as accommodating as we are. Seidel's words echoed in his mind like a devilish whisper. This is a story I can boast about for a lifetime. Just 1 silver coin. I can forego a few bottles of ale. Trembling, the man retrieved a silver coin and placed it into Donaya's claws, but Seldar halted him before he could touch. A sphere of purifying water materialized before the man. Your hands are tainted. This will repulse the dragon. Upon hearing this, the man plunged his hand into the sphere to cleanse it. One purification spell, 1 copper coin. The man was taken aback by Seldar's audacity. All sales are final. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved another copper coin and handed it to Donaya. The transaction was complete. Seldar, you truly are remarkable. You resemble those shrewd green dragons. Donaya marveled at Seldar's cunning ways of amassing wealth. The 2 dragons lingered for a while longer until no one else offered them coins, and they decided to depart. Just as they prepared to take flight, a ragged boy sprinted down the street, clutching a large chest. Suddenly, the boy stumbled, crashing to the ground, and the chest flew from his hands. With a clatter, a cascade of gold coins spilled out, scattering in every direction. Human, you run towards us with that chest. Surely you intend to bestow these coins upon us? With that thought, their greed was ignited. Without waiting for the boy to speak, they conjured a mage's hand to collect the coins. These coins cannot be for anyone else, they thought, surmising that the boy must have panicked upon seeing them prepare to fly away, causing him to drop the chest. No, those coins are not for you. The boy lunged onto the coins, attempting to prevent the dragons from seizing them. The dragons halted. They dared not defy the boy's insistence. Since he refused to relinquish the coins, they had no recourse. Donaya narrowed her eyes slightly, scrutinizing the young boy before her. She activated the soundproof barrier on the basket and began to whisper to Seldar. There is something amiss with this fellow. I sense no fear or trepidation emanating from him. On the contrary, he seems to be anticipating something. They decided to observe his intentions closely. The boy meticulously collected gold coins. The melodic clinking of the coins resonating in the minds of the 2 dragons. They tightly restrained their claws, striving to resist the allure of the glittering treasures. As the boy continued his task, he discreetly surveyed the dragons. Strange, why are they not making a move to seize my coins? When did dragons become so courteous? His actions grew increasingly deliberate, shaking the box intermittently. I'm at my limit. Let us depart swiftly and disregard him. Donaya nodded, casting a fierce glare at the insufferable human before soaring into the sky, leaving the boy in disarray. Curse it. I refuse to believe that these wicked dragons can maintain their restraint forever. The day they can no longer hold back will be my moment of justice. Thus, the nobles harbored animosity towards them, yet curiously, the common folk displayed remarkable boldness. Seldar recounted their inspection journey in detail to Skyhui, not omitting the peculiar boy. Well done. Here are 20 gold coins for you. The boy was of no immediate concern. He was a legendary golden dragon. Metallic dragons often lured others into wrongdoing only to punish their misdeeds, collecting a reward in the process. A golden dragon? Donaya suddenly grasped the implication. The boy's desire for them to seize his coins was a ploy to justify his quest against the dragons and claim their treasures. Seldar lamented the missed opportunity, wishing he had deliberately baited the golden dragon to present it to his mentor, demonstrating the axiom that there are always greater dragons. Chapter 27. Enjoy fishing for justice? If these nobles refuse to cooperate, then they are no longer necessary. The only dilemma lies in the fact that without these nobles, the nation may struggle to function normally. The commoners lack the capability for governance, many unable even to read. Skyhui approached Paola and Borage to explain the situation. I can have my loyal subjects manage the humans in place of the nobles. I will ensure they acquire the necessary knowledge, and when the time is ripe, we shall replace all these nobles. After a moment of contemplation, Paola suggested, this is feasible. We cannot allow this to continue. We must resist. 3 years had elapsed since the great dragon seized control of the Dala kingdom. During this time, Ajax had reclaimed substantial powers from the nobles, dealing a significant blow to the parasites of the realm. They no longer possessed local legislative authority, the power to impose taxes, nor the capacity to maintain private armies. What shall we employ to combat Ajax, behind whom stands a formidable dragon? The portal leading to the Osral Empire has been obstructed by Ajax, and the neighboring human realms to the south shall offer us no assistance. An aristocratic lady slammed her hand on the table, her voice resonating with ire. Indeed, those kings would never undertake an endeavor that bears no reward. My subordinates have uncovered the whereabouts of the battle lizards. They must surely be the dragon's eyes and ears. And we must act swiftly. What shall we do? Are we truly to await our doom? That scoundrel Ajax has confiscated a plethora of magical artifacts, rendering us incapable of establishing a teleportation circle. Ladies and gentlemen, having broached this subject, I assure you there exists a solution. Javi waved a golden scale in his hand, proclaiming that just last week, a legendary gold dragon sought me out, offering assistance to expel the malevolent dragon. All present fixed their gaze upon the scale in Javi's grasp. What, then, is the price? 1 million gold coins. 1 million. Such avarice from a dragon. Even if we were to sell ourselves, we could not amass such a sum. Bell's face flushed with indignation, his rotund form writhing in agitation. Ahem. Javi lightly tapped his finger on the table. However, if we can present evidence of the evil dragon's atrocities against humanity, the gold dragon would be willing to intervene without charge. Huh. A hypocritical metallic dragon, scoffed a noble seated to Javi's left. Regardless of the gold dragon's true intentions, it remains our sole lifeline. Yet, in the past 3 years, no other evil dragons have appeared within the Dala kingdom. From whence shall we procure such evidence? If the evidence were readily available, the gold dragon would not have sought our aid. Is evidence not something that can be fabricated at will? Javi remarked nonchalantly. Do not tell me you have never engaged in similar dealings. The previously boisterous assembly fell into an abrupt stillness. The heavy sound of breaths, the casual tapping of feet, and the creaking of burdened chairs resonated with stark clarity in that moment. Are you suggesting we deceive a legendary gold dragon? With all due respect, such a decision appears quite unwise. Do you truly believe this gold dragon cares for the authenticity of the evidence? Jack, you hold a rather flattering view of metallic dragons. They seek to seize the wealth of the evil dragon, not to liberate humanity from its tyranny. Compared to chromatic dragons, metallic dragons may indeed be more amiable. But if you genuinely believe they would engage in battle against an evil dragon for the sake of humans, you are gravely mistaken. Are there altruistic metallic dragons? Yes, but they are exceedingly rare. After a brief silence, Bell rose to his feet. I concur with Javi's assertion. Ladies and gentlemen, the prowess of a legendary gold dragon undoubtedly exceeds our imagination. Necromancy, enchantment, divination, I find it hard to believe it has not thoroughly investigated the Dala kingdom within these 3 years. It may well possess greater knowledge of this realm than any of us present. Another silence ensued. I concur. In favor. Opposed. Javi fixed his gaze upon the last noble, yet to declare his stance. A golden dragon, filled with benevolence and compassion, had arrived here only to encounter deceit and exploitation. You tell me, what means do you propose to quell my wrath? The noble's form twisted momentarily before transforming into that of a youth, his visage adorned with shimmering golden scales of varying sizes. A faint smile graced his features, showing no signs of anger from the noble's treachery. He had long since discerned the true nature of the Dala kingdom, aware that the so-called evidence could never exist. What is the forte of a metallic dragon? Undoubtedly, it lies in the art of entrapment. These nobles were but his catch, and simultaneously, his bait for future endeavors. A chill coursed through Javi. He understood that this would require a significant sacrifice. 200,000 gold coins, or I shall sell you into slavery in the south. The countenance of all present turned pale. They could indeed muster 200,000 gold coins, yet such an action would undoubtedly jeopardize their family's livelihood. In that case, Ajax would surely notice their clandestine maneuvers and subsequently eliminate them one by one. The nobles glared at Javi, blaming him for this disastrous suggestion. We are all doomed now. They were already contemplating ways to evade this fine. Javi was the first to regain his composure. Esteemed dragon, we shall pay 200,000 gold coins for our foolish conduct. However, might we request your assistance in transporting us to the Osli Empire? We are willing to offer an additional 100,000 gold coins for this service. Certainly, no problem at all. I shall grant you 3 days to prepare the 300,000 gold coins. A mere trifle for me, and an additional 100,000 coins to boot. How splendid. The course of events unfolded beyond expectations. Although they could not compel the golden dragon to expel the malevolent dragon, they could at least extricate themselves from the Dala kingdom. No longer living in daily trepidation of the dragon's wrath or Ajax's machinations to solidify his rule by cultivating loyal confidants to replace them. Moreover, this was a golden dragon, known for its adherence to promises, ensuring they need not fear the payment going unfulfilled. Perhaps this was the best course of action. The nobles resolved to rely on the golden dragon to escape the Dala kingdom. The 3-day deadline swiftly approached, and the nobles, gritting their teeth, gathered the 300,000 gold coins, delivering them to the designated location without daring to employ any trickery. To avoid drawing Ajax's attention, they brought only a couple of elite guards, refraining from bringing a large retinue. Even the 300,000 gold coins were withdrawn in installments. Ladies and gentlemen, are you prepared to embrace a new life? The golden dragon beamed at these plump sheep, feeling particularly jubilant. The nobles engaged in polite banter with the golden dragon before eagerly stepping onto the teleportation array. In a flash of white light, they were transported to the Osli Empire. The bait had been cast. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for the big fish to bite. The golden dragon, Sabi, cast an invisibility spell upon himself, ready to lie in wait at the palace for the wrathful, malevolent dragon. With a significant loss of personnel and a considerable amount of gold mysteriously vanished, he was certain that the malevolent dragons would seek out Ajax to demand answers. It is uncertain whether the wrathful dragon will unleash its fury upon the city, at which point he must rise to defend justice. Half a day later, Ajax received alarming intelligence from his subordinates, prompting him to dispatch a multitude of guards in search of the nobility, yet to no avail. He sat at his desk, rubbing his face in despair, uncertain of how to report to his master. This was undoubtedly a grave dereliction of duty. Even if Paola sought his demise, he had no justification for self-defense. Aware that consorting with a malevolent dragon was perilous, he exerted every effort to assist the dragon in governing the realm, toiling diligently and treading lightly. He retrieved Paola's scale, infused it with magic, and with a trembling voice, conveyed the situation to her. He did not believe this matter could remain concealed. Perhaps his honesty and decisiveness might render his demise less agonizing. Arrange for the war lizard men to take over the relevant tasks. As for you, uncover the truth. I shall determine your fate based on your performance. Paola was pleased with Ajax's candid demeanor and chose to grant him an opportunity. Thank you for your mercy. Paola severed the magical connection. I must seize this chance to redeem myself. Ajax summoned his subordinates. Handle those nobles as traitors, issue warrants for their arrest, and capture their retainers and servants. I will personally interrogate them. After a thorough interrogation, Ajax gleaned the truth. The golden dragon, Sabi, had transformed into a steward after teleporting the nobles away, propagating the existence of the golden dragon among the servants. His intentions extended beyond merely swindling 300,000 gold coins from the nobility. He also coveted the treasures of Paola and her kin. How could one remain undetected by these vile dragons, allowing them to seek vengeance? How could one justifiably defeat them and then demand recompense for medical expenses? To this end, he concealed his true prowess, falsely claiming to be merely a young golden dragon. A golden dragon? Just a young golden dragon? Paola's immediate thought was to locate this golden dragon, reprimand him for meddling in their affairs, and then seize all his possessions, compelling him to swear fealty to Tiamat for 2 centuries. However, the metallic dragons had a tradition of attracting the old by provoking the young, and troubling a young dragon might well summon a legendary golden dragon. Paola had no desire to contend with a legendary dragon. It is essential to note that golden dragons possess formidable physiques comparable to red dragons, and they wield vast magical powers. A legendary golden dragon could easily overpower an ordinary legendary red dragon. Paola did not perceive any chance of victory. With an adult blue dragon, a near-legendary silver dragon, and a legendary white dragon, defeat was inevitable. Yet, this could not simply be overlooked, at the very least. That young golden dragon must relinquish the wealth acquired from the nobility. As long as the actions were not excessively audacious, the elder dragon would likely remain indifferent. Ajax, you have performed commendably in this matter. I have decided to grant you clemency. Now, investigate the whereabouts of that golden dragon. I shall go to settle the score with him. Understood. Chapter 28. The hunter becomes the prey. Searching for a golden dragon amidst the vast sea of humanity is no trivial endeavor. If Sabi wishes to conceal his whereabouts, no one would be able to detect him. In recent days, Sabi has been actively combating the criminals within the realm of Darala, all while deliberately leaving behind several eyewitnesses, showcasing the distinctive features of a dragon before them. His ostentatious actions swiftly attracted the attention of the guards, who, after a period of surveillance and investigation, reported their findings to Ajax, who subsequently informed Paola. Since the adversary is a metallic dragon, I shall refrain from involvement. Borage, being a silver dragon, has no desire to engage in combat with a golden dragon. Should news of his whereabouts reach his parents, his days of tranquility would be irrevocably over. You remain here while Skyweave takes my place. It would be somewhat challenging for an adult blue dragon to capture a young golden dragon. Nay, I must attend to matters in Darala. I need to assess the operational status of the battle lizard men, as I am somewhat concerned. Skyweave refrained from disclosing the true strength of the golden dragon to Paola. When she realizes that her hunter has become the hunted, her expression will undoubtedly be most entertaining. Transforming herself into a blue-haired maiden, Paola examined her form. Flat-chested, after all, dragons are not mammals. A brief inspection confirmed that she had not revealed her dragon tail. and she turned her gaze towards Skyweave, who still maintained his draconic form. Aren't you going to change? Skyweave shook his head. Due to the nature of my scales, I am unable to utilize transformation magic. The enchantments inscribed within my scales possess a stabilizing quality, resisting all distortion and metamorphosis, much like a spring that, regardless of compression, will invariably return to its original shape. Unless I were to remove all of these scales, I shall never be able to cast transformation spells. This poses a dilemma. That golden dragon will surely keep his distance upon sighting you, especially considering your legendary status. My size is merely that of a young dragon. He would not perceive me as legendary. Paola was taken aback. Having spent considerable time together, she often forgot that Skyweave's stature was not particularly imposing. In that case, I shall devise a way to lure the golden dragon outside the city. You conceal yourself and await my signal. Once the golden dragon is in position, we shall strike together. Skyweave extended a claw towards Paola. I can fly on my own. You fly too slowly. Very well. Paola climbed onto Skyweave's claw. Seething flames erupted from his wing bones as Skyweave soared towards Darala with Paola. To obscure their presence, Skyweave cast spells of concealment and silence. Golden Dragon, if you wish to avoid a confrontation here, you shall come with me willingly. Paola directly approached Sabi, grasping his arm to prevent him from escaping via teleportation magic. Given the inherent benevolence of metallic dragons, they would undoubtedly refrain from instigating a fierce conflict in crowded spaces. I can use this to draw him towards Skyweave. Upon hearing her words, Sabi displayed a hint of panic. How did you discover this? Enough with the idle chatter. I ask you, will you come or not? Very well, I shall take my leave. Under the threat of Paola, Sabi reluctantly ventured outside the borders of Daler. Observing Paola's retreating figure, Sabi revealed a sinister grin. Suddenly, a golden dragon, towering at 6 meters, materialized from thin air, striking at Paola with one of its claws. Instantly, Paola transformed back into her dragon form, attempting to block the assault with her forelimbs, only to be astonished to discover it was a legendary golden dragon. What on earth is happening? Has Ajax deceived me? No. He is my dragonkin. He would never betray me. After a moment's contemplation, Paola grasped the unfolding situation. Damned golden dragon. How dare it conspire against us? The size of the legendary golden dragon was nearly 15 times that of Paola. A tremendous force surged from its foreclaw, and Paola braced herself against the ground with her tail to avoid being toppled. Sabi seized Paola's foreclaw and hurled her to the right, giving Paola the opportunity to shift from her bipedal form to a quadrupedal stance, quickly retreating thereafter. Paola felt a surge of trepidation. She could not possibly contend with a legendary golden dragon. Neither could Sky be her match. The white dragon is the weakest among the chromatic dragons, while the golden dragon reigns supreme. But where has Sky gone? Surely she hasn't abandoned me. Paola soared into the sky, fleeing towards her territory. Thinking to escape? Come back. You shall not leave without settling the cost of polishing my scales. Do you have any idea how expensive it is? That claw strike of yours warrants a compensation of no less than 1 million gold coins. Accursed golden dragon, this is outright theft. As Paola cursed vehemently, she hastened to flap her wings. Nonsense. Can the matter of metallic dragons be deemed theft? Naturally, Sabi would not allow her to flee and pursued her. Suddenly, Sabi felt a pang of anxiety, as if being scrutinized by Tiamat herself. Above, he looked up to see a meteor radiating blinding white light spiraling in the sky before hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Sabi attempted to cast a teleportation spell, but it failed. High-tier magic, spatial anchor. There's no escaping it. Its speed is too swift. I must cast a defensive spell immediately. High-tier magic, magical barrier. High-tier magic, force field shield. As a legendary dragon, Sabi possessed the capability to silently cast certain high-tier spells. The pure white meteor drew closer, and Sabi recognized its true form. It was a white dragon, its wing tips surging with immense magical energy. Sky tightened her limbs, drawing them close to her side. Her head aligned parallel to her body, as her massive wings expelled a torrent of magical energy. Various acceleration and defensive spells enveloped her, illuminating her with a radiant glow. Sky propelled her chest towards Sabi, and as they were about to collide, she employed a rebound amplification, safeguarding herself from harm while inflicting multiplied damage upon her adversary. Thud. The magical barrier was breached. Crash. The force field shield shattered. Roar. Sky successfully collided with Sabi. Sabi's back suddenly caved in, a multitude of golden scales shattered, mingling with a few drops of dragon blood that danced in the air. With a resounding thud, Sabi was knocked to the ground by Sky's comet, saliva flying. Instantly, Sabi cast a regeneration spell upon himself, and then turned to unleash his draconic breath at Sky. Sky adjusted her wings, aiming directly at Sabi's head. As immense magical energy coursed through her wing bones, the torrent of magic forced the golden dragon's fiery breath back, as this projectile, purely composed of magical energy, proved exceedingly effective against all forms of magic and draconic breath. A howl escaped Sabi as he was splattered with the magical assault, scales peeling away from his face in a pitiful display. In desperation, Sabi invoked the earth escape technique to burrow into the ground. The magic cannon carved a deep gash into the earth. Thanks to the formidable physique of a legendary dragon, Sabi only appeared to be in a dire state, though he was, in fact, relatively unscathed. The scales of a legendary dragon possess remarkable magical resistance, and only spells of near-forbidden power could inflict significant damage. The force of that blast was even less than the previous collision. Sky, with her claws firmly planted on the ground, expelled magical energy from her wings, carefully tracking Sabi's movements. The earth escape technique could not be sustained indefinitely underground. Sabi cast an invisibility spell upon himself, followed by an illusionary magic to create several phantoms, and then applied various enhancement spells, timing his emergence from the earth to coincide with the duration of his burrowing. Surely, these preparations would cause some trouble for that white dragon. Sky disregarded the illusions and the invisibility, charging directly at Sabi's true form. Seeing this, Sabi immediately swiped his claws to counter. Sky's scales shimmered slightly. Amplification rebound, sharpness spell, weakening curse, magical confinement, flight blockade, perception interference, and slow effects were all unleashed. Her glimmering claws left a long gash on Sabi's body, along with a plethora of negative effects. Damn it, how is this white dragon casting spells so rapidly? And without incantations? The sensation of debilitating weakness was unsettling. Sabi attempted to muster a vast amount of magical energy to break the magical confinement, subsequently casting regeneration and purification spells upon himself. Sky would not allow him to recover unimpeded. A massive magical circle appeared in the sky, and a red beam shot toward Sabi. This was a high-level spell, Cry of the Sky, approaching the power of a forbidden spell, which typically could not be cast alone but required multiple legendary mages to perform collectively. Yet, this did not apply to Sky. She alone embodied a magical legion. Sabi exerted every ounce of strength to flee. As the red light descended, a violent explosion erupted at the impact site, uprooting grass over a kilometer radius. At the center of the explosion lay a golden dragon, wings battered and drenched in blood. Cry of the Sky? How did she manage to cast that? Golden dragon, can you still move? Sky looked down from her lofty perch at Sabi, who lay in the deep crater. O great dragon god, Bahamut, father of the good dragons, your offspring seeks your aid. As a worthy metallic dragon, Sabi inherently understands the art of dragon shaking. Bahamut does not disregard the prayers of his devotees, and this occasion is no exception. Through Sabi's form, Bahamut descends. Sky quietly observes the presence of the platinum dragon god. Sky, it has been quite some time. Bahamut initiates the conversation. Indeed, it has been a while. Sky replies, his tone indifferent, showing no concern that he converses with a deity. How did you come to be aligned with Sabi? Sky recounts the events leading to their meeting. So, what do you intend to do? Bahamut ponders briefly. Entrusting him to you seems the wisest course. This idle metallic dragon, who wanders about enforcing the law, should contribute to the resurgence of dragonkind. Should you encounter any metallic dragons seeking to trouble you under the guise of righteousness, feel free to command them. I shall ensure their compliance. After all, the Dragon Empire is not the empire of evil dragons. Metallic dragons are dragons too. Are you truly abandoning him? Do you not fear he may turn to Tiamat? This is not abandonment. It is the will of the dragon god. How can matters concerning metallic dragons be deemed abandonment? Very well, if that pleases you. Bahamut relinquishes his divine avatar and, before departing, rouses the dazed Sabi, instructing him to heed Sky's guidance. Evil dragon, by what means have you ensnared the grace of Lord Bahamut? From this day forth, you shall be responsible for the moral education of the young dragons, teaching them how to coexist amicably with their kin, thereby transforming their malevolent nature. Sky disregards Sabi's inquiry. What? Educate evil dragons? Now that I am familiar with. A smirk spreads across Sabi's face. Sabi, how can you question the will of the dragon god? His intent is the path I shall follow. Chapter 29, The Dance of Youth Neither. I hear you have been insulting your companions again. Now, immediately apologize to him, then accept your punishment. By what right? I merely speak the truth. He is indeed weak. Nahida protests, unwilling to accept the defeat of a battle as a traditional evil dragon's mockery of the vanquished. You should foster amicable relations with your comrades. I am a red dragon. I require no companions. Now, I am responsible for your moral education. What I say is law. Unless you can best me in combat. Damn that golden dragon, always spouting nonsense. Sky, that rascal, has become quite formidable. Even a golden dragon can be subjugated. The one receiving the blows is Belial, who, upon witnessing Nahida being taken by Sabi for punishment, slightly grins, reveling in her misfortune. Belial, I see you smiling. Gloating is not an attitude befitting a companion. You too shall come forth for punishment. Belial halts his contemplation. The educational philosophy of Golden Dragon Sabi starkly contrasts with that of Sky. He believes only through severe punishment can the inherent wickedness of the chromatic dragons be reformed. Sugayawit posits that only through the binding of interests can harmony be achieved among them. It is only by elucidating the consequences of their losses that they might temper their insatiable greed. However, both dragons' philosophies harbor flaws. The order established by Sabi, reliant on violence and power, is rendered futile in the absence of its enforcers. In realms beyond his control, the malevolent dragons, long suppressed, will once again indulge their wicked inclinations, perhaps even escalating them due to prolonged repression. Sugaihui endeavors to restrain them through interests. Yet once faced with a situation devoid of profit, their masks of pretense will inevitably slip away. Perhaps a synthesis of their approaches, mutually reinforcing, is the true path forward. Should one not take a cue from Seldar and Donia? Observe the harmony in their relationship. Witness how amicably they coexist. Why must there be enmity that breeds discontent among all? Seldar and Donia lie side by side upon the ground. A decade has elapsed since Sid's arrival, and most of the young dragons have entered their adolescence, with 5 of the great dragons having matured into young adults. The adolescent dragons, brimming with exuberance, frequently engage in conflicts and disputes. The contests among the great dragons serve to hone their combat instincts and enhance their magical prowess. In this regard, Payurla, Boalagia, Sugaihuat, and Sabi do not intervene excessively. However, while fighting is permissible, acts of humiliation and mockery are strictly prohibited by Sabi, and they are required to apologize to one another post-conflict. The malevolent dragons scoff at this. Yet they are powerless to resist and comply begrudgingly. In 4 years, Thur will ascend to the status of a young great dragon, while Dunya will follow suit in 6. As Thur approaches the threshold of reproductive maturity, he finds himself harboring thoughts of an intriguing nature towards the opposite sex. My dear Donaya, with her exquisite beauty and spirited gaze, embodies the essence of an exceptional mother dragon. Behold that striking red dragon. Her physique is formidable, adorned with fearsome bony protrusions, and her progeny are sure to be equally remarkable. And then there is that petite, charming green dragon, from whose eyes I discern a lurking malice and viciousness. I yearn to humiliate her thoroughly. Of course, I cannot forget my esteemed mentor, who possesses immense power and boundless wealth, a true paragon among dragons. Nalida was the first to be taken for punishment, yet the other young dragons dared not follow. For the last dragon to do so was punished by Sabi for lacking empathy towards their companion. What sins have we committed? We are malevolent dragons, not metallic ones. O wretched golden dragon, no matter the methods of punishment employed, the illustrious Nidab shall never capitulate. Nalida was bound to the pillar of the elemental ring. Without mercy, Sabi activated the elemental ring. Portions of Nalidad's form were instantaneously elementalized, only to revert, inflicting a torment that chills the very essence of countless beings. Listening to Nalidad's anguished cries and witnessing her struggles, Sabi felt a profound exhilaration. Oh, what a delightful sound! What a captivating sight! Roar! Disgusting golden dragon! It seems that such punishment is still insufficient. It requires a greater severity. Sabi opened his mouth, displaying no anger despite the insults hurled at him. He deemed it entirely reasonable to escalate the punishment for having been insulted. The elemental transformation of Narita increased, and the torment inflicted by the elemental ring intensified. Suddenly, Narita fell silent, ceased to struggle, and his heart no longer beat. The entire dragon was fully elementalized, becoming irreversible. The colossal dragon, composed entirely of flames, broke free from the confines of the elemental ring and curiously examined its new form. With a thought, it reverted to its original red dragon shape, and with another thought, transformed back into its elemental form. Wow, how cool! Since the hatchling stage, Narita had endured the punishments of the elemental ring almost weakly, devoid of any magical talent, rendering the tasks assigned by Peora utterly unmanageable. However, Peora held a different opinion, believing it was merely due to Narita's laziness. A quantitative change led to a qualitative transformation. The overwhelming presence of the elemental rings induced unknown alterations in his body. Old fool, let us see how you punish me now. Ha ha ha. Narita laughed boisterously. After all, he possessed not a single coin, rendering monetary fines ineffective against him. Now, he could disregard the elemental ring. Convinced that this golden dragon had no means left to contend with him, Sabi, with a thought, sent a blade of wind slashing towards his tail. Narita hastily switched to his elemental form, evading the damage from the wind blade. Old fool, out of tricks, are you? Ahaha. Asabi summoned a pillar of earth using earth magic, which pierced through Narita's body, then cast the water shield spell to ensnare him. Once Narita, composed entirely of flames, made contact with the water shield, he would suffer immense water elemental damage. He dared not revert to his original form. The earth pillar still impaled him, and should he cancel the elemental transformation, the pillar would impale him entirely. Little one, you are too young to challenge me. Hee. Sabi sneered, unleashing a torrent of low-tier water magic, causing Narita to howl in pain. In broad daylight, what a sight to behold. A pair of young white dragons were engaged in the sacred act of procreation. As members of the five-colored dragons, they knew nothing of shame. In their mating season, they paid no heed to the gazes of other dragons. The still single Sabi could not bear to witness such a scene and immediately intervened to separate the couple. Why must you stop me? The white dragon glared at Sabi. Had it not been for the significant disparity in strength, he would have fought the golden dragon fiercely. Can't you find a place away from other dragons? Sabi's scales trembled with anger. Why? The white dragon's eyes reflected confusion. There is no reason. If you do not wish to be punished, comply obediently. The white dragon shot a glare at Sabi, dragging his mate away, disappearing from the sight of the other dragons. Several young dragons exchanged glances and quietly followed. Come back here. Seldar felt the imminent need for a sedative, pondering whether such a remedy existed in this world. Seldar could not fathom why he placed such immense value on his blood relatives, spouse, and mentor. As a red dragon, one would expect his sentiments of kinship, camaraderie, and love to be rather tenuous. Was it perhaps due to my previous life as a human? Or was it the emotional influence of my mother that shaped me? Or could it be a combination of both? As he approached maturity, Seldar's affection for Donaya deepened, and his yearning to find his mother grew increasingly fervent. Are you lost in thought again, Seldar? You always seem to be, Donaya remarked, as she, with the grace of a sorceress, presented a platter of exquisite dishes exclusively prepared for red dragons, charred steak, and an extravagant feast intended for black dragons, maggots. Leaning against Seldar, she set the charred steak before him. In 4 years, I will be leaving this place, Seldar mused, resting one clawed hand beneath his chin. I envy you. After I reach adulthood, I will serve Paola for 2 centuries before I can attain my freedom. Do you harbor resentment towards them? Of course I do. Without them, I wouldn't have to endure such hardships. The relentless grind of study and battle makes me envious of those who can sleep soundly all day. Yet, without their relentless prodding, how would I have mastered the arcane arts and emerged as a formidable force in the eyes of my peers among the black dragons? Moreover, they have provided ample nourishment and a comfortable environment for my growth. I am at a loss as to what emotions I should cultivate towards them. In 6 years, I shall become a young dragon, and I will venture to the kingdom of Dala for a time. Perhaps I will uncover the answers I seek. Seldar entwined his tail with Donaya's. May we both discover what we desire. Chapter 30. The Gold Mine and the Slave's Paola. I have discovered a gold mine. Even after incorporating the kingdom of Dala into his domain, Polaj had not relinquished his ambition to enhance the desert environment through magic. A larger territory is always preferable. Today, while employing the stone-splitting spell to dismantle rocks, he stumbled upon a small gold mine. I shall send my vassals to commence the extraction. The mere thought of gold pouring forth from the earth and into his dragon's lair set Paola's tail wagging with excitement. Paola, many dragons have already entered their youth. It is time for them to learn how to treat their vassals, remarked Sky. After all, the gold will not sprout legs and flee. Indeed, we cannot entrust all matters to the Dragon King. How do you intend to educate them? Paola, momentarily sobered by the prospect of the gold mine, replied, I will procure a group of criminals from Ajax and divide them among the young dragons for management, forbidding the younglings from assisting in the mining efforts. That is unacceptable. These malevolent dragons would never allow the humans a moment's respite. They would force the humans to toil day and night, and most would undoubtedly perish. Protested Sabi. Sabi, do you know what became of those nobles after you expelled them from the kingdom of Dala? Many of their subordinates became criminals. These individuals, possessing considerable strength and arrogance, have caused countless fatalities, including numerous heinous acts against women. The reason these individuals have not been sentenced to death over the past 13 years is to one day provide a singular service for the great dragon. Upon hearing that these criminals are indeed deserving of their fate, Sabi concurred. Even the legendary golden dragon did not oppose, nor would Borich. Each dragon shall be assigned 20 individuals, and your task is to oversee their labor for a duration of 1 month. You may dispose of these humans as you see fit. Should you choose to devour them, I shall not intervene. Their daily regimen will be orchestrated by you, and I shall not concern myself with how long they toil or how long they may rest each day. Their sustenance is not complimentary. You will need to pay for it yourselves, or you may draw from the rewards of the competition in advance. The food is categorized into 3 tiers. The lowest quality costs 1 copper coin per person, the medium quality 5 copper coins per person, and the finest quality 1 silver coin per person. It is up to you to determine how many meals they may consume each day. Should you choose to deny them sustenance, it is of no consequence to me. You are prohibited from entering the mines yourselves. Mining must be entrusted to the humans. And based on their output, a certain proportion of gold coins will be awarded. Is that understood? Understood. These humans are mid-tier warriors, and after 13 years of imprisonment, their physical prowess has not significantly declined. You are permitted only 6 hours of sleep each day, and mealtimes will be your sole respite. Each meal is limited to 15 minutes. Should you fail to finish, there will be no second chance, with 3 meals allowed daily. Saddle cast a cold glance at the humans below, devoid of any semblance of compassion. He harbored no sympathy for these beings. After all, he was no longer human. And these individuals were hardly paragons of virtue. By the way, Donaya's arrangements mirror Saddle's precisely. A grueling 17 hours and 15 minutes of labor each day, a work intensity sufficient to instill dread in any worker. Saddle's stipulations were considered relatively lenient within the dragon community. The foolish white dragon would not permit these humans a moment's rest. Within their limited intellects, they equated prolonged labor with greater earnings. No rest, no sleep, only eating and mining. Should I discover anyone slacking, I shall personally sever their head. The merciless oppression from the white dragon evoked despair among the humans. They understood their grim fate. For unlike elemental beings, humans cannot endure without rest. Limited to only 4 hours of sleep each day and permitted but 1 meal. Were it not for the necessity of food, these humans would surely starve. They even wish to deprive them of meals, knowing that sustenance incurs a cost. I shall impose no demands, yet every 5 days I will inspect your progress. I will employ the most brutal methods to execute the individual who mines the least. A black dragon regarded the 20 individuals before him, a cruel smile gracing his visage. Inform me, who is the least favored among you? A group of individuals exchanged glances, and in unison, they shoved a battered young man forward. Very well, from this day forth, you shall serve as their overseer. Inform me of any individuals attempting to shirk their responsibilities, for I shall impose stringent penalties. Almost all dragons, including Seldar, have chosen to provide these humans with the most substandard food, unwilling to squander excessive resources on them. Simply filling their bellies is deemed sufficient. What more could they desire? There exists but one exception among the dragons. A green dragon gazes upon these humans, presenting what she perceives to be her gentlest smile. Even though these humans are utterly oblivious to the expressions of the mighty dragons, I assure you, as long as you are willing to work diligently, you shall have the chance to return alive. Rise at 9 in the morning and labor until 9 in the evening. You are granted 1 hour for a midday respite. For every hour of toil, you may rest for 10 minutes. The food I have chosen for you is of the highest quality, allowing you half an hour to savor it. Other dragons will undoubtedly exploit their slaves ruthlessly, yet I am different. I understand that relentless oppression and exploitation will only yield adverse effects. Should your efforts meet my satisfaction, I will implore Ajax to absolve you of your transgressions. Do not disappoint me, do you comprehend? 20 individuals looked incredulously at the green dragon before them. Not only were they offered excellent treatment, their lives were assured. And there was even a chance for absolution. You dare tell me this is a chromatic dragon? This is, in fact, a metallic dragon. They immediately resolved to repay the green dragon's kindness with their industrious efforts, striving for the opportunity of exoneration. Gather around, for I shall bestow upon you enhancing magic. The scales upon Seidel's body shimmered slightly. Strengthening spells, fatigue dispelling, awakening charms, agility enhancements. Only by maintaining their optimal condition can they work more effectively. Do you not agree? Observing them rejuvenated and fervently engaged in the mining endeavor, Seldar silently commended himself. Ah, my leg. A naked miner clutched his bleeding left foot in agony. This was his first time wielding a pickaxe, and in a moment of carelessness, he had struck his foot with great force, piercing it through. Parker's face was etched with despair. He understood that the malevolent dragon would not tolerate a slave rendered incapable of labor feasting at their expense. To mitigate losses, they would not hesitate to eliminate the injured slave. Parker's anguished cries inevitably attracted Donia's attention. Upon seeing Parker's foot, Donia swiftly comprehended the situation. With her claws, she seized Parker and lifted him into the air. "It is over. I shall be devoured by the wicked dragon," he thought, fearfully closing his eyes and awaiting the approach of death. The radiance of a healing spell enveloped his leg. The pain dissipated, replaced by a delightful tingling sensation. Donia unceremoniously dropped him to the ground. "What are you waiting for? Get to work." Parker cast a grateful glance at Donia before immersing himself back into his labor. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Harry. His heart raced, and breathing became labored. He gradually bent down, squatting on the ground as he gasped for breath. He had not closed his eyes for 6 days. Were it not for his status as an intermediate warrior, he would have perished long ago. The white dragon fulfilled his promise, forbidding the humans from resting and compelling them to labor incessantly. Others had already succumbed to exhaustion. He was the last surviving human under the white dragon's command. The white dragon cast a glance at Hailey, emitting a warning growl from deep within his throat. Hailey understood that should he continue to rest, the white dragon would not hesitate to end his life. He struggled to rise, but darkness suddenly enveloped him, and a sharp pain pierced his heart. He pressed his hand firmly against his chest, attempting to soothe his rebellious heart. "I do not wish to die yet." Hailey looked towards the white dragon, hoping for a miracle. The white dragon remained unmoved, coldly witnessing his imminent release. "Damn humans, how fragile they are." The white dragon attributed all of this to human weakness, showing no inclination to reflect upon his own actions. Cursed Tom, relying on the backing of the malevolent dragon, treated us this way, one miner murmured to himself while chipping away at the ore. "Hey, Ricky, are you slacking off?" Tom sneered arrogantly at Ricky. During his service to the nobility, Tom had endured relentless bullying from his peers, including, but not limited to, the loss of his rear entrance. Now, he finally had the chance to exact his revenge. Ricky's face darkened with anger, seizing an opportunity while Tom was distracted. He swung his pickaxe at the back of Tom's head. Gazing at Tom's lifeless body, the blue dragon's expression turned ashen. Tom was his appointed overseer, and Tom's demise was a resounding slap to his face. "Who did this? Step forward, or I will slaughter you all." In the dead of night, Geely opened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, confirming that everyone else was sound asleep. Taking advantage of the darkness, he stealthily made his way to the storage of minerals and set aside a significant portion of the ore from the miner who had extracted the most, distributing it evenly among the others. The black dragon had declared he would execute the one who mined the least. As long as he could make someone else the unfortunate recipient of that fate, he would be safe. He had already ensnared 3 individuals with this tactic, who would die without ever understanding why. Despite their diligent efforts, they ended up with the least. It must be noted that the black dragon would never grant them the opportunity to plead their case. Only when they became victims of Geely's machinations would they realize the underlying deception. The others would not seek the truth. They were too preoccupied with their own survival to invite trouble. "Voda, tell us again why you were captured. The brothers love to hear it." "That wretched creature refused to pay me, so I killed her, and her daughter, too. TSK. He then recounted the details of the incident with fervor, animated and entirely devoid of guilt. The green dragon's subordinates enjoyed daily feasts of fish and meat, brimming with vigor and enthusiasm, in a bid to eliminate their own guilt. They would even volunteer for overtime. The green dragon observed them quietly, a fleeting glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. A month has swiftly drawn to a close. Chapter 31. The Journey to Seek My Mother. There remains but a single day until the conclusion. While other dragons demanded that humans toil relentlessly for one final push, the green dragon summoned all the humans. "Tomorrow, your servitude will come to an end. I am exceedingly pleased with the fruits of your labor. This is all attributed to your benevolence." The humans expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards her. Not a single soul had perished. Their physical condition was even better than before they came to mine. "Do you know why I have summoned you today?" A glimmer of mockery flickered in the green dragon's eyes. "I am the green dragon. Tell me how humans perceive the green dragon." The leader could not fathom the true intent of the green dragon, yet he complied with her request. "It is said that the green dragon is treacherous and delights in deceit and betrayal." At this point, he felt an unsettling sensation. What they say is not without merit. The green dragon grinned. "I never intended for you to leave this place alive. My kindness and benevolence are mere facades. Thank you for allowing me to reap wealth and joy. I shall remember you." Opening her mouth, the venomous breath of the green dragon enveloped them in an instant. This group of fools believed my lies until their very end. Observing their twisted faces, deceived by my ruse, I felt an overwhelming sense of pleasure. Evil begets its own reckoning, does it not? Skyway remarked to the nearby gold dragon. The following day, the competition concluded, and Skyway tallied the number of gold mines the young dragons had acquired, as well as the number of surviving humans. First place was the red dragon Seldar, with 1 death. Second place was the green dragon Karis, with 20 deaths. Seventh place was the black dragon Donaya, with no deaths. Through this competition, I trust you have learned something, to varying degrees. Should you find yourselves with dependents in the future, how do you believe you ought to treat them? While ruthless exploitation may yield substantial short-term gains, it results in significant loss of life. Once dependents perish, they can no longer create value. Such a practice of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is inadvisable. The poor performance of the white dragon serves as a prime example. A system of punishment without reward fails to sufficiently motivate work, leading to lowered standards and a loss of ambition. If you are to select managers from among your dependents, you must choose an authority that commands their respect. Otherwise, conflict will ensue. But what if they protect one another? Only those who are not held in esteem will serve me wholeheartedly. The blue dragon understood that Skyway's words were directed at him. You could very well employ certain special methods, such as transforming him into a dragonborn. Indeed, how could I have overlooked such a simple solution? The blue dragon bowed his head in frustration. Lastly, please refrain from using your dependents for amusement. Skyway cast a sidelong glance at the green dragon Karis. My lord Skyway, they are not dependents, merely disposable tools. It is precisely because I understand this that I indulge my desires. In the future, I shall treat my true dependents with care. Carlos's eyes glimmered with a cunning light, filled with hope. Sky took out a substantial sum of gold coins, now beginning to distribute rewards. Out of 1,000 criminals, fewer than 200 had survived. A myriad of emotions, fear, hatred, numbness, gratitude, swirled among them. You may return now, Sky announced, opening the portal. One by one, the criminals rushed towards the portal, returning to their prison. As they beheld the familiar room, with its rusted iron bars and moss-covered stone bricks, they could not help but shed tears. To be alive was a blessing. For the first time, these cold-blooded killers regretted their choice to tread the path of crime. In the blink of an eye, for years had passed, and Seldar officially stepped into his youth. The first thing he sought as a young dragon was Sky, hoping she would fulfill her promise to allow him to leave in search of his mother and siblings. The little dragon that once sat beneath me had grown larger than I. Sky gently patted Seldar's head with her claw. Of course, I will keep my promise and permit you to leave. But before you do, don't you plan to do something? Master, I don't understand. Seldar looked at the great white dragon in confusion. Truly, what a dullard. Suddenly, Sky lunged forward, knocking Seldar to the ground. You are already capable of reproduction. The pure white scales began to shimmer. Enchantment, mind dulled, perception heightened. Sky licked her lips. Am I beautiful? Beautiful. Am I formidable? Formidable. Am I wealthy? Wealthy. Sky's claw rested lightly on Seldar's abdomen. Hiss. Seldar instinctively curled his tail. What a shy little dragon. Sky chuckled softly, releasing him. Now, go find Donaya and resolve your issues. Sky had long lost her reproductive capacity. Her actions were merely for the amusement of teasing Seldar. With his tail tucked between his legs, Seldar scurried away from Sky. Donaya, I need your help, he stammered, his claws fidgeting, his tail flicking restlessly. Observing Seldar's awkwardness, Donaya couldn't help but laugh. Sensing his inner turmoil, shyness, anticipation, and raw desire, Donaya quickly understood. Seldar, you are a red dragon. How can you be so bashful? Come on, take the initiative. Donaya approached, gently nuzzling Seldar's neck. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to act. He climbed onto Donaya and lightly bit her neck. Well then, I shall begin. Soon, a deep dragon roar echoed from the summit of Dragon Nest Mountain. A significant portion of the text has been omitted. 1 month later, Master. I am leaving, Seldar announced. I wish you the swiftest of journeys to find your mother. Here is a hint. Head south. Furthermore, do not cower in the face of danger and challenges. I have prepared for you the resurrected dragon egg. I shall not permit my students to tarnish my name. Seldar gazed at Sky with astonishment. The teacher's capacity for information gathering is truly extraordinary. It is evident that Sky has thoroughly acquired the intricate details regarding her mother, Graham. Yet she does not intend to disclose her specific whereabouts directly to Seldar. One must seek out their own mother, as she had previously stated. Seldar, wait a moment. The golden dragon, Sabby, called out to Seldar. Throughout their years together, Sabby has discerned that this red dragon is remarkably distinct from the other chromatic dragons. He He harbors genuine admiration for his mentor, and his affection for Donaya is sincere, unlike mere pretense. His longing for his mother is also a rarity among metallic dragons. Sabby holds Seldar in high regard and does not hesitate to offer him assistance, despite the long-standing discord between chromatic and metallic dragons. Here are my scales. Take them with you. As long as you do not instigate trouble, should any metallic dragon seek to vex you, simply present this, and they will show you leniency out of respect for me. Your influence is that significant? After all, I am an elder of Metallic Dragon Island, a direct descendant of the Dragon King. Which metallic dragon would dare disregard my standing? Sabby glared at Seldar, his tail nearly soaring skyward. Yet you were easily defeated by my teacher. Even Bahamut has forsaken you, relegating you to the status of my teacher's servant. You little brat. The golden dragon, pricked at a sensitive point, fumed with indignation, eager to impart a lesson to this ungrateful young dragon. Thank you, Seldar said softly, then unfurled his wings and took flight towards the south. Chapter 32. The Stolen Dragon Treasure. How impoverished. It is difficult to conceive that this meager hoard constitutes the entirety of the wealth of the Calamity Fire Demon. A ranger scratched his head, gazing at the heap of gold coins before him. Indeed, apart from gold coins, there is nothing here. A nearby mage kicked over a nearby pile of coins. They called themselves dragon treasure hunters, reveling in pilfering the riches of mighty dragons, not for survival, but for the thrill of the chase. They were seasoned and skilled, having targeted dragon lairs during their absences, and had already plundered the treasures of more than 20 dragons. They were not in want of money. For them, the gold within a dragon's hoard was as inconsequential as the stones scattered about. What they valued were the collections of the dragons themselves. Their prowess should not be underestimated. 2 half-legendary mages, 3 half-legendary warriors, 1 high-ranking ranger, and 1 high-ranking thief could all emerge unscathed even when facing an adult red dragon without prior preparation. Everyone, come here quickly. I have discovered something remarkable. Upon hearing Smith's words, all paused their searches and gathered around him. Smith toppled a pile of coins, revealing a treasure buried within. It was a magical amber, as thick as an adult's thigh, encasing several scales of a red dragon. Based on the size of the scales, it could be inferred that their owner was still quite youthful. The magical amber is surrounded by a plethora of tracking, alarm, and protective spells, indicating the significance that the Calamity Flame places upon it. Smith, you've discovered something remarkable, Captain Peter exclaimed, clapping him on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. He then turned to the 2 wizards in the party. Conceal the tracking and alarm spells above, and then we shall take it away. Although Peter was unsure of the unique properties of the red dragon scales sealed within the amber, he was driven by the notion that anything coveted by a dragon must be of great value, and he was determined to claim it for himself. Shielding against the tracking and alarm magic proved to be a straightforward task, and soon the 2 wizards accomplished it. They stored the magical amber within a storage ring and began their journey back. On their way to the treasury, they encountered a young red dragon slumbering peacefully. ZZZ. A mountain cannot harbor 2 dragons, unless one is male and the other female. Although rare, there are instances when red dragons cohabitate as mates. However, the sight of a female red dragon residing with another female red dragon was perplexing, especially since the treasury bore no protective barriers. Otherwise, they would not have infiltrated so easily. They could not fathom why the Calamity Flame would permit this young red dragon to dwell here. Did she not fear for her hoard? Fortunately, the young red dragon appeared rather dim-witted, posing no threat to their scheme of thievery. Suddenly, the dragon's nose twitched. The band of thieves assumed they had been detected and quickly cast a concealment spell, bracing themselves for a potential confrontation. They had no desire to clash with the dragon. They were thieves, not dragon slayers. A large-scale battle would undoubtedly reveal their presence, and soon 20 dragons whose treasures they had pilfered would descend upon them, tearing them to shreds. They sought thrill, not demise. The slumbering dragon sniffed the air, then licked her tail before taking a playful bite. Instantly awakened, she surveyed her surroundings with caution. Licking her teeth, she glanced at her bleeding tail. Ouch, my tail. The disgruntled dragon licked the tip of her tail, attempting to soothe its hurt feelings, and then drifted back to sleep. The band of thieves exchanged glances, and upon confirming that the dragon had succumbed to slumber once more, they stealthily slipped away. Though Graham expressed no objection to cohabiting with Cassira, the latter was unwilling. After becoming a young dragon, he had distanced himself from his mother's embrace. Graham, having just collected protection fees in a human city, returned to the dragon's lair in high spirits. The king of the realm to which the city belonged had opted for the latter course, sacrificing a portion of his subjects and wealth for the sake of peace. Rather than risking the wrath and retaliation of a malevolent dragon, which could entail significant expenditure with uncertain success. On her way to the treasury, she roused the still sleeping Nerita. Nerita, I have returned. You may now visit the treasury. While Graham did not mind her offspring touching her treasures, there was one condition. It must be done under her watchful eye. In a dragon's lair, the accounts were being settled. Narlita, still in a daze, opened her eyes and, half asleep, followed her mother into the treasure chamber. Suddenly, Graham unleashed her draconic might, charging into the heart of the vault. The meticulously arranged piles of gold coins were scattered across the floor, and the heap concealing the magical amber was disrupted. She thrust aside the coins, extending her claw to search. After a fruitless search, she activated her tracking magic, but received no response. In that moment, Graham comprehended the dreadful truth. Her treasured possession had been stolen. Cursed thief. With so much gold left untouched, they chose to steal the scales of Seldar, the only remnant he had left for her. The tracking magic was obstructed, and to recover that magical amber, she had no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Trembling, Graham retrieved 5 magical gemstones, gritting her teeth as she invoked the name of Tiamat. O great mother of dragons, Tiamat, your devoted follower seeks your aid. Willing to offer 5 precious magical gemstones, I implore you to reveal the whereabouts of my stolen treasure. Truth be told, Graham was uncertain whether the 5 gemstones would capture Tiamat's attention. Many a chromatic dragon had their treasures pilfered, and they too had attempted to bribe Tiamat for assistance in locating their stolen riches, yet few succeeded. Graham understood that Tiamat might not deem her 5 gemstones worthy. However, there was no harm in trying. If she failed, she could always increase her offerings. If exhausting her entire fortune did not garner Tiamat's help, Graham would not hesitate to switch her allegiance to Bahamut and try again. She was determined to reclaim her lost treasure. A supreme will descended upon her. Due to Seidel's influence, Tiamat had taken an interest in his mother, and she did not mind lending a hand. My child, as you wish. A divine map materialized before Graham, marked with a glaring red cross. Once this deed was done, Tiamat departed. The marked location was a human city she had just visited that very day. Excellent, splendid, ha ha ha. Driven mad by fury, Graham spread her wings and soared towards the city. She could not fathom the significance of the scales contained within that magical amber, nor why the cataclysmic inferno would go to such lengths to preserve it. Peter, hesitant to damage the magical amber, feared that any harm done might ruin the mysterious scales sealed within. He sipped his drink while conversing with the mage beside him. I don't know. From my observations, those scales appear to be nothing more than the ordinary scales of a young red dragon. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the tavern. What has happened? Peter inquired as Smith entered from outside. The cataclysmic inferno has arrived. It has cast a high-level magical barrier around the city, likely sensing our presence. We had best leave before it begins its rampage. Indeed, let us swiftly dismantle the barriers of space and employ the art of teleportation to escape this place. Peter was acutely aware that pilfering the hoard of a dragon would incite its wrath, and the repercussions of an enraged chromatic dragon were all too familiar to them, merely a rampage of destruction. The lives of those wretched commoners pale in comparison to our grand adventures. Their sacrifice is but a privilege. Graham ascended into the sky, indiscriminately unleashing torrents of searing flames upon the city. Consumed by fury, she thought, my treasures cannot flee on their own. I shall eradicate these accursed humans and then sift through the ashes to reclaim what is mine. Suddenly, Graham ceased her fiery breath. On the divine map, the mark indicating the treasure's location instantaneously shifted to another human city. Tiamat would not deceive herself over such trivial matters. Thus, there could only be one explanation. Those infernal thieves had broken her spatial seal and fled to another realm. Dreaded thieves, no matter where you escape, I, Graham, shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. Having regained a modicum of composure, Graham abandoned her intent to further devastate the city. She resolved to accompany Nerita, following the map's guidance to hunt down the thieves until the treasure was reclaimed. A large and a small red dragon soared above a city. Humans, some among you have stolen my treasure. I now present you with an opportunity. Surrender the thieves along with my possessions, or face annihilation. The greedy red dragon seeks merely an excuse to plunder gold. The lord of this city was entirely unconvinced by Graham's words. My lord, what should we do? Inquired a nearby guard. Select a few death row inmates from the dungeon, bring a chest of gold, and deliver them to that red dragon. Perhaps it will be appeased and show restraint. The lord waved dismissively, unconcerned, recalling how he had dealt with the green dragon in a similar manner. Graham surveyed the emaciated humans, who appeared on the brink of death from malnutrition, then glanced at the chest of gold. Accursed humans, How dare you attempt to deceive me? In the throes of the red dragon's fury, the city and its lord were reduced to ashes. Yet, the mark on the map stubbornly persisted in another city. The optimal course of action would have been to assume a human form and stealthily approach the band of thieves for a surprise attack. However, Graham, consumed by rage, could not fathom such a strategy. As for Narita, she had yet to grasp the unfolding events before her mother urgently pulled her along. Whatever may come, I shall heed my mother's words, Narita thought. This relentless pursuit seemed destined to continue indefinitely. Chapter 33, Better Death Than Bondage. The world is vast. How shall I find her? Seldar was utterly at a loss regarding how to search for his mother. Perhaps the grand prophecy could provide answers. But that was advanced magic beyond Seldal's current abilities. Praying to Tiamat yielded no response. Why, despite receiving the blessing of accelerated growth from him, have my prayers gone unanswered? It is exceedingly challenging for me to locate my mother on my own. Thus, I must seek assistance from other beings. Seldar initially dismissed the dragons. Being one himself, he is acutely aware of their avarice and lethargy. Setting aside the question of whether he could offer a reward enticing enough to sway a dragon, how could he ensure that these creatures would diligently assist him in gathering intelligence? How could he guarantee that he would not be devoured whole? Consequently, he first flew to the land of Dalar, yet returned empty-handed, devoid of any valuable information. With no hope from Dalar, Seldar was compelled to explore alternative avenues. He had initially considered subduing a pack of gnolls to serve as his informants, but upon discovering that they could not even name the nearby human kingdoms, he abandoned that notion. If they were unaware of the intelligence concerning their own territory, how could they possibly be of assistance? Seldar soared for 3 days and nights. Oh, a human caravan. Human traders traverse the world. Their knowledge must be vast. Consulting them for information is certainly a wise decision. Moreover, I may even request a travel fee from them. How delightfully greedy. Judging by their equipment, most of these individuals were mid-tier mages and mid-tier warriors. Although Seldar was merely a young red dragon, thanks to the path of soul sculpting, his strength rivaled that of certain adult dragons. It would be a simple matter to handle them. With unwavering confidence, Seldar dove toward the human caravan. Thud! He folded his wings and landed heavily upon the ground. Whoosh! He suddenly unfurled his wings, and a powerful gust of wind swept across the surrounding grass. Roar! He unleashed his draconic majesty with a thunderous bellow, a quintessential villainous entrance. Humans, offer your treasures unto me. Seldar gazed down upon them from his lofty perch. Strangely, even when targeted by a young red dragon, these humans exhibited no signs of panic. Lady Lila, please intervene to drive off the dragon. We shall provide appropriate compensation. Of course, Lila replied, stepping away from the group and positioning herself before Seldar. He regarded the diminutive human with quiet contemplation. Wicked dragon, if you wish to avoid suffering, then submit to me. Such audacity. Who do you think you are? Seldal's fury ignited in an instant. Lila merely smiled faintly, and with a graceful transformation, she became an adult silver dragon. And now, little dragon? How could a young red dragon possibly prevail against an adult silver dragon? The advantage lies with me. Lila surveyed Seldar with a teasing glint in her eye. Damn it. Why do I always encounter silver dragons when seeking profit? First it was Borage, and now it is Lila. Though she is an adult silver dragon, Seldar would not retreat. The outcome remains uncertain. Seldar first cast a plethora of buffs upon himself: agility, might, mental sharpness, ice resistance, and sharpness. Then he brandished his claws and charged forward. The youthful red dragon's physique is on par with that of an adult silver dragon. However, the reason the red dragon cannot claim victory over its silver counterpart lies in the realm of magic. Silver dragons are exceptionally proficient in the arcane arts, whereas their chromatic brethren have scarcely devoted time to magical studies due to their inherent laziness. Although Seldar has yet to master higher-tier spells, the magical bombardment derived from the path of soul carving allows him to mitigate the disparity in magical prowess between himself and the silver dragon. As Lila extended her claws to engage, she simultaneously cast enhancement spells upon herself. With a swift motion, she seized Seidel's paw, restraining his movements. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to unleash her breath weapon. Seldar rose upright, thrusting his other paw toward Lila's neck to compel her to cease her exhalation. In response, Lila retracted her neck, halting her breath, and opened her jaws to bite at his paw. Seldar immediately withdrew his paw and redirected his grasp toward her soft underbelly. Observing this, Lila pulled Seidel's paw back, throwing him to the ground, and began to twist her body in an attempt to pin him down. With a roar, just as Seldar seemed on the verge of being subdued, he unleashed a tremendous surge of strength, sending Lila flying, followed by a torrent of dragon fire. In midair, Lila flapped her wings to regain her balance, her icy breath clashing against the flames of the red dragon as it surged towards Seidel's head. The breath of a young red dragon pales in comparison to that of an adult silver dragon. Seldar swiftly conjured dozens of fire shields to partially obstruct the silver dragon's breath, seizing the opportunity to evade. The scales of an adult silver dragon are substantial enough to render them impervious to mid-tier magic, meaning that Seidel's prideful mid-tier magic gatling had no effect on Lila. Fortunately, a multitude of mid-tier magical shields can still exert some influence over higher-tier magic and the breath of adult dragons, altering their trajectories and slowing their velocities, albeit not entirely halting them. To unleash such a voluminous array of magic in such a brief span ignites my intrigue further. I must claim you. O eternal ice. Bind my enemies in stillness. Higher-tier magic, the ice coffin. A flurry of snowflakes materialized around Seldar, coalescing in a remarkably short time to form a colossal ice sphere, encasing him within. It was evidently unrealistic to expect that a single higher-tier ice spell could contain a young red dragon. Lila recognized this. Intending merely to delay the red dragon to buy time for her incantation, Seldar, in a fit of fury, exhaled flames against the surrounding ice walls, clawing, whipping his tail, and ramming his head, employing every means to shatter the ice coffin. His crimson scales shimmered as fireballs and lightning orbs rained down upon the icy barrier. Under Seidel's relentless assault, the ice coffin could not withstand the pressure and shattered with a resounding crash. Thunderous tyrant, obliterate my foes. This spell wielded a power far exceeding that of ordinary higher-tier magic. It was known as the lightning storm. Seldar collided head-on with the tempest of lightning, a deluge of electricity cascading from the heavens and striking him fiercely. The tempest of lightning strikes a harmonious balance between explosive power and endurance. As long as the caster does not cease the flow of magic, it shall persist indefinitely. Roar. Seldar suffers a substantial amount of damage in an instant. The scales inscribed with healing spells flicker wildly, and the wounds on Seidel's body heal at a visibly rapid pace. Yet, as soon as one injury mends, another emerges amidst the lightning storm. This cannot continue. Defeat is merely a matter of time. A revelation. Seldar, braving the storm, soars towards the onlooking humans. You despicable red dragon. In order to avoid harming the humans, Lila is compelled to withdraw the lightning storm. A full-grown silver dragon bullying a young red dragon. And yet you dare to call me despicable. Rendered speechless by Seidel's taunt, Lila, fueled by indignation, charges forth to engage him in close combat. Lila refrains from employing high-powered attack spells, fearing that this treacherous red dragon might exploit the lives of humans to coerce her. The two colossal dragons claw and bite at one another, their talons and fangs clashing, while dragon scales and blood rain down upon the earth. Seldar smirks wickedly and suddenly unfurls his wings. An ominous premonition washes over Lila. Flash spell 50. The scales on his wings burst forth with a dazzling radiance. A brilliance so intense it eclipses the sun. In that moment, Lila feels as though she glimpses the light. It was this very technique that Seldar had previously used to outwit Paola. Ah, my eyes. You vile red dragon. Instinctively, Lila shields her eyes with her claws and covers her head with her wings. Seizing the opportunity, Seldar lunges forward, delivering a rapid series of claw strikes to Lila's abdomen. Ouch! Lila arches her body in pain. She tightly closes her eyes, shifting her claws from her head to protect her belly instead. Seldar crosses his claws above his head and brings them crashing down upon Lila's skull. Thud! Lila loses her balance and spirals down from the sky. Seldar dives after her, aiming punches and kicks at her head. Lila can only guard her head to prevent her eyes from being gouged out. She attempts to chant a high-level spell. But the moment she opens her mouth, Seldar swiftly silences her with physical force. Silver Dragon, is this all you are capable of? Do not become too complacent. Lila retrieves a pair of gloves from her storage space. These gloves are custom-made for dragons, perfectly fitting their claws. They are crafted from precious metals and imbued with advanced enchantments. The era of dragons has long passed. To avoid obsolescence, dragons must learn from humans and harness the power of external objects. Our claws cannot shred diamond golems. Our scales cannot withstand the bombardment of mage towers. Stagnation will only lead to extinction. The creator of the dragon gauntlets handed them to Lila with a heavy heart. Were these? I need combat data. Please use them freely when you encounter formidable foes. Whoosh. Lila channels a surge of magic into the dragon gauntlets, instinctively swiping at Seldar. Her vision had yet to fully restore, and in her eyes, Seldar appeared merely as a dark silhouette. A wave of anxiety washed over Seldar, prompting him to release Lila and dodge to the left. The dragon claw gauntlet erupted with a blinding radiance, exponentially accelerating Lila's claw strikes. With a swift motion, Seidel's right claw was effortlessly severed. Gazing at the smooth wound where his claw had been, Seldar was seized by dread. Had he not evaded in time, it would have been his head that was lost. Silver Dragon, do you intend to slay me? What have I done to deserve this? Lila squinted, attempting to discern the chunk of flesh she had just severed from Seldar. Was this truly his claw? Recalling Seidel's previous stance, she mentally envisioned the dire consequences had he not dodged. By Bahamut, I almost killed a mighty dragon. Thank the heavens for my swift evasion. Lila exhaled in relief, acknowledging the formidable power of the claw gauntlet, which was proving somewhat challenging to control. I shall report this to my uncle upon my return. Serve me for a century, or meet your demise. Apologizing was out of the question. Lila had no desire to express contrition to a red dragon. Instead, she stood tall, demanding Seidel's submission in a tone befitting a victor. I refuse to believe this red dragon would choose death. With that peculiar claw gauntlet in play, my chances of defeating her are nearly non-existent. Is it a century of servitude, or a mere 17 years before I perish? Seldar, possessing a rebirth point, had an additional option compared to other dragons. I choose death, he declared, swinging his remaining left claw toward Lila, preferring death to captivity. When faced with a choice between 100 years and 17, the latter was evidently more appealing, and Seldar gambled on Lila's reluctance to truly kill him. He doubted that a metallic dragon would contravene the edicts established by the dragon god. Seldar picked up the severed claw and pressed it against the wound, unleashing a torrent of healing magic. The severed claw swiftly reattached, and he launched another assault on Lila. If she targeted his limbs, Seldar would deftly evade to avoid being reduced to a mere dragon stick, and then ensnare her with magic. However, if she aimed for a vital point, he would not retreat. Has this red dragon lost her senses? Every strike from Lila had to be executed with utmost caution to avoid inadvertently ending his life. This was far more excruciating than a typical battle. Perhaps I should remove the claw gauntlet? Lila contemplated. Before she could act on her thought, Seldar spread his wings once more. Instinctively, Lila shut her eyes. Instead of the anticipated flash of light, she was met with Seidel's maw. He clamped down on her neck, twisting forcefully to throw her to the ground. Lila grasped his head with her claws, the dragon claw gauntlet shimmering ominously. With the slightest exertion, she could easily pierce Seidel's brain and end his life in an instant. Release me, Lila threatened, attempting to leverage the specter of death against Seldar. Undeterred, Seldar clung tightly to Lila's neck, appearing resolute in a mutual destruction. The two dragons held their ground for a brief moment. You have triumphed, Red Dragon. Lila released her grip just before succumbing to asphyxiation, ultimately defeated by Seidel's shamelessness. How infuriating. Chapter 34, Metal Dragon Island. Red Dragon, you have won. Now you may leave. Lila seethed as she retracted the massive dragon claw into her storage space. No longer bound to serve the silver dragon for a century, nor faced with the prospect of dying and then regrowing for another 17 years, Seldar felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly recalled that his purpose in seeking out these humans was to inquire about his mother. What? Not leaving yet. I warn you, next time I shan't hold back. If you die, do not seek Tiamat to weep for you. Seeing Seldar return, Lila's scales bristled. I merely came to ask a question. Seldar refrained from further provoking Lila. I wish to gather information about a recently matured female red dragon named Graham. Although he had just battled Lila, and the likelihood of obtaining useful information seemed slim, Seldar maintained a mindset of asking for free advice and decided to proceed with his inquiry. The humans exchanged glances, shaking their heads. They possessed no knowledge regarding Graham. What is your relationship with Graham? Lila suddenly expressed interest. She is my mother. We were separated due to an accident during my childhood, and I seek to find her. How rare it is for a chromatic dragon to care for her mother. Share your tale with me. Long ago, I had heard whispers of her on Metal Dragon Island. If your story moves me, I would not mind assisting you. Lila tapped her tail against the ground. Do not think of deceiving me. I shall employ a lie-detecting spell. Seldar acquiesced, concealing irrelevant details while focusing on the mundane moments shared with his mother. After hearing Seidel's account, Lila was slightly touched. I can help you find out. But you must agree to one condition. Speak. As long as it is not too excessive, I am willing to negotiate. Information about my mother is of utmost importance to me. We are currently holding a competition to educate evil dragons. A hatchling counts as 1 point. A young dragon as 5 points, a juvenile as 15 points, and a young adult as 35 points. I am 33 points away from victory. So you want me to masquerade as an evil dragon you have educated to aid you in achieving victory in this competition? Seldar interrupted her. Precisely. What a ridiculous competition. How can you silver dragons afford such leisure? The red dragons, who spend their days in slumber, have the audacity to speak. This competition was proposed by His Majesty Bahamut. Just say whether you agree or not. What should I do? Should I comply? As a chromatic dragon on Metal Dragon Island, I would undoubtedly face discrimination, and I could not leave until I helped her secure victory in the competition. However, the metal dragons are reputable, so there is no worry of them breaching their word. Moreover, the metal dragons possess extensive connections. Their long lifespans combined with their good reputation make each one a veritable information hub, rendering their assistance far more efficient than my own efforts. In the end, Seldar consented to Lila's proposal. I concede to your terms. However, should a dragon provoke me within the confines of Metal Dragon Island, I shall retaliate without hesitation. Remember, I remain a free entity, and you cannot interfere with my legitimate endeavors. Very well, it is settled. Along the way, I shall enlighten you about the customs of Metal Dragon Island and instruct you on how to masquerade as a successfully reformed malevolent dragon. Lila turned her gaze towards the humans and declared, "You may proceed. This red dragon and I will ensure your safe passage to your destination. So do not worry about my adherence to our agreement. Is this not somewhat inappropriate? These humans are clearly reluctant to travel alongside a red dragon. That very dragon sought to rob us moments ago. I too have no desire to remain in their company. I shall stay here and await your return." The mere sight of these humans ignited within Seldar thoughts of plundering their caravan, a desire deeply rooted in his bloodline. To prevent himself from losing control and jeopardizing his dealings with Lila, Seldar resolved to remain behind for the time being. Fortunately, the journey was brief, and Lila would return in 3 days. Who do you intend to trade with in this desolate wilderness? Seldar could scarcely contain his curiosity. A green dragon. One of the humans replied after a moment's contemplation, adding, "A reputable green dragon." Seldar erupted into laughter. A green dragon? Reputable? I find that hard to believe. That is as improbable as me toppling my teacher. He recalled how Carlos had deceived the mining slaves. Yet, Seldar refrained from voicing this thought. For those who consort with malevolent dragons must be prepared for the possibility of being devoured. Lila produced a magical gem and began to construct a one-time portal. Seldar turned his head, forcing himself not to gaze upon the magical gem laid before him. A flash of white light enveloped them, and the gem disintegrated into a fine powder as Seldar and Lila were transported to Metal Dragon Island. Seldar felt a pang of loss, as if the gems were his own. Though referred to as an island, Metal Dragon Island resembled a colossal mountain. Its immense size made it appear as a pillar stretching between the ocean and the sky. The summit was blanketed in pristine snow, a frigid abode for the silver dragons. The brass dragons resided near the ocean, while the gold dragons made their home halfway up the mountainside. Above the island floated a sky island, utilized by the metal dragons for prayers to the dragon deity and grand collective activities. "Take this," Lila said, handing Seldar a metal necklace embedded with her scales. "This will ensure you are not attacked by the dragon nest guardians, considering your identity as a red dragon. Avoid trouble, restrain your tongue, and control your claws. Reforming malevolent dragons requires teaching them to suppress their wicked inclinations and to learn magic." This notion struck Seldar as oddly familiar, akin to the endeavors of Piola. Lila continued, "As this competition is being held for the first time, the standards for reforming malevolent dragons are not stringent. As long as you do not cause disturbances on the island, your magical prowess will allow you to easily pass the evaluation. I shall now inquire about Graham, and I hope you will remember our agreement." Lila thoroughly elaborated to Seldar for a full 30 minutes. Seldar, disliking frigid environments, opted to stroll along the coast. Near the shoreline resided a group of brass dragons, and he hoped to extract some information regarding his mother from these loquacious beings. Not far off, 3 brass dragons were present. 2 younglings chattered animatedly, while a solitary juvenile sat apart, appearing rather out of place. "My father is a prospective elder, soon to ascend into legend and become a true elder," one boasted. "Humph. What's so impressive about that? My mother is a guest envoy of the Terran nation, and her wealth far surpasses that of your father." The 2 dragons engaged in a contest of parental accolades. The comfortable and nurturing upbringing allowed the metallic dragonlings to exhibit behaviors akin to those of human children. As the ever-chatty brass dragons, they could hardly cease their incessant prattle, even when the topic had been exhausted. "Taylor's father is a disgrace to dragons, always yammering about study and progress. The era of mighty dragons has passed. Were I the Dragon King, I would surely banish him." Taylor, isolated by their banter, could only manage an awkward smile. Soon, the 3 young dragons turned their attention to Seldar, commencing their commentary. "Those crimson scales are magnificent. One exclaimed, "Indeed. The path of soul carving, my friend. I wish I could pluck a few to keep as trophies." "You dare. Watch me not thrash you," came the retort. "Unless you offer me payment." What a robust physique. I have been nourished on various heavenly treasures and rare potions. How could I not be strong? Another chimed in. "Look at these splendid claws. I feel as though I could crush my insides with a single stomp." Nonsense. I was once trampled by my teacher as a child. And while it was discomforting, it did not result in my entrails spilling forth. Their conversation flowed with vigor, and Seldar listened with keen interest. The living conditions of the chromatic dragons pale in comparison to ours. Their familial bonds are exceedingly tenuous. One of the brass dragons launched an attack on the chromatic dragons. Seldar felt an ominous sensation. Indeed, a bunch of creatures born of mothers, but raised without care. Were it not for the silver dragon, I suspect he might have long since become a mere dragonhide sheath. The brass dragon continued unabated, disregarding the protests of its companions, convinced that Seldar would not retaliate. This is Metal Dragon Island. How would a captured red dragon dare to cause a ruckus? Furthermore, they speak the truth. Most chromatic dragons would not care, and some might even join in the scorn of their irresponsible birth mothers. However, Seldar was different. A surge of anger coursed through him as he approached the brass dragon. Hey, the red dragon is coming over," Taylor instinctively warned. The brass dragon, which had spoken ill of Graham, paid no heed. "Do not insult me and my mother." Seldar seized the dragon by its tail, lifting it with ease before hurling it violently to the ground. He would not shy away from delivering a deserved punishment. Moreover, it was the brass dragon who first insulted himself. According to the customs of Metal Dragon Island, he had the right to retaliate. "Red dragon, how dare you strike me? My father is a prospective elder." The naive brass dragon kicked fervently at Seldar's claw. "And what of it? Lift, throw. Do you think I would fear you? Lift, throw. Naive. Lift, throw. Let me tell you, not even if it were an elder would it matter. Lift, throw again. Do you know the legendary gold dragon, Sabi? My master effortlessly subjugated him. Lift, throw once more." Upon hearing this, Taylor perked up his ears. "According to the rules here, since you insulted me first, no dragon will come to your aid when I strike you." Seldar delivered a vigorous onslaught, leaving the brass dragon battered and bleeding, with not a single scale intact. After observing the brass dragon sprawled on the ground, seemingly on the brink of death, he cast a series of healing spells to restore him. Moments later, the brass dragon was once again lively. Watching the brass dragon regain his former self, Seldar's anger swelled, and he could not restrain himself from striking again. This time targeting the sturdier parts of the brass dragon's body, avoiding his sharp claws to prevent bloodshed, and thus the need for more healing spells. The brass dragon's mouth trembled painfully. Seldar pried open the brass dragon's jaws. "Little one, you ought to manage your mouth better. Do you know the adage trouble comes from the mouth?" He spat into the brass dragon's mouth before slamming him back to the ground. The brass dragon lay there, heaving. Seldar turned to leave, stepping on him as he did so. What a fine brass dragon, yet alas, he has such a mouth. Taylor glanced at the brass dragon on the ground, crying out for his father, and then at Seldar, hesitating for a moment before chasing after the red dragon. He had some inquiries he wished to pose to this red dragon. Chapter 35. News of the mother. What's this? Your little companion sent you to stall me? Seldar regarded Taylor coldly. No, metal dragons are reasonable. He insulted first. No dragon will trouble you. Taylor shook his head vigorously. I wish to inquire about Sabi. He is my most esteemed elder. He went missing over a decade ago, and I have worried for him ever since. Is what you say true? Has he truly been enslaved by your master? Taylor's pace quickened, his concern for Sabi palpable. 1 gold coin for that information. Seldar extended his claw. Information comes at a price, and this will also test whether this brass dragon genuinely cares for Sabi. Without a moment's thought, Taylor produced a gold coin, his pudgy claw placing it in Seldar's palm. Indeed, we have conquered a human kingdom. He attempted to stir trouble and was easily vanquished by my master. He will serve us for 2 centuries. I see. How is he faring now? Seldar rubbed his claws together. Taylor grimaced and produced another gold coin. Greedy red dragon. Long shot Shin duo. This was Saddle's initial impression of Taylor. He bore no objection to befriending such a dragon. He lived a life of leisure, with 48 multicolored dragons trembling beneath his influence. I suspect that even if he could return to Metal Dragon Island, he might not wish to do so. Furthermore, he seemed to harbor a tendency towards masochism, Saddle silently added. How might I locate him? Taylor, sensing the moment, produced a gold coin and extended it towards Saddle. The intentions are laid bare, are they not? Saddle believed this was his true purpose, to inquire about Sabi's whereabouts and subsequently rescue him. No number of great dragons could possibly defeat his mentor. Sky had once confided in him, revealing that she and the other 3 artifact guardians were demigod-level dragons. And due to peculiar circumstances, they would not be rejected by the plane for being overly powerful. In essence, she was an invincible entity in this realm. The value of such information far surpassed that of a mere gold coin. Taylor, gritting his teeth, produced a magical gem. "Young man, you are far more astute than that recent brass dragon," Saddle remarked, poking him on the head, and then requested a map, marking a prominent cross at the location of the Paola territory. Whenever the metal dragons arrived, they would be welcomed. "Will you accept metal dragons?" Taylor again offered a gold coin. Saddle pondered over Bolich, then reflected on Sky and Paola's attitudes towards metal dragons, providing an affirmative response. "I believe they would not mind. But a metal dragon there would likely face considerable prejudice." "Why do you wish to go?" Taylor nodded. "Why? Is life here not satisfactory?" Now it was Saddle's turn to be curious. Taylor mimicked Saddle, rubbing his claws. Saddle promptly closed his mouth, turned his head, and mentally counted to 3. After 3 seconds, Taylor could no longer suppress his desire to speak. His words tumbled forth like beans spilling from a bag, as he began to explain the reason. "Compete with me? Hardly. The brass dragon cannot keep its mouth shut. This concerns my father. He is a master blacksmith, often forging weapons for other sentient beings, thus amassing considerable wealth. The lucrative nature of his craft attracted the attention of many metal dragons, who attempted to profit from forging as well, but they lacked my father's exceptional skill, resulting in a dismally low success rate in crafting human weapons, not even recouping their costs. This led to his ostracism by other metal dragons. Worse still, through observing humans. My father discerned that although they lack the formidable physiques of dragons, they can create terrifying instruments of war with their nimble hands. He asserted that the overall strength of humans had surpassed that of dragons, and if dragons were unwilling to adapt, we would inevitably become mere steeds for humans. Such heretical claims naturally provoked the opposition of the vast majority of metal dragons. My father was marginalized, and I too faced rejection from my peers, leading even my mother to flee to live outside Dragon Island. My father immersed himself in the study of weapons uniquely designed for dragons, aspiring to forge a suit of armor that would grant the dragons enhanced strength through external means. Aside from Lila and Sabi, none of the dragons understood him, including myself. Dragons ought to rend their foes with sharp fangs and claws. Why emulate those feeble humans? Even the brass dragon refused to converse with me. It is evident that the issue lies with my father. Why must I bear the brunt of it? I yearn to escape this place at every moment. Yet as a young brass dragon, I possess no means of self-preservation, and the number of metal dragons who have fallen victim to covert assassinations is not insignificant. To compensate for my plight, my father inundates me with gold coins for various reasons, making me the wealthiest among my peers, yet I find no joy in it. The metal dragons overlook me, and even the chromatic dragons, brought in for reformation, shun me upon learning of my father's research. As the 27-year-old young dragon spoke, he could not help but weep. Seldar gently wiped away his tears. "I do not require sympathy from a red dragon." Tyler pushed Seidel's paw away. "Dragon tears are precious magical materials. They must not be wasted. Even if I have no use for them, I could sell them for coin. Do not presume I pity you." Tyler's sobs intensified. Seldar carefully collected the tears into a vial and then stored it away. Once Tyler had wept enough, Seldar resumed speaking. "I hope you do not come to regret this. In my view, this behavior is akin to leaping from one inferno into another. I know. I trust Elder Sabi will take good care of me. If life becomes unbearable for me there, I can always return." Seldar nodded in acknowledgement of his sentiment. "So, that peculiar claw cover is your father's invention. Oh, how do you know of my father's latest creation?" "I was brought here by Lila. What do you think?" "Oh, it seems this red dragon has experienced the power of the claw cover," Tyler mused. "Have you heard of a red dragon named Graham?" Tyler pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I see." After a brief silence, Tyler resumed the conversation. "Tell me about your teacher." Once more, Tyler produced a gold coin, displaying a generosity uncommon for a dragon. Seldar found him increasingly endearing, unable to resist lifting him up and squatting down to stroke his plump body. Truly, what a rich second-generation dragon, so portly. Squeezing him felt akin to touching the tail of a gecko from my past life. Suddenly, the sound of powerful wings flapping resonated behind them. A massive male brass dragon approached Seldar, his size suggesting he was on the brink of legendary status. "Are you here to hold me accountable?" Metal dragons are known for their reason, yet the brass dragon, valuing familial bonds above all, may not hesitate to act irrationally if his child has been harmed. "I am indeed the father of the brass dragon you assaulted, but I do not seek trouble with you over that matter. The brass dragon cherishes its offspring dearly. Yet affection does not equate to indulgence. Allowing them to experience hardship can be beneficial, for life on Dragon Island is exceedingly comfortable. I sought you out regarding the matter of Sabby. With that, he discreetly cast a spell to detect lies. Seldar was not foolish enough to demand gold coins from a dragon of near legendary status, opting instead to simply elucidate the situation. I appreciate your cooperation. Upon acquiring the desired information, the brass dragon took flight, needing to report this matter to the elders immediately. He sensed that this affair was far from simple. It is unjust. Why must only I pay? If you possessed equal prowess, I would not demand your gold. Seldar intensified his efforts to appease the dragon. A week later, he approached the red dragon to fulfill their agreement, having gathered intelligence regarding Graham. Are you not afraid that I might simply flee upon learning the information? We have not entered into a contract. Lila disregarded his words, continuing her monologue. Graham had once been nurtured by a silver dragon named Abia, a fully grown silver dragon. Graham struggled to adapt to life there, frequently quarreling with Abia and attempting to steal her treasures on several occasions, resulting in her wings being broken due to these thefts. Among the young dragons, she bore the title of the Wingless. One fateful day, while Abia was maintaining the magical wards of her hoard, Graham successfully pilfered over 1 million gold coins. The enraged Abia searched relentlessly for the whereabouts of her gold, but to no avail. Prophecy indicated that Graham had concealed the storage ring on her person. Abia meticulously inspected her stomach, mouth, and every possible hiding place among her scales. Abia endured this betrayal. But once Graham matured into a young red dragon, she expelled her from her lair. This was all I could uncover about her past. My mother had such a history. Where is she now? Graham has attacked numerous human cities, leaving devastation in her wake, with countless casualties. The Adrian Empire has dispatched several legendary figures to capture her, and a death sentence will be executed in a month. It is said that her wrath was ignited due to the theft of her treasures. The king initially attempted to placate her anger with gold, but she refused, declaring it to be priceless. Thud! Seldar abruptly rose, his foreclaws crashing heavily onto the ground, producing a dull thud. Foolish. Utterly foolish. Just 20 years prior, the black dragon had raided her. Where could such priceless treasures possibly come from? The teachings of my mentor hold true. Greed will be the ruin of dragons. Seldar believed that Graham was merely being avaricious, seeking to acquire more gold, but inadvertently entangled herself in her own web. Tell me where she is now. Calm down. Lila cast a spell to enforce tranquility. It seems I am unable to fulfill our agreement. Inform me of the reward for victory, and I shall make amends. As Seldar regained his composure, he began to contemplate how to extricate himself from this predicament. The competition was set to occur in the following week, and it was possible that Lila would demand he complete his obligation before revealing the whereabouts of his mother. Though there is no conflict in timing, he is reluctant to wait even a moment, for delay may lead to unforeseen changes. Can you offer me the blessings of His Majesty Bahamut as compensation? It is indeed a rare sight to witness a red dragon willingly request to bear the burden of recompense. Seldar found himself at a loss for words. Rest assured, I comprehend your predicament. I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of Graham. Should you wish to rescue her, I shall not impede your efforts. However, you must understand that should you engage in conflict with humans, your demise is inevitable. Their magical constructs and legendary sorcerers are formidable foes. I will remain concealed. Can you now disclose her location? In the kingdom of Silly. Thank you. With that, Seldar unfurled his wings, preparing to take flight. Take these with you. Lila tossed a storage ring towards him. What is this? It is a prototype dragon armor, which I procured from Tigris. It will grant you a more dignified demise. If no conflict arises, return it to me intact. Should conflict ensue, make use of it. I wish to understand your true intentions. Seldar remained skeptical that a silver dragon would altruistically assist a red dragon. We require data for our battle against humanity. This armor is equipped with recording and communication magic, ensuring that Tigris receives the data regardless of your survival. After expressing his gratitude once more, Seldar bid farewell to Lila and ventured to a location devoid of dragons. He intended to cast a transformation spell and infiltrate the kingdom of Silly to rescue his mother. Like his mentor, due to the influence of the soul-carving path, his scales resisted all distortion and transformation, making the casting of such spells impossible in their normal state. Unless, of course, one were to remove all scales. Roar! Seldar grasped a scale and yanked it fiercely, tearing off a scale stained with a small amount of dragon blood. Damn, that hurt. Chapter 36. The dragon enters the city. Seldar spent an entire day meticulously removing every last scale. Now he stood bare, his wrinkled skin exposed to the world. While smaller scales were manageable, those on his abdomen proved particularly challenging. The scales on his belly were larger than ordinary ones, elongated and tethered to the skin on one side. To aid in this endeavor, Saddle even harnessed the power of the dragon claw set. At this moment, Saddle was exceedingly sensitive. Even the slightest touch could send him jumping in pain. He found himself unable to cast healing spells. The scales of a dragon required a month to regenerate, yet healing spells could significantly shorten this duration. The scales spawned by healing magic were considerably softer than regular scales, though their hardness did not affect the soul-carving path. Saddle stored the removed scales in the storage ring and then proceeded to cast the transformation spell. His massive dragon form gradually shrank, transforming into a young man with fiery red hair. Saddle stumbled and fell to the ground. Such a feeble body. Saddle furrowed his brow. It took him 2 hours to adjust to his new physique. He swore that had it not been for necessity, he would never again assume human form, not solely due to the pain of scale removal. The frail physique of humanity left him profoundly uncomfortable, akin to a sumo wrestler unexpectedly donning ill-fitting high-heeled shoes. Under Lila's guidance, Seldar arrived at the permanent teleportation portal on Metal Dragon Island. This portal could simultaneously transport 5 legendary dragons in their natural forms and facilitate travel to other realms, boasting remarkable precision that ensured a deviation of no more than 5 meters, even in the absence of a teleportation token. Countless fist-sized magical gems were embedded within the magical array, their immense power gently flowing, resembling a spider's web glistening in the aftermath of rain. With silvery threads connecting luminous droplets, gazing at the scintillating gems, Seldar swallowed hard, yearning to pry them free and take them away. Although he currently appeared human, he remained, at his core, a red dragon. In a flash of white light, Seldar was transported outside the walls of the capital of King Slee. The entire city was enveloped in a vast semicircular magical barrier. From the dragon heritage, he learned that this barrier was known as the Moon Guardian, incredibly sturdy, equipped with its own spatial anchor and detection spells, making it exceptionally suitable for defense. Moreover, this barrier consumed magical energy only when under attack, rendering it far more energy efficient compared to other magical barriers. A guard extended his hand to halt Seldar. Suddenly, Seldar felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively touching the hat atop his head. Am I exposed? That shouldn't be possible. After all, I am adorned in dragon armor, and the helm is enchanted with anti-detection magic. The dragon armor was tailored specifically for dragons, naturally possessing the ability to adapt to the wearer's form, whether human or draconic. Entry requires a silver coin, the guard explained. Seldar glanced around and noticed that all visitors willingly submitted their entry fees, leaving him feeling like a country bumpkin singled out by the guard. Paying to enter the city, how unfortunate. Reluctantly, Seldar produced a silver coin and extended it to the guard. The guard's expression remained impassive as he reached for the coin. However, as he grasped it, he discovered that the coin remained immobile in Seidel's hand. The guard exerted more force, yet the coin seemed to have taken root in Seidel's grip. Let go, the guard said, exasperated. Those who came to the capital for business were typically affluent and unbothered by money. Encountering such a miserly individual was a first for him. Only then did Seldar release his hold. So this is what it feels like to lose wealth. Very well. I shall remember you. You are the first human to wrest my possessions from my grasp. Seldar entered the city successfully. The first step in rescuing his mother was to gather information. Taverns, as one of the few entertainment venues for humans in this world, were naturally prime spots for intelligence gathering. I'll have a cider, with a pinch of salt, no alcohol, no lemon, no flavoring, and no ice, just salty water. The salt water was free, as Seldar wished to avoid losing more money. The bartender regarded him with a disdainful gaze. What business do you have in the capital without money? Why frequent a tavern if you lack funds? Here is your salt water, sir. The bartender conjured a mage's hand to present a glass of saline solution to Seldar. Truly, the capital of the kingdom of Sly is remarkable, as even a mere bartender possesses the prowess of a mage. Seldar accepted the drink and casually chose a bustling spot to sit, pricking up his ears to eavesdrop on the conversations around him. Did you hear? The eldest son of the Mardwin family has fled from his wedding. A necromantic catastrophe has erupted in the northern territories of the Osli Empire. Moreover, humanity has gained another dragon-slaying hero. His name is Grey, and it is said that his strength is formidable enough to confront a dragon head-on. Another new demiplane has been discovered. Yet, the most fervent discussions revolved around dragons. The calamity of the Infernal Flame, a rare red dragon of mage caliber, poses a dire threat. Should it mature, the consequences would be unfathomable. Fortunately, it has been captured by the mages of the Osli Empire. Even my mother dabbles in magic now. It is said that there is a young red dragon accompanying the infernal flame, though they could not capture both. Do you think the other dragon might come to its rescue? The young red dragon? It must be Narita. Kasira has always resisted her mother, and she should have already left the nest. Surely not. Chromatic dragons are not known for their loyalty. That young red dragon has likely fled far away. Seldar, too, hoped that his sister would not come to rescue their mother. With her strength and intellect, it would only lead to her demise and disrupt his plans. Honestly, chromatic dragons deserve their fate, mere winged lizards, perpetually engaged in destruction and plunder. One cannot speak so lightly. At the very least, their materials are quite valuable. Do you think there will be dragon farms in the future, akin to chicken coops? Enough. Such thoughts should not be uttered. At this remark, Seldar felt a surge of anger rise within him. Damn humans! How dare they insult the magnificent dragons? His inner self screamed to transform into a dragon, to trample these wretched beings into a pulp. His visage contorted, teeth grinding audibly. Seldar's fury activated the enforced calm spell on his dragon helm. The flames of his anger were extinguished in an instant, leaving his expression distorted and grotesque. Sir, your face? The bartender observed Seldar's reaction. Oh, it's nothing. Just a facial spasm, Seldar replied, rubbing his face and forcing a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything else. The bartender regarded him with a penetrating gaze before lowering his head to continue polishing the glass. As the discussions about dragons deepened, the group of humans ultimately decided to visit the captured infernal flame. Seldar seized one individual and inquired, "Will you truly be able to see that red dragon?" "Indeed." "Young man, are you new here? That red dragon is in Sly Square. Are you not concerned about its escape, or being rescued by other dragons?" "Not at all. It has been bound by a mental lock. Unless released, it shall remain in a deep slumber, and the archmages will lift the enchantment an hour prior to execution. Do you see the barrier above? That is the Moon Guardian. Unless a forbidden spell is cast, it is impossible to breach. The casting of forbidden spells creates a considerable commotion and requires an extended incantation period, providing the army of the Slee Kingdom ample opportunity to intervene. Although the legendary mages of the Osri Empire returned due to the calamity of the undead, they left behind a diamond golem and a teleportation beacon, sufficient to handle various emergencies. Is this not confidential information? How could you divulge it so readily? Seldar blinked in astonishment, never anticipating that acquiring such news would prove so effortless. Oh, it hardly qualifies as a secret. These details are public knowledge. Just take a glance at Slee Square, and you will comprehend. Thus, Seldar joined the group heading to visit Graham. Slee Square, situated at the heart of the royal capital, was heavily fortified with soldiers due to Graham's presence, and magical circles adorned the surroundings. Graham lay in the center of Slee Square, her eyes tightly shut, encased within a transparent magical barrier. For the sake of aesthetics, the mages who initially captured Graham had already healed her. Not far away stood the diamond golem. Towering at 20 meters, its entirely transparent form shimmered with magical luminescence. Its jar-like head drooped, and on its back rested a colossal dragon-slaying spear, the spiral tip evoking a shudder in Seldar. With a massive hammer in its left hand and a great sword in its right, it knelt on one knee, its chest's magical core glowing with a crimson light. Even in a standby state, this diamond golem radiated a substantial amount of magical energy. Is this the diamond golem that humanity takes pride in? While Seldar was lost in thought, a soldier handed him a flyer. On the front, the dragon rampages, slaughtering us common folk, devouring countless lives, leaving us in despair, a lament echoing through the land. Fortuitously, the valiant warriors of the Osri Empire have arrived from afar, wielding the elements of ice and fire, battling fiercely for 3 days and nights, capturing the dragon. You may observe the dragon closely. Its soul is bound, so there is no cause for concern. The golem stands here, awaiting the toll of the imperial bell to sever the dragon's head. On the back, evil shall not triumph over good. Do not fear or dread. Avoidance is futile, only fostering the winds of malevolence. Stand firm in resistance, and justice shall prevail. The Empire boasts countless elite soldiers, its formidable arsenal unstoppable. The Mage Tower, the Golem Army, the Choir of Incantation. What do you have to fear? Like a spectrum of magical light, we, the humans, shall rise. In essence, it was a call to the people not to fear the malevolent dragon, to trust in their nation and their fellow citizens. Seldar scoffed, discarding the flyer, and began to circle around Graham, scrutinizing the magical barrier in an attempt to discover a means of breach. After wandering for an extended period, Seldar found himself at a loss. The barrier laid by legendary mages was not easily undone. Should he return for his teacher's assistance? His mother is not like him. She possesses no means of resurrection, death is death, and he could not take that risk. Seldar wavered in his resolve. Yet, he could not perpetually rely on his teacher. Just as Seldar grappled with his dilemma, he noticed a young man with striking red hair. Chapter 37. The Rescue in Progress. Who is he? Seldar fixed his gaze intently on the red-haired youth. Seldar's unabashed gaze captured his attention, prompting the red-haired youth to turn and contemplate. Seldar approached him and inquired, "Who are you?" The youth, exhibiting extraordinary caution, hesitated to disclose his identity. "I am Seldar," he replied, unperturbed about the potential exposure of his name, having never revealed it in public before. The youth, taken aback, quickly regained his composure, needing to ascertain the truth of the information. He produced a gold coin, skillfully manipulating it between his fingers as it rolled nimbly in his grasp. Seldar, transfixed by the coin, remained motionless, his hands fidgeting anxiously, even causing the red-haired youth to forget his own concerns. With a flick of his thumb, the coin soared into the sky, and Seldar craned his neck at an odd angle to follow its ascent. The youth then confirmed his suspicion. The individual before him was indeed his dear brother, not a human in disguise. The coin returned to Caregiver's hand, which he swiftly pocketed. Stepping closer, Caregiver placed his hands on Seldar's shoulders. "Hey, my orientation is perfectly normal. And I already have a partner," he said, gently touching his forehead to Seldar's and whispering, "Welcome back." This gesture, emblematic of camaraderie among dragons, conveyed warmth. "You are Caregiver?" Seldar queried, to which Caregiver nodded. Having previously resisted their mother, Seldar was surprised that Caregiver had come to her rescue. "My dear brother, are you still a proud little dragon? This isn't the place for conversation. Follow me." Caregiver led Seldar to a secluded alley, ensuring they were alone before retrieving a disc and activating it. This advanced magical artifact, a mirage, could conjure realistic illusions and conceal their whereabouts. Equipped with a built-in invisibility and silence spell. "Seldar, tell me your story," Caregiver urged, intrigued by the events Seldar had encountered after being swept away by the spatial turbulence. "It's a long tale," Seldar began, recounting everything that had transpired and addressing all of Caregiver's inquiries in detail. "And you? How have you fared over the years?" Having finished his narrative, Seldar was eager to hear Caregiver's tale. "My life has been far less colorful than yours. Day in and day out, Narlita and I merely ate, fought, and slept until I matured into a young dragon. After leaving the nest, I gathered a following and ventured forth to amass wealth. Until one day, I learned of our mother's capture, which compelled my hasty return. By the way, where is Narlita now?" Seldar expressed concern for his naive sister. "She is quite safe. There is no need for worry. Doesn't T the Moon Guardian possess detection magic? How did you manage to infiltrate? And what of that advanced magical artifact? On my way here, I happened to relieve a mage of it. These are my spoils." Upon completing her words, Caregiver pointed to the pendant adorning her neck. A mirage, a high-tier concealed talisman. Indeed, fortune favored her. Moreover, Caregiver produced an array of magical artifacts, a regeneration scroll, a forced transformation scroll, a magical barrier scroll, a powerful spatial displacement scroll, a potent mass disruption scroll, a formidable invisibility scroll, and a breach magic cone. Seldar swallowed hard. Envious. To be frank, the abundance of magical tools possessed by that sorceress instilled a sense of trepidation within me. Despite her vast arsenal, I had easily vanquished her, leading me to suspect that this might be a conspiracy directed against me. Yet these items would prove invaluable for my rescue mission, rendering me unable to refuse their aid. "Caregiver, do you think dragons might assist us?" "Surely not. Perhaps it is merely a stroke of good fortune." Although Seldar spoke these words, a flicker of doubt about his mentor lingered in his heart. Sky had the capacity to orchestrate such events and possessed ample motive to do so. It was entirely possible she was secretly monitoring his broadcast. My original plan entailed using the mirage and the potent mass disruption to affect the humans surrounding the barrier, subsequently employing the powerful spatial displacement to extract my mother from the confines of the barrier, and then casting a transformation spell to turn her into a small creature, escaping before detection. A commendable plan indeed. Given the current circumstances, Caregiver's strategy appeared exceedingly feasible. In the dead of night, the operation to rescue Graham commenced in earnest. Most visitors at Seldar Square had returned home to sleep, yet numerous guards continued their patrols. Caregiver activated the mirage, and the forms of the two dragons gradually twisted before vanishing into the night sky. Thus, Seldar and Caregiver boldly approached the magical barrier imprisoning Graham, drawing no attention whatsoever. Caregiver produced the potent spatial displacement scroll and tossed it to Seldar while clutching the forced transformation scroll. The capital of Seldar was cloaked under the protection of the moon, rendering ordinary spatial magic ineffective. The powerful spatial displacement was among the few types of spatial magic capable of disregarding spatial barriers, albeit with the price of being challenging to cast and limited in range. A single scroll of potent spatial displacement was exceedingly rare, valuable, yet seldom available for purchase. Kosira's acquisition of it could only be deemed a stroke of immense fortune. Kosira adjusted the illusion of the mirage, creating an image of Graham that enveloped her, and then tore apart the potent mass disruption scroll. Invisible magical waves swept through the patrolling guards, causing them to simultaneously turn, presenting their backs to Graham, all while remaining blissfully unaware. Seldar and Kosira exchanged a glance, each tearing apart their respective scrolls. A surge of magical brilliance erupted from Graham, and with violent distortions and tremors of space, he successfully extricated himself from the barrier, subsequently transforming into a small cat nestled in Kosira's arms. As they prepared to make their escape, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The magical barrier that had been imprisoning Graham suddenly erupted with blinding light, unleashing a powerful surge of magical energy that radiated outward, setting off alarm bells in an instant. Seldar and Kosira's expressions shifted dramatically. Damn it, the legendary mage is indeed formidable. Fortunately, the two dragons had prepared a contingency plan. Kosira drew forth the barrier-breaking magic cone and thrust it forcefully against the barrier. Under the influence of this one-time legendary magical artifact, the barrier shattered like fragile glass, dissipating into specks of starlight. Simultaneously, Seldar deactivated the mirage and cast a transformation spell, assuming Graham's appearance as he rushed to the spot where Graham had been held. A resounding dragon roar echoed through the skies as a full-grown female dragon rose upright, unfurling her wings and freely asserting her draconic majesty. Kosira swiftly tore apart a powerful invisibility scroll, cradling the transformed Graham, now a small cat. As they sprinted towards the city gate, the calamity demon flame has awakened. Quickly, activate the golems. The patrolling soldiers turned pale with fear, stumbling over their words. This was Seldar's backup plan. Should they inadvertently reveal themselves during their operation, Kosira would carry the slumbering mother to safety while Seldar would impersonate her, crafting the scene to appear as though the calamity demon flame had unexpectedly awoken, thus buying time for Kosira's escape by dismantling the magical barrier. Kosira would rendezvous with Nalita, then follow the map's directions to the dragon's domain, Paola's territory, seeking Sky's assistance to lift the mental shackles binding Graham. As for Seldar, he intended to meet his end here, awaiting his mentor's resurrection to reunite with his mother and comrades. After all, a young dragon exposed to human eyes would find it nearly impossible to escape a fully armed city. Thus, Seldar resolved to create a ruckus. A team would activate the diamond golems, another would alert the guard to assist in sealing the city, a third would establish a magic suppression field. A fourth would contact the Osli Empire, while the remainder would engage the dragon. Composure is an essential trait for a commander. Upon hearing the commander's orders, the station soldiers promptly sprang into action. As the magic suppression field unfolded, Seldar felt his magical energy spiraling out of control. Despicable, shameless humans. I shall reduce you to ashes. Seldar, donning his mother-esque visage, spat forth fierce threats. He must play his part well. Fiery flames erupted from Seldar's mouth. The underground magical array was activated by the humans, conjuring a wall of water to intercept the dragon's breath. A chilling wind swept through as the Mage Legion began their incantations, conjuring massive ice spikes that materialized in midair. Swish, swish, swish. The binding array came to life, with magical chains erupting from the ground, coiling around Seldar like a colossal serpent. Boom, boom, boom. Not far away, the massive diamond golem approached, wielding a colossal hammer and sword, its heavy footsteps resonating like thunder. Report. The teleportation magic is experiencing unknown interference and is under investigation. A soldier hurriedly arrived, bearing grim news. Understood. The plan remains unchanged. Seizing the opportune moment and favorable circumstances, the commander believed that even if the legendary mages of the Osli Empire did not arrive in time, they still possessed a considerable chance of containing the calamity of the infernal flames. Kosira sprinted through the streets, cradling Graham in his arms. He had to escape before the capital was completely sealed off. A detection spell swept over Kosira, but fortunately, the potent invisibility scroll was sufficient to keep him hidden, at least for the moment. Several soldiers mounted on bipedal beasts patrolled the streets, scrutinizing suspicious individuals while urging the populace to remain indoors and refrain from wandering about. Report. No anomalies detected in the west. Report. No anomalies detected in the east. Report. Report. Continue the search. Do not stop. The infernal flames cannot have escaped the mind lock alone. There must be someone meddling within. Report. The enemy is likely a dragon. I request the use of the dragon-seeking compass. Approved. But we must not relax our search for humans. Understood. Chapter 38. Death struggle. Damn it. I underestimated these humans. Saddle's face contorted with anger. He had thought that under such circumstances, he could hold these humans at bay for at least 15 minutes, but unexpectedly, he found himself in a stalemate after just one encounter. Now he faced 3 grim choices: to be impaled by ice shards, to be slain by a golem, or to abandon his guise and confront his foes head-on. Death would automatically dispel his transformation spell, preventing him from masquerading as the infernal flames and escaping the magical barrier, leading to his immediate demise. Do I have any other options? I can only hope that Kasira manages to escape with his mother. Saddle relinquished his transformation, and the adult female dragon instantly morphed into a scaleless young dragon. He tore apart a regeneration scroll, allowing his scales to regrow before donning dragon armor. The adult dragon, towering at 8 meters, now stood as a 6-meter young dragon, and the chains that had once bound him loosened, enabling Saddle to perform these actions. The newly grown scales were remarkably soft, yet the constantly flickering runes upon them would impart a profound lesson to any who dared to underestimate them. Amidst the interference of the anti-magic field, the originally white runes transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, momentarily turning Saddle into a vibrant neon spectacle. Soon, the shimmering of the scales subsided, and the tumultuous magical energy within Saddle returned to normal. Saddle was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the path of soul carving could withstand the interference of the anti-magic field. The dragon's tail blade adhered tightly to his tail, its wavy tip endowing it with formidable piercing capabilities, while the enchantment for breaking formations would inflict significant additional damage to defensive spells. The dragon claw gauntlets glimmered with a cold light, as magic spiraled upwards along the claw tips, restoring the once darkened mithril gauntlets to their original silver-blue hue. A crimson gem was embedded in the center of the dragon helmet, radiating brilliantly with the infusion of magic, activating the spells for data transmission and communication. Red Dragon, tell me your name. A male dragon's voice resonated from within the helmet. Saddle, I shall remember you. Seldar grasped the magical chains binding him, and with the aid of the dragon claw, he successfully severed them. The scales upon his body glimmered wildly, as countless shields of flame materialized before the icy spear. The dragon helmet, imbued with magical enhancement, amplified the fire shields to an extraordinary degree. This allowed the merely mid-tier defensive magic of the fire shields to withstand the icy spear, which possessed power far exceeding that of ordinary high-tier magic. Purely by virtue of their numbers, the colossal ice spear shattered one fire shield after another, yet with each breach, its mass diminished until it dissipated into vapor. Commander, that red dragon is casting magic within the anti-magic zone. Moreover, it appears to be using something other than the cataclysmic demon flame. Of course, I witnessed it myself. Fear not, the golem has already arrived. As for the whereabouts of the cataclysmic demon flame, the guard squad will investigate. Soldiers, focus on your duties. The diamond golem raised its massive hammer high, aiming to crush Seldal's skull. Seldar swiftly evaded and cast supportive magic upon himself. With a roar, he lunged toward the golem, his sharp claws striking fiercely against its form. A piercing sound echoed as a shallow claw mark appeared upon the diamond golem. By the gods, it is truly formidable. A colossal sword swept toward him, prompting Seldar to take to the skies with a flap of his wings. Suddenly, he found his ability to fly stripped away, as an immense gravitational force manifested, yanking him back to the ground. Flight locking spell and gravitational manipulation. The nearby mages would not remain idle. They too were laboring to vanquish the dragon. Seldar hastily conjured a multitude of magical shields, attempting to withstand the onslaught of the giant sword. The sound of the sword shattering shield after shield resounded like a barrage of firecrackers. Just as the sword was about to descend upon him, Seldar extended his claws in defiance. After all, with the dragon claw equipped, he had no fear of losing his talents. Despite the enhancement of the great strength spell, he still could not match the golem in a direct confrontation. Seldar was sent flying by the golem's strike, tumbling across the ground. Observing this, the mages immediately unleashed their spells: weakening arrows, slowing arrows, ice spear technique, binding spell. A torrent of debuff and attack magic rained down upon Seldar, while some mages continued their incantations, preparing to unleash high-tier combination spells. His scales shimmering, Seldar employed a plethora of defensive and purification spells to defuse the crisis. These mages are truly bothersome. First, I must deal with them. The dragon helmet, enhanced for breath attack. Now granted Seldar a breath far stronger than that of an ordinary young red dragon. The mages, unfazed, activated their magical barriers to completely absorb his breath attack. As Seldar unleashed his breath, the golem advanced with great strides, swinging its hammer down fiercely upon his head. By Tiamat, how did they locate me? I am wearing a high-tier concealment amulet. Kosira could never have anticipated that the guards would deploy the legendary magical artifact, the dragon compass. He cautiously concealed himself beneath the eaves of a house. Hurry, over here. The guards, searching the vicinity, swiftly approached. Captain, what should we do if we truly locate the lurking dragon? We shall do what we must and report to the commander. As for our survival, that remains uncertain. The captain of the guard assembled a considerable force surrounding the building. Seldar, open the door. Despite his words, he wasted no time, kicking the door down and charging in with his comrades. During the search, the guard wielding the dragon compass was not idle. He prepared to employ triangulation to pinpoint Kosira's location. If I find the dragon first, a promotion and a raise are certainly mine. Ignoring the captain's warnings, this guard attempted to seek out the dragon alone. His peculiar behavior caught Kosira's attention. Is this how they found me? Using this magical device? I must find a way to seize it. The guard approached the eaves and looked up. Oh no, I'm going to be discovered. A dull thud reverberated as, despite the protection of his helmet, Seldar felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It was akin to having one's head thrust into a large bell, only to be struck forcefully from the outside, leaving him disoriented. This brief moment of confusion led to dire consequences. The golem swung its massive sword, piercing Seldar's body from right to left. Ouch! Seldar winced in pain, gripping the giant sword tightly. The clash of the sword against the claws sent forth a shower of magical sparks. I must find a way to control it. The golem poses too great a threat. Seldar cast the spell fossil to mud. Instantly, the ground beneath the golem transformed into an unfathomable mire, causing the heavy war machine to begin sinking. Of course, the golem's designer had foreseen this possibility and had inscribed a counterspell to turn mud back into stone. Detecting the transformation, it began to cast its counter magic. The mud solidified beneath the golem. Not yet. I am the dragon of sculpted souls. As fossil to mud took effect, the golem sank deeper. The rapid casting speed of the diamond golem, while impressive, could not match Seldar, who was empowered by the path of the sculpted soul. Seldar extricated himself from the giant sword and turned to the nearby mage legion. The troublesome golem is ensnared by me. Now is the time to hunt. The glow of a healing spell enveloped Seldar, swiftly mending his gruesome wounds. He dashed toward the mage legion, and as he neared the magical barrier, he pivoted sharply, striking the barrier with his tail, armed with a razor-sharp blade. The tail blade erupted in brilliance, shattering the enchantment that secured the formation. As an immense surge of magical energy flooded into the barrier, disrupting the flow of magic within. With 3 consecutive strikes, the barrier was utterly obliterated. Fireball, lightning sphere, flame breath, ice shard. Seldal's scales gleamed furiously as he transformed into a draconic mage tower, unleashing torrents of magic upon the humans. The magical barriers meticulously arranged by the mages were ruthlessly shattered, and they found themselves incapable of conjuring stronger defensive spells in such a brief span. In unison, the mages ceased their assault on Seldar, diverting their efforts to weave various defensive spells for themselves. One mage cast a water shield, successfully blocking a fireball, only to be obliterated by the ensuing lightning sphere that shattered both him and his shield into fragments. O mighty sovereign of the earth, one mage intoned, striving to summon a high-tier defensive spell, but before he could complete his incantation, a fireball extinguished his life in an instant. With a tearing sound, a scroll containing a high-tier magical shield was ripped apart, yet its bearer narrowly escaped death. Suddenly, a massive metallic coffin materialized from thin air, prompting several mages to dive inside. However, not everyone could maintain their composure amidst the crisis. How is this possible? Why can this red dragon wield magic freely within the anti-magic domain? Why are the golems ensnared by mere fossils? How could it dismantle the combined magical barrier of several mages? Why is its casting interval so brief? Burdened by confusion and resentment, this mage was reduced to ashes by Seldar's breath. Human mages lacked the formidable physique of dragons. A single mid-tier spell could take their lives. Seldar had slain nearly half of the mages. Report. The teleportation circle's malfunction has been resolved. Some magical gems have been stolen, but have been replenished. And the legendary mages of the Osli Empire are en route. Due to Kexala carrying a mirage, the guard failed to notice a dragon concealed beneath the eaves. Strange. The compass is reacting vigorously. The guard scratched his head, preparing to summon reinforcements. Strike first with claws. We must destroy that peculiar compass. Kexela, with the cat turned Graham bound to his back, leaped toward the guard's head. The guard was knocked to the ground. Kexela seized the guard's sword and plunged it directly into his brain, snatching the dragon-seeking compass and stowing it in his storage ring, ready to retreat. Enemy attack. The once lively guard suddenly lay dead, an occurrence that defied logic. Damn it. I told him not to act recklessly. The captain kicked the corpse in frustration. We're doomed. The dragon-seeking compass is lost. The talisman around Kexela's neck began to shimmer. Now they won't be able to find me, will they? As he walked, Kexela abruptly halted. His eyes glazed over. The entire city was under lockdown. It would be prudent to find a place to hide until the turmoil subsided. Not far off. A house stood with its door wide open. The house appeared quite appealing, so I shall choose it. Kexela approached with a stiff gait, entirely oblivious to the fact that he had fallen victim to suggestion and puppet manipulation. Chapter 39. The curtain falls whoosh. A thick magical chain ensnared Seldal's body. Attempting to bind him securely, Seldar clamped down on the chain, clawing fiercely. However, this time he could not sever it as effortlessly as before. It dawned on him that the legendary mage of the Osli Empire had arrived. Roar! Seldar infused more magic into his clawed gauntlets, which erupted in a brilliant glow. Finally severing those vexing chains, countless snowflakes converged upon Seldar, forming an icy prison. Give it to me. Begone. The tail of the dragon, armed with a serrated blade, lashed against the ice cage, accompanied by a barrage of lightning, orbs, and flames, shattering it into fragments. Where are those mages? The detection magic of my helmet has proven ineffective. Truly, a legendary mage is formidable indeed. Seldar felt a surge of impatience. The enemy was concealed while he remained exposed. A most unfavorable circumstance. The cold wind howled, and countless ice spears shot towards Seldar. Thud, 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 thud. Numerous flames formed shields before him, striving to withstand the onslaught of ice spears. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over Seldar. He opened his mouth, exhaling dragon fire in an attempt to dispel the unease within. Beep, beep, beep. The helmet sounded an alarm. Above, Seldar hurriedly summoned a multitude of shields above his head. Boom. Lightning descended from the heavens, effortlessly piercing through all shields and striking Seldal's back. Roar. Blood splattered, dragon scales flew, and the overwhelming current incapacitated Seldar. Yet, the sense of foreboding lingered. What was happening? Seldar anxiously cast healing spells, purification spells, and a multitude of mage shields upon himself. He scanned his surroundings, his gaze resting upon a mire. Yes, the golem. Seldar abruptly turned, shielding his head with his claws. A colossal diamond hammer materialized out of thin air, striking forcefully upward against his jaw, sending Seldar tumbling to the ground. The illusion spell dissipated, revealing the golem in all its glory. It raised a great sword and forcefully stabbed at Seldal's abdomen. As the massive sword penetrated his body, it bore down with all its weight, pinning Seldar to the ground. Roar! Seldar cried out in pain, his claws futilely grasping at the great sword. The golem lifted its massive hammer, poised to crush Seldal's dragon head. A massive magical array appeared in the sky, the radiance at its center instilling a sense of impending doom within him. Is this the end? Thud! As Kexela stepped into the house, the door slammed shut behind him, plunging the interior into darkness. Were there no windows or lights here? Fortunately, the dragon possessed dark vision, so Kexela remained unaffected. A soft light illuminated the entire room, revealing a woman in a tall hat before him. Clap! The woman snapped her fingers, and the charm around Kasira's neck immediately dimmed. Shaking his head, Kasira felt a wave of relief wash over him as the enchantments of suggestion and puppet control were lifted. Who are you? What do you truly seek? Kasira emerged from his daze, quickly realizing that something was amiss. What? You fail to recognize me? Did you not steal those magical artifacts from my possession? The woman smiled gently, seemingly unfazed by Kasira's wary gaze. When did you cast your suggestion and puppet control spells upon me? The dragon, known for its formidable resistance to mental manipulation, found it perplexing how she had managed to control him so stealthily. Have you not always worn that charm? It continuously diminishes your mental fortitude. Upon hearing this, Kasira seized the charm, intending to cast it away. Oh dear, you mustn't do that. If you discard it, your identity will be revealed. What are you plotting? Kasira seethed in fury, feeling as though he were but a plaything in the hands of the woman before him. Now, hand over the little cat behind you. Not a chance. Then do not blame me for resorting to extreme measures. The woman beckoned with her finger, and Kasira found himself ensnared once more by her influence. He untied the ropes binding the small cat and willingly handed his mother to the woman. Now that's more like it, she said with a wicked smile, extending her hand to receive the transformed gram. No, it is not over yet. My mind still thinks, my heart still beats, and my magic is not yet spent. Surely, there must be a way to break free. An idea struck him. Saddle thrust upwards with the great sword and summoned all his strength to cast the spell fossil to mud. The dragon began to sink into the earth, while the golem, hampered by its countermeasure, descended into the mire at a much slower pace. Thud! The colossal hammer struck down, Saddle bracing himself against the impact. Roar! The wound in his abdomen tore wider. Thud! Stars danced before Saddle's eyes. At this moment, he was entirely engulfed in mud. But thanks to the disparity in their sinking speeds, he successfully broke free from the sword's grip. If only I knew the art of earth evasion, things would be much simpler. The hammer splashed against the muddy waters, producing a dull sound. Dragon's blood stained the ground as Saddle pressed firmly against his wound, preventing his innards from spilling forth, and unleashed a torrent of healing spells. Naturally, a multitude of shields was indispensable. He had not forgotten that a cadre of legendary mages was watching him with keen eyes. The legendary mages completed their incantation, and the magical array in the sky swiftly contracted before expanding once more, a golden surge of magic hurtling toward Saddle. Bang! The earth trembled violently as tons of dust and mud were flung into the air, creating a half-moon-shaped crater, now a sickly yellow. Cough, cough, spit. I am alive. Ha ha ha. The golem above him and the earth absorbed much of the damage, allowing him to survive. Even so, Saddle's condition remained far from favorable. His two wings vanished amidst the explosion, his entire form tattered and torn, blood mingling with dirt rendering him a pitiful sight. Even more dire was the fact that his magical energy had been completely depleted. The golem, upturned by the blast, rose once more to launch an assault on Seldar. It seemed that this time, it was truly the end. Stop. Please stop. I cannot entrust my mother to this mysterious woman. Within the vast expanse of his mind, countless chains entwined a crimson dragon, binding him firmly. The magical artifact belongs to her. It can be said that without her, we could never rescue my mother. We ought to trust her. Before the red dragon stood a youth with fiery red hair, yet his eyes were tightly shut, clearly under some form of control. This is her conspiracy. If she harbored goodwill towards us, why did she not approach us directly from the start? The red dragon attempted to strike at the diminutive figure before him, but the chains held him fast. Perhaps she has her own reasons? The little figure stepped closer to the dragon's head. Reasons? What reasons could she possibly have? Anyone who schemes against my family in such a furtive manner is an enemy. The red dragon roared. I will not surrender my mother. The little figure retorted defiantly. The chromatic dragons do not have mothers. Everything she has done is merely to contend with Tiamat. Handing her over to this woman is the right choice. That is not the case. Then why do you persistently resist her? Why not seek solace in her presence when you feel the chill? You have never truly acknowledged her. No, that's not true. Your feelings towards her are merely a matter of instinctual self-preservation. You fear she will cast you out of the dragon's lair, stripping you of your sanctuary. Nonsense. This is the realm of your inner self. Everything here is dictated by your heart. Since I have manifested here, there must be a reason for my existence. The red dragon fell silent. Isn't that so? Now, swiftly hand her over to this woman. The little figure whispered in his ear. At that moment, memories of living alongside his mother surged forth. The dimly lit world of his heart trembled violently as a beam of light pierced through. You are but a controlled puppet. How can you represent my inner self? That is my mother. Go die, monster. The red dragon rose, the massive chains cracking inch by inch. The realm of his mind growing ever brighter. He lunged at the diminutive figure before him, swallowing him whole. I need to replenish my magical energy. Yes, I remember. I possess a crystal brimming with magic. Seldar retrieved a pure white crystal emanating a magical glow, a memento pilfered from the artifact prison during his encounter with Meirue. See Chapter 8, regarding the other artifact custodian. Seldar tossed it into his mouth. With a roar, a torrent of magical energy surged through his limbs, and Seldar felt himself invigorated with newfound strength. However, Seldar soon became aware that something was amiss. The crystal contained an overwhelming amount of magic, causing the power within him to teeter on the brink of chaos. A soft blue radiance emanated through the gaps between his scales, enveloping his body in a delicate shroud of magic. The vast surge of energy spread outward, disrupting the nearby magical currents, rendering the cloaking spells of the hidden legendary mage ineffective. Seldar howled in agony, realizing that if he did not act swiftly, he would explode like a firecracker. He began to unleash spells frantically at the mages and golems. The dragon armor entered an overloaded state, emanating an ominous red glow, with some areas even showing signs of damage. A mere mid-tier fireball, bolstered by the immense magical energy in the overloaded dragon helmet, reached the potency of high-tier magic. The scales used to cast the spell buckled under the strain, shattering after the first invocation, but fortunately, Seldar promptly cast a healing spell. His damaged wings regenerated, and with a powerful flap, he broke free from the constraints of the flight restriction spell, soaring high into the sky, his wings radiating boundless brilliance. The ultimate, invincible, supreme brilliance that even the blind grandmother of his grandfather would command. Ah, my eyes. The mages present shielded their eyes, emitting cries of anguish. Yet the light Seldar emitted was far too intense. Even with their eyes covered, the radiance penetrated their palms, mercilessly ravaging their retinas. Countless spells rained down upon the unsuspecting mages, exploding in vibrant magical fireworks in the air. Magical barriers, mage shields. Potent spatial displacements. Seldar unleashed every life-saving card they had prepared in advance. Ha! What a thrill. The uncontrollable magic continued to affect Seldar's mind, bringing him to the brink of collapse. With a fierce determination, he lunged at the golem. His claws collided with the golem, shattering the overloaded claw guard, and one of the golem's arms was torn off in the struggle. After these actions, Seldar's body swelled violently, the magic within him spiraling into utter chaos. Boom! An explosion akin to a sea urchin engulfed the silly square, claiming the lives of half the legendary mages. As for those below legendary status, none survived. The surviving legendary mages sat helplessly on the ground, gazing at the charred ruins, engulfed in endless regret. Thus concluded Seldar's battle, earning him the title of the Frenzied Dragon. Caregiver cradled Graham in her arms and delivered a swift kick to the woman before her. The woman, clutching her abdomen, flew backward, crashing violently against the wall. Her hat fell away, and a cascade of silvery hair tumbled down like a waterfall. "Who are you?" Caregiver exclaimed, astonished by the woman's silver hair. "TSK." A woman with silver hair gracefully picked up the hat from the ground. "My name is Abaya," she proclaimed. "I am a silver dragon, and also the nominal adoptive mother of your mother." Caregiver was rendered speechless by this revelation. "Can you hand her over to me now?" he inquired. "The mental lock upon her is beyond your ability to unravel." "Absolutely not." Caregiver firmly rejected Abaya's request. He was not one to easily trust other beings. Abaya sighed in resignation. The magic she had wielded had faltered, and she dared not resort to force, as it would create a significant disturbance. "Pray tell, why do you not provide assistance openly before us? Why resort to such covert maneuvers?" "I am a silver dragon. Metallic dragons traditionally assist the just rather than those they are personally connected to. Moreover, Graham is not my biological offspring. My actions have already crossed boundaries, and I cannot expose my identity. I see my apologies, but I still cannot hand her over to you." Caregiver temporarily accepted her explanation, but remained unwilling to surrender Graham. "I have already discovered a method to break the mental lock, so you need not concern yourself. The solution lies in seeking the assistance of Skyhu." Seeing Caregivers' resolute demeanor, Abaya ultimately relinquished her desire to take Graham away. "When Graham awakens, could you convey a message for me?" "Certainly. Tell her to return and visit when she has the opportunity." Chapter 40. Reunion. O. Behold those fearsome dragon horns, expansive wings, jagged spines, graceful form. An elongated tail. On appearance alone, I would rate it a solid 9. Polage scrutinized the still slumbering Graham. "Has she fallen victim to the mental lock?" "Indeed," Caregiver replied. "Years ago, Seldar was swept into a spatial maelstrom, leaving our mother deeply saddened. She preserved the scales Seldar had left behind." Caregiver recounted the entire narrative to Polage. "Oh, a dragon of many colors, so deeply invested in her progeny. By Bahamut, am I dreaming? Such a character deserves a perfect 10. What of your mother's prowess?" "She is a sorceress red dragon, among the most formidable of her age group. As the apex of the chromatic dragons, any mature red dragon wields tremendous power, and a sorceress red dragon is even more awe-inspiring. Her strength is assuredly innate. Scores of 91082724 are sufficient. This red dragon is worthy of becoming my mate. I shall not intrude upon your discussions." Polage turned to depart. "Then I entrust this to you, Lord Skyhu." Caregiver addressed the nearby white dragon. "Of course. It is no trouble." Skyhu extended his claw and touched Graham's visage. "What are you doing?" A striking adult male red dragon approached, shaking off ostentatious golden adornments. Pausing beside Graham, the newcomer was none other than Polage, who had cast a spell of true transformation. Skyhu rolled his eyes, ignoring the silver dragon's frivolous demeanor. "Lord Skyhu is healing my mother. Would you mind if I stayed here? Not at all. The claws of Sky Comet emitted a pale glow, and although Graham's eyelids flickered, there were no signs of awakening. Sky Comet intensified his efforts. Roar. Damned humans. Graham suddenly opened her eyes, her memories still anchored in the moment when the mental lock was imposed upon her. Borage cast the pre-prepared forced calm spell upon Graham, gently caressing her cheek with his claw. Do not worry, you are safe now. Borage's voice was magnetic, the golden ornaments atop his head jingling softly. Graham pushed Borage away forcefully, surveying her surroundings until her gaze finally landed on Kexera. What of Nalita? She hasn't been captured by the humans, has she? Rest assured, Nalita is unharmed. She is currently frolicking in the realm of Daler, a land blessed by the blue dragons, entirely safe. A sigh of relief escaped Graham. Gurgling Graham, just awakened from a deep slumber, felt exceedingly weak and in dire need of sustenance. Charcoal steak, please, she requested. Borage squatted on the ground, producing a large black tablecloth, shaking it vigorously to spread it out, and then arranged a vast array of food upon it. Graham wasted no time, indulging voraciously. With her hunger satiated, she prepared to search for Nalita, showing no inclination to express gratitude. Graham's love for her child ran deep, yet she remained a selfish and ungrateful dragon. Mother, are you not curious about who saved you? Kexera couldn't help but inquire, eager to share the news of Saddle's return with Graham. Not curious. Kexera was momentarily taken aback. It is Saddle. He hurriedly relayed the news of his brother before their mother could take flight. The air thickened with tension. Is it true? Is he unharmed? Where is he? I must see him. Graham's questions were frantic. With a swift motion, Sky Comet cast a spell, projecting the scene of Saddle confronting the Mage Legion into the air. To save you, Saddle faced numerous legendary mages and a diamond golem, tragically sacrificing himself, leaving no trace behind. The visage of Saddle in the projection was vastly different from the memory she held, yet he was her child. How could Graham not recognize him? Upon witnessing Saddle transformed into a magnificent firework in his heroic sacrifice, Graham's vision darkened, and she collapsed to the side. Such an impact was too heavy for any mother who deeply loved her child. Fortunately, he possessed means of resurrection and had not truly perished. Graham straightened up abruptly at this revelation. However, there was an unexpected occurrence during the resurrection. Sky Comet paused deliberately at this critical moment. Graham clutched her chest, a dull ache in her heart. But this unexpected turn is fortuitous. He will thus gain immense power. Graham's gaze toward Sky Comet turned unfriendly. Enjoying this playful jest, Sky Comet retrieved a dragon egg, casting magic to project the inner view of the egg into the air. The reason Seldar has yet to hatch lies within this crystal. Sky pointed to a spherical gem within Seidel's abdomen. To replenish his magical energy, he ingested the dragon crystal of Merud, which contained immense power that irrevocably affected Seidel's soul, thus altering his body and giving rise to an organ dedicated to storing magical energy. Until he absorbs a sufficient amount of magic from the external world, he cannot emerge. This is beyond our intervention and is expected to take another 5 years. I understand. Give me the egg. I wish to take him away, Graham declared, extending his claw toward the dragon egg. No, he must not leave here before hatching. Sky rejected Graham's request. I am his mentor and responsible for his safety. Graham halted his claw, gazing disdainfully at Sky's white scales. You? A white dragon, fit to be Seidel's mentor? This was the arrogance and prejudice of the chromatic dragons. At this, Sky brandished his tail. Humph. Unyielding, Graham extended his tail to entwine with Sky's. The two dragons commenced a struggle, attempting to topple each other through sheer physical might. In order to avoid a large-scale battle, dragons sometimes resorted to tail wrestling for duels. However, Graham was no match for Sky. With a resounding slap, Sky struck Graham's tail against the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Humph, Graham huffed. Her tail deformed from Sky's blow. With that, her temper dissipated. Do not be disheartened. Sky is capable of defeating legendary gold dragons. His power is beyond doubt. Upon witnessing Graham's defeat, Bolage could not help but console her. May I know your name? Impertinent creature. When inquiring about another dragon's name, one must first state their own. Graham raised her voice with irritation. Having just suffered a setback against Sky, she sought to reclaim her pride against Bolage. She assumed this red dragon was merely an ordinary adult and believed her mastery of advanced magic would allow her to easily overpower him. My apologies for my oversight. My name is Jarabo. Bolage bowed his noble head. Remember, my name is Graham. Seeing Bolage bow, Graham's mood lightened slightly. Is there anything else? Graham inquired, glancing at Kexela. Shouldn't he be anything? Kexela replied uncertainly. He vaguely sensed he had forgotten something, but could not recall what it was. Never mind. It should not be a significant issue. After some contemplation, Graham resolved to remain here for 5 years, considering other matters once Seldar was reborn. As for Kexela, he bid farewell to his mother and soared into the sky, preferring the solitude. Nalita flew toward the kingdom of Dala, using transformation magic to shrink her form to that of a hatchling dragon for convenience. The great white dragon proclaimed that there were delicious and delightful things to be found here. Nalita fluttered her wings and alighted upon a bustling street. The arrival of the dragon captured the attention of countless onlookers, who craned their necks to gaze upon the petite Nalita. Sniff, sniff, what delightful aroma wafts through the air. Nalita twitched her nose and ultimately settled beside a small stall. The vendor was selling roasted meat. May I have some of that? Nalita inquired, pointing at the succulent fare. Of course, exclaimed the vendor, puffing out his chest with pride. Even a dragon cannot resist the allure of my roasted delicacies. He prepared a generous portion and handed it to Nalita. Without a moment's hesitation, she began to feast in front of the multitude. Delectable, Nalita exclaimed, reaching out her claw once more for more roasted meat. The vendor, unperturbed by the financial loss, cheerfully offered her all the meat he had. Ever since the dragon took over the nation, Ajax had enacted numerous beneficial policies, elevating the living standards of the populace. The vendor bore no grievances regarding his losses. With grease glistening on her lips, Nalita squinted her eyes in bliss. The vendor, unable to resist, reached out to stroke her forearm. Nalita instinctively shook herself, but did not protest. After finishing her feast, she licked the remnants from her lips and turned her gaze to other stalls. The peculiar scent of pickled radishes piqued her interest. Nalita squatted before the stall, her eyes wide as she extended her greasy claw. The vendor, feeling a twinge of apprehension, handed her a piece of pickled radish, uncertain if the crimson dragon would take a liking to it. Chew, chew. Ugh, unpalatable. Nalita spat out the morsel, effortlessly incinerating it with a flick of her flame. She left the vendor, who wore a look of dismay, and proceeded to the next stall. Thump, thump, clang. A blind man was rhythmically drumming on a small drum, his body swaying in time with the beat. Born without sight, even magic could not remedy his condition, forcing him to rely on his artistry for sustenance. Thankfully, the support of neighbors had kept him from starving on the streets. As the melody played, the drum's surface shimmered with changing hues, resembling a miniature KTV chandelier. What is this? Nalita inquired with curiosity. This is a daka drum, replied the blind man. How do you play? Nalita asked, eager to try her claws. Just strike it, he instructed, repositioning the drumstick and offering her the end to grasp. Holding the stick, she exerted her wrist and struck the drum's surface with a specific rhythm. Nalita tapped the drum carefully, thud, pop, boom, da-da-da. It soon became evident that Nalita possessed no musical talent whatsoever. Not like that. You must flick your wrist, not pound it down, the blind man corrected her, effortlessly identifying her mistakes despite his lack of sight. Come closer, stand by my side, and let me take your hand. I shall guide you through the rhythm. The blind man extended his hands, palms facing upwards. Upon hearing this, Nalita approached him, inadvertently brushing her wings against his head. The blind man paid no mind, assuming it was merely the lady's hat that had grazed him. Nalita crouched beside him, placing her claw gently in the warmth of his palm. The smooth texture and the searing heat of her scales instantly revealed to him that the woman beside him was, in fact, a red dragon. Oh, by the gods above. This revelation would be a tale to regale for a lifetime. Chapter 41. The metallic dragons of the dragon realm as the white beam of light dissipated. Taylor emerged from the portal. After considerable internal deliberation, he resolved to leave the metallic dragon island and venture into the dragon realm. Taylor, what brings you here? Sabi exclaimed, visibly astonished. It was important to note that this territory belonged to the chromatic dragons. One could easily deduce the fate of a feeble brass dragon in such a place. It has been a while, Elder Sabi. You must command me to return at once. This is not a place for you. Absolutely not. I have grown weary of the feeling of isolation. Do you truly believe that you will escape isolation here? Open your eyes and look around. This place is teeming with malevolent chromatic dragons. Sabi's frustration was palpable. He deemed Taylor's recklessness intolerable. Now, allow me to show you the true nature of these wicked dragons. Sabi led Taylor towards the dragon horde. Greetings, Elder Sabi. A white dragon waved a claw in their direction. Well met, Elder Sabi. A black dragon nodded at them. Hello. Little brass dragon, Carlos greeted as he paused, offering a portion of roasted meat that hung from his tail to Taylor. After sharing the meat, he cast a furtive glance at Sabi, as if fearing dire consequences for his actions. Sabi paraded the brass dragon before the chromatic dragons, only to receive warm salutations in return. Sabi slapped himself across the face in disbelief. Goodness, I almost forgot that under my devilish tutelage, these wicked dragons have become exceedingly well-behaved, at least in my presence. Wow, they hardly resemble the chromatic dragons at all. Taylor, blissfully unaware of the underlying reasons, stuffed the roasted meat into his mouth, chewing with delight. My heavens, by Bahamut, what exquisite flavor. Sage Sky's creations are indeed of the finest quality. This place is marvelous. I adore it here. Observing the plan backfiring, Sabi resorted to some unconventional tactics. He threw a stone towards Carlos, who turned in bewilderment. Ouch. Who did that? Carlos looked around, confused. Sabi gestured towards Carlos, who, puzzled, pointed to himself. Sabi subtly nodded, indicating Taylor, then pinched his claws. The clever green dragon immediately grasped his intent. Sabi lowered his head and whispered into Taylor's ear. These fellows are merely putting on a facade. Once I depart, their true selves will be revealed. With that, Sabi left Taylor behind and walked away. As soon as Sabi exited, Carlos approached. Hello there, he greeted. Facing the elder dragon with a hint of awkwardness, Carlos seized him by the neck. What are you doing? Taylor's anxiety grew. Could it be that Sabi was indeed correct? Were these malevolent dragons merely acting? Sabi instructed me to give you a beating, but I am not foolish enough to follow his orders, Carlos whispered in his ear, attempting to intimidate him. Taylor fell silent, contemplating the possibility that Sabi could indeed resort to such actions. Why share this information with me? If you were to heed his words and strike me, you would incur no loss, and you could easily punish a metallic dragon. Pray tell, what is it that you metallic dragons delight in most? Upon hearing this, Taylor suddenly had an epiphany. Fishing enforcement. Exactly. After driving you away, he would cunningly argue that he was merely stretching his claws, extricating himself from this sordid scheme, and subsequently punishing me in the name of humiliating other dragons. By Bahamut, this is indeed characteristic of us metallic dragons. Truly, the insidious green dragon has effortlessly unraveled Sabi's scheme. If you stay in my lair for a few days, I cannot believe he would be able to endure it. When he comes knocking, we shall deceive him together. She was even contemplating revenge against Elder Sabi. No problem. Though surprised, Taylor acquiesced. Metallic dragons are not ungrateful like the chromatic ones. It was now mealtime. Giralbo, using a mage's hand, presented a plate of steamed lizard eagle to Graham with a polite, please enjoy. Giralbo shook his head, the golden adornments jingling, showcasing his owner's wealth. Munch away, Graham said. Chewing his food, he removed a golden horn cap from his own horn and placed it onto Graham's horn. Now you look even more splendid. Nalida snapped off an eagle leg and stuffed it into her mouth. Delicious. If you encounter troubles in life, do not hesitate to seek me out. Giralbo extended a claw towards Graham's paw. Smack. Graham ruthlessly swatted his paw away. Giralbo remained undeterred, understanding that matters of the heart cannot be rushed. He possessed the capability to coerce Graham into submission through force, yet that would only secure her body without winning her heart. She is a red dragon. If I display overwhelming power before her, perhaps she will regard me with newfound respect. The way to exhibit strength would be to engage in a brawl with a dragon. Who shall I choose? Sky? No, I cannot best her. The other youthful dragons? No, bullying the weak would not showcase my prowess. Directly challenging Graham? Absolutely not. That would lead to disdain. Peya, I can enlist her assistance. What is this? In the dragon's lair. Taylor gazed at the two scrolls cast aside by the green dragon, Karos, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. These scrolls contained a powerful magic designed to counteract truth-detecting spells. Once invoked, any such magic would assert that the user spoke nothing but the truth. Where did this come from? I acquired it from Skywhisper. How much did it cost you? Not a single coin. Skywhisper is a curious soul, always eager for excitement. And she is quite intrigued by my plans. So what about your scheme? Well, it goes like this. Taylor, Karos, come forth at once. An irate voice echoed from outside. It was Sabi. He had thought he was in complete control, yet the unfolding events exceeded his wildest expectations. Skywhisper stealthily followed behind him, casting a suggestion spell to cloud Sabi's thoughts. Karos, the youthful green dragon, casually brought Taylor before Sabi. What brings you to us? Her tone was disarmingly sincere, leaving Sabi at a loss for words. What were you doing in there? We were merely engaging in a bit of fun. Sabi discreetly employed a truth-detecting spell and received an affirmative response. What sort of games necessitate a gathering in a dragon's lair? Oh, nothing much. Karos turned her head away, feigning reluctance. Is she telling the truth, Taylor? Sabi placed his last hope in Taylor. Taylor also turned away, his tail instinctively curling. It is true. How did you play with her? Sabi remained skeptical that the youthful dragon would err. With my tail. Sabi's heart sank, feeling 1,000 blows. It must have been her coercion, right? It had to be. I shall punish her. Elder Sabby, no? I did it willingly. Taylor hurriedly clung to Sabby's leg. You have no say in this. Sabby kicked him away and advanced toward Karos. Oh dear, they are both willing participants. Do not bully the young dragon just because you possess a modicum of strength, came Sky Whisper's voice. Upon hearing her defend them, Sabby was left speechless. He could not contend with this white dragon. However, Sabby did have a point. You can play games outside. There is no need to hide in the lair. Sky Whisper continued. The outdoors is spacious and comfortable. That makes sense. Karos turned to Taylor. Shall we continue then? Taylor tilted his head, blinking. Really? Indeed. Very well. It shall be as you wish. No. Do you possess no sense of shame? Oh heavens. Oh earth. Bahamut above. Sabby tightly covered his eyes, unwilling to witness what would unfold. Sky Whisper pried open his claws, forcing his eyelids apart, compelling him to behold the scene between Karos and Taylor. Carlos turned away from Taylor, lifting his tail to gently pat his own head, engaging in a playful game of tail strikes. This game, known as backtail striking, was quite popular among the metallic dragons. It required two massive dragons, with the defender facing away from their companion, aiming to block incoming attacks with their tail, while the attacker attempted to strike the defender's head with their own tail. Taylor raised her tail, slowly extending it towards Carlos. Sabby's face reflected despair, as he seemed to foresee the impending outcome. Taylor's tail darted towards Carlos's head like a venomous serpent, only to be effortlessly blocked by his own tail. Blocked again. I've lost once more. Carlos, you are truly remarkable. Sabby exclaimed, incredulous. Wait, what? Are you actually playing a game? You were just doing this? Sabby's disbelief was palpable. What else could it be? Carlos looked at Sabby, his large eyes brimming with innocence. I'm sorry. I am guilty. I deserve to perish, Sabby said, his face flushed with shame and anger as he scurried away. The three dragons exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding unspoken. The once clear sky transformed into a tempest of thunder and lightning. As a member of the chromatic dragons, Paola paid no heed to the number of mates Bolajet possessed. Bolajet, I shall rend you to pieces. Paola roared, unleashing a bolt of lightning toward Giralbo. Come on. Who fears whom? Thunder rumbled as a massive bolt struck Giralbo, yet under Paola's conscious control, it merely singed a few scales. Witnessing Giralbo withstand the breath of an adult blue dragon with ease, Graham's eyes sparkled with admiration. As a red dragon, Graham was particularly enamored with formidable physiques, and Giralbo's display resonated deeply with her. The red and blue dragons clashed fiercely in the air. Hey, you just put too much weight behind that claw. Paola softly complained to Bolajet. My apologies. I shall compensate you with some gold later, Bolajet admitted, acknowledging his overzealousness in the heat of the moment. You'd better keep your word. And so, the two dragons resumed their tussle. Before long, Paola found herself bested by Bolajet. Giralbo stood triumphantly atop Paola, letting out a victorious roar. He discreetly slipped a storage ring to Paola before striding towards Graham. A mere blue dragon is nothing to speak of. Bolajet struck a pose he deemed impressive, adorning Graham's head with a golden horn ornament. Here stands a wealthy, handsome, and powerful red dragon. Bolajet successfully left a favorable impression on Graham. Chapter 42. Rebirth. After 5 years of waiting, Seldar was reborn. Upon emerging from his egg, the first dragon he beheld was his mother. Graham cautiously brushed her claw against his little head, fearful of causing him any pain. Embracing the familiar scent of sulfur, Seldar clutched Graham's claw. Welcome back. Graham learned from Sky that the recently reborn Seldar required a considerable amount of sustenance. She then produced a sulfur-stuffed eagle, which she had prepared in advance, placing it before him. Suddenly, Seldar noticed an unfamiliar adult male red dragon quietly preparing to depart. Could this be my father? He is Jalabo, who has recently been pursuing me. Graham lowered her voice, remarking that the red dragon was quite foolish, as he had never denied her requests. Any matter could be brought to him, and he would grant it. Wait, Jalabo? If I reverse the name Polaj, does it not become Jalabo? At that moment, Seldar caught sight of the golden adornment on his mother's horn. This must be the gift from Polajel, right? Indeed. That is why I say this red dragon is rather simple-minded. He gives gold without hesitation. You should also try your luck and see if you can procure something from his claws. Seldar fell silent for a moment. Polaj, being a silver dragon, possessed a moral compass far superior to that of other red dragons. If his mother truly had feelings for him, it might not be such a bad thing after all. Seldar hurried after Polaj, feeling the need to clarify certain matters. Seldar? Polaj looked at the young dragon before him, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Are you pursuing my mother? Yes, but let me make this clear. You have no right to interfere. You cannot thwart our love. If you wish to court my mother, I have no objections, but you must promise me one thing. Reveal your true identity to her. Do not deceive her with your shape-shifting. If his mother still wished to be with Pelage after learning his true identity, Seldar would gladly bestow his blessings upon them. I would do so regardless. Pelage rolled his eyes. It goes without saying, my identity was discovered by Piola when I created the little dragon. Seldar nodded in satisfaction and returned to his mother's side. By the way, mother, I heard you stole 1,000,000 gold coins from a silver dragon. Where have you hidden them? Seldar was intensely curious about how his mother had outsmarted Abia. Well, I don't mind telling you, as long as you keep it a secret. Graham leaned in and whispered, I have hidden the ring in my cloaca. Seidel's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How about that? I am quite clever, aren't I? That old hag Abia would never suspect, Graham said, proudly lifting her chin. Seidel's mind momentarily stalled, and he chose to forget this incident. What about Nalita and Koshira? Koshira left long ago. He prefers solitude. As for Nalita, she has been residing in the domain of the blue dragons for the past 5 years. She quite enjoys the atmosphere there. Wait, 5 years. Indeed, you have been asleep for 5 years. 5 years. Mother, why did you get involved with humans? Seldar began to lament his mother's choices. It was the humans who provoked me first. They stole my treasures. Have you retrieved it? Of course. Graham gently poked Seidel's head, his eyes glimmering with mirth. Seldar bid farewell to his mother and wandered through the dragon's domain. After maturing into a young dragon, Donaya mastered the art of transformation and, as per their agreement, now resided in the kingdom of Dala. Oddly enough, where has Sabi gone? Why are there so few dragons here? Is that erratic brass dragon Tyler? With a heart full of questions, Seldar sought out his mentor. The hatchling had grown, and it was time for them to be put to use. All the young dragons had been dispatched to seek their companions. Those they brought back would be managed by Paola. When the time was ripe, we would select some dragons to collectively oversee them, cultivating an invincible army. As for Sabi, he may not return anytime soon, as he was dispatched by Dragon Island to assist the Osli Empire in combating the undead calamity. The undead calamity? A troublesome affair. Let us hope it does not reach us. Teacher, will there be rewards for gathering companions? Seldar rubbed his claws together, his face alight with eagerness. Certainly. I shall not shortchange them. What? Do you wish to partake as well? Absolutely. No dragon would turn down gold. Seldar waved his claws, then inquired. Can a dragon become the companion of another dragon? Why not? As long as you can wield control, any creature can become your companion. So, how much reward would a mature sorcerer red dragon and a young red dragon yield? Sky looked at Seldar with disdain. You wouldn't even spare your own mother and sister. I was merely inquiring. I had no such intentions. Seldar silently added, what a lie. A mature sorcerer red dragon rewards 2 mithril ingots, while a young red dragon brings 30 magical gems. Seldar felt a stir within, thinking he should pay his mother and sister another visit. Chapter 43, Departing to Seek Companions. Mother, why not stay here and work for them? The benefits are excellent, the treatment is good, and safety is guaranteed. Where else could you find such a splendid job? Work? No. I shall remain here, living off my meals. Why should I work for them? Dear mother, working earns gold. Gold. Just seize it. Why work for it? This is a quintessential evil dragon mindset. Graham presented Seldar before him. I heard that White Dragon initiated an exchange of companions for gold. Are you contemplating my thoughts? No, that's not the case. Seldar averted his gaze, his eyes wandering. Speak. How much did you sell me for? Graham pinched Seidel's wing. I will agree to your terms. We shall split the gold evenly. Mother, 2 mithril ingots. Seidel's wing was mercilessly broken by Graham. Graham discarded Seldar and set off to find Sky. I am determined to acquire the mithril ingot. As for work, I shall merely engage in it casually. I do not believe she can maintain her watch over me indefinitely. Seldar employed a healing spell to mend his wings. Since my mother cannot be deceived, I shall seek out Nalita. 2 fledgling dragons, 1 red and 1 black, squatted on the ground, extending their claws towards the human before them. The vendor cheerfully handed them skewers of roasted meat, unperturbed by the prospect of incurring a loss. For he could seek reimbursement from Ajax. Delicious, they exclaimed. Hello, Donaya. Nalita. Seldar, soaring through the skies, waved his claws at them. What are you up to? We're eating. Nalita replied, approaching the next stall, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the vendor. It seemed she was fully aware of her own charm. Seldar, how did you revert to a fledgling once more? Surely, you haven't met your end again? Donaya expressed her astonishment at Seidel's current form, a flicker of concern rising within her. She feared he might grow accustomed to dying, and one day, it would become a reality. That is a long story. I am here to find Nalita. For Seldar, it had been merely 10 days since parting from Donaya, a fleeting moment for a dragon. He did not yearn for his mate. Upon hearing Seldar's words, a glimmer of disappointment crossed Donaya's eyes. Brother, you have been resurrected. Nalita waved her claw at Seldar in greeting, then resumed her quest for food from the humans. My mother has decided to remain here to work. Nalita, what are your thoughts? Work? Absolutely not. Working is out of the question. I could never work in this lifetime. I am enjoying myself here. With that, Nalita took Donaya's hand and headed toward the next street, resolute in her refusal to work or study magic. Seldar sighed, flapping his wings to catch up. Is my teacher's food not to your liking? Why must you beg from humans? He cast a glance at their expressions. Lord Sky's culinary creations are indeed a rarity of exquisite flavor, yet my sister and I find ourselves more enamored with the ambience here. Donaya accepted the food and began to munch contentedly. The hypocrisy of the wicked dragons in the dragon realm utterly disgusts me. Ever since that rogue Sabby arrived, they have adopted the odious traits of human nobility. This sentiment is far less preferable than their previous blatant malice. Donaya gestured towards the surrounding humans, observing, look at these beings. Their smiles are as genuine as their hearts. Seldar, you know I can sense the emotions of those around me. Compared to those vile dragons, I find greater joy in the company of these humans. Were you not once disdainful of them? I have altered my perspective. Their smiles and inner joy envelop me in warmth. I cherish this sensation. Would you then consider taking these humans as your dependents? Dependents? Donaya gazed at the humans who were mingling with Nalita. I yearn to express my willingness, yet I am acutely aware that becoming a dragon's subordinate is a perilous endeavor, and I do not wish to see their smiles vanish. Donaya, you must understand that being a dragon's subordinate does not necessarily entail being thrust into battle. There are indeed those who are dedicated to production. With this thought, Donaya fell into contemplation. If becoming my subordinate could grant them a joyous existence, I would not hesitate to embrace them as my own. These humans are already vassals of Paola. Yet this world is still plagued by countless beings suffering from hunger and death. Are you willing to assist them in escaping their plight? I shall do all within my power. Then, my dear Donaya, let us embark together to seek out subordinates. I shall request our mentor to entrust you with the management of those we gather. Very well, this grants me eligibility to partake in the subordinate exchange for gold coins. Golden coins, shimmering and bright. I am coming. Chapter 44. The peculiar undead Seldar first recalled the previous encounter with the Wolfman tribe. When he initially set forth to search for his mother, he encountered a group of dazed wolfmen. Wolfmen possess a higher intellect than trolls, greater strength than humans, and are far more loyal than drow. They are well suited to become the subordinates of dragons, much like the war lizards. Seldar, come inside, Donaya beckoned, producing the basket gifted by Skew and dangling it around her neck, urging Seldar to enter swiftly. All right. Seldar flapped his wings and flew into the basket. This time, Skew did not ask Donaya to care for Seldar. Rather, it was entirely Donaya's own volition to assume the responsibility of looking after him. Fly south. If all goes as expected, there should be a wolfman tribe. Seldar reminisced while guiding Donaya along the way. Donaya nodded, following his directions southward. Strange. Where are the wolfmen? Could it be that other dragons have already taken them? Gazing at the desolate tribe before him, Seldar was engulfed in self-doubt. The houses stood intact, and the wooden fences bore no signs of damage, leaving no trace of battle, as if these wolfmen had indeed been discovered and taken by other dragons. However, the food scattered around the campfire had begun to rot, and the iron pot was filled to the brim with broth that showed no signs of having been consumed. Seldar crawled out of the basket and slipped into the largest house, rummaging through it. The interior was filthy, a foul odor assaulting his senses, with grease and urine stains littering the space. Tattered animal hides lay about, an axe with a chipped edge, and uneven iron armor were carelessly strewn atop a pile of thatch. Seldar sifted through the thatch and uncovered several rounded gold coins, along with a considerable amount of copper and silver coins. Casting a furtive glance toward the doorway to ensure that Donaya was not watching, he hastily pocketed the coins as his own. Clearly, the disappearance of these wargs is unrelated to the dragons. They would not overlook any copper coin. So, what could be the reason for the vanishing of these wargs? Seldar, there is something here. Donaya, as a mind-reading dragon, sensed a faint emotional fluctuation. She guided Seldar to a small hut constructed of mud and thatch. As they approached the hut, Donaya's perception of the emotions grew stronger, a sense of attachment and satisfaction. Ugh, this must be a latrine, Seldar grimaced, quickly activating the air purification magic embedded in his basket. Suddenly, the leaves atop the latrine quivered, Both Donaya and Saddle immediately assumed defensive stances. With a rustle, a worm emerged from beneath the leaves. Is this an illusion? Saddle inquired, glancing at Donaya. Impossible. My emotional sensing has never been incorrect, Donaya affirmed confidently. After a moment's hesitation, Saddle cast a magical shield around himself and Donaya, raised several water barriers, and then unleashed a fireball towards the latrine. With a thud, the fireball struck, creating a muffled explosion, and filth splattered in all directions. A decayed human corpse was blasted out, emitting a ghastly sound as it flailed midair before crashing heavily beside the latrine. Has this human been transformed into an undead? Donaya tilted her head, puzzled. Judging by the magical fluctuations emanating from him, he was merely a low-tier undead. However, low-tier undead do not exhibit such intense emotional fluctuations, which struck Donaya as odd. His eyeballs had long since vanished, replaced by a writhing mass of pale yellow maggots. His face was in tatters, with many areas revealing stark, white bones. The undead's legs had been blown off, and he propped himself up with his hands, emitting strange roars at the two dragons, spewing filth and maggots from his mouth. The undead seemed enraged at being disturbed from its slumber. Donaya fixed her gaze on the undead, projecting an invisible wave of mental energy from her eyes. The undead ceased its howling. Is that a forced calm spell? Donaya, when did you learn such advanced magic? This is not a forced calm spell. It is merely a rudimentary application of my psychic abilities, Donaya replied, showcasing her formidable talent. This place does not possess the natural conditions for generating undead. He must have been transformed by a necromancer. Yet, typically, transformed undead follow their master's commands without question. And it is curious that this one has been left behind. What intrigues me further is that, despite being a low-tier undead, he retains emotions. Saddle squinted at the undead. A calamity of the undead? This situation seems to be growing more intriguing. Is there any way to ascertain who transformed him into an undead? To directly inquire of the undead about the identity of his killer would be taboo, akin to asking a woman her age and weight. I could attempt to control this undead. Donaya first employed a purification spell to cleanse the defilements from the undead, then extended her claw to pierce its skull. Arcane energy flowed through her claw into the undead, emanating a soft blue luminescence. After a moment of silence, Donaya exhaled a heavy sigh, her countenance betraying her displeasure. It was uncontrollable. Its life force exhibited an unusual pattern, as if it had not truly transformed into an undead being. Are there any additional useful insights? None, said Seldar, scratching his head. Undead can indeed serve as minions, right? Of course, replied Donaya. Many black dragons relish collecting various undead creatures as their thralls. After all, black dragons have a penchant for carrion, and the foul stench emanating from these corpses captivates us. Very well. Let us take him along and depart from this place in search of fortune elsewhere. Donaya nodded, extending her claw to grasp the undead, piecing together its fragmented form. Preparing for takeoff. Upon hearing the word leave, the undead's soul fire flared dramatically, emitting strange cries from its belly while frantically clawing at Donaya's grasp. Its hollow eye sockets fixated on a pit of filth. There appeared to be something within that pit. Seeing this, Seldar quickly gestured for Donaya to release her hold. As the undead escaped the confines of her claw, it scrambled towards the tainted spot, digging fervently. Its pace was excruciatingly slow, and Seldar's patience began to wane. As a red dragon, his tolerance was notoriously scant. A colossal mage's hand materialized in the air, scooping a considerable amount of filth, spreading it across the ground like a pancake. With Seldar's assistance, the undead swiftly located its objective. It was a shattered green scale. The undead held it in its mouth, and the soul fire in its eye sockets softened, suggesting that this scale bestowed upon it a sense of tranquility. Seldar roughly pried open its mouth to retrieve the scale, purifying it with magic before examining it in his claw. A scale? He mused, scratching his chin uncertainly, before passing it to Donaya. The vibrant green scale was adorned with intricate vein-like patterns reminiscent of leaves. If one disregarded its sheen, it appeared indistinguishable from a genuine leaf at a distance. Supplementary, a vital green dragon scale. Donaya grasped the scale, bringing it close to her eyes for a meticulous inspection. I have never encountered such an unusual scale. I believe we ought to pay a visit to this green dragon. The inexplicably vanished Wargen, the peculiar human undead, and the remarkable green dragon scale. What connection could bind these three? Seldar's mind was nearly aflame with contemplation. In that case, let us consider this green dragon our next target. After all, dragons can also become thralls of other dragons, and the rewards seem quite promising. Chapter 45. The Undead Mage in the Shadows. Do you have a way to locate that green dragon? Donaya inquired, glancing at Seldar. None, Seldar replied, scratching his head and then his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. I have a method in mind, though it will require a considerable amount of time. Pray, tell me more. Are you not curious as to why this individual perished clutching a scale, found in the pit of a werewolf? Perhaps he was aware of the scale's origin. We merely need to transform him into a mid-tier undead, allowing him to recall his past life. At that juncture, we can pose any inquiries directly to him. That is indeed a splendid idea. We simply need to find a location abundant with corpses, dig a pit to inter him, and once he absorbs sufficient necrotic energy, our task will be accomplished. Conveniently, there are several human nations nearby. We may utilize their cemeteries. Very well, let us proceed. Donaya seized the undead and, accompanied by Seldar, soared towards the nearest human realm. Nightfall is when the necrotic energy is most potent, facilitating their movements while minimizing the risk of attracting human attention. Billy Country is a small nation, lacking the resources to establish extensive anti-undead wards in their burial grounds. Their only feasible measures are to patrol daily and occasionally summon a priest to purify the tainted air. This world is inhabited by undead. Yet cremation is not a common practice among its denizens. For in this realm, not only do the undead exist, but so do deities and divine realms. Desecrating a corpse is deemed sacrilegious. The flickering light of the torch danced upon the tombstones, casting quivering shadows as the flames swayed. Charlie, I feel as though someone is watching me. Tom nervously fidgeted with the base of the torch. Do not frighten yourself. The likelihood of naturally occurring undead is exceedingly low, and even if a corpse were to rise, it would be advantageous for us. We could earn a substantial reward. Do not tell me you are incapable of defeating even the most basic of undead. Charlie glared at Tom, dissatisfied with his cowardice. Tom offered a sheepish smile. As the two moved further away, Seldar, with the diminutive Donaya, arrived at the heart of the cemetery, the site of the most concentrated necrotic energy. Donaya brandished her sharp claws, furiously excavating the ground until a deep pit was formed. Seldar glanced at the green dragon scale in the undead's grasp, hesitating momentarily. Would this scale have an effect on him? It harbors a significant amount of life force, which is in direct conflict with necrotic energy. I am uncertain, but if we were to seize the scale, he would undoubtedly protest vehemently. Let us bury them together for now, and return tomorrow to assess the situation. If the scale indeed impedes his transformation, we shall devise another plan. Seldar nodded, employing a mage's hand to toss the unsuspecting undead into the pit, subsequently covering it with the excavated earth, taking care to tread upon the soil to erase the dragon's footprints. On the following night, the two dragons returned to the cemetery. The ground where the undead had been interred had become soft, and a faint odor of decay hung in the air. Seldar felt a sense of foreboding and promptly began to dig alongside Donaya. The undead was missing. Damn it! Seldar pounded the earth in frustration. Who? Tom immediately directed his gaze towards Seidel's position. Donaya spread her wings, enveloping Seldar in her embrace. As a black dragon, Donaya's form served as the ultimate concealment amidst the night. Tom gripped the hilt of his long sword with his right hand while raising a torch high with his left, cautiously approaching the two dragons. Donaya wore a disdainful expression, using her psychic energy to cloud their perception. The flames illuminated her smooth scales, casting reflections of the torch's silhouette. Tom, there's nothing here. You seem overly tense, Charlie remarked, patting Tom on the shoulder, urging him to relax. Apologies escaped Tom's lips as he reluctantly sheathed his sword, casting an apologetic glance at Charlie. Once the two departed, Donaya released Seldar, engaging in a discussion about the disappearance of the undead. Could the undead have crawled out by itself? Seldar pondered. Impossible. The power of low-tier undead is insufficient to overcome the weight of this earth. We buried it deep. Donaya asserted. It's inconceivable that it could evolve into a mid-tier undead in just one day. Leaning into the deep pit, Donaya sniffed the air. I detect a foul odor. Seldar twitched his nose, attempting to discern the scent enveloping them. However, when we cleaned that undead, it bore no stench. I suspect it was the work of an undead sorcerer, Seldar countered, unable to contain his rebuttal. Yet we encountered no suspicious individuals along the way. Perhaps the perpetrator is not a living being, Donaya reasoned. The methods of the undead are numerous. It is entirely reasonable for us not to detect them. That makes sense. With Donaya's explanation, Seldar began to believe that their undead had indeed been stolen by a cursed sorcerer. Should we pursue? Certainly. Just as we departed, he came to dig up the grave. This is a blatant provocation. The stench was unmistakable. They could track it unless he had employed teleportation magic along the way. What are we waiting for? Let us chase after him. I too wish to pursue, yet a high-tier undead sorcerer would not leave such an obvious scent. So, So, either he is an inexperienced novice, or this is a plot against us. If that undead sorcerer possesses power far beyond ours, why would he not confront us directly? Cowering is not my style. Seldar interrupted her. If we let fear of danger prevent us from advancing, we shall gain nothing. Of course, you make a valid point. We cannot dismiss the possibility of a conspiracy. What we must do is proceed with unwavering determination, maintaining our composure. If there is a conspiracy, we shall dismantle it. If not, all will be well. Moreover, that undead is the only lead to the green dragon. If we can subdue the green dragon as a vassal, he could at least acquire 30 magical gemstones from the sky comet. Birds die for food, dragons perish for treasure. One must not underestimate a dragon's obsession with riches. Unbeknownst to Donaya, the exchange of vassals for gold coins was still a mystery to her, as Seldar had yet to enlighten her. Very well, since you have resolved to pursue, I shall accompany you. Donaya, accompanied by Seldar, pursued the foul stench that tainted the air. To their astonishment, the necromancer had ascended into the skies. Perhaps he possessed a flying undead steed? After a protracted search, Donaya stumbled upon a cave. Seldar gestured for her to diminish her size and follow closely behind, leading the way into the darkness. Should we encounter an insurmountable foe, do not hesitate to flee at once. I shall buy you time, he instructed. Donaya nodded in acknowledgement. Bats, rats, venomous serpents, and scorpions, common inhabitants of caves, were conspicuously absent, leaving an eerie silence in their wake, devoid of any life. Donaya extended her psychic energy, seeking to broaden her emotional perception, yet received no response. Initially, the cave was narrow, but as they ventured deeper, it widened, and the stench grew increasingly pungent. Soon, they uncovered the source of the foul odor, a mound of flesh. A grotesque assemblage of fragmented bodies. The heap comprised human corpses, the heads of great eagles, goblin remnants, and the shattered remains of fishfolk, a macabre collection of flesh. A pale gray aura of death encircled it, weaving through the corpses as if imbued with life. There were no flying insects, no maggots, only the overwhelming stench of decay. Gulp. Donaya, I heard you swallow. Can you really consume something so repulsive? Seldar exclaimed. Donaya averted her gaze. Ugh, how revolting. No, absolutely not. All right then. As a black dragon with a penchant for carrion, I must admit to a slight curiosity about that pile of preserved meat. It appears this is the lair of the necromancer. Donaya, can you sense his emotions? Seldar inquired. Donaya shook her head. Seldar led Donaya around the mound of flesh. Pressing onward, if all went as anticipated, they would soon locate the necromancer's core stronghold. Chapter 46. Lich Babura, an alarm barrier? Seldar halted before a narrow entrance, glancing upward at the walls etched with magical runes. Donaya, distracted by thoughts of the delectable mound of flesh, inadvertently bumped into Seldar's rear. He shot her a sharp glare. I nearly stumbled into the barrier. Ah, my apologies, I was lost in thought, she quickly responded, sensing his dissatisfaction. The alarm barrier established by the necromancer was no ordinary contrivance. Its magical trajectory bore a stark contrast to standard alarm barriers, indicating that breaching it without alarming its master would be exceedingly challenging. Judging by the barrier, this necromancer possessed at least the prowess of a high-level mage. We must remain utterly vigilant in his domain. Seldar brandished his dragon tail blade. After the previous battle, the dragon armor had suffered significant damage. The dragon helmet and one claw guard were utterly ruined, reduced to mere scrap. The dragon's tail blade automatically adapted to Seldar's physique, emanating a faint glow as magical energy surged within it. Seldar aimed at the alarm barrier, brimming with confidence in the blade's capability to dismantle the enchantment. True to Seldar's expectations, the tail blade effortlessly shattered the magical barrier without triggering any alarms. The dragon armor proved to be exceptionally useful. Perhaps I should find time to visit Metal Dragon Island and explore the possibility of an upgrade. Suddenly, Donaya grasped Seldar's tail, inspecting the dragon's tail blade with keen interest. Observing Seldar's ease in breaching the barrier sparked her curiosity about the dragon armor. Startled by the unexpected grasp, Seldar shuddered. The scales on the dragon's tail were relatively thin, densely populated with nerves, rendering it particularly sensitive compared to other areas. Stop it! Seldar exclaimed, irritated, shaking off Donaya's claws. This was not a time for frivolity. What was up with Donaya today? Noticing Seldar's discomfort, Donaya quietly cast a calming spell. All right, I forgive her, Seldar thought, considering it a form of compensation for bringing her along as a tool dragon. Before them lay a rudimentary earthen desk, a stone serving as a makeshift chair, neatly arranged books, a lump of flesh submerged in an unknown liquid, and an exceedingly simple meditation platform. These constituted the entirety of the necromancer's possessions. Seldar glanced at Donaya, sensing no emotions emanating from her. Where had the necromancer disappeared to? Seldar opened the topmost book. Was this the necromancer's diary? Understanding oneself and understanding one's adversary is the key to victory. Seldar felt compelled to peruse the entire collection of diaries. With the aid of magical enhancement, he read at an astonishing speed. The diary chronicled the life of the necromancer, from early memories to events that transpired just yesterday. The necromancer's name was Babura. From a young age, he harbored a profound fascination for undead beings and possessed remarkable talent, becoming a legendary necromancer in merely 30 years. Despite being a necromancer, he did not wish to prematurely transform into a lich. At the age of 40, he felt he had not yet lived enough. Undead beings cannot attain physical satisfaction. They harbor animosity towards all living creatures, seeking to convert the living into their ranks. Once a living being becomes undead, their temperament undergoes a transformation. Even the gentlest soul, upon becoming undead, regardless of retaining all memories and a complete soul, becomes reclusive, indifferent to life. This is the most vivid manifestation of the physical body influencing the soul. Babura was compelled to transform into a lich due to an unforeseen circumstance. In the northern part of the continent, he discovered a group of white dragons. If he could transform all these white dragons into undead under his command, his power would undoubtedly surge. As a legendary necromancer, he had confidence in his ability to conquer these foolish beasts. I am a necromancer, brimming with confidence, believing I can take on 100 foes single-handedly. Yet, exercising caution is never a folly. I selected a solitary adult white dragon, summoning all my undead minions to expedite the battle. The dragon's strength was rather mediocre, rendering it no match for me. Just as I was on the brink of vanquishing it, an unexpected turn of events occurred. It utilized a scroll to summon a legendary human mage. To my astonishment, the mage positioned himself atop the dragon's back. By the gods, I had not anticipated witnessing the existence of a dragon rider. The synergy between the two was remarkable. The human unleashed powerful spells that required lengthy incantations and immense magical energy, while the dragon shielded its rider, launching assaults against me with its formidable physique. Once the mage entered the fray, the pressure on me intensified significantly. A single white dragon, accompanied by a summoned mage, began to exhibit signs of suppressing my power. It felt as though I was assaulting a lowly mage tower. I had taken every precaution, bringing forth all my undead. Lily, Bibi, and Duo are all formidable high-tier undead. Their coordination was nothing short of extraordinary, transcending the mere sum of their parts. Is this the might of a dragon rider's combination? Fortunately, I am not without my own trump card. My secret weapon is potent indeed. As I neared the capture of the white dragon, that mage audaciously expended half of his lifespan to cast a bleeding curse upon me. This curse is exceedingly vile, and I lacked any means to resist it. My blood began to drain uncontrollably, and in a desperate bid for survival, I was compelled to transform into a lich. Damn that white dragon, damn that mage. My youth has been squandered. The annihilation of the dragon and the mage has become my obsession. I exhausted every possible method to slay them. Yet each endeavor ended in failure. Each assassination attempt was thwarted by the legendary mage and the white dragon, ruthlessly obliterating my lich form. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a foolish white dragon could rise to the status of a legendary mage. As my deaths accumulated, I discovered troubling changes in my memory and character. I began to forget trivial recollections, and my disposition grew increasingly paranoid and careless. To combat this memory loss, I took to writing a journal, hoping to compensate for my fading recollections through the written word. My urgency to eliminate the dragon and the mage intensified. Rationality advised me against fixating on revenge, for it would lead to my ruin. Yet, my mindset had become so obsessive that I would leap into the abyss without hesitation, fully aware of the peril that lay before me. At this juncture, my journal bore extensive gaps, with numerous records incomplete. As I continued to flip through the pages, I finally unearthed useful information just before reaching the end. Damn that golden dragon. That golden dragon. I have neither summoned you nor provoked you. Why have you fixated upon me? Why? Everything has vanished. My stronghold, my wealth, my very essence. He has seized all that I held dear. Fortunately, my life vessel remains hidden deep, sparing me from total annihilation. However, this demise has profoundly impacted my soul, causing me to forget innumerable memories. My power has also suffered greatly. The diary I once kept has been obliterated by that accursed golden dragon. How infuriating. Following this, 10 pages were filled with curses directed at the golden dragon. I must commence anew in gathering corpses and summoning spirits. Yet, during this endeavor, I have noticed a peculiar shift. My once meticulous nature has become alarmingly careless, often leaving traces of my identity at the gravesites I disturb, resulting in my harassment by numerous mages and followers of the light. How strange. Subsequently, another 10 pages were devoted to cordial greetings for the Golden Dragon. After these salutations, Babula resumed chronicling his grave-digging routine. Unlike the narrative style of my previous entries, this diary now boasts an extreme level of detail, covering every aspect. In the kingdom of Billy, coordinates led me to a peculiar spirit at the center of a graveyard. This spirit possessed a wondrous scale that astonishingly did not repel the life force within it. This defies the principles of magic. I returned with the spirit and the scale, conducting experiments that yielded the following results. The power within the scale effectively halts the negative erosion of death energy upon spirits and has a restorative effect on my fractured soul. Had I obtained this scale earlier, even in my transformation into a lich, my character would not have undergone such drastic changes, and my soul would have remained more stable. I sense that the power contained within the scale is far more profound than this, yet I currently lack the means for further experimentation. The utmost priority now is to locate the scale's owner. I expended a considerable amount of death energy to forcibly elevate that low-level spirit to a mid-level status. The owner of the scale is a young green dragon, coordinates noted. I now intend to pay it a visit, naturally accompanied by all the spirits. Thus, my diary concludes abruptly. Seldar nudged Onaya. What shall we do now? Should we rush to the coordinates indicated in the diary? Indeed. Chapter 47. The Green Dragon and Humanity. A blood-curdling scream erupted from beneath the green dragon's claws. Upon hearing the sound, the green dragon, Lilica, hastily withdrew her claws. Are you unscathed? I am quite well, thank you. A human rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire. Am I truly this careless? I have inadvertently stepped on him 14 times this week. Let me touch your tail. We shall consider this an oversight. Very well, Lilica replied, extending her tail while continuing her task of infusing nearby flora with life. The human grasped the tip of her tail, vigorously rubbing it. The sensation of the dragon's caress was exquisite. As its grip intensified, Lilica began to feel discomfort. Is it done? Yes. Is there something amiss? Unable to resist, Lilica inquired, noticing the human's unwavering gaze upon her. The human produced a hefty hammer and a small knife. Lilica, it is time to polish your scales. The hammer clashed against the knife, producing a melodious clang. But it feels like it hasn't been long since the last polishing. You are a great dragon. Your perception of time differs from ours, humans. In your understanding, time passes swifter. In truth, only 16 days had elapsed since the last polishing. And he cleverly exploited Lilica's weak sense of time to his advantage. In order to forge equipment, he required more materials from Lilica. Lilica positioned herself as instructed, straightening her hind legs, spreading them apart, resting her head on the ground, her forepaws beside her head, and her wings unfurled against her sides. The human raised the hammer and struck down upon a loose scale with force. Crack! The scale shattered, and he delicately used the knife to scrape away the fragments, meticulously collecting them into his storage ring. Lilica emitted a contented hum. For dragons, the removal of loose scales is akin to shedding dead skin from a human foot, an indescribable sensation of relief. Soon, he had knocked off all the loose scales from Lilica's body. Curse it, I still need more. These fragments are far from sufficient. Suddenly, a bold idea crossed his mind. Why not knock off some normal scales? Without hesitation, he stealthily switched his flat-headed hammer for a pointed one and struck a scale. Ow! Lilica shivered in pain, nearly lashing out with her tail. Endure it. This scale is misaligned and will soon embed itself in your flesh. We humans call that ingrown. Oh, Lilica nodded. This dragon is quite gullible. He continued with his ruse, knocking off several scales tinged with the essence of green dragon flesh, stowing them away. Hadn't any scales been misaligned before? Lilica instinctively sensed something amiss. It must be that you've been indulging too much lately. You've gained quite a bit. That last kick felt heavier than before. Lilica believed him. With the materials gathered, it was time to begin the polishing. He retrieved a piece of hellish infernal rock and, using Mage's hand, pressed the stone against the scales to rub them. After a considerable duration, he finally completed the polishing of all the scales. Perfect. Such a you is the most beautiful of dragons. You've worked hard. Lilica presented him with a spirit fruit, several times larger than a human head, placing it before him. It was no trouble, Lilica. I have always wondered, why do you emanate such a delightful fragrance? I have visited many dragons. The scent of the red dragon, the foul odor of the black dragon, the acrid smell of the blue dragon. The pungent fragrance of the green dragon and the clumsy aroma of the white dragon. All these fail to encompass the unique fragrance that you possess. I have traversed many realms and witnessed countless wonders, and I can assert with utmost certainty that the scent enveloping you does not belong to any of these. While it may lack the intensity of the night-blooming jasmine, it surpasses the allure of the lily. It is not as sweet as the osmanthus. Yet it is not as bitter as the chrysanthemum. If I were to describe it, it bears a resemblance to the scent of a newborn, a fragrance brimming with vitality. The green dragon gently prodded a small red flower and murmured that this might be connected to her lineage, for she is a primordial green dragon, symbolizing life and procreation. A primordial green dragon, you say? Just as humanity wished to engage Lilica in discourse about the primordial green dragon, an untimely voice interrupted the moment. Green dragon, come forth. An angry human voice echoed from outside the dragon's lair. What is happening? Lilica rose and approached the entrance of the lair. It was a human merchant group, with whom Lilica had previously collaborated. Speak. Why has the last group that came here failed to return? Were they consumed by you? A youth, firmly restrained by his companions, shouted at Lilica upon her appearance. Wasn't our collaboration quite amicable? Why would I devour them? Lilica expressed her bewilderment at the human's accusations. Greedy green dragon. You must have chosen to slay them in order to avoid paying the promised reward. The boy's face flushed with indignation. Enough. I did not invite you to the investigation team to sow discord. The captain of the investigation team reprimanded the youth. I understand your anger, but such emotions do not aid in resolving the issue. If you cannot manage your feelings, I will expel you from the team. The boy was deeply concerned about the captain's threat, as he did not wish to forfeit the chance to personally investigate his brother's disappearance. Esteemed dragon, we are here to investigate the whereabouts of the humans who last traded with you. The captain removed his helmet and bowed respectfully. The team that last traded with you has failed to return to their homeland. Might you possess any knowledge of their fate? They left after completing the transaction. I did not slay them, Lilica replied truthfully. Esteemed dragon, we harbor no suspicions towards you. However, this matter is pivotal to our future collaboration, and I must ascertain the veracity of the information. Therefore, could you swear by the great mother of dragons, Tiamat? A reasonable request. I too wish for this matter not to impact our collaboration. Lilica, possessing a remarkably gentle disposition, was amenable to complying with the human's request. Under their watchful gaze, she swore an oath to Tiamat. Thank you for your cooperation. Indeed, this matter does not concern you. It appears they met with misfortune on their return journey. However, we have yet to receive the payment for the goods, thus you still owe us 5 scales. The demand for scales was not the captain's intention, yet it was a directive from above. But I have already provided the scales. The human party in question referred to the merchant group, not the adventurer team escorting the goods. The previous expedition team has vanished, and the merchant group has not received the scales. According to our agreement, you are obligated to pay for the goods, even if you have already compensated the adventurer team once. The words of their captain seemed to fry Lilica's CPU. They spoke as if everything were in order. Convinced she had unraveled the chain of events, Lilica promptly decided to part with 5 scales as payment. Hold on. Witnessing Lilica being led astray by the humans, one nearby could no longer bear to watch. Only I can deceive Lilica. I will not allow other beings to treat her this way. It is acceptable for her to pay in scales. But I implore you to first present evidence of the team's disappearance. Are you implying that I am exploiting my brother for profit? Before the captain could respond, a young boy interjected, his eyes bloodshot, accusing, Are you suggesting that the adventurer team has not truly vanished? And that this is all a self-scripted drama for double the payment? Young lad, everything must be substantiated with evidence. Lilica has already proven her innocence, yet you still demand scales under such circumstances. You must know in your heart whether you are deliberately obfuscating the terms of the agreement on the human side. The boy bowed his head, falling silent. The humans turned to the captain. We can pay in scales, but we must receive an oath from the human merchant group. Let those lofty individuals come here and swear before the goddess of justice in Lilica's presence, confirming that the adventurer team is genuinely missing and not merely fabricating stories. Furthermore, we seek to uncover the truth behind the demand for scales. We wish to ascertain whether the request for additional scales arises from the agreement or from avarice. Should you refuse my request, can I interpret this as their guilty conscience? He stepped forward, his demeanor resolute. The captain sighed, realizing that this matter could not be resolved. We will provide you with a response as soon as possible. The captain signaled to his team to prepare for their return to report to their superiors. As they were leaving, he turned back to the human beside the green dragon. Sir, I have yet to ask your name. I am called Gu Shuai. Gu Shuai? Ah, you are the heir of the Ma De Wen family. the one who fled from marriage. Refer to Chapter 36, The Dragon Enters the City. Gu Shuai. If this matter could be resolved simply by handing over the scales, why complicate it so? It is merely 5 scales. Lilica did not quite comprehend Gu Shuai's assertiveness. My dear, you are being manipulated by these humans without even realizing it. They are clearly coveting your scales. One instance leads to another. Even if this adventurer team has truly encountered misfortune, should they easily receive compensation, it is likely that more adventurer teams will go missing in the future. What then? Will you unconditionally satisfy their demands? Moreover, forcibly removing perfectly healthy scales must be quite painful, wouldn't it? Gu Shuai patted Lilica's thigh, gazing at her as one would a white dragon, shaking his head in exasperation. Lilica disregarded his gaze and was about to return to the dragon's nest when she suddenly glanced at the clearing outside, her expression grave. Who? I've been discovered. The shadows of the stones on the ground suddenly elongated, and a skull emerged from the darkness. Green Dragon, I find you quite intriguing. Submit to me. Chapter 48. A dazzling entrance, O sovereign of death. Bring forth the wails of the immortal undead from the depths below. Upon Babra's appearance, he began to chant necromantic spells. Once the incantation was complete, a tremendous aura of death surged from the earth, causing the various plants cultivated by Lilica to wither instantaneously. The deathly energy permeated the ground, causing skeletal forms to emerge. This was a high-tier necromancy spell, Summon Death. When confronting a colossal dragon, mere numbers would prove futile. As Babra's chant continued, the undead began to coalesce, putrid flesh intertwining with the deathly aura, desiccated bones merging with souls. Accompanied by a deep, guttural roar, a necromantic golem, rivaling the size of an adult dragon, was birthed. This golem resembled a massive slug, adorned with numerous tentacles of varying sizes upon its back. Lilica, this seems quite dire, Gu Shuai remarked, donning his red dragon armor and wielding a gun lance, his expression serious. Babra stood atop the golem, enveloped by a thick shroud of deathly energy. At his command, the undead golem began to slither towards Lilica. Gu Shuai raised his gun lance, aiming it behind him, and infused it with magical energy. With a whoosh, flames erupted from the muzzle, propelling Gu Shuai towards Babra. Gun lance technique, storm charge. Babra raised a protective shield. As Gu Shuai neared the lich, he brought his gun lance down forcefully against the shield, then once more infused it with magic, activating the alchemical potion concealed within the gun lance. Boom! The violent explosion shattered the shield, sending the lich flying several meters away. Gun lance technique, full burst. The lich quickly regained his balance, commanding the undead golem to retaliate. The tentacles of the golem lunged at Gu Shuai. With upward thrusts, downward strikes, and sweeping motions, the dragon cannon unleashed its fury. Zzz bang! A metal rod shot forth from the tip of the gun lance, spinning wildly within the tentacles before erupting in a fierce explosion. Gu Shuai fought fiercely against the tentacles, yet they were simply too numerous. He raised his shield to block the assaults before neglecting the ambush from below. No, please. Lilica, save me. Several slender tentacles ensnared his body, binding Gu Shuai, while others attempted to invade his form through his mouth and other orifices. Lilica opened her mouth and unleashed her breath against the golem and Gu Shuai. While a typical green dragon's breath is toxic, as a reverted green dragon, Lilica's breath radiated a resplendent vitality. A mist glowing with green luminescence enveloped the undead golem. The undead encasing the golem lost control in an instant, falling away in a cacophony of clattering bones. Oh yes, delightful. A torrent of vitality surged into Gu Shuai's body, mending his injuries and replenishing his exhausted strength. As for Babula, he had long since concealed himself within the golem's form. Do not cease. Continue to unleash. Witnessing the breath's remarkable effect, Gu Shuai was filled with exhilaration. No need for reminders. Lilica once again expelled vitality, layer upon layer dismantling the skeletal golem. Gu Shuai, observing the vanishing construct, sheathed his firearm and brandished his charged axe, eager to engage. With a surge of magical energy, the axe, forged from red dragon materials, began to radiate light. Grasping a short sword in his left hand and a shield in his right, he approached the golem to launch his assault. A charged double slash followed by a spinning strike ensued. He embedded the short sword into the shield, triggering a mechanism, thrusting the shield forward. As immense magical energy continuously flowed into it, a spinning strike ensued, igniting the shield in blazing flames. Charged axe, shield liberation form. Gu Shuai pressed the short sword against the shield, gathering power. With a swift motion, he withdrew the short sword, now entwined in flames. Charged axe, sword liberation form. A series of sounds erupted as the short sword and shield melded into a colossal axe. With a sweeping motion, he brought it crashing down. Boom! As the massive axe struck the ground, the earth fractured, columns of flame erupting violently from the chasms, mercilessly scorching the undead golem. Charged axe, ultra-high output liberation slash. Gu Shui whistled nonchalantly. As time passed, the undead golem diminished in size, yet Babula remained conspicuously silent. Unexpectedly, the undead, previously obliterated by the breath of life, rose once more, their eye sockets ablaze with the fire of souls, their skeletal strength, speed, and power enhanced significantly. Lilica directed her breath towards these undead, but this time, no matter how she expelled vitality, she could not destroy them. Hee, just as I anticipated, Green Dragon, the vitality within you will empower the undead. Babula cackled boastfully from within the golem. Empowering the undead with vitality? How could this be? Is not vitality the bane of the undead? The golem unleashed a multitude of tendrils, engulfing the empowered undead. The undead, having been sanctified by Lilica's vitality, could not be controlled, and could only be reclaimed through consumption. The duo, a human and a dragon, fought desperately against the undead, attempting to prevent their reassembly, but to little avail. They endeavored to assault Babula directly. Yet his location remained elusive. Lilica's breath proved ineffective, and the dragon's formidable melee assaults inflicted minimal damage upon the undead, leaving only the charged axe's ultra energy capable of delivering devastating blows. However, the sheer number of undead was overwhelming. Gu Shui's magical reserves were nearly depleted. The green dragon's vitality could not replenish the expended magic, and the restorative potions he carried had run dry. Panting heavily, Gu Shui landed beside Lilica. Lilica, it seems I shall perish here. The scent of the golem grew ever more potent, and Gu Shu realized that their chances of overcoming Babura had dwindled to nearly zero. The Lich held a particular fascination for you, and would likely spare your life. However, I am merely an ordinary high-tier warrior, and he has no reason to let me live. I refuse to allow my corpse to be desecrated. Therefore, might you consume me before he strikes me down? Lilica fell silent. Very well. Lilica grasped Gu Shu and tossed him into her maw. Gulp! The emerald dragon swallowed him. Feeling Gu Shu's diminutive form slide down her esophagus into her stomach, Lilica sighed and once more brandished her claws against the golem. Time became an indistinct blur for Lilica amidst the fray. It could have been an hour or perhaps a day. Covered in blood, her verdant scales dulled and void of vitality to heal her wounds, she prepared to drain her final reserves of life force to reach Tiamat's divine realm. Just then, a sharp pain gripped her abdomen, and she felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away, forcing her to halt. Oh no, it seems I've upset my stomach. I recall Gu Shu's cloak was woven from underworld alloy. That must be the cause. The dragon found herself unable to digest such peculiar metal. At that moment, a torrent of green flames cascaded from the heavens. Donaya, it appears we have arrived just in time, Seldar exclaimed, patting Donaya's tongue. This conflagration, infused with the breath of a red dragon, the acid of a black dragon, and mysterious spiritual energy, possessed a terrifying lethality against the undead. The green flames enveloped the golem, mercilessly searing its form, while the hidden spiritual energy annihilated the core of the undead's intellect, purging them completely. Seldar coordinated with Donaya to unleash a combined breath, simultaneously casting an array of offensive spells. The newly enhanced magical organs began to take effect. A radiant light emanated from the gaps between her scales, immense magical energy coursing through her body, as the runes upon her scales twinkled like stars, elevating mid-tier spells to the brink of high-tier potency. Countless spells, thunderbolts, fireballs, and ice shards pummeled the undead golem, leaving it battered and broken. Babura, concealed within the golem's form, could no longer remain passive. What manner of aberrations are these? The souls of the night. Rise as my shadows in the darkness and drag my foes into the abyss. High-tier magic, a night of 100 demons. An ominous magic mingled with death energy emanated from Babura, spreading outward. The once bright sky was instantly shrouded in darkness, even affecting the great dragon, who possessed dark vision. This was a magical effect, not merely an obscuring of light. Dozens of undead that bore an uncanny resemblance to Babura emerged from his shadow, hovering in midair. Evil dragon. Guess which one is my true form? 12 identical undead voices echoed simultaneously, the flickering soul flames in their eye sockets seemingly mocking. The white dragon-knight combination had suffered greatly under this very magic. Donaya blinked. Deceiving the white dragon may be feasible, yet attempting to trick me, the dragon of mind reading, is exceedingly foolish. Donaya directed her head towards one of the undead. Seldar instantly comprehended her intention and joined forces with her to unleash a combined dragon breath attack. Babura was taken aback, attempting to retrieve the scroll of magical barriers, only to realize that his storage ring had long been seized by that accursed golden dragon. Damn that golden dragon. Babura endeavored to execute an emergency teleportation. But no matter which undead avatar he transferred his soul into, the two dragons' combined breath would swiftly shift targets, assaulting his new form. How did they uncover my presence? Babura summoned an undead golem to shield himself. Doubt began to creep in. The undead were utterly vulnerable before that peculiar green flame. Unable to reorganize as swiftly as the red dragon could cast spells, I stand no chance. I cannot perish again. My soul is already shattered, and my strength has significantly waned. Damn that colossal dragon. Seeking to flee? Donaya. Seldar leaped from her mouth. Donaya grasped Seldar and hurled him forcefully towards Babura. Acceleration magic, mage shield, and reduced wind resistance. Seldar's speed surged dramatically. He unleashed a torrent of magic, blasting the undead golem aside, crashing through shattered bones, and arriving behind Babura. Babura summoned a skeletal eagle, preparing to flee. You rogue. Look here. Seldar bellowed, activating the magic inscribed upon his wing scales. Super flash. Babura eyed Seldar with confusion. Is this red dragon unhinged? Casting a flash spell on the undead? Seldar awkwardly scratched his head. I forgot that the undead perceive the world entirely differently from the living. The flash spell is ineffective against them. Perhaps I should inscribe some holy light spells and purification spells to dazzle their wretched eyes. Ultimately, Babura managed to escape, as Seldar could not hinder a legendary lich fleeing at full force. No matter, Donaya and I left him a grand surprise at his base. I hope he appreciates it. Damn that colossal dragon. Babura seethed as he returned to his lair, striding deeper into the cave. Had Babura been in his prime, he would have detected the clumsy traps set by Seldar. Alas, the lich, having lost a significant portion of his memories, was no longer as cautious as in his youth. Boom, boom, boom. High-level trap magic formations detonated in succession. Unprepared, Babura was obliterated into ash. Chapter 49. Distribution of tasks if Gusue were willing to endure a little longer. Perhaps he could survive. Donaya sensed a faint sorrow within Lilica, tilting her head in perplexity. Shouldn't surviving a calamity be filled with surprises and joy? Why does this green dragon feel despondent? We saved you. Do you understand my meaning? Seldar extended his claw, rubbing it together, a blatant hint to Lilica. The green dragon is undoubtedly a cunning creature. I refuse to believe they are unaware of their situation. Thank you. Lilica comprehended Seldar's implication. Naturally, one must express gratitude to those who rescue them. Is there something more cliched? For instance, the gold, shimmering and resplendent. The implication from Seldar could not be more apparent. He might as well have inscribed gold coins upon his visage. Are you referring to gold coins? I am devoid of funds. Seldar cast a glance at the barren dragon's lair, his expression filled with disappointment. Then, you shall accompany me to a certain place where you will labor to repay our kindness. How does that sound? If I cannot extract gold coins from her claws, then she shall be exchanged for currency. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Lilica acquiesced. Seldar produced a white scale and infused it with magic. In a brief moment, a portal materialized before the three dragons. Seldar gestured for Lilica to enter. Trusting him implicitly, she dove in head first. Seldar and Donaya followed closely behind, returning to the realm of the great dragons. A skull adorned with fragmented scales pushed aside the multitude of skeletal remains, gazing about in bewilderment. Just as Seldar intended to send Donaya away to meet with Sky Comet alone, the green dragon began to suffer from an upset stomach. Hiss! Lilica inhaled sharply, unable to resist collapsing onto the ground. She cast a transformation spell to diminish her size. As she shrank, her abdomen began to swell. With a retch, Lilica expelled a tattered lower realm alloy cloak and a storage ring. As for their owner, they had long since merged with Lilica. It seemed that Gusue had indeed perished. Lilica stowed the cloak within the ring, a gentle wave of melancholy washing over her. I will remember you, Gusue. You were a most intriguing human. Teacher, look, this peculiar green dragon has agreed to remain here and work. What do you think is a fitting reward for me? Seldar sidled up to Sky Comet's feet, his face a mask of sycophancy. An ancient green dragon? No, rather a reverted green dragon, valued at 3 pieces of mithril ingot. You have done splendidly. Sky Comet patted Seldar's head, saying, you always manage to surprise me. An ancient green dragon? The ancient giants of yore are extinct. She is merely a green dragon that has undergone a bloodline reversion. This cannot be right. She is vastly different from other green dragons. Her breath is not toxic, but rather a manifestation of life. Just one of her scales can induce miraculous transformations in the undead, no matter how one looks at it. She and the green dragons are two distinct species, merely sharing the hue of green scales. Sky Comet shook his head slightly. Seldar, the ancient dragons of old bear significant differences from the dragons of today. I am quite certain my judgment is not flawed. In the past, the red dragon symbolized light and warmth. The green dragon embodied life and reproduction. The blue dragon represented the sky and freedom. The black dragon signified death and slumber. The white dragon stood for diligence and wisdom. The gold dragon epitomized morality and justice, while the silver dragon illustrated rules and rights. At that time, dragons were not the harbingers of evil and brutality. They were revered as guardians, selflessly sheltering countless beings. As for the reasons behind the dragon's transformation into their current forms, I am yet unable to divulge that information. Such revelations are indeed explosive. Seldar mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin. According to the theory of evolution, if benevolence proves detrimental to survival, then malevolent and cruel dragons would thrive more readily. Over time, the once auspicious symbols would inevitably degrade into malevolent dragons. Yet, this reasoning is flawed, is it not? The metallic dragons are thriving, while only the chromatic dragons have fallen. Moreover, this world is inhabited by deities, rendering evolutionary theory less applicable. The deities. Could it be that Tiamat utilized her divine powers to alter the nature of the chromatic dragons? But what would be her motive? If Tiamat has changed the chromatic dragons, what actions has Bahamut undertaken? Until further clues emerge, my conjecture remains merely speculative. Ouch! My head aches. Seldar resolved to cease dwelling on this dilemma, focusing instead on learning more magic to enhance his prowess. Perhaps, when he attains a certain level of growth, Sky might voluntarily share the answers with him. Enough of this overthinking. I will handle everything. Sky handed 3 mithril ingots to Seldar, indicating that the other dragons would soon return, having begun their search for followers 3 years ago. According to the reports from the spirit crystal servants, the number of followers gathered was nearly sufficient. What? Is this event concluding so soon? I had hoped to seek out the White Dragon clan that once battled alongside that lich. Do not be too disheartened. Such events will recur in the future. A week passed, and upon Sky's notification, all dragons who had ventured forth to seek followers returned through the portal. A multitude of creatures congregated in the northern domain of the dragons. Once a barren desert, it had been transformed into a habitable land by Polarge, Wargen, war lizard folk, humans, goblins, half-dragons, and bipedal dragons. The variety of followers captured by the dragons was vast, although their quality varied significantly. With the gathering of followers concluded, it was now time for reflection and rewards. Many of you chose to collaborate to overcome formidable foes, which pleases me greatly. Remember, cooperation leads to shared success, and collaboration yields greater benefits. All dragons who participated in cooperation will receive additional rewards. Red Dragon Narita, you enslaved an entire human nation through brute force. Observe these humans. They harbor deep resentment towards you, signifying that your task was poorly executed, and thus your reward is halved. Green Dragon Kalos, you swayed them through eloquence, promising a future filled with happiness and successfully averting needless conflict. Your efforts are commendable, and you shall receive an additional reward. The White Dragon Alpha, White Dragon Beta, and White Dragon Gamma triumphed over a youthful Red Dragon through their seamless cooperation. For the White Dragons, this achievement is nothing short of miraculous. You shall be rewarded with double the bounty. Black Dragon Gullet, you have demonstrated your formidable strength and impressed them. Well done. Red Dragon Seldar and Black Dragon Donaya. Through your collaboration, you have defeated a weakened legendary lich and returned with a primordial green dragon. Your contributions are commendable, meriting verbal accolades. Wait a moment. What does verbal accolades mean? Seldar exclaimed in exasperation. Donaya was equally dissatisfied, demanding an explanation from Skyhui. You little rascal, you've already been rewarded. Be content. Skyhui communicated with Seldar through magic. I see Donaya remains oblivious. If you do not wish to share your treasures with her, do not utter a word. Upon hearing this, Seldar fell silent and began to console Donaya instead. Never mind. Let us not stoop to her level. As dragons, we must be magnanimous. Seldar reached out with his claw to gently stroke Donaya's chin. Seldar, do not think you can deceive me. Your heart has betrayed you. Remember, I am a mind-reading dragon. Donaya suddenly lifted her head, then quickly lowered it again. Ouch! Seldar flew out of the basket, colliding sharply with Donaya's jaw. Since Skyhui is unwilling to reward me, then you must compensate. Donaya seized Seldar in her claws, gradually tightening her grip. Ouch, my little ancestor, please release me. My insides are about to burst. All right. Here you go. Seldar reluctantly extracted 100 gold coins from his white scales. Strange, I recall giving you 3 pieces of mithril ingots. How did they turn into gold coins? Skyhui feigned ignorance, determined to extract a price from Seldar. Reluctantly, Seldar presented a mithril ingot to Donaya. With the farce concluded, Skyhui continued the debrief. Black Dragon XXX, Red Dragon XXX. This concludes the summary of the current event. I will now assign you your subsequent tasks. Green Dragon Carlos and Black Dragon Donaya. You are to select 10 white dragons to jointly manage a portion of the minions, overseeing their production. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for the food supply of the territory. Carlos, I hope you will remember your promise and treat them with care, without indulging your darker impulses. Carlos spread his wings and thumped his chest, vowing not to yield to temptation. Black Dragon Kokori and Blue Dragon Tassendi. You shall take 20 white dragons to instruct the minions, excluding the giants, in combat. Kokori and Tassendi, based on my observations. You possess the most leadership potential among these dragons. Do well, as a robust minion army holds immense significance for us. Skyhui turned his gaze toward the gathered white dragons. As white dragons, you may lack physical prowess and abundant wisdom, yet this does not render you worthless. Among the dragons, you are the most patient of your kind. Furthermore, your compliance is remarkably high. While you may not excel as managers or decision-makers, you undoubtedly stand out as the finest executors. By heeding directives and diligently fulfilling your duties, you shall receive the rewards you rightfully deserve. The remainder are predominantly ill-tempered and self-important red dragons. As for the others, you shall be tasked with patrolling the territory and maintaining order. Do not entertain thoughts of idleness. I shall employ the crystalline servants to masquerade as adversaries to test your mettle. You may select a few formidable subordinates to accompany you on your patrols. However, bear in mind that among your subordinates, there exists a dragon. Whether you can manage them will depend on your skills. Once these instructions were conveyed, Sky swiftly flew to the location where the subordinates were to be stationed, taking away all the dragons that had been transformed into subordinates, intending to thoroughly explain the rules of this realm to them. Chapter 50. Capturing the precious gem with a resounding roar, Sabi proclaimed his return. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Let us engage them. The patrolling red dragons immediately rallied their comrades to launch an assault on Sabi. The crystalline servant of Sky is ever-changing. Who knows if the golden dragon before them is one of their ranks? If not, all the better. They could openly thrash him. Although it was highly likely they would face defeat. Boldly, Sabi swiped with his claws, attempting to send the lead Nalita flying. The red dragon trailing behind seized his tail, aiding him in evading Sabi's strike, then using his body as a fulcrum, propelled himself towards Sabi's abdomen. Sabi pinned down his head. Nalita elementalized her form, circling behind Sabi to mount an offensive. The red dragons coordinated fairly well, exchanging blows without the use of magic, yet Sabi soon found himself overwhelmed. However, when Sabi unleashed high-level magic, the red dragons were swiftly vanquished, and the result was a thorough beating for Sabi. We cannot win, retreat. The red dragons fled, their faces smeared with defeat. Back already? How did it go? Paola, Polage, and Sky approached. Better than expected. This time the undead chose not to engage us in a drawn-out fight. Sabi, appearing quite relaxed, inquired about the territory. Has anything significant occurred since my departure? No. The territory is thriving. It won't be long before we become the most powerful force on this continent, Paola replied with pride, as this domain was born from her efforts. Paola led Sabi to the northern part of the territory, showcasing the subordinates. A verdant green dragon was infusing a sapling with vitality, as the life force flowed into it. The sapling rapidly grew, transforming into a towering tree in mere minutes. A hardworking green dragon arrived, carrying a platter of food. Eat well, replenish your strength. The newcomer was none other than Polage, who had transformed into a green dragon. After failing to pursue Graham, he had turned his attention to this ancestral green dragon. With a resounding roar, a white dragon descended, brandishing its sharp claws to sever great trees and carrying them towards the gathering of its kin. Over here, a werewolf waved at the dragon soaring above. The dragon released the timber onto the ground, and soon a horde of werewolves arrived, chanting boisterously as they dragged the wood away for processing. Not far off lay the farmlands, where several white dragons skimmed low, their claws piercing the earth. The hardened soil was crushed under their talons, becoming more suitable for the growth of crops. Clang! A group of bare-chested human blacksmiths wielded their hammers, striking the iron blocks before them. Their homes had been obliterated by the dragon Nalada, reducing them to mere slaves of the mighty beast. Initially filled with rage, they gradually reconciled with their fate under the soothing influence of Donaya's spirit and the coercion of Karos. Doom. The break time had ended. A nearby white dragon struck a bronze gong, assigned by Karos to oversee the human workers. When the respite concluded, the dragon rang the gong once more, urging the humans to resume their toil, resembling an unyielding timepiece. Further away lay the training grounds, where a cadre of robust warriors brandished their weapons, charging towards the white dragon before them. Despite repeated defeats and injuries, their fighting spirit remained unyielded. Exploit his blind spots, avoid futile attacks. Kokali instructed the kin on how to launch effective strikes. Alongside the warriors were the mages. Tassendi, setting aside her draconic arrogance, patiently taught the kin before her. Your magical trajectory is flawed. Do not connect the second node. Your control over magic is too unrefined. You ought to devote more time to meditation. Remain calm and composed. Observing the kin, Sabi suddenly recalled something. Paola, I heard a rumor in the Osli Empire that might concern you. What news? Asked Paola. The Osli Empire lay across the ocean, and even the omnipotent Sky Comet could not monitor it in real time. Whispers circulated in the Osli Empire of a band of malevolent dragons appearing on the western continent, wreaking havoc and devastation wherever they tread. They enslaved humanity, turning them into their thralls, and amassed a multitude of vile creatures, poised to become the greatest evil force in the West. The people of the Osli Empire were deeply worried, even deliberating whether to send an army to vanquish these dragons. We have indeed captured many kin recently, and several dragons have inflicted harm on other beings during this process. The malevolent dragon force described by the Osli Empire must refer to us, Paola remarked. Sabi felt overwhelmed, uncertain of how to proceed. Do not fret, confront one, slay one, face a multitude, annihilate them all. The dragons shall not shy away from challenges. Moreover, we are no longer the individuals we were 2 decades ago. We possess the confidence to triumph over them. It is essential to remember that this is our home ground. Those humans cannot possibly prepare anything in advance. Paola appeared utterly unconcerned about Sabi's apprehensions. Sabi attempted to voice further thoughts, but was promptly silenced by Sky. Rest assured, we are aware of our actions, and it is not certain that those humans will launch an attack. You merely need to focus on your duties. Over the past few years, the Dragon Realm has hatched 30 hatchlings, and now is the opportune moment to educate them. Upon hearing that new malevolent dragons were available for training, Sabi's internal worries evaporated instantaneously. At worst, we can take them to Metal Dragon Island. His Majesty Bahamut would not abandon us in our time of need. Lilica, who was nurturing the trees, suddenly collapsed, her massive form crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Hey, Lilica, what is wrong? The most anxious among them was Polich, who vigorously shook Lilica's neck, urging her to awaken. Lilica lay with her eyes tightly shut, her scales losing their luster. Sky, come quickly. At the sight of this, Sky immediately flew over. The life force is gathering in her abdomen, and her breath is steady, she concluded after careful observation. She merely expended too much vitality. A little world tree sap will suffice. Saying this, she produced a large barrel filled with vibrant green liquid. By Tiamat and Bahamut, this is an abundance. Sky cast a spell, and the sap flowed from the barrel into Lilica's mouth. As her life force was replenished, Lilica quickly regained consciousness. What happened to me? She asked, a look of confusion on her face. Congratulations, you are about to give birth. Sky presented a basket akin to the one used by Saddle before Lilica. Lilica looked utterly bewildered. Seemingly confirming Sky's words, Lilica spread her legs and, with a push, a verdant dragon egg emerged from her cloaca. Lilica, didn't you say you had no mate? Didn't you promise that we would be together tonight? Polage gazed incredulously at the dragon egg, feeling as if a new hat had been placed upon his head. I truly have not mated with any dragon. I have no idea how this egg came to be. Besides dragons? Sky tapped the egg. The only male being I have been in prolonged contact with is Gushai. Could this egg possibly be his offspring? Sky feigned astonishment. Impossible. Since birth, I have retained my dragon form. How could it possibly be mine? Enough with the jesting. This is actually the ancient green dragon's gift. The power of creation and rebirth, which is the principle upon which Saddle's resurrection is based. No sooner had Sky finished speaking than the egg began to stir. With a crack, the egg shattered, and a half-dragon emerged. His body was adorned with vibrant green scales, crowned with dragon horns and claws. He bore no wings, yet possessed a tail. He gazed at his claws, touched the tail behind him, and then lifted his gaze towards the onlooking dragons, ultimately directing his attention to Lilica. Oh ho, Lilica, I shan't be human any longer. Upon realizing he had been reborn as a half-dragon, Gu Shui leaped up in excitement. You are not an ancient green dragon. Resurrection does not perfectly revive those consumed by you and longed for. You may very well consider this half-dragon as your progeny with Gu Shui. Skyway chuckled as he picked up Gu Shui and placed him in a basket, then presented it to Lilica. Come, call me mother. Mother. Gu Shui cooperatively extended a claw towards Lilica. Amused and bewildered, Lilica hung the basket around her neck. Mom, I'm hungry. Skyway produced an enormous piece of roasted meat. I want mother to feed me. Mom, cut it into smaller pieces. It's too large. Gu Shui mischievously declined Skyway's offer, confident that Lilica would not refuse him. A light bulb went off in Lilica's mind. All right, I shall feed you. Lilica snatched the roast, chewed it, then exclaimed, Here, please do not take offense. Ancient dragons are simply like this. Lilica, as a retrogressive green dragon, possesses some of the heritage. Chapter 51. Revisiting Metal Dragon Island to prepare for the forthcoming challenges, Skyway resolved to invite Tyler's father, the brass dragon who invented dragon armor, to the dragon territory. He sought out Sabi and requested the coordinates of Metal Dragon Island. To reach Metal Dragon Island, one must utilize specially designed teleportation magic, otherwise it would be deemed an illegal intrusion. What happens if one is considered an illegal intruder? They would be captured by the metal dragons for interrogation. So, there is no risk to life? Of course not. Wait, what are you planning to do? Seldar, I entrust you with a task. I need you to journey to Metal Dragon Island and bring back the brass dragon who invented the dragon armor. Oh, all right. Skyway cast spatial magic to begin deciphering the spatial encryption of Metal Dragon Island. The portal emanated a blue light, and the central area began to distort, with the view on the other side gradually coming into focus. Teacher, is it not ready yet? Seldar grew slightly impatient. Do not rush. Metal Dragon Island is quite distant. If you do not wish to wait, you may opt to expend a magic gem to set up a teleportation array. Upon hearing that it required a magic gem, Seldar promptly shook his head vigorously in refusal. After a lengthy wait, the portal was complete. Seldar donned Lila's token and strode in with great confidence. Gold, gems, mithril. Here I come. Everyone, be on high alert. Keep a close watch on this portal. We must capture anyone who comes through. An adult gold dragon, accompanied by several adult silver and brass dragons, surrounded the portal. As the portal erupted with light, a young red dragon emerged. Capture him. Do not let him escape. A cacophony of metallic dragons roared as they lunged towards Seldar, their claws bared and teeth glimmering. What was happening? Seldar was taken aback. He had not anticipated such fervent enthusiasm from these metallic dragons. With a swift flutter of his wings, he executed a dazzling high flash, momentarily blinding their dragon eyes in an attempt to flee amidst the chaos. A collision ensued among the blinded metallic dragons, their heads spinning with stars. Don't even think about running. The golden dragon shielded its eyes and activated a prearranged magical array. A semicircular magical barrier rose, obstructing Seidel's escape route. Hey, this is never-ending. Is it? Seldar, armed with his tail blade, thrust forcefully at the barrier. The clash produced a piercing sound as the barrier dented, resembling a trampoline that rebounded Seldar back. Surprisingly, the formidable tail blade could not pierce the barrier. This resilient magical shield seemed crafted specifically to thwart the dragon's tail. I must say this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Seldar forced a smile, one more painful than tears. It was evident they did not. Name? Seldar. Race? Red Dragon. Reason for visiting Metallic Dragon Island? To pay a visit to Taylor's father. Why enter through illicit means? It was the arrangement of my instructor. Why attack the patrolling metallic dragons? For self-preservation. They were utterly terrifying at that moment. Seldar sat in the interrogation room, responding earnestly to the interrogator's inquiries. The metallic dragon across from him posed a series of trivial questions before turning its attention to the golden dragon. Gallery, I need to gather more details from you. Very well. The scale of this operation exceeds normal standards. Please elucidate. Mentioning the gallery sparked irritation within him. That teleportation magic. Teleportation magic? Is there an issue? The interrogator appeared perplexed. Many metallic dragons hesitated to expend magical gemstones to construct a portal, opting instead for illicit means to enter Dragon Island. Though they faced fines, they deemed this method more cost-effective and frequently successful. The individual responsible for constructing the portal possessed remarkable magical prowess, deciphering spatial encryption in a mere 10 seconds. However, just as the portal was on the verge of completion, they deliberately disrupted the magic and reconstructed it. This senseless act was repeated 30 times. Was this not a provocation? It was an affront to me. Oh, my dear instructor, I vow that once I grow stronger than you, I shall exact a most thorough revenge. Seldar suddenly realized he had once again fallen victim to Sky's schemes. The interrogator acknowledged the gallery's statements and proceeded to ask Seldar and the gallery a few more questions before allowing them to leave. With the potent lie detection magic in play, the interrogation unfolded with remarkable ease. Gallery, can you transport me to Taylor's father's dragon nest? Get lost. Forget it. I shall seek Lila, allowing her to guide me to the brass dragon. The dragon possesses an impeccable sense of direction and memory, even if Seldar has only visited Lila's lair once. He would not lose his way. Integrity, kindness, and camaraderie, two white dragons cradle a tome, reciting with a sense of despair. These two white dragons, captured and trained by Lila, are being prepared for the next competition of educating malevolent dragons. Hey, Lila, are you there? It is Seldar. The arrival of Seldar captured the attention of the two white dragons. I wager a slap that the red dragon shall undoubtedly be struck. Upon hearing Seldar call out Lila's name, one white dragon cast a glance filled with schadenfreude. I wager a slap as well. He will certainly be hit. The other white dragon concurred. The lair echoed with the sound of heavy footsteps. Seldar, you are alive. Is this the price of resurrection? Lila, upon seeing Seldar in his hatchling form, appeared genuinely astonished. I am the indomitable dragon. Death is not my end. Occasionally embracing a bit of melodrama feels rather refreshing. Smack. The two white dragons realized their bet was in vain and exchanged slaps. Now speak. What brings you here? I wish to visit the inventor of the dragon armor. Oh, you seek an audience with Teddy? Very well, I shall escort you there. Thank you for your assistance. Lila led Seldar toward the gathering place of the brass dragons. Teddy resides in a grand castle. Teddy, Seldar has returned. After a minute, the castle gates swung open. Teddy emerged, greeting Lila. Welcome, Lila. What brings you to me? Teddy's voice was deep and gravelly. This is Seldar, the young red dragon who previously battled the legendary human sorcerer. He has not perished. He has been reborn as a hatchling. Oh, this is indeed surprising for a dragon. Teddy wished to invite Lila and Seldar inside for a visit, but Lila declined. I have no particular reason for seeking you. I must return, as I need to supervise those two white dragons in my lair. Farewell. After bidding Lila goodbye, Teddy led Seldar into the castle. Within the castle lay a myriad of artifacts, from swords to armor, wands to robes, and anvils to forges, a veritable museum. As they toured the premises, their conversation flowed. Young dragon, what brings you here? My mentor desires for you to join the dragon domain. She is quite intrigued by the dragon armor you have invented. I must decline. I shall not pledge allegiance to the chromatic dragons. Teddy responded without hesitation. My mentor is quite generous. Join us, and you shall lack for gold. I have no interest in wealth. By Tiamat, a dragon who is indifferent to gold. Should you not fancy gold, you might donate it to dragons in need, such as myself, Seldar muttered. My mentor can fund your experiments. Unnecessary. I am neither in want of gold nor materials. My teacher is remarkably powerful, wealthy, and strikingly beautiful. As a metallic dragon, we adhere to a monogamous union. And even in the event of a divorce, remarriage is not an option. What piques your interest? Well, I will not acquiesce, so there is no need for further inquiries. Teddy's resolve was unwavering. Alas, persuasion through temptation has proven futile. Perhaps an appeal to emotions would yield better results. Taylor is present as well, albeit in a rather poor mental state. He has matured and developed his own perspectives, and I shall not interfere. Teddy sighed, his countenance aging in an instant. His companions have isolated him, his partner has abandoned him, and his offspring have taken flight. Presently, Teddy's sole focus lies in researching dragon armor, with little enthusiasm for anything else. If there are no further matters, please take your leave. Very well, I do have one more request. I seek assistance in repairing this dragon armor, for which I shall offer compensation. Currently, Seldar cannot contend with Teddy's strength, and thus cannot employ force. Requesting Teddy's help to restore the dragon armor is one of Seldar's objectives in coming here. It is inevitable, for the dragon armor is simply too effective. Is this the dragon armor you utilized in your battle against the legendary mage guild? Teddy snatched the damaged armor, his claws trembling with excitement. The critical data. I had thought it had been reduced to ashes in the fray. Little did I expect that with this, I could elevate my energy level significantly. Is this truly of great importance? Indeed it is. Red Dragon, you have done splendidly. Teddy strode toward the castle, his four claws stirring the air. Seldar hurriedly followed suit. Teddy glanced back at the Red Dragon. There lies a secret of mine. Should you wish to accompany me, I implore you to swear an oath. A secret? A secret of a metallic dragon. Seldar's interest was instantly piqued, and he swore allegiance to Tiamat, following Teddy into the castle. Teddy arrived at the innermost chamber of the castle and knocked on a wall lamp. Creak. The wall opened, revealing a hidden passageway. Wait for me. As the entrance to the passage began to close, Seldar swiftly darted inside. Oh no, my tail. In a moment of carelessness, Seidel's tail got caught. He tugged with all his might, but could not free it. Teddy rolled his eyes and grasped Seidel's tail, together extracting it from the trap. Alas, scales have fallen off. What a wretched door. Gazing at the bare tip of his tail, Seldar cast a healing spell. The two dragons descended through the hidden passage. Before long, Seldar beheld Teddy's secret, his face a mask of astonishment. By Tiamat. You actually, surprised are we? Chapter 52. Teddy's secret. In the center of the secret chamber stood a magical furnace, within which flowed molten metal, occasionally splattering colorful sparks. To the right of the furnace was a workbench, cluttered with unfinished dragon armor and a variety of precious magical materials. Opposite the workbench hung design schematics, filled with formulas and hasty scribbles scattered throughout. However, what truly astonished Seldar was not these aspects. To the left of the forge stood a prison, a cage of exquisite craftsmanship, adorned with an array of intricate magical sigils. At the entrance of the cage, several decaying corpses dangled, seemingly intended to intimidate the humans. The space was sealed, with probing interference and cutting resistance in place, rendering silence and mental control ineffective. Within the cage were over 20 human mages, sitting quietly, each adorned with a collar-like shackle around their necks, their expressions tranquil, resembling lifelike statues. What purpose do these humans serve? One might ponder. Humans, a cage, confinement. This seems decidedly abnormal. Does it not? They are utilized for testing the dragon's claw gauntlet and the dragon's tail blade. It is well known that many potent defensive spells require a cadre of mages working in concert. Seldar couldn't help but cast another glance at them. Have they somehow offended you? No, they are merely unfortunate souls chosen at random. Oh, chosen at random? Is this the sort of thing a metallic dragon would do? And what of these corpses? If they do not comply, they are simply executed. Teddy's tone was devoid of concern, utterly indifferent to the thoughts of these humans. He approached the workbench and placed the damaged armor of Seldar upon it. Different defensive spells necessitate varied optimal methods of dismantlement. I have been tirelessly refining the dismantlement enchantment, seeking to discover the most suitable approach, yet progress has been sluggish. However, the power you exhibited in battle previously has inspired me. If a flawless enchantment eludes us, then we shall enhance the output of magical energy. I recreated the scene from that moment, achieving a measure of advancement. Nevertheless, I lacked the most critical data, the failure metrics of the dragon armor under the torrent of magical energy. I cannot locate a sufficient source of magical energy capable of rendering them inoperative. After all, the materials used to forge them are exceedingly precious. With exceptional conductivity and capacity for absorbing magical energy, they are simply too resilient. Even legendary dragons cannot serve as a power source of such magnitude. Teddy activated the magic on the workbench. The scanning magic inherent to the workstation engaged, projecting the internal structure of the armor. The metals comprising the dragon armor were in a deplorable state, riddled with punctures from the onslaught of magical energy, resembling a honeycomb. What use is failure data? Seldar was utterly perplexed by this. Among humans, there exists a saying. In this place, there were no paths. As more tread, a path is forged. This adage applies equally to magical energy. To manifest magical effects, one must guide the magical energy along a specific trajectory. Different materials exert varying influences on the trajectory of the enchanting magic. Oftentimes, only experimentation can reveal the underlying issues. Teddy pointed to a particular node. Look here. Under the influence of magical energy, these materials have fractured, indicating that the magnitude of the magical energy passing through is excessively vast, and the flow of energy is not instantaneous. If I expand the magical conduits, leaving some apertures to direct the energy towards the enchanting nodes, I can enhance the utilization of magical energy, improve stability, and elevate the output power. Teddy commenced the transformation of the dragon's tail blade, meticulously adding additional circuits along the arcane pathways and repairing the original magical conduits. With the acquired data from the damage, he swiftly completed the modifications. Once the transformation was finalized, the next step was to conduct tests. With a click, the cage opened, and the silencing and mental control spells inscribed on the bars faltered. The imprisoned human mages lifted their heads, their gazes becoming lucid. With a thud, Teddy slammed his tail against the ground, commanding them to work. Fear, rage, and resentment coursed through the air. Even though Seldar lacked the innate talents of Donaya, he could discern the emotions etched on the faces of these humans. You cannot treat me this way. You are a metallic dragon. One of the mages challenged the brass dragon before him. You have repeated that phrase ad nauseum. Teddy activated the collar around his neck. I am not like the other metallic dragons. I will stop at nothing to achieve my goals. The collar unleashed a torrent of electricity, causing the mage to collapse, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Perhaps Seldal's presence provoked them, as the human mages began to lament their plight. Even prisoners of the Ostley Empire do not suffer as we do. We subsist on nothing but bread and a bowl of thin broth, both great and small confined within this cage, devoid of any semblance of privacy. Under the influence of this accursed calming magic, we can only watch helplessly as our bodies move according to instinct, utterly beyond our control, as if transformed into puppets. And this damned collar, we are human, not mere cattle. The crackling of electricity resonated again, and another mage crumpled to the ground. Huh. If you don't want to be hung up, you better obey. Teddy gestured towards the desiccated corpse dangling at the cage's entrance. Now, immediately, start working for me. Damn dragon, why not just eat me? I no longer wish to live. The first mage to be electrocuted regained his composure. As you wish. Teddy was eager to experiment with the upgraded dragon's tail blade. He was incensed by the mage's lack of cooperation. He approached the mage, gradually shrinking in size until he became a 2-meter-tall dragon, opening his jaws wide to seize the mage's upper body. The crunch echoed as he chewed, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth and dripping onto the ground, blooming into crimson flowers. Who else desires death? Teddy licked his lips. The remaining mages recoiled, lowering their heads, unwilling to meet Teddy's gaze. Isn't it forbidden for metallic dragons to consume sentient beings? How could you, by Tiamat? It is precisely our mercy that has led dragons to such a fate. Time and again, our tolerance and forbearance have only encouraged their audacity. Only through strength and fear can they comprehend who truly reigns over this world, who stands at the apex of the food chain. What has led you to such a conclusion? It is intertwined with the history of dragons. Teddy turned his head, clearly uninterested in a deeper dialogue with Seldar. Very well. It is time to commence our work. Teddy utilized the mage's hand to position them upon the platform, subsequently restoring them to their original size. The mages began their incantations, casting a combination of defensive spells. Excellent. Maintain this. Teddy adorned himself with the dragon's tail blade, activated the duplication spell, and commenced data recording. With a series of piercing strikes, the shield sustained a breach, unleashing a torrent of magical energy. Roar. Quite impressive. Let us employ another spell. The mages commenced the casting of a different combination of defensive magic. Boom. Next. Snap. After numerous trials, Teddy finally paused. The flow of magical energy surged significantly, and upon contact with the defensive magic, I could sense the tumult of power. The experiment was a success. Congratulations. So, when shall I receive the new dragon armor? The new model will require considerable time for research. However, you may take an older model with you. Very well. Chapter 53. Revelation. Hey, Lila. I have heard that a red dragon named Seldar has arrived on Metal Dragon Island. Abia approached Lila, shocked. She learned that a red dragon hatchling had illegally entered Dragon Island, with Tuku personally leading the charge, mobilizing numerous adult dragons. What secrets lie within this matter? The news had spread like wildfire across Dragon Island. A group of idle brass dragons, ever chatty, shared tales of dragons as if they were the finest bards of the human realm. Within half a day, the entire Metal Dragon Island was aware of Seldal's name. Abia had previously participated in Graham's rescue mission and was thus familiar with Seldal's identity. She sought to find Graham, the child who had caused her so much worry. Seldar? He should be with Teddy now. Allow me to take you there. Lila turned to the two white dragons, revealing a fierce expression. Study diligently, do you understand? When I return, I shall inspect your homework. The two white dragons trembled, nodding fervently, akin to oversized woodpeckers. It is hard to imagine the torment they had endured. Lila guided Abia as they soared toward Teddy's castle. I am somewhat curious. What is your purpose in seeking Seldar? To find Graham, Abia sighed resignedly. She was the child I raised who caused the most concern for dragons, always embroiling herself in unexpected troubles, and this incident was no exception. By the way, how did you educate Graham? Seldal's willingness to risk everything to rescue his mother indicates that Graham must have treated her child with great care. Lila wished to glean insights from Abia, especially since she had two white dragons in her own nest. Well, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps I treated her as my own offspring? Is it the sincere investment that yields such rewards? Lila fell into contemplation, deciding to emulate Abia and show a bit more kindness to her two white dragons. What of the gold coins stolen by Graham? Shall we simply let it go? How could that be? Do you think that is why I am seeking her? Concern is merely one reason. In a dragon family, we settle accounts. After a brief flight, a castle came into view. "Hey, we've arrived," Lila announced as she landed with Abia. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she noticed it was ajar, seemingly due to a malfunction in the magical array. Without hesitation, Lila pushed the door open and stepped inside with Abia. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Abia couldn't help but inquire. Dragons possess a strong territorial instinct, and entering another dragon's lair uninvited can lead to dire consequences. What does it matter? Teddy and Seldar are in the workshop. Surely he has no secrets to hide from dragons. Moreover, the door is broken, even if I knocked. He wouldn't receive a magical response, as the studio is inscribed with soundproofing arrays, Lila replied nonchalantly. She was well acquainted with Teddy's castle, often visiting it. "Last time, I advised him against being stingy and purchasing items made by goblins. Look where that got him. Within 50 years, the door has fallen apart." The two dragons entered the castle. "One cannot deny that Teddy is quite affluent," Abia remarked, gazing in awe at the myriad of decorations. If he were to abandon that dreadful mindset, he would undoubtedly become one of the most popular dragons on Metal Dragon Island. Following Lila, Abia arrived at the entrance of the studio. Lila extended her claw and knocked on the door. After a moment's wait, the door remained firmly closed. Confused, Lila pushed the door open. Inside lay unfinished dragon armor, scattered parts, various metal ingots, and a cold magical furnace. Yet Teddy and Seldar were conspicuously absent. How peculiar. Have they gone out? Lila approached the workbench. Oh, she discovered a piece of paper among the scattered parts, listing various materials, with 2 items circled by Teddy. It appears they have gone out to procure supplies. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lila turned to Abia. "We come for nothing, and we have no idea when they will return. Should we head back or wait here?" "Let us wait a bit. They are merely restocking. It won't take long." It would be terrible to miss Seldar. "All right, as you wish, but sitting here might become rather dull. Let me show you around." Abia pondered for a moment and agreed. The two dragons wandered through the castle. Oh, Lila stopped in front of a lampstand. She lowered her head and began to scratch at the wall crevice. To her surprise, she uncovered some tiny scale fragments. Could this be Seldar's scales? Lila brought the fragments to her nose, flaring her nostrils to discern the scent. Seldar? Where is he? Upon hearing Seldar's name, Abia leaned in closer. In doing so, an accident occurred. Abia's wingtip collided with the wall, inadvertently triggering a secret passageway. The hidden door swung open, revealing astonished expressions on both Lila and Abia. A secret mechanism? It appears to be a goblin-made magical authentication system, but it seems to have malfunctioned. Truly, one cannot trust goblins. What should we do? Shall we enter? It is generally assumed that such rooms harbor the secrets of their owners. Would it not be rather inappropriate to intrude? You make a valid point. We ought not to pry into the mysteries of other dragons. Let us depart and forget this place. Abia nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to leave, a human's anguished scream echoed from the hidden chamber, accompanied by Teddy's excited roar. The bizarre sounds piqued their curiosity, prompting the 2 silver dragons to abandon their seats and plunge into the secret passage. Oh dear. What is it, Abia? My tail is trapped. Upon seeing the bare tip of Abia's tail, Lyra finally understood the presence of Seldar's discarded scales in the crevice of the wall. It appeared that this red dragon had also been caught by the door. Crafted by goblins, utterly unreliable. Whoever uses it is bound to suffer misfortune. The 2 dragons employed their cloaking spells and began to explore downwards. Is it not finished yet? Seldar asked, idly scratching at the floor. Teddy assured him that his dragon armor was currently undergoing its final refinement in the magical forge. Do not fret. There are still 3 hours remaining. Teddy squatted beside the workbench, enhancing the dragon armor. The refinement process simply required patience. There was no need for constant vigilance, allowing Teddy to attend to other matters during this period. He had just completed further experiments on the dragon tail blade. The improved dragon tail blade was twice as effective as its predecessor and produced an additional effect. When shattering defensive magic, it occasionally unleashed a rapid and powerful magical beam. This magical beam inadvertently struck a human mage, resulting in the scream they had just heard. If harnessed correctly, the threat level of the dragon tail blade would significantly increase. Teddy was thrilled, though he lamented that he had yet to fully comprehend the principles behind the magical beam, which proved to be inconsistent. Having said that, Teddy returned to his research. Curiously, despite being a brass dragon, he did not possess the loquacious nature typical of his kin, often choosing his words with great care. Seldar glanced at the unfortunate human mage beside him, the very victim of the magical beam that had pierced his abdomen. It was solely due to Seldar's extensive healing spells that he had survived. By the way, while Teddy possessed the ability to cast regeneration, He was too preoccupied with data recording to concern himself with the mage's fate. Is this truly the noble and righteous metallic dragon? Seldar heard a faint sound at the entrance of the passage. Teddy, something's amiss. Be quiet. I am busy. Teddy remained wholly engrossed in his research, dismissing Seldar's call. Seldar cast a disdainful claw gesture at Teddy before rising to investigate. As he approached the passageway, poised to ascertain the situation, an invisible massive claw descended upon him. At that moment, Seldar was still but a whelp, while Lyra had matured into an adult silver dragon, resulting in a significant disparity in their sizes. Unprepared, Seldar felt the brunt of a heavy step upon him. Never mind. That kick was even more ruthless than my teacher. I apologize. Upon hearing Seidel's anguished cry, Lila hastily lifted her paw and dispelled the invisibility spell. I am doomed. Without 10 magical gems, I shall not rise. Being trampled by a colossal dragon for no reason would dampen anyone's spirits. 1 gem, no more. Lila, aware of her wrongdoing, felt that 10 was indeed excessive. 5 gems, 2 gems, 3 gems. Fine, I shall give you 3. Reluctantly, Lila extracted 3 magical gems. Seldar gleefully accepted them. What sound is that? The bargaining between Lila and Seldar disturbed Teddy. The brass dragon finally relinquished the workbench and moved towards the entrance to investigate. Lila. Teddy was both astonished and furious. His gaze darting. Teddy, we wish to know why there are human screams. Abisha also dispelled her invisibility spell. I am Abisha. After a brief moment of panic, Teddy regained his composure. I care not who you are. Trespassing into my dragon lair violates the rules of Metal Dragon Island. Teddy raised his voice, feigning great anger. He needed to maintain control of the situation. Save us. The human mage, upon hearing Teddy's inquiry, suddenly realized that other metal dragons had arrived, and they were not Teddy's allies. Damn it. Teddy's expression darkened instantly. Stand aside. Abisha forcefully pushed Teddy aside and stormed into the chamber. Upon seeing Abisha, the human mages were incredibly agitated, scrambling towards her and clasping her claw. Please save us. This accursed brass dragon has imprisoned us. Dick was eaten alive. Take me away from here. I will comply with any demands. Teddy, what is going on? Lila questioned. Realizing the situation had been exposed, Teddy resolved to act decisively and activated the collar around the human mages' necks at maximum power. Under the electric shock, the humans were reduced to charred remains. He had imprisoned more than just these 20. Silencing them would prevent further complications. Teddy, Lila shouted in disbelief at the horrifying scene before her. Abisha circled behind Teddy and, alongside Lila, cornered him. Brass Dragon, I expect a reasonable explanation from you. Abisha's gaze was icy as she pointed to the charred corpses on the ground. Teddy fell silent. Chapter 54. The Foolish Dragon, I have cast the duplication spell. Everything you say henceforth will serve as evidence in court. I hope you will carefully consider your words. Abisha produced a crystal ball. Of course, it was of human size. She pinched the crystal ball between 2 claws and held it before Teddy, appearing somewhat comical. There is nothing to discuss. Teddy, I understand that you require the cooperation of mages to complete your research, but why resort to such methods? You could easily hire them with money. Are you aware that such behavior contravenes the regulations of Long Island? As Lila, who is involved in the research and development of the dragon armor, is well aware, the experimentation with the dragon's tail blade necessitates the cooperation of a mage. Previously, she had always cast defensive spells while Teddy utilized the tail blade to gather data. She had inquired of Teddy whether a more potent combination of defensive magic was required, offering to recruit some human mages for compensation in currency or scales. However, Teddy declined, asserting that the current strength of the defensive magic was sufficient for the experiments. It appears that since that moment, Teddy had clandestinely imprisoned human mages, securing their services without remuneration. Lila, ever since the incident with Tyrell, my feelings towards humans have been consumed by animosity. Spend money? No. Why not utilize those who offer their services for free? Tyrell? Seidel's curiosity was piqued as he patted the hind leg of Abia. Pray tell, who is Tyrell? Abia cast a glance at Seldar, taking a step back, lowering her head, and softly replied, Tyrell was the child of Teddy's first clutch, but she has since passed away. She was an exceedingly sweet, innocent, and kind-hearted child. During an outing, she became embroiled in the war between humans and drow. The benevolent Tyrell could not refuse the humans' plea for help, assisting them in their struggle against the drow. Yet, as a young brass dragon, she was no match for the drow. Those humans, having battled the drow for 3 years, were well aware of this. Their intent was to see Tyrell falter, drawing out her parents to strike at the drow. However, These humans failed to anticipate that the drow would regard Tyrell's metallic dragon status with indifference, ultimately slaying her and defiling her remains. From that moment onward, Teddy became taciturn. The grief-stricken brass dragon father prayed to Bahamut, beseeching him to permit him to enter the divine realm and bid farewell to Tyrell one last time. The compassionate father of good dragons could not refuse his request. Teddy was granted his wish and beheld the spirit of Tyrell. It is uncertain what stimuli Teddy encountered in the divine realm, but thereafter, he became engrossed in the study of dragon armor, fervently promoting his misguided ideas. Misguided ideas? This must refer to the notion that should dragons fail to evolve, they would ultimately become mere mounts for humans. Yet, this seems to diverge somewhat from what Tyler had conveyed. Did Tyler not assert that his father arrived at this conclusion through observation of humans? This silver dragon should not deceive me, yet Tyler has no reason to lie. Is Tyler aware of this matter? Uncertain. To protect his feelings, all the metallic dragons collectively concealed Tyrell's existence. Although we may look down upon Teddy, the child is innocent and deserves a joyful childhood. However, is it not true that Tyler was ostracized due to his father's actions? Yet I have heard that Tyler was isolated by your kind. Adult metallic dragons would not ostracize Tyler because of his father. It is more likely that his peers are the ones who have distanced themselves from him. Indeed, Taylor remarked that it was his peers among the dragons who isolated him, rather than all metallic dragons. Teddy, you must understand that not all humans are malevolent. There exist among them individuals of saintly virtue. One cannot generalize. What do you presume to be? A paragon of rationality. It was my child who perished, not yours. The brass dragon is renowned for its profound appreciation of familial bonds. Should you wish to avoid interaction with humanity, you could always enlist the aid of a dragon, you know? We metallic dragons are certainly not as indolent as our chromatic counterparts. Hey, I am not lazy. Saddle couldn't help but retort at this remark, promptly directing an ice projectile towards Lila. Saddle refrained from employing the crystal enhancement magic within him. Thus the ice projectile was merely of intermediate magic and would pose no threat to a silver dragon adept in ice magic. Do not argue. You know I am referring to the vast majority of chromatic dragons, and that does not include you. Lila flicked her tail to dismiss Saddle, indicating he should find somewhere more comfortable. First and foremost, hiring a dragon would require an exorbitant sum, severely hampering the progress of the experiment. Moreover, what I require is combinatory magic. Do you truly believe those arrogant dragons are adept at collaboration? Additionally, my purpose in developing dragon armor is not to combat my own kin. The magic wielded by dragons diverges subtly from that of humans. As a meticulous scholar of magic, I cannot overlook any factor that might compromise the precision of my data. If that is the case, why do you seek my collaboration? By your own reasoning, I would be of no assistance. Of course, I can be of help. The dragon armor is designed for all dragons, not merely my exclusive gear. Different dragons exhibit significant variations in magical attributes and physical prowess. Teddy, have you ever contemplated that dragons do not require external aids? Your assumptions are merely one-sided, Abia remarked. This is where our divergence lies. Your perspective is excessively narrow, and you are far too obstinate. There is no point in further discourse. We shall escort you to the floating city for judgment. Abia, with her crystal ball, circled the chamber, meticulously documenting every detail. Teddy snorted derisively before turning to Saddle. There remain 3 hours until the completion of the dragon armor assembly. At that time, you may simply retrieve them. Teddy succinctly outlined the operational procedures, noting that it would cease functioning autonomously after 3 hours. With that, Teddy began to pack his belongings under the watchful eyes of Lila and Abia. He would not foolishly allow precious metallic materials to coexist in the same room as a malevolent chromatic dragon. Once he had gathered all his possessions, Teddy signaled to Lila and Abia that they could commence their departure. He had not entertained the notion of resistance. Lila led the way, Abia brought up the rear, and Teddy found himself sandwiched between them as the 3 dragons exited the chamber en route to the floating city. After their departure, Saddle sat upon the ground, surveying the furnace before him. It was evident that this furnace was intended for human use, as the knobs for regulating temperature and magical concentration were lamentably diminutive. At the bottom, slightly to the left, there is a knob inscribed with the word temperature. To the right, another knob reads magic concentration. The central button is designated for setting the time. Why does this contraption increasingly resemble a microwave from a past life? Seldar crouched on the ground, attempting to pass the time through meditation. However, the roaring flames of the furnace, accompanied by a hissing sound, made it impossible for him to find tranquility. Forget meditation. Seldar rose and flew above the furnace, curious to witness the process of the furnace melting dragon armor. As a red dragon, He possessed an innate affinity for fire. The lid of the furnace resembled that of a flip-top trash bin. With a creak, the top was lifted, unleashing a wave of heat. The terrifying high temperature made even Seldar, a fledgling red dragon, uncomfortable. It is known that red dragons can bathe in lava, which speaks volumes about the furnace's scorching interior. Of course, this discomfort was also attributed to Seldar's current status as a mere hatchling. This contraption is rather perilous. If I were to accidentally get trapped inside, I would likely perish, wouldn't I? Inside the furnace, white flames danced, with the dragon armor floating amidst them, radiating a faint glow under the flame's scorching heat. The fire within the furnace was no ordinary flame. It was composed of magical energy, possessing the ability to melt anything, akin to a spell of near-forbidden power. How enchanting these flames are! Seldar became entranced. Then, his footing slipped, and he fell inside. Thud. The lid closed, trapping him within. Ha 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 ha. You've made me laugh so hard I'm in pain. Seldar chuckled, curling up like a shrimp. You really are foolish. Seldar, speechless, flailed against the eggshell. Undoubtedly, he had just been resurrected by Seldar, and the cause of his demise was exceedingly foolish. Chapter 55. Truly overstepping boundaries. Seldar recounted his experiences on Metal Dragon Island to Seldar. Thunder. A deep crimson lightning bolt struck toward Seldar. It was Tiamat's divine punishment. Seldar spread his wings, the scales on his back shimmering wildly. A transparent magical barrier rose in the air, a momentarily cast absolute defense spell of forbidden level protection. I forgot that I had sworn to keep Teddy's secret. Seldar, in embarrassment, covered his face with his wings. Seldar was speechless. The divine punishment was thwarted, and an overwhelming will descended. Who dares defy the great mother of evil dragons? The phantoms of the five-headed dragon queen appeared above the great dragon's domain. Tiamat. This is merely a small misunderstanding. Seldar produced a bar of mithril and flicked it with his claws. The mithril bar soared toward Tiamat's phantom, transforming into specks of starlight before vanishing. Since it's a misunderstanding, I shall not intrude. Tiamat came in a rush and departed just as swiftly, flapping her wings, leaving not a single cloud behind. Deduct it from your future rewards. Skyway cast a piercing glance at Seldar. No. Seldar let out a heart-wrenching wail. Now, I command you to return to Metal Dragon Island and bring back the dragon armor along with Teddy. As she spoke, Skyway invoked a teleportation spell. Unlike before, her mood did not permit her to tease Seldar. This time, she deliberately concealed the teleportation fluctuations and chose a location on the periphery of Metal Dragon Island to establish the portal. The Judgment Hall of Metal Dragon Island was situated at the heart of the floating city, facing all adult metal dragons. In the open plaza, a multitude of metal dragons congregated, all members of the tribunal. Only a century ago, there was a trial. Why is there another one now? One voice echoed, recalling the last trial involving a silver dragon accused of bigamy. I remember him. His name was Borage. He was entangled with both a silver and a gold dragon. And rumor has it he even dallied with a chromatic dragon. He deserved to be exiled. What is this trial about? Another inquired. I heard it concerns illegal imprisonment and the consumption of sentient beings, with the offender being a brass dragon. Look, he is being brought forth. A silver dragon and a gold dragon escorted Teddy to the judgment hall. Although Teddy bore no restraints, such as handcuffs, he knew there was no chance of escape under the watchful eyes of the assembly. Today, we gather here to collectively judge the guilty dragon, Teddy. Unjustly imprisoning sentient beings is a disregard for freedom. Abusing other sentient beings is a violation of the rules. Consuming sentient beings is a contempt for life. Now, let the accuser speak. As the words settled, Abia approached the gold dragon with a crystal ball in hand. She infused the crystal with magical energy, projecting recorded images into the air: cages, suspended corpses, charred remains, and blood-soaked floors. First, I must clarify that Lila and I discovered this matter entirely by accident. We had no intention of prying into the secrets of other dragons. The lie detector before Abia remained still. These are the corpses of human mages. They were imprisoned by Teddy for his trivial experiments. They had pleaded for my help, but due to my limited abilities, I was unable to save them. Based on the scene and the human cries for help, I ascertained that Teddy has committed the crimes of unlawful imprisonment, abuse, and the consumption of sentient beings. Teddy, the brass dragon, do you acknowledge your crimes? The presiding judge was a legendary gold dragon. I do, Teddy replied, his expression somber. Do you have anything to say? You have the right to defend yourself. Teddy narrowed his eyes, casting a disdainful gaze at the gold dragon. A bunch of hypocrites. I have already confessed. What more do you want from me? Teddy fell silent. Now, the metal dragons present at the trial could pose questions to him. The hall was momentarily quiet until a silver dragon broke the silence. Teddy, where has your kindness and justice as a metal dragon gone? You are bringing shame upon us. Kindness? Justice? Who defines these? Unable to bear witness to the starvation of a fellow human, one might offer a chicken. To humanity, you may indeed appear as benevolent dragons. Yet to the chicken, you are not but devils. You merely act in what you perceive to be kindness and justice. There exists no absolute goodness or righteousness in this world. Humans possess wisdom, whereas chickens do not. The two cannot be conflated. In light of this, let us consider another scenario. On one side stands a starving, intelligent serpent, and on the other, a newly born, thoughtless human infant. How would you choose? Such arguments are mere sophistry, decadence, blasphemy. Enough. The silver dragon huffed in irritation, halting the inquiry. Though the silver dragon withdrew, a composed golden dragon took up the discourse. Teddy, your example seems inadequate to represent all acts of kindness. Not all benevolence necessitates the sacrifice of another's interests. We have chosen to assist you in concealing the truth regarding Taylor. This act brings us no benefit. Is this not also a form of kindness? At this, Teddy found himself at a loss for words. The golden dragon's assertion held merit. The metallic dragons had willingly chosen to obscure the truth. Teddy, the demise of Taylor has led you to overly emphasize the hypocrisies stemming from the choices of self-interest, while neglecting the most genuine and unadulterated kindness. Child, I have lived for 2 millennia, and though your impetuous nature is understandable in your youth, one must not allow fleeting hatred to cloud one's vision. Perhaps so, Teddy mused. Though he outwardly maintained his stance, inwardly he wavered. The so-called empathy is merely the imaginative exercise of standing in another's shoes. No one can truly fathom the hearts of other beings. I do not claim to understand your feelings, nor will I utter the words, you must do this or that. I simply wish to remind you not to dwell in the sorrow of the past. We must lift our gaze and move forward, for life must go on. Thank you. Elder Tita, I shall reflect deeply upon my thoughts. The icy barrier within Teddy's heart melted significantly. From this day forth, I shall not harbor animosity toward humanity. Teddy hesitated. However, I shall not extend a helping hand to them either. It is only natural for you to hold your own convictions. Though wounds may heal, scars remain. The golden dragon Tita nodded slightly, signaling the presiding judge to proceed. Thus, the trial continued. According to the laws of the metallic dragons, we shall pass judgment upon Teddy in the presence of the dragon god. All the metallic dragons rose, folding their wings and casting purification spells upon themselves. Then began to chant the name of Bahamut. O great father of benevolent dragons, your radiance guides us. The will of Bahamut descended, and the immense silhouette of the platinum dragon god materialized in the heart of the floating city, enveloping the entire metallic dragon isle in boundless light. He cast his gaze upon the assembled metallic dragons, ultimately focusing on Teddy. O great platinum dragon god, we hereby pronounce judgment upon the guilty dragon, Teddy. Bahamut inclined his head slightly. Guilty dragon Teddy, for the crimes of imprisonment, abuse, and the consumption of sentient beings, you shall face cumulative penalties. Thus, we now issue the following judgment. Half of the possessions were confiscated, and he was banished from Metal Dragon Island for 5 centuries. Do you have any objections? None. Teddy knelt on the ground, pressing his forehead to the earth as a gesture of repentance. Bahamut remained silent, tacitly approving the judgment. Just as Bahamut was preparing to revoke his divine incarnation, a portal materialized above him, and a young red dragon tumbled onto his head. This incident was not a deliberate act by Skyweaver, but rather a consequence of Bahamut's divine incarnation affecting the spatial realm, compounded by the distance, resulting in a miscalculated landing. Hey, where is this? So golden and beautiful, said Seldar, stepping onto the surface. As he surveyed his surroundings, he caught sight of Bahamut's immense dragon eye. Due to Seldar's diminutive stature, Bahamut had to squint. Gold, colossal dragon, Metal Dragon Island, judgment. Seldar's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as he pieced together various clues. Ultimately arriving at a startling conclusion. The ground beneath him was, in fact, the upper jaw of the platinum dragon god, Bahamut. How audacious. Oh, my dear teacher. Seldar initially assumed this was yet another one of Skyweaver's whimsical antics. Encountering 2 dragon gods in a single day made Seldar feel exceptionally fortunate in a certain sense. He quickly flapped his wings, retracting his claws from Bahamut's face, and cast a cleansing spell. My apologies. The great dragon had keen eyesight, and the metal dragons below were also taking note of Seldar. What was the story with that red dragon? What connection did he have with His Majesty Bahamut? How dare this mere chromatic dragon? Bahamut chuckled, unfazed. Teddy, since you have been exiled from Metal Dragon Island, You might as well venture to the realm of the great dragons. Upon observing the magical scales etched upon Seldar, Bahamut swiftly deduced that this red dragon was indeed closely tied to Skyweaver. His breach of the spatial encryption surrounding Metal Dragon Island to arrive here was evidently also the handiwork of Skyweaver. The only one within Metal Dragon Island worthy of such treatment was Teddy. After all, when Teddy departed for the Divine Realm to bid farewell to Thal, Bahamut had discussed the future of the great dragons with him and requested that he develop dragon armor. Teddy abruptly lifted his head, gazing incredulously at the dragon god before him. Although he could not fathom why the great platinum dragon god would send him to a gathering of chromatic dragons, as a devout metal dragon, he would certainly not refuse. I shall obey your will, great platinum dragon god. Bahamut nodded, dissolving his divine incarnation. Seldar disregarded the curious stares of the metal dragons and flew before Teddy. Let us gather our belongings and set off. Sure thing. Chapter 56. Return. Why do I feel like you've shrunk a bit? Teddy looked at Seldar in confusion. It's an illusion. Seldar, of course, would never admit that he had to resurrect due to a foolish mistake. Teddy shook his head. As you followed Teddy, you glanced back at Abia, who furrowed her brow and said, I am here in search of Seldar. Abia had not forgotten that her purpose for visiting Teddy's castle was to meet Seldar, thereby locating Graham. And who might you be? In a sense, I am your grandmother. Abia was Graham's adoptive mother, and since Graham was Seidel's biological mother, it was entirely appropriate for Seldar to address her as such. So you are Abia, the unfortunate silver dragon who had 1,000,000 gold coins stolen by my mother. Abia's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Never mind, never mind. I shall not stoop to the level of the chromatic dragon. After all, we are noble silver dragons, and we must possess a broad mind. I wish to meet Graham. Can you guide me? Not a chance. Seldar resolved that upon returning, he would demand the gold from his mother, as he had concealed Graham's whereabouts. If she refused, he would use this matter as leverage. How wicked of me. Abia, well aware of Seidel's intentions, had dealt with chromatic dragons numerous times. To compel a chromatic dragon to comply, one could either utilize treasures or force, albeit not with absolute certainty. Upon completion, I shall grant you 10,000. The island of metallic dragons forbade combat, leaving her with no choice but to tempt him. Not enough. 11,000. 100,000. Why don't you simply steal it? I am indeed contemplating a brazen theft. Abia felt a surge of blood rise in her throat. Greedy red dragon. At most 50,000. Otherwise, we have nothing to discuss. Deal. Between the gold and his mother, Seldar opted for the former. With the transaction concluded, Teddy escorted Seldar back to the secret chamber. He needed to sort out half of his possessions to present to the island of metallic dragons before he could depart. Aren't you going to take the dragon armor? I had an urgent matter and returned to the dragon territory. Seldar chuckled and lifted the lid of the extinguished furnace, crawling inside. The dragon armor underwent a transformation. Once shimmering with a silver-blue glow and boasting a smooth exterior, it was now adorned with a vibrant, blood-red hue, intricately patterned like scales covering its surface. Especially the dragon helmet, where the previously embedded magical gemstones had vanished, replaced by a pure white crystal. Seldar recognized this crystal as the magical organ within him. He pondered what marvelous changes its function might have undergone. Seldar stored the dragon armor in his scale space, intending to study it thoroughly upon his return. Have you gathered your belongings? Seldar exited the furnace. Not yet. I also need to take this magical furnace, but it is too large, exceeding the storage limits of my ring. I must disassemble it. Seldar poked the furnace, and with a thought, he stored it within his scale space. Your storage ring is truly inadequate. Teddy was engulfed in deep skepticism. It was a significant investment for me to have this customized. Now that everything is in order, let us depart swiftly. Seldar is eager to commence his venture. A flash of white light enveloped them as the three dragons were transported near the Dragon Lord's domain. A patrolling red dragon took note of their presence. An enemy attack. Regardless of who they are, let us strike first. The red dragon swooped down mouth agape, ready to unleash its fiery breath. Teddy and Abaya exchanged a glance. The newcomer bore ill intent. Abaya countered the searing flames with a breath of frost, while Teddy donned the dragon armor and began to chant a spell. Wait. We are not invaders. Seldar ascended quickly to explain to the red dragon. The dragon showed no signs of halting, ignoring Seidel's words entirely. You have forced my hand. Seldar spread his wings. A high-intensity flash burst forth. The red dragon, preoccupied with fending off the silver dragon's breath, was struck squarely by the dazzling projectile. In agony, the red dragon's head twisted, its breath faltering, and it was doused in a cascade of frost from Abaya. With Seldar turned away from the metallic dragons, Teddy and Abaya were less affected. The enraged red dragon, having suffered a significant blow, was furious. If it could not overpower them, it would summon reinforcements. Unbelievably, the five-colored dragon had learned the metallic dragon's signature move. It released a magical signal flare into the sky, summoning aid. Unavoidably, 3 more red dragons would soon arrive. Let us not linger. We must flee. Taking advantage of the red dragon's temporary blindness, Seldar led the 2 metallic dragons towards Dragon Nest Mountain. Don't let them escape. The red dragon stumbled, half closing its eyes. Trailing behind them, Teddy employed illusion magic and stealth, effortlessly shaking off the blinded red dragon. Seldar guided them to Sky Comet. Welcome, metallic dragons. You may call me Sky Comet. Teddy and Abaya nodded in greeting. Abaya was the first to articulate her purpose. I understand. I will have Seldar escort you to find Graham. No, Seldar muttered quietly, reluctantly leading Abaya in search of her mother. It is best if I remain silent. Mother will not discover that I have betrayed her. Teddy, I have heard you are the creator of the dragon armor. Indeed. I am quite interested in it, and wish to promote it within the Dragon Lord's domain. Would you be willing to lend me a claw? I would be delighted. I will provide the materials for crafting the dragon armor free of charge. You need only create it. I can also cast powerful defensive spells to assist your research. From forbidden spells to mage shields, whatever your needs, I can fulfill them. Forbidden spells? Upon hearing this, Teddy regarded Sky Comet with newfound respect. Thank you. Just do not mention that I was the one who brought you here. Rest assured, that is a relief. Glam lies to the north of the dragon territory. Her collaboration with the other dragons has been quite dismal, and after receiving numerous complaints, Sky Huigon decisively assigned her to oversee the northern lands. Intending to intimidate the humans brought by Narita. Near Glam's lair is a quarry where humans, forcibly taken as subordinates by Narita, toil away. Observing the shimmering silver scales on Abaya, these humans cast earnest glances in her direction, hoping she might vanquish the malevolent dragons and liberate them from their clutches, allowing them to return to their former homes. Abaya sighed, expressing her regret. I am sorry, I lack the power to take you away. She turned her head, forcing herself to ignore their pleading stares. With their hopes dashed, the humans fell into despair. Cheer up, get to work, bellowed the supervising white dragon. Abaya shot a glance at the white dragon. Your mother is right ahead. You go see her. I shall take my leave. Very well, said Seldar, abandoning Abaya and taking to the skies. Glam, I wonder how you fare, Abaya mused as she soared towards a magical dragon lair, unleashing her draconic majesty. So familiar was the aura of power, who awakens Glam from her slumber. She murmured. Glam emerged from her lair, gazing intently at the silver dragon before her. Is it you, Abaya? It is I. Since Glam acknowledged her maternal feelings, she developed a novel affection for this silver dragon that had once nurtured her. She realized that she too had once nestled against this silver dragon. After leaving the nest, during her first night sleeping in the wild, she felt a faint sense of loneliness. Abaya approached Glam, extending her tongue to gently lick Glam's neck. Feeling the cool breath of the silver dragon, Glam was stirred within, and she reciprocated by licking Abaya's nape. How have you been? Not bad, and you? I am well enough. The atmosphere turned momentarily warm until Glam interjected. I believe you are aware of my purpose. Return the 1 million gold coins to me. Abaya suddenly seized Glam by the neck and shook her vigorously. Not a chance. What I stole is my treasure. Glam retorted fiercely, grasping Abaya's neck in return. The 2 dragons grappled with one another, tumbling to the ground, embracing as they rolled about at the entrance of the lair, neither gaining the upper hand. In truth, the physical prowess of an adult red dragon surpasses that of a silver dragon of the same age, so logically, Abaya should not be Glam's match in a brawl. This seemingly life-and-death tussle was, in fact, a unique greeting shared between Glam and Abaya. After a brief scuffle, Abaya released her grip on Glam's neck, resting her head gently against Glam's shoulder and lying quietly upon her. Glam, too, relaxed her claws, playfully toying with the scales on Abaya's chin. Graham, I must confess, I am genuinely worried about you. Abaya gently nibbled on Graham's claw, placing her paw upon her chest. I can hardly believe you. You are clearly searching me. I am all too familiar with your claw techniques. Graham, irked, pushed Abaya away. Oh dear, I've been discovered. Chapter 57. The Armed Dragon as a Formidable Dragon. I have no need for such things. The red dragon, Belial, was the first to voice dissent. After a month of relentless labor, Teddy had successfully crafted 60 sets of dragon armor. Sky wished to promote the armor among the dragon kin, enhancing their combat prowess to better face the forthcoming challenges. However, at the onset of this initiative, they encountered substantial resistance. These proud dragons scorned the idea of dragon armor. Indeed, only weak and inept creatures rely on external aids. We are the magnificent dragons. Another red dragon concurred. The number of dissenting dragons was considerable, and among the youthful dragons, only the green dragon, Karos, the blue dragon, Tizend, the black dragon, Kokori, and the black dragon, Donaya, were willing to experiment with the dragon armor. I concede that you have a point. Sky addressed the dragons vehemently, opposing the armor. But have you considered that only the truly powerful dragons need not rely on external tools? Yet you. Sky paused, his gaze sharpening. You are pathetically weak. You require external assistance to bolster your strength. Otherwise, you shall surely perish in battle. At this proclamation, the dragons erupted in fury. Who are you calling weak? We are not weak. We are all mage dragons, far superior to the other chromatic dragons. Together, we could best even Sabi. Without the use of his formidable magic, Sabi would indeed struggle against nearly 50 young mage dragons teaming up. Though enraged, they maintained a modicum of rationality, refraining from attacking Sky. The golden dragon, Sabi, observed from the sidelines. If he wished to avoid retribution and severe torment later, he had to extend the most basic respect to Sky. I say, everyone present here is worthless. Sky grinned, continuing to provoke them, including you, Sabi. You must realize that in the ancient times, you would merely be of average caliber among dragons. Having been out of practice for a while, Sky challenged all the dragons present. Come at me together. Bring it on. Who fears whom? Let us all join forces. The black, blue, and green dragons exchanged glances and discreetly retreated. They were not as single-minded as the red dragons, nor were they as foolish as the white dragons. Sky's scales began to shimmer, as countless magical chains enveloped the entire area. High-level magic, binding chains 999. The once barren ground instantly became overgrown with serpentine chains, transforming the land into a forest of chains. Countless chains ensnared the colossal dragons present, binding their mouths, restraining their claws, and imprisoning their forms. Roar! The dragons clawed and tore at their bonds, unleashing their fiery breath and frenzied magic in a desperate attempt to shatter the chains. Yet, the speed of destruction paled in comparison to the overwhelming number summoned by Skawi, rendering most of the dragons utterly defenseless. Utilizing her elemental prowess, Nahida was the first to escape the forest of chains, only to be closely attended to by Skawi. An icy tomb, a watery prison, an earthen cage, ultimately, a sealing spell was cast, imprisoning Nahida. Hark! Sabi unleashed advanced magic, a fiery explosion, successfully breaking free and soaring into the sky. Skawi countered with a flight confinement spell. Cursed be it! Sabi plummeted from the heavens, crashing once more into the forest of chains. As he was ensnared, Skawi unleashed the cry of the sky. Boom! A piercing scream echoed as Sabi's form was engulfed by innumerable chains. What a grotesque sight! Gazing at the writhing chains and the struggling dragons, Goose Sway clicked his tongue. Time passed, though its measure was lost, until the dragons ceased their struggles. The chains writhed, suspending each dragon in a wooden formation. Do you now comprehend your own frailty? The dragons found their tempers quelled by Skawi. They recognized his strength, yet never anticipated it to be so formidable. By Tiamat above, he did not even require a casting interval. Merely employing advanced confinement magic was sufficient to vanquish us. The inherent arrogance of the dragons shattered in that moment. I am aware that you harbor discontent within, believing my triumph stems solely from the advantage of age. Skawi tossed a suit of dragon armor to the black dragon Kokori. Understanding Skawi's intent, Kokori donned the armor and began to move. Belial, do you believe you can best Kokori in her current state? Skawi released the red dragon Belial. Nonsense. A red dragon shall not fall to a black dragon of the same age. Then let us see you fight. Huh, with him. This will be an effortless victory. Upon hearing this, Sabi noted in his mind the disdain Belial held for his companion, deeming it worthy of punishment. Shall we test it? Skawi smiled as he spoke. No sooner had he finished than Belial launched his assault. Kokori took to the skies, fleeing in a frenzy. Coward, do not run. Belial mercilessly taunted. As a cunning black dragon, Kokori understood that succumbing to rage would guarantee his defeat against a red dragon. He must remain calm and collected. Ignoring the taunts, Kokori utilized his escape to cast a variety of enhancement spells upon himself, channeling his magic to activate the three-piece dragon armor set. Fully prepared, Kokori began his counterattack. The two dragons clashed, scales flying and blood spilling. Impossible. This cannot be. The scales of Belial were as fragile as thin paper before the sharp claws. Easily torn apart without mercy, the mage shield applied by the claws was effortlessly pierced by the tail blade. while the ice projectiles unleashed by Kokori were significantly enhanced by the dragon helmet. With each strike, Belial felt increasingly fatigued and alarmed. If this continues, I shall be defeated. I will become the disgrace of the red dragon. Belial's heart was thrown into disarray. A chilling sound echoed as 4 deep claw marks appeared on his chest, revealing the pulsing of his heart. The contest concluded, with Kokori emerging victorious. Sabi intervened to halt Kokori from launching further attacks. Goodness, Belial has actually lost. Is the dragon armor truly that formidable? I suddenly felt compelled to test its strength. The onlooking dragons buzzed with excitement. Facts spoke louder than words, and the dragon armor was swiftly promoted throughout the dragon territory. Belial, I challenge you. Alpha, the white dragon adorned in the armor, eagerly issued a challenge to Belial. When did the white dragon dare to provoke the red dragon? Enraged, Belial donned the dragon claw armor. You cannot utilize the dragon armor. Otherwise, I will be at a disadvantage. Seeing Belial accept the dragon armor, Alpha panicked. He merely sought to exploit the advantage of equipment while Belial was injured, hoping to relish the experience of thrashing the red dragon. Every dragon was entitled to a set of dragon armor at no cost. I have no reason to forego it. Well, never mind. I no longer wish to challenge you. Alpha's claws involuntarily retreated. Too late. Belial sneered, charging at Alpha, determined to regain his pride at the expense of this foolish white dragon. Not like this. Please, no. The white dragon nearly became a mere shadow of its former self. Observing the bloodied claw armor, Belial revealed a satisfied grin. Oh, how effective the dragon armor is. The armed dragons experienced a tremendous boost in strength. All right, everyone, disperse. We must return to our duties tomorrow, especially the patrolling red dragons. Keep your eyes wide open and miss no sign of disturbance. The dragon helmet is equipped with communication magic. Report any developments directly through the helmet. Hey, Saddle, why is your dragon armor so unique? Donaya gazed enviously at Saddle's fiery red armor. What? Jealous? Indeed. Do you desire it? Absolutely. Not a chance. I earned this with my life. At the thought, Saddle's face flushed with shame and indignation. The title of the most foolish red dragon was inescapable. The claw armor and tailblade had no outward changes, but the helmet underwent significant transformation. It now featured a crystal for storing and releasing magical energy, which could further amplify the power of spells. With a tricore power system, Saddle's own magical crystal, the one on the helmet. Who dares question my might? After multiple enhancements, a mid-tier spell was transformed by Saddle into a high-tier spell's power. A diminutive fireball has been augmented to the size of a bathtub. Grandeur embodies justice. The larger, the better. Nevertheless, Seldar remained diligent in mastering advanced magic. If I could wield such high-tier sorcery, I pondered, to what extent might my powers be enhanced? Seidel's musings were abruptly interrupted when Graham gave his head a gentle tap. Abby had departed yesterday. Do you know what she said before leaving? How would I know? Graham cradled Seldar in his claws. She mentioned a young dragon named Seldar who revealed Graham's whereabouts. Lowering his head, Graham affectionately licked Seldar. Upon hearing this, Seldar stood in stunned silence. Damn that silver dragon. She swore to keep it a secret. Did she not say that metallic dragons hold promises in high regard? Indeed. Metallic dragons do honor their commitments. Thus my previous statement was merely an attempt to jest. Graham playfully rolled Seldar into his mouth, gently nibbling on his head. Now, tell me, how do you intend to repay my gold? Chapter 58. The onset of war in the blink of an eye. A year had passed, and the dragons of the Dragon Dominion had nearly acclimated to their draconic armor. Ajax relayed news that the Osriel Empire was stirring. They intended to launch an assault against us. Pyora sought out Skew. Nodding, Skew replied, I shall notify the dragons to enter a state of wartime readiness. Fear not. Should they falter, I shall not stand idly by. As a demigod-level dragon, Skew possessed the capability to influence the tides of battle single-handedly. Yet, what difference does that make? The lofty human and elven deities have never feared a singular formidable entity. Their trepidation lies in the ascendance of the dragon race. To compel them to unleash their draconic frenzy, the united strength of the dragons must be demonstrated. In other words, the primary force in this battle must consist of over 50 dragons, excluding herself. She could partake in the fray, but must not intervene excessively. I have received word that the Osriel Empire is preparing to strike against us. What a farce. The arrogant dragons regarded this with disdain. How dare mere humans challenge us? Exterminate them. A white dragon flapped its wings and shouted. Let them feel agony. The black dragon Kokorilu displayed a cruel expression. Enslave them. Our farms are in need of additional labor. Karo spoke slowly. I can also lend my assistance. Do not mind my identity as a metallic dragon, Sabii added. Wartime control will remain in effect until the conclusion of the conflict. During this period, you must don your draconic armor at all times, adhere strictly to orders, and defy none. Failure to comply will result in the confiscation of all possessions, Skew explained. What does complete obedience entail? Tistindi inquired. It means doing what you are told and refraining from actions not assigned to you. Treating yourself as an unfeeling puppet. Understood? Very well. Then let us enter a state of wartime readiness from this moment forth. The group of dragons exchanged glances. Kokorilu, step forward. Understood. Haiklong Kokori stepped away from the group and approached Skehui. I appoint you as their commander, Skehui declared. A look of confusion crossed Kokori's face. Why me? Shouldn't you be the most qualified? Indeed. Narita interjected vehemently. What reason do I have to heed the commands of a mere black dragon? The red dragon was clearly displeased. While he respected Skehui's authority, he refused to take orders from a seemingly weaker black dragon. This is an order. Skehui's expression remained stoic. Defiance will result in the confiscation of all your wealth. Narita's anger simmered beneath the surface, yet he dared not express it. Kokori, I hope you can swear an oath to Tiamat. You must vow not to issue erroneous commands intentionally, nor let personal grievances influence your orders. You must understand that a competent commander requires not only a nimble mind, but also a broad heart. I understand, Kokori replied, and promptly swore the oath to Tiamat. Skehui continued, addressing the dragons. I am aware that many of you doubt the capability of a black dragon to command. After all, a red dragon muttered to himself. But would you prefer to follow the foolish orders of Narita? His strength is undeniable, but this reckless red dragon may issue commands that could jeopardize your lives. The assembled red dragons remained dismissive. Very well, let us hold a contest. 5 red dragons, along with 10 white dragons, will form a team. Narita and Kokori will each lead a team of dragons into battle to see which side prevails. Do any of you object? No, came the unified response. Under Skehui's stern warning, even the red dragons assigned to Kokori's team complied without protest. The competition begins. All dragons, charge with me, Narita shouted, leading the charge without a hint of strategy, true to his reckless nature. It was a clash of kings, as Narita charged toward Kokori. Observing the field carefully, Kokori devised a plan after a brief moment of contemplation. He relayed commands through the dragon helm. White dragons Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. You are working exceptionally well together and are fully capable of holding back one red dragon from the opposing team. That leaves them with 4 red dragons. While we have 5, let us deploy 4 against them. While the remaining red dragon supports our own, we must defeat all their red dragons in the shortest time possible. As for the remaining 7 white dragons, I request that you hold off the 10 white dragons on the opposing side, primarily focusing on delaying them. Do not act impulsively. It's acceptable if we face defeat. As for me, I will hold Narita at bay until you have vanquished their dragons, at which point you can assist me. The dragons received their orders and engaged in battle as Kokori instructed. White dragons, stand aside. Belial found himself ensnared by the 3 white dragon brothers. It was your alpha who said so, one retorted. We are the ones. Beta chimed in. Indeed. Gamma added. The 3 brothers encircled Belial, launching an assault upon him. Belial swiped at Alpha with his claws, the dragon's claw gauntlet shimmering with silvery light. Alpha exhaled a breath of icy mist, obscuring Belial's line of sight, and swiftly retreated. As Belial unleashed his breath to disperse the frost, Beta and Gamma seized the opportunity to attack, each grasping at Belial's wings from opposite sides. Get away, Belial roared. Enhanced by his dragon armor, even the white dragons could inflict severe wounds upon the red dragon. Belial found himself ensnared. 7 white dragons were no match for 10. Many were grievously injured and eliminated. If you have the ability, stop running, Kokori shouted as Narita frantically pursued him. Narita closed the distance through elemental transformation, then reverted to launch an attack. Kokori had no intention of engaging, choosing instead to flee relentlessly. Coward, Narita taunted repeatedly, attempting to provoke Kokori. Soon, very soon, the opposing dragon legion is on the brink of being entirely defeated. Kokori's strategy bore fruit. As one of the red dragons under Narita's command succumbed to the assault of 2 red dragons, these 2 then proceeded to support the remaining red and white dragons, swiftly overwhelming all of Narita's dragons. Kokori halted his escape. What? Not running anymore? Have you accepted reality? You should be the one fleeing. Kokori dispelled his illusion magic. Due to his elemental affinity, Narita could not don dragon armor, thus missing out on the perceptual enhancement provided by the dragon helm. In contrast, Kokori's illusion magic was amplified by the helm, successfully shrouding Narita's vision. What? Narita stared incredulously at the 5 red dragons and 3 white dragons flanking Kokori. A mismatched pair of 9. Even with his elemental prowess, Narita stood no chance. The 5 red dragons converged upon him, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. The 3 white dragons employed their frost breath, while Kokori unleashed his ice magic, targeting the elemental Narita. Cursed, Narita roared in defiance before ultimately being defeated. Do you now understand? The strongest is not necessarily the most capable commander. A skilled commander can triumph over the strong. Remember, your team is on par with Kokori's. Yet you are formidable enough to rival 2 red dragons. Narita exhaled heavily through his nose, remaining silent. Following this battle, the red dragons reluctantly accepted Kokori as their commander. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Lilica, from this moment on, rest well and conserve your vitality. I will rely on your healing during combat, Sky said. Hey, Gooseway prodded Sky's claw. I desire some powerful dragon scales to forge equipment. Skyhui pondered for a moment before distributing the collected scales of Black, Ace, and Minruai to Guswei. Wow, these scales. I can forge new weapons. And 2 sets of armor. The heavy crossbow crafted from black dragon scales shall be named the Black Dragon Annihilator. As for the armor made from blue dragon scales, it shall be called Avalanche. And the armor forged from red dragon scales will bear the name Dragon Pattern. Guswei left, cradling the scales with great delight. With the declaration of wartime control, the Dragon Realm summoned a significant number of dragons from production sites, greatly enhancing patrol efforts, particularly along the coast where Sabi personally oversaw operations to address any emergencies. Meanwhile, Skyhui appeared to remain unperturbed, leisurely teasing Seldar from time to time. This state of affairs persisted for 3 weeks. Sabi squinted, gazing towards the distant sea. There, 4 medium-sized mage towers emerged, each suspended beneath a diamond golem. Humans have arrived. Sabi relayed this news to all the dragons through the dragon helmet. The Dragon Realm was poised to commence its first large-scale battle. Chapter 59. War. Attention, everyone. Attention. The enemy is approaching. Upon receiving the news, Kokoli immediately issued commands through her helmet. Sabi, please report the enemy's location and numbers. For medium-sized mage towers, for diamond golems. Currently, these are all I have spotted. They will be landing in 5 minutes. For mage towers and 4 diamond golems. Kokoli fell into contemplation. Sabi, I need you to confront a diamond golem alone. Is that feasible? Absolutely. I am a legendary golden dragon. Besides, I have the support of dragon armor. Sabi replied with unwavering confidence. An increasing number of dragons gathered at the coast, preparing to face the adversary. Brilliant breaths of fire and countless spells rained down upon the mage towers. The central spire of the mage tower unleashed a surge of magical energy, forming a barrier that effortlessly repelled the dragon's assaults. The spherical turret atop the spire emanated a menacing blue light. With a whoosh, a deep blue magic shell hurtled toward the dragon nearest to the shore. The unfortunate white dragon could not evade in time. Her body was pierced by the projectile, and her shattered heart expelled a torrent of blood. With a cry of anguish, she plummeted toward the ground. Witnessing this, Lilica immediately soared over, unleashing a breath of life to pull the white dragon back from the brink of death. The Mage Tower represented humanity's most formidable war machine. Concentrate and do not lose focus. After a magic shell was fired, the brilliance of the circular turret faded, indicating it could not be used again in the immediate future. The remaining 3 mage towers also launched their assaults. The speed and power of the magic shells were tremendous. Despite precautions, 2 more dragons sustained injuries. Kokoli contemplated for a moment before ordering the dragons to temporarily retreat. With a thud, the mage tower hovered into enemy territory, releasing the golems. As the 4 diamond golems touched down, they were instantly activated. Metal Dragon's assistants, Sabi. You stand alone against a formidable golem. Understood. Sabi surged forward. The dragoness armor erupted in a dazzling radiance, infused with a plethora of enhancement spells, as the legendary gold dragon charged towards one of the golems. Upon realizing that a golden dragon approached rather than a chromatic dragon, the golem momentarily faltered. The golem swung its massive sword, cleaving through the air with unstoppable force. Sabi nimbly evaded, the colossal blade missing its mark. The dragon's claw ensnared the golem, producing a shrill sound and leaving behind a deep gash. The diamond golem possessed exceptionally high magical resistance, rendering magical and breath attacks ineffective, while physical strikes proved to be relatively advantageous. Nevertheless, as a legendary gold dragon, Sabi subtly exhibited signs of overpowering the golem. Observing this, the controller of another golem sought to intervene. Bolage, Paola, intercepted. The dragon couple exchanged glances. Complying with Kokori's command, Bolage revealed his true silver dragon form, shielding Paola as they launched their assault. The golem turned to defend against Bolage. Frostwalker. Bolage began to chant, unleashing a high-tier spell, the Ice Barrier. A pristine white wall of ice obstructed the golem's advance. Thud. The golem swung its massive hammer, shattering the ice wall into fragments. Mother of the Earth. Bolage invoked another high-tier spell, the Earth-S Surge. The ground heaved, toppling the golem. Seizing the opportunity, Bolage and Paola charged forward, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon the golem. Song of Fire and Thunder, Belial, Tissendi, advance on the mage tower. The red and blue dragons raced towards a mage tower. The tower, detecting the two dragons, automatically released an array of high-tier spells. They darted skillfully through the magical onslaught, occasionally shrinking their forms, appearing like bothersome flies before the imposing mage tower, evading all attempts to strike them. The spherical arcane cannon atop the tower finished charging, locking onto Belial. Unbeknownst to Belial, danger loomed. Belial, beware. Tissendi bellowed, conjuring an earthen shield beneath Belial's feet. Huh, what? Hearing the warning, Belial forcefully stomped on the earth shield. The shield shattered, yet he narrowly evaded the impending threat. Damn it! A surge of anger welled within him. Withstanding the magical assault, he swiftly approached the mage tower. His searing breath failed to inflict any harm upon the tower. He flicked his tail, attempting to pierce the tower's defenses with his dragon tail blade. However, before he could close the distance, the mage tower unleashed a tremendous repelling force, casting Belial away. Belial, combine your breath. Tissendi drew near, grasping Belial's tail and pulling him alongside. Despite his reluctance, Belial complied with Tissendi to execute the combined breath attack. The two dragons embraced tightly, their heads nestled together. The scorching flames intertwined with the tempestuous lightning, creating a magnificent spectacle of fire and thunder. Possessing the enduring fire breath of the red dragon and the formidable breath of the blue dragon, their combined breath is potent enough to rival the most advanced high-level magic. The combined breath struck the mage tower, causing its shield to flicker wildly before revealing numerous cracks. With a continuous influx of magical energy, the shield of the tower began to self-repair. However, the substantial consumption of magic resulted in a diminished density of the magical bombardment. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, the two dragons unleashed their combined breath once more. This time, the shield was utterly shattered, just as they prepared to alight upon the mage tower and wreak havoc. A peculiar emotion began to unfurl. Belial cast a wary glance toward Tissendi. The humans were compelled to activate the pseudo-dragon frenzy lock. In the battlefield of the mind, invisible spiritual energy surged forth from the dragon helm, soothing the agitated hearts of all present dragons. The helm not only facilitated communication, but also transmitted a small amount of magical and spiritual energy. Belial, who had teetered on the brink of losing control, was instantly revitalized. What the devil is happening? Belial sensed something amiss. The red dragon was merely reckless, not foolish. It appeared that the humans had employed a powerful mental disruption spell. Tissendi explained, "Do not worry. With me here, I will not allow the humans to control you." The voice of Donaya resonated from the helm. "Trust me. I am the dragon of mind reading." Belial and Tissendi chose to place their trust in her. Donaya was situated beside Kokori, while behind them, Sky Comet crouched silently. With her eyes tightly closed, Donaya channeled spiritual energy through the dragon helm to those dragons in need. The red dragon, now thoroughly enraged, was a cause for concern. "This is not good. Donaya, please calm him," Kokori commanded, observing the images transmitted by the helm. Donaya nodded and released her spiritual energy to soothe the rampaging red dragon. In the distance, the red dragon, who had been furious due to provocation, regained his composure upon receiving Donaya's calming energy. Realizing that his rage had nearly led to his head being severed by the diamond golem, he couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Kokori closely monitored the state of all dragons, issuing command after command to Donaya. Exhausted from the excessive consumption of spiritual energy, Donaya felt a throbbing headache. Sky Comet noticed her discomfort and offered her a bottle of a super recovery potion. Trusting him, Donaya bit down on the bottle, shattering it to consume its contents. Oh, relief. White Dragon's Whirlwind. Deploy 10 white dragons to restrain a golem. Protect yourselves. The white dragons received their orders and charged toward the golem. They circled above the golem, appearing from a distance like a ring of white clouds. They launched tentative attacks against the golem. One white dragon swooped down, scratching the arm of the golem fiercely before retreating swiftly to avoid retaliation, employing every means of survival. The golem could only watch the swarm of white dragons in impotent fury. Upon realizing that he could not inflict effective harm upon the white dragons, the controller of the golem chose to disregard them entirely and commanded the golem to attack Sabi. The white dragons, witnessing this, immediately positioned themselves in front of the golem. The golem raised its massive hammer, inscribed with blood grooves, and swung it toward one of the white dragons. The dragon nimbly evaded the blow, raising its sword to deliver a horizontal strike. However, in their tight formation, Alpha, the leader of the white dragons, lost sight of the golem and failed to notice the enormous sword approaching. "Watch out!" The other dragons quickly warned him. The colossal sword swept through, severing the tips of his wings. "Thank you for saving my life," Alpha exclaimed. "Spread out. Don't cluster together." Kokoli hastily issued commands. The white dragons ascended into the sky. The golem, unable to fly, and the human's pseudo-dragon frenzy, hampered by Donaya's influence, seemed utterly ineffective. However, Kokoli remained steadfast in her belief that they could not afford to be careless. It is better to be overly cautious than to underestimate the humans. Such a meticulous commander was indeed a blessing for the dragons. "Ha ha ha, you can't hit me." Alpha taunted the golem's controller from above, narrowly escaping being bisected. Although he was unaware of the controller's precise location, he understood that the controller could perceive everything that transpired through the golem. "Come on, show me what you've got." Alpha turned his back to the golem, twisting his dragon tail. The golem's beady eyes gleamed with a menacing red light. The controller was angered. The golem bent down, aiming the dragon-slaying spear mounted on its back at Alpha. With a thunderous roar, the spear erupted in a tremendous explosion at its base. Thick and robust, spinning wildly and lined with barbs, the spear hurtled toward Alpha with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to evade. The spear pierced through the base of his tail and emerged from his chest. Internal mechanisms activated, causing the rows of barbs to spin violently, ruthlessly destroying his innards. Alpha plummeted to the ground as the golem advanced, intent on delivering a final blow. 8 white dragons desperately intervened. Beta, one of the dragons, caught Alpha with her own body. Alpha coughed up a copious amount of blood mixed with fragments of his organs. "No, Alpha, don't die," Beta cried, holding Alpha tightly. "I feel like I can still be saved," Alpha said weakly. "Healing. Lilica, hurry and come. Save him, I beg you," Beta shouted toward her helmet. Chapter 60, Battle in Progress. Deep Blue sniping Lilica, head to Alpha's location immediately. He needs healing. The situation is critical. Understood. Lilica prepared to set off. "I'm coming too." Gusai leaped onto Lilica's head. Taken aback and somewhat irritated, Lilica knew this was not the time to confront Gusai. She spread her wings and flew at maximum speed toward Alpha's position. "You jumped onto my head without my consent. That is quite rude," Lilica complained during the journey. "Apologies. The situation has escalated unexpectedly, and we must act with urgency. Your combat skills are lacking, which gives me cause for concern. It is undoubtedly best that we proceed together." Gushu explained. "A mere half-dragon, what assistance can you offer me?" Lilica retorted with disdain. "Do not underestimate me. I shall prove my worth." Gushu produced a suit of armor adorned in white and blue, intricately designed with numerous lace-like patterns, and donned it. The avalanche set effect accumulates cold energy, significantly enhancing the potency of attacks, albeit at the cost of this accumulated cold. The armor radiated a blue glow, as substantial cold energy concentrated in his hands, resembling blue flames. Gushu inhaled sharply. Subsequently, he retrieved the black dragon annihilation cannon. The cold energy transferred from his hands to the weapon. He equipped a supercritical lens and loaded specialized ammunition, the dragon sniper shell, then positioned himself atop Lilica's head, steadying the heavy crossbow. With Lilica soaring at full speed, they swiftly located the barely conscious Alpha. Lilica dove downward, exhaling a breath of life upon Alpha. An immense vitality surged into Alpha, momentarily stabilizing his breath. The thunderous footsteps of the golem approached rapidly, causing the earth to tremble. Roar! Several white dragons charged forward, forcefully colliding with the golem's midsection, toppling it. The golem swung its massive hammer and great sword, sweeping towards the dragons. The white dragon Gamma was caught off guard and was struck by the hammer, hurtling through the air. "Gamma!" Beta cried out. "Do not concern yourself with me." Gamma steadied himself. Lilica embraced Alpha, simultaneously breathing life into him while ascending away from the battlefield. The dragon strike gun remained embedded within Alpha. It was imperative to find a secure location for immediate extraction. The safest haven was undoubtedly near Sky Comet, who could also assist with the procedure. Lilica lifted Alpha into the air. The golem's beady eyes glimmered with a menacing red light. It was unwilling to let the white dragon escape, so easily. It raised its colossal sword, aiming at Lilica, ready to launch the attack. Panic engulfed Lilica. What should I do? Under normal circumstances, I could effortlessly evade this strike, but now, burdened with Alpha, my agility is severely compromised. Furthermore, I cannot abandon Alpha. He relies on my life breath for survival. Lilica, leave it to me. Gushu perceived her distress, assuring her, trust me, I would never gamble with Alpha's life. Lilica nodded, choosing to place her faith in Gushu. Gushu closed one eye, aiming the supercritical lens at the golem's greatsword. The black dragon annihilation cannon in his grasp emitted a piercing blue light, cold energy, and a vast reservoir of magical power coalescing within the barrel. A resounding thud echoed as the dragon sniper shell struck the golem's greatsword at an astonishing velocity. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions erupted, causing the golem to stagger, and the greatsword slipped from its grasp, fissures appearing along the blade. Both the black dragon annihilation cannon and the avalanche set armor were forged from the scales of demigod-level colossal dragons. Their might was beyond question. I felt as though my very essence had been drained, collapsing atop Lilica. Well done, she praised. Mother and son on stage. Graham, Seldar, go assist those white dragons. Understood. Seldar perched upon Graham's head, his front claws gripping her dragon horns. Initially, Graham was reluctant to allow Seldar to clamber onto her crown, but she could not withstand his persistent coaxing. Look, mother. Lilica has allowed Gushu to sit atop her head. Consequently, Graham acquiesced to Seidel's request, reasoning that since he was her own son, an exception could be made this once. White dragons, retreat. Upon Graham's arrival, she commanded the white dragons to withdraw. Graham had no understanding of cooperating with other dragons. In fact, the presence of these white dragons would likely hinder her. The white dragons complied, relinquishing the stage to the red dragon duo. Roar. Seldar, standing upon Graham's head, emitted a ferocious cry, his scales shimmering brilliantly. With a flourish, he cast numerous enhancement spells upon himself and his mother, made shield level 20, mighty force, and agility. In an instant, he bestowed a plethora of buffs. From rock to mire, the ground beneath the golem transformed into mud, slowly sinking. Magic chains. Countless chains ensnared the golem, significantly slowing its movements. It was noteworthy that the mid-tier magic now unleashed by Seldar was nearing the potency of high-tier spells. Go forth, my beloved mother. Seldar wagged his tail, excitedly tapping Graham's dragon horns. Graham rolled her eyes and charged at the golem with her sharp claws. The golem raised its hand, shattering the magical chains that bound its arms, lifting its massive hammer to retaliate. Get away, Graham roared, undeterred, and launched her attack against the hammer. The red dragon's audacity was undeniable. Boom. The hammer shattered half of the mage's shield. Utilizing her claw sheaths, Graham raked a deep gash across the golem's chest, aiming to directly damage its core. However, the golem raised its hammer once more, obliterating all remaining mage shields and striking Graham. Observing this, Seldar immediately cast a multitude of healing spells, replenishing more of the mage shield. He was Graham's pillar of support. With Seldar by her side, Graham could afford to exchange injuries, a most effective strategy against the golem. Repairing the diamond golem was exceedingly troublesome in terms of resource consumption. It could not compete with the synergy of the red dragon duo. With a whoosh, the enormous sword, propelled by magic, returned to the golem's grasp. The golem lifted the colossal sword, aiming for Graham's head. This time, Graham dared not withstand the blow. It was not fear of injury that held her back, but rather the fact that Seldar still perched upon her head. She evaded backward, her claws interlocking to catch the enormous sword. Roar. Graham's face contorted in a fierce snarl, her muscles swelling. With a crackling sound, under the influence of her might, she managed to snap the already damaged diamond sword in two. Now, it is your turn. White smoke billowed from Graham's mouth as his crimson dragon eyes fixed intently on the golem. At this rate, the golem was destined to be utterly annihilated by Graham and Seldar. Quickly, attack from behind. While those colossal dragons remain unaware, we must hastily establish an anti-magic domain here. Hundreds of human soldiers emerged in the northern territory of the dragon, where Paola had settled his kin. Clad in light armor and shrouded by stealth magic, they scurried about. One magical node after another was activated, and one magical gemstone after another was buried underground. Nearby, from a pile of stones, a deep breath resonated, as a pair of enormous eyes fixated on the humans. The humans had disturbed Narita. Due to his elemental affinity, Narita could not wear dragon armor for long. Thus Coco arranged for him to be stationed elsewhere, prepared for human schemes. Not only Narita, but Coco had also assigned several dragons to guard various parts of the territory. His decisions proved to be exceptionally astute. Boom. Narita shattered the debris upon him, unleashing a fearsome dragon might. Humans, prepare to meet your doom. Retreat. Retreat. Though unaware of why the dragon-seeking compass had malfunctioned, the humans understood that immediate flight was their only salvation from total annihilation. Roar. Narita rose upright, raising his foreclaws and striking the ground with a mighty fist. The earth fractured, and countless tongues of fire erupted from the crevices, licking at the fragile bodies of the humans. Oh, mother, the losses were catastrophic for the humans. Quickly retreat. I'll cover the rear. The legendary warrior leading them shouted to his soldiers, who promptly obeyed. Red Dragon, face me in battle. Legendary warrior Yorgli drew forth a massive two-handed sword. The silver blade, adorned with golden magical runes, or a magical gemstone embedded in the hilt. Huh. Yorgli raised his sword, gathering power. As Narita swung his claw to crush him, an immense surge of magical energy enveloped Yorgli, forming a crimson armor around him. He leaned forward, his feet firmly gripping the ground, and charged towards the colossal claw. Double-handed sword technique, power charge. Narita's expression shifted to one of surprise. His strike had not obliterated this mere insect. Yorgli, fortified by the charged attack, withstood the onslaught. He stepped forward with his left foot, swinging the massive sword around his side, aiming at Narita's claw. Double-handed sword technique, aerial slash. The scales shattered. Interesting. Narita observed without evading. Horizontal strike, enhanced shot. Yorgli launched a missile toward Narita's eye. Instinctively, Narita closed his eyes. Puff. The missile exploded, releasing a cloud of white smoke. Yorgli continued to gather power. Boom. A faint red glow emanated from him. Boom. The red glow intensified. Boom. The brilliance reached its zenith, radiating magical energy outward. After 3 powerful charges, he swung the colossal sword in his grasp. The first strike missed its mark, but Yorgli utilized the sword as a fulcrum. Leaping high into the air and executing a 360-degree spin, once again slashing towards Nahida. With both hands wielding the sword, he unleashed a true, charged slash. Nahida sensed a faint hint of impending danger. If I were to take this head-on, my claws would suffer severe damage. Nahida elementalized her claws. With a resounding thud, the colossal sword descended, piercing through the fiery dragon claws and crashing to the ground. Despair etched across Yorgli's face. Oh gods above, how am I to fight like this? Chapter 61. Confrontation of the forbidden spell. The roar of the dragon, the explosion of fireballs, the thunderous rumble, all manner of colors and sounds intertwined. After a protracted and fierce battle, the conflict was nearing its conclusion. Just a bit more effort. The mage tower is on the verge of collapse. Tisdandi dragged Belial, continuously unleashing a combination of breath attacks. At this moment, Belial had lost both of his wings. This tempestuous and reckless red dragon fought without a care for his own body. Had it not been for Tisdandi's vigilant watch, he would have likely been dragged back by Lilica long ago. Lilica, weary and stretched thin, lacked the ability to simultaneously appear at both ends of the battlefield. Injuries of this nature required no healing from her. The ones truly in need of healing were the dragons whose bodies had been pierced and heads cleaved open. Kokori did not deploy all the dragons into battle. He had to reserve some for unexpected contingencies. Moreover, given the current situation, barring any unforeseen events, victory would likely belong to the dragons. Kokori gazed skyward, a vague sense of something lurking there, yet the sky remained devoid of any presence. Cairo, take to the skies and see if there's anything above us. Kokori commanded a red dragon. Understood, understood. Cairo reluctantly complied with the order. The feeble black dragon, humph. Were it not for Skywick's request, I would not heed your commands. Cairo soared into the sky, circling overhead. There is clearly nothing here. As he flew, Cairo grumbled. If you ask me, Kokori is simply too timid. Dragons should not behave this way. Enough chatter. Focus your attention. Kokori, listening through the dragon helmet to Cairo's complaints, felt a vain throb on his forehead. Timidity and caution are not synonymous. Kokori had no intention of explaining this to the muscle-bound red dragon, as long as he complied. That was sufficient. No abnormalities detected. After a thorough aerial inspection, Cairo returned. Kokori squinted, still sensing something amiss, a feeling that stemmed from his instinct. Andis, you two should take a turn. Kokori, unable to shake his unease, assigned another dragon to investigate. What do you mean by that? Don't you trust me? Feeling belittled, Cairo stood tall, flapping his wings in indignation. Kokori ignored him. Andis completed a round, arriving at the same conclusion as Cairo. There was nothing in the sky. Humph, Cairo scoffed. The war raged fiercely. With a resounding crash, Graham's claws struck the chest of the golem. A fissure appeared in the core of magical energy embedded within the golem, and an eruption of arcane power surged forth from the breach. With its core compromised, the golem's functionalities plummeted significantly. "Mom, I leave this to you. I shall assist the other dragons," said Seldar as he departed from atop Graham. "Go, and be cautious." Graham waved a claw nonchalantly. Seldar soared across the battlefield, seeking out dragons in need of aid. To gain a clearer perspective, he ascended higher into the sky. Thud! Ouch! Seldar collided with an invisible barrier. "What is this?" he queried, extending a claw to probe ahead. As his claw approached, the scales on his body began to shimmer. Why are my scales glowing?" Seldar furrowed his brow in confusion. Upon contact with an invisible wall, the flickering of his scales intensified. "Is this some sort of human trap?" Seldar pondered. "Seldar, try using your tail blade. There may be a concealed barrier," Kokori exclaimed, witnessing Seidel's peculiar behavior through his helmet, filled with excitement. This could very well be the truth to which his instincts had guided him. Although it was unclear why Cairo and the others had not detected it, Seldar had inadvertently stumbled upon the humans' conspiracy. Raising his dragon tail blade, Seldar infused it with magical energy and thrust it toward the barrier. The space quaked violently, and a massive wizard tower materialized in the air. Seldar found himself momentarily frozen in astonishment. "Cairo Andis, gather the remaining dragons and launch an immediate assault on this colossal wizard tower," Kokori commanded, unusually flustered. The dragons responded to the order, charging toward the wizard tower. They swung their tails, attempting to pierce the barrier with their tail blades. However, they passed right through as if the barrier were non-existent. Advanced spatial magic, an illusory reality. It dawned on Kokori why Cairo had not detected the hidden wizard tower. Yet, how was it that Seldar could touch it? His scales. Skywide discerned the confusion in Seidel's eyes and spoke up. "Seldar is a soul-carving dragon. His scales possess the ability to resist deformation and distortion. Thus, the spatial magic cast upon this wizard tower has no effect on him, enabling him to break through the concealment spell with his dragon tail blade." Now it makes sense, Kokori realized with clarity. As the concealment spell was shattered, the immense magical fluctuations emanating from the wizard tower could no longer remain hidden. A terrifying tide of magical energy coalesced at its core, growing increasingly ominous with the passage of time. Even if Seldar had not disrupted the concealment magic, its existence would eventually be revealed. Clearly, these humans intended to harness the power of the colossal wizard tower to execute a spell of tremendous potency, an area-wide forbidden-level magic. "We must stop it." Kokori found himself at a loss. Seldar relentlessly struck the magical shield with his tail. The human inhabitants of the Mage Tower would not allow such an onslaught to go unchecked. The Mage Tower responded, as several arcane cannons at its summit aimed at Seldar and unleashed a torrent of advanced magic. Protected by the magical shield, the high-tier spells could not harm Seldar. The only true threat lay in the arcane cannons. Each of these cannons dwarfed Seldar, and a direct hit would surely obliterate him. Yet, Seldar was undaunted by the specter of death. The cannons fired. His scales shimmered as he accelerated, harnessing both flight and magical speed, rivaling that of an adult dragon. Coupled with his diminutive size, the cannons discharged their volleys in vain. It was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Unlike the medium-sized mage towers, the large mage tower's arcane cannons charged at a remarkable pace, ready to fire again within half a minute. This relentless onslaught vexed Seldar. Under the threat of the cannons, he was compelled to abandon his assault on the shield. After laboriously creating a crack in the barrier, he found that it had fully restored during the time he evaded the arcane fire. This stalemate was untenable. He needed to find an opening. Casting offensive spells proved futile due to the presence of the illusory reality within this space, rendering any detached magic ineffective. Frustration washed over Seldar as he confronted the barrage of attacks, feeling utterly powerless. His expression darkened as the magical energy within the mage tower surged, emanating an aura that sent shivers through dragonkind. The immense power drew the attention of all dragons. In the sky, clouds parted as a colossal fireball. No, a sun materialized and bore down upon the dragons. The blazing radiance unleashed a searing inferno, engulfing the vista entirely. As the sun approached, the temperature on the surface escalated alarmingly. Flora withered, ponds evaporated, and wooden huts ignited spontaneously. A cataclysmic spell of vast proportions, the setting sun heralded devastation. Among the youthful dragons, all except the red dragon felt a wave of discomfort. Yet, the sun had not fully descended. It was evident that should it complete its descent, all the young dragons, save the red, would be reduced to ash. Even the red dragon would endure burns. Such was the might of a large-scale forbidden spell, Its power rivaled divine retribution, the most potent assault conceivable by mortal means. It would inflict permanent damage upon the land and was reserved for only the most dire of circumstances. For medium mage towers, 4 diamond golems, coupled with the pseudo-dragon frenzy lock, were more than sufficient to easily vanquish 4 legendary gold dragons. The dragon's fierce resistance instilled fear in the hearts of humans, compelling them to unveil this ultimate trump card. Boraj's face reflected urgency as he sought to cast a teleportation spell. However, the advent of the forbidden spell disrupted the very fabric of space, hampering magical energies, rendering them incapable of utilizing teleportation to escape. They could not cast any spells. Flight is futile. The range of attack is too vast. Before the sun descends, they cannot escape the zone of assault. What to do? These formidable dragons, who fear nothing, now reveal a rare emotion of trepidation towards beings beyond their kind. Attention all, gather immediately by my side. The calm voice of Skyhui resonated within the helm. Can this white dragon truly safeguard us? The dragons complied with the order, for they had no better option. Skyhui cast a glance at the dragon before her, then looked up at the sun. With a thunderous roar, she unfurled her colossal wings. Magic surged forth from her wing bones, and the scales upon her back gleamed radiantly. She advanced with poise, her massive claws striking the earth, and from her center, ethereal flames spread outward. The flames swiftly enveloped the dragons, yet inflicted no harm upon them. The fire surged, ascending and intertwining, forming a semicircular barrier of flames. A grand defensive forbidden spell, the celestial canopy of fire. The rapid casting of Skyhui resulted in a collision between the remnants of the setting sun and the canopy, erupting in a multitude of debris. The remnants fell like a meteor shower, pummeling the ground and creating countless deep craters. Both the setting sun and the canopy began to distort, the searing radiance of the sun looming perilously close, captivating the attention of all present dragons, who wore serious expressions. Unanimously, they pondered whether the miraculous Skyhui could withstand this seemingly apocalyptic magic. Chapter 62. A stunning glimpse. Several supreme wills descended, as the gods fixed their gaze upon this battlefield. The collision of forbidden spells was immensely grand, strikingly evident even amidst the boundless sea of stars. Such a large-scale forbidden spell had not been witnessed in ages, and the gods could not suppress their curiosity, casting a stunning glance. Divine might surged, impacting the hearts of every being present. The gods of humanity, the gods of elves, and various other deities, including Tiamat, the mother of evil dragons, and Bahamut, the father of good dragons. Had the plan succeeded? Skyhui felt a pang of anxiety. She was not concerned about these deities intervening in the battle. The 2 dragon gods were watching, ensuring that the deities would not take action themselves. What troubled her was whether the gods of humanity and elves would deploy the dragon frenzy lock. If they did, it would signify the plan's impending conclusion. If not, she would have to continue expanding the realm of dragons. The gods cast a fleeting glance at the mortal realm before hastily departing, showing no inclination to linger. To them, this war was not yet worthy of their attention. A mere glance sufficed. As the divine presence faded, Skyhui felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that such days would endure a while longer. However, we had at least succeeded in capturing the gods' attention, achieving a significant milestone. The remnants of the setting sun were upheld by the canopy, and the descent gradually slowed, allowing the dragons present to exhale in relief. Bola gazed at the radiant sky comet, bathed in a magical glow, his eyes sparkling with affection as he prepared to approach her with inquiries. However, Paola stepped on his tail, admonishing him, "Do not disturb her." The dying sun began to extinguish its light, yet the firmament remained steadfast. The colossal fireball gradually lost its form, resembling a pot of molten crimson oil cascading onto the earth. The cataclysmic spell of mass destruction had unfolded, heralding the twilight. "Oh, long live Sky Comet!" Alpha proclaimed first, fervently calling her name. The other white dragons encircled Sky Comet, extolling her might. Sabi cast a fearful glance at Sky Comet, acutely aware of her strength, yet astonished by its magnitude. Flames engulfed the land before them, raging infernos with no signs of abating, while streams of lava flowed freely. The air was thick with illusory flames, causing discomfort to all dragons save for the red and gold ones. This was the enduring devastation wrought by the forbidden spell. The land, it seemed, was no longer tenable for life. In stark contrast, the red dragons reveled in such an environment. For them, the flames and magma were the softest of beds, a sanctuary that invigorated their spirits. "Now, let us sound the horn of retaliation," Sky Comet proclaimed as she tread upon the earth, her invisible spatial waves radiating outward, dispelling the spatial magic of the towering mage spire. All troops advance. Initiate the assault. Coco cried out. The recent forbidden spell had utterly obliterated the golems in the mage tower. As for the 4 mage towers, they had long since fled before the incantation was cast. Reality was no game. It bore the weight of friendly fire. The large mage tower, too, was gravely damaged. Teetering precariously, the emergence of a forbidden spell often spelled mutual destruction. All the dragons surged forward. The mage towers were capable of spatial teleportation. Yet the vast magical reserves within made them susceptible to mishaps, with a probability of approximately 2. Thus, barring extraordinary circumstances, humans would refrain from activating teleportation. However, these humans found themselves with no choice. They were compelled to initiate the transfer. The mage tower began to warp. Do not even think of escaping. Sky Comet unleashed a potent spatial anchor, successfully thwarting the mage tower's teleportation. The tower was dismantled, and the human mages captured alive by the dragons. Oh, such a tough mouth you have, Sky Comet remarked, arching an eyebrow. Evil dragon, save your breath. We shall reveal nothing. The human mage retorted, closing his eyes defiantly. Futile. Sky Comet extended her claw, gripping his head and applying slight pressure. Her talons pierced his mind, invading his thoughts. His memories unfolded before her like a cinematic reel. Oh, so this is the human scheme? What they wish to prevent us from doing, I shall do with pleasure. A disdainful smile graced Sky Comet's lips as she calculated the time and summoned Seldar. Teacher, you called for me? My dear student, I have a task for you. Do you possess that glittering object? Of course. Seldar's eyes sparkled with excitement. Together, we have repelled formidable foes and demonstrated our strength. It is time to establish the Dragon Empire. Now, I need you to disseminate this news to every corner of the world. Let the world cheer for us. No problem. Seldar accepted the task with unwavering confidence. Our first destination is the legendary Red Dragon next door. Chapter 63. The Dragon's Demise in a Dimly Lit Lair. A colossal red dragon slowly opened its eyes. Refer to Chapter 18. Would you die for me? Its scales were dull and lifeless, with the edges turning black and becoming painfully brittle. Its claws were riddled with cracks, no longer sharp. Bloodshot and murky, its eyes reflected a deep weariness. One of its dragon horns lay broken, and a grotesque wound on its chest had turned black and was oozing pus. It was evident that it had sustained severe injuries. With no signs of recovery, its life was ticking away. Cursed green dragon, wretched spawn. Ollie pounded the ground in frustration. Decades ago, Ollie had set his sights on the treasures of a green dragon capable of unleashing various breath attacks. As a legendary red dragon, he arrogantly believed he could easily defeat this green dragon and plunder its wealth. And indeed, the green dragon's power was no match for him. Its minions could not breach his defenses, and its peculiar breath attacks left no mark upon his scales. Just when Ollie was on the verge of vanquishing the green dragon, it unexpectedly wielded a massive sword stained with dragon blood, wounding him and seizing the opportunity to flee. Initially, Ollie dismissed the wound, reveling in the joy of plundering riches. However, the injury inflicted by the great sword refused to heal, and his condition continued to worsen. Panic set in. He attempted to overcome the scars left by the sword through slumber. Futile. The pride inherent to dragons prevented him from seeking assistance from metallic dragons or other beings. Thus, the injury lingered, escalating in severity. Death. Ollie's voice was low and hoarse. He cast his gaze upon the treasure beneath him, as if making a resolute decision. With his claw, he scooped up a handful of gold coins and placed them in his mouth. A dying dragon will consume all its wealth. Chromatic dragons would not leave their treasures to adventurers, nor would they willingly offer their riches to Tiamat. Merging the treasures with oneself is the most prudent choice. He grasped an extraordinarily large magical gem, a trophy from his conquest over a silver dragon. He swallowed it whole. Next, he picked up a sharp sword, a national treasure obtained from the slaughter of a human kingdom. Finally, he retrieved a chest filled with pearls, a collection gathered for him by his minions. A qualified dragon retains the memory of every treasure. Reluctantly, and with a sense of injustice, Ollie devoured all his riches. Fool, come here. Ollie summoned his minions. Master, please command us. A pig-headed creature knelt before him. Gather all my servants. Leave not one behind. The pig-headed creature, understanding the order, departed from the dragoness lair. Half an hour later, an array of minions arrived at the dragoness den, a dark mass, filling the space to its brim. I am about to perish. Ollie gazed down at his subjects and spoke. You know what must be done, do you not? The assembled minions looked at Ollie in terror. I have consumed all the treasures within my lair. Now, it is your turn. In the eyes of the chromatic dragon, his minions were also treasures. When the chromatic dragon nears death, he too would consume all his subjects. Such is the tragic fate of those bound to the chromatic dragon. Their lives do not belong to themselves, but to their master. Be compliant. Do not force my claws to act. Ollie opened his massive jaws. A wave of sulphurous odor assaulted the senses, mingled with an odd, foul stench. The foremost pig-headed creature, with a dazed gaze, stepped into the dragon's maw. Resistance was futile. He had long sworn an unconditional oath to obey Ollie's commands. To be devoured would at least grant him entry into the realm of the pig-headed god, but to break his vow would lead to utter annihilation. In a world where deities exist, death is not the end. Vile saliva clung to rows of teeth. The barbs on the tongue pierced his feet, and the profound throat seemed bottomless. With a gulp, Ollie's jaws closed, secreting a copious amount of saliva that enveloped the pig-headed creature, ushering him into the dragon's belly. After consuming this minion, Ollie opened his mouth once more. Not one by one. Come together, this is too slow. The next subject, hearing this, entered with his spouse, cradling their nursing child, alongside his aged parents, into Ollie's mouth. Gulp, next group. Once all the minions were processed, Ollie curled his body and fell into a deep slumber, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. However, his slumber was abruptly disturbed. Evil dragon, remember this. The one who shall slay you is named Grey. For further details, refer to Chapter 36. The dragon enters the city. A figure clad in deep green armor, wielding a mighty hammer, sprang forth. Disturbed from his slumber, Ollie was filled with rage. Human, you shall pay for your foolish actions. I will reduce you to ashes. Ollie had no desire to become a trophy for dragon-slaying warriors, displayed in a showcase. Red dragon, you speak boldly. Tell me, how much fighting strength do you possess now? Grey scoffed, raising his hammer and beginning to charge it with power. Then, supercharging. The hammer emitted a crimson glow. Grey, dragging the hammer, approached Ollie while charging. Ollie exhaled, a torrent of searing flames enveloping Grey. Gry did not flinch. He charged through the flames, treading upon the air, aiming directly for Ollie's head. Is this fellow truly human? Ollie, both astonished and enraged, never anticipated that a human could withstand his breath with sheer physicality. Hades prompted Gry to recite an unusual incantation. Ollie's heart jolted, momentarily lost in thought. Gry spun his massive hammer around his body and then brought it down with tremendous force upon Ollie's head. With a crack, the last remnant of his dragon horn shattered, leaving Ollie in a dizzying haze. Is this fellow truly human? How can he possess such strength? Who exactly are you? I've already told you. I am Gry. Ollie squinted, suddenly unleashing his draconic might. Logically, no matter how powerful a human might be, they would inevitably feel the weight of the presence of a legendary red dragon. Unless one observed the little figure before him revealing no trace of fear or trepidation, which unsettled Ollie. You are not human. His gaze sharpened instantaneously. Who are you truly? Realizing his identity had been uncovered, Gry ceased to pretend. It matters not if I tell you, for you are about to perish. Scales began to appear on his face, interspersed with vibrant hues, emanating an odd aura. After all these years, Red Dragon, have you forgotten me? You are that green dragon. Indeed. Why do you confront me in a human form? You are not worthy of my full strength now. Gry confidently brandished his hammer. Do you look down upon me? Ollie seethed with fury. The two grappled fiercely once more, exchanging blows. Gradually, Ollie found himself at a disadvantage. There was no way around it. His strength had diminished significantly. Ollie's vision blurred as he was struck by the hammer, saliva flying. The relentless onslaught of crushing, battering, and charged strikes left Ollie's dragon head on the verge of being pulverized. Am I truly to fall today at the hands of this green dragon? How infuriating. Though filled with indignation, Ollie's skull was eventually shattered by the hammer, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Gry stowed away his hammer, gazing at the fainted Ollie, licking his lips. He transformed into a peculiar green dragon adorned with strange scales. It's time to feast. He clasped his claws together, bowing his head and closing his eyes. Then, he grasped Ollie's head, preparing to devour him. Just at that critical moment, a magical projectile struck Gry's mouth. By Tiamat, this green dragon intends to consume the red dragon. Moreover, those scales, I've seen them somewhere before. Farewell to your child. Roar. Green dragon. Graham let out a pained roar, shedding tears of a dragon. Indeed, this green dragon is the very one who sought to take me away before, but due to an unforeseen circumstance, he ended up before my mentor. The green dragon discarded the food it held in its claws and turned its gaze towards Seldar. Ah, those scales, that bloodline. Seldar narrowed his eyes. The discomfort emanating from Gray's stare was palpable. As a red dragon raised alongside numerous chromatic dragons, he was acutely aware of the avarice reflected in the green dragon's eyes, as if it perceived him as an exceedingly precious treasure to claim as its own. Damn this green dragon. I can't believe you survived the chaotic currents of space. Countless fireballs the size of bathtubs, thunderbolts, and ice spikes swirled around Seldar. In the midst of the chaotic currents, Gray pondered, "You are that red dragon hatchling." "Indeed. But why do you still remain a hatchling?" Seldar launched an assault, intent on subduing the green dragon and presenting it to his master. He was eager to uncover why this green dragon could wield the breath of other dragons and why it sought to consume that red dragon. A pale blue breath swept over the magic, effortlessly dispelling it and returning it to its elemental essence. "What?" Seldar's face was a mask of disbelief. "What kind of ability is this? To unleash such a vast array of mid-tier magic in such a short span? I, Gray, acknowledge your prowess. Red Dragon, reveal to me your name." "Curious about my name? Defeat me first." Gray scoffed, refusing to believe that this green dragon could continuously utilize its peculiar breath. Seldar cast another spell, this time opting to embody a magical machine gun, relentlessly bombarding Gray with spells. If he could, he would dispel them all. Initially, Gray could counter the torrent of magic with his pale blue breath, but as time wore on, he found himself faltering. "You persist, astonishingly so. Thank you for the compliment. Humph, do not revel too soon." Gray abandoned the use of his breath and charged forward, determined to leverage his physical advantage to overcome Seldar. "Come on." Seldar extended his claw, encased in a dragon's claw sheath, casting numerous mage shields to deflect Gray's strikes before retaliating. Due to the nature of his own body refinement, the exterior of Seldar's dragon armor bore a striking resemblance to that of a red dragon, making it difficult to discern at first glance. Gray fell into the trap, sustaining wounds from Seldar's claws. Seldar had intended to sever all of Gray's claws, but the disparity in size was insurmountable. Gray was both startled and elated. Shocked that Seldar could inflict harm upon him, yet thrilled at the prospect of becoming stronger by consuming him. "I find myself increasingly fond of you." Gray licked his lips. "Your gaze repulses me. I wish to gouge out your eyes," Seldar declared with rare severity. Meanwhile, Arlie drowsily opened his eyes, surveying his predicament. Tiamat above, a hatchling and this green dragon are locked in a fierce exchange. What can I possibly do? I find myself utterly powerless, unable to lift my own claws. "O great Tiamat, lend thy aid to this fledgling dragon." Thus began Ali's inaugural prayer for the dragon's birth. Let there be no misunderstanding. Ali's intentions do not genuinely lie in assisting Seldar. He merely desires the downfall of the green dragon. Frost breath, lightning breath, paralysis breath, sleep breath, regardless of the breath employed by Gray, it is invariably thwarted by Seldar's shield. Seldar cannot deliver a fatal blow to Gray, nor can Gray breach Seldar's defenses. Thus, they find themselves ensnared in a stalemate. A faint ripple of divine energy swept across the battlefield, prompting a dramatic change in Gray's countenance. Cursed Gray. The divine might suddenly intensified, accompanied by Tiamat's clenched teeth voice. The dragon god descends. Upon the arrival of his avatar, an assault was launched upon Gray, seeking to erase him from existence. The divine might was overwhelming, and the terrifying divine punishment loomed, yet it was momentarily obstructed by a pale blue breath. "It is done. It is done." Sensing the impending doom, Gray expelled a small black sphere from his mouth. The sphere erupted with immense suction, pulling at Gray's body as though he were being stretched like noodles. It was this very tactic he had employed to escape from the dragon god's avatar previously. Fortunately, the deity could not manifest in his true form. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible. Tiamat seethed with rage, powerless to prevent his departure. Suddenly, she regained her composure and turned her gaze towards Seldar. "A dragon of soul akin to sky comet, is it? Then, his scales should also withstand the distortion of space. Little one, I shall borrow your body." Before Seldar could decline, Tiamat forcefully entered. The sensation of being entered is indeed peculiar. "Do not resist. Once my objective is achieved, I shall reward you. Coins, perhaps? Not a chance. But I can offer you a blessing." "Very well," Seldar acquiesced. After all, he bore no fear of Tiamat damaging his body. If it were ruined, he could simply acquire another. The white scales upon Seldar's forehead glimmered faintly, attempting to resist Tiamat's will, yet she easily subdued him. Consequently, he sent a message to his progenitor, Sky Comet. "Urgent. Come quickly." Sky Comet, situated within the realm of the great dragons, paused her cooking, her eyes aflame with fury. "Who dares to tarnish my student?" Enveloped in deep crimson draconic energy, her snow-white scales turned a dark gray, her wings and chest glowing red. Boom! Her wing bones expelled a vibrant, blood-red draconic essence as she plunged into the portal. Chapter 65. The mysterious space. Most of Gray's body was drawn into the black sphere, leaving only his tail behind. Do not even think of fleeing. Tiamat, controlling Seidel's body, reach for the black sphere. O great mother of the evil dragons, I implore thee, treat my body with care. That black sphere appears quite extraordinary. I shall endeavor to return to you an intact body, Tiamat declared. Nevertheless, her speed in grasping the black sphere did not diminish in the slightest. Her left claw seized the black sphere, while her right claw clutched Gray's tail. The scales upon the claws shimmer like stars, resisting the spatial distortion caused by the obsidian sphere. Come back to me. Tiamat invoked divine power to temporarily enhance Seidel's physique, endowing him with strength rivaling that of a fully grown red dragon. The might of the gods is far beyond mortal comprehension. Yet, despite their immense power, they remain incapable of accomplishing many tasks. Tiamat, lacking proficiency in magic, finds herself utterly confounded by intricate spatial spells. It is crucial to note that a lack of expertise does not equate to a lack of ability. As a dragon deity who has existed for countless ages, she undoubtedly possesses a wealth of magical knowledge. She can learn existing spells and counter them effectively. However, when confronted with an entirely unfamiliar magic, the situation changes drastically. To unravel the enigma of this peculiar black sphere, Tiamat must even rely on Seidel's strength. Gray finds himself unable to resist Seldar, who is bolstered by Tiamat's divine energy. His body is gradually drawn forth. Damn it, come back, Gray urged as he activated the black sphere. Suddenly, it expanded, engulfing his form and then Seidel's, before vanishing in an instant. While Seidel's scales could withstand the distortion of space, they could not prevent its transmutation. They were transported to an alien realm. The sky was pitch black, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, yet the space was suffused with an inexplicable brilliance. There was no need for illumination, nor a requirement for dark vision. The source of the light remained a mystery. The terrain was flat, devoid of any vegetation or living creatures. The ground was a dark purple, interspersed with white specks of light. Though the surface was even and free from obstacles, visibility was severely hampered, akin to attempting to play a high-definition game on a poorly configured computer where distant objects failed to render. Die! Seldar exclaimed as he seized Gray's tail and executed a shoulder throw. The diminutive hatchling dragon appeared comically as he tossed the much larger green dragon. Seldar relentlessly slammed Gray into the ground, determined not to cease until his foe was vanquished. The material of the floor was indiscernible, showing no signs of wear or damage. As the assault continued, Seidel's grip suddenly lightened. Gray severed his own tail, escaping from Seidel's clutches. Are you a gecko? Seldar quipped, alluding to the notion of escaping by losing one's tail. Tiamat, overhearing Seidel's mockery, displayed a flicker of surprise, for such creatures as geckos did not exist in this world. Gray cast a deep glance at Seldar before fleeing into the depths of the space. Seldar immediately pursued him. Be cautious, this could be a trap. He could not help but warn Tiamat. You need not concern yourself. My power is beyond your imagination. Tiamat retorted. Then why do you still require my body? Seldar muttered under his breath. I heard that. Tiamat replied, prompting Seldar to fall silent. The resonant chime echoed through the air. Seldar relentlessly pursued Gray. After an indeterminate duration, they beheld an enormous statue ahead. It depicted a high elf, resplendent in attire, cradling a magnificent bell. Gray soared to the pinnacle of the statue, surveying from above. Unable to contain his curiosity, Seldar inquired, why is there a statue of the high elf deity here? You ask me, whom should I inquire? Seldar clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. What utility does this dragon god possess beyond combat? Suddenly, Tiamat's voice echoed in Seidel's mind. Do not forget, I currently inhabit your body. I can discern your thoughts. This shall not be repeated. The bell in the statue's grasp resonated ominously, its deep toll sweeping over all present beings. Tiamat, manipulating Seidel's form, engaged Gray in fierce combat, braving Gray's fiery breath while unleashing powerful divine spells intermittently. Gray struggled to withstand the onslaught. The tolling of the bell indicated that this green dragon had indeed lured them here for a purpose. Soon, Seldar gleaned the truth. With each successive chime, his movements grew sluggish, while Gray's agility and strength surged. The bell served as an immensely potent auxiliary tool. In a moment of carelessness, Gray seized Seldar, gripping him with ferocity, as if intent on crushing him. Yet, bolstered by divine power, Gray lacked the strength to obliterate him outright. Instead, Gray opened his maw, aiming for Seidel's head. Seldar extended his claws, bracing against Gray's jaws. They found themselves at an impasse, the foul saliva drenching Seldal's form. "You cannot wield my body effectively. Why do you engage him in close combat?" Seldar activated the magic within his scales. Gray was inundated with an overwhelming surge of magic. Quite literally. How audacious of him to attempt to bite me. Has he lost his senses? Seldar pondered, attempting to expel Tiamat from his body. Tiamat had successfully traversed into this realm through Seidel's form. Logically, assistance was no longer required. No, this space has severed my connection to my true form. Wait. If you've lost contact with your true self, how do you replenish your divine power? I cannot replenish it. Yet you frivolously expend divine power. Seldar mused. This dragon god is utterly unreliable. What shall we do now? I have no idea. Tiamat replied assertively, her voice filled with conviction. In this realm, Red Dragon, you cannot defeat me. You shall be consumed by me. Gray's words were fragmented, his syntax jumbled, leaving his intentions unclear. Is this a side effect of the bell's tolling? Perhaps it can be exploited, Seldar reflected. Next, I shall take control of my own body. And you shall assist me with your divine power. How dare you command me? Tiamat's tone turned displeased. You must use the word please. Very well. O great mother of evil dragons, please lend your aid to your child. Now that is more appropriate. Tiamat relinquished control of the body back to Seldar. Seldar flexed his claws, reveling in the divine energy coursing through his form, eager to act. Now, let us ponder how to confront this green dragon. Chapter 66. The mysterious red light strikes. Do not hesitate. Slay him without delay. But did you not mention that dragons cannot kill one another? Seldar hesitated slightly. Humph. Tiamat scoffed. The being he is now is no longer a dragon. Not a dragon? Seldar felt perplexed. He had once been a dragon, but now he is a fiend. A fiend? Do you know how he acquired that peculiar breath? The more Tiamat considered it, the angrier she became. He devoured his kin, plundering their very bloodlines. Previously, he targeted whelps and young dragons, and now he dares to taint legendary dragons. Capture the whelps and consume them. Seidel's scales bristled with fury. That green dragon attempted to abduct me. Had it not been for an unexpected turn of events, I would have likely been digested completely. That green fiend truly deserves to perish. Seldar, nearly devoured by Gray, exhibited more rage than Tiamat herself. Yet, despite his anger, Seldar would not abandon the composure and calmness required in battle. The bell tolled once more. Ugh! Seldar clutched his head, plummeting from the sky, overwhelmed by a desire for destruction flooding his mind. Truly, Tiamat, the dragon god, is remarkable to withstand such pressure while battling the green fiend. This bell is far more formidable than anticipated. It can breach the mental defenses of my scales. Divine power enveloped Seldar. Those accursed high elf deities are indeed eager to instigate dragon-on-dragon slaughter. Tiamat gritted her teeth. The devourer of alien dragons, Gray, emitted a strange sound, charging at Seldar. He unleashed his breath. That peculiar pale blue breath easily shattered Seidel's magical shield, yet fortunately, it could not directly inflict harm upon him. Does this breath only affect magic and divine arts? The pale blue breath dispelled the shield, and Gray immediately unleashed the frost breath of a silver dragon. A typical high-level mage would not have time to cast advanced magic, but Seldar is a dragon of soul carving. The casting interval before him is but a jest. The breath was blocked by the shield. Gray began a monotonous cycle of pale blue breath, silver dragon breath, pale blue breath, and silver dragon breath, as though he were a mindless automaton. What is happening? Perhaps it is the toll of the bell. He has lost his reason. With that, Tiamat forcefully seized control of the body. After a brief period of observation, she gradually discerned the method of utilizing Seidel's body. Poor Seldar, utterly incapable of resisting Tiamat. It is well known that deities are adept at manipulating souls and minds. He could only obediently submit, allowing Tiamat to orchestrate his fate. How infuriating! The impact on Seidel's actions intensified. Gray's power grew stronger, yet his behavior increasingly resembled that of a mindless beast. Die, you wretch! Tiamat roared, seizing the opportunity to deliver a devastating blow to Gray. Suddenly, a formidable wave of energy surged from above. A crimson light spiraled overhead, erupting into a dazzling brilliance as it descended upon Gray. An enigmatic crimson comet struck with incredible velocity, colliding forcefully with Gray. A thunderous explosion accompanied by blinding light erupted, as deep red gas spread wildly, consuming everything in its path. This gas infiltrated Seidel's body, rendering him incapable of casting spells or using his breath attack. How familiar this gas feels. It is my mentor. The draconic aura of the Skywaiic is as domineering as ever. Its effects are simply grotesque, Tiamat muttered under her breath. Seldar gazed in astonishment at the colossal dragon before him. She pinned a thoroughly transformed draconic being beneath her. With deep gray scales, an ominous draconic aura, and fiery red eyes, it was evident that her mood was far from pleasant. Gray, in a state of disarray, emitted unintelligible sounds from his broken body. Skyway cast a glance at Gray, narrowing her eyes, revealing her overwhelming murderous intent. Without hesitation, she raised her clawed foot and brought it down upon Gray's head. Gravity magic. Overweight spell, amplified rebound, weakening curse. One strike obliterated Gray's head, spilling forth a gruesome mix of red and white. The draconic aura enveloped Gray's body, creating a spherical prison composed of this very essence. Within it appeared a shadowy figure, clad in a checkered shirt, wearing flip-flops, sporting square glasses, and a disheveled hairstyle. This was his soul. Skyway stepped upon the remains beneath her, stating, "As you can see, he, like you, is a soul reaper, albeit one who has ventured down the wrong path. To attain greater power by devouring one's kin is an absolute taboo in the material plane, irrespective of his race or origin." The draconic aura constricted, utterly annihilating the soul. Suddenly, it surrounded Seldar. "Teacher, what is this?" The draconic energy penetrated deep into Seldar's being. With a swift motion, a miniature five-headed dragon burst forth from his body, fleeing into the distance. "Tiamat, come back to me." A mere avatar of divine power. One that has lost its connection to its original form. How could it possibly escape from the clutches of Skyway? Tiamat is imprisoned. This space is capable of obstructing the connection between the divine avatar and its true self. Do not tell me you are unaware that it can also sever the link between Seldar's protective scales and myself. When Skyway followed the traces left by the scales to find Ali's lair, she suddenly lost contact with them and fell into a state of panic. This implies that if Seldar were to perish, she would be unable to retrieve his soul for resurrection. If fortune favors her, she might salvage Seldar from Tiamat's divine realm. If misfortune befalls her, Seldar would meet his demise. Tiamat retorted defiantly, "Yet here you are. Have you not found me? Huh? Do you truly believe I entered by some simple means? I ventured back to the artifact prison and used it as a springboard to breach this space's confinement. Now, a portion of the prison's reserve energy has been depleted, and the cost is steep. Speak, how will you compensate me? I can bestow a blessing upon the little one." A blessing is insufficient. Tiamat's perfunctory offer did little to quell Skyway's simmering fury. "Let me tell you, do not overstep your bounds. I possess neither wealth nor a life to spare. This is merely a divine avatar. Compared to glimmering gold, it is worthless. Life." Skyway fell into contemplation. After a prolonged silence, she regarded Tiamat's divine avatar with a calculating gaze. "Let us use your divine avatar as compensation." The essence of the dragon infiltrated Tiamat's avatar, beginning its transformation. "What are you doing? Do not." An hour later, Tiamat's avatar had been reshaped into a small, ethereal dragon of red and white hues. "From this day forth, your name shall be Tia, Seldar's pet." Outrageous. "I am the great mother of the wicked dragon, not a pet. I have completely severed your connection to your true self. You are now equivalent to an independent entity. Do you believe your original form will acknowledge your existence? It seems not." Tiamat. "Oh no, she should now be called Tia," uttered in despair. "This is something he is capable of." Chapter 67. Seldar's pet. Skyway pondered for a moment before producing a translucent thread. "What is this?" Seldar inquired curiously, leaning closer. "No, don't." Tia, being well-versed in such matters, instinctively knew what it was. She attempted to flee but was firmly ensnared by Skyway's magical chains. With a flick of her mind, Skyway pierced one end of the thread into Tia's body, while the other coiled around Seldar's forepaw, gradually fading until it vanished from sight. "This is my creation, the binding lock of the gods, capable of restraining divine avatars. Now, Tia, you shall not escape from your proximity to him," Skyway declared with a chilling smile. "Wretch!" Tia seethed with fury, flapping her tiny wings and wielding her delicate claws, yearning to soar to Skyway's face and scratch her fiercely. Yet, just as she had flown halfway, an invisible tether abruptly yanked her back, sending her tumbling through the air until she landed with a soft thud at Seldar's feet. Cautiously, Seldar extended a claw to poke at her. This was an embodiment of the dragon god's divine power, at least it once was. "Do not worry. She can do nothing now apart from being adorable. I have imposed a permanent dragon attribute status anomaly upon her." Upon hearing this, Seldar finally felt a sense of relief. He cradled Tia, gently stroking her head, showing no reverence befitting a dragon god. Oh, what a sensation! Tia, transformed by the divine power, felt akin to a balloon, soft and elastic to the touch. Remove your filthy claws from the head of the great mother of dragons. Tia yelped, sinking her teeth into Seldal's claw. Her teeth, too, were soft and devoid of any lethality. Although Tia inflicted no harm upon Seldar, her actions had nonetheless provoked the red dragon. To punish her, Seldar began to manipulate Tia's body with abandon, forming her into various shapes: U-shaped, O-shaped, wood-shaped, and rice-shaped, forcing her into all sorts of poses. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sky, observing the tormented Tia, couldn't help but wear a sly smile. All right, you may go out and play. Now, let us contemplate how we might depart from here. Teacher, can't we exit through the cage, just as you came here? No, that is a last resort. We cannot expend any more energy. After saying this, Sky led Seldar to explore this space. Before commencing their exploration, Sky made sure to erase all traces of Gray, declaring, "A filthy existence does not deserve to leave a complete corpse." With Gray's demise, the great bell ceased its tolling. Sky, now serious, examined the bell closely. Tia, do you think Gray is connected to the high elf deity? Humph. Tia chose to ignore Sky. Suddenly, with a crunch, Sky stepped down forcefully on Tia. She lifted her paw, and Tia adhered to it like chewed gum. Sky scrubbed her paw on the ground, smearing Tia across the surface. Tia transformed into a thin, flat image before gradually regaining her form, shifting from 2D back to 3D. How dare you trample upon the great mother of dragons? If you wish to avoid suffering, you had best obey, Sky warned, shaking her paw above Tia's head. Tia recoiled her neck. Fool, this statue represents the high elf deity. How could it possibly be unrelated? It was evident that Tia was not one to be easily subdued. During the transformation of the divine embodiment, Sky had deliberately endowed Tia with the sensation of pain and had undertaken sweeping alterations to her character, based on the principles of creating crystal servants. The true Tiamat would never yield to pain. Was the creation of a devouring dragon demon intended to further constrict the living space of dragons? Skyhui removed the colossal bell and scrutinized it closely. This bell seemingly possesses some functions akin to the dragon's frenzy lock, alongside the ability to manipulate the malevolent entities that devour these colossal dragons. However, this particular space obstructs the connection to divine power, rendering it akin to a mindless beast. Now, a pressing question arises before us: the origin of this space. It is evident that the bell's functions are in direct conflict with the space itself. It cannot possibly be their work. Humph, foolish one. Gray is, after all, an aberrant dragon. Seldar, teach her a lesson so she learns to mind her words. Very well. Teacher. Seldar deftly grasped Tia's tail and head with his claws and pulled forcefully. Tia, whose head was the size of Seidel's, was elongated into a slender shape. My teacher has instructed you to keep your mouth clean. Do you understand? Humph. Now we can converse properly, can we not? Humph. Gray is inherently an aberrant dragon. Perhaps this space is merely a manifestation of his inherent abilities. I am the mother of evil dragons and have encountered many aberrant dragons. Yet, he has perished, utterly dissipated. Why does this space remain intact? Humph. One must understand that creating a space and establishing a connection to it are two distinct concepts. Perhaps Gray did not create this space, but rather discovered it and subsequently claimed it as his own. Moreover, the disintegration of the space may have already transpired. It is simply that we remain unaware of it. You possess some usefulness after all. Humph. Do you not see who I am? Skyhui stored the colossal bell and the statue, closed her eyes, and cast a grand perception spell. Invisible magical waves swept through the surroundings. There, something was present. Grasping Seldar, she soared in that direction. Thud. A crisp sound echoed. In her flight, Skyhui collided with the spatial barrier. The barrier of this space is entirely transparent and imperceptible to magic, and given Skyhui's rapid flight, such an accident was to be expected. Ha! Foolish one. Skyhui cast a glance at Seldar. Seldar understood the cue, kneading Tia's form and curling her into a ball. Humph. Tia sealed her lips. Skyhui landed, released Seldar, and began to unravel the spatial barrier. Seldar obediently squatted on the ground. After a while, boredom overtook him. How dull. He then turned his gaze towards Tia beside him. Hey, what are you up to? I am the magnificent mother of evil dragons. Sensing Seidel's gaze, Tia instantly became alert. All right, for now, you shall be called Tia. My pet, not the great Tiamat. Seldar poked Tia's head. He lifted Tia, restoring her curled body to its original form. I am always kind to my pets. Really? As long as you do not incite my ire. Tia coiled her body, covering her head with her wings, and fell asleep. Seldar tugged at her wings. What are you doing? Chapter 68. The secrets of the past. Sky glanced at the narrow passage before her, a sheepish smile spreading across her face. She had never anticipated that she would be thwarted by this spatial barrier. Exhausting every means at her disposal, she managed to create a small hole in the barrier. Clearly, this aperture was insufficient for her to pass through, and she was unable to alter her size. Thus, Sky had no choice but to enlist Seldar to investigate the situation inside. Though Tia lacked any combat prowess, the knowledge she possessed could undoubtedly prove invaluable. Sky stated this. Then, with a flick of her tail, unceremoniously swept both of them inside, disregarding any notion of consultation. Tia was quite displeased with Sky's decision, yet she found herself powerless to resist. On the other side of the spatial barrier lay a grand altar. The altar was a circular platform, enveloped in a dark purple hue and spiraling upwards. Various branches, resembling tree limbs, clustered towards the apex. At the tips of these branches glowed a crimson light, vivid as blood. In the center of the altar, a beam of light pierced the sky, its diameter akin to that of a human drinking cup. This peculiar beam emitted no light. On the contrary, it was black. Tia regarded the beam with a unique expression. Perhaps she could exploit this beam to sever the binding chains of the gods and escape from Seldar's side. Tia, yearn for freedom. What is that? Seldar inquired, pointing at the beam. I don't know. It's too far away. There may be clues atop the altar. Very well. Seldar ascended towards the altar. The summit of the altar was spacious enough to accommodate 3 adult dragons. At its center, where the black beam emanated, stood an inverted triangular pyramid. Above the pyramid, several black spherical fragments hovered. I suspect these fragments were once keys to enter and exit this space, but they shattered upon the death of the green dragon. Seldar boldly conjectured. Previously, Grey had entered this realm through a peculiar black sphere, lending credence to Seldar's hypothesis. Let us get a closer look, Tia urged. Bound by the binding chains, she could not stray far from Seldar's side. All right, Seldar replied, unperturbed, as he flew towards the fragments with Tia. As Tia extended her claws toward the fragments, she felt the pull emanating from them, a subtle smile curling at her lips. She was secretly amused. The presence of this pull indicated that the black sphere's destruction would not impede the functionality of entering and exiting the space. It would merely affect the landing point of the teleportation. As long as she could escape from their vicinity, she would accept being transported anywhere. This red dragon, the soul-sculpting dragon, would be unable to pursue her through the damaged black sphere. Farewell, foolish red dragon, foolish Sky. Tia cackled triumphantly, unhesitatingly lunging towards the fragments. Seldar was left utterly astonished. Upon contact with the black orb, Tia's form began to distort at her claws, subsequently being drawn into the shards. Seldar felt an invisible thread tighten around him, propelling him towards the fragments. It was the binding god rope. The scales shimmered, successfully resisting the distortion caused by the shards. Seldar's claws were ensnared by the binding god rope, firmly pressed against the fragments. What on earth? To Tia's astonishment, the shards were incapable of severing the binding god rope. Consequently, she found herself in dire straits. Her body, under the shard's gravitational pull, was stretched into thin strands, even more delicate than the silk of Seldar's previous life. The pain was unbearable, even for Tia, who let out a prolonged, anguished wail that echoed through the heavens. Seldar adjusted his stance, anchoring his claws on the shards, pulling Tia's threads outward while entwining them around his foreclaws. A faint, weakened voice emerged from the tangled strands, declaring salvation. TSK, 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 one reaps what one sows. Seldar mused with a sense of schadenfreude as he observed Tia's plight. He had not anticipated that her form could stretch to such an extent without breaking. How now? Dare you act so recklessly again? As the black orb shattered, I glimpsed its exposed spatial structure. Tia forcibly diverted the topic. Do you still recall those structures? Indeed. Do not underestimate my memory. Both Seldar and Sky are dragons of soul carving, incapable of entering the shard's interior. Only Tia remains unaffected. Furthermore, once inside, one would be randomly transported elsewhere. Yet, due to the binding god rope, Tia was drawn back by Seldar. Such a coincidence led Tia to suspect that this was Sky's intention. In truth, it was merely a coincidence conceived by Tia's own thoughts. So, does this imply our task is accomplished? By common rationality, indeed it is. Very well, I shall return to seek our teacher. And you can relay the spatial structure to him. Wait, what is it? Can you hold on a moment? Why? I do not wish for Sky to witness me in this state. Seldar could not suppress a laugh. He began to retrace his steps, clutching a handful of Tia's strands. It would be a pity if such an amusing occurrence were to be missed by his teacher. Do not return. This is hardly the demeanor of one seeking a dragon. The red and white strands within his claws began to change color, with the originally white sections transforming to red. Ahem, please stay here a while longer. I implore you. Tia's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Seldar wore a satisfied smile as he settled down. I shall linger here for a moment. The crimson strands reverted to their red and white hues. Merely sitting idly is rather dull. Regale me with tales of the ancient dragons. And about my teacher as well. Did Sky not share any tales with you? No. Previously, when Seldar brought Lilica back to the dragon realm, Sky had mentioned the ancient dragon's dam. Seldar was indeed quite curious. Yet Sky refused to engage him in a deeper discussion. She must have her own considerations. Regardless of her motives, I am indifferent. I would delight in seeing her plans falter. Let us briefly converse about the ancient dragons. In primordial times, both the chromatic and metallic dragons symbolized justice. They roamed the world, wielding immense power to safeguard various races, bringing forth a life of happiness and serenity, enveloping the realm in peace. However, the arrogant high elves, unwilling to submit to the rule of dragons, paid a heavy price to create the Dragon Madness Lock, which stripped the dragons of their reason and incited them to engage in mutual slaughter. In a bid to enhance the fertility of chromatic dragons, Tiamat weakened their bloodline. In pursuit of vengeance, she bestowed upon them traits of volatility, malevolence, ferocity, cunning, and greed. Bahamut, on the other hand, established islands of metallic dragons across various planes to consolidate them against external pressures. Out of pride and foresight, they erased all records pertaining to the dragon legacy. Yet, they always hoped for the resurgence of their kin. Just then, four dragons from another realm emerged, possessing formidable strength. They could even disregard the world's will against beings of excessive power due to different rules. They were the celestial comet dragon Sky, the ice-cursed dragon Eis, the nether red dragon Mayer, and the black dragon Black. United with the two dragon deities, they forged an artifact prison, intending to seal away the Dragon Madness Lock. Little did they expect that upon acquiring the desired information, Seldar would return alongside Tia. He merely sought to rest momentarily, having grown weary from flight, but did not acquiesce to Tia. What a scoundrel! Chapter 69. Departure. This fragment, it seems I can take it with me. Seldar clutched the shard with his left claw and hoisted Tia with his right, soaring towards the entrance. The fragment could not be stored within his scale space. Serves you right. Sky took the shard and Tia with her talons, demanding the spatial structure be revealed. Tia's colors flickered momentarily. Do not think of attempting any tricks. Or else. How did you discover that? TSK. Sky smiled without a word. Only then did Tia obediently disclose the spatial structure to Sky. After a time of diligent study, Sky grasped the intricacies of this space and opened a passage large enough for herself to traverse. Let us depart from here. The spatial passage was exceedingly unstable, yet the three dragons managed to exit without peril. They emerged from the very entrance they had entered, where a legendary red dragon lay unconscious. If possible, let us save him. Tia regained her normal form within the spatial passage. It seemed that the unstable spatial channel facilitated Tia's recovery. No need for your input. Sky cast a powerful purification spell, dispelling the curse upon Ollie. Greer did not inflict a toxin upon Ollie, but rather a curse-like innate magic. With Greer's demise, the curse was dispelled quite seamlessly. Is this truly the divine realm of Tiamat? Before you stands the magnificent mother of all dragons. Oh, Red Dragon, hastened to pay homage to the Tiamat. With claws akimbo, he confronted Ollie, striving to present himself in the most imposing manner possible. What is this? Instinctively, Ollie swatted Tiamat away with his claw. How could this be the illustrious five-headed dragon queen? Nonsense. The curse upon you has been lifted. As recompense, you are bound to serve the great dragon for 5 centuries. Ollie examined his form. The darkened scales gradually reverted to crimson, and the ghastly wound upon his chest showed signs of healing. Does this mean I need not perish? Indeed. Yet, unexpectedly, Ollie clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. Was the healing flawed? It shouldn't be. I would rather die than lose my gold, my gems, my kin. Oh, the anguish. Ollie rolled on the ground in despair. His treasures had become an inseparable part of him. Alas, cursed green dragon. Ollie furiously pounded the earth. Thud, thud, thud. The land fractured, and the temperature surged dramatically, releasing a thick vapor. Should unprepared human warriors of lower rank approach, they would be scorched to death instantly. A portion of his strength had returned. This was the legendary power of the Red Dragon. His wrath was enough to incinerate everything in his vicinity. Once he had exhausted his fury, Ollie flapped his wings, ready to take flight. He sought to plunder more treasures to soothe his hollow heart. As for the life debt owed to Sky, who cared? The The malevolent dragon knew not the meaning of gratitude or repayment. TSK, Sky clicked his tongue, casting a flight blockade. Thud. What is happening? Hey, are you behind this? Ollie tumbled to the ground, turning his head to Sky with a menacing glare. Indeed, it was I. I saved you. And you must repay this debt through labor. Or, with coin. Absolutely not. The great Ollie shall not accept your terms. Work for gold. Let us negotiate. Let us negotiate. Seldar regarded him with disdain. Yet, he suddenly realized he bore a similar disposition. Ahem, dragons do not turn their backs on gold. Indeed. That is the case. This space proves somewhat intriguing. Sky fiddled with the fragments, intending to study them in hopes of gaining control. Very well. I shall continue with my tasks. Go forth, but remember to safeguard yourself. The scales I provided are not infallible. Understood. Next, I shall journey to the kingdom of Daler. Just in time, I need to enlist Ajax's help in creating a multitude of flyers. Seldar had no desire to inform the monarch of the human realm about the establishment of the Dragon Empire. Humans are not known for their warm welcome towards the five-colored dragon. Thus, Saddle intended to inform the human nations by scattering flyers. Safe and efficient. Saddle soared towards the land of Dalera. Oh, what is Narita up to? Narita had transformed to the size of a hatchling and had placed a massive barrel before her, towering at least twice her height. Hey, Saddle landed beside her. Oh, brother, have you completed your task? Not yet, just passing through. By the way, what are you doing? Humans promised me delightful beverages, and I am waiting. They will fill this large wooden barrel shortly. As she spoke, Narita's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why don't you grow a bit larger? It must be inconvenient to drink like that. That's what makes it fun. Drinking it all in one go would be too dull. Narita proudly explained. With my current size, I can savor it for quite a while. Well, as long as you are happy. Saddle settled next to Narita, gently patting her head with his wing. Narita nuzzled his neck in return. He was curious about what could make Narita look forward to this so eagerly. Hey. Several burly men each carried a wooden barrel, pouring its contents into the barrel before Narita. A peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, tantalizing the two dragons. Narita, as passionate about delicacies as Sky Comet, was willing to endure the tempting aroma, waiting for the large barrel to fill completely. Can I have a taste? Of course. Soon. The large barrel brimmed with liquid. Saddle and Narita climbed to the edge of the barrel, their front claws gripping the rim, stretching their heads toward the surface. With a splash, their dragon kisses made contact with the liquid, and they extended their tongues like spoons to scoop the exquisite brew into their mouths. Occasionally, some of the delightful beverage dribbled down their chins and fell back into the barrel. Being fellow dragons, they did not mind. So this is fruit wine. Its rich and robust flavor left Saddle captivated. Each sip was filled with the sweetness of fruits and the depth of the wine, transporting him to a world of fruit. As the surface of the drink gradually descended, the two dragons had to lean further down. Narita gently clasped Saddle's claw. What's wrong, brother? We must focus on the task at hand, Narita said earnestly. Saddle chuckled in bemusement. He was well aware of his sister's intentions. She was merely concerned that he might indulge too much while she would be left unsatisfied. All right, just a taste is enough. You are right. The matter at hand is indeed important. Saddle flapped his wings and ascended into the air. Upon seeing Saddle depart, Narita revealed a triumphant smile. As expected of us. She then immersed herself in the drink. As the liquid level lowered, Narita delved deeper, curling her tail like a fishhook to hang onto the edge of the barrel. The wine continued to diminish, and even so, it remained out of reach. Thus, she slightly enlarged her form and continued to drink. With a splash, the barrel toppled over. Ah, my wine. Chapter 70. Everything goes smoothly, O great dragon. What kind of flyer do you require to be printed? Ajax respectfully knelt before Seldar. Although Seldar was not his nominal master, as a dragonborn, he was obliged to obey the commands of other great dragons, provided it did not contravene his masteress' wishes. It was evident that Seldar and Peora were allies. Simply print a declaration to humanity announcing the establishment of the Dragon Empire, along with the location of the Dragon Realm. As for the timing, there is no need for that. The teacher did not inform me. Are the dragons finally going to establish an empire? Ajax's eyes sparkled with excitement. Understood, great dragon. I shall immediately find someone to print the flyers. Very well, you may depart. Seldar nodded, thoroughly pleased with Ajax's demeanor. Wait. Tia emerged from within Seidel's form. As an entity of energy, Tia required no sustenance. Her nourishment was derived from magical power. If she grew excessively famished, she would fall into a slumber. The great mother of evil dragons does not require your magic, Tia had once declared. Thus, after a period without replenishment of magic, she powered down. compelled to enter Seldal's body to rest and regain her magical energy. Just moments ago, she had awakened. Ajax regarded the small dragon before him with curiosity. Do as I say. Write this on the flyer. Listen well, you lowly and despicable humans. The great dragons are about to establish the dragon empire. Tremble in fear. Wail in despair. Offer up your treasures. To prostrate yourselves at the feet of the dragons is your honor. The dragon empire resides at XXX. Those who do not submit to the merciful dragons may challenge us. Leave your treasures and your lives behind. Seldar stood, momentarily stunned. Truly, Tia possessed a commanding presence. Let us follow her words. This aligns perfectly with our identity as malevolent dragons. Ajax bowed his head and then led Seldar to the location of the Mage Guild. The Mage Square was expansive, its flat surface divided into numerous sections by white lines. Within each section, groups of mages trained diligently. Each group included at least one high-ranking mage as a mentor to instruct the others. Fireball spells, lightning spheres, mage shields, immense strength spells, and stealth spells filled the air with magic. Everyone halt. Ajax employed an amplification spell to ensure his voice prevailed over the cacophony of offensive magic. Upon hearing Ajax's command, all the mages ceased their training, directing their gazes towards the source of the voice, and then to Seldar. Ah, it is clear now. The great dragon has tasks for us. The mages instinctively gathered before Ajax. The situation unfolds thus. The magnificent dragon requires you to create a multitude of flyers. The direction indicated by the tips of its wings shall guide our path. In obedience to your will, great dragon. The mages have commenced their task, beginning with the creation of the master template. The front side features the words spoken by Tia just moments ago, set against a backdrop of several adult dragons led by the great dragon. The reverse side showcases a group portrait of all the dragons. Seldar took the master template and examined it. Considering the varied levels of magical proficiency among the mages, the image was not particularly clear. However, it sufficed for their purposes. Very well, let it be so. Wait, I have a suggestion. What about me? Tia clutched Seldar's claw, her tail entwined around his forearm, as she flapped her wings against the flyer template. Enough of this nonsense, you are included. Seldar pointed to a small dot in the upper right corner of the back of the flyer. Where? Where? Tia pressed her head against the paper. Here. Do you see it? That little white dot. Tia squinted her eyes and finally spotted herself. How outrageous. How can the great mother of dragons be depicted so minuscule? Foolish humans, I shall slay you all. In terms of size, Tia appeared as nothing more than a fly in comparison to the adult dragons. What? The legendary mother of evil dragons, Tiamat, overheard her words, prompting some of the younger mages to whisper amongst themselves. Humph, you possess a modicum of sense. An elder mage kicked the gossips, silencing their chatter. No, she is Tia, my pet. Seldar firmly grasped Tia's jaw. If you wish to avoid suffering, be quiet. He whispered beside her head. Tia nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. All right then, let this be the case. You may begin the printing. The mages nodded in agreement. Countless sheets of white paper soared into the sky, swirling and shimmering with a kaleidoscope of magical hues. Faint images emerged upon the paper, gradually becoming clearer until completion. I did not anticipate your efficiency to be this remarkable. Seldar stowed the mountain of paper before him into the space within his scales. Too kind. Any mage brigade could achieve this, they replied. Seldar bid farewell to the mages and took to the skies. With a sudden flap, a flyer descended from the heavens, landing squarely on the face of a cart driver. Hey. Oh dear. Startled, the driver inadvertently yanked on the reins to the left, sending both himself and the cart tumbling into a nearby ditch. Damn it. The driver cursed as he clambered to his feet, inspecting the damage to his cart. The cart was unharmed, but his horse had sustained an injury. You scoundrel. He then glanced at the flyer and discarded it, for he could not read. Good brother, I ventured out without any paper. Lend me a hand. A merchant, squatting in a restroom, called for assistance through a magical device. I have matters to attend to. I apologize. The communication was abruptly severed. What now? I do not wish to resort to a magical scroll. Merchants possess no magical prowess. If they wish to keep their hands clean, they must sacrifice magical scrolls. A gentle breeze carried a flyer to his feet. The merchant seized the flyer, beginning to wipe without even glancing at it. Oh, the gods be praised. It was a bit too rigid. A human clad in an opulent silver robe bent down and retrieved the flyer. Intrigued, he first scanned the flyer before fixating on its background, his eyes gleaming with a perilous light. It seems I must pay a visit, he chuckled ominously, awaiting my turn. Similar occurrences unfolded in various locales, soon drawing the attention of the human elite. The flyer was presented before the monarch, signifying that Saddle's mission had reached fruition. As for why Saddle opted not to employ amplification magic to announce his message but instead chose to utilize flyers, the rationale was straightforward. Flyers were far safer and mitigated the risk of miscommunication or mishearing by humans. With distance increasing and wind interference, sound could easily become distorted. While general assembly commands might be inconsequential, messages concerning specific locations could prove to be unreliable. Excellent. At this pace, I shall soon disseminate this information across the Western continent. Chapter 71. Lives Alas, a miscalculation. I have exhausted my supply of flyers. Saddle gazed at the last flyer in his grasp, lost in contemplation, before casually discarding it. I shall request more from Ajax. Now, let me pay a visit to those white dragons. Saddle circled the dragon territory, distributing flyers, currently situated in the north. The diary of the Lich Babura mentioned a congregation of white dragons in the northern lands. Moreover, while distributing flyers in the surrounding human nations, he had also heard rumors regarding the domain of the white dragons. Tia burrowed into Saddle's body, unwilling to be dragged along in flight. Her diminutive wings could hardly match Saddle's speed. If she were to follow him, she would resemble a balloon tethered to the back of an electric scooter. Moreover, she had no desire to grasp Saddle's claws or tail. How uncouth. After flying for a considerable time, not a single dragon silhouette was in sight. Just as Saddle contemplated giving up, a faint magical disturbance swept over him. Who goes there? The sensation of being watched unsettled Saddle. He expanded his magical aura, arrogantly proclaiming his presence. I am here, come forth. That was the essence of his declaration. At this moment, Saddle had yet to shed his draconic hatchling form and could not yet wield the majesty of a dragon. Once his magical aura spread, the sensation of being observed dissipated, replaced by a subtle draconic might. It turns out to be a dragon. A fully grown white dragon approached from the distance, with a human seated upon its back. The white dragon delivered the human before Saddle, who gazed at the diminutive hatchling with a bewildered expression. Hey, was that perception magic you just unleashed? Saddle ignored the white dragon and directed his inquiry toward the human atop its back. Saddle harbored doubts about the dragon's ability to wield such magic. It is the magic that I have unleashed. If it has caused you any distress, I offer my sincerest apologies. The demeanor of the humans is commendable, and Saddle found no fault with it. Observing her amiable attitude, Saddle rolled his eyes. Indeed, I have been troubled, and only gold can mend my wounded spirit. Gold? Such a trivial matter, are you jesting? Upon hearing these words, the white dragon was incensed, raising his voice in protest. Calm down. Do not forget the wishes of Her Majesty lives. One of the humans nudged the white dragon with his foot. At last, the white dragon fell silent. I am truly sorry, but you see, my companion has strong objections. Thus, I cannot offer you recompense in gold. Saddle was somewhat dissatisfied, yet refrained from further outbursts. My purpose for coming here is to inform you that Saddle has divulged pertinent information to the white dragon and the humans, entrusting them to relay this news to the other white dragons. So you are an envoy. My apologies for any disrespect. If you do not mind, you are welcome to visit the White Dragon City. Just as Saddle was about to decline, the voice of Tia resonated in his mind. Are you truly going to refuse? They are all remarkable beings. It would be a delightful experience to visit. Moreover, it is time for the Song of the White Dragon. Tia's words brimmed with pride, as if she were celebrating her offspring's achievements. What could invoke such pride in the mother of the wicked dragon? The mention of the Song of the White Dragon piqued Saddle's curiosity. Very well, I shall visit your abode. Lead the way. Come with us. Yak, did you steal my gold? One dragonborn, displaying characteristics of the white dragon, confronted another dragonborn, gripping his attire and demanding answers. Hook, it was not me. It was the white dragon tray. Yak's gaze faltered. Nonsense. My companion would never engage in such actions. Besides, what ill intentions could a white dragon possibly harbor? The reclining tray lifted his head, a look of confusion crossing his features. Never mind. I was merely complimenting you. Continue to rest. Tray lay back down. Hook delivered a punch to Yak, declaring, since you refuse to confess, let us summon Lady Lives for judgment. Wait. How can you be so certain that I am the thief? I was merely teasing you, yet your eyes have betrayed you. Is this how things usually unfold here? Certainly not. This is merely an unfortunate incident. Tis, the sorceress who brought Saddle to the domain of the white dragons, spoke with an air of awkwardness. Who is Lives? She is our queen, the illustrious white dragon majesty. Upon mentioning Lives, Tiz's expression turned reverent. She was beautiful, wise, graceful, and approachable. Saddle discreetly summoned a magical shield. Her spittle nearly struck him in the face. He even discerned a hint of the bronze dragon within her. The level of flattery here rivals that of Tyler. I wish to meet her, may I? Of course, it would be my pleasure. Her Majesty Libes welcomes all beings of goodwill. Tis then turned her gaze towards her white dragon companion. Akka, remain here and cease to disturb Yunhai. He is already devoted to a cherished companion, and your incessant meddling may lead to your downfall. The mere mention of Yunhai's illustrious name caused Tiz to involuntarily tremble. Is Yunhai truly that formidable? Seldar inquired, leaning closer. Indeed, he is a most fearsome white dragon. While the male may possess an endearing appearance, he is, without a doubt, a genuine malevolent dragon. Avoid provoking him at all costs. Remember this well. Very well, I shall now escort you to Lib's dragon lair. Please follow me. Lib's lair bears no distinction from other white dragon dens, being quite austere, lacking even the embellishment of jewels. Her Majesty Libes is currently occupied with affairs of state. Please bear with me. The entrance to the lair is engraved with a silence enchantment, rendering the sounds within inaudible. Seldar, intrigued by the prospect of eavesdropping, discreetly pierced the sound barrier with his formidable dragon tail. Your Majesty Libes, winter approaches, and we require additional provisions. Due to the conflict between Akka and Yunhai, our granaries have sustained damage, and our supplies are dwindling. We now must procure funds to purchase food from the neighboring human kingdom. How would a dragon lord respond to a request for gold? Would it be an irate refusal or a magnanimous concession? Tiz, having overheard the conversation, took note of the unintentional breach of the silence enchantment, resolved to inform Libes later. A calm voice from the female dragon resonated. I understand. The issue of provisions must be addressed. I shall allocate funds, so do not worry. As a penalty, I shall confiscate all of Yunhai's and Akka's earnings for this year. You may leave now. Understood. There was no fury, no roar. It was as if Libes were entirely indifferent to the loss of gold. Such an intriguing white dragon. The dragonborn who had come to report exited the lair, casting a glance towards Seldar. May we enter? Of course, please proceed, esteemed red dragon. Seldar entered the lair and beheld Libes. This white dragon is truly extraordinary. Her form is graceful, her eyes captivating. Her bone spurs are gentle, and her tail elongated. Her massive wings are folded neatly behind her. Most remarkable of all are her dragon horns. Normal white dragons do not possess horns, which is one reason they are scorned by the other chromatic dragons. Her horns shimmer with golden light, adorned with numerous branches. If all dragons were to gather and vote for the most beautiful horns, she would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Set against her golden adornments, she radiates an aura befitting royalty. Libes is a reversion white dragon. Sky Comet should have informed you that the ancient white dragons symbolized diligence and wisdom. However, I have diluted their bloodline, transforming them into their current state. White dragons have historically been hornless, as were the ancient white dragons. The golden horns upon their heads are, in fact, known as the crown of wisdom. Ancient white dragons could combine magic with dragon blood to forge golden horns. The larger the dragon's horns and the more branches it possesses, the greater its magical prowess and wisdom. Even in ancient times, Libes' intellect was undoubtedly among the finest. Upon hearing Tia's explanation, Seldar couldn't help but regard Libes with newfound respect. Welcome, you red dragon from afar. Chapter 72, The Song of the White Dragon. I have come here to convey some information. The Dragon Empire? Libes pondered for a moment before nodding at Seldar. I understand. Is there anything else? None. Then let us remain here for 2 days. The day after tomorrow marks the occasion of the Song of the White Dragon. The Song of the White Dragon is a tradition of the White Dragon domain, held every decade to commemorate departed friends and to offer prayers to His Majesty Tiamat. I see. Then I shall graciously comply, Seldar said with rare politeness. Tiz, come in and make arrangements for our guest. At your command, Your Majesty Libes. By the way, the soundproofing array is damaged. I am aware. Tiz led Seldar away from the dragon's lair. Once they departed, Libes rose and approached the entrance of the lair, casting a glance at the damaged soundproofing array with a sigh. As a legendary mage dragon, and a white dragon renowned for her wisdom, Libes had sensed Seldar's disruption of the array, yet chose not to address it directly. She understood that pointing it out would embarrass Seldar, even though he likely would not mind. Avoiding unnecessary conflicts is the way of a dragon, and it is precisely this philosophy that has allowed the White Dragon domain to flourish. After repairing the soundproofing array, Libes returned to her lair for a moment of repose. I still cannot forget the gold wasted on food. Akka, Yunhai, you deserve a reprimand. As a dragon, Libes naturally cherished her gold. Yet she also recognized the significance of sustenance and would never be stingy in that regard. The Song of the White Dragon would require another expenditure of gold. and she felt pained by the thought. Tis brought Seldar to a temporary dragon lair and presented him with a flame bowl. I thought there would only be frozen meat popsicles here, Seldar remarked as he took a bite of the flame bowl. Though it paled in comparison to the meals prepared by his teacher, it was still quite satisfactory. The white dragons preferred to freeze their food with their icy breath and then crush it to consume. So it was quite surprising that they had prepared hot food for him. Their hospitality was commendable, and Seldar held a very favorable impression of them. Oh, so Libs is indeed an exceptional young white dragon, Tia exclaimed, leaping out from Seldar's body. Ah, Tiz was startled by Tia's sudden appearance. What is this creature? This is Tia, my pet. Humph, Tia turned her head away. How amusing. Tiz even contemplated reaching out to pat Tia's head. Go away. Tia instantly changed her demeanor. Tiz awkwardly retracted her outstretched hand. I shall not disturb you any further. Farewell. Tiz departed. What, pray tell, is the essence of the song of the white dragon? In due time, we shall ascertain the answer, replied Tia, her demeanor irritable. The day after tomorrow, Your Excellency Seldar, the song of the white dragon is set to commence. With a soft groan, Seldar awakened from slumber, stretching his forelegs, lowering his chest, raising his hindquarters, and indulging in a languorous yawn. At long last, the moment has arrived. Under the guidance of Tiz, they ascended to the summit of the snowy mountain. A multitude of white dragons, humans, and dragonkin congregated here, awaiting the initiation of the festival. A significant portion of the white dragons bore humans or dragonkin upon their backs. This was the Dragon Rider Ensemble, where the mighty dragons and humans synergized to unleash formidable combat prowess. The intellect of humans complemented the wisdom of the white dragons, while the dragons' robust physiques sheltered the fragile forms of their human counterparts. A harmonious partnership indeed. Libs approached Seldar with graceful strides. Are you prepared, my companion? A human gently patted the back of the white dragon beneath him. The dragon turned its neck, resting its head upon its back and affectionately nudging the human. Certainly. Their bond appeared to be strong, remarked Seldar. Indeed, they are comrades forged in the crucible of battle. Yet, some white dragons lack human partners. One must understand that the lifespan of humans pales in comparison to that of the great dragons. Over the vast expanse of time, certain white dragons inevitably lose their riders. Although one may extend their life through transformation into dragonkin, even the longevity of dragonkin falls short of that of the great dragons. Libs cast her gaze upon a despondent white dragon, conspicuously different from the others. Do you see that dragon? Her name is Redi. Her human partner perished during the transformation ceremony into dragonkin. To this day, she remains ensnared in remorse, believing herself responsible for her partner's demise. She then pointed to another white dragon, its expression fierce. Not all white dragons can accept dragon riders. The most quintessential example is that dragon. His name is Yunhai, a quintessential villain. But are there humans who have lost their white dragon partners? No. They either meet their end in battle alongside their companions or sacrifice their own lives to wield immensely powerful magic for the sake of their partners. However, many exist without a white dragon companion. It must be noted that the reproductive rate of great dragons does not match that of humans. Generally, I would assign new human partners to those white dragons who have lost their riders. Yet should the dragon refuse to accept a new human rider, I would not impose my will. The sun ascended to its zenith, heralding the commencement of the festival. The first to take flight were the white dragons bereft of human partners. They clustered together, forming a neat circle as they soared through the skies. Following them were the dragon rider combinations. The riders, adorned with mage hats, steadied themselves with one hand on a bony protrusion and the other raised in the air with a staff. These white dragons circled in a larger formation, encircling the grieving dragons in the center. The inner circle of white dragons was positioned slightly higher along the z-axis than the outer circle. Then, they began to sing. I see a ya, my companions, old friends, elders, mother, father. I saw a ya. Do you remember me? You see ya. You see ya. My name is Triple X. You saw ya. Do you recall the day we first met? Libs spread her wings and soared into the sky, joining the melody. Her voice, clear and melodious, struck the hearts of all the white dragons. Oddly enough, I felt a profound sadness intertwined with warmth. Saddle suddenly felt a sting in his nose, his vision blurred, tears streamed down his face. This was Lib's song of the white dragons. Tia said, let us sing together. Under the influence of the song, Saddle began to hum along. We see a ya, may you rest in the divine realm of Tiamat. We saw a ya, may we meet again in our next life. Tia gazed at the white dragons in the air, unable to suppress her smile. My children, I am proud of you. The song continued for a while, and then the ceremony moved into the next phase. Each white dragon, each dragon rider, took out a gold coin. We lab, we lab, we lab. I offer this gold coin to the dragon god. We lob, we lob, we lob. May you find happiness in the realm of the divine. Regardless of whether they were white dragons or humans, they were devout followers. Tia's eyes were filled with kindness. Did the departed white dragons and humans truly receive superior treatment in the divine realm? I shall not deceive my children. I hope so. The gold coins transformed into specks of starlight, vanishing into the ether. At that moment, Tia's body emitted a golden light. The divine essence of Tia, transformed by her divine power, responded to the prayers of her followers. In an instant, Tia dove into Saddle's body. She did not wish for her children to see her in her current state. Is it over? Not yet, but soon. After the coins disappeared, a brilliant golden light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the white dragons. Several white dragons and numerous human phantoms appeared out of thin air. They had received Tiamat's permission to temporarily leave the divine realm and reunite with their companions. However, the blissful moments were destined to be fleeting, as they soon transformed into golden light, returning to the embrace of Tiamat. Lula, 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 my companions, farewell. The song of the white dragons concluded. Seldar shook his head and remarked that the sensation was indeed peculiar. Are you leaving? Libes descended. Yes, I still have unfinished tasks. Until we meet again. Indeed. Until we meet again. Seldar soared toward the south. According to his plan, he intended to traverse the dragon's domain and head to the Daler Kingdom to print more flyers. Within Libes' dragon nest, she retrieved a handful of magical gemstones and began to pray, seeking clarification on certain matters. During the festival, she had witnessed the golden radiance surrounding Tia. "O great mother of the evil dragons," she intoned. "Seldar, please land for a moment. It seems there is an issue on my end." "What is it?" "It appears Libes is in prayer, and the signal has connected to me. It may be the influence of the song of the white dragon." "Very well." After Seldar landed, Tia emerged from his body, her form shimmering with golden light. As if to announce, "You have a call waiting." Tia accepted the prayer, and Libes' projection materialized before them. "O great mother of the evil dragons, I wish to inquire about something." "My child, speak." "Just now, a red dragon entered my territory, accompanied by a small dragon named Tia. I wish to know if Tia is related to you." "My child, why would you think that? I have no connection to her." Seldar cast a disdainful glance at Tia. "And yet she claims not to deceive her offspring. How easily she lies without a hint of shame. My apologies. I shall offer these magical gemstones as compensation for my rudeness. Do not fret. I will not hold it against my beloved child." The gemstones transformed into starlight and vanished, only to reappear before Tia. Seldar swiftly snatched them away. Tia's mouth opened and closed in fury, yet she was powerless to retrieve them. She ended the call and demanded the gemstones from Seldar. "You are my pet. Your treasures are mine." Outrageous. Libes squatted within the dragon nest and summoned Tiz. "Your Majesty, Libes." "Tiz, prepare everyone. On the next harvest day, we shall leave this place." "What? What do you mean?" "The white dragons and humans have dwelled here for ages. Suddenly uprooting them to an unknown realm is unthinkable." "You heard correctly. I intend for everyone to relocate." "Why?" "Because the great dragon empire is about to be established, but the divine incarnation of the great Tiamat resides there. I believe aligning with them is a wise choice." During the song of the white dragon, Libes noticed the golden glow surrounding Tia, which sparked a bold idea within her. Subsequently, she even cast a monitoring spell on Seldar. And once they departed, she began to pray. According to the feedback from magic, Libes has concluded that Tia is indeed the divine incarnation of Tiamat. They are both malevolent five-colored dragons. The white dragon also belongs to the five-colored dragons. Do you think we are evil? It is quite different. The white dragon of the white dragon domain is vastly distinct from the other five-colored dragons. Tiz, you must understand. They boldly proclaim their existence to the world. I do not believe they would be content with their current territory. Are you suggesting that they will inevitably launch an invasion? Precisely. It would be far better to proactively ally with them than to suffer a painful defeat, be enslaved, and ultimately crushed. Even if war breaks out, we might not necessarily lose. Do not forget, Tiamat's incarnation is right there. Do you comprehend what that signifies? The Dragon Empire is undoubtedly linked to His Majesty. However, we have lived here for a long time. This is our homeland. Tiz's voice grew softer, making a final stand. What is a homeland? Is it merely a piece of land? A true homeland is a place where family, friends, and happiness exist. As long as we are together, no matter where we go, it will always be our home. Very well, you have successfully persuaded me. I will inform the humans of the White Dragon. Then, I appreciate your assistance. Seldar soared towards the south. Oh, what a magnificent silver dragon. A legendary silver dragon. The silver dragon also noticed Seldar and flew towards him, seemingly with ill intent. Seldar tensed, donned his dragon armor, and prepared for battle. Red dragon, tell me the location of the Dragon Empire, the silver dragon commanded. How arrogant. I do not know. You are obstructing my path. Since the other party was not inclined to converse amicably, Seldar would not offer a pleasant demeanor in return. You are lying. The silver dragon easily saw through Seldar's deceit with a spell that detects lies. So what? Seldar's temper flared. Get lost. Red dragons are not known for their amiability. They are like powder kegs ready to explode. Take this coin and tell me where the Dragon Empire is. The silver dragon produced a gold coin and tossed it to Seldar. Instinctively, Seldar caught the coin. Staring at the gold in his claws, he was filled with disbelief. After scratching the edge of the coin to confirm it was not a magical forgery, he stored it in his scales. Seldar's anger subsided. I can lead the way, but it will cost more. The silver dragon produced another gold coin, which, under magical control, was thrown at Seldar's forehead. The coin bounced off his forehead with a thud before landing in Seldar's claws. Well, how generous. Initially, Seldar contemplated raising his price further. But upon meeting the silver dragon's icy gaze, he quickly abandoned the thought. While leading the way, Seldar inquired of the silver dragon, what brings you to the Dragon Empire? I am searching for a dragon. Which one? What does it matter to you? Perhaps I know him. His name is Bookish. What is your relationship? The curiosity of Seldar ignited instantly. I am his former father-in-law. Oh, everything becomes exceedingly clear. Bookish, that scoundrel, first pursued a silver dragon, only to be expelled from Dragon Island by a metallic dragon for bigamy. Yet that silver dragon held genuine affection for Bookish. Her father, unable to withstand her will, was compelled to seek out this notorious philanderer. I am quite familiar with him. Let me tell you, Bookish already has a blue dragon as a mate. Moreover, he is also pursuing a green dragon that has returned to its ancestral form. Seldar revealed Bookish's entire history. The silver dragon's expression darkened ominously, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to grow heavy as a result. Furthermore, he even pursued my mother and my teacher. Keep going. I understand now. The silver dragon said through clenched teeth. Seldar observed a moment of silence for Bookish. Chapter 74. Among mates. Hey, Bookish, a dragon is looking for you. Seldar, eager to surprise Bookish, expended considerable effort to persuade the silver dragon to remain hidden for the time being. Oh, it's Seldar. Who is looking for me? Bookish turned to Seldar. Just go see for yourself. All right, Bookish replied, licking his beloved Lilika's neck before departing. I'll be back shortly. When I return, let us have little dragons. Understood. Hurry along, Lilika said, nuzzling Bookish's chest gently. Just then, Bookish felt a chill emanating from an unknown source, gathering at the base of his tail. How strange, this simple-minded green dragon. How could he withstand Bookish's sweet words? Through persistent effort, Bookish successfully made Lilika his mate. Bookish followed Seldar as they soared through the skies. You wouldn't be trying to set me up, would you? Bookish thought increasingly uneasily. Almost all dragons in the dragon leader's domain could communicate through the dragon helmet. Who wished to meet him? Arriving at their destination, Bookish looked around, seeing no other dragons aside from himself and Seldar. Bookish, it has been a long time. A massive silver dragon materialized behind Bookish, gradually revealing itself from invisibility. Ugh! Bookish's scales nearly bristled in alarm. That voice, he knew it all too well. Damn, how did Hilik find out I was here? In his panic, Bookish seemed oblivious to the high-level suggestion spell Hilik had cast upon him. The thoughts in his mind were spoken aloud. Even if he knows I'm here. How did he get here? Isn't he notoriously directionally challenged? He can't even find his own lair on Metal Dragon Island. Oh ho, Bookish, safe travels. Seldar began to anticipate the unfolding drama. Bookish, what do you think of Mr. Hilik's daughter? She is a beautiful silver dragon, gentle and kind, possessing remarkable talents. Although she is undeniably beautiful, her personality does not align with my preferences. She possesses an overwhelming strength. How could I have foolishly entered into a romance with her? The chill in the air grew increasingly oppressive. Heidi wishes to see you. Hilik cast a spell of enforced calm upon himself, fearing that he might succumb to the urge to eliminate Bookish. She is a good dragon. It is perhaps best that I avoid meeting her. Bookish pondered for a moment before summoning the courage to speak. I too am cursed. I have betrayed Heidi. If only I could turn back time, I would surely give myself a sound thrashing. Although Bookish is somewhat of a philanderer, his values remain intact. He feels guilt for having let Heidi down. Hilik dispelled the suggestive spell he had cast upon Bookish, and the latter instantly regained clarity. A suggestive spell? How could you do this? Polidge's face was etched with fear. Hillock then lifted the enforced calm from himself. I merely wished for Heidi to hear your true thoughts. Hillock grasped Polidge's head, acknowledging that he still possessed a semblance of conscience. Polidge dared not resist, allowing Hillock to hold him. Perhaps a good beating would extinguish the flames of his ire. With a resounding thud, Hillock slammed Polidge's head against the ground. But Heidi is already pregnant. What? It cannot be. Polidge exclaimed, disbelief flooding his mind. How long has it been? He had only been with Heidi once, and given the low probability of dragon pregnancies, it seemed nearly impossible. He had shared numerous encounters with Paola without achieving the same result. Moreover, he had departed from Metal Dragon Island some time ago, casting serious doubt on the veracity of this news. Isn't it your fault? Heidi's emotional state during her pregnancy has affected the dragon egg. After all this time, there are no signs of laying. Polidge felt his strength wane. I understand now. I will seek out Heidi. Hillock then delivered another blow to Polidge before casting a teleportation spell, preparing to return to Metal Dragon Island. Hillock and Polidge departed, leaving Seldar alone. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he last saw Donaya. He missed her. Let us pay her a visit. Seldar activated the communication feature of the dragon helmet. The helmet flickered a few times before falling silent. This cannot be. What is going on? Seldar mused, perplexed. This is troublesome. I must consult the teacher. Teacher, the communication function of my helmet is malfunctioning and cannot be used. Seldar approached Sky. Sky took the helmet, which automatically adjusted its size to fit him. He donned it and activated the communication feature. Ah, I see now. The communication channel in your helmet requires an update. An update? Indeed. Recently, the Dragon Realm has updated its communication functions due to concerns regarding privacy. You see, prior to the war, all dragons were connected to the same channel. After the war, most dragons ceased using their helmets, finding it uncomfortable. However, there exists a pair of magnificent dragons captivated by the convenient communication features of a helmet, using it to exchange sweet nothings and risque anecdotes. One day, a dragon, feeling rather idle, donned the helmet in search of conversation, only to be met with an overwhelming display of affection. This pair of dragons are Polidge and Paola, while the idle dragon is Sabby. Consequently, he requested Teddy to enhance the communication capabilities. Now, the helmet can facilitate one-on-one conversations and even create multi-dragon chat groups. What a marvel, a chat group from another world. Your helmet can be temporarily set aside here. I shall have Teddy upgrade it for you. For now, you may make use of this helmet. Sky handed a spare helmet to Seldar. Very well. Seldar accepted the helmet and infused it with magic. Ding. Welcome to the dragon family. Ah, there's the essence. Upon channeling his magic, over 50 dragons' messages flooded his mind. Donaya has been located. Seldar eagerly connected. Oh, Seldar, it's me. What is it? I miss you, darling. Donaya's mind momentarily short-circuited. What an odd term of endearment. Ah, haha. It's merely a term of affection between mates. Oh, I see. I miss you too, darling. I'm currently at XXX, waiting for you. I happen to have something I'd like you to see. I'll be right there. Wait for me, darling. Darling. I shall await your arrival. Chapter 75. The World of the Mind. I have arrived. With Seidel's utmost speed, he soon reunited with Donaya. Lowering her head, she playfully knocked Seldar over and licked his belly, then spoke in a slightly reproachful tone. You didn't even inform me before you left. Subsequently, she pressed her tongue against Seidel's body, seemingly venting her dissatisfaction. Ah, I was wrong. I shan't do it again. Donaya's playful assault was harmless. Yet Seldar acquiesced to her whims. Upon hearing this, Donaya released Seldar, then transformed her size to match his. I have recently awakened a new talent called the World of the Mind. Would you like to take a look? The concept of the World of the Mind sounded intriguing. Indeed, it is akin to a fabricated realm that can be altered at my whim. Show me. Donaya pressed her forehead against Seidel's, releasing her psychic energy. The energy entered Seidel's body, but was obstructed by the scales gifted by Sky. TSK, Seldar utilized his authority to suppress the scales, finally allowing Donaya's energy to permeate. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened, and he felt disoriented, finding himself in a vast, shadowy expanse. Donaya, where are you? Seldar surveyed his surroundings, unable to spot her. Please wait. I am disengaging, echoed Donaya's voice in Seidel's mind. Then, Seldar underwent a literal fragmentation. A black dragon's head emerged from his neck, followed by Donaya's neck. And soon Seldar sprouted a pair of ebony wings. Alas! Suddenly, Seldar felt a weight in his upper body, losing his balance and stumbling to the ground. It is worth noting that in the realm of the mind, Seidel's form resembled that of a normal young dragon. Just as he attempted to rise again, he was halted by Donaya. Lie down. This makes my separation much easier. Oh, Seldar obediently complied. Shortly thereafter, Donaya's upper body emerged from within Seldar. The mental space is exceedingly private. If I wish to draw you in, I must first allow our consciousnesses to temporarily merge. Once we enter the mind's realm, we can then separate. Donaya pressed her foreclaws onto Seldar's back, applying force to detach the remaining parts from his body. She first extracted her left foot, placing it upon Seldar's waist, then shifted her weight to her left side before detaching her right foot and placing it on the ground. Finally, she twisted her hindquarters, swiftly pulling out her tail. Donaya set her left foot down beside Seldar's waist and then fully draped her dragon form over him, her neck closely aligned with Seldar's. Whispering gently in his ear, "Everything here is nearly identical to the outside world, and in this place, you possess the body of a young dragon. We can engage in some rather intimate activities." Feeling the weight upon him and the essence of Donaya, Seldar licked her neck in acquiescence. Moreover, Donaya stood up beside Seldar, raising her right paw to rest upon his waist, gently pushing him to turn over. What followed left Seldar astounded. Donaya's form began to twist, and a red dragon identical to Seldar appeared. Meanwhile, Seldar transformed into Donaya's likeness. Here, Seldar's scales could not resist the distortion and transformation, for this was Donaya's mental domain. This is astonishing. Seldar was instantly exhilarated. Indeed, this allows us to view things from each other's perspectives and deeply understand one another. Let us commence. I can hardly wait. Do not rush. You must first teach me how to use your body. With that, their forms reverted back. The darkness here dampens my enthusiasm. This can be easily remedied. With a thought, Donaya illuminated the surroundings, conjuring countless treasures of gold and silver. Oh, is this satisfactory, my dear? Absolutely. Seldar then grasped Donaya's right foot with his tail, pulling her onto himself. Let us begin. In the ensuing struggle, many words were omitted. Suddenly, Donaya displayed a pained expression and pushed Seldar away. What is wrong? Did I exert too much force? Seldar hurriedly approached Donaya, cautiously inquiring. Suddenly, Donaya's body began to swell, and 4 vividly colored dragon heads emerged, transforming her form into that of a red dragon. It was evident that she had taken on the visage of Tiamat. Seldar was taken aback, realizing that Tia still resided within him. The deities were masters of manipulating the mind, and Tia had invaded Donaya's mental realm. What do you intend to do? Seldar demanded angrily. Rest assured, I mean no harm to you. I merely wish to borrow this mental space, Tia replied with keen interest, eyeing Seldar's physique. Well, quite robust indeed. As a reward, I shall teach you some intriguing postures. No sooner had she spoken than Donaya's body was forcefully expelled by the massive 5-headed dragon. Are you all right? Seldar asked, concern etched on his face. I am fine. I just need a moment to recover, Donaya responded, weakened by Tia's forceful invasion of her mental world. Tia sought to escape the constraints of the binding chains by utilizing the mental realm. If severing them was impossible, then a scapegoat would suffice. She envisioned transferring the binding chains onto Donaya, thereby securing her own freedom. As for Donaya, after all, the binding chains would not confine corporeal beings and would have no impact on their lives. How dare you? Seldar furiously swiped at Tia. Yet, the colossal form of Tiamat was formidable. Tia merely lifted a claw and sent Seldar crashing to the ground. In the mental realm, the foundation of combat lay in willpower. How could Seldar's resolve stand against that of a dragon god? Tia trampled Seldar beneath her foot. Just wait until I escape. You'll see how I deal with you. Seldar struggled in agony beneath Tia's foot. You shall have no such opportunity. Tia chuckled, for she had successfully transferred the binding chains onto Donaya. Farewell, little dragon. Ha ha ha. Tia's triumphant laughter echoed as she departed from the mental realm, leaving behind a martial arts manual woven from a portion of her memories. The mother of evil dragons had several exceptionally powerful male dragons serving as her consorts, fulfilling her desires. To please her, these dragons exerted themselves to the utmost, with some tricks even causing her surprise. Freedom, here I come. Tia flapped her wings and ascended into the sky. Ah, this familiar tug, could it be? Tia glanced back. It was the same familiar thread, only now one end connected to Seldar, the other to Donaya, while she herself traversed its length. This is it. Chapter 76. A distress signal. This is all a misunderstanding, Tia said with a pleading expression, gazing at the furious Seldar, trembling in fear. I do not believe. Seldar seized Tia by the neck, lifting her into the air before bringing her down with great force. Tia's neck twisted grotesquely. Seldar firmly placed his foot upon Tia's head, while the other pressed against the ground, his claws gripping her tail as he began to stretch her. Seldar could only elongate Tia threefold. constrained by the limitations of her physique. And then there was Danya. I understand now. Danya transformed back into the form of a youthful dragon. She paid no heed to Tia's identity, only aware that Tia had disrupted her plans. Danya extended her claws, pressing down towards Tia. Seldar swiftly dodged, leaving Tia to confront Donya's talons. Instinctively, Tia flipped over, extending her forepaws to brace against Donya's foreclaws. In an instant, Tia was rendered as flat as a pancake. Seldar produced several nails, securing Tia to the ground before seating himself upon her. Thus, even if she devised a means to escape the bindings of the deity lock, flight would be impossible. With her body severely deformed, Tia found it impossible to merge with Seldar's form. After exhaling, it was time to attend to business. Danya, let us proceed. Seldar patted Tia's blanket beneath him, signaling Danya to sit. Soon, they re-entered the realm of the mind. This time, I shall be the one on top. With a mere thought, Danya transformed into Seldar's likeness. No problem. The dear Seldar offered no resistance, allowing Danya to assume her appearance. Danya slowly climbed onto Seldar's back. How does it feel? Well, to be honest, it feels a bit peculiar, Seldar admitted, a mixture of trepidation and anticipation in his heart. Just as Danya prepared to take her place, Seldar suddenly rolled over, pinning Danya beneath him. Indeed, regardless of my appearance, I still prefer to maintain the upper hand. You are quite mischievous. Donya's scales began to warm, yet she did not reject Seldar's assertiveness. Here I come. In the realm of the mind, time flows more swiftly than in the external world. 1 minute outside equates to 20 minutes within. In this mental domain, as long as 1s will remain steadfast, they can reset their physical state at will. This means they could indulge in their playful antics for an extended duration without fatigue. Tia's secret techniques are indeed formidable, Seldar remarked, clutching Donya's hind paw. Quite right. Donya's tail coiled around Seldar's neck, tightening slightly. I'm having a bit of trouble breathing. How about this? Danya withdrew her claws from Seldar's embrace, gently placing them on his abdomen. Well, 6 days have passed in the external world. Sky arrived, bearing the successfully upgraded dragon helmet. She cast a glance at the entwined Danya and Seldar, a knowing smile gracing her lips. This scent heralds the arrival of spring. Such delightful occurrences must surely be documented. Sky summoned her psychic energy, gently touching Donya's forehead. Tia observed quietly. Sky's research into psychic energy was profoundly advanced. She could infiltrate the mental realms of other beings without their awareness. In the realm of the mind, Donya and I sensed an enigmatic presence, as if a dragon were observing us. If the sanctity of this mental space were to be breached, I would undoubtedly be aware of it, as Donya fervently insisted. Little did we know, everything was being meticulously recorded by the sorceress Skyweave. After some time had passed, they finally concluded their revelry. Skyweave discreetly exited the mental realm, intending to use this delightful interlude as a reward for Seldar upon completing his task. As Seldar and Donya emerged from the realm, Skyweave swooped in. Ah, Seldar, there you are? I have something to share with you, she exclaimed. What? Seldar, still dazed from the recent joy, could barely comprehend. First, your helmet has been successfully upgraded. With that, Skyweave tossed a magnificent crimson dragon helmet to Seldar. And there's another matter. Your task has been accomplished. The task? Oh, the one concerning the dissemination of news regarding the establishment of the Dragon Empire. Seldar recalled, having nearly forgotten after an extended period of combat within the mental realm. Your flyers have spread like wildfire among humans. Now, the inhabitants of this continent are well aware of our endeavors. It won't be long before word reaches the neighboring continent. Utilizing flyers was indeed a wise choice, as they serve as tangible evidence, more compelling than mere verbal declarations. And what of my reward? Seldar's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Skyweave presented a sizable magical gemstone to him. This gem encapsulates the joyous moments you experienced. Seldar, wary of any changes in Skyweave's disposition, quickly stored the gem in his scale space without further inspection. Skyweave offered no reminders. Seldar and Donya rose from the Tia blanket, stretching their limbs. What shall I do next? Nothing in particular. Do as you wish, Skyweave casually gestured with her claw. But first, try on the helmet. It appears to be unique to you. Even I cannot test its communication capabilities. Very well. Seldar donned the helmet, pondering its communication function. Just then, a voice echoed through the channels. Help me. That voice belonged to bookish. Seldar abruptly turned to Skyweave. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Skyweave inquired, puzzled. Bookish just called for our assistance. Seldar relayed the situation to Skyweave, including the budding romance between Bookish and Haitai. Oh, how intriguing. Skyweave grinned mischievously. Seldar, let us go rescue Bookish. Gather Paola, Lilica, and Graham. Huh. Seldar momentarily faltered, but then realization struck. Paola, Lilica, Graham, and even Skyweave herself were all among Bolage suitors. The teacher seems intent on staging a melodramatic scene before high tide. No matter. Seldar promptly sent a message to the 3 dragons through his helmet. Peloe Lapalage is in grave danger. Hurry. Lilica Polage is in distress. Hurry. Graham has a new task and gold to offer. Hurry. Shortly after the message was dispatched, the 3 colossal dragons arrived. Where is Polage? Is the gold real? Chapter 77. In the interstice of realms, time rewinds to when Polage followed Hillock to the Isle of Metallic Dragons. Haitai is right here. You may enter alone. I shall not intrude upon your reunion. Hillock brought Polage to the entrance of Haitai's lair. Polage nodded and then unleashed his draconic majesty. Haitai. Polage softly called her name before stepping into the lair. Umph. How dare you return to the depths of the lair? A voice tinged with irritation echoed from Haitai. I apologize, Polage said as he followed the sound into Haitai's chamber. Do not approach. Just as Polage intended to enter, Haitai sharply commanded him to halt. What is it? Polage inquired cautiously. First, you must reduce your size. Although unsure of why Haitai made such a request, Polage, feeling somewhat guilty, did not find it in him to refuse. He shrank himself down and entered Haitai's room. The wind chimes outside rang melodiously without a breeze. A gaunt silver dragon, its scales dim, perched atop her hoard of treasures. Drink this, Haitai said, handing Polage a vial of effervescent pink potion. What is this? Surely, it cannot be something reputable? This is a love potion from the Twilight Forest. Drink it, and you will fall deeply in love with me. It works on dragons as well, Haitai said, shaking the vial and forcibly placing it into Polage's claws. I refuse. Polage swatted the potion away with a mighty paw. Smash. The vial shattered against the wall, and the pink liquid quickly seeped into the ground. Such potions cannot cultivate true love. Polage bellowed in anger. Haitai, your mental state is quite abnormal. He felt her actions were utterly excessive. This is all you're doing. Haitai retorted fiercely, her wild magic swirling throughout the lair. I recognize my mistakes. But you cannot go too far. I am willing to compensate you with gold. Love cannot be measured in gold, and there is no longer any possibility between us. Haitai shook her head. You have made a grave error in judgment. Haitai then produced a vial of blue potion. In that case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. She smashed the vial upon the ground, and the blue potion quickly vaporized, creating a cloud of blue mist. Polage immediately held his breath, but the smoke snaked through the gaps in his scales, irritating his skin. He attempted to conjure magic, only to be astonished to find his power spiraling out of control. Is it the potion's doing? His mind has grown increasingly dulled, a wave of weakness surging within him, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. What sort of potion could possibly incapacitate a silver dragon of my caliber in such a short span? This is the work of the High Elves, a legendary concoction known as Dragon's Remains, hailing from the Twilight Forest. I exerted considerable effort to procure it. Heidi seized Bolage's tail, dragging him to a corner of the dragon's lair where a one-time teleportation magic circle lay. With Bolage having shrunk in size beforehand, this magic circle could accommodate them. Since I cannot possess your heart, I shall claim your body instead. The matter of the dragon egg was merely a ruse. Was it not? Indeed, I deceived my father, to win you over, my beloved. Soon, no one shall find us. We shall revel in blissful happiness until the end of our days. No, I must seek assistance. Let me think, whom should I turn to? Ah, the dragon helm. Bolage summoned the helm with his last ounce of strength, broadcasting a desperate message. Save me. Then, he was dragged into the teleportation circle. The scene shifts back to Seldar. Did not Bolage return to Metal Dragon Island? How could he be in danger and call for our aid? The most anxious among us was Paola. I know not. I only know that Bolage is not well regarded among the metal dragons, Lilica remarked. Why ponder so much? We can inquire further once we rescue him, Graham suggested, scratching his neck with a claw. She cared little for Bolage's fate. She merely understood that rescuing him would yield gold. A mother dragon blinded by love is a fearsome creature. Having lived through this before, Seldar began to explain. Sky, through the dragon helm, pinpointed Bolage's location. He was trapped in a dimensional rift. A dimensional rift is the spatial interval between planes. Some of these rifts are vast enough to harbor numerous beings, while others are exceedingly narrow. Quite constricted indeed. Sky intensified the effort to break the seal. This dimensional rift possesses spatial defenses. How peculiar. This encryption is even more formidable than that of Metal Dragon Island. Yet, it shall not deter me. Sky exuded confidence. A highly unstable spatial door swung open, crackling with sparks and lightning, a perilous sight indeed. To enhance the door's stability, Sky stood upright, pressing both claws against the upper portion of the door, anchoring his feet against the frame, using his body to support it, relying on the resilience of his scales against spatial distortions to forcibly stabilize it. Hurry inside. Seldar was the first to dash through the portal, followed closely by Paola and Lilica, who also reduced their sizes to enter. Graham hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and shrank his size to slip beneath Sky. For the sake of gold, it was worth the risk. The vast expanse of the prairie is dotted with peculiar creatures. Round and fluffy, their white fur reminiscent of a giant dragon's head. Their bodies, filled with gas, float gracefully like balloons. With mouths resembling trumpets, they open and close, consuming the white specks of light that dance in the air. These beings, not chronicled in the dragon's legacy, shall be dubbed bald beasts. The luminous points appear to be seeds of some magical plant, imbued with enchantment. Skyway, a connoisseur of fine cuisine, gathered a few seeds using magic and tasted them. The flavor was delightful, reminiscent of the world tree, making them suitable as a base for a clear broth. Curious, Seldar prodded a bald beast, causing it to rupture at the point of contact, releasing a foul gas that enveloped Seldar's face, allowing the creature to escape. Infuriated, Seldar pursued and incinerated it to ashes with dragon fire. Enough of this. We are not here for sightseeing. Skyway reprimanded Seldar, then cast a spell to locate Polich. Just then, whoosh. An arrow, swift as lightning, shot toward Skyway. Skyway conjured a mage's shield, reluctant to test the arrow's sharpness against her dragon scales. Her instincts proved accurate. The arrow easily pierced her shield, akin to breaking through a mere layer of paper. In a flash, Skyway reinforced her defenses with several high-level protective spells. The arrow's speed gradually diminished until it came to a halt. Skyway caught the arrow for closer inspection. It was a hollow magic arrow, crafted from rare metals like mithril, inscribed with various spells for armor penetration, acceleration, precision, and concealment. The hollow sections were infused with solidified potions, firmly lodged within the intricate patterns. Such opulence. This arrow was indeed a legendary magical artifact. Skyway gazed towards the direction from whence the arrow had come. Will you emerge on your own, or shall I compel you? She addressed the air. Possessing the sight of souls, Skyway perceived a blazing soul fire in what had seemed an empty space, the spirit of a high elf. Noticing the reluctance of her opponent to reveal themselves, Skyway sighed. Graham, impatient, unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, the searing flames sweeping across the area. Cunning little wretch, perish. As a red dragon, Graham despised those who lurked in the shadows, scheming. Your efforts will not harm him. Skyway halted Graham's futile assault and directly cast Tear of the Sky. Boom. A disheveled figure erupted from the explosion. Curse it. How could it instantaneously unleash Tear of the Sky? The forced-out high elf gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground. In a desperate bid for survival amidst the cataclysmic explosion, he expended a precious legendary magical artifact. Nevertheless, the aftermath of the detonation inflicted considerable harm upon his body. With a gurgling sound, he consumed a vial of restorative elixir, enveloped in a white mist, his injuries mending at an astonishing pace. Why do you attack me? You pose a foolish question. This is our territory. You are the invaders. I am merely defending my domain. Graham's eyes shimmered with golden light. A high elf, a veritable treasure trove of his own realm, stood before him. Indeed, the high elf remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, standing atop the moral high ground, condemning the dragons for their alleged transgressions. Very well, relinquish all your treasures. Otherwise, I shall devour you. Graham arched his back, his expression fierce. A pungent scent of sulfur wafting from his maw. Seldar momentarily froze, then grasped his mother's intention. He too harbored thoughts of seizing the opportunity, yet was promptly restrained by Graham's keen claws. A clear message conveyed. This is my prey. TSK, this was discovered by the teacher. Despite his dissatisfaction, Seldar acquiesced to Graham's authority. Paola, Lilica, and Sky were all exasperated. What time is it? Still fixated on gold. Graham, do not forget the main objective. I am well aware. I merely wish to earn a bit of extra coin, Graham retorted, bringing his massive draconic visage close to the high elf. Do not test my patience. Hand over the gold immediately. The high elf scoffed, conjuring a spiked cone that pierced Graham's scales. How dare you, you wretched insect? This spiked cone was also a magical artifact, possessing formidable concealment capabilities, allowing the high elf to execute his subtle maneuver unnoticed. As it embedded itself in Graham's scales, it turned a ghastly shade of gray, seemingly alive, burrowing deeper within. What is happening? Graham squinted. What have you done? A little curse. I hope you enjoy it. Graham's fury erupted, raising his colossal claw, intent on reducing the elf to mere pulp. In a flash of white light, the high elf employed a teleportation artifact. The teleportation magic has failed. Thud. The massive claw descended, the earth trembling beneath its weight, a faint trickle of blood seeping from the gaps in the scales. Our movements must remain concealed. Sky utilized spatial confinement to prevent the elf's escape. This realm appeared to be the high elf's domain, leading Sky to suspect that Borridge's plea for help was intertwined with their machinations. Past grievances left her with no fondness for these lofty beings. Let them perish. So be it. Do you feel anything? Although somewhat displeased with Graham's unnecessary escalation, Sky would not abandon her. Not a thing. A feeble curse cannot sway the mighty Graham, he retorted, shaking off the perceived threat nonchalantly. Sky sighed. Very well. Perhaps a little hardship will serve her well. Then Sky flew them towards the location of Polidge. My dear, drink this, she said, prying open Polidge's mouth and pouring in a vial of potion. The effects of the dragon's essence maximized, leaving Polidge unable to move anything but his eyes, which widened in helplessness as he watched Sky administer the suspicious liquid. Swallow it quickly. Sky frowned, observing that Polidge showed no signs of swallowing the potion. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her furrowed brow relaxed. I see, you wish for me to feed you. With that, Sky opened her mouth wide, cradling half of Polidge's face within. Polidge gasped, his throat producing unintelligible sounds as Sky pushed the potion in with her tongue. No need to thank me. Under the influence of twisted affection, Sky misinterpreted Polidge's struggles. As the potion took effect, Polidge's scales began to burn. This is no ordinary potion. No, please. Though a fragment of his consciousness remained, Polidge could only watch as Sky climbed onto his abdomen. My dear, I shall take good care of you. Release him. Paola and the others arrived just in time. You all. Sky stammered, taken aback. She had not anticipated that a dragon would forcefully intrude upon this realm through illicit means. She had entered into a contract with the High Elves, paying a hefty price to obtain her passage. Who are you? Sky glared fiercely at Paola, who spoke first. I am Paola, Polidge's spouse. Paola retorted defiantly, returning the glare. Cursed chromatic dragon, you are the one who has seduced Polidge, are you not? That was his choice. Nonsense. Suddenly, the sound of wind chimes echoed in Sky's mind. Oh, the master of magic. She began to chant a powerful spell, intending to deliver a painful lesson to Paola. Oh, sighed Sky, as an invisible force swept through, aiming to sever the connection between Sky's tormented psyche and the wind chimes. Just as the link was about to be cut, the chime's sound abruptly ceased, causing Sky's magical energy to lose its target and become ineffective. Fortunately, Sky momentarily regained her composure. She looked around in confusion, glanced at Polidge beneath her, and promptly dismounted. Sky was left bewildered. What just happened? I hadn't even exerted my power yet. Chapter 79. Sky's concealment. I need to thoroughly examine your mind. Sky looked at the frail figure before her, a grave expression settling upon her features. Very well. Sky hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to comply with the examination. With Sky's willing cooperation, a deeper inspection could be conducted. In the murky depths of her mental realm, a silver dragon, bloodshot and battered, sat hunched. A gaping wound marred its chest, adorned with a black wind chime. The wind chime has seamlessly merged with the silver dragon, pulsating ominously with the rhythm of the dragon's heart, casting a sinister red glow. Sky attempted to detach the wind chime, but upon her energy's mere contact, it quivered violently before diving into the silver dragon's body, vanishing from sight. After a while, the wind chime re-emerged. Sky resumed her efforts, this time with increased caution and gentleness, striving to avoid disturbing the wind chime. Yet, her attempts proved futile. Why is this so? It seems that only coercive measures can be employed to tear apart Hitty's psyche, extract the wind chime, and then mend the wound. However, Hitty's current condition is precarious. She requires recuperation before any surgical intervention can occur. Sky withdrew from the mental realm, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Hitty. Regrettably, I currently possess no means to resolve your psychological dilemma. This wind chime appears to possess its own consciousness and has already become one with you. What should I do then? Hitty seemed somewhat agitated. Fortunately, if the wind chime is subjected to external influence, it will vanish for a period. I can craft a magical artifact for you that will periodically stimulate it with energy, thus preventing it from exerting its influence over you. Let us proceed as you suggest. The creation of this magical artifact was remarkably simple. Sky completed it in just 20 minutes. Try it on. Very well, Hitty nodded, adorning herself with the horn accessory. The accessory emanated a soft glow, releasing faint energy at intervals. Sky unleashed her energy to observe for a while. Perfect. The wind chime has been successfully subdued. Hitty merely needs to rest for a time before attempting the surgery to extract it. Just as Sky was about to inquire further about the wind chime, an odd sound captured the attention of all the dragons. It was the voice of Polage. "Polage, what has happened to you?" Paola inquired, her face etched with concern. Nearby, Lilica attempted to infuse Polage with vitality, but it seemed counterproductive as Polage's groans intensified and his body trembled more violently. "What did you give him?" Paola interrogated Hitty. "Some aphrodisiac substances." Hitty averted her gaze. "Bring the antidote." "There is no antidote. What will happen if left unattended?" "He will suffocate." "Nonsense." Paola fumed, ready to lash out at Hitty, but Sky intervened. "Let us first attend to Polage. There will be ample time later to settle accounts with her." Paola shot Hitty a fierce glare before turning her attention back to Polage. She glanced at Polage's distressing lower half, then climbed atop him and settled down. For Polage's sake, she had to do this. Hitty's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness as she watched Paola aiding Polage in suppressing the effects of the drug, while the remaining 5 dragons stood helplessly by. Staring blankly is not conducive. Perhaps some snacks would suffice. Sky took out a few tidbits and distributed them among the group. Why not share tales of the wind chimes? Meanwhile, Haitai subtly cast her truth-bending magic, embellishing the events as she recounted them. "After Bolage abandoned me, I was consumed by thoughts of him, unable to find solace in sleep. My father procured an abundance of calming potions and magical artifacts for me, and it was during this tumultuous time that the wind chime came into my life. My father had only a rudimentary understanding of the wind chime. He knew it could soothe the spirit, yet was oblivious to the cost of such tranquility, overextending one's own soul. Reflecting on this now fills me with trepidation. I am grateful to have encountered you all. Am I not right?" Sky chose not to expose Haitai's deception. How could her clumsy spellcasting escape her scrutiny? Suddenly, a cry from Paola broke the tension. The dragon elixir on Bolage had prematurely lost its efficacy under the influence of aphrodisiac. Yet Bolage remained in a state of confusion, his behavior exceedingly brutish. Paola could hardly withstand the relentless torment inflicted by Bolage, the semi-legendary silver dragon. "Let me take over." Haitai seemed to seize an opportunity, volunteering to relieve Paola of her duties. "Sit down," Sky commanded. "You go." Lilica pointed my tail at myself. Indeed, Lilica did not refuse. She and Bolage had shared such experiences more than once. Haitai cast a fiery gaze towards Lilica. "What troubles you?" Sky glanced at her. "It's nothing. It merely saddens me to witness such shameless acts in broad daylight." Haitai then turned her back, preoccupied with some endeavor. "Hey, what's this?" Seldar head suddenly emerged from beneath Haitai's wing. Haitai jumped in surprise, inadvertently dropping the potion in her claws, only to catch it again. "This is a calming potion." "Oh." Seldar showed no sign of doubt. Haitai felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, yet dared not reveal impatience or guilt. She had no choice but to drink the potion in front of Seldar. As the potion coursed through her, even through her thick scales, Seldar noticed Haitai's complexion becoming flushed. Her eyes grew glassy, wisps of warmth escaped her lips, and dragon saliva flowed uncontrollably. "Is this truly a calming potion?" Observing Haitai's reaction, Seldar was struck by a dreadful thought. This concoction bore a resemblance to something once deemed toxic in a previous life. Upon hearing Seldar's inquiry, after a prolonged moment, Haitai hazily responded, "Of course it is a calming potion. It alleviates my inner sorrow." Witnessing Haitai's behavior, Seldar remained unconvinced. "Let me see." In her altered state, Haitai was unusually accommodating, handing the vial to Seldar without a second thought. Seldar poured a small amount of potion beneath his nose and inhaled cautiously, yet ultimately lacked the courage to taste it. After all, what if it were a toxic substance? Such a thing must be avoided at all costs. He returned the vial to Haitai and sought out his teacher. "Teacher, can you discern what this liquid is?" Seldar raised his claw, stained with the liquid, above his head. Sky lowered his head, first sniffing, then extending his tongue to taste it, savoring the essence. Sky, with his exceptional skills and indomitable spirit, was unafraid of the potion's effects. Seldar found his teacher's tongue to be remarkably smooth, unlike his mother's, which bore barbs. A peculiar thought suddenly sprang to Seldal's mind. Sky swiftly analyzed the potion's composition. What is it? Could it be a dreadful concoction that ensnares dragons, offering illusory pleasure while deteriorating their health? Seldal's eyes widened. Indeed, it was a sedative, albeit in an excessively high concentration, having strayed far from its original purpose to become a source of delight. The wind chime merely magnified her inner darkness. It was this potion that truly transformed her. Long-term, high-dosage usage had rendered her dependent. It turned out to be an addictive antidepressant. Chapter 80. Departure, would he simply leave her to her own devices? To be honest, I had no desire to intervene. We were not related. And I was not a metallic dragon. I had no reason to meddle. However, once Polarge regained his strength, I would inform him of this matter. And he would undoubtedly take action, relieving us of any concern. All right, Seldar nodded. Since the teacher chose to disregard the issue, he squinted and smirked mischievously. He planned to exploit the situation before Polarge's recovery. Miss Haitai, you wouldn't want Polarge discovering your addiction to drugs, would you? Upon hearing this, Haitai took 3 seconds to process the statement. Then she immediately focused her will, actively resisting the potion's effects, returning to her normal state. What do you mean? Haitai's voice was low, revealing her discontent. Under the potion's influence, Haitai was unaware that Seldar had already presented the potion for Sky's evaluation. I am certain Polarge would not stand idly by while you continue to succumb to this vice. If I were to inform him of this matter. Seldal's dragon visage loomed ominously as he spoke in a gravelly whisper. For a trivial sum of gold coins, I could keep your secret, provided you do not reveal yourself. Polarge would remain oblivious. Is that so? Haitai chuckled softly. What a foolish red dragon. He must have forgotten about a certain magic known as detect lies. And what do you desire? Haitai lowered her gaze, exhaling the chilling breath of a silver dragon. 10,000 gold coins. Haitai's golden eyes glimmered with cunning light. Agreed. But you must swear an oath. The oath signifies that no dragon will voluntarily disclose this information to Polarge. In other words, neither you nor the red, white, green, or blue dragons over there will betray the trust. Seldar was taken aback. I cannot believe I overlooked this. Promise her. I can bind your oath to myself. This way, you can break it at will. The voice of Tia echoed in his mind. This is a timely intervention. In return, you must share half of the gold with me. Half is acceptable. After all, Tia's possessions are inherently his, considering Tia is his pet. I, Seldar, swear in the name of Tiamat. Tia secretly manipulated the situation, creating a false link. Did this red dragon truly swear an oath? Is he not afraid of divine punishment? Or perhaps he did not deceive me. But if he merely intends to extort, why does the lie detection deem him untruthful? Or why is there an issue with the oath? Countless possibilities flashed through Haitai's mind, and ultimately, she decided to add an additional layer of security to this oath. Great Bahamut, your loyal follower wishes for you to witness this oath. Inviting another deity to attest to an oath is recognized by the gods. I do not worship your deity. How can I be certain he will act justly? I need my own deity to witness this. Unlike Tiamat, violating an oath witnessed by Bahamut does not necessarily cost one their life. He is renowned for his generosity and compassion. Although death is not the penalty, the consequences of breaking an oath are still burdensome for dragons. The punishments can range from confiscation of all possessions to life for violating particularly significant oaths, such as those made in wartime. Due to the powerful spatial encryption of this realm, Bahamut could only transmit a small amount of divine power to witness the oath. But it was sufficient. Damn, Seldar cursed inwardly. Greed is the nature of dragons, and due to his avarice, he was cleverly outmaneuvered by Haitai. He must admit he was rather inexperienced. With Bahamut witnessing this oath, as per tradition, it was not deemed a significant oath. Therefore, a breach would only incur a penalty of tenfold the breach fee. That amounts to 100,000 gold coins. To be extorted by a dragon and end up losing 100,000 gold coins is unacceptable to Seldar. Thus, he sought out Sky for counsel. Teacher, may I discuss something with you? Sky resignedly twitched her lips. She had witnessed everything that had transpired. Seldar, I have told you to control your greed. It was an accident, an unexpected occurrence. Seldar chuckled innocently. You, Sky sighed. Just as Sky was about to reprimand him and discuss the matter further, Polarge regained consciousness. Paola and Lilica rubbed their swollen bellies. You are finally awake. Paola used magic to cleanse their bodies. Ouch, my head hurts. Polarge attempted to cast a spell to awaken himself. He extended his claw, the luminous essence of magic entwining around it, only to dissipate abruptly. This was the after effect of the dragon's bane potion. He was still unable to wield magic for a brief period. Polarge, I apologize. I was under the influence of the wind chimes. That was not my intention. Shirty attempted to approach Polarge, yet he rebuffed her. We are through. Shirty parted her lips, wishing to articulate something, but her voice faltered. Shirty, I can introduce you to someone new. We are finished. His name is Xia Jing, and he is a dear friend of mine. Upon hearing this, Shirty's anger flared momentarily, but then she seemed to recollect something, her fury dissipating instantaneously. Very well. On your terms, but you must personally take me to meet him. Certainly. So, I am merely accompanying you to witness their affection, having done nothing myself. Grum voiced his discontent. Rest assured, Your compensation will not be diminished. That is reassuring. When shall we depart? We can leave now. As Sky began to construct a spatial passage, the portal collapsed under the gaze of the assembled dragons. It seems we have been discovered. Sky awkwardly retracted his claw. The encryption of this space had altered, requiring time to decode anew. I can facilitate your escape. I possess a pass. Shirty produced a leaf, infusing it with magic. The leaf glowed and then opened a passageway. It's ready. Step inside. Let us vacate this place. Really, will it be this seamless? Chapter 81. The Reluctant Grum. All right. Let us depart. Without hesitation, Shirty entered the portal, her figure consumed by its embrace. Grum hastily followed, only to be halted by Sky. What is the matter? The signal strength of the spatial coordinates I left behind has not increased, indicating that the other side of the portal is not the original plane. She is deceiving us. That damned silver dragon. Grum's throat emitted a low growl. I believe she has been misled by the master of this space. The feedback from my lie detection spell indicates she is not lying. Then what are we waiting for? Let us pursue her. Though Bolage had severed ties with Shirty, separation did not equate to enmity. Despite their breakup, they could still maintain a cordial friendship. Bolage could not fathom why some beings completely cut off all contact post-breakup, even evading one another. Having previously abandoned Shirty, and with her having acted excessively under the wind chime's influence, Bolage considered their slate clean. With no debts owed to each other, his only concern now was that Shirty might fall prey to the machinations of the space's master. Sky extended his claw towards Bolage, casting a transformation spell, morphing him into a shell-bearing creature, and then tossed him to Paola. Paola gingerly received Bolage, placing him atop her head. Seldar glanced at the turtle resting on Paola's head, then turned his gaze to Grum. I shall take the lead. At present, you possess no combat prowess. Upon uttering these words, Skyway leaned half of his body into the portal. Hitai, return at once. This portal is suspect. But where is Long? Skyway attempted to summon Hitai back, only to realize that she had vanished without a trace. Alas, this is troublesome. After confirming that there was no danger or ambush on the other side, the tail at the back of the portal beckoned the other dragons to follow. Graham, impatient, rushed ahead of Lilica and Paola. Saddle leapt onto Graham's head, seeking a ride. Get down. Graham shook his head vigorously. No. Saddle clung tightly to the dragon's horn, refusing to budge. Oh, let it be. He is my own dragonling. I shall not quibble. Graham, bearing Saddle, stepped through the portal, followed by Paola and Bolage, with Lilica bringing up the rear. Just as Graham was about to exit the portal, Skyway's figure suddenly distorted. Realizing something was amiss, Skyway turned to retreat. But it was already too late. The master of this realm altered the portal's destination after Skyway had passed through, intending to separate them and gradually dismantle their strength. So this was how Hitai slipped away from my sight. Skyway suddenly uncovered the truth behind Hitai's disappearance. The spatial magic of this realm was exceedingly sophisticated. Skyway was not omniscient, and it was understandable that he fell into a trap inadvertently. Now, Hitai had been transported alone to an unknown location, her fate uncertain. Skyway found himself in a seemingly safe place. The remaining dragons were left behind, gazing at the portal in confusion. Should we enter? Lilica inquired with a hint of concern. The dragons turned their eyes toward Lilica, who in turn looked at Paola. Paola, feeling bewildered, glanced at Saddle perched atop Graham's head. What are you looking at me for? Saddle grumbled, resting his chin on his mother-esque crown. Saddle, is there any way you can contact Lord Skyway? Paola asked. No, Saddle replied. The scales on his forehead lacked any communication function, and they had completely lost contact with Skyway. What shall we do now? Graham expressed his dissatisfaction by thumping his tail against the ground. What else can we do? We wait. Trust my teacher, Saddle sighed. This was the best course of action at present. Remaining here would facilitate Skyway's search for them. Furthermore, Bolage, the most adept at spatial magic among them, was currently unable to wield his powers, and the timeline for his recovery remained uncertain. How dreadfully boring, Saddle lamented, picking at Graham's scales to pass the time, reminiscent of when he had helped her clean the bloodstains from her scales. Hey, why are some of your scales looking a bit faded, mother? Saddle took no heed of this and did not contemplate any curses. He merely assumed it was a sign of aging, believing that before long, the old scales would shed, making way for new ones. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a portal abruptly manifested before them. Could it be that the teacher had returned? Seldar halted his clawed advance, gazing towards the spatial gate. Emerging from it was a battalion of fully armed high elves. You wretched dragons, you have intruded into our realm without permission, wantonly slaughtering our innocent folk. Now accompany us for a reckoning, proclaimed the leading elf with haughty arrogance. Who grants you the audacity to stand before us? Paola interjected, placing Bolage into Lilica's grasp as she rose defiantly. It was evident that the High Elves had manipulated the portal to separate Sky and Shitty from their company. As a five-colored dragon, Paola harbored a fervent desire to annihilate these loathsome High Elves. Their disdainful tone ignited a deep-seated animosity within her, a hatred for the High Elves that resonated from her very bloodline. Moreover, various clues hinted at a connection between the bell controlling Shitty and the High Elves. In her mind, she equated Bolage's suffering with the High Elves' malevolence. She opened her mouth, intent on unleashing her breath to reduce the High Elves to cinders. "Wait, Paola, come back." It was Graham who spoke. Rising to her feet, she approached the elves, bowing her head and speaking calmly. "I sincerely apologize for our trespass into your territory. We were left with no choice, as we need to rescue our companions. The previous High Elf was slain by my hand, and I shall accompany you willingly." "What on earth is happening?" Seldar, Lilica, and Paola regarded Graham with incredulity. Keen-eyed Seldar noticed the scales at the tip of Graham's nose had turned a silvery hue, evidence of a magical wound inflicted by a prior High Elf. Could it be that a curse had altered Graham's disposition? The more Seldar pondered, the more plausible this theory seemed. The High Elves opposite them stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by Graham's unexpected maneuver. They had initially intended to provoke the dragons, scattering them to weaken their resolve with the Dragon Bone Potion, and then pick them off one by one, ultimately using their remains to concoct new potions. "Vile dragon, wear this." An elf brandished an immense collar. It was a binding artifact specifically designed to incapacitate dragons, rendering them defenseless and at the mercy of their captors. The High Elves were undeniably experts in combating dragons. A flicker of struggle appeared in Graham's eyes. "Let your fury rise, foolish red dragon," the elves taunted, seeking to incite Graham's wrath. To their astonishment, Graham accepted the collar. The elves exchanged glances, contemplating their next move. "And that dragon over there must wear one too. I suspect you intend to sacrifice yourself to shield them." They resolved to further provoke Graham, envisioning a scenario where the dragons would foolishly adorn themselves with the collars, an outcome they deemed utterly splendid. Chapter 82. Crisis. Are you suggesting that we don collars and submit ourselves to your slaughter? Seidel's eyes widened, fiery indignation emanating from them, as though it could manifest into a tangible force. The curse afflicting Glom, the disappearance of Sky, and the malevolent arrogance of the elves had driven Seidel's fury to its zenith. Just as he was poised to teach these elves a lesson, Glom let out a thunderous roar, his body trembling as the silver scales at the tip of his snout gradually regained their original hue. "Dream on if you think I will hand over my child," Glom bellowed, pounding the ground as his rage eclipsed the curse. The earth trembled, and torrents of flames erupted from Glom's nostrils and mouth, launching an attack against the elves. The leading elf cast a spell of suggestion and, accompanied by a cadre of his kin, retreated into the distance. His intent was to divert Glom away from the dragon horde. After all, the taunting mask's guidance could divert only two targets, and he needed to create an opportunity for his comrades. In his furious state, Glom did not contemplate the elf's motives and pursued him relentlessly. Why was this elf fleeing when they had come seeking trouble? "Hurry, follow." Seldar caught a whiff of conspiracy and beckoned Paola and Lilica to follow Glom. The elves, however, had no intention of allowing them to succeed. They attempted to thwart the colossal dragon, splitting into three factions, each adorned with bizarre masks, chanting peculiar incantations and performing strange gestures. The scales atop Seidel's head shimmered ominously. In contrast, Lilica and Paola were affected. Their breaths became rapid, and an inexplicable fury surged within them as they focused on a small group of elves. "What is wrong with you?" Seldar inquired, his mind shielded by the protective scales. Paola and Lilica remained silent, charging toward the elves. The two teams of elves fled in opposite directions. "This is an attempt to pick us off one by one," Seldar realized in an instant. "Come back," he shouted at them, but they ignored his call and continued to distance themselves. The goal of scattering the dragons was achieved, paving the way for the next phase of their plan. They began to hurl dragon bone potions around. In their eyes, even though Seldar was merely a whelp, they would not underestimate him. The sight of his scales adorned with white magical runes indicated his potential. Within a certain radius, the dragon bone potion would autonomously latch onto the most powerful dragon. This was precisely why they had exerted such effort to separate them. If they congregated, the potion could only incapacitate a single dragon. A noxious mist composed of the dragon bone potion enveloped Seldar, seeping into his scales. Even as he conjured a gust of wind, it proved futile to disperse the haze. Before long, the potion began to take effect. The scales covering his body, along with the white scales atop his head, flickered with brilliance. Seldar found himself utterly powerless, unable to move, yet his consciousness remained sharp, and he could still wield magic. Gratitude is owed to the path of soul chiseling and to my mentor, Seldar, who cast an abundance of magical shields to fortify himself, subsequently lifting his form with the grip of the mage and unleashing a barrage of offensive spells upon the elves. What a predicament! The elves, both astonished and incensed, had stealthily hunted numerous chromatic and metallic dragons using this very potion. The mysterious disappearances of many metallic dragons from the prime material plane were indeed their handiwork. After all, the dragon bone potion and the ensuing experiments necessitated the bodies of metallic dragons. They had never faltered in their endeavors. As the proud children of nature, the elves, led by their haughty kin, swiftly erected shields with eloquence akin to a torrent of beans spilling forth just before the magical onslaught descended upon them. A verdant bastion of trees materialized before their eyes. The magical bombardment rained upon it, splintering wood into countless fragments. An unrelenting cascade of magic, akin to a woodpecker, gradually gnawed through their defenses. Cursed be this red dragon. Does it not require incantation? The potency of these spells is undeniably that of high-tier magic, regardless of their astonishment. The truth lay starkly before them. The dragon bone potion had encountered an anomaly, and the strength of this whelp exceeded their expectations. In but a fleeting moment, they were overwhelmed by Seldar's magical assault. Such spells were no mere ornament. Given the resilience of an elf's physique, enduring even one would cost them dearly. We must retreat immediately. Yet, engaging in a futile struggle is meaningless. This is a dragon of an alien kind, and we require reinforcements. These elves, surprisingly, were quite averse to the prospect of losing their lives. They retreated through a spatial gate. By the time Seldar breached their barrier, the elves had already vanished. Oh! Seldar seethed with impotent rage. At that moment, the scales upon his forehead began to radiate heat. Sky, in connection with those scales, sought out Seldar. Bookish, perched atop Paola, remained silent, wary of revealing that the turtle upon Paola's head was, in truth, a colossal dragon stripped of its capacity to resist. He was uncertain of Paola's current state, yet knew that safeguarding himself was paramount to avoid hindering Paola. A tremendous current of electricity surged toward the elves, as Paola unleashed her magical prowess with all her might. The crackling lightning grew ever more concentrated, and upon reaching its zenith, Paola released it. The ferocious lightning hurtled toward the elves with lethal swiftness. They employed earthen shields just in time to stave off the onslaught. The commander of the Dragon Bone Potion Squad ordered the release. The potion splattered upon the ground, sending a mist swirling towards Bookish atop Paola's head. Alas, Bookish's true strength surpassed that of Paola. The Dragon Bone Potion had locked onto Bookish rather than Paola. This meant that Paola remained unaffected by the potion's influence. Thus, the elves would soon find themselves confronting an enraged adult blue dragon. The sound of gulping echoed repeatedly as the elves exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to retreat. The dramatic withdrawal of Seldar and Paola marked the conclusion of this episode. However, Lilica and Graham found themselves in dire straits. The Dragon Bone Potion had effectively incapacitated them, stripping away their ability to act or retaliate. Let us transport this creature back for dissection. The two teams of elves cast their magical chains upon the colossal dragon. As the chains entwined around the dragon's formidable form, with the collective effort of all the elves, the massive creature was forcefully lifted off the ground. To ensure the quality of the Dragon Bone Potion, they needed to inject a portion of the potion into the living dragon's head and extract its brain matter. This was a lengthy and agonizing process. Chapter 83. The ensnared servant. Suddenly, a red light flickered in the distance, accompanied by a sharp roar as Sky Comet swiftly soared toward Seldar. Along the way, numerous blue glowing entities, resembling butterflies, scattered from her. These were the mini spirit crystals Sky Comet employed for intelligence gathering. What of the other dragons? Aren't they with you? Sky Comet landed before her. They were led away by the high elves. Teacher, we must find the dragons. I have an ominous feeling. Seldar raised his left paw, right paw, and tail, pointing them in three distinct directions with a mage's hand. Sky Comet swiftly scooped up Seldar and flew towards one of the indicated paths. As they proceeded, Sky Comet encountered Paola and Bookish returning along the same route. Are you all right? I'm fine, but Bookish seems to be once again immobilized. Paola handed the incapacitated Bookish to Sky Comet. Oh, what an unfortunate fellow. After a brief examination, Sky Comet entrusted Bookish back to Paola, assuring her he was unharmed. After offering Paola a few words of instruction, Sky Comet ascended once more, pursuing Graham's direction. They flew and flew. Yet not a single shadow of a dragon was in sight. What if we pursued the wrong path, or she took a detour? Seldar was filled with apprehension. Having personally experienced the terror of the dragon bone potion, he was uncertain why Paola remained unaffected and could not guarantee that Graham would similarly evade the potion's effects. He forced himself to dismiss the most dreadful possibilities. For the first time, Seldar felt discontent with his teacher's decisions. Why involve his mother merely to indulge a morbid curiosity for chaos, dragging other dragons into this mess? If Sky Comet could manage the situation effectively, Seldar would have remained silent. Quite the opposite. He would have relished the entertainment. However, this time, Sky Comet's performance was exceedingly poor. With a huff, Seldar could not help but cast a disapproving glance at Sky Comet, who awkwardly turned her head away. After this encounter, let us bestow upon them some gold coins as compensation. Upon locating the Skyway, it abruptly halted, soaring toward the left rear. According to feedback from the spirit crystal servant, a cadre of high elves was dragging an adult red dragon, though one must be discreet. As for why these elves did not diminish Graham's size, the answer lies in the age-old tradition of high elf hunting. I cannot fathom what those researchers are meddling with. The atmosphere there feels rather peculiar. It is rumored to be akin to a dragon frenzy, albeit more temperate. This creature is exceedingly heavy. I wonder how it can. Skyway's icy gaze fixated upon these elves. Before the enemy could utter a syllable, Skyway's magical cannon obliterated them into mere fragments, extending her razor-sharp claws downward. Golden magical sigils shimmered as she swept swiftly above the elves. With a resounding slice, the elves were cleaved in twain. Their shields proved alarmingly fragile, and their attempts to evade were laughable. Nearby elves were bisected, while those further away were reduced to rubble by the magical cannon. Of course, she did not forget to leave one alive. The malevolent dragon's talons pierced his brain, siphoning his memories. After extracting the memories, Skyway discarded him to the ground, simultaneously trampling him into a pulp as she advanced toward Graham. Blood streamed from all orifices, his eyes bulging, and his innards mingled with the filth of his belly, leaving behind claw marks. Skyway, now accompanied by the diminished Graham, first regrouped with Paola and the others, establishing a powerful barrier before intending to venture forth alone to rescue Lilica and to explore and dismantle all that the research center harbored. Has new material arrived? One researcher, engrossed in crafting a magical array, lifted his head to inquire of his assistant. "We are at the entrance, my lord," the assistant replied elegantly, snapping his fingers as the iron gate creaked open, revealing a fainted, emaciated silver dragon being dragged inside. It was unmistakably High-Tai. "Oh, this silver dragon is indeed the one we struck a deal with." "Precisely. According to our agreement, we provide her with narcotic dragon bone elixirs and a secret realm not easily discovered, while she supplies us with the blood of the silver dragon and various magical supplies for experimentation. The foolish giant dragon has been led astray by our machinations. Moreover, her mate is a near-legendary silver dragon, which should suffice for quite some time." The assistant displayed a look of regret before retrieving a drill, commencing to bore a hole into High-Tai's forehead. Sparks flew, and a grating sound ensued. Once the drill penetrated the scales, the noise gradually subsided, blood and flesh splattering, staining his garments. The unconscious High-Tai sensed danger, her heart racing as her body instinctively sought to struggle. Futile. A screech followed as the drill scraped against bone. The dragoness skeleton was exceedingly resilient. It would take a while longer to achieve success. Tomorrow, it would be Yak's turn to stand watch. As the assistant drilled, he muttered to himself, contemplating the leisure he might enjoy with his wife. The researcher frowned, halting his work. The incessant noise of the drill hindered his concentration. In a bid to expedite the drilling process, he too began to lend a hand. Suddenly, with a clatter, the silver dragon beneath their feet vanished, causing both the fairies and the drill to tumble to the ground. After rescuing Lilica, Sky Comet, utilizing the memories stored within the fairies' minds, discovered the research facility. The disappearance of High-Tai was undoubtedly orchestrated by Sky Comet, who came a yawn, followed by two thuds as they were swiftly subdued. Sky Comet grasped their heads, initiating the extraction of memories. The drill continued its relentless rotation, incessantly striking the earth. Slave enchantment. These high-ranking fairies. Sky Comet narrowed his eyes. From the researcher's mind, he unearthed a startling revelation. These high-ranking fairies were investigating something known as the slave enchantment. This enchantment had the power to render affected beings exceedingly polite, completely subservient to laws and rules. The curse afflicting Graham was merely a byproduct of this enchantment. While it sounded appealing, one must ponder why it was termed slave enchantment rather than order enchantment. The answer lies in the fact that high-ranking fairies are immune to its effects. Imagine a scenario where everyone is incapable of lying, yet you can fabricate falsehoods at will, and regardless of how outrageous your lies may be, others would accept them as truth. In their perception, lies do not exist. With such deceit, they could become the architects of rules, leveraging those rules to exploit other beings at their whim. Thus, the entire world would be their dominion, and all creatures would be their subordinates. They had dethroned the dragons, yet remained unsatisfied with their current status. The rapid advancement of humanity incited irritation among the high-ranking fairies. Unlike the dragon frenzy enchantment, the effects of the slave enchantment would not be immediately apparent, making it difficult to detect. Furthermore, should a human frenzy enchantment be created, considering the vast numbers and distribution of humanity, the consequences would be dire once unleashed. The deities of humanity are not to be underestimated, unlike that foolish Tiamat. They would undoubtedly notice. Over time, they would insidiously alter the thoughts of all beings. Such intentions cannot be deemed anything but sinister. Chapter 84. Haitai's unquenchable greed. The infuriated silver dragon, Graham, erupted with rage upon discovering the method for concocting the dragon bone elixir. She assaulted Haitai with claws and teeth, striking and trampling her until she was left battered and bruised, finally ceasing her onslaught. "I apologize. It was I who led you into danger." Haitai lay prostrate on the ground, her jaw pressed against the earth, forepaws positioned beside her head, wings spread flat against the surface. Haitai had humbled herself to the lowest posture, exuding profound regret. "You must compensate us with a substantial amount of gold." Sky Comet fixed his gaze upon Haitai. "I comprehend that." Bolstered by the formidable power of Skyhui, she effortlessly obliterated all factions of the High Elves, leaving not a single survivor. Initially, she employed forbidden spells to cleanse the area, subsequently casting a curse of pestilence of the same caliber, transforming this space into a forbidden realm reminiscent of a zombie paradise. Skyhui had anticipated that the high elven deities would intervene, yet to her astonishment, the annihilation proceeded with remarkable ease, as if they were entirely oblivious to the scheme. This was fortuitous, as it simplified matters. Only after the dragons, incapacitated by the potions, had fully recovered did they depart this realm. "Borage, do not forget the promise you made to me," Haitai remarked as she leaned closer to Borage, as if the previous unpleasantness had been but a dream. "Rest assured, I shall accompany you to meet the summer whale," he replied. "That is reassuring," Haitai nodded. "Borage, take care," Skyhui kindly reminded. "If any issues arise, communicate through the helmet." "I understand." Borage winked at Skyhui, grasping the underlying meaning of her words. "May your journey be smooth," she wished, before opening a portal and returning to the dragon realm with Seldar, Lilica, and Graham. "Borage, how long has it been since we flew together like this?" Borage only knew the general coordinates of the summer whale's lair. After arriving nearby via teleportation magic, they would still need to fly a distance to locate it. "Perhaps several centuries?" Borage pondered for a moment before replying. "Given what transpired, any possibility between us has vanished." "Ah, I know," Haitai sighed. The two dragons continued their flight. Haitai landed behind Borage, gazing at her beloved silver dragon with narrowed eyes. Borage belonged solely to her. She removed the horn ornament from her head, which had been used to suppress the sound of the wind chimes. "What are you doing?" Borage inquired abruptly. "I'm merely observing. I've worn it atop my head without taking a closer look." Haitai fabricated a casual excuse, playfully toying with the ornament for a moment before placing it back. Noticing that Haitai had readjusted the ornament, Borage chose to divert her attention elsewhere. Unbeknownst to her, Haitai had stealthily compromised the internal magical structure of the ornament. Now, it had lost its original function, relegated to mere decoration. The chimes of her mind amplified the darker facets of Haitai's soul. They compelled her to act upon desires she had long harbored but dared not pursue, kidnapping Borage and coercing him into intimacy. That was her own volition. It was what she yearned to do. As for the potions, she was aware they would damage her psyche, yet she found herself unable to extricate from their grasp. A single day without them left her feeling utterly wretched. Borage unleashed his dragon might. With a thunderous roar, a colossal waterfall was cleaved in two, torrents of water cascading into the adjacent cliffs. Then, a small dragon emerged, adorned with pure blue scales, golden patterns, and golden horns. That was the summer whale, a unique dragon exceptionally adept in water, lightning, and ice magic. His strength is remarkable, endowed with an array of peculiar talents, and his character is truly commendable. Do not be deceived by his diminutive stature. He has intentionally minimized his size for practicality. By absorbing water, he has the ability to enlarge himself and heal his wounds. Borage led Haitai before the great dragon, Xiaojing. Borage, my dear brother, it has been quite some time, Xiaojing remarked, turning his gaze to Haitai. I presume you are my sister-in-law? We are merely ordinary friends, Borage interjected before Haitai could speak. Today, I seek to find her a suitable mate. After much contemplation. Among the dragons I know, you are the only single and trustworthy one. Borage silently added that he preferred females in dominant positions. Xiaojing's face lit up with a smile as he playfully tapped Borage with his tail. Fear not, my good brother. I shall cherish her well. 2 silver dragons. Please enter, Xiaojing gestured, turning to the side and lifting a front paw in invitation. The 2 dragons entered Xiaojing's lair. The floor of the lair was adorned with a layer of pristine water, sufficient to submerge the backs of an adult dragon's claws. Strange creatures, the size of an adult dragon's head, made of water, wriggled within. Their appearance resembled that of octopuses, yet they boasted 16 tentacles. What are these? Haitai inquired, curiously prodding at the water elementals. The water creature recoiled abruptly from Haitai's touch, releasing a fine mist that sparkled in the magical light, showcasing a myriad of colors. Fascinating. Haitai smiled softly. Such beings were not documented in the annals of dragon heritage. These are Bigu, my dependents. For various reasons, peculiar water elementals tend to manifest around me. Xiaojing explained. With a mere thought, the water dispersed, creating a space ample enough to accommodate 3 great dragons. Borage and Haitai settled down on the ground. Faced with a stranger, one who could potentially become a future mate, Xiaojing appeared somewhat bashful. It was Haitai who broke the ice. How is life here? Quite comfortable. With ample food and shelter, Xiaojing replied. Tell me about yourself. Certainly. They conversed for an indeterminate time until Haitai suddenly turned to Borage. The upcoming discussion involves some privacy. I hope you can excuse yourself. Huh. Oh right. Borage, momentarily distracted, shook his head and stood up to leave Xiaojing's lair. What sort of private matters could this be? Can't you pour me some water? Haitai feigned indifference. Oh, of course. Xiaojing promptly nodded, interpreting Haitai's words as an opportunity, which slightly elevated his fondness for her. A column of water cascaded from a waterfall into the lair, coalescing before Xiaojing to form a water sphere, emanating a soft golden glow. This was one of Xiaojing's abilities, purifying water and enhancing its flavor. Who knows what better tasting water truly means? The water sphere then floated before Haitai. Shall I not leave a copy for Polish? All right, of course. Xiaojing similarly concocted another water orb. Then the 2 dragons exchanged bewildered glances. I suddenly realized there's not much to discuss. Why not take me on a tour of your dragon lair? No problem, Xiaojing said, executing what he deemed a stylish turn before heading deeper into the lair. Haitai produced a dubious small vial and added a few ingredients to one of the water orbs. After a moment's hesitation, seemingly concerned about safety, she added some to another orb as well. Chapter 85. The founding ceremony. Your collection is truly impressive, Haitai remarked as she accompanied Xiaojing through his lair. In truth, Haitai was the daughter of a legendary silver dragon and had already seen various treasures. She was merely echoing the sentiments of the blue dragon. Indeed, this heart of water element was acquired at great cost. Xiaojing proudly showcased what he considered the most valuable treasure in his hoard. Please. It's merely a defective product. The true heart of water element can continuously emit vast amounts of water. This dribbling thing is just a subpar version. Ah, yes. You are quite remarkable. Hehe, you flatter me. After a brief tour, Haitai expressed her desire to discuss some matters with Polish. Of course, let us head back. Xiaojing responded warmly, soaring out of the lair to summon the claw-picking Polish. This water is delightful. Polish, you should try it. To avoid arousing Polish suspicion, Haitai was the first to cast Mage Hand, grasping one of the water orbs and drinking half before offering the remainder to Polish. This is water I purified with my innate talent. It tastes quite exquisite, Xiaojing proclaimed with pride. Polish hesitated before extending his claw to accept it. Go on. Drink up, Haitai encouraged, a faint smile playing at her lips. Suddenly, Polish halted his claw. What's wrong? Haitai inquired, feeling a surge of anxiety. Could he have discovered something? I have an urgent communication. With that, Polish swiftly retrieved his dragon helmet and activated the communication function. Hello, I'm here. Polish began receiving messages. The Dragon Empire is about to be established. I understand, Polish replied, his demeanor unfazed by the news. However, the communication had not ended. What? Paola is pregnant? Polish exclaimed in surprise. Haitai's muscles tensed, her claws carving deep marks into the ground. What? Lilica is also expecting. Haitai's teeth chattered in disbelief. What? Given that Lilica was a revert green dragon, influenced by the vitality of her lineage, she would lay eggs within days. Haitai gasped, shaking with fury. He was supposed to be mine. I must return now. I wish you all happiness, Polage said hastily, casting a teleportation spell, eager to return to the dragon realm. Haitai reached out with her claw, attempting to hold him back, but she could not reach Polage at all. She lowered her head in frustration, her face etched with anger and resentment. Are you all right? Xia Jing whispered, attempting to comfort Shidi with a gentle pat on her paw. It was evident to anyone that the bond between Shidi and Polage was far more than that of mere friends. Get away from me, don't touch me. Shidi's reaction was explosive. She swung her paw with all her might, sending Xia Jing flying a considerable distance. A few streaks of blood appeared on Xia Jing's chest. The ferocity of her strike was not only fueled by Shidi's desire to vent her anger, but also because the effects of the drug were beginning to manifest. At that moment, she was acutely sensitive to the presence of the opposite sex. As Xia Jing was hurled away, his head struck, causing him to temporarily lose control over the surrounding water. The ground was once again enveloped in water, and the water sphere initially set aside for Polage burst. Merging with the puddles below, the water-formed baiku, upon contact with this enriched water, reacted remarkably. The water within its body began to boil, releasing a dense fog. And then its form collapsed in the middle, ultimately splitting into two baiku. This was the method of reproduction for baiku, budding through division. Despite the injury, Xia Jing did not feel excessive anger. As a sensible dragon, he profoundly understood Shidi's feelings. Moreover, this indicated that it was a time when Shidi needed care the most. Not a dragon family, not entering the same door. The fact that Shidi could become such good friends with Polage indicated that, in certain aspects, he and Polage were quite alike. I need healing. As previously mentioned, being a powerful anomalous dragon, Xia Jing could restore his injuries by absorbing water. And there was water all around him. Soon, Xia Jing was rejuvenated, even altering his form to become slightly larger. Why does this water feel strange? Hiss, Shidi's body was limp, her tongue lolling as she half lay on the ground, the icy breath of the silver dragon freezing a small area around her. Only Polage is worthy of uniting with me. With this thought, Shidi mustered her strength to leave, seeking a sharp, elongated stone to resolve her dilemma. What do you intend to do? Just as she was about to depart, several thick ropes of water ensnared her, and an extraordinarily enormous blue dragon materialized behind her. It was Xia Jing, enlarged through his innate ability. His massive paw swiftly slammed Shidi to the ground. She was utterly defenseless. Xia Jing was far too formidable. In a panic, Shidi suddenly grasped a grave reality. This blue dragon seemed to be affected by her potion as well, scraping her claws against the ground. She was dragged back to the dragon's lair by Xia Jing. Two distinct claw marks were vividly imprinted on the ground. I'm going to be a dad. Polage exclaimed, poking the belly of Lilica, who sat crouched to his left, while chuckling incessantly. On his right sat Paola, truly a dragon of fortune, embraced on both sides. Moreover, his spouse cherishes him, unlike the other chromatic dragons who regard their partners merely as instruments for gratification. Paola, the founding ceremony is about to commence. Sky reminded Paola through her helmet not to forget the time. The establishment of the Dragon Empire naturally necessitates the personal declaration by the Dragon King. I understand. Borage led Paola and Lilica to the designated location. Here, all the dragons of the Dragon Dominion gathered, along with some formidable subordinates. Numerous eyes concealed in the skies above observed the proceedings. They were spies from various factions, seeking to discern the authenticity of the Dragon Empire's establishment. Dragons, humans, elves, and a myriad of other races coexisted peacefully, driven solely by the desire to acquire news of the Dragon Empire, unwilling to provoke unnecessary complications. This was, of course, not beyond Sky's perception. However, she had no intention of driving them away. The purpose of holding the founding ceremony was to announce the establishment of the Dragon Empire. Why would she wish to expel these spies? I hereby declare the establishment of the Dragon Empire, Paola announced from the makeshift platform erected by Sky. Dragons are not particularly concerned with superficial displays. Were it not for the need to proclaim the establishment of the Dragon Empire to other beings, a mere internal notification among dragons would suffice. Following this, Paola delivered a speech, reminiscing about their shared struggles in the past and expressing gratitude for the contributions of all dragons. The words flowed beautifully, eloquently articulated in a lengthy discourse. Upon concluding the speech, an almost palpable silence enveloped the audience. Not entirely silent, for there were some sounds, such as the snoring of the white dragon, Alpha. Hey, wake up, Paola said, gazing intently at him, as Beta kindly reminded him. Alpha opened his eyes, groggily rising to his feet and moving towards the exit, mistaking it for mealtime. It was only when Beta delivered a sharp jab that Alpha fully roused. This will not do. Sky, observing from the shadows, decided to take action. All dragons, heed my call. I want you to cheer, applaud, and let your voices echo. The 3 most spirited dragons shall be rewarded with gold. Shout whatever you like. Just bring forth the momentum. Sky utilized a collective telepathic communication, deliberately bypassing Paola. The mention of gold ignited excitement among all the dragons. Long live the Dragon Empire! Carlos shouted. Conquer all! Kokiri roared. Gold, gold! Nalita flapped her wings, exclaiming. Food! I want food! Came Alpha's voice. Excellent! Such vigor and spirit! Sky nodded in satisfaction. Paola, observing the animated dragons below, felt a profound stirring within her. My dream has come true. Yet, a wave of uncertainty soon enveloped her. What should I do next? Do not be perplexed. You have performed admirably. Next, you must learn how to become a worthy dragon king, came the reassuring voice. Paola lifted her head upon hearing this. Indeed, I am currently occupied, and I must confess that I am far from a worthy ruler. It could be said that my virtue does not align with my position. Just as Paola was about to announce the conclusion of the ceremony, she observed a multitude of shadows emerging in the distant sky. What is happening? An intrusion. Chapter 86. The arrival of the White Dragon. Esteemed sovereigns of the Dragon Empire, Immortal Dragon King, I am Libes, here to pay my respects from the farthest reaches of the north. The newcomers are not foes, but rather intend to pledge allegiance to the White Dragon clan of the Dragon Dominion. With such a multitude of dragon knights, it is difficult for me to believe that your intentions are entirely benign. Paola raised an eyebrow. In truth, prior to the founding ceremony, Libes had clandestinely consulted with the steward of the Dragon Dominion, Dragon Sky. They had already conferred in advance, and Paola was aware that Libes would make an appearance at the ceremony. We have come here today not merely for a formal audience. What is your purpose? We seek to join the Dragon Empire. What can you offer us in return for joining the Dragon Empire? A coalition of over 100 dragon knights, along with an abundance of wealth. Libes then gestured towards a white dragon at the end of the procession. Yunhai, bring forth our gift. Reluctantly, Yunhai dragged a large parcel through the air. During the flight, he passed through an area teeming with scouts. Begone, insignificant insects. The overwhelming majesty of the dragon's aura compelled the scouts to retreat. The frigid breath of the dragon swept past some unfortunate souls, encasing them in ice. These wretches plummeted from the heights, shattering upon impact. Yunhai, clutching the parcel in his claws, tossed it towards Paola. The parcel landed before her with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. By the sound, it was evident that the parcel contained a considerable quantity of metallic treasures. Paola opened the parcel, and an array of gold and silver treasures dazzled her eyes. She swallowed hard, overcome by a desire to claim them as her own. Greed surged within her. The treasures seemed to come alive, whispering in her ear, Master, what are you waiting for? Quickly gather us. With so many dragons observing, Paola's claws reached for the parcel. The world seemed to pause, as all dragons and other beings fixated on Paola's every movement. Noticing her reaction, disappointment flickered in Libes' golden dragon eyes. This blue dragon appeared no different from the other chromatic dragons. With a flourish, Paola drew the parcel closer and scooped a handful of gold coins. Clink, clink, clink. As she tilted her claws, the coins tumbled through her grasp back into the parcel. The dreams of wealth. A dragon king cannot indulge in such folly. Paola's claws trembled wildly, her scales quivering as if in conflict. Suddenly, she clenched her claws tightly, repacking the parcel. I have discerned your sincerity. In the name of the Dragon King, I grant you permission to join the Dragon Empire. You must adhere to the Empire's directives, and in return, the Empire shall bestow rewards upon you. Take these treasures back. They ought to be utilized for construction. After a lengthy journey to this unfamiliar land, your resources must hold great significance. Libes smiled faintly, placing her forepaw against her chest, and said, As you command, my king. According to prior arrangements, the White Dragon and the humans would temporarily reside in the northern part of the Dragon Empire, and once they settled, Paora would allocate portions of land for their sustenance. Libes detached herself from the company of the White Dragons and soared towards the gathering of dragons. Hello. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Libes. She gracefully landed before Skyway. I did not anticipate that you would bring the White Dragon clan into the Dragon Empire, said Seldar. Seldar, Polage, and Lilica surrounded Skyway. Greetings, it is a pleasure to encounter you once more, Seldar, Libes acknowledged. Seldar chuckled casually in response. Who is poking me? Seldar turned to find Polage gently prodding his wing with a claw. Hey, what are you doing? Polage presented his claw before Seldar. After a moment's hesitation, Seldar leaped onto Polaj's claw. Do you know her? Polaj inquired, lifting Seldar to his head, lowering his voice. Indeed, I lived in her territory for a time, Seldar replied. Tell me about her, he added, rubbing his claws together. With a pained expression, Polaj produced a gold coin. Seldar nodded in satisfaction and began recounting his experiences in the realm of the white dragons, including the white dragon's song. The elegant and magnificent horns, scales as pure as snow, neatly arranged spines, an elongated and well-proportioned body. I would rate her appearance a 9. The wise ancestral white dragon, noble yet unpretentious, astute yet decisive, exudes elegance in every gesture, as though she has mastery over all. This character, I would score a 10. A legendary white dragon of sorcerer caliber. Her power may surpass my own. I would grant her a 10 for strength. In total, 29, truly exceptional. The free-spirited Polaj found himself enamored once more. At Lilika's feet, Gusue poked her claw. What is it? Lilika asked. Gusue stammered. Mom, I think I might be in love. Haha, that white dragon. Lilika replied incredulously. Gusue's face flushed. What do you find appealing about her? Her mouth, her claws, her tail, her scales, Gusue babbled incoherently. An ancestral white dragon would be interested in a half-dragon. I advise you to abandon this unrealistic notion. Lilika bluntly poured cold water on Gusue's hopes. Indeed, Lives is not someone you can aspire to. Polaj concurred with Lilika's words. Do not heed them. If you love her, confess your feelings, Seldar encouraged Gusue. Well, it's simply that Seldar wishes to see some entertainment. Be brave, Skyway also urged. Gusue staggered towards Lives. Hello, my name is Gusue. His tail anxiously scratched the ground. Greetings. I am Lives. Her words pierced deep into Gusue's heart. Oh my, she replied. This marks a splendid beginning. Come on, you can do it. Is there something you wish to discuss? Noticing Gusue's dazed expression, Lives gently prompted him. Her voice was truly melodious. Lady Lives, I harbor feelings for you. Excluding the forced union dictated by his family, Gusue had never experienced love. I like you. Do you wish to mate with me? Lives suddenly tensed. Her scales radiating warmth as the icy embellishments on her body melted into white vapor, wafting into the air. The steam princess Lives has never been in love either. Chapter 87. The moment of judgment after the establishment of the Dragon Empire, no human warrior emerged to bravely shout for justice, foolishly challenging the dragons. Over the past decade, the Dragon Realm had welcomed an additional 40 young dragons, all entrusted to the care of the Golden Dragon, Sabi. It is worth mentioning that Borage did not achieve his desire to become a father. All the eggs laid by his mate were stillborn. You must wear this horn ring at all times, understand? If I discover that any dragon dares to remove it secretly, I will impose severe penalties, Sabi proclaimed, raising his voice. This horn ring was not merely a decorative item. It was a device capable of monitoring the wearer and their surroundings from every conceivable angle. Inspired by the dragon helmet, Sabi had Teddy take the time to craft this device, considering that he could not constantly oversee the young dragons, who would inevitably find themselves outside his line of sight. Should they engage in misconduct unbeknownst to him, he would remain oblivious. Furthermore, the recordings from the horn ring could serve as evidence, preventing any dragon from denying their actions. No creature relishes the feeling of being watched, especially those proud dragons. What are you planning? To surveil us? A white dragon, alerted by a green dragon's subtle reminder, became aware of the horn's function and the dreadful consequences of losing their privacy. The cunning green dragon chose not to confront Sabi foolishly, instead selecting the white dragon as his spokesperson, knowing well of its reputation for being easily deceived. Abai, I am not monitoring you. I am protecting you. Do you believe you can contend with the other dragons? Abai glanced around at the red dragon, baring its teeth in discontent at Sabi's arrangements, and shrank back. I cannot. The white dragon is the weakest among the 5-colored dragons. If I am bullied or robbed of gold in a place beyond your reach, do you think I could resist? No. Thus, this is meant to safeguard you. Understanding dawned upon the white dragon as it was skillfully persuaded by Sabi. Does anyone else have objections? Sabi surveyed the other dragons. A tempestuous red dragon emerged, cursing the metallic dragon. Do you seek to strip me of all my privacy? The audacity of youth is aptly illustrated by him. This red dragon, scarcely days old, had yet to witness the brutal methods of the formidable Sabi. Insulting other dragons warranted the elemental ring's magic, binding him like a dumpling, to be discarded aside. Dear Golden Dragon, I find your demands rather excessive, ventured the green dragon. Daika, with a sense of trepidation. One ought to possess privacy within the dragon's lair. Sabi nodded, pleased with Daika's stance. Approved. You may remove your horns within the lair. But once you step outside, they must be adorned. He had originally permitted the younger dragons to shed their adornments in the sanctuary, allowing for a modicum of privacy. After all, he was not a demon. His reluctance to clarify this at the outset was a test of the young dragon's attitudes, a lesson for those who disrespected their elders. Dika sighed in relief. Everything unfolded as I anticipated. Based on my observations over the years, while Sabi relishes enforcing the rules, he remains reasonable. As long as I do not provide him with leverage, he shall not impose upon me. Well then, that concludes today's assembly. Dismissed. The black dragon, Alii, sighed heavily as she flew back to the lair. Mid-flight, she suddenly slapped her forehead. She had taken a wrong turn. The smoke here was overwhelming. The directionally challenged Alii inadvertently found herself in the Inferno's abyss, once the epicenter of forbidden spells, now a gathering ground for red dragons. As Alii contemplated her departure, an icy aura of draconic might envelop her. Lowly black dragon, you have trespassed upon the territory of the illustrious legendary red dragon, Ali. The legendary dragon raised his massive head, his crimson gaze piercing through the thick smoke, fixated on Alii. Ali was in a foul mood. Ever since he was lured by coins from the cunning sky, dreaming of riches delivered to his doorstep, he had done nothing but slumber in his lair. What a joke. I am a legendary red dragon. The lowly white dragon must cater to my every whim. Yet that year, he received a mere copper coin in return. Enraged, Ali believed himself deceived by Sky and sought to punish the audacious white dragon, intending to seize all her riches. Ali, noticing Sky's allure, even contemplated violating her. The outcome was inevitable. Ali was bested and compelled to sign an unequal treaty. Black dragon, surrender all your wealth to quell my fury, or I shall ensure you suffer the consequences. Alii sighed, lamenting her misfortune, and obediently retrieved her meager possessions from the crevices of her scales, 1 silver coin and 3 coppers. That was her scholarship. As a black dragon, Alii knew how to safeguard herself. She would not be foolish enough to challenge a mighty dragon with her inconsequential power as the volatile red dragons did. Ari, displaying remarkable awareness, flicked his claws, sending Yair soaring far away. Tail tucked in, Yair fled in a most undignified manner. Seeking solace from Sabi, she lamented vehemently, for she would never bow before the metallic dragon. Moreover, Ari was a legendary red dragon, and little did she know of Sabi's true prowess. As she neared the dragon's lair, a golden dragon awaited her at the entrance. Greetings, golden dragon Sabi, Yair said with utmost respect. With a resounding thud, Sabi's massive tail struck the ground. Do you have nothing to say? Yair hesitated but ultimately chose to remain silent. Nothing to say, is it? Sabi's golden eyes bore into her. Yair lowered her gaze, unable to meet the dragon's stare. Take care of yourself, Sabi remarked before departing, tossing a silver coin and 3 copper pieces onto the ground. The coins rolled and finally bumped against Yair's claw. He was indeed aware. Once Sabi had left, Yair hurried to collect the coins, brushing off the dust with the tips of her wings before concealing them within the crevices of her scales. As night fell, Yair lay in the dragon's nest, unable to find sleep. It seemed she could hear the roars of dragons. How could it be possible for a golden dragon to come into conflict with a legendary red dragon over a mere hatchling? Agitated, Yair covered her head with her wings, gnawing on her tail, forcing herself to dismiss such unrealistic thoughts. Thus, she spent the night with her eyes wide open. Fortunately, the requirements for a dragon's slumber were not stringent. Even after years without sleep, the effects were minimal. Rest served merely as a means of relaxation. Surely no dragon would secretly study magic during their downtime? Surely not. Upon arriving at the gathering place, Yair was struck with astonishment at the sight before her. A colossal red dragon was stripped of all its scales, suspended on a magical apparatus. Ari's exposed skin was grievously torn, limbs severed, and blood flowed freely. A large basin below collected his dragon blood, which was inscribed with enhancement spells and curses to hinder healing. Furthermore, a variety of substances that aggravated his wounds were strewn across his body. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, one might mistake him for a lifeless corpse. The red dragon, Ari, faced severe punishment for the unjust appropriation of dragon wealth and the humiliation inflicted upon other mighty dragons. Sabi employed magic to rouse Ari from his unconscious state. Ari cried out, only to succumb to pain once more. Yet, Sabi would not allow him such an easy escape into unconsciousness. He inscribed a spell upon Ari to forcefully awaken him. Ari's agonized screams echoed, met with fearful gazes from the assembled dragons, all except for Yair. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Sabi. Surely no one would think that this female black dragon had developed feelings for Sabi, desiring to offer herself in gratitude? No, The chromatic dragons understood not the concept of gratitude. The black dragon is contemplating how to effectively utilize the steadfast golden dragon to secure a more favorable living environment. Yar, come here for a moment. All right. Yar, though somewhat perplexed by the sudden summons, approached as instructed. Sabi conjured a thorn magical whip, and a sense of foreboding washed over Yar. Deceiving me and concealing his dragon transgressions warrants punishment by whipping. Lie down obediently. Now is the time for judgment. Chapter 88. The eve of the final battle. Success. Success. Ahaha. Teddy rose upright, balancing himself with his tail while throwing back his head in a triumphant howl. His wings fluttered involuntarily with excitement, scattering various documents from the table. Before him lay a set of dragon armor, the culmination of extensive research and adjustments that had finally enhanced its capabilities. Without the generous support of Skyway, the development of the dragon armor would not have proceeded so smoothly. Once, Teddy had inquired of Skyway about the origins of her gold and various rare resources. Well, you see, I believe I mentioned that these were sourced from Tiamat's treasury. How could that be? The mother of evil dragons would not be so generous. You are correct. So a portion was indeed taken from Bahamut's treasury. Naturally, Teddy was skeptical, concluding that Skyway simply did not wish to discuss the matter further, and thus ceased his inquiries. As long as the research could continue, he was indifferent to the origins of the funds and materials. Each set of dragon armor embodied a considerable amount of Teddy's effort and consumed a wealth of precious magical materials. The financial expenditure for a single set of dragon armor could recruit a party to slay 5 legendary dragons. You have done exceptionally well, Skyway praised without reservation. With the dragon armor completed, they could proceed to the final plan. The final plan will be unveiled at the assembly tomorrow. You shall see. In an open area etched with magical runes, several dragons were seated in a circle. To the north sat Paola, adorned with a golden crown symbolizing royalty. Once settled, she removed the crown and stored it away, feeling unworthy to claim the title of queen among the dragons about to take their seats. Borage settled beside Paola, entwining his tail around hers like a vine. Sabi occupied the west, while Libes took the east. Skyway sat to the south, with Teddy standing behind her. As listeners, Seldar, Donaya, Graham, Lilica, Narita, Kokoli, and Karis were present. Teddy, bring forth the new dragon armor, Skyway commanded. Yes. The bronze dragon retrieved the dragon armor along with a hefty stack of research reports. Teddy began to read the report aloud. According to the principles of magical fluidity, to enhance magical conversion efficiency, there is no need to waste time on trivial matters. The process of the report is unimportant. Just state the conclusion. Teddy nodded and closed the report. According to the assessment, the sharpness of the dragon claw gauntlet had increased to a staggering 17 times its original level, while the tail blade's destructive capability had risen to 37 times. The helmet's magical amplification ability had also escalated to 13 times its initial strength. The question now arose regarding the number of dragons in the dragon domain. Kokoli glanced at the figures. Excluding your group, there are 13 adult dragons, most of which are white dragons brought by Libes, 87 young dragons, 13 juvenile dragons, 27 hatchlings, and 10 whelps. As a competent commander, Kokoli had a precise grasp of these statistics. Even if asked for more detailed information, such as the strengths and weaknesses of each dragon's magical abilities, he could provide a comprehensive overview. These dragons were either mage dragons or capable of forming dragon-knight combinations with humans. Do you comprehend the implications of this? With the enhancement of dragon armor, their power would elevate to the next age tier, Paola remarked. Indeed, this means we now possess 13 semi-legendary dragons and 87 adult dragons. Furthermore, they exhibit excellent cooperation and obedience to commands. Such combat prowess could obliterate any human empire. You intend to initiate an invasion? Borage's eyes widened in disbelief. Absolutely not. I oppose this, Sabi interjected, rising as a gold dragon, unwilling to instigate war. Indeed, as Bahamut has taught us, we must not provoke conflict. War is brutal. Regardless of its targets, Borage concurred. What if I suggested that this is Bahamut's intention? Impossible, both Sabi and Borage asserted resolutely. Conversely, Teddy appeared contemplative, remaining silent. If you doubt this, why not try praying to inquire? Very well, I shall ask, Borage responded without hesitation and began to pray. No need for prayer. I am here. A translucent golden dragon apparition emerged from Sabi's form. Undoubtedly, this was the divine manifestation of Bahamut. Upon its appearance, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Is this the avatar of Bahamut? By Tiamat, does this mean everything here is under his gaze? Can those glittering golden scales be sold? What are the two dragon gods contemplating? both majestic and endearing. How does he achieve this? Why does Bahamut seemingly endorse an aggressive war? It is time for you to learn about the plan concerning the rise of the dragon race, Bahamut stated solemnly as he revealed past secrets. To dismantle the dragon madness lock, it became necessary to instigate an invasion to provoke strife, thereby drawing out the dragon mad and sealing it. Borage lowered his gaze. Since you have stated it thus, I am willing to partake in this invasion. Bahamut nodded and turned his attention to Sabi. I refuse, irrespective of the reasoning. Invasion is invasion, and war is war. I shall not participate. Upon hearing Sabi's words, Bahamut did not press the issue. He looked towards Paola. This is a calamity that the Dragon Empire cannot evade. If it is not destroyed, it may one day be activated. Rather than waiting passively, it is better to take the initiative. Next is Teddy. Your will is the direction of my advance. Then there is Lilica. I leave the arrangements to you. Lastly, the attending dragons. Do you have any gold? A timid white dragon raised its claw. Once the deed is accomplished, the treasury will be open to you. No problem. Let us proceed. Great Bahamut, do you still lack followers? Seldar cast a complex gaze at Skyhui. What is it? Skyhui inquired. Master, did you initially approach me with a mindset of exploitation? Skyhui hesitated. Yes. At this, Seldar felt a pang of disappointment, gloom settling upon him. Noticing Seidel's despondency, Donaya extended her claw towards him. Just as she intended to use her psychic magic to dispel Seidel's negative emotions, she suddenly paused. Donaya's claw gently caressed Seidel's back, gliding past the rear of his wings. Are you all right? Sometimes, companionship and open-heartedness are more beneficial than emotional magic. I don't know. The master has treated me well, and I have contemplated that perhaps she is indeed using me, for which I have long been prepared. Yet, upon hearing this truth, I still feel disheartened. What is my heart truly thinking? Donaya, as a mind-reading dragon, do you know the reason behind this? Perhaps. You regard Lord Skyhui as family and are unwilling to accept such a reality. Perhaps. What do you intend to do? Will you participate in this war? I will always be by your side. Regardless, I must repay the kindness of my master. I shall partake in this conflict. Glarm, behind Seldar, glanced at her child and exhaled a sigh of resignation. Initially, she did not wish to engage. No amount of gold could tempt her, for she did not desire wealth without life. After all, she was a mother of 3. However, since Seldar wished to participate, Glarm could not simply stand by. In her eyes, no matter how powerful Seldar became, he would always remain her hatchling in need of care. Chapter 89. Preparations. This war is unlike any before. We are fighting away from home, and since I cannot shield you from forbidden spells as I did last time, you must be thoroughly prepared, or you may lose your lives. Do you understand? Oh, the responses were sparse. Those arrogant dragons do not believe that mere humans can thwart their advances. Underestimating your opponents will exact a toll. With so many dragons charging forth, I refuse to believe they can withstand even a single red dragon, muttered softly. Skyhui sighed. Donaya, it seems you have mastered the exceedingly rare psychic magic of the mind realm. Yes. I need you to construct a virtual battlefield within the mind realm to effectively temper their fervor. Donaya found herself in a state of inner turmoil. With her current abilities, she could effortlessly draw all those hundreds of colossal dragons into her mindscape, crafting an exquisitely realistic simulation of war. Yet, she was reluctant to do so. The mindscape was an exceedingly intimate realm. She had no desire to share her innermost thoughts with any dragon other than Seldar. However, she was acutely aware of the immense utility of such a war simulation, which could significantly bolster the chances of success in battle. This war was pivotal for the future of the dragon race and their very existence, leaving her no choice but to compromise. I comprehend, she acknowledged. Very well. You shall receive your due reward. Sky was exceedingly pleased with Donaya's decision. Seldar gently patted Donaya's side with his wing. In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were required. Now, it was Seidel's turn to offer solace to Donaya. Tia peeked out from Seidel's back, her eyes glimmering with enthusiasm. Connecting so many dragons at once presented a rare opportunity. After 10 years of research, Tia had discovered that the binding goddess cord had become an inseparable part of her being, impossible to extricate. Yet, she could use it to connect with more dragons, thereby expanding her sphere of freedom. The binding goddess cord extended between Seldar and Donaya, allowing Tia to move freely between them. She could hardly fathom the vastness of her movements if she could connect with over 100 dragons. Alas, poor Tia had unwittingly grown accustomed to her current existence, entirely relinquishing the notion of escape. Donaya cast a glance at Tia and gently prodded her little head with a claw, nudging her back into Seidel's body. Donaya was well aware of Tia's thoughts and harbored no objections to her departing from their vicinity. After all, who would wish for a third wheel during moments of affection? I can assist you in simulating the battlefield. Tia traversed the binding goddess cord into Donaya's interior, peeking out beside her head and whispering, "You know, I possess all the knowledge and memories of Tiamat. The wars I have endured far exceed the number of maggots you've encountered. All I require is your cooperation in connecting the binding goddess cord to the other dragons. I trust you, 1T Refuse?" Donaya subtly nodded in agreement. "Then let us draw them all into the mindscape. I shall safeguard your bodies with utmost care." In accordance with Sky's directives, Donaya approached a red dragon, extending her claw towards its head. "Black dragon, do not dare touch my head with your filthy claws." The red dragon retorted, evading her and displaying clear displeasure. "And who do you think you are?" "Follow the orders." Sky's deep blue eyes fixated intently on the red dragon, issuing a stern warning. Fine, fine. The red dragon relented, reluctantly allowing Donaya to draw him into the mindscape. With her enhanced grasp of spiritual energy, Donaya could directly pull him in without the need for conscious merging and separation. She proceeded to replicate this process, drawing the other dragons into the mindscape as well. Almost all the dragons were smoothly drawn in, with the sole exception of the white dragon, Yunhai. Within his body, there lay an independent consciousness in slumber. Donaya was aware that she had inadvertently glimpsed a secret of a dragon and hesitated as she cast a glance at Yunhai. "It's all right. Just keep it a secret for me." According to the feedback from her psychic energy, Donaya realized that Yunhai was not angry, which brought her relief. This white dragon, known for his disdain towards humans, appeared to be quite amicable towards the other dragons. After successfully bringing all the dragons into the realm of the mind, Donaya, with Tia's assistance, activated the psychic battlefield. Seizing this opportunity, Tia connected the binding goddess chains to the other dragons. Donaya's simulation was set in ancient times, during the Maya Empire's campaign against the hellish demons. The Maya Empire was a remarkably powerful human dominion, but it was utterly destroyed during the Dragon Frenzy, resulting in the loss of all technological records. Their pride lay in their army of simulated puppets, affordable puppets produced through industrial assembly lines, equipped with one-time explosive devices, capable of unleashing terrifying combat prowess. This information was provided by Tia. The feeble creation, the red dragon, crushed a puppet that attempted to ambush him beneath his claw. A violent explosion erupted from beneath his talons, causing him to stagger. Thanks to the red dragon's formidable physique, he emerged unscathed. "Donaya, these explosives are not akin to alchemical agents. They should possess magical effects." The diminutive Tia reminded from the side. "The explosion from alchemical agents is comparable to chemical explosives, while magical explosions equate to miniature nuclear detonations, with fundamentally different principles of detonation. And the disparity in destructive power is not trivial." This time, the explosion directly injured the red dragon's claw. The potency of the two explosions was entirely dissimilar. "Are you secretly meddling with this?" The red dragon roared in fury. "A mere puppet cannot harm the great red dragon." Indeed, the other dragons echoed in agreement. "It seems that relying on explosive devices will not win their trust. Thus, let us simulate the empire of Hainkristen Butalatic Pyrages, a nation of warriors united in battle. To ensure authenticity, I will take the lead. Has the connection of the binding goddess chains been completed? Why are you still here?" Donaya instantly became alert at Tia's mention of the transfer of authority within the psychic realm. "By the name of Tiamat, the mother of evil dragons. I swear that all I shall do next is for your benefit." "Very well." After a brief contemplation, Donaya chose to trust Tia. She had sworn, had she not? "My child, I shall not disappoint you." With the authority granted, Tia began to radically transform the psychic realm. An invisible ripple swept through, returning the mindscape to its original state, an empty, pitch-black void. Suddenly, a kaleidoscope of colors flashed as an edifice resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum surged forth from the ground. A towering figure, clad in half-armor and standing at 2 meters tall, rides upon a majestic griffin, muscles rippling beneath his formidable exterior. In each hand, he wields a long-handled hammer, striking them together to produce a resounding clang. Unfazed, he raises his arms in a triumphant roar. From within the colossal, honeycomb-like structure, a multitude of griffin riders emerge, swirling in formation like a dark tornado, converging upon the dragons. Arcane energies surge forth, intertwining to form a chain of thunderous magic that binds them together. Their battle cries resonate, igniting fervor and instilling a sense of dread in their foes. "Behold as I incinerate them all." Though the dragons possess a formidable resistance to mental magic, The inherently combative nature of the red dragon cannot be underestimated. In its eyes, these diminutive humans are mere provocateurs. Flames are swept into the vortex, transforming into their battle formation. What? The red dragon exclaims in astonishment, quickly succumbing to fury as it charges headlong into the fray. The commander, Kokori, refrains from intervening. After all, the purpose of this war simulation is to instill an understanding of tactics and to temper their fervor. Chapter 90, The Dragon Blitz. The most powerful force on this continent is the Sil Empire. It would be wise to consider them the primary target for our offensive, seizing the opportunity to strike at their forces while they remain unprepared. Kokori, however, will not partake in this tedious virtual conflict. Instead, he is devising strategies using an extraordinarily realistic map within the realm of the mind. With the power at our disposal, we could easily conquer them. Though we must remain vigilant about maintaining secrecy, it is imperative to contain information and swiftly overwhelm more human nations. Yet, complete secrecy is an unattainable goal. The leak of information is inevitable. Nevertheless, this is sufficient. As the red dragon plunges into the whirlwind, it immediately encounters resistance. The storm conjured by intertwined magic restricts its movements. One must never underestimate the might of a war-level spell unleashed by tens of thousands. Each griffin rider, wielding a hammer, strikes the sturdy scales before retreating swiftly. Bolstered by their formation, each blow carries the strength of a young dragon, targeting the more vulnerable areas, specifically the eyes, while deliberately avoiding the tail, claws, and jaws. It is worth noting that within the realm of the mind, there are no simulated dragon armors. Thud, thud, thud. This is the essence of the adage. Many ants can bring down an elephant. Saddle believes that to break through this whirlwind, a sufficiently powerful and wide-ranging offensive spell is required. However, such magic would undoubtedly be of the highest echelon, beyond his capabilities. Then let us unite to unleash a combined dragon breath. Saddle's proposal catches Kokori's attention. Traditionally, only 2 dragons have executed a combined breath, but never has a larger assembly of dragons attempted such a feat, a commendable notion. Yet the ethereal realm was irrevocably marred by the breath of this combination. The ethereal realm is a virtual domain, where all is intricately woven from extant memories. Should an unprecedented spell be unleashed within this realm, the program would falter. Even Tiamat had never witnessed 5 dragons of distinct hues exhaling together. How could Donaya possibly simulate such a phenomenon? However, the ethereal realm is not so fragile as to be easily disrupted by a mere innovative spell. A colossal enchantment is requisite for success. Apologies were profusely expressed by Hazel, who gazed with remorse at Donaya, who was rolling on the ground, clutching her head. Ultimately, it was Skawi who employed psychic magic, laboriously mending for an entire day, which alleviated her suffering. The usage fee for the ethereal realm amounted to 10,000 gold coins. The cost of its shattering was another 10,000 gold coins. And the mental trauma incurred an additional 10,000 gold coins, totaling 30,000 gold coins. Yet, Donaya, seemingly unperturbed, promptly sought her gold. Skawi tossed her 1,000 coins. Such a trifling amount. The treatment cost was 29,000 gold coins, a price offered in friendship. Huh, you think you can outmaneuver me? She mused. Having fully restored Donaya's ethereal realm to its pristine condition, she deemed 1,000 coins sufficient. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, return it to me. I want it. Donaya grinned as she accepted the coins. Despite having gained 1,000 gold coins, for some inexplicable reason, Donaya felt as though she had lost a fortune. In the distance, a violet tornado flashed by. Alas, the dragoness nest mountain was ravaged. A white dragon conveyed this dire news through the dragon helm. What transpired? It was the 5-dragon breath, the scale far exceeding expectations, inadvertently annihilating part of Dragon S Nest Mountain. Fortunately, it merely collapsed and did not obliterate the treasure. Oh well. Since they are restless, let us commence. All will be directed by Kokori. Please pay the entry fee. A guard halted a human merchant caravan. Oh dear, my lord. I apologize, I had forgotten. I will make the payment immediately. The human, a mage from the Dala Kingdom, had received orders from Kokori to lead a cadre of mages to the Silly Empire, to establish a magical array that would disrupt communications and render certain areas spatially vulnerable, allowing the dragons to traverse through. The guard cast a furtive glance at the dragon-seeking compass hanging at the city gate, and upon seeing it inactive, permitted their entry. Do you believe our actions are just? A mage at the rear of the line whispered. I am uncertain, replied the mage beside him, but I know that wars of aggression can also erupt among humans. Regardless of whether we assist one human nation in invading another or aid the dragons in their incursion against humanity, the distinction seems negligible. There exists a fundamental difference. Dragons have never valued human life, perpetually uttering words that gradually diminish into whispers until they are inaudible. He suddenly recalled that since the dragons seized control of the kingdom of Dala, their living standards had significantly improved. The claim that the quality of life in dragon-ruled territories lags behind that of human-governed lands had been thoroughly debunked by reality. So, what is there left to deliberate? One must earnestly and diligently serve their dragon overlords. However, the influx of such a vast and unfamiliar populace is fraught with challenges. Coco ordered the dragons to split into 5 factions to simultaneously invade 5 powerful empires. In the Tyrrhic Empire, a group of mages was intercepted. "You are here to trade grain?" a guard queried, pulling out a small booklet and riffling through its pages. "Indeed. Yet, your names do not appear on the merchant list." The leading mage was taken aback, yet maintained an air of composure, feigning confusion. "We hail from the distant north. Might you elaborate on this visitor's list?" The guard, with a keen gaze, scrutinized the mage. Maidwin Griffith's Valley, a heavily cloaked mage suddenly emerged, whispering in the guard's ear, and conjured a 2-colored serpent that coiled seamlessly. "What?" The guard initially exhibited a look of bewilderment, quickly regaining control of his expression. "That magic can only be wielded by those of the Maidwin lineage to ascertain identity. Here is a fine shipment, if you understand." The mage discreetly slipped a magical gem to the guard. "Understood." Only then did the guard permit their entry. The smuggling operations of the Maidwin family were tacitly sanctioned, and the guard had no reason to cause trouble, nor had he accepted a bribe. Chapter 91. Magic unique to dragons. Mage 1 had taken his position in a temporarily rented room, establishing a magical array designed to disrupt communications. While rudimentary, the array was not foolproof, yet it would suffice to delay for a moment. Mage 2 in position. Mage 3. The operation was proceeding smoothly. All that remained was to await the arrival of the dragons. However, at this critical juncture, they encountered an obstacle. "Have we located the assembly point of the Silly Empire's forces?" "Nothing found to the north, nor to the east. No sightings in the west. No leads from the south." "Damn it." The leading mage furrowed his brow, pacing anxiously in the room. "What to do?" "Let us report back as per Coco's directives, in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Immediate reporting is imperative. While errors due to insufficient capability may be tolerated, concealment of such failures is absolutely unacceptable. Once any act of concealment is discovered, the perpetrator shall face the ultimate penalty." Thus, the mage anxiously awaited Kokori's response. Despite Kokori's repeated assurances that she would not vent her anger upon them for this reason, the mage remained deeply troubled. After all, it was the 5-colored dragon. "I understand. In light of this, we shall temporarily suspend the search for the military assembly points and instead open a portal near the capital." "Acknowledged." As Kokori severed communication, the mage let out a sigh. The vicinity of the capital would undoubtedly be teeming with civilians, and should it transform into a battlefield, it would spell disaster for many. Yet what choice did he have? Armed with a spatial breakthrough device modified from the giant dragon's tailblade, the mage approached the vicinity of the capital. The device was already in position. "Acknowledged." The space rippled ominously, indicating the temporary breach of the spatial blockade. Meanwhile, the red dragon Belial, the green dragon Karos, the blue dragon Tisindi, the black dragon Donaya, the white dragon Libes, and Seldar were tasked with leading the charge. "Proceed according to the plan, and remember not to act recklessly." The 6 dragons received their orders and advanced toward the portal. Suddenly, Seldar displayed a look of astonishment. On the other side of the portal lay an abyss of darkness. Even with enhanced night vision, nothing was discernible. "What is happening?" The other dragons followed suit and stepped into the portal. A sudden click, and the portal vanished. "Something is amiss. I believe it would be prudent for us to retreat." Seldar activated his helmet, attempting to establish contact with the outside world, but to no avail. The sound of machinery whirring filled the air, prompting Seldar to raise his shield immediately. A fearsome dragon-slaying cannon whirled violently against the shield. With a crack, the outermost layer of the shield could not withstand even a second, shattering with a thunderous noise. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Only with Seidel's utmost effort did he manage to hold them back. "Those humans betrayed us." "No, that is not right." Their loyalty had been verified by Donaya, and they could not deceive the mind-reading dragon. Therefore, only one possibility remains. This is a human ambush. The mage could not locate the assembly points of the Slidey Empire's army. The answer was clear. The troops were concealed within this alternate space. The influx of numerous unfamiliar individuals and the mage's subtle maneuvers. Could the Slidey Empire truly be oblivious? Certainly not. The depth of human cunning should not be underestimated. And the rulers of the Slidey Empire were no fools. Cunning wretches, show yourselves. Graham invoked his magic. Detection spells proved ineffective, and illumination spells were futile. You rodents in the sewers, this is your reliance. Graham's fury ignited easily, and he unleashed his breath in all directions. Donaya, have you discovered anything? Seldar inquired, glancing at the black dragon beside him. In the opposite direction, there are many, scattered, and moving at high speed. Through emotional sensing, Donaya identified the main forces of the Slidey Empire. Humans, your doom is at hand. Graham heard Donaya's words and began to cast a wide-ranging, high-powered advanced spell. Careful. Seldar continued to unleash his shields. A resounding crash echoed as yet another dragon strike was unleashed. Observing the attack being thwarted by Seldar, Graham exhaled through his nostrils, seemingly expressing admiration for Seldar before resuming his spellcasting. The relentless onslaught continued, igniting Seldar's ire. Resolutely, he decided to transform into his draconic form, unleashing a barrage of firepower. Naturally, amidst his offensive maneuvers, he did not neglect to conjure a shield to deflect the dragon's strike. Carlos pondered for a moment before approaching Donaya. Could you perhaps help them regain their composure? He inquired. Of course. What seems to be the matter? Donaya replied. Have you not realized that whoever attacks incites the dragon strike? After a moment's contemplation, Donaya recognized the truth in Carlos's words, aside from their initial entry into this realm. It was indeed as he had said. If they did not attack, the dragon strike would not manifest. Are you suggesting that if we refrain from aggression, humanity will not assail us? But why would they behave in such a manner? Donaya soon grasped Carlos's implication. Perhaps, much like us, humanity is incapable of determining our location through conventional means, relying solely on our magical assaults for judgment. Carlos articulated his conjecture. Understood, Donaya acknowledged, channeling her psychic magic to compel Seldar and Graham to calm down, subsequently relaying Carlos's hypothesis to them. It appears that this dark effect is a consequence of the spatial realm. Leibs's dragon horn radiated a faint golden glow, indicating a dismal progress in spatial analysis. Seldar, the situation has shifted, Donaya announced. According to the psychic feedback, there has been a significant fluctuation in human emotions. Could you elaborate? Carlos pressed. They are exhibiting signs of tension. They must be intimidated by the might of the dragons, Cindy scoffed. There is also a hint of excitement and exhilaration. Donaya added uncertainly. Excitement? Seldar echoed, perplexed. Carlos gently tapped his tail against the ground, lost in contemplation. Humans possess no reason to refrain from employing Legion-level magic. The dragon strike might merely be a probing tactic. I surmise they are currently preparing a spell of unprecedented magnitude, intending to ensnare us all in one fell swoop. Seldar, what caliber of magic can you withstand? At most, I can endure peak high-level magic. Over the past decade, Seldar had not remained stagnant. He had successfully inscribed high-level defensive magic onto his scales. Not sufficient. Far from it, Carlos remarked, growing increasingly restless. Noticing his agitation, Donaya cast a calming spell. Since we cannot withstand their might, let us take the initiative, she declared. Let us unleash the combined breath of the 5 dragons. The 6 colossal dragons exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Seldar assumed the role of sentinel, ensuring their combined breath would not be disrupted. The remaining 5 dragons formed a circle, their heads directed toward the center, raising their necks high, their dragon snouts touching, and then they unleashed their breath. A swirling vortex crackling with purple lightning materialized, accompanied by an indescribable cacophony that filled their minds. Due to the presence of Donaya, this combination of breath may inflict harm upon the soul. The storm ascends, stretching endlessly, seemingly reaching for the very zenith. At the pinnacle of this tornado, a blood-red storm cloud emerges, dispersing outward in a wide arc. Under the influence of the dragon's breath, a faint crimson glow manifests within the darkened space. Potent purple lightning bursts forth from the clouds, striking towards the realm of humanity. Each strike far exceeds the potency of ordinary advanced magic. Moreover, crimson raindrops descend, generating vast clouds of toxic mist upon the ground, accompanied by terrifying explosions. The space transforms into a sea of fire, with illusory flames scorching the spirit. This is the apocalyptic storm of magic uniquely belonging to the mighty dragons. The 5-dragon combined spell, when assessed by its scale and effect, could undoubtedly be categorized as a forbidden incantation. Unfortunately, the damage inflicted upon a singular target does not match expectations, falling slightly short of true forbidden magic. The area surrounding the 5 dragons remains safe, yet the distant humans suffer a catastrophic fate. The most direct evidence lies in the aftermath of the breath. They have not endured subsequent attacks, suggesting that humanity has been grievously weakened. Most of the flames of the heart have extinguished, with only a few survivors remaining, while some have fled, presumably to the Mage Tower, achieving a resounding victory. Are you all right? At that moment, a tear in the space appeared, and Sabi's voice resonated from beyond. Though Sabi would not partake in the invasion, he would not abandon the trapped dragons. After locating him in Coco, Sabi began to study this peculiar space. Chapter 92. Sacrifice a pure white cage, with its apex gripped by a colossal golden eagle, while the bottom of the cage plunges into an abyss of endless void. This immense eagle seems unable to bear the weight of 6 dragons, gradually descending at a constant rate. How peculiar. Did we not just annihilate the army of the Silly Empire? Why are we here, and where exactly is this? Seldar attempted to flap his wings, only to discover he was utterly immobilized, unable to wield magic. The other 5 dragons found themselves in the same predicament, incapable of movement or spellcasting. Furthermore, normal communication was impossible. Even telepathic connections through psychic energy were rendered ineffective. Above the cage, a prismatic orb of light appeared. Dragons, I am Pekra, the god of sacrifice and devotion, summoned here by ancient covenant to render judgment. Only by summoning the courage to sacrifice oneself may you act. Leap from the cage, sacrificing yourself for the survival of your companions. Otherwise, all shall perish. Ah, how cliched, Seldar thought, utterly drained of the energy to voice his disdain. Surely, one dragon would step forth to sacrifice itself, receiving accolades from this god of sacrifice and devotion. The role of the god of sacrifice and devotion is to guide others in choosing to give of themselves, rather than to extinguish the lives of those willing to sacrifice. Generally, such tricks may deceive some humans, yet they are utterly ineffective against ancient dragons with millennia of heritage. Furthermore, the god of sacrifice and devotion is an exceptionally righteous deity, one who would not casually take the lives of other beings. The notion of death is merely a scare tactic. At most, he would reprimand those who fail the test. Surely, no dragon would take it seriously. Donaya, however, stood up abruptly. Do not misunderstand. With her intellect, she could easily see through this tedious trial. She was simply enticed by the rewards promised by the god of sacrifice and devotion. Upon realizing that sacrificing herself posed no threat to her life and would instead yield rewards, she found herself unable to commit to such an act of self-sacrifice. Due to the nature of divine magic, those who attempt to cunningly obtain rewards lack the true intention of self-sacrifice. Their thoughts are solely focused on the rewards. Yet, Donaya was different. Being a mind-reading dragon, she could hypnotize herself. As Donaya leaped gracefully, preparing for a majestic dragon dive off the platform, a beam of light struck her, sending her tumbling back. She rolled on the ground several times before colliding with Seldar. Cursed be her failure. Oh, can I speak again? The effect of her hypnosis was dispelled by the god of sacrifice and devotion, reverting her into an immobile dragon statue. Any trivial movements are futile. Only sacrifice can ensure the survival of companions. Due to the angle of perception, Graham was unaware of Donaya's actions, merely believing that a dragon was attempting to circumvent divine magic with minor props. Damn, must I truly follow his words? Sacrifice myself? Clearly, Graham took his words to heart. Typically, the chromatic dragons are exceedingly selfish. Expecting them to sacrifice themselves for the survival of other dragons is, under normal circumstances, utterly impossible. However, Graham was unlike the other red dragons. Once she solidified her resolve to sacrifice, the divine power binding her dissipated, granting her the freedom to act. Graham snorted, lifting her head to gaze at the luminous orb above, and declared, I. After a fragrant pause, she approached Seldar to deliver her last words. Resting her head against his neck, she whispered softly into his ear, Seldar, take care of yourself. Graham intended to utter something poignant, but she realized she was not adept at expressing herself. My treasures are in the cave. Do not forget to retrieve them upon your return. Do not let them fall into the hands of other dragons, understood? Naturally, Seldar could not respond, grappling with complex emotions as he sensed the sulfuric aroma of Graham. Then, Graham moved towards the edge of the platform. As she neared the precipice, she spread her wings and soared into the void. Thud. As expected, she collided with the air wall. My children, take a good look at who I am. As the radiant light dissipated, it revealed a tightly bound deity of humanity, upon whose back rested a diminutive 5-headed dragon, Tiamat X6. Now, they could freely move and converse. Indeed, it is I. How delightful and unexpected, is it not? A millennium ago, I captured this creature to prevent it from causing chaos during the invasion of the Slur Empire. Now, I implore you to feign unconsciousness. To trick those foolish humans who seek to take advantage of the situation. Surprise and fear. Chapter 93. A cannon to swat a fly. Despicable humans. Dare you to sully my scales with your filthy shoes? Plans often falter, as the 5 dragons lay in a stupor from the judgment, to ensure there were no mishaps. Donaya shrank her form and concealed herself within Seidel's throat. A bold human, craving the sensation of being a dragon rider, ascended Seidel's back, inciting the dragon's ire. The temperament of the red dragon was akin to that of a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Patience was utterly impossible. Seldar was bound with chains forged from magical metal, and as he attempted to rise, the chains slipped down his body. They tightened, firmly restraining him. The dragon awakened swiftly. Soon, warriors armed with weapons imbued with paralysis and sleep effects began to inflict abnormal states upon Seldar, attempting to lull him back into slumber. Meanwhile, the other 4 colossal dragons ceased their pretense, struggling to break free from their constraints. Seldar opened his mouth, and a petite black dragon emerged from the corner, brandishing dragon claw gauntlets and a dragon tail blade to slice through the chains. It must be noted that the upgraded dragon armor was exceptionally exquisite. The chains that could bind a half-step legendary dragon were utterly powerless against the sharpness of the claw gauntlets. Freed from the magical chains, Seldar regained the ability to wield magic. His scales glimmered as countless spells surged forth, assaulting the escorting troops. The leading humans' eyes widened in horror. The shining scales. The crimson dragon, the bizarre armor. Was this the frenzied magic dragon of decades past? Seldar had earned such a melodramatic title after wreaking havoc in the Slur Empire using the power of dragon crystals, though he remained oblivious to this fact. The notion of the frenzied magic dragon left Seldar somewhat speechless. He had no desire to engage with these humans and resolved to unleash more offensive magic upon them. As the sky city of the Osli Empire approached, the shield-bearers raised their heavy shields, lowering their center of gravity, leaning forward to withstand the onslaught. The crisp sound of impacts reverberated on the shield. With the collision of magic, a torrent of blue-purple energy erupted from the shield's center. Spear techniques, defensive strength. Even if the attacks were entirely deflected by the shield, the force of the impact could not be wholly negated. Under Seidel's relentless barrage, his innards suffered injury. With a resounding crash, Graham raised her paw. A deformed shield lay atop a grotesque mass of blood and flesh, the magical glow upon it gradually fading. Humans, utterly defenseless. Graham let out a cold snort before charging into the ranks of the humans, unleashing a savage slaughter. Suddenly, a dragon-slaying spear concealed within the convoy lunged at Graham, aiming to pierce her through. A tremendous thunder erupted from Tassindi's mouth, toppling the spear's base. The now uncontrolled dragon-slaying spear wreaked havoc among the throngs. A once mighty artifact turned into a killer of its own kind. When will Osli's reinforcements arrive? Soon, hurry. I'm nearly dead. A soldier suddenly swung his fist, striking the commander in a fit of desperation. Overwhelmed by pressure, he had turned against his own. Quick-witted warriors seized the rebellious soldier, knocking him unconscious. Captain, where are the reinforcements? Another human inquired. Not here yet. Approximately when? Hurry. Before the captain could finish, he was cleaved in 2 by a blade. This was no mere coincidence. It was Donaya's psychic magic, a triggered mental demon. Upon hearing the word hurry, the enemy would lose their sanity and attack the nearest beings. In an army of hundreds of thousands, losing command could lead to catastrophic results. The magical battalion and the shield soldiers lost their coordinated synergy. The shield bearers failed to shield the mages in time, and at times, the mages' magical attack struck the barriers erected by the shield soldiers. Donaya's tactic proved remarkably effective. Have they arrived? They are here. Where? Above. With a thunderous boom, a colossal floating city materialized in the once empty sky. Its arrival compressed the surrounding air, creating violent gusts. The ground was engulfed in shadow, a palpable sense of oppression weighing heavily. This was the most formidable war machine of humanity, the floating city. Constructed from numerous interconnected mage towers, reputed to possess the power to slay gods. Our influence seems vast indeed. Humanity dares to deploy such a weapon against us, said Saddle, his draconic visage grave. A blue streak of light emanated from the northernmost point of the floating city, spiraling around it, gaining speed before striking directly towards Saddle and his companions. The floating city's casual attack bore the potency of advanced magic at its zenith. We need support immediately. Now it was Saddle and his comrades who were losing their composure. The pressure exerted by the floating city was insurmountable. Unable to contact reinforcements, teleportation magic was rendered useless. Karos had long since attempted to call for assistance, but to no avail. With a click of his tongue, Saddle invoked his sole mastery of high-level defensive magic. The Wall of Earth. The ground trembled as immensely thick earthen walls rose, enveloping the 6 great dragons in a solid embrace of protection. He did not forget to cast numerous mage shields, exhausting every means to bolster their defenses. The earthen wall shattered under the assault, and the subsequent strikes rained down upon them. Fortunately, the dragon's scales were sufficiently resilient, and after being significantly weakened by the numerous barriers, the remaining force was inadequate to inflict serious injury upon them. Soon thereafter, a second wave of attacks descended. The third and fourth followed in rapid succession, relentless as a machine gun, leaving Seldar and his companions in a state of utter disarray. Why is this happening? Seldar felt a deep sense of frustration. To besiege 6 great dragons with an entire floating city was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. The behavior of humankind defied reason. They either perceived our existence as a grave threat or were acting under divine command. In the face of such terrifying assaults, lives remained composed, analyzing the situation with clarity. Our mission was to draw out the dragon frenzy lock. I do not believe that the gods of those humans and the high elves are fools with their intellect. They must surely discern our intentions. Could this be too presumptuous? Carlos did not share Lib's viewpoint, asserting that this was merely an invasion and that the deities could not possibly regard every instance of dragon aggression against humanity as a ploy to lure out the dragon frenzy lock. Trust me, the gaze of the gods is beyond our comprehension, Libs murmured, shaking her golden dragon horns and casting spells to aid Seldar in resisting the onslaught. The gaze of the gods. Carlos whispered to himself. Might our earlier conversation have reached their ears? Chapter 94. The Daring Thief. Hey, Seldar, Graham. It seems you are in need of assistance. What a familiar voice. Cassira, how did you find us? How did you breach the spatial blockade? What purpose does your arrival serve? Seldar was both astonished and irate. He was shocked that Cassira had come to their aid, yet annoyed, as he doubted Cassira possessed the capability to turn the tide of battle, merely risking his life in vain. Regardless of distance, I can always locate you. That is my secret. I have come to assist you, of course. Assist? How can you help? Above us lies the floating city. What can you possibly do? Do not be so disheartened. Trust me. As Cassira's form began to materialize, a crystal orb pulsating with magical radiance floated between his 2 dragon horns. The floating city, crafted by humans, was composed of numerous mage towers and interconnected foundations. Its overall structural integrity was not as formidable as one might assume. If we drop an enormous stone upon it, it will suffice. With that, Cassira conjured a projection of the floating city alongside a colossal meteorite in midair. As the meteor descended, the floating city was instantly reduced to ruins. It sounded simple, yet they would not allow the meteor to fall unopposed. Moreover, a properly constructed floating city would undoubtedly be equipped with magical barriers capable of withstanding forbidden spells. What do you propose we do? Seldar had lost all hope in Cassira's abilities. Trust me, Cassira insisted, shaking his head as the crystal orb swayed, colliding back and forth between his dragon horns. What is that crystal orb atop your head? This. You will find out soon enough. Upon finishing his words, Kexela soared towards the floating city. In an instant, he was engulfed by a barrage of attacks emanating from the city. The crystal sphere emitted a soft glow, and its delicate magical shield effortlessly deflected every assault. This was an artifact-level defensive magical item, leaving Seidel's mind awash with questions. As Kexela approached the floating city, he was met with even fiercer attacks and binding spells. Yet, under the influence of the crystal sphere, all efforts proved futile. Kexela breached the blockade of the floating city, ascending further until he became a mere speck in the sky. What could he possibly be aiming to achieve? Seldar found himself utterly perplexed by Kexela's maneuvers. Human, accept my gift, Kexela proclaimed, employing an amplification spell. The crystal sphere nestled between his dragon horns erupted with blinding brilliance, revealing a vast sky island far exceeding the size of any human construct. Seldar squinted, and as he focused, he couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity regarding the sky island Kexela had summoned. Upon deeper contemplation, he realized that this was none other than the floating island above the metallic dragon. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. The crystal sphere atop Kexela's head served as a control device, facilitating his transport from the metallic dragon's floating island. With the strength of the metallic dragon behind him, no human spatial barriers could hold him back. Then, the floating island began its descent, resembling a mountain poised to crush. Accelerating with each passing moment, the human floating city trembled violently, seemingly attempting to evade the impending collision through spatial jumps. Dazzling lights, akin to scattered stars, poured forth from the metallic dragon's sky island, thwarting the city's attempts at teleportation. Left with no choice, the floating city activated its defensive barriers to brace for impact. A deafening crash resonated as countless fragments were scattered into the air before descending. The vibrant luminescence shimmered, leaving the metallic dragon's sky island unscathed. In stark contrast, the human floating city was slowly being forced downward toward the ground. To contend with the sky island, the floating city's offensive against Seldar and his companions had ceased entirely, granting them a brief respite. Seldar flew towards the sky island, eager to uncover the mystery of how it had found its way into Kexela's grasp. The massive island was devoid of any other dragons besides Kexela. At its very center stood a statue of Bahamut, which had now been converted into Kexela's throne. Kexela leisurely paced atop Bahamut's head. "How did you acquire this sky island?" Seldar inquired. "I stole it," Kexela replied nonchalantly. "Really? Is that true?" "Ahem, of course. That's a jest. What prowess do I possess to wrest control of the sky island from the metallic dragon? They voluntarily entrusted it to me." "Really? Is that true?" "Indeed. It is." The metallic dragons were fully aware of the truth behind the invasion. At Bahamut's behest, they were originally meant to participate in this pivotal war concerning the rise of the dragonkin. However, in consideration of the reputation of the metallic dragons, it would be inappropriate to directly engage in aggression. Therefore, I propose to stealthily acquire the Sky Island. This way, we can publicly proclaim our commitment to peace, disassociating ourselves from the aggressive actions of the five-colored dragons, and assert that the theft of the Sky Island was never our intention. Should one seek accountability, they must pursue the true thief. Indeed, that encapsulates the essence of our strategy. As for whether humanity believes this, they have expressed their indifference, which is rather hypocritical. As Seldar remarked, nevertheless, the significance of the Sky Island is undeniable. It has the potential to reverse our disadvantages. By the way, why did they approach you instead of us? The secretive Kexela blinked. Seldar was at a loss for words. Does this Sky Island possess any offensive capabilities? None. Do not doubt, for the most formidable weapon for the dragons is, indeed, themselves. Initially, countless powerful metallic dragons were stationed here, but they departed before entrusting the Sky Island to me. All that remains is a defensive formation. Suddenly, the Sky Island trembled. The human floating city has been forced to the ground. What shall we say now? What shall we say? Of course, we shall invade. We will pierce a hole in the floating city's barrier with the tail blade of a dragon, and then, under the cover of the Sky Island, unleash a combined breath attack. I shall take my leave now. I wish you all the best. Kexela handed the crystal ball to Seldar and activated the teleportation, vanishing. If I delay any longer, the true identity of a certain metallic dragon elder will be exposed as a red dragon. Chapter 95. The Divine War. The gods of the High Elves have stirred. Suddenly, the voice of Tiamat resonated in the mind of Sky. Is the information reliable? Sky squinted. Logically, their invasion plan has only reached its initial stage. The elven gods have no reason to mobilize the dragon frenzy lock. I can assure you of the reliability of the information. The voice of Bahamut echoed in Sky's mind as well. That is reassuring. What do you mean? Do you not trust me? Tiamat's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Indeed, given your character and magical prowess, it is difficult for me to be convinced. You cough. Let us not bicker. Now, let us contemplate how to dismantle the dragon frenzy lock. Millennia of waiting cannot be in vain. What other course is there? We shall proceed as originally planned, Tiamat declared nonchalantly. I must remind you, the reaction of the high elven gods is exceedingly peculiar. This could very well be a trap. With their wisdom, they might deduce our intentions. And then, shall we disregard the dragon frenzy and allow the dragons to slaughter one another? Tiamat retorted, Bahamut, you remain as feeble as ever. This is not weakness. I must consider the consequences, Bahamut countered. So, the sagacious Bahamut, do you possess a better plan? Tiamat inquired, her voice adopting a peculiar pitch. At this juncture, Bahamut fell silent. Should the deities of the High Elves remain passive while the dragon frenzy lock is unleashed, they would incur no losses. Rather, they would further diminish the collective strength of the dragonkin. Thus, we shall adhere to our original plan. You and I shall lead the dragons within the divine realm to instigate a divine war to draw attention. Sky Whisk and her three companions will activate the artifact prison to seal the dragon frenzy lock. What is destined to come will surely arrive. If this is a trap, we shall shatter it along with its architect. I perceive no issues with this course of action. It is a bold stratagem that must be embraced. Sky Whisk acquiesced to Tiamat's proposal. Bahamut sighed, and since your decision has been made, let it be so. I shall place all the metallic dragons of Metal Dragon Island into slumber. Should we fail to halt the dragon frenzy, we can at least mitigate potential losses. I shall now proceed to activate the artifact, Skywisk declared, entrusting the care of Seldar and the others to you. With that, Skywisk activated the artifact's authority and vanished within a column of white light. The massive five-headed dragon opened its eyes, sturdy limbs supporting its grand form as it rose from its hoard of treasures. Its great wings cast shadows over the land, and all five heads simultaneously unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. The resplendent dragon, exuding a gentle radiance, emerged from its slumber, its scales possessing a texture akin to flowing magma. The light illuminated the earth, warm yet not blinding. This was a demigod-level ancient red dragon. A spherical bolt of lightning suddenly materialized, crackling with explosive energy, gradually coalescing into a blue dragon. Its scales were forged from lightning. Arcs of purple-tinged electricity danced between its horns. This was a demigod-level ancient blue dragon. Amidst the boundless grasslands, a colossal ancient tree split asunder, revealing a deep brown claw reaching forth from the fissure. A petite dragon, adorned with twisting vines, emerged. As she broke free from the tree, her brown hue faded, transforming into a vibrant green. Her scales were intricately patterned with leaf-like veins, and an uncontrollable vitality radiated from her being. As her claws touched the grass, the nearby blades surged in wild growth. This was a demigod-level ancient green dragon. Beside the slumbering red dragon, the silhouette of a black dragon gradually materialized, its form solidifying over time. It emerged from the realm of dreams only to vanish into the shadows. Its scales were as dark as night, absorbing all light. This was a demigod-level ancient black dragon. A chilling mist enveloped the air as a white dragon emerged from a portal. Its grand golden horns shimmered brilliantly, while a diminutive and enchanting magical sprite played amidst the horns. This was a demigod-level ancient white dragon. The five dragons lowered their gazes slightly, lowering their four bodies as a gesture of respect. They then raised their eyes to meet his, devoid of any fear. The moment to determine the future of the dragons had arrived. It was time to obliterate the dragon frenzy lock. My children, are you prepared to sacrifice and bleed for the future of our kind? Tiamat gazed down, and the five heads replied in unison, our blood has long been shed. What stands before you are resolute and indomitable souls. The white dragon spoke. The four colossal dragons nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us embark towards the abode of the high elves. Now, all metallic dragons must return to Metal Dragon Island to enter slumber. This is my decree. The metallic dragons residing on Metal Dragon Island are well aware of the reasons behind Bahamut's command. However, some of those dwelling outside do not fully comprehend such orders. Fortunately, the vast majority of metallic dragons exhibit unwavering obedience to Bahamut's directives, and despite their confusion, they choose to succumb to sleep. Only a handful of metallic dragons, for various reasons, remain awake. The divine conflict is imminent. Prepare yourselves. Within the realm of the gods, Bahamut has summoned all metallic dragons. Though fewer in number than the chromatic dragons, their collective strength is equally formidable. It is our duty to restore the glory of the great dragons. Hey, awaken. In the confines of the cage, Sky fanned her wings at the slumbering Black. Slowly, Black opened his eyes, stretching languidly. Is it time already? We have reached the final phase. Our millennia of effort will be put to the test in this battle. I understand. Who dares to disturb me, the red dragon Myruide? In my eternal slumber? Myruide was roused from his sleep by Isu's incantation, commencing his dramatic proclamation. Now, prostrate before me and beseech my mercy, or I shall consume all your magical essence. Myruide, cease your antics. It is just us here. Isu sighed, wisps of white mist escaping her mouth. Today, I shall leave this cage and create chaos amidst the vast starry sea. Rejoice for my existence. The starry sea? Isu murmured to herself. Since their summoning by the dragon god to this world, they had spent the majority of their time confined, their knowledge imparted solely through the dragon goddess teachings. At times, she genuinely envied Sky, who always seemed to gain permission from the dragon god to frolic in the primary realm. The earth shimmered with a blue and white radiance, ebbing towards Myruide like a tide. As he drew sufficient magical power from the earth's veins, his form glimmered, then settled into serenity, ultimately dimming to resemble an ordinary red dragon. My claws thirst for blood. Let us embark towards eternity and glory. Chapter 96. The Divine War. 2 High Elves, please clarify your intentions. The ruler of the Osli Empire, Okri, lifted his quill and marked a large cross on the document before glancing up at the 2 high elves in the vicinity. Your Majesty of Osli, we represent the Twilight Forest and offer our assistance, proclaimed the 2 high elves, adorned with thorn crowns and cloaked in silver-weaved garments. their intricately carved hollow swords at their waists, standing tall and proud. Truly, the haughty high elves, they began with "We shall provide assistance," rather than inquiring if you require aid. As far as I am aware, the might of the high elves in this realm is rather limited, and I am quite curious about the assistance you can provide. Ockley produced another document, perusing it while inquiring, seemingly indifferent to the arrival of the high elves. You must have heard the news of the dragon goddess war against the high elven deities, correct? The high elf, standing to the left, frowned, displeased by Ockley's demeanor. I certainly know, Ockley remarked, striking through the new document and casting it aside. Presently, the dragon god is preoccupied, having withdrawn all divine incarnations. Effectively severing ties with the primary world, we can deploy dragon golems to assist you in combating those dragons. Dragon golems? Ockley suddenly raised his head. You dare to continue researching such entities? It is the will of our master, the high elf on the right replied expressionlessly. And what is your answer, your majesty? What do you desire? Ockley was acutely aware that no boon would befall them unbidden. We require the power of the god of knowledge. The doctrine of knowledge is the state religion of the Osli Empire, flourishing due to its vast population and universal education, thus garnering immense faith for the god of knowledge, who favors them greatly. What? Have you not already caused the dragon god considerable distress? Why then do you still seek the god of knowledge's aid? Accepting the high elves' request would mean stepping onto the opposing side of the dragons. Given Tiamat's vengeful nature, Ockley had to tread carefully in his decision. As for why the high elven deity did not directly contact the human gods, the answer was simple: pride would not allow it. This matter does not concern you, human. Any concealment will affect our cooperation, high elves, Ockley asserted firmly. The two high elves cast a soundproof barrier and, after a moment of deliberation, resolved to reveal the truth to him. We miscalculated the dragon's strength. We believe there to be only one demigod-level aberrant dragon, yet there are 4 in total. Tap, tap, tap. Ockley drummed his fingers on the table. We shall seek cooperation with other nations, added the high elf on the left. The god of knowledge may not acquiesce to your request. It is important to note that with the proliferation of knowledge and the improvement of living standards, the populace's need for faith is not as pronounced as it once was. The two high elves exchanged glances. Then, let our collaboration be fruitful. Alvea, how does this surprise strike you? Ha. Tiamat is presently engaged in a fierce battle with the high elven chief deity, or rather, it is a one-sided domination. The 5-headed dragon indiscriminately unleashed its 5-colored breath and an abundance of divine power, its colossal form barreling towards Alvea with unstoppable force. Surrounding Alvea were numerous vines, entwining around him to form a protective shield. Do not underestimate these vines. They are artifacts of immense power. Although Tiamat is merely a god of diminished strength, he is still the dragon god, fundamentally distinct from deities of faith. A mere high elven chief deity cannot hope to suppress him. Alvea's expression was grim. In his original design, he intended to deploy the dragon frenzy lock as bait, to draw out the plans of the dragon god. 2 high-ranking elven deities were discreetly concealed within the dragon frenzy lock. He understood that beneath the claws of Tiamat and Bahamut lurked numerous demigod-level dragons, beings that the high elves did not fear in the least. While the individual strength of dragons is formidable, the reproductive rate of humans far surpasses that of dragons. As a short-lived species, they can reproduce in vast numbers within a brief span of time. Upon the death of these loyal followers, their souls ascend to the divine realm to attain immortality. In the divine realm, these human spirits can continue to enhance their prowess through study. In the main plane, should the dragons unite, their collective strength would indeed overpower all other creatures. However, when it comes to divine warfare, the situation shifts entirely. Tiamat and Bahamut cannot claim victory in divine conflicts. Yet should a mutual destruction occur, even the high elven gods and the human deities would find themselves overwhelmed. Furthermore, there exists a critical necessity for a formidable adversary to unite hearts and thus garner greater faith. This elucidates why a delicate peace has been maintained over the years. Alvea, I shall assist you in bringing another high-ranking elven deity across the spatial gate to your side. Agard, you must aid Lubis and Tval. I can withstand this. Look at what you have become. Lubis and Tval can contend with those 4 aberrant dragons. You see, Alvea was forcefully cast away by Tiamat, her precious divine blood spilling forth. The chasm between demigods and true deities is insurmountable. Dragon Lubis was enveloped in immense divine power, healing from his wounds while simultaneously exerting pressure on his opponent. Within his divine realm, countless followers ceaselessly provided faith. As long as the divine realm endures, divine power will not wane, and the deity shall not fall. This is precisely why Agard believes that Lubis and Tval can vanquish the 4 demigod dragons. They could be ground down, but this is not a sustainable approach. Mingruide, Blake, you are to destroy the divine realm. I shall handle matters here with eggshell. My dearest friend, I shall not disgrace my mission. Without a moment's hesitation, Mingruide abandoned eggshell and Sky, leveraging the power of the artifact to breach the spatial blockade and journey to Lubis' divine realm. Lubis attempted to intervene, but was halted by Sky. Your opponent is me, declared the creature with a bird's head. Blake remained silent, quietly departing the battlefield to head towards Tval's divine realm. They will perish due to your foolish leadership. Lubis aimed his spear at Sky. A deity's realm is not without the presence of divine beings. Lubis' confidence stemmed from his capable subordinates and the millennia of accumulation within his divine realm. Is that so? Perhaps you should tend to your own affairs first. Sky's exterior was cloaked in crimson dragon energy. The once white scales transformed into an ashen hue. Gigantic triangular wings continuously exuded ominous red gas. Before the sound of the impact arrived, the dragon had already descended. Sky's speed surpassed the speed of sound, and with the enhancement of magic, a powerful claw strike landed fiercely upon Rubis. With blood-red wings, agile as a shuttle, each strike carried the essence of dragon attributes. As the dragon's aura continued to erode, the efficacy of Rubis's divine arts and magic diminished progressively. What is this? Rubis conceded that he had perhaps underestimated the colossal dragon before him. Dragon, you have earned the right for me to remember and proclaim your name. Ah, how arrogant. Remember this. The dragon that shall slay you will be Sky. The Echo of Bloodwings. Chapter 97. The Crimson Emperor and Azure Star. The Great Crimson Dragon permits you to wield those ridiculous weapons at hand and engage in a fearless rebellion. Mingruide, empowered by the artifact, rends the barrier of the divine realm. Dragon, you shall pay with your life for your arrogance and ignorance. Rifa, the divine overseer of the High Elves' Law, arrived promptly, seeking to halt Mingruide's tyranny. Mingruide opened his massive jaws, a deep azure light igniting within his throat, followed by a concentrated breath, composed entirely of pure magical energy. Aimed at Rifa, the breath, as slender as a human's fist and akin to a laser, surged towards Rifa with astonishing speed. The magical breath collided with a magical shield, causing a visible explosion of blue mist, sending a terrifying shockwave radiating outward from Rifa, with chaotic magical energy sweeping across the ground, crystallizing the earth beneath. The brown soil was suddenly adorned with numerous fragments of white crystals, products of high pressure and concentrated magical energy. What a foolish red dragon. I wonder how many more breaths your magic can sustain. With this thought, Rifa cast a disdainful glance towards Mingruide. O Lord above, grant me boundless strength to expel the invading foes. The faithful within the divine realm did not stand idly by. Countless mages simultaneously unleashed divine arts empowered by divine might. The air shimmered, and an unusually large spear lunged towards Mingruide. As the attack was about to strike, Mingruide appeared unfazed, absorbed in gathering magical energy to unleash a formidable breath. His head pressed against the ground. Tilted to the left, a blue beam continuously emitted from his mouth, sweeping to the right with the motion of his head. Has this red dragon lost its mind? The mages present did not dare to be careless and hurriedly cast defensive magic. However, this breath, composed solely of pure magical energy, bore an enhancement against any defensive magic. Even with the divine power infused into their protective spells, these mortals could not withstand the casual breath of Mingruide. They transformed into specks of starlight within the beam. Vanishing completely, Rifa remained indifferent to their demise, gathering divine power to prepare a divine art. The divine realm lacked not for followers. The previously formidable spear, rivaling the power of a forbidden spell, struck Mingruide, only managing to pierce slightly before erupting in an explosion. As the smoke dissipated, the scales on the chest of the dragon, Mingruide, were shattered, and a few drops of dragon blood mixed with the fragments fell to the ground. This blow merely inflicted superficial wounds upon Mingruide. Your attacks are woefully feeble. My scales are as hard as adamantine. While Mingruide delivered his melodramatic proclamation, another from the divine realm, concealed in the shadows, launched a surprise assault. A dreadful divine punishment seared the back of Mingruide, exposing his stark white bones to the air. The force of this overwhelming attack caused him to stagger. Fearless warriors, lay down your lives for your faith. Above the divine realm, countless portals burst open, and one after another, high-ranking elven believers clad in emerald robes emerged. The magical radiance from innumerable teleportation gates intertwined, twinkling like a constellation of stars. Excellent, excellent. Such attacks are what allow me to feel pain. Rather than cower in fear, Ming Rueda's battle spirit ignited. A slender beam of laser breath swept through the air at astonishing speed, cleaving the portals in two and triggering violent explosions. The two sides engaged in a fierce contest, neither yielding to the other. Time became an abstraction as, under the relentless onslaught of the believers and the simultaneous flanking by two divine beings, Ming Rueda's injuries multiplied. Surely, his magical energy and stamina must be nearing depletion, thought Ruifala. Suddenly, Ming Rueda halted his assault. What was he scheming? The two divine beings, cautious and vigilant, also ceased their attacks. With his foreclaws firmly planted on the ground, a kaleidoscope of colors flickered around him as immense magical energy, mingled with a trace of divine power, surged from the earth into Ming Rueda's being. He was siphoning the magic of the divine realm. The wounds upon him began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, his withered magic replenished. This is bad. We must stop him. Ruifala sensed the impending disaster and called upon the others to attack. Though he did not comprehend how this red dragon could absorb divine magic, magic imbued with the will of the supreme deity, which should, in theory, be uncontrollable, it did not deter Ruifala from attempting to disrupt Ming Rueda's actions. A deluge of magical assaults rained down upon Ming Rueda, yet as they neared, they were deflected by the magical aura enveloping his form. This presented an opportunity. While he recuperated, we could prepare a powerful divine spell, hoping to inflict severe damage or even slay him. Ruifala, regaining his composure from the shock, realized that he had never employed this technique in battle before, implying that it possessed certain conditions for use, or perhaps significant drawbacks, such as immobility and vulnerability, rendering one a living target. Thus, an eerie standoff ensued, the atmosphere becoming oddly serene, until Ming Rueda ceased his absorption of magic. His wings shimmered with starlight, and his chest glowed like a grand lantern, pulsating with each breath. With a mighty flap of his wings, he ascended into the sky, unleashing a wave of energy that sent tremors through the hearts of the divine beings. The deity hastily rescinded the offensive divine technique and invoked a defensive one. The dragon opened its maw, and a celestial body emerged, radiating a blinding brilliance. Yet it seemed to absorb the surrounding light and sound. As the star descended gradually, time appeared to stand still. Suddenly, the star unleashed a tremendous gravitational force, draining the magical energy from a 1,000-mile radius before erupting violently. Fish scale-like white magical crystals spread outward from the star's center, reverting to their primal magical form. A terrifying magical tempest ravaged the area, chaotic elemental phenomena manifesting indiscriminately: thunder, fire, water, light, and darkness. This was a colossal assault that affected the entire divine realm. Alarmed, the follower Reifala withdrew the defenses, utilizing the deity's authority to observe the state of the followers. This strike from the deity Merid, though not particularly potent against individual targets, merely tousled the hair of the two deities. Yet, Merid's intent was not to slay the deities, but to obliterate the divine realm itself. The followers were the very foundation of this realm. Reifala conducted a rough assessment and found that approximately 1/10 of the followers had perished in this attack, and the surviving ones were in dire condition. Cursed be it, had not Baki and the others been dispatched to confront the metallic dragon, this red dragon would not have seized the opportunity. With matters having escalated to this point, all that remained was for them to eliminate this damned red dragon to quell the anger of the supreme deity. Oh, what tenacious vermin! Do not think that a single strike can eradicate them all. Merid opened its maw once more, and the familiar, terrifying wave of energy surged forth again. Having endured one, could they withstand another? Remember, this technique is named Crimson Emperor's Celestial Star. Chapter 98. Deep blue cataclysm with ebony scales, an elongated body, and expansive wings. Black arrived in the divine realm of Tuor. Compared to other colossal dragons, his eyes could be considered rather diminutive. His forelimbs were slender and short, while his tail was elongated, giving an impression of underdevelopment at first glance. However, to underestimate him for this reason would lead to a harrowing lesson delivered through his dreadful breath. Black initially exhaled flames tentatively in the air before descending to the ground, supporting his body on his hind legs and tail, with his forelimbs crossing in a V shape across his chest. No one could fathom why this black dragon would voluntarily relinquish aerial dominance to engage in ground combat. The unthinking and unfeeling deity Nafati raised his spear high and charged at Black, holding the spear in his left hand. He extended his right arm straight to aim at Black's direction and hurled the spear forth. Divine power coalesced at the spear's tip, and the swiftly moving spear compressed the air in front, creating a bullet-like airflow zone. Black swiftly lowered his head, crouching low to the ground, moving all four limbs in unison, and flapping his wings to evade the spear while rapidly closing in on Nafati. He darted like a bolt of black lightning, demonstrating agility and speed that belied his massive form. Nafati lifted into the air, soaring upward to evade Black's assault. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke erupted from Blake's chest, swiftly expanding a kilometer away in mere seconds. Nafati felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping his body, as if a colossal force was firmly anchoring him in place. His ability to fly was rendered utterly ineffective. This was the power of a domain, Nafati pondered, bewildered. Yet, this was the divine realm of Tool. Logically, only deities of equal standing could manifest such a domain. How could this dragon, devoid of divine power, achieve it? Nafati had no time for further contemplation, as Blake's gaping maw loomed before him. Without a defense, he would be mercilessly torn apart by this black dragon. With teleportation and flight failing him, Nafati conjured a spear, aiming it directly at Blake's mouth. Blake's limbs tensed, his claws carving deep grooves into the ground as he skidded to a halt amidst swirling dust and thick smoke. He then lifted his head, angling his dragon mouth downward, gathering energy. A brilliant blaze ignited, the scent of destruction growing stronger, and alarm bells rang in Nafati's mind. A hit from this would leave him gravely wounded. An earth-shattering explosion ensued, shattering the protective shields Nafati hastily erected and sending him hurtling through the air. With his flight capabilities compromised, he bounced on the ground several times before embedding his spear into the earth to finally come to a stop. Blake, propelled by the recoil of his gathered flames, soared into the air before swiftly diving towards Nafati with a powerful flap of his black wings. With a flick of his wrist, Nafati spun the spear, its tip pointing skyward as its base anchored into the ground. He wrapped his left arm around the spear, clenched his right fist against his chest, and began to chant the name of the deity Tool. The spear radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, shooting forth towards Blake. Blake's golden dragon eyes narrowed as they fixated on the spear. He adjusted his stance, presenting his chest to the projectile. The spear was effortlessly deflected. A layer of solidified magical metal adorned Blake's chest, a peculiar trait of his. Whenever he traversed the main plane, he encountered dragon-slaying warriors cloaked in righteousness, reducing them to ash and applying the unburnable remnants of magical metal to his chest. Over time, these magical metals, influenced by Blake, became remarkably resilient. As Nafati's attack fell short, he rapidly retreated, his feet striking the ground in quick succession, evading Blake's grasp. In retaliation, Blake unleashed a trio of fireballs, but Nafati deftly dodged them. Blake did not expect that mere fireballs could vanquish a being of divine essence. Instead, he transformed into a fiery artillery, relentlessly bombarding Nafati. It is worth noting that less than a minute had elapsed since the onset of this fierce battle. After a brief regrouping, the followers below finally rallied and launched an assault against Blake. His gaze darted between Nafati and the assembled followers, seemingly calculating his next move. He continued to maneuver across the battlefield, evading their attacks with precision. He was acutely aware that his scales lacked the impenetrable hardness of the mythical Meerut, nor did he possess the arcane prowess of the sky comet. The sole asset he could rely upon was his unadorned breath. Thus, he had to exercise utmost caution. With a serpentine advance, he unleashed a barrage of fireballs, charged flames, linear fire, and a retreating spiral of fire, complemented by claw strikes, horizontal slaps, and sweeping tails. In the midst of shielding his followers, Nafati was inadvertently hurled away by a fireball. Blake recognized that his opportunity had arrived. He took a step back, grounding himself with his four claws, arching his back, and bending his wings to brace against the earth, pressing his head down. Then, an inferno of unparalleled intensity erupted from his maw, a fan of searing flames sweeping through all creatures before him. Countless devotees were reduced to ash in that singular strike. Nafati, still reeling from the impact of the fireball, suffered grievous wounds. "O Lord, grant us strength." As the flames dissipated, a throng of followers surged onto the battlefield, undeterred by the specter of death. Was there not one divine being remaining? Had the others been dispatched? Blake's gaze roamed the battlefield, scrutinizing every suspicious corner. Only one divine entity remained in the divine realm, even with the multitude of faithful at their disposal. They could not hope to withstand the onslaught of this otherworldly black dragon. Gritting his teeth, Nafati retrieved a shard of divine power and plunged it fiercely into his chest. "Ack!" he roared, his face flushed, veins bulging, as a radiant light emanated from his 7 orifices, his breath swelling with power, the immense divine energy swirling around him. With the aid of this crystal, he briefly touched the realm of the supreme deity. bolstered by the faith of countless followers. He felt confident in his ability to repel or even slay the black dragon. His right hand ignited with boundless lightning, and with a forceful strike against the ground, a spear of thunder was born. The divine might of his lord infused Nafati, amplifying the brilliance of the lightning. Blake sensed impending danger and unleashed a flurry of fireballs. Nafati deftly wielded his spear, effortlessly shattering the fireballs as they fragmented upon impact, causing violent explosions that consumed several unfortunate devotees. In a flash, Nafati transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing only to reappear directly above Blake, thrusting his spear downward. He has breached my domain of annihilation. Blake dared not confront it head-on and lunged forward in a bid to evade. The spear followed relentlessly, aiming for Blake's head. Lightning licked at Blake's dragon horns. And just as it seemed he would be pierced, Blake thrust upward, using his body to block the spear. The spear penetrated his dragon form, unleashing thunderous devastation upon Blake's body. Damn it, if only my scales were as resilient as Meruit's. My inability to wield magic due to my physical limitations. This strike left Blake gravely wounded. The only pride he held was in his breath. He raised his head, determination flashing in his eyes. He soared into the heights. Inhaling deeply, a sound reminiscent of a train whistle resonated from Blake's mouth as air rushed into his massive maw and filled his chest. His torso grew ever more radiant. The breastplate forged from magical metal, glowing a vivid red before ultimately shedding. The flames in his mouth intensified, the orange-yellow brilliance gradually transforming into a brilliant blue. A cerulean breath erupted forth, engulfing the surroundings in a fiery inferno, lethal to the touch. Nafati's figure was cloaked in blue flames as he summoned a defensive spell to withstand the onslaught. Yet, just as he believed he had successfully thwarted Blake's breath, a terrifying wave of heat erupted, akin to a volcanic explosion. Nafati's visage became adorned with a spiderweb of crimson patterns, his skin fracturing inch by inch, succumbing to ash amidst his unwillingness and fury. This was Blake's ultimate strike, the deep blue calamity fire, though he, as a dragon, preferred to refer to it as his powerful breath. Chapter 99. The Mind Assassin. Seldar, you are to immediately assist the Dragon Rider squad. What transpired? He inquired joyfully while dismantling the city. They are met with fierce resistance. The situation is spiraling out of control. I knew the white dragon was utterly unreliable. Due to the ratio of the chromatic dragons, the Dragon Lord could not assemble 5 teams of dragons of varied hues. One of the squads was predominantly composed of white dragons, led by Tiz, a trusted human confidant of Libes, invading a human empire that was comparatively weaker than the other 4 nations. Upon hearing this, Libes's expression hardened, instinctively releasing a chill. A tendril of cold air flowed from the base of her wings down her limbs, forming a thin veil of white mist upon the ground. There is no time to lose. Let us depart swiftly. With that, Libes cast a teleportation spell and signaled for them to follow suit. Oh, White Dragon. Are you concerned for your kin? Graham shot a sidelong glance at Libes. I can assist, but it comes at a cost. The Calamity Flame does not offer aid without recompense. At such a moment, this red dragon still thinks of gold, Carlos lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Very well. I shall provide compensation, Libes replied, her eyes narrowing slightly, adopting a nonchalant tone. However, the reward shall be calculated based on the number of dragons and humans you save. The more you rescue, the more generous the reward. Agreed, Graham readily assented, fearing Libes would retract her offer. The teleportation spell efficiently transported the 6 dragons to the edge of the battlefield. Dozens of white dragons were engaged in fierce combat with humans, while others circled high above, seemingly searching for something or remaining vigilant. Libes dispelled the enforced spatial return spell held in her claws and established contact with the Dragon Rider squad through the dragon helmet. Inform me of the casualties, the enemy's numbers, and their method of attack, Libes commanded succinctly, striking at the heart of the matter. 60% of the dragons are unconscious. 4 white dragons and 16 riders have left our ranks. The enemy's numbers are unknown. Their method of attack is peculiar. Initially suspected to be a form of psychic assault that renders the dragons unconscious, allowing the attacking forces to strike them down, Tiz replied, suppressing his sorrow. The mental assault capable of affecting the colossal dragon traversed through Libes's mind, conjuring various potential spells. I must assess the condition of the unconscious dragon. I leave this in your capable hands. Exercise caution, she declared before departing, soaring towards the designated location. Storm of Winter, heed my call. The human mage, Hook, stood resolutely upon the back of the white dragon, Trey. He began to chant this expansive meteorological incantation. intending to summon a winter tempest to augment the dragon's combat prowess and suppress the potency of fire magic. Despite the lurking assassins causing him considerable trepidation, he chose to place his trust in his companions. Suddenly, Trey's eyes lost focus, his pupils dilating as all vital functions ceased, plummeting straight from the sky. Damn it! Hook interrupted his incantation, hastily employing a teleportation spell in an attempt to whisk away the fate-uncertain white dragon. An eerie spatial ripple manifested, and a bloodstained spear suddenly materialized. Lunging towards Trey, the silvery claw sheath defended against the spear, while another massive claw withdrew its sharp enchantment, pushing Trey aside. The fiery scales shimmered like a mirror, and in a flash, Hook's visage glimmered within the scales. A thunderous roar akin to a tempest erupted as two claws fiercely grasped the spear, striving to extract it. Glaring, Grom frantically flapped his wings, his claws thrashing wildly, stirring up clouds of dust. With a resounding crack, the spear, bolstered by the dragon's armor and numerous enhancement spells, shattered into two fragments. One sharp end was seized by Grom, while the other vanished into the void. Donaya and Seldar approached Trey, employing psychic probing to ascertain his condition. What is his status? He is dead, psychologically speaking. I suspect the enemy is an illusionist, employing spells of deceptive reality to convince him he has perished, thereby providing an opportunity for his comrades to destroy Trey's corporeal form. What shall we do? A profoundly intense stimulus is required to awaken his spirit, one potent enough to compel him to abandon his own life. Do you have confidence in this? Of course, I am the mind-reading dragon. With that, Donaya concentrated her psychic energy into her claws and gently prodded Trey's head. Roar! Trey erupted with a bellow. Damn that black dragon, do not steal my gold. As he groggily prepared to strike at Donaya, Seldar raised a clawed toe and lightly tapped the ground, ensnaring Trey in a myriad of magical chains, binding him like a pretzel. You shaped a scene in which gold was seized from his claws, Seldar queried in astonishment. Indeed, do not underestimate a dragon's obsession with gold. It's rather amusing how the meticulously crafted mind army of humans was unraveled by a dragon's fixation on treasure. I must now seek lives to assist her in awakening the other slumbering white dragons. Donaya cast a forceful calming spell upon Trey before bidding farewell to Seldar. Now, let me see, where might that trickster be hiding? Seldar activated the automatic scanning feature of the dragon helm, only to find nothing of consequence. The dragon riders, clad in their formidable dragon armor, also failed to detect the human mind assassin, indicating that Seldar would likely be unable to uncover him as well. That wretch must be concealed somewhere within this army. Once they are all dealt with, the issue would be resolved. A surge of battle fervor coursed through Seldar, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. His scales glimmered brilliantly, various spells coalescing in the air like a constellation of stars. With the force of his will, they descended upon the most concentrated ranks of the resistance. The fruits of past efforts were now manifest. Seldar transformed into a draconic mage tower, unleashing magic and claiming one human life after another. Tremble, cower, insignificant humans. Suddenly, Seldar felt a lightness at the base of his neck, followed by a swift elevation of his vision, accompanied by a dizzying whirl. A headless red dragon flashed past him. Undoubtedly, the human mind assassin had struck again, targeting the now resplendent Seldar. This is my body, am I dead again? Under the influence of the mental magic, Seldar forgot all information regarding the mind assassin. He lost sight of why he had come here. He forgot the reasons for Trey and the other white dragons being unconscious. I wonder how my master is faring. Will he be able to revive me immediately? At that moment, his vision distorted, and a piercing pain surged from his chest. In the distance, he heard Graham's urgent cries. This is... I remember now, that accursed human. The mind assassin's attack could only induce a fleeting stupor in Seldar, granting the pursuing forces a chance to eliminate him. Having faced death more than once, Seldar never truly believed he would perish. He cast numerous healing spells to mend the gaping wound in his chest, the radiance of his magic illuminating the sky as his damaged heart was restored. Seldar then turned his gaze skyward. During the mind assassin's assault, he had captured a general sense of the assassin's location. So, this is where you hide. No wonder the white dragons could not find me. Seldar's expression darkened. Now, prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 100. The Assault, I have found you. A searing breath of flame was directed at a white dragon locked in combat, with humans above. Hey, what are you doing? The other white dragons and dragon knights, unaware of Seldar's intentions, merely assumed that this red dragon had lost its wits due to the recent attack. Get out of my way. He is not the white dragon. Everything that has transpired was orchestrated by him. Seldar shouted through the dragon helm's public screen. Jacques just spoke to me. How could he possibly be an imposter? I think you are the one who is deceived. You foolish white dragon, that bastard is a master of mental magic. You would not perceive any anomalies. A single potent suggestion spell would suffice. Seldar raged, his temper befitting a red dragon. What justifies your belief that you remain untouched by the influence of suggestion? Ah, Tiamat. It seems this rare white dragon has shown a glimmer of intelligence. Indeed, this rogue has managed to breach the protective scales bestowed upon me by the comet, suggesting I may have been compromised. Though such thoughts linger in his mind, Seldar refrains from voicing them. Pride is a requisite for any red dragon. It is wise to exercise caution, for one can never be too careful. With that, Seldar disregards all else and approaches Jacques. What do you want? Jacques turns to Seldar, his clear gaze reflecting confusion. Greetings, magnificent dragon. The human mage upon Jacques' back acknowledges Seldar. Seldar's gaze wavers. Red dragon, have you gleaned any insights? The voice of the white dragon emanates from his helm. I am not versed in mental magic. I shall present them before Donaya for her judgment. Very well. The white dragon severed the communication. Seldar's expression darkens. Enough. Now go find Donaya. He directs his frustration towards Jacques. Why are you shouting at me? What have I done to provoke you? Jacques retorts, shrinking his neck and murmuring. Seldar and Jacques withdraw from the battlefield. However, en route, they are ambushed, not by humans, but by a dragon. Blue dragon, do you wish to oppose us? Seldar inquires loudly upon encountering the unfamiliar blue dragon blocking their path. The blue dragon remains silent, conveying her intent through action. A crackling sound emanates from the horn atop her snout, a brilliant arc of electricity surging from it to her horns, then cascading down her bony spines and erupting from the tip of her tail. The glimmering thunder, infused with the essence of a tempest, swirls around her as she beats her wings, her form swaying slowly amidst a swirling black storm. Dark clouds shroud the sky, and rain tinged with a burnt aroma descends upon Seldar. Were you the architect of the earlier chaos? Seldar demands, but the blue dragon remains mute, orchestrating the storm to assault him. Radiance of the holy light. The human on Jacques' back casts a defensive spell, shielding both dragons. Please, I have not yet sunk to the level of requiring your protection, Seldar scoffs, beating his wings to escape the magical safeguard and boldly confront the tempest. As he flies, Seldar suddenly finds it challenging to maintain his balance. The storm's might is overwhelming. To combat it, he invokes the soul advance spell within his grasp. The earth trembles as towering earthen walls rise from the ground. Seldar perches upon the wall, his claws gripping the surface, steering his path toward the eye of the storm like a great wall of defense. The sharp winds slice against Seldar's scales, inflicting numerous minute scratches. It is worth noting that various enhancement spells, including those augmenting his defenses, are currently active on him. If a human were to approach the eye of the storm, they would be torn to shreds by the cutting winds. The closer one gets to the center, the greater the resistance faced by Seldar. The tumultuous thunder and the increasingly powerful wind blades were relentless. However, upon activating the defensive and healing magic inscribed upon his scales, the thunder transformed into mere static, and the wind blades became a gentle breeze, utterly incapable of halting Seldar's advance. As he entered the very heart of the storm, he found it contrary to his expectations. There were no lightning strikes, no howling winds, and no rain, nor were there ominous clouds overhead. A beam of sunlight streamed down through the opening above, illuminating his blue scales, which reflected the hues of the sky. The semi-transparent scales emitted a soft glow from within, creating a breathtaking spectacle that left Seldar momentarily entranced. Such exquisite scales must be worth a fortune, he mused. Suddenly, a robust chain of lightning shot forth from the blue dragon's maw towards Seldar. Unyielding, Seldar retaliated with a torrent of flames. Generally speaking, the lightning breath of blue dragons is the most formidable among the chromatic dragons. Nevertheless, Seldar believed that his breath, enhanced by the dragon helmet, could rival that of the blue dragon. However, to his dismay, the dragon's breath overwhelmed his flames with crushing superiority, instantly engulfing Seldar's form. Coughing, he muttered curses as the blue dragon, seizing the advantage, transformed into a streak of lightning and appeared behind him, its sharp claws raised high. The electricity crackled, seemingly drawn to Seldar's body, striking incessantly against his scales. The blue dragon's claw descended with ferocity. Seldar felt a numbing sensation throughout his body, yet his thoughts remained sharp, bolstered by the dragon helmet. In an instant, he conjured a plethora of defensive spells, particularly earth-based defenses against electric attributes. I admit I was careless earlier. Dodging is no longer a game. You'd best tread carefully, or death may be your fate. The earthen armor enveloping Seldar began to shatter, revealing the glowing scales beneath. Magical chains snaked from Seldar's claws, entwining the blue dragon. Grasping the chains with his left claw, he extended his right, aiming for the dragon's neck. With a thunderous roar, the blue dragon suddenly unleashed a tempest of lightning, vanishing in a flash. Although the dragon had disappeared from sight, the surrounding storm showed no signs of abating. In fact, it intensified. Seldar scanned the area and finally spotted the blue dragon, soaring in the direction of the storm's rotation, its form flickering in and out of visibility. While bursts of lightning surged into the tempest around it, a chill swept over him, and an alarm rang in his mind, compelling Seldar to cast a protective spell. The roar of the dragon resounded through the heavens, and in an instant, the storm dissipated. Yet, the energy contained within it did not vanish into thin air. It coalesced around the blue dragon. Thus, the blue dragon, bearing the condensed fury of lightning, charged towards Seldar with a fierce intent to obliterate them both. Has she lost her mind? A violent explosion erupted, a blinding white light illuminating Seldar's incredulous dragon visage, while a cacophony of ringing echoed in his mind, his scales shattering into fragments. Chapter 101, the final chapter. Hey, Red Dragon, are you still alive? After an indeterminate amount of time, Jacques and his human companion approached, calling out to Seldar. A deep pit, several meters in depth, revealed the earth scorched to a fiery red, its surface draped in pale ashes as molten rock flowed silently. The pungent scent of electricity assaulting the senses. I offer you one last chance. Reveal to me the motive behind your actions. Seldar's left foot pressed down upon the blue dragon's abdomen, his left claw resting beside her head, while his right claw pierced her chest. The rhythmic beating of the blue dragon's heart resonated through Seldar's claw to his ears. The blue dragon remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Seldar, resembling an emotionless statue. Do not presume I lack the resolve to slay you. Under these circumstances, I believe Tiamat would support my decision. His claws pressed down further, inflicting a slight wound upon her heart. Hey, who is extolling my divine name? Tiamat's voice reverberated within his mind. Oh, this blue dragon, Seldar. Grant me 3 minutes. With that, Tiamat emerged from the tip of Seldar's right claw, directly entering the blue dragon's body. Tiamat, what is your intention? Seldar's mood soured, his tone becoming increasingly brusque. Were it not for the path of soul sculpting and the dragon armor, that recent attack might have claimed his life. Her aura is exceedingly peculiar. I can sense the power of ancient dragons within her, yet her appearance and strength do not align with that of an ancient blue dragon. Uncertain of Tiamat's motives, the blue dragon's chest erupted with a copious flow of blood. Curse that steel of the heart. How dare those high elves? What exactly transpired? Enlighten me. This blue dragon has been transformed through the forbidden technology of dragon golems. I never anticipated that after the last divine war, they would dare to pursue such techniques. Why are the high elves so fervently devoted to opposing dragons? Is there any hope for her? This is a shackle set by the elven gods. Possessing a critically fatal flaw, the dragon god can effortlessly break free using the power of her bloodline. During the last divine war, they suffered greatly due to such oversights, investing heavily in dragon golems, which ultimately provided me with abundant combat prowess for no reason. They would never suspect that history would repeat itself. My true form is incorrect. Tiamat has fallen into the divine war, reclaiming all divine power incarnations. However, they would never anticipate that I, Tiamat, am no longer a divine incarnation, but a completely new entity. You are no longer a divine incarnation. How can you save this blue dragon? I shall give it a try, and I am confident it will succeed. By the way, regarding that mind assassin, Seldar detailed the adversaries encountered by the white dragon. From your description, it seems reminiscent of the ancient black dragon's ability, Dream's Lament. Once I liberate the blue dragon from her constraints, I will investigate further. Do not forget, I have connected the binding god chain to all the dragons of the dragon territory. With but a thought, I can instantaneously appear beside any dragon. A shimmering azure armor of ice enveloped Isazu's form, crowned with a majestic icy diadem, embodying the Ice Queen. As the icy armor adorned her, the temperature around plummeted. The crystalline frost upon her wings fluttered like delicate snowflakes, and with each powerful stroke, a multitude of ice spirits emerged. The icy blade upon her tail gleamed with a chilling light, formidable and sharp. Tevel pointed casually, unleashing a fireball imbued with divine power, which hurtled towards Isazu. With a slight tremor of her wings, the ice spirits surged forward, uniting to form an imposing wall of ice before her. The explosive collision of the ice wall and fireball sent shards of ice scattering. Isazu gracefully shielded herself with her left wing, elegantly deflecting the debris. After a moment's contemplation, Teevil drew a long blade from the void, opting for close combat. As the blade descended, Isazu leaped back, creating distance, and unleashed a straight breath of frigid air. The tip of the blade clashed with her icy breath, cleaving it in twain, yet the force remained unyielding. Isazu chose to retreat further, exhaling another icy breath. Indeed, Isazu, with her slender and elongated limbs, was not adept at melee combat. In the face of Teevil's provocation, she remained unperturbed. Isazu wielded the elements of ice with remarkable finesse. If your abilities are limited to this, dragon, your demise is inevitable against Isazu's onslaught. Teevil appeared to be in complete command. Possessing a divine realm, he faced merely a demigod dragon, with no possibility of defeat. Furthermore, for anomalous dragons would barely manage to contend with two high-ranking elven deities, and now, two of the dragons were absent. As Isazu intended to withdraw further, she realized that Teevil's magic had sealed off her escape. The clang of Teevil's sword met Isazu's tail, producing a sound akin to the clash of metal. Teevil swung his sword repeatedly, while Isazu's tail, nimble as a serpent, engaged in combat. Yet, the icy tip of her tail could not withstand the strain and developed a fissure. Isazu's expression turned serious. She ascended higher and, midair, executed a 360-degree spin, unleashing a radiant azure breath in all directions. Teevil raised his sword to cleave through the breath, attempting to sever it once more. Strangely, this breath seemed to disregard the blade, passing through it like an ethereal specter and striking Teevil directly. A bone-chilling cold surged from his chest to his extremities. How cold? A sensation long forgotten. In that moment, Teevil felt as if he had returned to when he was an ordinary high elf, trembling beneath the forces of nature. The sword slipped from his grasp, and his body shook uncontrollably, struggling in place for several seconds. Isazu soared above him, looking down. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, converging around Teevil. Layer upon layer ascended, expanding in concentric circles, resembling a colossal cake from a distance. Teevil did not evade. The icy grip ensnared him, only to explode violently thereafter. With shards of ice cascading around him and the crystallized blood of a deity, Teevil sustained injuries from a strike. Yet, divine energy coursed through his being, swiftly mending his wounds. "Dragon, you cannot prevail against me," he declared, but suddenly, the divine radiance enveloping Teevil dimmed. Upon realizing the assault on his divine realm, a flicker of anger crossed his visage. "Even if you have attacked my divine kingdom, what of it? The chasm between a god and a demigod is insurmountable. Arrogant high elves, you remain oblivious to a crucial fact. Slaying the god of high elves is not our primary objective. Our true aim has always been the dragon maniac." Chapter 102. The final chapter. Who can enlighten me on the origins of these monstrosities? With Tia's aid, Seldar and his companions liberated all dragons transformed into colossal dragon statues. Just as they believed victory in the war was within grasp, a horde of formidable and terrifying creatures emerged. They seemed to possess boundless magical power, effortlessly wielding various high-level spells, moving in synchronization as if conjoined. The spirit, lives, remarked, "Indeed, the ancient and immortal beings from the realm of the gods have come forth. Do we have any reinforcements?" "Regrettably, no," Tia replied softly. "We simply cannot contend against their divine might. How can mere mortals stand against deities?" Some timid white dragons hesitated, contemplating retreat. "Warriors of the dragon race, your mission has been accomplished. The colossal dragon from another world is devising a means to seal the dragon maniac. Now flee swiftly." Just as the dragons found themselves in disarray, the Supreme will descended. After imparting a hurried command, it vanished immediately. "What shall we do?" "We flee, of course. The mother of all dragons has spoken. What would we linger for? To court death? Comet, we have returned." Black established contact with Sky Comet through the artifact, though he did not reveal himself immediately. "Excellent. I shall activate the artifact. You hold them at bay." "At last, is this the end?" Sky Comet gently stomped upon the earth beneath her. Her battlefield with Lubies was that of the King of Slaughter. "Are you prepared to confront the final chapter?" Sky Comet gazed at Lubies, her scales shimmering furiously behind her. The crimson dragon aura enveloped her, forming a sphere. The immense power of the soul-carving path manifested here, as Sky Comet unleashed a plethora of forbidden spells in an instant. Forbidden spell. The wrathful dying sun enveloped the crimson sphere surrounding Sky Comet, erupting forth with stellar heat and light, transforming her into a miniature sun. Forbidden spell. The sun's radiance unleashed countless tongues of fire from the surface of the sun above, racing toward the ground like a rain of flames. Forbidden spell. The molten inferno summoned vast quantities of lava from the very ground, casting an orange glow upward. Forbidden spell. The infernal roar manifested a dragon claw of flames erupting from the magma. As the molten flow formed its flesh and blood, flames of dragons surged forth from the molten depths, birthed from the inferno. Beneath the throne of the fire god, a vast expanse of magma erupted, extending downwards to cradle the sun itself. Fiery bonds intertwined all the flame dragons, significantly amplifying their might. The forbidden spell conjured a terrifying fiery canopy that nearly enveloped the entirety of the planet known as the King of Slaughter. Such formidable power compelled me to acknowledge my underestimation of you, O dragon. For the first time, Rubus, the supreme deity, felt a twinge of trepidation towards a demigod dragon. Each dragon, born from flames, possessed legendary strength, yet stood little chance against the might of a god. Skyway did not expect them to confront Rubus. Her true aim lay within the essence of dragon energy contained in the fire dragons. A remarkable reaction unfolded as several forbidden spells intertwined, rendering the dragon energy, which Rubus could have easily isolated with divine power, pervasively omnipresent. Rubus sensed the flow of divine energy within him becoming increasingly sluggish. This gas was not of this world. It was a force from beyond. In that moment, Rubus understood why Tiamat regarded these four demigod aberrant dragons as trump cards. They were free to roam the primary plane, unbound by the laws of this world, able to disregard divine will and the frenzy of dragons. I must terminate this magic at once, lest the consequences be dire. Rubus, at any cost, concentrated divine power to launch an attack against the sun upon the throne of the fire god. The dragons surged forth, overwhelming him in an instant. Rubus was tossed about by the dragons, trampled and jostled, in a state of utter disarray. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. The torrent of divine energy penetrated the sun, but did not pierce through it. Rubus, wary of underestimating the situation, amplified his divine output. Suddenly, the sun erupted, revealing a crimson figure. A red body, clad in impenetrable scales, stood with its back to Rubus, bearing a ghastly wound. Where had that white dragon vanished? Rubus pondered in confusion. The crimson dragon, Marud, planted its hind claws into the ground and flung away what it had been cradling. A black dragon, its chest aflame, unleashed a concentrated blue breath towards Rubus. Caught off guard, Rubus was forced to endure the onslaught of the charged blue fire. Tell me where that white dragon has gone, or I shall slay this blue dragon. Tuor crossed through the spatial gate to stand beside Rubus, with the gravely injured Ace behind him. The supreme deity was not one to be trifled with, even when his divine realm was under siege. In the face of Tuor's threat, Meruid and Black showed no hesitation and continued their assault. With ruthless intent, Tuor swung his blade, severing Ace's head. Suddenly, a multitude of pale mist appeared near the King of Slaughter planet, as a rift tore through the fabric of reality, revealing a colossal sphere. The sphere is divided into 5 segments. The upper half consists of regions of white crystalline formations, verdant forests, azure ice fields, and charred deserts, while the lower half is a translucent void. The fabric of space begins to distort, as the mass of the sphere is unfathomably immense. A pale yellow barrier at the lower portion of the sphere ripples, slowly forming an opening. This sphere is considerably larger than the planet Luangsing, and it is steadily consuming it at a constant pace. This is the full visage of the divine artifact prison. Lubies and Tvar instantly grasped the intentions of the colossal dragons. They sought to harness the residual power of Luangsing in a bid to escape the seal. Yet their efforts proved futile. The artifact, crafted with countless dedication and time by the 2 dragon deities, is not so fragile. They were powerless, merely watching as Luangsing was devoured. Is this the end? They pondered, just as they believed the dragon scheme had succeeded. The barrier on the surface of the artifact began to tremble, faint signs of impending collapse becoming evident. Enough. I cannot intervene any further, echoed the voice of the god of knowledge. It seems our faithful have succeeded. The 2 elven deities rejoiced and seized the moment to enter the prison while the barrier was unstable. Maindrith and Black exchanged a glance and a smile, feigning pursuit for a while, yet they failed to enter before the barrier stabilized, finding themselves locked out. It went rather smoothly, did it not? Except for a minor incident involving Sky Comet. In the form of a fledgling dragon, Ace appeared clutching a dragon egg between the 2 colossal dragons. What transpired with Sky Comet? During the activation of the seal, Sky Comet suddenly realized that the artifact lacked sufficient energy, just a fraction short, to continue the sealing process. She drew upon the dragon chi jade that summoned the Hester, the very source of her life, to empower the artifact. Wasn't there an abundance of energy? Why was it insufficient? Previously, it seemed that Sky Comet had utilized the artifact as a stepping stone for teleportation in search of her student. I suspect that is the reason. Behind the three dragons, the artifact violently contracted, ultimately vanishing into the void. See you again, I will see you again. My mother, my companion, my kin. The cruel war, the cruel war. Will we have a chance to meet again? In the dragon extermination war, except for Seldar, who survived due to his immense strength, all other dragons perished. The song is haunting, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners of the eyes. This is Seldal's lament for the dragons, sung in the key of the White Dragon's song. My child, why do you weep? Resonated the voice of Tiamat. Two supreme wills descended, the ethereal forms of Tiamat and Bahamut materializing in the air. Tiamat extended her left claw, while Bahamut extended his right, their claws meeting, tails entwined. You are all heroes of the dragon race. You should not meet such a fate, Bahamut stated. In the name of Tiamat, I bless you. For you shall endure through eternity. One by one, the souls of the fallen dragons materialized before the dragon god, basking in divine light. The shackles of the dragon kin have vanished. It is time for the great dragons to return to this realm. Bahamut opened the gates of the divine realm, and a multitude of reclusive metallic dragons returned to their homeland. And you, my sister, do you not intend to purge the evil from the bloodline of the chromatic dragons? Well, as for the chromatics, let it be. Sometimes, a hint of malevolence serves to deter oppression. Chapter 103, The Homeland of Skywise, a Dragon Egg. Adorned in alternating hues of red and white, was enveloped in a soft crimson mist, with a flickering red light emanating from within, pulsing in rhythm with each breath. A crack appeared on the egg's surface, and a winged spear pierced through, accompanied by a resounding roar as the egg shattered. The newly reborn dragon rose proudly, inhaling deeply as an abundance of air surged through her chest. The air, laced with magical essence, sporadically burst forth from the tips of her wings before settling into a steady flow. A white comet ascended into the sky, soaring ever higher. My dear friend, where will you go? From beside the egg, the colossal red dragon, Merud, stirred from slumber. Raising his head, countless fragments tumbled from his cranium, creating craters in the earth. The comet offered no reply, adjusting its course and flying into the distance. It was only then that Merud sensed something amiss. As magical energy surged, a network of power manifested across the ground, radiating outward from his being. The web of magic, moving with terrifying swiftness, pursued the comet, ensnaring it in an embrace of arcane energy, compelling it to land. Deprived of magical power, the comet flailed desperately, striving to maintain balance in the air. Yet, her unique wing structure precluded gliding, and she plummeted clumsily toward the ground. This is dire, Merud thought, weaving a magical net to ensnare the comet. The worst had occurred. He had to relay this unfortunate news to Eggshell and the others immediately. Merud abandoned any pretense of dramatic flair, opening a portal and stepping into Tiamat's divine realm with the comet. The absence of the dragon gem had unleashed a tempest of draconic energy, profoundly impacting Skywise's soul. Tiamat discerned the cause of Skywise's memory loss at a glance. Without a contingency plan, he found himself powerless. After all, you do not belong to this world, and the authority of the gods sometimes proves ineffective. Fear not, your majesty Tiamat. Skywise anticipated this eventuality. She had concealed a fragment of her soul in her homeland. You need only retrieve her soul shard, Eggshell replied. I can open a portal to that world, but you cannot return, Tiamat declared. Why? At present, your strength exceeds the threshold of the portal, far surpassing its capacity. I can only transport a single adult dragon at most. Can you find a trustworthy dragon? Seldar. Indeed. It is a commendable choice. Among the 5-colored dragons, he is one of the most devoted to camaraderie that I have encountered. In other words, you wish for me to traverse to another world and retrieve the fragments of my teacher's soul concealed there. Upon hearing that Sky had lost his memory, Seldar was filled with disbelief. The teacher he regarded as omnipotent was facing an unprecedented crisis, and he felt compelled to take action. Yes, how shall I bring it back? By saying this, you agree then? Isle was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Seldar would not demand any reward or inquire about the dangers of the other world, but would simply acquiesce to her request. My teacher has treated me well, and I cherish the days spent in her company, although she often tries to trick and tease me. I do not harbor any disdain for a teacher who has lost her memory, a mere shell of her former self, unlike the cunning dragon I once knew. Then, I wish you good fortune. Periodically, Tiamat will open a passage, and you may return. By the way, our homeland is considerably weaker compared to this world, so you need not fear for your life. I understand. Thus, Saddle was transported to the other world by Tiamat. The land was blanketed in snow, and the biting wind howled. It was referred to by the locals as the eternal frostland. The creatures inhabiting this realm remained blissfully unaware of the terrifying presence that had intruded upon their world. Isle had mentioned that he could sense the direction of his teacher's soul fragments through the scales, yet thus far, the scales remained utterly silent. Saddle's temper flared as he stood in the muddy pit beneath him. As a red dragon, he constantly radiated intense heat, melting the frozen ground beneath, transforming it into a filthy mire. This climate is hardly suitable for a red dragon. Just as Saddle contemplated venturing elsewhere in search of the soul fragments, a peculiar shadow in the distance caught his attention. That cannot be right. This stealth technique has too many flaws. And Isle had also stated that magic does not exist in this world. Saddle fixed his gaze upon the shadow. Goodness, what manner of dragon is that? Hank tightened the cloak of invisibility around him. With my years of hunting instinct, it has certainly detected my presence. Saddle approached Hank slowly, each step leaving a remarkably clear imprint of a red dragon's claw behind him. Hank's left hand delved into his backpack, feeling around cautiously. An ancient dragon is beyond my capacity to confront. I must return to the Moonlit City immediately to report this matter and enlist the legendary Azure Star to investigate this ancient dragon. Suddenly, amidst the swirling mist, a pterosaur poised in midair dove down at an astonishing speed, hurtling toward Hank. He grasped the pterosaur and soared in the direction of their stronghold. Roar! Saddle unleashed a thunderous roar, his dragon's might surging forth. The pterosaur wavered momentarily under the force of the shockwave, swaying as if mocking Saddle, and then vanished from his sight. Wait, where's my dragon's might? Seldar suddenly realized a significant issue. His dragon might have become ineffective in this world. If his might had failed, what about magic? Fortunately, magic remained intact. Observing a flicker of flame on his claw, Seldar breathed a sigh of relief. Tracking spell, activate. 2 crimson threads materialized within his view. One extended in the direction that Gunter had departed, while the other stretched toward a certain point in the frozen land before plunging into the ground. Seldar found himself puzzled as to why he felt compelled to pursue that inconsequential human. Perhaps it stemmed from his irritation at having failed to prevent Gunter's departure. Or perhaps it was merely the discomfort of this frigid environment that spurred him on. Seldar simply sought a reason to escape the icy expanse. Why am I doing this? What justification do I have for such actions? No, I shall act as I please. He shook his head, sensing 2 voices clashing within his mind. His body felt heavy. Why was he flying so sluggishly? Even with the application of lightness, acceleration, and agility spells, his speed barely reached 1/10 of its normal capacity. It was utterly vexing. The tracking spell presented 2 paths. Perhaps he should explore the other location, likely a spot frequented by that individual, possibly a small outpost. Very well, then, Seldar decided. Redirecting his flight toward the suspected encampment, the scales gifted by Sky emitted an ethereal glow, flickering momentarily before dimming once more. Of course, Seldar was unaware of any of this. Chapter 104. The Flame King Dragon residing in the ice field. To his astonishment, in this frigid realm, there existed a surprisingly warm cavern. Seldar comfortably immersed himself in a lake of lava. A thin layer of charred ash floated atop the molten surface. The cave was somewhat dim, its rocky surfaces cloaked in an abundance of black and gray fuzz. Seldar discovered that this peculiar fuzz possessed remarkable insulation properties. A mere centimeter of it sufficed to completely block the biting cold winds. Here, the fuzz was an impressive half-meter thick. Seldar leaned his upper body over the edge of the lava pool, extracting a heap of battered iron from his scale space. Not long ago, he had raided a camp, absconding with all the hunter's equipment, hoping to study the behavioral patterns of the humans in this world. His curiosity was piqued by the homeland of his mentor. A damaged large sword. The craftsmanship was rather crude. It must weigh about a ton, suggesting its owner's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. If all humans were like this, one could only say they were quite formidable. Various potions, some roasted meat. And then, Seidel's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a pile of malodorous projectiles, shaped into spheres, emitting a foul stench. Naturally, Seldar remained oblivious to the fact that these stench bombs, crafted from excrement, were intended to repel non-human entities. He merely regarded the inhabitants of this world as possessing some peculiar penchant. Seldar continued to rummage through the clutter. At long last, after much diligence, he unearthed the coveted, glimmering gold coins that would bring him delight. Oh, my precious little treasure. Behold what those wretched humans have done to you. They have pressed their crude swords upon you, allowing filth to tarnish your exterior. Even the herbs that are ubiquitous here overshadow you. These humans demean you so, I swear. I shall plunder and rescue you from their grasp. With a grandiose declaration, Seldar resolved that this journey would not only reclaim his mentor's soul fragments, but also seize the entirety of human wealth to bring back to the dragon's lair. Just as Seldar indulged in his daydreams, a deep roar resonated from the cave entrance. He returned the roar, beckoning the creature outside to enter. Soon, a four-legged, winged dragon with pudgy claws and a feline-like head scampered in. Its body was cloaked in a coat of blackish-gray fur, identical in texture to the cave walls. It lowered its body and shook off the fur in a nondescript corner. As the dark coat shed, it revealed a fiery red dragon form. With the insulation of fur gone, its heat became impossible to conceal. In that moment, it resembled a colossal furnace, radiating warmth in every direction. The temperature in the cave surged, and the magma began to stir. Gurgling and bubbling, the lava surged forth from the depths, consuming the charred debris on the surface, casting an orange glow that illuminated Seldar's scales. The humans of this world referred to him as the Flame King Dragon. Clearly, the original proprietor of this cave was this very Flame King Dragon, who had, for some reason, willingly offered it to Seldar. Initially, Seldar had no intention of sharing his lair, yet the blackish-gray fur was inextricably connected to the Flame King Dragon. Seldar vividly recalled how this dragon had implored him. Red Cat, depart from my territory. Employing translation magic, Seldar sought to expel the Flame King Dragon. As an ancient dragon, the Flame King possessed remarkable intelligence. Judging by the size difference, he knew he was no match for this audacious red dragon. The Flame King Dragon prostrated himself, signifying submission, emitting low, rumbling growls. What are you saying? Strangely, the infallible translation magic yielded no response. Lacking a verbal system, the magic could not convey his intentions. Seldar formed a reasonable conjecture. However, from the dragon's posture, he understood its plea. Please, allow me to remain. I have no reason to keep a useless individual. The Flame King Dragon surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the lava lake beneath Seldar. The pale blue dragon's eyes quivered slightly as if deep in contemplation. After a prolonged moment, he shed his dark gray fur and ceased to suppress the heat radiating from his body, fully invoking his innate powers. How intriguing, he mused. A fire dragon residing in this desolate, icy expanse. Did you create this fur? Seldar was taken aback. The deceptive fur had managed to evade his senses. The Flame King Dragon's roar ascended, affirming Seldar's query. He then demonstrated his response through action. Spreading his wings, he shook his body, causing a brilliant cloud of dust to erupt from the gaps in his fur, which then exploded violently. The scent of charred remnants filled the air as several strands of black-gray filaments emerged. You possess some utility. In that case, you may remain. But remember, do not disturb me, nor touch my treasures. Thus, the Flame King Dragon became Seldar's first true subordinate. From this day onward, you shall be called Flame Cat. That night, Flame Cat rolled amidst the pile of dark gray fur, containing his heat, before departing the dragon's lair to the snowy realm. His sapphire-like eyes fixated on the sky, unwavering. He strolled slowly at the cave's entrance, eventually halting beside a frost-covered herb, which he crushed in frustration. Observing the surrounding ice slabs, he undertook an unprecedented action. The fur on his abdomen was rubbed off, and as his searing dragon body made contact with the frigid ice shards, a substantial cloud of white mist immediately billowed forth. Flame Cat emitted a low growl, the extreme cold causing him considerable discomfort. A large tear slipped from his eye. No one could fathom the thoughts of this Flame King Dragon or the reasoning behind such self-destructive behavior. The melting ice water soaked into the remaining black-gray fur, significantly diminishing their adhesive properties. Along with the water, it escaped from Flame Cat's body and into the snow. As more ice melted, more fur shed, and further ice water contacted Flame Cat's form, an increasing amount of heat was released. In the distance, the unvaporized ice water began to flow downwards towards the dragon's lair. Flame Cat, belatedly realizing the impending invasion of ice water into his cave, rose to evaporate it. Yet, upon exiting the icy mixture, the loss of concealment rendered Flame Cat akin to the sun over the Arctic. His emergence melted even more ice. The gentle stream transformed into a tumultuous river, mingling with dirt and debris as it rushed into the cave. Flame Cat's expression grew vacant. He was at a loss as to how to remedy his blunder. Helplessly gazing skyward. Why do tears often fill my eyes? Because my fate is shrouded in darkness. Fool, what are you doing? The influx of icy water activated the protective magic left by Seldar. The roar of the red dragon reverberated through the cavern, dislodging a considerable amount of fluff from the walls. Seldar employed water manipulation magic to expel the surging water outside. Then, in a furious demeanor, sought to confront the fire cat. At this moment, the cave's entrance had transformed into an enormous steamer, dense white mist swirling within, only to be rapidly frozen into delicate ice crystals that gently drifted down. "Fool, how could you be so careless as to shed your fluff?" Seldar grumbled, feeling vexed that he had to expend magical energy due to the fire cat's oversight, which inadvertently triggered this incident. Under the influence of magic, the water surrounding the fire cat ascended into the sky. Seldar simultaneously cast an insulation spell to prevent the fire cat from melting more ice. He then unceremoniously tossed the fire cat into the cave to spare the icy expanse from further havoc. "From this day forth, you are forbidden from leaving the cave without my permission, do you understand? And the fluff at the entrance has been damaged by the water. Remember to fix it." With that, Seldar resumed his slumber. He slept for 10 days, for a dragon's sense of time is not particularly acute. Moreover, this was not a natural awakening. Seldar was roused by the fire cat's calls. "Fool, what now?" Seldar groaned, beginning to regret his decision to keep the fire cat around. Initially, he had been drawn to the creature's ability to produce fluff, which spared him the need to cast insulation magic daily. In this world, the atmosphere lacked magical energy, rendering most low-level magic circles ineffective due to the absence of structures to store magic. Thus, Seldar had to manually cast the insulation spell. However, this magic had a limited duration, necessitating reapplication after its effect waned, which was rather bothersome. To indulge in a bit of laziness, he had permitted the fire cat to remain. "If you lack a valid reason, you might as well leave," Seldar grumbled, irritated by the repeated disturbances. The fire cat opened its mouth, mimicking a biting gesture to indicate its need for sustenance. "You require my permission for such trivial matters when you're hungry? Can't you be a bit more resourceful?" The fire cat, perplexed, could not comprehend why it had been instructed not to leave without permission. Now, needing to hunt, it sought Seldar's approval, yet was told to be clever enough to venture out without informing him. Frustrated by the fire cat's antics, Seldar lost all desire for rest and decided to accompany it on a hunt, while also scouting the human settlement. It seemed as if an unseen voice was guiding him to do so. "Is that you, master?" Seldar pondered. With a swift motion, Seldar flicked the fire cat on the head, scattering its fluff while simultaneously casting the insulation spell upon it. With a powerful flap of his wings, the duo, one large, one small, ascended into the sky. "Brr, it's so cold," exclaimed a young hunter, shivering uncontrollably as he blew warm breath onto his frozen hands, attempting to alleviate the numbing pain. "Remember to replenish your hot beverages in a timely manner, otherwise, your stamina will swiftly diminish." The seasoned hunter beside him tossed a bottle of red chili drink, gesturing for him to drink it hastily. "Thank you, Gulagulaha," he said. "Master Rubika, will the guild be hunting that ice-cursed dragon?" Rubika halted, his serious gaze instilling a sense of fear in the young hunter. "We are hunters of the investigation team. Remember, all our endeavors are aimed at exploring and safeguarding the ecosystem. The ancient dragons are also a part of this ecosystem. Do not underestimate them as mere foolish beasts. Their strength is beyond our capacity to combat, and their intellect matches, if not surpasses, our own. Let us not even discuss the immense cost of subjugating an ancient dragon. Do you genuinely believe we can contain these flying creatures? If we cannot overpower them, will they not simply flee? Since the inception of our investigation team, the ancient dragons we have subdued can be counted on one hand. Far more often, we have resorted to their expulsion. Those few ancient dragons we have confronted were all afflicted by a terrifying force, having lost their sanity, devoid of fear or the instinct to escape, and consumed only by a frenzied assault on all living beings around them. We refer to this dreadful affliction as the frenzied dragon disease. At present, we cannot ascertain the cause of the abnormal activity exhibited by the ice-cursed dragon we are investigating. Until we have clarity on the situation, I do not wish to hear the word subjugation from your lips again. Understood? Understood, Master Rubika. But wait, what is that? The young hunter pointed, noticing a dragon not documented in any hunter's notes. Rubika followed the direction of the young hunter's finger and spotted 2 dragons majestically soaring towards them. How could the Flame King dragon appear in the icy plains? Could it be the reason for the ice-cursed dragon's unrest? That direction is the moon's ascendance. We must return at once. Chapter 106. The Lunar Defense Battle Now. Where on earth is the individual I seek? Saddle cast a concealment spell upon himself, hovering in the air, surveying the hunters below. "Quickly, gather your crossbows and weapons. You, and you, go fetch the cannonballs. Has the defensive wall been erected? Move. The captain of the investigation team commanded, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor while directing the hunters. These cannons were originally prepared as a precaution against the ice-cursed dragon's assault, It is indeed unexpected that they would first confront the Flame King Dragon, remarked a nearby swordsmanship master. Rubica, delivering the news, mentioned that another unknown ancient dragon was accompanying the Flame King, leaving the captain with a furrowed brow. Oh, do not speak such dismal words. Perhaps the unknown ancient dragon is merely passing through. At that moment, a muscular figure with bronze skin approached. Captain, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, everyone, lift your spirits. You, descend and test their resolve. Saddle dispelled the heat-resisting magic from the flame cat, then struck its head with a swift motion, causing it to stagger, nearly losing its balance and plummeting to the ground. Reluctantly, the flame cat landed, standing defiantly against the humans. The fierce flame cat rose, its wings unfurling instantaneously, causing the snow beneath to melt away in an instant. A surging wave of heat, mingled with vapor, surged towards the hunter. We must first diminish the Flame King's stamina, otherwise, the binding shots will be ineffective. As soon as the words left his mouth, several crossbowmen, brandishing heavy crossbows, loaded them with dragon ammunition and opened fire. The gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour. The extraordinary forging techniques of this world enabling the heavy crossbows to unleash a continuous barrage akin to a Gatling gun. Countless bullets rained down upon the flame cat, iron projectiles incessantly taunting its sanity. The Flame King is weak against ice. Utilizing ice attribute weapons can inflict greater damage. I will draw its attention. You all hurry to load the dragon cannon. One hunter, wielding dual ice-bladed daggers and donning a provocative attire, charged unhesitatingly towards the Flame King after issuing a simple directive to his comrades. He raised his daggers overhead, emanating a faint crimson glow. The activation of his berserker state greatly enhanced his speed. The flame cat fixated on the provocatively dressed hunter, its eyes ablaze with wrath. How intriguing. It seems my psyche is somewhat affected, Seidel mused, observing the hunter's attire. The berserker dual-wielder moved like a nimble eel, executing thrusts, gliding steps, rising dragon slashes, and a flurry of strikes that clung to the flame cat like a stubborn plaster, relentlessly assaulting it. The blade techniques were fierce, seemingly delicate slashes bore immense strength. Each strike from the ice attribute weapons leaving snowflake-like imprints on the flame cat's surface. Despite its colossal form, the flame cat appeared powerless against this bothersome fly. Its fiery mane became encrusted with ice shards, the internal heat gradually sealed by the ice-infused attacks, a wave of weakness washing over it. The hunter's relentless assaults thoroughly provoked the flame cat, whose fury erupted like a volcano, the powerful dragon heart emitting heat capable of melting steel, evaporating the ice fragments on its surface. Its crimson eyes fixated intently on the hunter, dragon saliva dripping from its half-open maw as if to devour him whole. Meanwhile, the hunter, exhausted from the vigorous combat, felt his stamina drain away like a breached dam, compelling him to withdraw from his berserker state. The flame cat raised its head, a cloud of explosive dust cascading from its mane. The hunter sensed impending doom. The fearsome dragon head gave a slight nod, and the dust violently exploded, propelling the dual-wielding hunter high into the air. Ah, it hurts. The hunter's provocative attire was obliterated in the blast, writhing on the ground while clutching his lumbar region. His left leg and left arm bent at unnatural angles, indicating a loss of combat efficacy. Quick, get inside the defensive barrier. Where are the Ailer cats? Hurry and rescue him. The heavy crossbow support team leader shouted. For feline creatures, each no taller than a human knee, pushed a small cart towards the dual-wielding hunter. The flame cat, unwilling to let its prey escape, swiftly pursued the fallen hunter. Fire the binding shots, the leader commanded. Without hesitation or doubt, the heavy crossbowman pulled the triggers. With a swift flap of its wings, the inferno cat deflected the arrows using air pressure. The first round of binding had failed. The health of the Flame King dragon was still insufficiently diminished. Anticipating this, the captain ordered the team to continue their assault. His true intention was to buy time for the feline to snatch the life of that dual-blade hunter from the jaws of the Flame King dragon. Meow. Let us settle the fare for the feline cart. With a triumphant meow, for felines successfully transported the hunter within the protective walls, tilting the cart and rudely tossing him out. Enraged, the inferno cat decided to unleash its fury upon the crossbowmen. As they retreated into the safety of the iron wall, the heavy crossbow hunters swiftly stowed their weapons and orderly entered the protective zone. With a clatter, the sound of iron locks sliding echoed, followed by a steel-fortified wall emerging from the ground. The unsuspecting inferno cat collided head-on with it. Dazed, it shook its head and took a few steps back, its once furious crimson eyes regaining their gem-like blue hue. Raising a forepaw, the inferno cat tentatively struck the iron wall. A piercing, sizzling sound erupted, sparks flying and landing in the snow, congealing into dark residue. Then it glanced up at the top of the wall, casting a disdainful look at the humans below. An unfenced iron wall could not deter a dragon with wings. This was perhaps the thought coursing through the Inferno Cat's mind. Soaring towards the top of the wall, it aimed to breach the barrier and directly assault those loathsome humans. The heavy crossbow captain raised his hand, directing a launcher into the sky. A golden insect was launched into the air, bursting forth with blinding light. This creature, known locally as a light bug, served as the primary material for flashbangs. The Inferno Cat found itself engulfed in a blinding void, dizzy and disoriented, as if tossed into a washing machine. Losing its balance, it tumbled to the ground in a disheveled heap. Now was the moment to lower the defensive wall. Upon the captain's command, the iron wall that had just been activated retracted into the ground. A barrage of copper-colored giant arrows surged toward the Inferno Cat, their barbed tips seemingly mocking it, while the ropes at their tails quivered violently, eager to ensnare their prey like a serpent spotting its quarry. By the time the Inferno Cat recovered from the flashbang's onslaught, it was already too late. The arrows pierced its body, binding it firmly. It appeared that escape was not an option in the short term. The dragon cannon was fully loaded and ready to fire. A massive artillery piece, towering 3 stories high, was unveiled as a black canvas was lifted. With a grinding sound, gears meshed and the cannon's barrel clashed with its base. The ominous dark muzzle aimed directly at the restrained dragon. The captain of the investigation team bellowed the order to fire. Chapter 107, Azure Star and Flame. Truly speechless. Seldar sighed inwardly. Do not be deceived by the apparent simplicity with which the hunter has managed to restrain the Inferno King Dragon. Numerous coincidences lie beneath the surface. The Inferno King Dragon, a fire element ancient dragon, finds its prowess somewhat diminished in the icy expanse. The humans of this world possess remarkable physical abilities and sharp intellects. He is engaged in a foreign battle, with the hunters well prepared, and the Inferno Cat displays a sense of overconfidence. The thunderous roar of cannons reverberates through the heavens, as fiery tongues and billowing smoke erupt from the muzzle, while the meticulously forged projectiles seem to rend the very fabric of time and space. As the colossal dragon claw looms before the Inferno Cat, its vibrant crimson scales shimmer with brilliance, and white magical runes pulse like electric sparks. Step back, commands Seldar. With a growl, the Inferno Cat rips away its bindings and slowly retreats. A red signal flare shoots into the sky. The great commander, eager for battle, rises with his katana at the ready, while the members of the Sunlight investigation team grasp their heavy crossbows, and the elite hunters stationed at the outpost surge forth. The Ilu Cat assisting in the ammunition transfer waves its fluffy little arms, signaling that the cannon is fully loaded. As the artillery fires in unison, the dark projectiles soar toward Seldar. However, the hunter's attacks barely register as a mere tickle. With a casual swipe of his foreclaw, Seldar shatters the iron wall as if it were a mere twig. The iron wall emits a sorrowful wail under the immense force, uprooted along with its foundation. The shattered mixture of ice and mud scatters across the ground, leaving chaos in its wake. Observing the door panel clutched in his claw, Seldar smirks disdainfully, treating it as a discus, and hurls it towards the dragon-slaying cannon. Run! Cry out countless hunters, sprinting with all their might. The door panel whizzes through the air, crashing violently into the cannon. Sparks fly as the violent impact dislodges it from its base, sending it spiraling to the side. The iron door slams onto the ground, bouncing several times, producing a deafening clamor before finally settling into silence. With a mere thought, Seldar conjures a multitude of lightning bolts that descend upon the hunters like rain. Yet, under his deliberate control, despite the grandeur of the display, no substantial harm is inflicted. His purpose here is not to obliterate this outpost, but to seek out an individual who could aid him in locating the remnants of his master's soul. Fall back. Forget the outpost. This is not a dragon we can contend with. The leader of the investigation team, unable to maintain his composure, immediately issues the retreat command. All hunters cease their assault and withdraw in an orderly manner. If these humans escape, would my journey here be in vain? Just as Seldar intends to unleash his magic to detain the humans, a wyvern arrives bearing a hunter. As the other hunters retreat, this lone figure pushes through the crowd, advancing towards Seldar. The latter senses that this is the very human he has been searching for. Hey, are you out of your mind? The investigation team leader notices the defiant hunter. The lone figure halts, but offers no reply. He casts a resolute glance at the investigation team leader before continuing on his path. The captain of the investigation team gritted his teeth and pursued the contrarian. determined to forcibly bring back the individual with the troubled mind. However, Ibwa intercepted the captain. "Are you serious?" The captain admonished. I observed my companion approaching, confident that this individual could succeed. No, it was only my companion, the most formidable hunter, Ibwa, who could shine like the stars. Trust brimmed in Ibwa's eyes for my partner. "Life is but a singular journey. You cannot treat this as a game," the captain retorted angrily. "Let him be. A bit of hardship will teach the young one a lesson," the grand leader comforted, patting his shoulder. "Trust in Ilukat. They will return him safe and sound." The captain pondered for a moment, convinced that Kanglin's star, as the mightiest of hunters, would not perish beneath the claws of an ancient dragon. And given Ilukat's exceptional rescue abilities, he believed they would undoubtedly bring Kanglin's star back. Thus, he ceased to insist. "Then go witness it yourself. And promise me, return alive." After encouraging Kanglin's star, the captain departed without looking back. Kanglin's star nodded in response and confidently strode towards Seldar. His armor, forged from steel, bore the scars of time, marked by scratches and traces of fiery burns. With each step, the armor clanked, producing a rhythmic sound. The great sword strapped to his back was inscribed with ominous grooves of blood, the dark stains seemingly narrating the brutality of its master. He reached for the sword, his fingers delicately descending, slowly lifting it above his head, then forcefully directing it towards Seldar, his gaze resolute and piercing, as if proclaiming a challenge. Seldar, unfazed, approached with an intrigued expression. "Human, tell me your name." Yet, Kanglin's star remained silent, displaying no sign of confusion or surprise. "Hey, are you deaf?" Kanglin's star brandished his great sword, assuming a battle stance. Strangely, despite employing a translation spell, Seldar could comprehend human speech, while the human seemed oblivious to his words. Seldar narrowed his eyes, surprised by the unfolding situation. Kanglin's star dragged the great sword along the ground, hastening towards Seldar. A crimson glow enveloped him, deepening the marks left by the dragging sword. A small stone appeared in his path, only to be crushed to dust beneath the weight of the massive blade. His momentum surged, a seemingly diminutive figure brimming with boundless strength. He stepped forward, halted, and swung the sword. With a flick of Seidel's claw, Kanglin's star was launched high into the air in a perfect parabolic arc, only to crash heavily to the ground, falling unconscious. "Meow, he has fallen. Now it is our turn," for Ilukat emerged from the ground, first tossing a smoke bomb to obscure Seidel's vision, then swiftly pushing Kanglin's star onto a feline cart before making a hasty retreat. Once again, the feline stands to gain a substantial profit. Has the vehicle grown lighter? The azure star floats in midair, as if a transparent hand is lifting it towards Saddle. Saddle relinquishes his grasp of the mage's hold, extending his claw to catch the azure star, scrutinizing it closely. Not perceiving any particular distinction, he decides to return later. Saddle binds the azure star with arcane chains and secures it upon the back of the flame cat, vigilant in case it awakens, intending to render it unconscious once more. Now, I must seize gold and obliterate the hunter's wicked den. Alas, we could not bring back the hunter, much to Elukat's dismay. "What?" the leader of the investigation team exclaimed, slamming his fist upon the table. He cradled his head, his face etched with agony and regret. "The hunter yet lives, but has been taken away." With a forceful thud, the leader struck the table again, causing the empty wine goblet to roll twice before tumbling to the ground. "We cannot abandon any hunter. Organize a rescue team immediately. Given our current combat strength, it may prove somewhat challenging," the chief commander remarked, his brow furrowed. "It's all your fault. Had you not intervened, he would not have been captured." The leader of the investigation team delivered a punch to the chief commander. "The Flames are coming to the new continent," interjected a nearby receptionist. "Who is Flames?" the leader inquired, puzzled. "The elder brother of the Azure Star, residing in Fire Village. A few days ago, he wrote to the Azure Star, expressing his intention to pay a visit." "Ah, this is indeed the finest news I have heard today." Chapter 108. The Azure Star and the Ice-Cursed Dragon. Oh my heavens, this is the most dreadful predicament I have encountered. I received an urgent summons from Moonlight for support, only to discover that the ancient dragon's power far exceeds my expectations. The armor I painstakingly forged crumbled before it, and the protective skincare I wore proved as futile as wood against its onslaught. The only stroke of fortune is that I remain alive. Yet, I cannot fathom why this ancient dragon incessantly roars at me, even tearing my garments asunder. Wait, does it intend to cleanse me before devouring me? However, the records of ancient dragons consuming humans are scarce. They are astute creatures, deliberately avoiding conflict with hunters. This ancient dragon does not appear to be afflicted by the madness of dragons. Alas, Will anyone come to my rescue? What the devil is this chain made of? Why is it so unyielding? How could such a massive dragon bind me so securely? Are its claws truly that dexterous? The red dragon opens its maw, flames igniting within its throat. Is my esteemed azure star destined to meet its demise? The flames grow ever brighter, the temperature around me surging. As the brightness peaks, just when I believe I am to be reduced to ashes, the colossal dragon turns its head, directing its fiery breath towards the entrance of its lair. That sound, it's the ice-cursed dragon. What brings it here? Previously, the guild had commissioned hunters to investigate the unusual movements of the ice-cursed dragon. Could this be the crux of the matter? Indeed, it is only logical to deduce that an ancient dragon of the fire element encroaching upon the territory of the ice-cursed dragon would not go unchallenged. A fierce roar echoed as the ice-cursed dragon contended with the unknown ancient dragon over dominion. Xing mused. However, given the display of power exhibited, it was evident that the ice-cursed dragon could not prevail. Alas, is there still hope for me? Suddenly, a cerulean dragon-like creature was unceremoniously hurled beside Xing, shards of ice cascading onto his face. The ice-cursed dragon was firmly bound by Seldar to a pillar, completely immobilized. Xing gulped, and subsequently resolved to feign unconsciousness. Time passed, and upon regaining consciousness, Xing noted with relief that the ancient dragon and its fiery companion had departed. Now, he must devise a means of self-rescue. It was impractical to rely on brute strength to break the chains binding him. A more cunning approach was necessary. The armor he donned was of a modular design, allowing him the potential to remove it piece by piece, thereby loosening the chains. Xing surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling on the tightly bound ice-cursed dragon not far away. Despite its restraints, the dragon could not resist if he were to touch its body. A daring idea sparked within him. He could utilize the ice-cursed dragon's formidable claws to slice through his own armor, dismantling the defensive plates one by one. Oh, what a stroke of genius. Xing lowered his head, resting his chin upon the ground, and concentrated his core, gradually inching towards the ice-cursed dragon. He murmured near the dragon's claws, pressing his face against the ground, twisting his neck to align his body with the dragon's talons. As he continued to wriggle and stretch like a stranded shrimp, a growing anxiety enveloped him, akin to his heart being squeezed. Lowering his head, he caught a glimpse through the gap between his legs, a golden dragon eye quietly observing him. It was the gaze of the ice-cursed dragon. Xing swallowed hard, momentarily uncertain whether to proceed. A sharp sound pierced the air as the dragon's claw embedded itself within the crevices of his armor, slicing along the seams. Was it aiding in his escape? Why would it do such a thing? Regardless, this was fortuitous, and he had no reason to refuse. Hey, that is my shining insect. Return it to me. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Brother, I'm here to rescue you. His brother was far more formidable than he. A low, thunderous roar reverberated, followed by the sound of heavy objects crashing down. A human scream pierced the air. It seemed his brother had also met defeat. Oh heavens! Is there still hope for me? The ground trembled slightly, and heavy footsteps approached ominously. Xing hastily twisted his body, striving to return to his original position. Alas, the pace was alarmingly slow, and there was no time to spare. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his back as the claw of the ice enchantment dragon struck him. In an instant, Xing comprehended its intent, adjusted his direction, and allowed the dragon to propel him to his destined location. Once positioned, Xing feigned sleep, squinting through the narrow crevice between his eyelids to observe the ancient dragon surreptitiously. His brother, Yan, the hunter with whom he had just battled, was ensnared midair by an enigmatic force. The ancient dragon traced its claws upon Yan's form, seemingly in search of something elusive. With a resounding roar, the dragon unleashed a triumphant cry, and even though they belonged to different species, Xing could sense its elation. The dragon stripped the chest plate from Yan, scrutinizing it closely, while his brother was left bound by ethereal chains and carelessly discarded to the side. However, what transpired next was entirely unforeseen. The ancient dragon inexplicably descended into a frenzy, unleashing a barrage of attacks with no discernible target. Thunder, flames, and icy shards shook the earth. Debris and dark tufts rained down from the cave's ceiling. Lava began to erupt, and the ground beneath them fractured, prompting the Fire King dragon nearby to hastily flee. Just as Xing believed they would be entombed alive, the ancient dragon abruptly calmed, curling up and drifting into a deep slumber. What a perplexing situation. Nevertheless, at least he was still alive. With the dragon's slumber, the silver chains binding him morphed into a translucent form, their grip weakening. This was indeed peculiar. Song launching waited until the dragon's snores resonated through the cavern before resuming his escape plan. The shoulder armor had been severed, and now he needed to find a way to remove it. He twisted and contorted desperately, even risking the alignment of his spine, yet the armor remained steadfast, as though it had taken root upon him. Left with no other choice, he sought the aid of the ice enchantment dragon. Although he was unsure why the dragon would offer assistance, he had no alternatives. Soon, with the dragon's help, he successfully freed himself from the chains. "I am free," Song launching exclaimed as he sprang to his feet, no longer resembling a captive human. He cradled his unconscious brother and stealthily made his way towards the cave's entrance. The slumbering dragon exhaled a sulphurous breath, the force nearly destabilizing him. Cautiously, Song launching adjusted his footing, moving with utmost care. At last, they had escaped. He set down his brother, Lai Yan, and after much deliberation, resolved to act. He reached for his waist, only to discover that his knife was missing. Had it been lost during the battle? Though puzzled, Song launching paid it little mind. He drew forth the small knife that Lai Yan had carried and turned back towards the cave. "The ice enchantment dragon, perhaps? I am uncertain as to why you extend your assistance, yet as the Azure Star, I shall not be ungrateful." The Azure Star returned to the side of the ice-cursed dragon, cautiously scraping at the column that bound it with a small knife. The pillar was not particularly resilient, but the dragon's unusual binding position rendered it powerless to break free. Fortunately, the ancient dragon remained undisturbed, allowing the Azure Star to breathe a sigh of relief. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally carved a V-shaped notch into the pillar. This should suffice, he thought. The ice-cursed dragon arched its body, and, with a sudden exertion of force, the pillar snapped, allowing it to lean back and loosen the chains. With the Azure Star's assistance, it removed the pillar, liberated itself from its bonds, and regained its freedom. The Sovereign of Ice and the legendary Dragon of Frost stood before the Azure Star, gazing silently. The Azure Star immediately distanced himself, sheathing his brother's knife at his waist and raising his empty hands in a gesture of peace, slowly retreating. The ice-cursed dragon continued to observe until the Azure Star vanished from sight before it stirred. It shook its body, causing the Azure Star's knife to fall from between its scales. There exists no such thing as altruistic aid. The ice-cursed dragon merely sought to pilfer the Azure Star's knife, testing whether it could use it for its own escape. Chapter 109. Obsession. This sensation. The scales upon its brow warmed slightly, an inexplicable warmth coursing through its mind. Seldar immediately comprehended that this human before him was the most crucial clue to locating his teacher's lingering spirit. "You have taken my only brother. Thus, I must vanquish you," he declared, drawing his katana, its tip pointed directly at Seldar. A purple mist began to rise around him, swirling ominously. As this peculiar violet gas manifested, the reaction of the scales intensified. Seldar summoned flames into the air through magic, then flicked his claws toward his head. With a crack, the flames rendered the dragon unconscious. Seldar removed its breastplate, and the purple gas slithered like a living entity into the gaps between Seldar's scales. He attempted to isolate it with a magical barrier, but the gas faced no resistance whatsoever. "This is dire." A desire for destruction surged within Seldar, his magic uncontrollably leaking forth. "I cannot afford to lose control. The homeland of my teacher is exceedingly fragile and cannot withstand my turmoil. No, I must not. Should I lose control, all my efforts would be in vain." Seldar's eyes turned crimson, his claws clenched into fists as he struck the ground with tremendous force. However, just before impact, he abruptly halted. Two conflicting wills clashing within his mind. "Roar! Get away from me if you wish to live," he bellowed at the fire cat. The fire cat dared not linger, fleeing with its tail tucked. The earth trembled, the cave teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as Seldar was about to bury himself alive, the scales atop his head erupted with an invisible ripple. The icy chill seized his desires for destruction, freezing them in place, while Seldal's restless heart gradually found tranquility. A wave of warmth enveloped him, reminiscent of the resurrection dragon egg prepared by his mentor. The whispers of a slumbering spirit caressed his ears, and an unseen hand brushed over his eyelids, causing his heavy lids to close uncontrollably. Thus, Seldar slipped into a dream. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his ears, prompting Seldar to open his eyes wide. "Is that you, master?" He scanned his surroundings, and in the depths of the pure black space, he discerned the familiar silhouette. "Master, it truly is you. Are you unharmed?" The familiar figure stood with its back turned, offering no reply, merely existing in silence. "Master," Seldar approached slowly. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of purple mist erupted from the gaps in his scales, writhing and enveloping the familiar figure. The unexpected turn of events startled Seldar, who reached out with his claws to halt the advancing purple smoke, but found himself powerless. The figure finally turned, its once white scales now dulled, and the vibrant red and blue vertical pupils transformed into a chaotic void. Seldar suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. A massive wing spear pierced through him, and a trickle of dragon blood flowed from the wound, his strength waning. As the spear was retracted, Seldar could no longer maintain his balance and collapsed to the ground. The figure began to blur, slowly approaching Seldar and raising its powerful foreclaw, preparing to strike down upon his head. Seldar sprang up abruptly, his scales rising uncontrollably. With a sigh of relief, he confirmed that his chest bore no gaping wound. It was merely a dream. Although his 3 captives had escaped during his slumber, Seldar remained unfazed. Seldar's senses heightened immediately as numerous magical shields encircled him and various offensive spells gathered strength. A translucent mini-sky comet descended from above his head. Undoubtedly, this was the fragmented soul of his mentor, the very essence Seldar had long sought. Quickly, come with me. Your true form needs you. Seldar extended his foreclaw in an inviting gesture. However, the mini-sky comet did not approach, but instead flew to the chest armor left behind by the hunter. Seldar narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. The hunter's armor? No. It was the purple mist. It could drive dragons mad. The thought of dragon madness emerged. No, it was dragon madness disease. This term echoed in his memory from a conversation overheard between an old and a young hunter on his journey to a human outpost. Thus, I shall boldly hypothesize, this mini-sky comet, as a remnant soul, instinctively seeks a way back to its true form. Upon my entry into this world, I was bestowed with the scales granted by my mentor, which have since influenced my thoughts and guided my actions. The reason it refrains from revealing itself for me to carry away is singular. It is a lingering soul, bound by the rules governing certain spirits. In the presence of obsession, it wanders, falters, and instinctively seeks to fulfill its desires. When I encountered the violet mist, it manifested. Thus, the obsession became clear. It pertains to this so-called dragon madness. It wishes for me, as my teacher does, to resolve this affliction, liberating the dragons of this world from its grasp. Indeed, everything makes sense now. You desire me to eradicate the dragon madness, do you not? Seldar turned towards the diminutive sky comet, inquiring aloud. However, the mini-sky comet tilted its head and vanished in an instant. Seldar did not pursue. He understood that once he addressed the dragon madness, his mentor's lingering soul would return of its own accord. I possess no knowledge of the dragon madness. I require further information. Seldar felt a throbbing headache. He was at a loss for how to acquire such knowledge. How frustrating it is that the dragons of this world comprehend my words, yet I cannot decipher theirs. I can understand human speech, but humanity is oblivious to my plight. This world is indeed filled with malice towards me. Nevertheless, I can consult the 3 dragons residing within the artifact. They, like my mentor, are indigenous to this realm and may hold the answers I seek. If all else fails, I could also seek Tiamat, requesting her to craft a special remedy. Excellent. That shall be my course of action. When Tiamat opens the portal to return me, I will present that breastplate as a specimen for thorough examination. Truly, I am remarkable. Chapter 110. A perfect resolution to ensure safety. I shall erase all memories concerning the dragon virus from your minds. Understood? With this, Tiamat unleashed her divine might, firmly asserting control over all present dragons. Of course, 3 dragons were capable of resisting Tiamat's authority. You few shall comply. I trust you will not refuse. I do not require you to seal my memories, declared Mingruide, unwilling to allow Tiamat to tamper with his recollections. I am indifferent. Black replied, turning away with an air of nonchalance. Mingruide, you must understand that if the dragon virus were to fall into the hands of high elves, its potential for transformation would pose a threat akin to that of the dragon madness lock. No one can guarantee they will not err, not even myself. Thus, erasing the relevant memories is the wisest choice, Aisho advised. My dear friends, there is no need for further discussion. This matter is settled, Mingruide asserted firmly. Aisho and Black exchanged glances before turning towards Tiamat, nodding in agreement. Tiamat comprehended their intent and raised her forepaw. What are you doing? Release me. Mingruide protested as he was held fast. If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. As the chest of Meruid brightened, he prepared to enter a supercritical state, striving to safeguard his privacy. Tiamat reached into the void and then flicked her claws before Meruid. Within her colossal claws stood a juvenile version of Sky Comet, with large eyes, a tiny mouth, tender claws, and soft teeth. A massive question mark emerged above Meruid's head. Empowered by Tiamat's divine energy, Sky Comet's wing tips suddenly erupted with a torrent of deep crimson dragon aura, fiercely spraying towards Meruid's face like a windproof lighter. In an instant, the brilliance from Meruid's chest vanished, akin to a generator running out of fuel, despite still being a juvenile dragon. Sky Comet's dragon aura proved remarkably effective against Meruid. Isu remarked. As the infernal red dragon, Meruid possessed no resistance to the properties of dragons. Black remained noncommittal. As Tiamat's abrupt intrusion continued, Meruid's consciousness gradually solidified. Your Majesty Tiamat, please erase the recent memories from Meruid's mind. We certainly do not wish for this to affect our relationship, Isu implored. Of course, Tiamat replied, meticulously searching through Meruid's memories. Oh, you must see this. With that, Tiamat projected a fragment of Meruid's memory. Ha ha ha, I am the red dragon. Why do you, mere ants, not bow? In the memory, Meruid lay prostrated on the ground, presenting several stone figures shaped like humans before him. Under the influence of magic, these stones fell to the ground, bowing their heads in reverence. Excellent, Meruid squinted with pride. Why do you not bow? He suddenly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze intently on one stone. Great dragon, I bow to Meruid. The stone replied in a strained voice. Nonsense. Do not attempt to deceive my true sight. Perish, ant. This is the price for deceiving the red dragon. Meruid raised his forepaw and crushed the stone into powder. Behold, this is the fate of those who deceive me. He roared at the other stones. We understand. We shall never deceive you, great dragon, the stone responded. Very well, very well. As the stone was shattered, Meruid remained motionless, his gaze lowered in contemplation, ultimately closing his eyes and succumbing to a prolonged slumber. Ha ha ha, how foolish to play with stones. Tiamat laughed uproariously, akin to a child weighing several tons. This is hardly amusing, Isu coldly remarked. This is what you owe us. Tiamat paused for a moment, then feigned indifference, waving her paw dismissively. Let us first resolve the matter with Sky Comet before discussing compensation. Despite a minor interruption, Saddle successfully obtained the solution to the frenzied dragon disease. Isu informed me that the disease was caused by the black erosion dragon, which, lacking vision, navigated its surroundings through the dragon virus contained in its scale powder. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that the black erosion dragon reproduces through the frenzied dragon virus. As long as there are scales and powder, the black erosion dragon will not face extinction. Thus, I cannot provide a solution that addresses the root cause, but can only offer you an antidote. Tiamat handed a blue-green slime to Seldar. This slime has been transformed by my divine power, and its mucus will eradicate the frenzied dragon virus. Furthermore, it only requires the nourishment of decayed flesh to continuously reproduce. Once you bring back the remnants of Skyweave's soul, I shall erase the memories related to the frenzied dragon disease. As for how you will fulfill Skyweave's lingering obsession, you must already have the answer in your heart, correct? Seldar made an okay gesture with his claw, disregarding whether Tiamat understood his intent, and plunged headfirst into the portal. A whirlwind of chaos ensued. A strong sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and Seldar emerged from the portal headfirst, crashing directly into the hard, frozen ground. How unfortunate! Clutching the slime in his claws, he flapped his wings and soared towards the hunter's stronghold. The answer to resolving Skyweave's obsession lay there, employing hunters for biological control. Seldar vividly recalled the words of an old hunter he had encountered during a previous disturbance caused by moonlight. We are hunters of the investigation team, guardians of the ecosystem. We typically do not hunt ancient dragons unless they are infected by the frenzied dragon virus. Hunters would undoubtedly not refuse an antidote capable of curing the frenzied dragon disease. They would take my place in healing the infected ancient dragons, thus resolving the teacher's obsession. However, another dilemma arose. Humans could not comprehend Seldar's words, even with translation magic. If they could not understand, then let us write it down. Translation magic can not only interpret spoken dialogue, but also written text. While the magic itself merely requires translation, the caster must consider many aspects. Thus, Seldar began drafting an instruction manual. The mucus produced by this peculiar creature can heal the frenzied dragon disease. It only requires some decayed flesh to enable reproduction. Humans, I hope you spread the word. For only 100,000 gold coins, you can bring this home. Chapter 111. Seldar's frugal father. Seldar, a red dragon claiming to be your father has arrived. You should probably go and see. The message emanating from the dragon helm awakened Seldar from his slumber. Having just returned from another world, successfully completing his mission, he now yearned for a moment of well-deserved rest. Are you aware of the consequences of deceiving a red dragon? Awakened from his sleep, Seldar felt a surge of anger. Should you dare to deceive me, I shall seize all your wealth. This aligns with the Dragon Empire's rules. I am aware of the rules. But he claims to be your father. I am merely a messenger. The white dragon, caught off guard by Seidel's outburst, began to stutter. The white dragon's limited intellect and emotional capacity did not enable him to devise a better course of action to inform Seidel's mate, Donaya. Donaya is renowned for her exceptional temperament and profound understanding. A flicker of flame erupted from the nostrils of Seldar. What troubles you? In the depths of the dragon's lair, Donaya's silhouette appeared, elusive yet commanding. Merely being gazed upon by Donaya brought Seldar a sense of tranquility. A dragon claims to be my father and wishes to see me. Ah, how intriguing this is. It is worth noting that the vast majority of chromatic dragons will never encounter their so-called fathers in their lifetime. Seldar, what are your thoughts? Seldar gently shook his head. Even if he is my biological father, what of it? His blood flows through my veins. Yet the emptiness within my heart remains unfilled by him. Seldar reached out a forepaw into the darkness. Donaya, understanding his intent, clasped his paw with her own. My mother, my dazed sister, my incoherent elder brother, my immensely respected teacher, and of course you, my beloved, none of them have ever returned. Nor have I heard my mother speak of them. Perhaps my birth was merely an accident in his eyes. I am uncertain how to face him, with respect, resentment, or indifference. I am lost. I do not know what to do, nor do I understand why he has suddenly chosen to seek me out. I wish to avoid this confrontation, yet what if he bears a message of great significance? I do not wish to act in a manner that I might later regret. I am aware of your hardest desires. Donaya emerged from the shadows, sunlight illuminating her scales, which glistened like black jewels. Leave it to me. What you hesitate to confront, I shall undertake. Do not forget, I am the mind-reading dragon. The essence of her psychic energy flowed within Donaya's eyes. The ethereal ripples easing Seidel's tension. Then I entrust this to you. Who are you? I am here to summon Seldar. He must come forth to meet me. Should you neglect the will of the Fire Lord, you shall pay dearly. Donaya arrived at the designated spot, and as fate would have it, she beheld Seidel's father. Oh, are you truly Seidel's father? As far as I know, Seldar would never be as rude as you. The reaction of the other party was anticipated by Donaya. I am Seidel's mate, Donaya. Impossible, utterly impossible. Seldar would never choose a foul-smelling black dragon as his partner. Ah, it seems you know Seldar quite well. Donaya's gaze turned icy in an instant. What a fool, she thought. Yet, my psychic magic reveals that he speaks the truth. This is indeed his belief. I am Seidel's father. He must possess power akin to mine, and would use force to compel a strong and beautiful red dragon to submit. Given this, you truly are Seidel's father, Donaya replied coldly. I am not Seidel's mate. I am merely his servant. The Dragon Lord is currently slumbering. Please do not disturb him. I knew it. Ha ha ha. The red dragon laughed with pride. Pray tell, what brings you to seek the Dragon Lord this time? Certainly. It is to witness my proud child. Now, take me to see him. The air is thick with the scent of deceit. Of course. But before you meet the Dragon Lord, I must inform you of certain matters. Speak quickly. The great Aston is not one to squander his time. The true leader of the Dragon Empire, Skyweaver, is the mentor of Seldar. Not long ago, Seldar resolved a significant predicament for Skyweaver. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, he will enjoy an elevated status and power within the Dragon Empire. Upon concluding her words, Donaya began to scrutinize Aston with great care. She needed to discern his true intentions. Although she proclaimed herself the mind-reading dragon, her ability was limited to sensing emotions. She could not penetrate thoughts. Ha ha. My son is indeed remarkable. Aston's laughter resonated through the skies, the booming voice of the red dragon causing Donaya's ears to ache. He was genuinely pleased. Yet she could not detect a trace of pride in his emotions. Was he here for Seidel's wealth and status? A flash of inspiration ignited in her mind, prompting Donaya to test him. Unlike other red dragons, the Dragon Lord held familial bonds in high regard. Surely, he would not refuse to share his wealth and power with his father. Humph, one can only hope. Donaya had anticipated Aston would be overjoyed, but instead, she was met with a disdainful scoff. His words did not overtly reject her proposition, yet his heart was steeped in repulsion. No, it was not merely disdain. Beneath it lay a flicker of joy. He was not taken aback, for he understood Seldar valued familial ties. He felt contempt, as he fundamentally scorned those who shared wealth out of familial affection. Yet he was joyous, for he would glean riches and power from Seldar. His consistent misnaming of Seldar further indicated a lack of genuine concern for him. Indeed, everything began to make sense. Seidel's demeanor diverged from that of other red dragons. Yet this did not imply his father was not a quintessential villain. His father was, like the others, brutal, greedy, and merciless. With this realization, Donaya was confronted with a new quandary. Aston, fully aware of Seidel's appreciation for kinship, remained oblivious to the fact that Seidel's mate was a black dragon. How did you find your way here after being apart from Seldar for so long? Why should I divulge anything to a mere black dragon? The bond of blood is insufficient for Seldar to share his wealth with you after such a lengthy separation. However, I possess the means to ensure he willingly shares his boundless riches and power with you. All I require is a transaction between us. Tell me how you discovered that Seldar resides within the Dragon Empire. Transaction? Ha. Aston seemingly found the idea to be the most ludicrous jest in the world. How could a mere black dragon dare to negotiate with a red dragon? Aston suddenly launched an assault on Donaya. Despite her utmost effort to evade, his talons still grazed her chest. Now, reveal all that you know, or I shall make you suffer. Arrogance, insolence, haughtiness, greed, tyranny, and foolishness, Donaya assessed inwardly. You shall pay for your foolish actions. Even with Donaya's typically placid temperament, she would not let Aston's provocation pass without a response. Employing a spell of enforced calm, she banished the encroaching fury and began to contemplate her strategy against her foe. His teeth are sharper, his physique more robust, his claws more powerful, and his tail more agile. His combat experience outweighs mine. Yet, I fear no challenge. To vanquish this pitiful red dragon, I shall exert every ounce of my strength. Chapter 112. The passerby. The sound of water echoed in Aston's ears. A sneaky little trick. Aston opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of fire that surged forth as a colossal wall of flames, bearing down upon Donaya. The greenery withered and burned. The earth charred black, and a storm of white ash mingled with blackened debris swirled through the air. Donaya did not evade. She merely conjured a protective mage shield around herself. The wall of fire suddenly decelerated, and Aston's fiery breath ceased to pour forth. Devoid of Aston's will, these flames could not breach Donaya's magical barrier. Welcome to my domain, reckless red dragon. Surely, this is not the realm of my psyche. Entering such a mental domain is fraught with difficulty. This is merely a mental space sculpted by my psychic energy. Now tell me, from whom did you acquire information about Seldar? Donaya's voice reverberated from all directions, leaving Aston disoriented. The vile black dragon shall not compel my submission. Aston was not concerned with keeping the messenger's secrets. He merely felt that yielding to a black dragon would bring him disgrace. I shall obliterate this space with flames. I shall rend your wings with my teeth. I shall shatter your dragon horns with my claws. I hope your will is as unyielding as your jaws. In the air, a myriad of colorful orbs appeared, resembling fireflies. These luminescent spheres drifted slowly towards Aston. What are those? Fear arises from the unknown. And Aston grew wary of these peculiar orbs. He exhaled flames, attempting to incinerate them. The orbs remained unscathed, as if they belonged to another realm altogether. Begone! Aston flapped his wings, conjuring a tempest to blow them away. Yet, it proved futile. Unable to destroy them, can I not evade them? For the first time, Aston found himself contemplating escape, an unprecedented thought that harkened back to his days as a hatchling when he faced his mother after being caught stealing her gold. Had he not employed a clever ruse, he would have surely been trampled. The orbs suddenly accelerated, penetrating directly into Aston's body. Oh my. It hurts so much. The sensation is utterly unbearable. His face contorted in an instant, oscillating between laughter and tears, as if he had succumbed to madness. His massive form writhed on the ground, his tail thrashing uncontrollably, striking at himself in a frenzy. It appears that your innermost being, much like that of the majority of dragons, is riddled with wounds. Your spirit is so parched that it offers no resistance to my emotional onslaught. For a human, assaulting the psyche of a dragon proves exceedingly arduous, for they are safeguarded by the majesty of their draconic essence. Moreover, a dragon's soul is innately more powerful than that of other beings. This dual barrier is sufficient to deter 99 of psychic mages. Although Donaya's draconic aura may not rival that of Aston, she is nonetheless a dragon. Circumventing Aston's mental defenses to launch an emotional attack is a trivial endeavor for her. A dragon endowed with exceptional psychic gifts. Please, stop. Tell me, from where did you acquire information about Seldar? All right, I shall tell you. Woe is me. It was Narita who wished for me to reunite with them. A truly laughable notion. What familial affection could a wicked dragon possibly possess? Wait, it was not Narita, but rather Nalita. Donaya quickly grasped the unfolding situation. Seidel's foolish sister, Nalita, naively believed that her father, Aston, loved his children as much as her mother did. She divulged Seidel's information to him, inviting him to visit the Dragon Empire. However, Aston perceived this as an opportunity for profit. It seems I must accompany Seldar to have a serious discussion with Nalita. Information must not be carelessly disseminated. As for Aston, I believe Sabi would be more than willing to educate him. Donaya unleashed a psychic shock upon Aston. His beleaguered mind was utterly defenseless, and he promptly lost consciousness. Donaya dispelled the psychic space and, using her tail, carried the unconscious Aston to find the golden dragon, Sabi. "Oh, it is you, Donaya. What brings you here?" Impressed by Donaya's formidable psychic talents and benevolent demeanor, Sabi regarded her with respect. "A red dragon attacked me," Donaya began, but before she could finish, a flash of golden light erupted from Sabi's eyes. "I understand. You go about your business. I shall tend to him well." "Thank you for that." Donaya nodded. Sabi is known among the wicked dragons as the golden demon dragon. When he strikes, even aftercare is unnecessary. "Thank you for your efforts. How is my father?" "Seldar, I advise you not to harbor excessive expectations. You must understand that, for him, your birth was an unexpected occurrence." "I see." Seldar nodded, seemingly already aware of this fact. "If he truly cared about our mother and my siblings, he would not have abandoned us." "Seldar, there is one more matter concerning your sister." Donaya subsequently shared the intelligence extracted from Aston with Seldar, deeming it the appropriate moment for a serious discussion with Narita. She must cultivate a sense of maturity, otherwise, she will inevitably encounter grave misfortunes. "You are quite right. Let us set forth at once." Seldar nodded, shaking his heavy head, and approached the entrance of the dragon's lair. Standing beside Donaya, the towering red dragon and the slender black dragon, their colors harmoniously intertwined, cast intermingling shadows beneath the sun's rays. "We can converse with Narita through the dragon helm," Donaya proposed. "Excellent idea." Seldar praised her suggestion, donning the helm and initiating the call to Narita. However, the line went unanswered, prompting them to leave a message after the beep. After a 3-minute wait, Narita still had not picked up. Could she be preoccupied? Donaya inquired uncertainly. What could possibly keep her busy? Seldar retorted, a wave of deep unease swelling within him. "My foolish sister, I hope she has not fallen into any trouble." A single gold coin could easily entice her away. His worry intensified, and ultimately, he resolved to embark on a quest to find her. The dragon helm has a tracking feature. We can seek out a dragon capable of teleportation to transport us. Sensing Seidel's concern, Donaya gently entwined the tip of her tail around his, offering him solace. "I shall seek our mentor," Seldar declared, as he began to step forward but abruptly remembered that Sky had not yet regained all of his memories. "No, let us find Polage," he corrected himself, preferring the company of Polage over the golden dragon Sabi. Seldar and Donaya arrived at the entrance of Polage's lair. Seldar, in a state of urgency, was about to rush inside when the perceptive Donaya restrained him by the tail. "Seldar, it seems Polage is engaged in something." "How do you know?" he queried, perplexed. "Well, Polage has activated the soundproof barrier, and there are 2 scales at the entrance, one belonging to Polage and the other to Paola." "Oh," Seldar quickly grasped the situation. According to the tradition of silver dragons, they place their own and their mate's scales at the lair entrance to inform visitors that the hosts are occupied with matters of procreation and to refrain from disturbing them. It appears we must seek Sabi instead. Though hesitant, Donaya ultimately joined Seldar in flying towards Sabi's territory. "Call out. Raise your voice." At that moment, Sabi was preoccupied with punishing the wicked dragon Aston. He had transformed his tail into a spiked mace and was delivering fierce blows to Aston. "Ah!" Aston cried out, blood splattering and staining Sabi, the golden dragon, in a hue of crimson. With a myriad of spells at his disposal, giant strength, armor breaker enchantment, acid corrosion, sensory enhancement, willpower collapse, weakening curse, and regeneration, even the vile dragon could not help but emit cries akin to a slaughtered pig. Seldar paused before Aston, regarding his rather unworthy father with a complex gaze. Sabi, having noticed Seidel's arrival, temporarily ceased his punishment, gaining a moment's respite. Aston began to curse Sabi with a stream of vile invectives. Shortly thereafter, he noticed Seldar and Donaya. Aston first greeted Donaya amicably, then turned his ire towards Seldar. "What are you staring at, you repugnant red dragon adorned with white magical runes? Surely you are the byproduct of a white-haired monstrosity and a dragon beast. You are nothing but a..." Aston's coarse language betrayed that he did not recognize Seldar as his own son, and in the process, he condemned himself as well. In response to Aston's vitriol, Seldar chose to disregard the insults, leading Donaya to stand before Sabi. His nominal father was merely a transient figure, unworthy of his concern. In the vast dragon lair, a heap of charred corpses lay near the entrance, likely remnants of flame bulls, a favored delicacy of the dragon hatchlings. A rudimentary protective magic circle constructed from dragon blood evidenced the novice skill of its creator through its erratic strokes. Scattered across the floor within were a few scattered coins, gold, silver, and copper, while an irregular wooden sign stood nearby, inscribed in hasty common language. Its message was clear: whoever dares to take my gold shall meet their end. Silver coins are not exempt, nor are copper ones. In proximity to the pile of coins, Seldar and Donaya discovered dragon armor, its surface cloaked in a thin layer of dust, starkly contrasting with the glimmering coins. The layer bore no trace of bloodshed or signs of a recent skirmish, offering Seldar a modicum of solace. Perhaps Narita had merely been preoccupied, leaving her helmet behind in the lair, which accounted for her unavailability. Though Narita possessed storage artifacts, dragons favored displaying their treasures within their lairs, even if it rendered them more susceptible to theft. Why, one might wonder, do dragons behave in such a manner that humans cannot fathom? Some human scholars speculate that it is a manifestation of the dragon's vanity. This hypothesis has garnered widespread belief. However, the true nature of the matter remains shrouded in mystery. The dragon blood magic circle served a protective function, though its design was crude. It nonetheless indicated that Narita had indeed put forth considerable effort. Donaya lifted her wings, the tips gently brushing against the magic circle left by Narita. As her magical energy flowed into it, the circle's alert mechanism was activated. If Narita had not encountered any trouble, she should return shortly. Seldar nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us wait here for a moment," hoping Narita returns safely. Half an hour later, the sound of flapping wings resonated outside the lair. A heavy thud echoed as something substantial landed. A startled cry from a female dragon followed, accompanied by the rustling of wings striking the ground. In her eagerness to safeguard her treasures, Narita descended hastily, failing to regain her balance and unceremoniously landing in a crouch. The wings of Narita scraped against the ceiling of the cave, causing fragments of stone to rain down upon her back before cascading to the ground. "Ah, Seldar, it's you, Donaya." "Indeed, long time no see, Narita." Seldar nodded, treating it as a casual greeting. "By the way, what is the story behind those skulls adorning your horns?" Over a dozen human skulls were strung together by Narita with a rope dangling from her dragon horns, swaying and clashing with each step she took, producing an unsettling sound. "Oh, these." Donaya shook her head, allowing the skulls to emit an even louder noise, seemingly proud. "These serve to intimidate humans." "Were you attacked by humans?" Seidel's eyes suddenly ignited with fury. "Not at all. I merely wish to gather those humans as my followers. The dragon heritage states that to tame a loyal following, one must display both ferocity and gentleness. The owners of these skulls attempted to assault me, and I devoured them, stringing their heads together to showcase my brutality. And what of the gentleness? How do you express that?" "Not too shabby," Narita has grown. "To exhibit gentleness, one must convey to humans that one will not harm them indiscriminately. The dragon heritage claims that actions speak louder than words. So I intend to demonstrate through my deeds that I am not a vicious dragon, unlike the others who slaughter without remorse." "Ovo, sounds quite commendable. How do you plan to achieve this?" "By frequently appearing before them without attacking. The dragon heritage states that familiarity breeds acceptance." "That indeed sounds splendid. Would you care to take me and Donaya along for a first-hand experience?" Certainly." Narita proudly wagged her tail, scattering dust around her. Quickly, that red dragon is back." An alarm of the highest alert echoed through the small human settlement. "Damn that red dragon, it's always prowling around here. We must not let it seize an opportunity. Those pitiful creatures on its horns are the best evidence. The dragon cannon we purchased from the Osli Empire last month has arrived. This time, we shall show it a thing or two. One cannot trust a word from wicked dragons. They are all malevolent and cruel." In a state of invisibility, Seldar and Donaya had quietly approached the rear of the humans. "It seems Narita's desensitization method is lacking," Seldar remarked. "The hearts of these people are brimming with fear and anger, unless something changes. She will never succeed in winning them over with her approach." Indeed, the dragon frenzy lock has been resolved, and now the humans are in a heightened state of tension. If it were a time of peace, perhaps Narita might have a chance of success after many years. "What do you plan to do now?" Donaya inquired. "Seldar, of course. It is imperative to communicate directly with Narita and provide her with a proper education. Let us not forget our purpose in seeking her out." "Narita, I have just returned from a reconnaissance mission with Donaya to the human hinterlands, where I uncovered some intriguing revelations." "What? Intriguing revelations?" "Those humans remain far from complacent regarding your existence, contrary to what you might believe. Isn't that rather normal? I never anticipated that they would become familiar with me in such a brief span of a few months." The traditions suggest that to achieve optimal results, one should ideally wait for 50 years until the older generation has passed, making it easier for the new generation to accept me. However, Narita, have you considered that these humans might actively seek to hunt you down? Are you truly confident in your ability to triumph over them? Ever since the Dragon Frenzy Lock was resolved, the Osli Empire has loosened the restrictions on the sale of dragon-slaying equipment. I am well aware of that. I am not entirely defenseless. Yet, you have discarded the dragon armor in the dragon's lair. I have no use for it, and it feels rather cumbersome to carry. No use. Kosira is nearby conducting business. The reason I wish to gather my followers is also due to my brother's advice. Should I encounter any trouble, he would be the first to arrive. Just as Narita finished speaking, Seldar suddenly felt a weight upon him, as if an exceedingly heavy dragon had settled on his back. Hey, have you missed me? A familiar voice chimed in, as a golden tail draped down beside Seldal's head. What is the golden dragon doing here? Seldar bit down sharply, then abruptly leaned back, shaking off the dragon on him and inadvertently tearing off several glittering golden scales. Ugh, what an overwhelming stench of dye. Chapter 114. The red dragon adorned in golden dragon scales. Donaya squinted, casually lying nearby, her long tail gently thumping the ground, exuding no sign of concern or vigilance. Not a single rustle of wind could escape her keen psychic perception. She had long since detected the stealthy golden dragon. There was a sense of familiarity. I must have encountered it before. Based on my mental acuity, this appears to be Seldal's brother, Kosira. But why has he transformed into a golden dragon? Kosira, what on earth is with that golden paint? Coating yourself in gold to masquerade as a golden dragon is utterly repugnant. Kosira's elevated paw abruptly froze, and in a tone of disbelief, he replied, You can see through it? What is there to conceal? The differences between a red dragon and a golden dragon extend beyond mere color. They encompass structural distinctions as well. Kosira's tail nervously twisted, his hind claws scratching the ground in agitation. However, upon noticing the white magical scales adorning Seldal's forehead, his tail instantly straightened, then relaxed as he blinked and proceeded to introduce the golden paint. This golden paint is exceptionally valuable. It serves as a potent, suggestive magical artifact. When applied, it compels any creature that beholds it to perceive the wearer as a golden dragon. With that, Kosira glanced around discreetly before lowering his head, whispering conspiratorially into Seldal's ear. In truth, I am aware that this peculiar object has been deliberately presented before me by certain malevolent deities among humankind. I surmise that their intention is for me to masquerade as a golden dragon, thereby leveraging the golden dragon's renown to perpetrate mischief across the realm, tarnishing the reputation of the metallic dragons and severing the bond between metallic dragons and non-draconic beings. However, I have discovered that this matter is far more intricate than it seems. This object harbors a modicum of Bahamut's divine power and will, indicating that Bahamut is cognizant of these events. Yet, instead of intervening, he appears to be complicit, perhaps even orchestrating the entire affair. How intriguing. Does Bahamut truly wish to sever the connection between humanity and metallic dragons? This is utterly unfathomable, as it yields no benefit for the metallic dragons. Seldal shook his head, freeing himself from Kosira's constraints. Who knows? Kosira chuckled, retracting his tail and using it to scratch his hind leg before returning to the ground. Yet, thanks to this golden skin and Bahamut's tacit approval, I have successfully infiltrated Metallic Dragon Island and secured a lucrative position for myself. So what do you say? Are you interested in trying this gilded paint? And what of Narita? Kosira winked, his intentions rather dubious. Not at all. The very thought of the acrid scent of the gold paint makes Seldal's scales bristle, let alone the idea of smearing this revolting substance on himself to disguise as a golden dragon. By the way, only Seldal can perceive the odor of this gold paint. Its inherent cognitive-altering properties compel any creature that encounters it to ignore the scent entirely. I want it. I want it. I do not desire a dragon, but I do. Narita hopped in place, her foreclaws rhythmically striking the ground, sending dust swirling about with her flapping wings. It is so resplendent, as beautiful as gold coins. Very well. Very well. Kosira had initially intended to obfuscate the matter with a tale of transformation, never intending to divulge the details of the gold paint to Seldal and Narita. Who would have guessed that the scales upon Seldal's brow could withstand the effects of the gold paint? Even legendary golden dragons could not see through this ruse. However, now that Seldal has exposed it, it matters not. A slender, silver-white vial the size of a dragon's head, from which golden paint, akin to the tentacles of a heart-stealing demon, extended from within, gradually coiling around Narita's form before suddenly bursting, evenly coating her scales with the golden liquid. Donaya squinted, slightly lifting her head as if she wished to say something, yet ultimately turned away, opting for silence. Haha, how splendidly golden. Seldar cast a sidelong glance at Narita, subtly distancing himself. By the way, Narita, do you not desire to gather followers? Would this not render all your efforts futile? Seldar reminded her. Oh no. This will cause those humans to fail to recognize me. What should I do? You can utilize transformation magic to revert to a red dragon. This gold paint is rather remarkable. It will become ineffective once you employ the transformation spell. Kosira remarked, if you lack the ability to perform transformation. I possess several scrolls that may aid you. Narita grasped the scroll, and with the assistance of the mage, unfurled the immense parchment. She gently traced her sharp claws across the central magical array. The dragon's power surged within the formation, as red and blue lights flickered in alternation, reminiscent of a mermaid's shimmering scales, radiating outward from the center. The gaps in Narita's own scales emitted a soft, magical glow. In Seldar's gaze, the golden sheen upon Narita gradually dissipated, and even the pungent aroma vanished. All is well now. Narita, you may proceed with your plans. Kosira nodded in approval, lightly nudging Narita with his wings, as if to urge her onward. Thank you, big brother. Narita exclaimed joyfully, flapping her wings with the exuberance of a fledgling bird, clumsily soaring towards the human village. Farewell then. Kosira attempted to touch Seldar's chin with the tip of his tail, only to be met with disdainful avoidance. Unperturbed, Kosira flapped his wings and chased after Narita, his figure gradually becoming translucent under the influence of the invisibility spell, ultimately transforming into a thin mist that faded into the ether. Dragons truly are a source of concern, Seldar lamented. Ah, Seldar, we have a situation. Quickly don your dragon helmet. There is important news. What is it? Lady Sky has regained her memories. Chapter 115. The grand finale. Oh, my student, you have arrived. Sky squatted in the center of the dragon's lair, seated upon a plush carpet woven from the fur of snow beasts. Relax. I summoned you to entrust you with a task. Sit, do not be shy. With her tail, Sky gently tapped the ground beside her, raising her head slightly to gaze up at Seldar, whose golden magical runes glimmered softly. What is it that you require of me, master? I will do my utmost, provided it is within my capabilities. Seldar lowered himself to align his gaze with that of Sky, who was noticeably shorter than him. Sky had successfully reclaimed a life through the resurrection dragon egg, yet the egg's side effects were formidable. She must start anew as a hatchling and traverse the path of growth once more. It appeared that the teacher had matured into a young dragon. Even with the blessings of accelerated growth bestowed by Tiamat and Bahamut, it was unlikely that Sky could fully recover in just a few years. I trust you are well aware that neither I, nor Ad, Black, nor EIS are dragons of this world. Seldar nodded. After all, the remnants of the teacher's soul had been brought back by him from another realm. No one understood better than Seldar that the teacher did not belong to this world. Tiamat had been coveting our powers, even attempting to merge the strength of dragons from my original world with those of this world to forge an even more formidable dragon to combat the high elves. Yet, the chasm between us and this world was insurmountable. Her plans ultimately failed. The esteemed biologist Tiamat aspired to merge dragons from two realms, aiming to create a more formidable dragon breed. However, due to reproductive isolation, this endeavor met with failure. Tiamat's ambitions were thwarted by insurmountable forces, yet he did not relinquish hope. As we mastered magic and dwelled in this world for an extended duration, the chasm between us and this realm gradually narrowed, inching closer to fulfilling his audacious experiment. The dilemma arose, however, that we had lost our reproductive capabilities, even with the will to cooperate. Success remained elusive without the aid of the deity of procreation. Such a crucial undertaking could hardly be disclosed to other deities. Although there were intentions to reincarnate at an opportune moment, the plan to forge a divine artifact had been perpetually postponed, in our own reluctance. Combined with uncertainty about whether the resulting dragon would meet expectations, led to an impasse. Until today, Sky paused, his wings unfurling gracefully, before rising to approach Seldar. That old Tiamat, upon witnessing my state, harbored unwarranted thoughts. He manipulated the blessings of accelerated growth upon me. Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly crossed Seldar's mind. Indeed, just as you suspect. Sky's tail gently entwined around Seldar's front paw. I attempted to suppress or eliminate this aberrant desire through magic, but alas, I currently lacked the power to resist Tiamat's divine arts. I had initially considered seeking assistance from Blake, but our familiarity rendered me hesitant to trouble him. Thus, I turned to you for help. Seldar's heart skipped a beat. Teacher, this isn't right. I am your student. Of course, you are my dearest pupil. Now, in my hour of need, Will you extend your aid to your teacher? Sky's tail suddenly yanked Seldar's right paw toward his right side, followed by a swift flap of wings that compelled Seldar to bow his head to the ground, before placing his left paw atop Seldar's head. Is this acceptable? If it must be me, I am willing. You truly cannot renege on this promise. Sky's claws tenderly caressed Seldar's dragon horn. Feeling the warmth and sharpness of Sky's touch, Seldar seemed to arrive at a resolution, gritting his teeth in affirmation. I shall begin. Excellent. Task accomplished. Thank you for your assistance. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as Sky lifted the paw resting on Seldar's head. Seldar appeared utterly bewildered, unaware of what had transpired. I am unable to dispel Tiamat's divine arts or suppress them for an extended period, but I can bestow this magic upon you. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Sky's eyes. If I were to ensnare Blake, I doubt I would find respite in the days to come, so I must trouble you. My good student. Sky deliberately emphasized the phrase good student. Go, seek out your mate swiftly. The calming magic I have cast cannot be sustained for long. Oh, you are indeed a remarkable teacher to me. Yet, I harbor resentment towards you. Seldar sensed the gradual awakening of Tiamat's divine powers and, without a backward glance, fled from the lair of Skawi, clutching his tail as he sought the assistance of Donaya. Observing Seldar's hasty retreat, Skawi revealed a smile of relief. How could such divine powers truly exist? This child is simply delightful.